I stared at Chu Ling Shuang's arrogant, glowing face, and two words popped into my head: she's sick. I couldn't be bothered with her, so I just pulled out my phone and started scrolling through videos, my expression as cold as ice. This woman's every word ignited my fire. Seeing that I ignored her, she quieted down, lowered her head, and gulped down a bowl of porridge, even drinking the warm water clean. She had a complete blackout about the crazy things that happened last night, only having fragmented memories. Looking at her nonchalant appearance, I couldn't help but feel uneasy. I was right in front of her, and that sense of distance suddenly transformed into ambiguity. The more it was like that, the more dangerous the atmosphere became. The morning light shone on me, and she stared at me, then smiled. I understood that smiley it was nostalgia. The warmth she felt, I felt too. But just when I thought the calm would last a few minutes, the drama began again. She suddenly threw back the covers, looked down at herself still wearing her diamond-studded white silk dress, and froze. Then she asked, "Didn't I change into my pajamas?" I stared intently at my phone, my tone chillingly indifferent. "Change what? You're sleeping like a log. How am I supposed to manage?" She gave an, "Oh," but her gaze darkened. Then she said, "Change me next time. These aren't comfortable to sleep in." I was about to casually agree when I suddenly realized something was wrong. Next time? Holy crap, next time? Just as I was about to ask her something, Chu Ling Shuang had already slipped into the bathroom, the door slamming shut behind her, the sound of running water becoming a rhythmic murmur. The whole world went silent, except for the pounding of my heart. I simply flopped back onto the sofa and continued scrolling through my phone, pretending to be nonchalant. But half an hour later, she came out. At that moment, I completely broke down. She was wrapped in a bathrobe, her wet hair dripping, her legs dazzlingly white, her waist so thin it seemed sinister. The scene was utterly disastrous. Just as I was about to look away, she stood in front of the vanity, removing her shower cap with one-handed gesture that was clearly provocative. I gritted my teeth and said, "Miss, watch your voice. I'm a man, after all." It was practically a shout, because I was really losing control. She raised an eyebrow and sneered. "It's not like you haven't seen it before." Shy. Her laughter cut like a razor against my pride. I had no choice but to tug at my belt, turn to look out the window, and force a tch, throwing a tantrum like a child. She was amused by my outburst. Her laughter was soft, yet it concealed a raging fire. Then she closed the curtains, creating a dim space, and then she knelt down in front of me. The air seemed to explode. My breathing became erratic, and her eyes shone like thunder. She touched my face and whispered, "I'm hungry." I almost blurted out, "You just ate porridge." But the words caught in my throat. I finally grabbed her wrist and sneered, "Are you sure? I'm not responsible." She looked up, her tone sharper than a knife. "Does it matter? We've done it so many times already." This woman, I was completely dumbfounded. I chuckled and challenged her, "Do you discriminate?" She beamed, like she'd won a prize. "Great. We're going to get our marriage certificate this afternoon. Wherever you go, I'll go. Don't even think about escaping." I froze. The atmosphere, which had been like a burning fire, suddenly turned to ice. I stared at her. "Are you crazy? You haven't even started dating, and you're already thinking about marriage." She tilted her head, her smile utterly innocent. "Didn't we already talk about it?" For a moment, I genuinely wondered if her logic was alien. She leaned closer, her expression earnest as if making a vow. "The experience was great. I want to marry you." I couldn't help but blurt out, "That's what you call dating?" I was just saving the day. She frowned, tilted her head, and stared at me intently for a long time before saying, "Then let's start dating." I almost banged my head against the wall. "Miss, I don't even like you." She cut me off. "Then I'll pursue you." Her tone was as heavy as iron, slamming into my chest with a thud. It was like she was declaring war. "I've made up my mind about you, and you'll never escape me in this lifetime." Looking into her eyes, I suddenly understood she wasn't joking. Actually, I can't quite pinpoint when I fell for her. She's changed. She's no longer an obstacle like before. She wants to pursue me? I'd like to see how far she can go. After all, I promised Chu Tianli I wouldn't refuse. A smile played on my lips as I said, "All right, Miss Chu, let me see how you're going to pursue me." She froze for 2 seconds, then her eyes lit up instantly. In that moment, it was as if she had been reborn. Before I could react, she lunged at me and kissed me on the lips. My eyes widened, my mind went blank. My breathing, my heartbeat, everything went haywire. She stepped back, a smile still playing on her lips, and licked them, saying, "Not enough?" I was completely dumbfounded by her expression. This woman's thinking was too explosive. "Please, miss, is this what you call pursuing someone? What you're doing is—" I didn't finish my sentence, only my inner scream escaping. "You're cheating." She frowned, seemingly deep in thought, then said calmly, "You want money? But if you marry me, all the Chu family's assets will be yours." Huh. I stared directly at her, letting out a cold laugh. That laugh was like a knife, tearing her pride to shreds in an instant. She froze, suddenly realizing how incredibly stupid she had been. If I were truly after money, why would I have run away from the Lin family in the first place? I've never taken anything from the Chu family. She finally understood this. She bit her lip, hesitatingly asking, "Then what do you want?" I glanced at her indifferently, a ruthless glint in my eyes. "I want to take the helm." "Take the helm? What do you mean?" She was shocked. I simply replied coldly. The literal meaning. I didn't want to explain anymore. I stood up, my tone commanding, completely shifting the topic to my territory. The air instantly tensed. Chu Ling Shuang panicked, grabbing my sleeve, her eyes trembling. "Where are you going?" I shook off her hand, a casual smile playing on my lips. "Let's go out and play. The weather's so nice, let's soak up some sun. Otherwise, we'll really get moldy here." She rushed out, her steps faltering. "I'll go with you." I didn't turn around, just pushed the door open and left. Suddenly, I heard her let out a soft cry behind me. Her bathrobe slipped down, and she frantically covered her chest, shouting, "Wait for me. I'm changing." Of course, I didn't answer, just slammed the door shut. I chuckled inwardly. Chu Ling Shuang, forever out of control. She stormed out of the room in a fit of rage, her wet hair hanging down to her waist and her skirt disheveled. I could almost picture the fury on her face. Only Swayan remained in the living room. Chu Ling Shuang roared, "Where is he?" Yu Swayan pointed to the door, cautiously saying, "Young Master Lin just left." "Why didn't you stop him?" Her anger exploded. "Miss, you said before that we couldn't force young Master Lin." Her voice trembled. Chu Ling Shuang gritted her teeth, then abruptly flung her hand away. "Forget it." She strode open the door, and laughter came from outside. Xia Qingqing was speaking. "Brother, I won several games with Brother Hao yesterday, and he's been drunk ever since." I laughed. "Huzzy's skill level is outrageous." She smiled sweetly. "He won at first, but then I got better, and he lost miserably." "Okay, Xiaoqing, you wait here, I'll call him." I was about to go inside. "Okay." These words reached Chu Ling Shuang's ears, and she stopped in her tracks. At that moment, her entire face turned cold. Early in the morning, the ambiguous atmosphere she was waiting for was interrupted by my simple, "Let's go out and have some fun," while I was joking around with another girl. A tightness gripped her chest so. I left because of Xia Qingqing? Her smile vanished completely, and a shadow crept into her eyes. She walked towards us step by step, her voice low. "Where are you planning to go?" Xia Qingqing was clearly flustered, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. "Oh, I didn't go anywhere. It's just, thank you for taking care of me, Miss Chu. I'll transfer the room fees for the next few days to you." Her tone was so fake, I could immediately hear the flaw. Chu Ling Shuang, of course, understood too. She pursed her lips, her face as cold as a knife. At that moment, she realized one thing: she was the one excluded. "We have a plan, but there's no place for her." She lowered her head, her emotions crumbling. "So, I still haven't forgiven her. She did so badly before, and I haven't planned to let go." She knew it all too well. Xia Qingqing looked at the silent Chu Ling Shuang, clearly not daring to say anything, and just stood there with her head down. The atmosphere was so tense you could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, my voice rang out from the room. "Don't drink too much next time. Take a nap before you board the plane." The door opened, and I helped Li Hao out. Seeing Chu Ling Shuang standing at the door, I remained expressionless, only glancing at her before turning to Xia Qingqing. "Let's go to the next stop." "Okay." Xia Qingqing nodded immediately. Then she leaned closer to Li Hao and whispered, "Brother Hao, are you all right? Should I buy you a bottle of rock sugar pear soup?" Li Hao immediately feigned toughness. How could I not be able to? What's a little bit of wine? Xia Qingqing playfully raised an eyebrow. Really? Yesterday you were lying on the ground and couldn't get up. Nonsense. Li Hao immediately blushed. I don't remember, so there wasn't any. Okay, no. Her laughter was light and cheerful, like the wind blowing open a window. I could sense Chu Ling Shuang's anger rising like an undercurrent. She stared intently at me, her teeth clenched so tightly they seemed about to burst. Finally, she shouted, Lin Feng, where are you going? Her voice trembled slightly, carrying an irrevocable stubbornness. Li Hao and Xia Qingqing both froze, their gazes darting back and forth between us. I had never intended to hide it from her. Since I couldn't avoid it anyway, I simply said it, AO Island. Her expression changed. You're going to gamble? Her tone was almost accusatory. But I looked at her, my eyes unwavering. What do you think? Her breath hitched. The next second, she shook her head. She told herself I won't. She was convinced I had other plans. She suddenly changed her tone, her voice instantly sharp. No need for that. I'll have Zhang Peng fly over on his private jet. This time I didn't refuse, and smiled. Then I'll transfer the ticket money to you. She looked up, her eyes alluring, her voice as cold as a blade. Are you slapping me in the face? Lin Feng shrugged speechlessly. He just wanted to clarify things, but who knew how this woman's mind worked? He just wanted to clarify the boundaries, but she twisted a simple matter into something ambiguous, which made him irritated and wary. But the next second, he realized that the more she did this, the more dangerous it was for him. Before long, the group arrived at Zinni Airport and entered the VIP channel. The Chu family's private jet appeared on the tarmac. I didn't stop walking, but I was quickly calculating the situation in my mind. All of this looked like a vacation, but I knew that this was actually the beginning of another game, and I was being pushed to the core. Once on the plane, Xia Qingqing and Li Hao, who were riding a private jet for the first time, looked around curiously. Their excitement was practically written all over their faces. I found this scene jarring, because they were enjoying themselves while I was judging life and death. But at that moment, I suddenly realized that they had begun to change. After the initial excitement wore off, the two came to me, ostensibly out of curiosity, but actually to test me. They wanted to know what I was up to. I could sense their dependence was turning sour. But what was even more dangerous was that this dependence could become a crack in their desires at any moment. Brother, you still haven't told me why we're going to AO Island. Her voice was soft, but I could sense her unease. I didn't intend to explain, because explaining would only fuel their imaginations. But the more silent I became, the more they felt I was hiding something. Brother Feng, you're not really planning to gamble, are you? Li Hao's voice was low, but his emotions were hard to hide. He was expectant, which I could see clearly. He wasn't worried, but excited, and this excitement made me instantly alert, because this was a sign that humanity was beginning to decay. The two looked at me cautiously, but I didn't respond immediately. I deliberately made the air cold, to make them aware of the boundaries. But at that moment, I clearly felt that they had begun to treat me as a guide, rather than a companion. Beside me, Chu Ling Shuang had her arms crossed, and a cooling patch on her face. She seemed to be resting, but I knew she was listening. She wouldn't miss any detail, and I had to continue to hide the real plan under her watchful eye. You're overthinking it, I said, my voice calm but deliberately low. I didn't need to explain, I just needed to shatter their illusions. But the next second, I added a sentence that completely chilled them down, because I wouldn't allow anyone to disrupt my rhythm. I forked a piece of fruit and put it in my mouth, a smile playing on my lips as if I were responding casually. But in reality, I was suppressing my emotions because if I let my guard down, these people would lose control, and if they did, my plan would be ruined. Casino. Not even a dog would go there. I immediately rejected the idea in my mind. This wasn't a choice, it was a bottom line. I couldn't possibly throw the money I worked so hard for into a place like that. But at that moment, I suddenly realized that others might not think the same way. He worked so hard, even risked his life, to earn that money. Wouldn't he be heartbroken to spend it on something like that? That thought flashed through my mind, but the next second I sneered, because that was just my logic, not everyone's. So you're going to Osaka Island? Isn't the most famous place there the casinos? Li Hao looked surprised. He was testing my limits. but I didn't intend to give him any more leeway, because this kind of question would only become more and more dangerous. I glanced at them indifferently and said in a cold tone, "You chose to follow me yourselves. I don't want to hear these questions again." I didn't raise my voice, but the air seemed to freeze instantly, and I did it on purpose. Instantly, Li Hao turned off the engine, and Xia Qingqing also quickly fell silent. They finally realized that I was not someone who could be tested casually. But at that moment, I also confirmed one thing: they had begun to fall in love. I didn't say anything more, just lowered my head and forked the fruit on the plate, eating it bite by bite. I appeared calm, but in reality, I was reviewing everything that had just happened, because that glance from just now was enough to explain everything. I saw the excitement in Li Hao's eyes just now clearly. I'm not guessing, I'm confirming it. It was an impulse to take a gamble, and if this impulse is allowed to run wild, it will destroy everything. Sure enough, when ordinary people receive a large sum of money, desires arise. I have no emotional judgment. This is a fact. And now, they are already on the edge, just one step away from falling. Especially now that all the benefits they enjoy come from the Chu family, they hardly have to think. Someone will deliver them as soon as they raise their hand. This kind of environment can quickly corrupt people, and I cannot let this corruption drag me down. It's human nature, there's no way around it. There's a saying that money corrupts, wealth leads to depravity. When I said this, I felt no emotion, only calm, because I had already downgraded them from partners to variables. So, Linda, do you think so too? That name suddenly exploded in my mind, instantly igniting my emotions, but the next second, I laughed. I smiled faintly, but my heart was cold. Even now, I still don't know what he's planning. But I'm certain of one thing. He's been watching me, and I must escape his clutches. Although I could easily use the Chu family's power to bring down the Lin family, I never entrust my life to others. I'm not a tool, nor will I become a pawn in someone else's game. I could tell that Chu Lingshuang liked me, but this kind of liking was too dangerous. It came quickly and disappeared even faster, and once it disappeared, I would be completely exposed to her attacks. How could she be sure that this liking wasn't just a passing fancy? I immediately rejected the idea in my mind, because I had seen too many things like this before. It was never stable and would only backfire. Therefore, I can use the Chu family, but I must never depend on them. This isn't a choice, but a matter of survival logic. And at this very moment, I've made my decision. I must break free from everyone's control. The Lin family's counterattack is inevitable. Even if they're brought to the brink of collapse, they will fight back with their lives on the line, and that kind of counterattack will be enough to suffocate me. So I must plan ahead. From the moment he began altering my memories, I knew Linda's plan wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a decades-long scheme. And the most terrifying thing about this kind of person isn't their methods, but their patience. He'd been planning for 30 years, betting everything on me, but I refused to play along, because I wasn't the protagonist in his script. I was the mastermind behind my own scheme. So, he'll definitely think I won't succumb to base desires, much less go to a place like Ordos. And that's precisely his blind spot, which is exactly what I'm going to exploit. So the answer is clear. Ordos is the safest place right now, but safety is only on the surface. The real game is just beginning. Their plane was already circling in the sky, having taken off not long ago. Meanwhile, at the airport, the Su family's private jet landed, and a new tracking operation had begun. As for me, I had long since disappeared from their sight. Mr. Lin came to apply for an emergency visa the day before yesterday, but after we issued it to him, he left, and we don't know where he went. You don't know again? No need. Without even thinking, I refused outright. I'm already very grateful to be able to hitch a ride on your private jet. As for the place, I've already found it. I spoke calmly, but it was precisely this calmness that was most hurtful. I didn't want to give her any illusions, but as soon as I said that, the atmosphere instantly changed. Chu Lingshuang's face instantly darkened. This was the first time I had rejected her to her face, and it was she who had taken the initiative to ask. I left no room for negotiation. This was not unintentional. I was deliberately creating distance. But the more I did this, the less she would back down. She stared at me, her eyes as cold as knives. I could tell she wasn't angry, but resentful, and that resentment was more dangerous than anger. But I didn't explain. That was exactly the break I wanted. Xia Qingqing glanced at her furtively, then looked at me. The atmosphere was so tense that she even had to breathe carefully. She sensed something was wrong, but she didn't know that this wasn't just a simple emotion, but a clash between two desires for control. She instinctively grabbed Li Hao's arm, as if trying to find some support. Li Hao was stunned for a moment, and then panicked a little. He didn't understand the situation, but he could sense that at this moment, no one should speak. I didn't look at them again, and got off the plane directly. My movements were swift and decisive, without any hesitation. I had to keep the pace in my own hands, instead of being held back by anyone. But at that moment, I already sensed that someone wouldn't let me go. I took them by taxi to Hongluo Lake Resort. I had chosen this place long ago. It wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, but a pre-planned move, because I knew that once my movements were exposed, I would need a place to land. I came here a few years ago, and stayed at the Hongluo No. 2 hotel. I also know the landlady, Luo Yu. This connection is enough for me to establish myself here. But more importantly, this place is chaotic and secluded. The three of us squeezed into one car. The space was just right, but the atmosphere wasn't relaxed. I was in the front looking out the window, seemingly relaxed, but actually checking the route, while the others in the back each had their own thoughts. Chu Ling Shuang, who was behind, originally wanted to get on the bus, but when she saw that the bus was dirty and crowded, she hesitated for a second. She chose her own way. She would not lower herself, but she would not give up following me. She directly instructed Yu Xuan to charter a car and then follow us. This action confirmed one thing for me: she wouldn't back down. She would only pursue us, and this obsession would become a problem. The car stopped at the entrance of Hongluo Lake Resort. I didn't stop and led the people directly to Hotel No. 2. I needed to confirm my base first, rather than wasting time on meaningless conversations. After entering, I didn't see any familiar faces. I told Xia Qingqing and the others to stay in the rest area, while I went straight down to the basement level by myself. This step was not random, but rather a test. I knew what kind of place it was: a casino, the most chaotic place in terms of information, and the easiest place to hide things. But what I was looking for wasn't the gambling game, but the people. Not long after I left, Chu Ling Shuang came in. Her first priority was to find someone. She wasn't looking for me. She was trying to find out what I was doing. And with that step, she had already stepped into the trap. Where is he? Her voice was icy cold, her aura overwhelmingly Hao, who couldn't withstand it, and instantly revealed my location. This proved that they couldn't keep the information confidential at all. Upon hearing this, she immediately ordered, "You stay here and watch them." She offered no explanation. She did only one thing: continue chasing me. And this was no longer an interest, but an obsession. Yu Xuan wanted to stop her, knowing what was underground. But before she could finish speaking, Chu Ling Shuang had already left. She wouldn't listen to any advice, because all she wanted to know was what I was doing. While I was down there, things were already exploding up above. Yu Xuan immediately vented her anger on Xia Qingqing, feeling that all the problems stemmed from me, and this feeling began to spread. "It's all your brother's fault," she said directly, venting her anger on behalf of Chu Ling Shuang. Xia Qingqing couldn't stand it, and she immediately retaliated. This wasn't an argument, it was a clash of positions. She insisted on coming along. Xia Qingqing retorted directly. She wasn't trying to reason with me, she was protecting me. And this kind of confrontation would only make the situation more chaotic. The two started arguing, their voices rising and falling. Li Hao, caught in the middle, didn't dare to speak. He tried to calm things down, but the next second, both of them yelled at him to shut up. He instantly fell silent. The three of them sat on the sofa, the atmosphere instantly becoming tense. Since I wasn't there, this sense of loss of control was beginning to spread. At that moment, in the elevator, Chu Ling Shuang suddenly stopped. She wasn't afraid. She was clear-headed. She realized what she was doing, and this realization made her hesitate for the first time. She stared at the elevator doors, her mind clear. She asked herself, was she pursuing me? This question made her uncomfortable because the answer was too obvious. She had never been the one to pursue. She had always been the one being pursued. But now, she was moving closer to me. This contrast made her waver. For a moment, she even considered turning back, but the next second, She dismissed the idea because she knew that if she backed down, I wouldn't contact her. She couldn't accept this outcome. She gritted her teeth, stepped out of the elevator, and stopped hesitating. She made a decision for herself. If she liked him, she would just go for it. Her heart raced, but her eyes grew colder. She no longer concealed her intentions. She had shifted from probing to attacking, and I had become her target. She entered the entertainment area and spotted me immediately. I was sitting there, talking to Luo Yu, appearing relaxed, but in reality, I was confirming information. Xiaofeng, what brings you here? Luo Yu greeted me with a smile. Her natural tone indicated that she was unguarded around me, which was exactly what I needed. Sister Luo, I'm here on vacation. I haven't seen you in a long time, and I figured you'd be here, so I came to find you. I replied casually, but I was actually testing her reaction. At that moment, Chu Ling Shuang heard me clearly, and her expression changed instantly. She didn't care what I said. She only focused on one point. I was very familiar with this woman. Her emotions were instantly ignited. She wasn't jealous. Her possessiveness was triggered. She rushed forward and grabbed my arm with great force. So that's why you're in such a hurry. You're here to see your old friend. Her voice was icy cold. This wasn't a question, it was a declaration. She was telling me that she had already intervened. I instinctively tried to break free, but she held on tightly. For the first time, I realized that she wasn't testing me. She was controlling me, and that instantly put me on alert. Upon seeing this, Luo Yu immediately understood. She had originally intended to make a joke, but the next second, her expression changed drastically as she realized something was wrong. Xiaofeng, come with me for a second, I have something urgent. Her voice was low but urgent. She wasn't acting. She really had something to do, which instantly put me on high alert. I frowned. Sister Luo, what's wrong? Before I could react, she had already started looking around. She was on guard against people, not talking. Don't ask questions yet. Come with me. She reached out and pulled me, but just as she was about to touch me, Chu Ling Shuang suddenly pulled me back a step. Luo Yu's hand missed its target, and the atmosphere instantly froze. She looked at Chu Ling Shuang, her expression turning serious, and she no longer held back. Miss, don't worry. I'm not trying to seduce your boyfriend. I just really have something urgent to tell him. Chapter 205, Let's make a bet. Wherever you're going, I'm going too, Chu Ling Shuang declared, taking the initiative. Lin Feng sighed helplessly, ignoring those words while looking at Luo Yu. Sister Luo, just say what you want to say. He didn't deny it, which was tantamount to acknowledging the relationship. Luo Yu didn't say anything more. She nodded and said, let's go to the room to talk. It's too crowded and inconvenient here. Okay, Lin Feng replied and followed Luo Yu into the lounge. After closing the door, Chu Ling Shuang still stared intently at Luo Yu, her hand gripping Lin Feng's arm even tighter. Seeing that there was no one else in the room, Luo Yu hurriedly asked, Xiaofeng, did you receive a distress message from Uncle Su? What? A distress message? Lin Feng was stunned. Chu Ling Shuang, who was facing the enemy in battle, was also stunned. Right. Luo Yu nodded repeatedly, looking at Lin Feng with a solemn expression. Your father brought your younger brother and older sister here to gamble half a month ago. They fell into Zhang Ji's gang's trap and owed 10 million. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with me, but I saw that those people were your relatives, so I protected them and let them work in my shop. I even sent you a letter. Didn't you receive it? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was taken aback, staring blankly at Luo Yu before realizing what she meant. Sister Luo, you're not talking about Su Tang and Su Jia, are you? Yes, it's them, and your older sister Su's hiking. You changed your phone number, so I can't contact you. I can only send letters to your home. Luo Yu said with a serious expression. If Luo Yu hadn't mentioned these names, Lin Feng would have almost forgotten that these people even existed. Upon hearing the familiar name, Chu Ling Shuang narrowed her eyes slightly, looking at Lin Feng with some concern. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng laughed. Sister Luo, you don't usually go online? Go. Luo Yu subconsciously responded, but quickly asked again. What does this have to do with whether I go online or not? Did you bring the money? If you didn't, try not to show your face outside for now. I'm afraid they'll recognize you. Although Lin Feng wanted to explain, a warm feeling still washed over him when he heard Luo Yu's words. This is the second time. The first time he felt the warmth of being cared for was at Aunt Jang's convenience store. This is the second time. He really didn't expect that the other party would be so kind, since it was originally just a business relationship between a customer and the boss. Lin Feng sighed, slightly curving his lips, and said, "Sister Luo, I have nothing to do with the Su family anymore, and that has been made public online." "Is that so?" Luo Yu was stunned. "It's even trending on mainland China's hot search list?" "Yeah, Sister Luo, you don't usually pay attention to these things." "No." Luo Yu took out her phone, opened the app with the red dot, and after searching for a moment, she understood everything. "I knew it. I thought you were afraid of being called by debt collectors, but I didn't expect you had nothing to do with them anymore. Looks like I need to pay more attention to mainland news." She smacked her lips and muttered, "That's none of my business. I'll get rid of them later." As she spoke, Luo Yu suddenly looked up, her gaze lingering between Chu Ling Shuang and Lin Feng. The next second, she laughed. "So, you're here on vacation with your little girlfriend?" Lin Feng stammered, then felt a sharp pain in his arm and instinctively replied, "I guess so. You're all adults. What's there to be shy about?" Luo Yu laughed, her gaze lingering on Lin Feng and Chu Ling Shuang, unable to resist praising them. "Not bad. They really are a good match." Upon hearing this, Chu Ling Shuang, who had been hostile towards him, suddenly blushed slightly, and her heart pounded. Lin Feng swallowed hard, wanting to explain several times, but the words stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say them. Seeing this, Luo Yu laughed and said, "All right, then I'll arrange rooms for you. There's a magic show later, and I'll save you some good spots." "Okay, thank you very much, Sister Luo." He had no other purpose in coming to find Luo Yu than to expose his identity. His identification documents might still be under surveillance, and once he checked into the hotel, it would be easy for the Lin family to find him. Now that the problem was solved, Lin Feng didn't think about anything else. He simply faced Chu Ling Shuang, who was still tightly gripping his arm, and walked to the elevator. He said helplessly, "Miss Chu, how long are you going to stay with me?" "Until the end of time." The answer seemed thoughtless. Those 4 short words left Lin Feng speechless. He walked up the elevator with his arms tucked under his arm, and said speechlessly, "What if I plan to live here for the rest of my life?" The Chu family has businesses on AO Island. With today's advanced technology, I can work online. This conversation caught Lin Feng off guard. He took a deep breath and asked, "Miss Chu, may I ask you what it would take for you to stop pursuing me?" "That's impossible." Chu Ling Shuang replied without hesitation, suddenly tilting her head back to look directly at Lin Feng. "I like you, and that's all there is to it. No reason needed." I couldn't understand her reckless and unbridled behavior. Lin Feng couldn't do anything about her, since she had already restrained her personality and was just following him without doing anything excessive. He knew that Chu Ling Shuang liked him, and he also knew that he had feelings for Chu Ling Shuang, but these feelings were not enough for him to truly accept Chu Ling Shuang. After all, he didn't know how long her feelings would last. But now, "Miss Chu, since we are on AO Island, let's make a bet." As the elevator doors opened, the two stepped out together, and Lin Feng suddenly said something. Chu Ling Shuang was taken aback, looking up with a puzzled expression. "What bet?" "I agree to date you, but only for a week. If neither of us has a good experience after a week, you can't bother me anymore. It's like we're breaking up amicably, okay?" Meeting Lin Feng's earnest gaze, Chu Ling Shuang's heart raced. She didn't hear the rest of the sentence. She only caught the first part. "I agree to date you." What the bet was about is no longer important. What matters is that he agreed. He finally agreed to date her. As he spoke, he suddenly looked at Chu Ling Shuang, a hint of compromise appearing on his serious face, but it was quickly overshadowed by his fighting spirit. He stared at her. Right at the elevator entrance, their eyes met, surrounded by a bustling crowd of people passing by. Chu Ling Shuang's mind was in a whirl as she stared intently at his lips, only to see them part slightly, his voice soft and gentle. "Of course, my silence about what you did before doesn't mean I forgive you. This is just a bet. For this week, we'll act like a normal couple. If I win, you'll set me free. If I lose, then you can do whatever you want with me." Chapter 206: Two Childish Ghosts. In the awkward atmosphere at the sofa in the rest area, Yu Suan suddenly stood up. "Where are you going?" Xia Qingqing reacted the fastest, looking at Yu Xuan with a serious expression. Yu Xuan, who hadn't intended to pay any attention to her, turned around and glanced at them. Miss hasn't come up for so long. I have to go down and check on her. She wanted to go down there herself. Besides, my brother is down there too. Are you afraid my brother will eat your young lady alive? Xia Qingqing clearly misunderstood the meaning behind Yu Xuan's words. Yu Xuan's expression turned serious, and she warned, Ao Island is different from the mainland. It's not as safe as you think. Seeing that Yu Xuan didn't seem to be lying, Xia Qingqing immediately became nervous. Are you telling the truth? Nonsense. If anything were to happen to Miss, none of us would be able to pay for it with our lives. Then I'll go with you. Li Hao quickly stood up and stood in front of the two women. I'm a guy. After all, I'll go first. So what if you're a man? Bad guys don't care if you're a man or a woman. Yu Xuan rolled her eyes and walked ahead, leaving behind a comment. You too. Don't try to be brave. If you're going down there, just follow me obediently and don't do anything like that. Before she could finish speaking, she saw Chu Ling Shuang and Lin Feng walking out hand in hand from the corner of the elevator, holding hands. The usually haughty young lady was actually acting shy, following Lin Feng with her cheeks flushed. Yu Xuan was stunned. Li Hao and Xia Qingqing were also stunned. Brother Feng, what's going on here? Go and get me a dress. I'm going to see a magic show with my boyfriend tonight. Ignoring them, Chu Ling Shuang directly gave orders to Yu Xuan. They're together now. Yu Xuan's lips were twitching so hard she could barely breathe. Seeing the joy rising in her young mistress's eyes, she dared not object and could only grit her teeth and reply, Yes, miss. I'll go prepare right away. Seeing Xia Qingqing and Li Hao standing there in a daze, Lin Feng clearly felt his wrist tighten. He turned his head and saw Chu Ling Shuang staring at him with icy eyes. His heart sank, but a faint smile appeared on his lips. He took the initiative to put his arm around Chu Ling Shuang's waist and smiled at Xia Qingqing and Li Hao, saying, Call her sister-in-law. Xia Qingqing stared at the two of them in disbelief, her lips moving for a long time before she finally managed to stammer out, Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. Li Hao was even more shocked and asked, Brother Feng, you talked? Miss Chu and I. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng felt his hand being pinched. Glancing at Chu Ling Shuang's displeased gaze, he quickly changed his words. Ling Shuang and I have just confirmed our relationship. The sound of Ling Shuang filled Chu Ling Shuang with joy. She hooked her arm around Lin Feng's, a satisfied look creeping onto her lips. Realizing what was happening, Li Hao greeted him with a face full of congratulations. Congratulations. Actually, I've always thought you two were a good match. Brother Feng, congratulations. When Xia Qingqing truly saw Lin Feng's hand on Chu Ling Shuang's waist, she felt a tightness in her chest, but also unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless, these words came from the older brother's mouth. No matter who it is, she will support her brother as long as he likes it. Xia Qingqing suddenly smiled, her eyes full of joy as she offered her blessings. Brother, sister-in-law, then I wish you a long and happy marriage. We haven't even discussed marriage yet. How come? Ouch! Lin Feng was about to blurt out a reply when Chu Ling Shuang pinched his arm hard. He couldn't take it anymore and said, No, why are you pinching my arm? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chu Ling Shuang shamelessly declared, I don't like what you said, so I'm going to punish you. Li Hao felt a chill run through his body and instinctively pulled his head back, as if to say, I can't hear you. Xia Qingqing looked at the two of them with amusement, almost bursting out laughing. Lin Feng was speechless. They were still in the lobby, and this woman wasn't ashamed at all. He grinned wickedly and said, Fine, you don't feel any pain, huh? Then I'll punish you too. Li Hao's head was almost buried in his chest, completely burying his head in the sand, as if he couldn't see me. Xia Qingqing suppressed a laugh, her expression indescribable. Only now did she realize that her brother, who was usually so calm and composed, and who had acted like two children with Li Hao all along, was now so childish in love. Unlike Chu Ling Shuang, who remained completely composed. Before she could finish thinking, Chu Ling Shuang's straightforward voice rang out. I'm your girlfriend. Why are you going to abuse me? Chu Ling Shuang crossed her arms in front of her, a hint of mockery appearing on her usually cold face. Xia Qingqing was utterly speechless. Well, these two are both terrible when they're in a relationship. One sentence about domestic violence left Lin Feng speechless. Wow, you get into character pretty quickly. Without a word, he grabbed Chu Ling Shuang's arm. Come on, let's go back to the room. See how I punish you. You dare. Chu Ling Shuang panicked. She couldn't figure out Lin Feng's thoughts or what he was going to do. She was clearly a little scared. If you dare to hit me, you're finished. Lin Feng's eyebrows twitched. How could I possibly hit you? Besides, there's a saying, taking off your clothes doesn't constitute domestic violence. Chu Ling Shuang was slightly taken aback, and her face flushed red the instant she realized what was happening. You're shameless. Please, Miss Chu, who started the car first. You set the example, and now you're making it seem like I'm the one who's shameless. Who was driving? Which ear did you hear me drive? I'm just stating the facts. Seeing the two of them arguing as if they had an extra mouth, Xia Qingqing's lips twitched violently at the sight of this incredibly childish scene. With so many people coming and going around the hall, they weren't embarrassed, but she was practically dying of embarrassment. She snapped, unable to contain herself any longer. Can't you two go inside and keep arguing? As soon as she shouted, Chu Ling Shuang and Lin Feng immediately fell silent and looked over at the same time. Chu Ling Shuang, who argued with him? Does he even deserve to? Lin Feng, Qingqing, what are you saying? Do you think your brother would be that childish? Actually, Xia Qingqing regretted it as soon as she spoke. She quickly grabbed Li Hao's arm and made up a story. Brother, sister-in-law, brother Hao didn't rest well this morning. He just had an upset stomach and urgently needs to go to the toilet. Can we go back to the room first? Li Hao subconsciously wanted to deny it, but before he could finish speaking, Xia Qingqing tugged at his elbow, and he immediately changed his words, clutching his stomach. Oh yes, I have a stomachache. Can I go to my room first? I can't hold it in anymore. Chapter 207 Chu Ling Shuang is a jealous person. Mr. Lin, the room requested by Boss Luo has been prepared for you and your friend. Would you like to check in now? At the same time, a girl in uniform walked up to them and spoke to them very respectfully. Open. Lin Feng gave the order, pointing at Li Hao and saying, My friend has a stomachache. Get him one first. Yes, sir, please follow me. The waiter nodded and gestured towards the elevator entrance. I'll settle the score with you when we get back to my room. Chu Ling Shuang snorted coldly and flung Lin Feng's arm away. Lin Feng glanced at it and muttered under his breath. Tisich, you think you can? Fortunately, Chu Ling Shuang walked quickly and didn't hear what she said. The four of them followed the waiter into the elevator. The rooms Luo Yu had arranged for them were all on the top floor, in the corners, so they wouldn't be disturbed by people coming and going. There really are only 3 rooms. Lin Feng stopped at the door of the room and couldn't help but complain. Mr. Luo said you came with your girlfriend, so we specially arranged a luxury suite for you and your girlfriend. The waiter explained, his head bowed and his voice neither too loud nor too soft. This woman named Luo Yu is quite capable. Chu Ling Shuang slightly raised her eyes, a hint of satisfaction appearing in her usually aloof gaze. Luo Yu really knows how to get things done. Lin Feng's lips twitched. Looking at the luxurious suite in front of him, he took a deep breath and said, Okay, thank you for your trouble. Please thank your boss for me. I'll go have a drink with her tonight. Okay. The waiter nodded, handed the room keys to everyone, and left. Upon hearing this, Chu Ling Shuang's face darkened. Seeing Lin Feng open the door, she strode into the room, her face full of anger. After closing the door, Lin Feng looked around the room, wandered around for a bit, and then came to the window to look at the view outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. He couldn't help but say, I knew the view from the top floor was the best. Today I finally got to experience it. As he spoke, he sat down on the sofa and asked Chu Ling Shuang curiously, Hey, miss, do you usually stay in rooms like this when you travel far away? He was just asking out of curiosity. Whether Chu Ling Shuang answered or not was unimportant. The key point is that Chu Ling Shuang was originally glancing out the window, but as soon as Lin Feng turned his head, she turned her head away, crossed her arms, and turned her back to him, looking sullen. Lin Feng was speechless. Since the other party ignored him, he was too lazy to say anything more. He simply picked up the landline in the house and called downstairs to send some food up. As soon as she hung up the phone, Chu-Ling Shuang, her face dark with sarcasm, said sarcastically, "All you do is eat. You'll become a big fatso sooner or later." After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng sneered, "Heh, if only I really became a fat man, Miss Chu wouldn't be bothering me like this." "Who's bothering you?" Chu-Ling Shuang snapped. "You'd be better off being bothered by a dog," she retorted angrily, but to her surprise, Lin Feng went straight for it. "Fine, then go bother the dog. Let's part ways amicably." "You?" Chu-Ling Shuang was furious. She pointed at Lin Feng like a lion, her fingers trembling with rage. However, when she saw Lin Feng sitting back on the sofa playing on his phone with an indifferent expression, she completely lost her temper. "You still have the mind to play on your phone." She stormed forward, snatched Lin Feng's phone, and snapped, "Can't you tell I'm angry?" Lin Feng stared blankly at the aggressive Chu-Ling Shuang in front of him, clearly confused, and asked, "Huh? You're angry again? What's wrong? What did I do?" "You?" Seeing Lin Feng's bewildered expression, Chu-Ling Shuang felt as if her pride had been shattered. She snorted coldly, sat back on the sofa, and turned her face away. Lin Feng belatedly realized what was happening and quietly moved closer, whispering, "Hey, you're not angry because of that drinking with Sister Luo comment, are you? You already know all this. Why are you still asking?" Chu-Ling Shuang subconsciously wanted to blurt it out, but when the words reached her lips, she felt embarrassed and swallowed them back. What is this? When has Chu-Ling Shuang ever been jealous of a man, let alone gotten so angry over a single sentence? If she were to say it out loud, wouldn't Lin Feng laugh at her for the rest of her life? Is he really that dense? He already agreed to date her, and now he's saying things like that. Or is that bet just a joke he made with her, and only she took it seriously? Chu-Ling Shuang was momentarily confused and struggled internally. But what if he really gets angry with her because of this? Adding to what happened before, wouldn't their relationship, which had just started to improve, be over? Suddenly, a sentence popped into Chu-Ling Shuang's mind, and she immediately tensed up. No. She had worked so hard to salvage the relationship, so she had to take the initiative. Otherwise, if Lin Feng used it as an excuse to make things worse, their relationship would be ruined. Having figured this out, Chu-Ling Shuang subconsciously turned to look at Lin Feng, and with great difficulty, she said, as if the words were being forced out through clenched teeth, "I don't want you to go drinking with her." Seeing Chu-Ling Shuang's awkward and embarrassed expression, Lin Feng suddenly found it somewhat amusing. So it really is because of that sentence? Otherwise what? Chu-Ling Shuang bit her lip, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction. "If you want a drink, I can drink with you. Why do you have to drink with someone else?" No, no, no. "Miss, please don't drink it." Lin Feng quickly begged for mercy. The awkwardness of the past resurfaced, adding to Chu-Ling Shuang's embarrassment. She forced a smile and said, "And you didn't even come over to comfort me. We're still dating." Seeing the usually aloof and arrogant young lady now pleading with him to coax her, the contrast was quite striking. Lin Feng was also a little embarrassed by her words. He scratched his head and sincerely apologized to Chu-Ling Shuang. "Sorry, this one's mine," he said, looking at Chu-Ling Shuang. "It was my fault. I didn't put myself in the situation. What I said just now was just a polite way of thanking you, nothing more. Sister Luo knows that." Originally, Chu-Ling Shuang's anger had subsided after hearing Lin Feng's apology, but that last sentence reignited her anger. "They can tell what you're thinking just by saying a few words. It seems you two have a pretty good relationship." No. Lin Feng had no idea that Chu-Ling Shuang was such a jealous person, jealous of everything. "Oh, why aren't you explaining anymore? Weren't you always so glib? Why are you silent when she's mentioned?" "Oh, an old friend. You two have a long relationship." Staring at her constantly moving lips, Lin Feng could no longer bear it. "It's too noisy, we need to block it up." Chapter 208. Who exactly is being arrogant because of favor? The sudden magnification of the handsome face before her eyes, and the unexpected warmth between his lips, caused Chu-Ling Shuang's eyes to widen abruptly. She did not resist, or rather, she never even considered resisting. This was the initiative she had been waiting for. He took the initiative and kissed her. He likes her. That's undeniable. Putting aside everything that happened before, his reactions, his actions, everything about him, all proved to her that he liked her. She had been craving it for a long time, and her temper, which she had been suppressing for more than half a month, was easily ignited. The kiss ended. No longer hearing her nagging, Lin Feng slightly raised his eyes, only to see Chu Ling Shuang staring at him with a provocative look. The atmosphere froze, and Lin Feng subconsciously moved his lips slightly. Not enough. This is far from enough. It's like being starved for a long time and suddenly being served a feast, only to have it all taken away after you've only taken one bite. That's far from enough. Chu Ling Shuang stared at Lin Feng's neck as if bewitched, her gaze sliding down to his slightly loose shirt button. Why is he wearing clothes? She had never found a piece of clothing so offensive, so annoying, so irritating, that she wanted to tear it apart. Her fiery gaze made Lin Feng feel tense all over. He knew Chu Ling Shuang was addicted. Actually, he was a little hesitant. After all, once you've taken the plunge, it's not so easy to back out, and his heart was pounding with excitement. Sir, your meal is ready. Outside the door, the waiter's voice rang out at an inopportune moment. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted, and Lin Feng hurriedly got up to open the door. When an outsider entered, the ambiguous atmosphere in the room eased slightly. Chu Ling Shuang sat on the sofa, glancing at Lin Feng from time to time without saying a word. Lin Feng returned to the sofa and watched the waiter come in to prepare the meal. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. Although the waiter was used to it, he was still stunned for a moment when he caught a glimpse of the two people's stunning appearance. Miss, sir, are you celebrities from mainland China? As the waiter carried the dishes, he couldn't help but ask the two of them a question. Chu Ling Shuang's face darkened, and she remained silent. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. No, we're just here for vacation. No way, you two are so good-looking. You look like big stars on TV. The waiter exclaimed, his envious gaze lingering on the two of them from time to time. Lin Feng smiled politely and didn't reply. Seeing him smile, the tense atmosphere instantly eased, and the waiter mustered his courage and said to Lin Feng, Sir, could you please sign your name for me? It's simple. She thought Lin Feng just didn't want to reveal his identity. Lin Feng was about to refuse when Chu Ling Shuang's extremely impatient and icy voice rang out. Who taught you to talk so much nonsense? The waiter was stunned, and his face instantly turned red. Knowing she was in a bad mood, Lin Feng waved his hand, his expression turning cold. Set out the dishes, and then go out. With one playing the stern face and the other the gentle one, and adhering to the principle that the customer is always right, the waiter dared not say another word, and hurriedly left after setting out the dishes. The door was closed, and after a moment of silence, Lin Feng was about to get up and go to the dining table when Chu Ling Shuang grabbed his arm. From now on, you are not allowed to smile at anyone else. You can only smile at me. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng only uttered two words, crazy. He ignored her and went straight to the dining table. After all, he had only eaten a piece of toast since early morning and was already starving. Seeing Lin Feng's actions, Chu Ling Shuang was furious. She shouted, How dare you insult me? While eating, Lin Feng glanced up but didn't say anything. This is the first time I've ever been completely ignored. He's not even willing to argue anymore. What does that mean? Chu Ling Shuang was furious and strode forward. What do you mean? It doesn't mean anything. I just think you're being weird. Lin Feng chewed his food and replied hastily. I'm baffled. Chu Ling Shuang was like a powder keg, completely ignited by Lin Feng's words. She stood with her hands on her hips, furious, and shouted, I just don't allow you to smile at other women, and you're saying I'm being unreasonable. Yeah, I was just smiling politely. Why are you acting so strangely? Am I crazy? Chu Ling Shuang's face turned red with anger as she shouted, disregarding her image. Lin Feng, I do like you and want to possess you, but you can't take advantage of my feelings for you and act recklessly. How many times has this happened? Because of Lin Feng, because of every move he makes and every expression he makes, she's almost driven crazy with jealousy. He completely disregarded her feelings, watching her get jealous without any restraint. Every time he spoke to someone else, she would get so angry that she wanted to hit him. She was being driven crazy by this feeling of being out of control. Seeing Chu Ling Shuang break down, Lin Feng couldn't hold back either. Dating is like a fight. How many times has she exploded in just a short time? Miss Chu, are you kidding me? How have I been unscrupulous? I've been thinking, since we started dating, I haven't done anything to betray you, have I? Chu Ling Shuang retorted righteously. What do you mean, no? You're drinking with other women, and you're even smiling at them. Lin Feng laughed, speechless. No, I was just being polite. If that's the case, then I wouldn't allow you to wear a skirt out in public either. Speaking of this, as if he had a handle on Chu Ling Shuang, Lin Feng got excited and said, it's best not to wear any makeup, and you can't show your ankles either. Don't wear any off-the-shoulder clothes, and it's best to wear a mask when you go out, because you can only be seen by me. He pointed at Chu Ling Shuang with an air of superiority and said a lot of things, thinking that Chu Ling Shuang would realize that he was being unreasonable. But to his surprise, she hurriedly nodded. Sure, I didn't intend to show it to anyone else anyway, she responded, staring at Lin Feng with an almost bewitching, expectant look in her eyes. Are you serious? You're the only one I can show this to. Lin Feng. He fell completely silent. He truly didn't know what to say. This woman's views on love seemed a little terrifying. Lin Feng's eyes darkened. He shoveled a mouthful of rice into his mouth and said in a deep voice, Miss Chu, I suggest you learn what respect means first. If this is how you conduct a relationship, there's no future for us. Upon hearing this, Chu Ling Shuang was slightly taken aback. She stared at Lin Feng, who was eating, and her mood instantly became complicated. Did she do something wrong? Yes, she was the one who tormented Lin Feng in the first place, using every means possible. So what is she doing now? Isn't she begging for his forgiveness? She should be happy that he can communicate with her calmly now. So why would she argue with him over a moment of jealousy? Who exactly is being arrogant because of favoritism? Chu Ling Shuang's anger vanished instantly. She bit her lip, stared at Lin Feng, who was eating slowly and deliberately, and remained silent for a long time. Sorry. Chapter 209, Why don't you try him, and you'll see? Surprised that she would apologize on her own initiative, Lin Feng raised his eyes slightly, but this time, he didn't say anything more. He lowered his head and ate diligently. After eating dry bread in Theo for so long, his taste buds were blown away by the delicious Chinese food he finally got to eat. The braised pork ribs were all right, but not as good as those in mainland China. The cooking wasn't quite right. The braised ribbon fish with vinegar was all right, but there was a bit too much vinegar. He sighed as he ate mouthful after mouthful of rice. However, in Chu Ling Shuang's view, this apology was like a pebble thrown into the sea, never to be heard from again. Chu Ling Shuang felt a tightness in her chest. She thought he would mock her again as before, but this time, he didn't. Is he disappointed in her? If he's truly disappointed, then nothing she says will make a difference. The previous issues haven't been resolved, and now she's only adding to his disappointment. That would be a terrible experience for him, wouldn't it? Does that mean she lost the bet? Thinking of this, Chu Ling Shuang immediately tensed up. Even with a feast laid out before her, she had no appetite whatsoever. She stared at Lin Feng with a nervous expression. Why didn't you mock me? Lin Feng, who was diligently eating, looked up abruptly, completely bewildered. Huh? Chu Ling Shuang grew anxious. You should be mocking me. I apologized. Shouldn't you be ridiculing me? Why aren't you saying anything? Lin Feng almost choked on his rice. He swallowed some water and quickly said, Why would I mock you? Do you have nothing better to do? Even if you have nothing better to do, you should at least argue with me. Chu Ling Shuang quickly stepped forward and sat down in the chair next to Lin Feng, her face full of worry. I'm really scared that you've been so silent. No. How did it become that he has a problem with both speaking and not speaking? Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and he hit the nail on the head. Miss, are you lacking a sense of security? Chu Ling Shuang was taken aback. Without a doubt, he was right. Seeing this, Lin Feng sighed helplessly and said earnestly, I said we're dating now, so I won't do anything outside of that. What I just said was just to get you to consider things from my perspective. If I were in your shoes, what would you do if I didn't let you go out to meet clients? Chu Ling Shuang answered without hesitation. You Swan. Lin Feng was momentarily speechless, then quickly changed the subject, saying, What if I don't let you attend those messy banquets? It's fine if you don't go. There's no need for the Chu family to attend those banquets. Fine, then you can never leave the house again. You'll stay home and not go anywhere else. I won't allow it. Sure, I can work from home. If that doesn't work, I'll have my dad step in. After several rounds, Chu Ling Shuang answered the questions very frankly, while Lin Feng was almost on the verge of breaking down. The atmosphere froze instantly, and amidst the tense standoff, Lin Feng suddenly added a sentence. Then you shouldn't talk to your dad either. I'm jealous. Are you crazy? Chu Ling Shuang almost instinctively retorted, but as soon as the words left her mouth, she suddenly realized what Lin Feng meant when he gave her a "see for yourself" look. This does seem a bit outrageous. Chu Ling Shuang frowned slightly. So, you're saying your reactions just now were indeed fine? Lin Feng scoffed. Otherwise what? Chu Ling Shuang pouted in dissatisfaction, saying with a touch of arrogance, but even hearing you say those things makes me feel uncomfortable. I feel unwell. Then I promise you, I'll try to say those things less often. Lin Feng didn't force her anymore, but only discussed with her. But you also need to adjust your mindset appropriately. Good. Chu Ling Shuang nodded without hesitation. Seeing this, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The bet had only just begun, and Chu Ling Shuang was already getting jealous everywhere. However, unlike before, her patience with him seemed to be increasing. In the past, she would never have argued with him about these things, but now, because she likes him, she tries her best to please him, and even now she can sit down and have a fair chat with him calmly. Lin Feng noticed all the changes in her. In conclusion, all he could say was that this young lady didn't understand emotions and needed to be guided step by step. But this step was incredibly difficult for him. All the previous events haunted him like a nightmare, and he could never truly forgive her because he was a living, breathing human being. How could a normal person possibly like the abuser who uses violence against them? Even though she had 1,000 reasons, even though he no longer disliked her, even though she had changed, he still couldn't get over it in his heart. Feelings are just so irrational. After you finish eating, tidy up and we'll go downstairs together later. He shoveled the last bit of rice from his bowl and muttered something under his breath. Okay. Chu Ling Shuang nodded and didn't say anything more. She didn't mention her request for him to feed her anymore. She just lowered her head and ate her food in small bites. Her mind was also very confused. How can she adjust her mindset? Isn't liking something about possession? Is she going to go against her nature and compromise step by step? But as the saying goes, love is never about compromise. Lin Feng had finished eating and was playing on his phone on the sofa, but Chu Ling Shuang sat at the dining table without moving. She stared at Lin Feng's figure, step by step, little by little. She always felt that she had never touched his heart, or even gotten close to him. This feeling made her lose control. She ate only a little before leaving the table, not saying another word to Lin Feng. She went into her room and irritably fiddled with her phone. The moment she tapped her phone screen, she saw a message from Chu Yunren. Sis, how are you two doing? Dad's been complaining in his study every day. It's hilarious. Overwhelmed by an unprecedented urge to confide, Chu Ling Shuang's eyes flickered, and she replied briefly, We talked. You two are already talking? Wow, sis, you got her so quickly. Success? What kind of success is this? Chu Ling Shuang laughed self-deprecatingly, not knowing what to reply, so she replied with a string of ellipses in a somewhat irritated manner. The ellipsis made Chu Yunren instantly feel uneasy. Sister, you two aren't just having casual conversation, are you? Unexpectedly, Chu Yunren, who is usually carefree, can be quite insightful at crucial moments. Faced with Lin Feng, whom she couldn't reach, Chu Ling Shuang helplessly turned to her sister for help. I feel like he likes me, but it seems like he doesn't like me either. That's easy, Chu Yunren quickly replied. Sis, why don't you try it, and you'll see. How do we test it? Don't worry, do as I say. Just ignore him on purpose. Then have someone else tell him that mom has arranged another blind date for you. See if he gets anxious then. Chapter 210, Was he jealous? After receiving a long message, Chu Ling Shuang frowned. Are you sure this will work? That's right. Chu Yunren replied without hesitation. Sis, you just want to know if Brother Lin likes you, right? If he gets nervous when he hears this, it proves that he likes you. He's just being stubborn. Without a doubt, this is the simplest way Chu Yunren understands to detect whether someone likes something or not. Chu Ling Shuang hesitated. She didn't want to exchange such a lie for anything. She liked Lin Feng, but didn't want to use lies. However, considering the jealousy she had been experiencing recently, Lin Feng acted as if nothing had happened, showing no emotional reaction whatsoever, which made her even angrier. Why is she always the one who's jealous? Frustrated, she turned off her phone and stared at the bedroom door for a long time. Lin Feng's voice rang out from outside the door. Miss Chu, are you ready? The performance is about to begin. Chu Ling Shuang shuddered, her eyes darting around, and replied, Okay. She quickly changed into casual clothes, opened the bedroom door, and went downstairs with Lin Feng. She didn't speak again along the way, just kept her head down, lost in thought. Seeing that Chu Ling Shuang remained silent, Lin Feng felt somewhat puzzled. As the elevator descended, he glanced at Chu Ling Shuang out of the corner of his eye, and the atmosphere in the elevator became somewhat tense. As the elevator doors opened, a uniformed male waiter respectfully said, Mr. Lin, Mr. Luo has arranged a seat for you. Please follow me. Lin Feng responded and followed the waiter into the performance venue. Chu Ling Shuang followed behind him, glancing at Lin Feng, who had a straight back, from time to time. Luo, you arranged for them to sit in a corner booth. Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel at how complete the underground structure of AO Island was. An underground entertainment venue was built just like the one above ground, with the main stage right in front of them. The surrounding seats were separated by screens, giving it a somewhat ancient feel. After they were seated, the waiter quickly brought tea and poured it for them. During this time, Chu Ling Shuang remained silent, and her eyes no longer lingered on Lin Feng. Instead, she stared at her surroundings, lost in thought. Seeing this, Lin Feng didn't say anything more. He raised his eyes, glanced at Chu Ling Shuang, and subconsciously pursed his lips. While the surrounding tables were filled with occasional chatter as the performance began, their place was eerily quiet. The show officially began as the magician took the stage. Lin Feng glanced at the performance out of the corner of his eye and saw that it was mostly classic magic tricks from the past. If you were looking for something new, you would be disappointed. However, watching a live performance and enjoying the atmosphere was still quite nice. As the magic show reached its climax, Chu Ling Shuang's voice suddenly rang out. Lin Feng, I have something to say to you. She seemed to have hesitated for a long time before saying those words. Her attention was not on the stage. Her starry eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, unfathomable. It's not good to interrupt the most exciting part of a performance, but she is Chu Ling Shuang, and Lin Feng wasn't focused on watching. He turned around and looked at her. Chu Ling Shuang unconsciously picked up her cup, took a sip of tea, and said in a softer voice, My mother just called me. That's normal, isn't it? Lin Feng responded and nodded slightly. She said. Chu Ling Shuang swallowed awkwardly, her eyes fixed on Lin Feng. She said she'd arranged a marriage for me, and I should take a flight tonight and go home first thing tomorrow morning. Her voice was broken and her tone was tense, but her eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, anticipating and anxiously watching his next move. Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and he asked softly, A marriage alliance? Yes, Chu Ling Shuang nodded. They're a rising family in the industry, just returned from studying abroad. Her words sounded somewhat unnatural, but as soon as she finished speaking, Lin Feng suddenly laughed. Studying abroad again? Do all big families like to study abroad? Is that all he's focused on? Why is he still laughing? Seeing Lin Feng's slightly upturned lips, Chu Ling Shuang felt a surge of anger rising in her heart. What are you laughing at? Studying abroad is a perfectly normal thing, and for family heirs, it's the best way to broaden their horizons. I see. Lin Feng nodded, showing a slightly enlightened expression. He didn't say anything more, but quietly put down his teacup and turned his head to watch the performance. His reaction was so calm that it surprised Chu Ling Shuang. She couldn't even see a hint of nervousness in him. Could it be that all this time, her belief that he liked her was just another act, a pretense of compromise? She had already abandoned her own personality for Lin Feng, frequently bowing her head to him, apologizing, and deliberately trying to please him. But what did she get in return? Was this yet another deception on his part? Chu Ling Shuang never expected him to be so indifferent, without even the slightest emotional fluctuation. What exactly was she in his eyes? Is it a toy he uses to tease others when he's happy or sad? She was really disappointed. This disappointment was mixed with anger. She felt like a clown being played with at his will. What do you mean? She couldn't hold back any longer, and her voice, barely suppressing her anger, rang out coldly. Lin Feng blinked, turned his head, and said in a very calm tone, "What do you mean? I'm watching a performance." He still has the mind to watch a performance at a time like this? Chu Ling Shuang was so angry that her vision blurred. What kind of performance are you watching? If you want to watch, I'll hire them to let you watch every day. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng shamelessly grinned and said, "Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Aren't you going on a blind date tomorrow? You're going to chat with your date and then pay for me to see a show?" The boomerang struck Chu Ling Shuang with pinpoint accuracy. She was instantly speechless with anger. Bang! During the show on stage, the sound of gongs suddenly rang out, and the magician calmly took out a handkerchief from his black top hat. Then, a pigeon flapped its wings and flew into the air. A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience, and Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! Watching it live is so exciting." Chu Ling Shuang subconsciously turned her head, her gaze falling on the pigeon that had flown out. The snow-white pigeon circled in the air for a few seconds before turning around and landing on the magician's shoulder once more. At that moment, she suddenly realized. His words just now sounded a bit sarcastic. Is he jealous? She snapped back to reality, her eyes fixed on Lin Feng. He didn't meet her gaze. His eyes remained fixed on the stage. Yet, his relaxed demeanor and loud shouts revealed not a trace of jealousy. Chapter 211, He is my fiancé. The less you have, the more you need to deliberately make a show of it. That's just how human psychology is. His complete indifference precisely revealed his unease. Chu Ling Shuang seemed to understand something. Once he put that sentence into perspective, all his reactions were expressions of jealousy. She slightly curved her lips into a smile, raised her eyebrows slightly, and stared directly at him. During the audience interaction segment, she spoke again. "I've already had Yu Suan arrange my flight tonight. I'll be leaving after this performance. You think you can keep up this act? I'll see how long you can keep it up." Lin Feng's attention was interrupted. His eyes darkened, and he turned his gaze over. After a moment of contemplation, he only said 4 words. It was quite rushed. Chu Ling Shuang appeared expressionless on the surface, but inside she was overjoyed. She remained cold and stern, but feigned regret, saying, "Yes, I thought it would last a long time, but I didn't expect it to end so soon." Her words did not clearly indicate the subject and object, but actually conveyed 2 layers of meaning. "I thought I could pursue you for a long time. You thought I could pursue you for a long time." But the 2 meanings are essentially the same. What she wanted to see was Lin Feng's reaction. She wanted to see him sad for her and jealous of her. However, Lin Feng laughed. "It hasn't been that long, has it? Every performance eventually comes to an end, doesn't it?" His reaction was calm, but Chu Ling Shuang became anxious. "So you never thought we'd last?" This is a question. From wanting to see his reaction to wanting to know his thoughts, step by step, little by little, she has already fallen headlong into it. "You could say that." Lin Feng responded casually, then picked up the teapot, poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and said lightly, "I didn't expect it to last long anyway." Chu Ling Shuang never expected that what started as a test to see if he would get jealous would become the weak point in their relationship. Did Lin Feng really think their relationship was so fragile? His nonchalant attitude and indifference were like a bombshell in Chu Ling Shuang's heart. "Okay, you're amazing." Chu Ling Shuang was so angry that her chest felt like it was knotted. She stood up abruptly and said angrily, "Since you think it won't be long, then so be it. As you wish, everything is as you wish. Go ahead and be happy." She turned and left without hesitation. Staring at her retreating figure, Lin Feng blurted out instinctively, "Then our bet." His voice disappeared into the wave of heated discussion among the audience. Chu Ling Shuang didn't turn back. This time, she left directly, without any hesitation. Staring at her retreating figure until she disappeared around the corner of the stairs, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly darkened. He subconsciously touched his chest and murmured self-deprecatingly, "So, it turns out I can still feel heartache." As she descended the stairs, the bustling crowd and the lively discussions following the spectacular performance drew her in. Countless voices reached her, but upon reaching the door, Chu Ling Shuang abruptly stopped. Her deep eyes fell on the smiling faces around her, and she suddenly felt a little dizzy. It was just a small test. She just wanted to see his attitude. But why did it turn into her running downstairs alone? And why did she just say those things? Ling Shuang, why did you come down alone? Where's Xiaofeng? Luo Yu, who was chatting with guests at the entrance, noticed Chu Ling Shuang standing there in a daze. She smiled apologetically at the guests and walked towards Chu Ling Shuang. Chu Ling Shuang was taken aback and in a bad mood. She blurted out, "The toilet." "Oh." Luo Yu nodded and subconsciously said, "The restroom is over there. This is the exit. You've gone the wrong way." Chu Ling Shuang did not respond again, but stood still without moving. Seeing this, Luo Yu's eyes flashed, and she leaned closer and asked, "Did you have a fight with Xiaofeng?" "Nonsense. How could I possibly argue with him?" Chu Ling Shuang's face flushed instantly, and she blurted out some awkward words. Luo Yu looked at Chu Ling Shuang with an air of experience, then instructed the people around her. "You guys are in charge of on-site security. If anyone looks for me, just say I'm not here." After giving her explanation, she smiled and tried to take Chu Ling Shuang's hand, but Chu Ling Shuang dodged her by turning to the side. She wasn't embarrassed at all, and just smiled and said, "Don't misunderstand, I didn't mean anything by it. Let's go to a quiet place to talk for a while. It's too noisy here." Chu Ling Shuang instinctively wanted to refuse. Luo Yu didn't give her a chance to refuse at all. He pushed her shoulder and walked towards the restroom, saying with a smile, "Oh, what's there to be shy about? I'm not going to eat you. I like Xiaofeng very much too. If I were a few years younger, I would have been planning to pursue him." As soon as she stepped into the break room, Chu Ling Shuang turned around unhappily, staring at Luo Yu who was closing the door, her voice cold and sharp. "What did you say?" As Luo Yu locked the door, she heard a sound behind her that sounded like falling into an ice cellar, and she trembled all over. She realized what was happening and proactively took out 2 bottles of red wine from the cabinet, laughing. "Look at you. What's the rush? I was just saying it casually. Besides, I'm 40 years old this year. Do you think I'm going to date a younger woman?" Hearing this, Chu Ling Shuang's coldness subsided somewhat, but the hostility in her eyes remained. Luo Yu took out 2 wine glasses, poured red wine into them, and pushed them in front of Chu Ling Shuang. "Don't be so nervous. Actually, Xiaofeng and I hit it off immediately. He came here on business and stayed at my place. I was short of a designer at the time, and he helped me with a bedroom design plan. That's how we met." As she spoke, she took a sip of red wine from her glass and continued, "Actually, that child seems outgoing, but he's actually quite withdrawn. Yesterday, he told me about his family situation, and I saw the news last night being abandoned by people he considered family. I'm afraid his heart is even more cold." Putting aside her acquaintance with Lin Feng, Chu Ling Shuang knew about these things even if she didn't say it. She had already investigated Lin Feng on the very first night she met him. "Only, what do you mean by all this?" Chu Ling Shuang's voice was cold and arrogant. She didn't touch the wine glass in front of her, her eyes fixed on Luo Yu. As the owner of a bar, Luo Yu had seen a lot in human relationships, and she guessed from just a few words that they had quarreled. Nothing else. Luo Yu's eyes flickered as she stared at Chu Ling Shuang. "Ling Shuang, are you and Xiaofeng currently dating?" Dating period. This term is a bit complicated, and Chu Ling Shuang didn't know how to respond, but she felt that the woman in front of her was not innocent, especially after the phrase, "an old cow eating young grass." Therefore, she declared in a domineering and possessive manner, "He is my fiancé." Chapter 2:12 Men are easy to pursue. "I see." As if hearing a word she hadn't heard in a long time, Luo Yu covered her lips, her eyebrows curving into a smile. Chu Ling Shuang still looked at Luo Yu with hostility, her possessiveness almost overflowing from her face. Luo Yu took a sip of red wine and smiled. "You two are already in this kind of relationship, it's just a small quarrel. Just apologize to each other and it'll be over. Why get so worked up? Will this matter be resolved simply by her bowing her head and apologizing?" But what she just said to Lin Feng already severed all ties. If she went back now, where would she put her pride? Besides, Lin Feng would definitely laugh at her again. Noticing the hesitation in Chu Ling Shuang's eyes, Luo Yu's eyes flickered. Ling Shuang, can you tell me what you two argued about? Chu Ling Shuang frowned and bit her lip lightly. She lacks friends, or rather, friends who dare to talk to her. Although Chu Yunren could say a few words, she often came up with bad ideas, including this test, which was initiated by her. Apart from her, there were only Yu Suan and Lu Tianhan. Lu Tianhan is currently at the company and is extremely busy every day. Unless it's work-related, neither she nor Yu Suan will bother her. Yu Suan, though intelligent, was always filled with awe towards her, and she would never put herself in her shoes to talk about it from the perspective of an outsider. Luo Yu, who was standing in front of him, was just right. More importantly, if he could use Luo Yu to tell Lin Feng what was going on, it would save her from losing face. After a long silence, Chu Ling Shuang slowly spoke. I want to see him jealous. Haha, you two are arguing so fiercely just like that. Luo Yu laughed, looking like she was having a good time. Chu Ling Shuang was clearly losing face, and a few cracks appeared on her usually icy face. Seeing this, Luo Yu instantly understood. With a touch of emotion, she took out her cigarette case and lit a slender woman's cigarette, pushing the cigarette case towards Chu Ling Shuang before lighting it. Chu Ling Shuang shook her head slightly, her voice cold and clear. I don't smoke. Luo Yu raised her head, put away the cigarette pack, and as the smoke rose and swirled, she slowly said, It's not your fault. Xiao Feng is inherently insecure. Someone with such a withdrawn personality won't give you enough security. It's normal for you to test him. These words hit the nail on the head, instantly dispelling Chu Ling Shuang's doubts. She bit her lip, sitting up straight. Then what should I do to make him feel safe enough? No. Luo Yu raised her hand and tapped the table a few times with the tip of her manicured nail, saying solemnly, Ling Shuang, you've got the order wrong. It's not that he gives you a sense of security. Before that, you need to make him feel secure enough. Chu Ling Shuang was taken aback. Had she not given enough? She had said long ago that if Lin Feng wanted anything, he only needed to ask, even if it was the stars in the sky. She wouldn't hesitate to bid for them and give them to him immediately. Isn't this sense of security enough? Seeing Chu Ling Shuang's confused expression, Luo Yu took a puff of her cigarette and gently exhaled a puff of smoke. She said with some emotion, Let me give you an example. Take me for instance. I don't lack material things anymore. At my age, all I want is emotional belonging. I want a feeling of unwavering devotion. Her gaze met Chu Ling Shuang's. Chu Ling Shuang did not look away. Lin Feng's image appeared before her eyes, along with all the little moments they had shared. She said firmly and resolutely, No one but him will ever be my husband. Chu Ling Shuang. Even though her expression was extremely serious and her tone was so assertive that it brooked no argument, Luo Yu still showed a look of surprise the moment she finished speaking. Are you sure? Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Ling Shuang nodded. I'm absolutely certain. I don't care whether he loves me or not. I've already fallen in love with him. I only want Lin Feng. Luo Yu's eyes lit up, revealing an unspoken envy. However, such words could not withstand scrutiny. Once carefully considered, the problem could be easily identified. You heard him. It was no longer a question. Luo Yu's tone was quite certain. Chu Ling Shuang's expression froze for a moment. Then she nodded subconsciously, a hint of melancholy creeping into her eyes. Yes, when we first met, I did do many things that hurt him. Luo Yu laughed and said, And now you realize you've fallen for him. Sigh. Luo Yu sighed, then smiled and said, You two really are a cursed couple. Chu Ling Shuang did not deny it. She fell silent, her mood gradually becoming irritable. For Lin Feng, she had become someone she no longer recognized. She didn't know if what she was doing was right or wrong, but she knew one thing. If she didn't do it now, she would definitely regret it later. Before she knew it, Luo Yu had already downed a bottle of red wine. She looked at Chu Ling Shuang and said earnestly, Actually, this matter is easy to resolve. Since you like him, since you've already established a relationship, and since he's your fiancé, it means there's still room for maneuver. What should I do? As if the handle of an umbrella had been pulled off, Chu Ling Shuang asked anxiously. Luo Yu declared, Let him feel your love. Chu Ling Shuang pressed on. Could you be more specific? Luo Yu sighed. For example, cooking him a meal, accompanying him to do what he wants to do, and things like that. That's simple. Haha, little sister. It's said that it's easy for a woman to pursue a man, but difficult for a man to pursue a woman. You two are already engaged, so just go along with him. If you quarrel, just act cute towards him. Men are like lions. If you stroke their fur, they'll smile at you, but if you stroke their fur against them, they'll roar at you. Just find the right balance, and they'll be easy to win over. But isn't she compromising enough? Lately, hasn't it always been her who apologized first? Seeing Chu Ling Shuang's hesitation, Luo Yu smiled and said, "What? Are you too embarrassed to admit it?" Undeniably, Luo Yu had a sharp eye. Every word she spoke hit the nail on the head. Chu Ling Shuang nodded silently. Where did that impulsiveness go? Since you like him, don't think about the consequences, just go for it. How can life be complete without a passionate relationship? Besides, he's already engaged to you. Doesn't that mean he's already forgiven you? Luo Yu's words were like a wake-up call, instantly resolving Chu Ling Shuang's inner turmoil. Indeed, she's already decided to go for it. So why would she care about saving face? She admits her mistake, apologizes, makes amends, and tries to win back her. That's just her personality. Seeing Chu Ling Shuang's brows relax, Luo Yu added, "If all else fails, we still have a trump card." Chu Ling Shuang was taken aback. What? Luo Yu gestured for her to come closer. Chu Ling Shuang leaned forward in a daze, and then heard Luo Yu's light voice. Have a child. Chapter 213, is all you can do just apologize? Brother, why did you order so much alcohol? Xia Qingqing, who was planning to go out for a walk with Li Hao, saw Lin Feng behind her as soon as she entered the corridor. A waiter was pushing a small cart filled with all kinds of wine bottles. Lin Feng's answer was very casual. Just bored, so I had a couple of drinks. Xia Qingqing and Li Hao exchanged a glance, clearly sensing that something was amiss. Chu Ling Shuang didn't follow behind. It seemed they had a conflict. Although Xia Qingqing noticed, she didn't point it out. Instead, she asked with some concern, Brother, are you in a bad mood? Who says you can only drink when you're in a bad mood? You can drink when you're bored too. Lin Feng smiled and responded, then looked at the two of them and naturally changed the subject. Are you two planning to go out and have some fun? Yes, it's our first time here, and we wanted to go downstairs for a look around. Li Hao scratched his head and glanced at Xia Qingqing subconsciously. It was obvious that the relationship between the two was warming up. Lin Feng didn't say much, only instructing, go have fun, but don't go to the gambling tables. Li Hao chuckled and replied, don't worry, Brother Feng. Although I want to go, I'm not stupid. What's so fun about the gambling table? I want to go to the food street. Xia Qingqing replied. Lin Feng nodded, smiled, and walked forward, not forgetting to pat Li Hao on the shoulder. Go on, have fun. After saying that, he went inside, and the waiter pushed the cart into the room as well. Brother Feng, did he have a fight with Miss Chu? Li Hao asked subconsciously. Sigh, there's nothing we can do about it. Their relationship is too complicated. Xia Qingqing sighed, and turned her gaze back to Li Hao. Brother Hao, let's go out first. We can go and persuade him after he's vented his anger tomorrow. It's not the right time to go now. Okay. The two chatted as they entered the elevator. Inside the room, Chu Ling Shuang didn't follow. Bored, Lin Feng opened his phone, downloaded a random game, and started drinking while playing. Before he knew it, he had downed a cartload of alcohol. His brain was overwhelmed by the alcohol, his actions became increasingly sluggish, and he played the game worse and worse. Frustrated by his repeated failures, he stopped playing games and instead started watching funny videos on a short video app. It was late at night, and he lay drunk on the sofa, his phone lying on the carpet, his consciousness fading. When she reached the end of the corridor, Chu Ling Shuang suddenly realized something. She looked up at the door in front of her, wanting to swipe her card, but her hand froze in midair. She thought for a moment and then called Yu Xuan. Go prepare some barbecue. Buy more oysters. After hanging up the phone, she took a deep breath, raised her hand, and swiped the room key on the room lock. With a click, the door opened, and a strong smell of alcohol filled the air as you entered. Chu Ling Shuang frowned. She quickly entered the house and saw Lin Feng lying drunk on the sofa. His tall figure was curled up on the sofa, and there were two striking red patches on his cheeks. His breathing was so heavy that she could hear it clearly even if he was just standing in the room, like pebbles hitting Chu Ling Shuang's heart one after another. On the coffee table in front of him, empty wine bottles were scattered everywhere, and the scene was filled with the absurdity of people getting drunk. It's almost certain that he's in a bad mood. Chu Ling Shuang already knew why he was in a bad mood. She had said things that upset him. She should have made him happy this time, but instead she did something absurd. Chu Ling Shuang's heart clenched suddenly. Her heart throbbed with pain, and she couldn't breathe. She was incredibly stupid. How could she think of testing him with a lie? She moved forward slowly, squatted down in front of the sofa, glanced at his delicate eyebrows and eyes, and couldn't help but raise her hand to touch them. "Sorry," she murmured, her slender fingers sliding down the bridge of his nose to his cheek. "I'll never do that again. I promise. I love you, Lin Feng," she murmured softly. Lin Feng's eyelashes trembled slightly, and as he narrowed his eyes into slits, he suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the restless wrist. Chu Ling Shuang's heart skipped a beat, and she exclaimed in surprise, You're not asleep? My face is very itchy." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, and his voice was filled with cold indifference. "I'm sorry." She lowered her eyes slightly. Lin Feng glanced at her coldly, shook off her wrist, picked up his phone from the ground, glanced at the time, then sat up straight and teased. "If I remember correctly, Miss Chu should be on a plane right now, right? What's wrong? Can't fly because of bad weather." As always, upon hearing such sarcastic remarks, Chu Ling Shuang instinctively wanted to retort, but this time, she held back. She glanced at her wrist, which had been flung away, then stood up and sat down beside Lin Feng, saying in a low voice, "I lied to you about those things." "Oh ho," Lin Feng laughed, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. He just looked at her with a very distant expression. "How interesting. Miss Chu, you've really gone to a lot of trouble to make up this whole lie to amuse me." Faced with his sarcasm, Chu Ling Shuang remained silent. She simply lowered her head, her posture already at its lowest, and said, "I'm sorry." Having already been drinking, his mind was clouded, and his usual sobriety had long since vanished under the influence of alcohol. Especially when faced with Chu Ling Shuang's repeated apologies, Lin Feng was furious. "Sorry again? Is apologizing all you can do?" he yelled, but then instantly realized what he'd said and calmly said, "You have nothing to apologize for, Miss Chu. We're over. You said it yourself." That was just said in anger. Hearing this, Chu Ling Shuang also became anxious. She leaned forward hastily, her face full of anxiety. "I was just angry for a moment. I like you. I don't know if you like me or not. I want to see you jealous. I just want to see you possess me." "Are you kidding me? You still like me?" Lin Feng scoffed, his cold gaze falling on Chu Ling Shuang, his eyes filled with disdain. "How despicable do you think I am to still like you after all that torment?" Chu Ling Shuang was speechless for a moment. She had never heard Lin Feng say such heartless words. His eyes were as cold as an ice cellar, and she could not see a trace of emotion on his face. In an instant, a flood of grievances and regrets rushed to her heart. She felt a lump in her throat, and tears welled up uncontrollably in her eyes. Chapter 214. I'm awake now. Everything will be all right. But you said you would never leave me." She grabbed Lin Feng's arm with all her might, as if she had gone mad. "Have you forgotten? On Tianya Island, after our horse race, you said it yourself. You said you would stay by my side for the rest of your life." Her tears streamed down her cheeks. She had completely lost control. You're really stupid." Lin Feng suddenly sneered, his face expressionless, and said, "Those words were just for the occasion. You actually took them seriously. That's the biggest joke I've ever heard." "No, I don't believe it." Chu Ling Shuang roared, nearly frantically grabbing at her temple hair. "I don't believe it. I don't believe you're lying to me." She murmured to herself, staring at Lin Feng like a madwoman, then suddenly laughed. "So what if you're lying to me? I've already fallen for you. What can I do? I can't control myself anymore." As she spoke, she suddenly stood up right in front of Lin Feng. "Do you think I wanted to like you? I don't understand. I don't even understand myself why I fell for you." Pointing her fingertip to her chest, she was completely distraught. "You know, whenever you're not by my side, this hurts. I can't control it. It keeps me up all night. Sometimes I really think I'm going crazy. I can't believe I'm experiencing this kind of heartache. But what can I do? You don't accept me. You've always resisted me. All I can do is force you to stay by my side, even if it goes against your wishes. I only know that as long as you're here, I'm happy. I'm happy. Her eyes were filled with tears. No matter how privileged or from a prestigious family, in a love that cannot be obtained, everyone is equal, without exception. Lin Feng stared at her in shock. This was the first time Chu Ling Shuang had confided these innermost thoughts to him. She needs him. She had told him everything without reservation, even recounting it in its entirety. She used to be such a proud person. Lin Feng remembered the first time he met her. She had forcefully held a gun to him and forced him to save her. After that, she was even more domineering and took control of his life without any explanation. After leaving the Su family, being betrayed by his ex-girlfriend, and meeting Chu Ling Shuang, his only wish in this world was to escape. He longed for freedom. But what exactly is the freedom he has been so loyal to for so long? Even he himself doesn't know. Perhaps it's just that I don't want anyone to think about me, or perhaps it's simply a desire to enjoy my freedom. He has now been forced to leave the Lin family's sight and the noise behind. He has always lived like a rat, whether passively or actively. In this world, he will forever eke out a living. And now, one of the culprits is standing in front of him, pointing to her own heart, professing her love for him, and even shedding tears. How ironic all of this is. You like me, are you kidding me? His eyes darkened, and fueled by alcohol, he spoke recklessly. What makes you think you like me? Are you addicted to tormenting me? Has Miss Chu forgotten that I almost lost my life because of your torment? Now you tell me you like me? What makes you worthy of my affection? His voice was deafening, every word filling Chu Ling Shuang's heart. That was an accident. Her face was deathly pale as she pleaded, looking helplessly at Lin Feng. I'm sorry, I apologize. I didn't know. I didn't want you to die. Please believe me. I just wanted you by my side, to obey me. I truly never intended for you to die. If Lin Feng hadn't been saved back then, she doesn't know what terrible things she might have done. But now, she can give a clear answer. She cannot live without Lin Feng. Without Lin Feng, she will go crazy. If Lin Feng dies then, she will regret it for the rest of her life. Just like now, if she hadn't swallowed her pride and begged, and if Lin Feng had really left, she would have gone crazy. Hearing her pleading words, Lin Feng's eyes darkened. The mixed drinks were indeed very strong. He was already feeling dizzy in the latter half of the night. His head felt like it wasn't his own anymore, and his brain was shaking. Right now, he could say anything except what he was deliberately trying to control. He didn't want to argue anymore. Looking at that beautiful face, with tears streaming down her face like pear blossoms in the rain, he really couldn't bear it. It was as if the world was darkening. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, yet he couldn't speak. He looked at Chu Ling Shuang, his head spinning. He turned his head away and said indifferently, All right, have you finished saying what you wanted to say? I need to rest. He gave Chu Ling Shuang's words in a very official manner, but in a moment of thought, he didn't want to talk about the matter anymore. Because the question was too profound, he had no other thoughts to discuss besides his own future. He wanted to rest. I want to sleep. Everything will be all right once I wake up, right? Drinking alcohol can cause dizziness and incoherent speech. Isn't that just a fact? Lin Feng's eyes darkened as he looked at Chu Ling Shuang, whose eyes were brimming with tears. Go to sleep early, Miss Chu. It's getting late. I don't. For some reason, Chu Ling Shuang couldn't get over it, and resolutely said to him, You're not going to sleep until you explain yourself clearly today. Lin Feng, having a girlfriend like this is truly a blessing from heaven. Oh no, they were just the parties involved in the bet. Lin Feng sighed, not wanting to say anything more. He wrapped himself in the blanket on the sofa and covered himself with it, glancing listlessly at Chu Ling Shuang. To make matters worse, he closed his eyes right in front of her. Witnessing this scene firsthand, Chu Ling Shuang was furious. She instinctively wanted to go forward and shake Lin Feng awake so he wouldn't fall asleep, but after a moment of hesitation, she froze. Staring at Lin Feng's sleeping face, Chu Ling Shuang felt a heartache so intense she could hardly breathe. But at least he didn't kick her out, did he? So, she still has a chance, at least in terms of getting his forgiveness. She thought for a moment. then stepped forward and took the initiative to cover Lin Feng with the blanket. Just as she was about to force herself on him, the doorbell rang suddenly. Bite! A loud bang, like a thunderbolt, struck. Chu Ling Shuang was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously got up and went to open the door. Lin Feng, who was sitting on the sofa, slightly opened his eyes after Chu Ling Shuang covered him with a blanket and then left. Miss, your barbecue is ready. Chapter 215, They were all anxious. Chu Ling Shuang glanced at Lin Feng, who was sound asleep, and said, Go and set things up. Yes. Yu Suan accepted the order, not knowing what her mistress was going to do, but the strong smell of alcohol in the room made it clear to her. She led her people forward and gestured for everyone to set the table. Still no news from Lin Feng? Su Zian, who was in the United Kingdom, was clearly anxious. She had already spent the night in the hotel, a night she had not slept at all. She didn't know what Chu Ling Shuang would do to Lin Feng on a night like this. No, the Lin family patriarch has not been able to find any trace of Lin Feng. The servant's immediate report from beside her made Su Zian extremely anxious. There's been no news of him for so long. Could it be that something happened to him? There has never been anything that the three major families couldn't find out. If there is, it's because that person is already dead. She couldn't accept Lin Feng's death. Even if he was dead, at least let her know his remains. However, there was still no news from the Lin family. We can't wait any longer. What did the first mate on that ship say? Su Zian frowned, her former gentleness completely gone. They said young Master Lin disembarked in Theo, but the weather there was bad, so he disembarked in Zinni. Didn't you find anyone in Zinni? Su Zian asked. No, the people from Zinni only said he bought a ticket to Ao Island, but he didn't actually take that plane. I can't confirm whether he's still in Zinni. The subordinate responded honestly. Su Zian frowned, then suddenly a thought struck her. Could he have already arrived at Ao Island? That's unlikely, isn't it? The subordinate replied. Miss, since Ao Island was taken over by the mainland, its main economic development has been casinos. Young Master Lin has always been frugal. Why would he go to a place like that? The more impossible something seems, the more likely it is to be. Su Zian instantly made up her mind. But what is he going there for? Isn't the economy there under the control of the mainland? The subordinate didn't understand. Upon hearing this, Su Zian suddenly laughed. No, you don't understand. A Feng never plays by the rules. The subordinate was taken aback and looked at Su Zian in surprise. Su Zian suddenly sneered. She turned to her bodyguard and coldly ordered, Go, arrange a plane immediately to Ao Island. As she spoke, her expression shifted, and after a moment of contemplation, she said, quietly, Don't let outsiders know. Yes. The subordinate accepted the order and immediately went to make the arrangements. Su Zian's eyes instantly darkened. Whether it's Ao Island or not, she'll find out once she goes to investigate. In any case, she can't let Chu Ling Shuang get there first. Especially now, Chu Ling Shuang hasn't posted anything online for 2 days. The fact that she didn't make a sound meant that she had already arrived at Lin Feng's side. She cannot allow someone else to surpass her. Even though she was the first one to arrive, she was determined to win no matter what. All she wanted was Lin Feng. The room has been arranged. Inside the room, all the lights were off, leaving only a single candle burning itself. Chu Ling Shuang raised her hand, ordering everyone to leave. She quietly squatted in front of the sofa, staring intently at Lin Feng's sleeping face. Even just watching him quietly made her feel that this moment was beautiful. She suddenly didn't understand why she had thought of testing him. Even though their relationship wasn't that strong yet, she still thought of using lies. What you get from lies is ultimately just more lies. Staring at Lin Feng's sleeping face, a sudden sense of peace washed over her. At this moment, Chu Ling Shuang only wanted to stay with him forever. She wanted to be with him for as long as possible, even at the cost of her life. She didn't know why she had such thoughts. Her only thought was that she didn't want him to suffer anymore. It seems that through loving and being loved, she learned respect. If you don't reject me, I might still go my own way. She wore that expression, looking at Lin Feng with a resigned expression. In fact, Lin Feng was not asleep. All his drowsiness was just an act. He was just pretending to observe Chu Ling Shuang's next move. Now, He could hear every single word Chu Ling Shuang said clearly. She really liked him. She really fell in love with him. He didn't know where her affection came from, but what he saw before him was undeniable fact. Should we just accept it like this? Are you suggesting that all the grievances he suffered before should be interpreted as flirting between young lovers? No. She only saw him as a toy, didn't she? Now that we've already started, how can we prove it's not true? He twitched his eyelids, his long eyelashes fluttered, and his eyes narrowed slightly into slits. His voice was cold, even carrying a hint of harshness. Aren't you leaving? Why are you leaving? Chu Ling Shuang glanced around the dining table, a smile appearing on her tear-filled face. I'm waiting for you to wake up so we can have breakfast. This move took Lin Feng completely by surprise. No, he insulted her like that, and she still had so much patience. Are you dreaming? Even a dog wouldn't eat your breakfast. Without hesitation, Lin Feng uttered what he thought was a very heartless remark. However, Chu Ling Shuang was not angry. Instead, she smiled and looked at him with affection. It's okay. You go to sleep. I'll have them send over more when you wake up. Lin Feng, who was used to being roasted, was stunned. He didn't expect her to compromise like this. Weren't his words harsh enough? How could she be so humble and subservient? Send me something new? He scoffed. Even a dog wouldn't eat anything you send, let alone me. His sarcasm was written all over his face. However, Chu Ling Shuang lowered her stance even further. Aren't you going to eat what I brought? Then tell the waiter what you want to eat, and I'll pay the bill. She looked at Lin Feng without hesitation, even with a hint of compromise, displaying an entirely ingratiating attitude. If you ignore the possessive look in her eyes, Lin Feng would probably think without hesitation that she was just a simp like he used to be. But being the one being fawned over, Lin Feng couldn't bring himself to say anything more vicious. He glanced at the neatly set dining table, then raised his hand to his stomach. Never mind. He spoke softly, sitting up straight as he did so. I'm hungry. Let's just grab something to eat. He said that. Beside him, Chu Ling Shuang stepped forward and, setting aside her status as a young lady, helped him put on his slippers. Would you like something to eat? Lin Feng responded, feeling a little awkward as it was the first time he had been served by a young lady. However, Chu Ling Shuang suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. Then you should eat more. These barbecues are hard to find. Seeing so many comments, I'm starting to lose my temper. I mean, if you feel sorry for the female lead, maybe you should watch the beginning again. By the way, the female lead is a Scorpio, and the male lead is a Taurus. Thank you everyone for your support. And thank you to CCMCLL for the expert certification. Chapter 216, An Absurd Morning. Lin Feng's gaze fell on the dining table, which was covered with a large amount of oysters. With Chu Ling Shuang's expectant smile behind the table, Lin Feng vaguely understood what she wanted to do. Seeing that he didn't touch his chopsticks, Chu Ling Shuang took the initiative to pick up an oyster, pry out the oyster meat with her chopsticks, and smilingly offered it to Lin Feng's mouth. I'll feed you, open your mouth, ah. As if coaxing a child, her voice softened, her eyebrows curving into crescents as she looked at him expectantly. I want to refuse. But his body was out of control. As if under a spell, he instinctively opened his mouth. The moment you put the oyster meat in your mouth and chew, the garlic flavor explodes, mixed with the smooth meat juices, and slides down your throat. He didn't eat dinner yesterday. He drank a pot of tea while watching a show at the underground casino. Other than that, he didn't eat anything. In addition, he drank a lot of alcohol, and the more he drank, the hungrier he got. This is seafood porridge. It's a bit hot. Please eat slowly. Chu Ling Shuang became unusually gentle. She took a spoon, scooped up a spoonful of porridge, blew on it to her lips, and then carefully brought the spoon to Lin Feng's mouth with her other hand. Under the dim light, Lin Feng could clearly see several sea cucumbers lying in the porridge bowl, along with chives and shrimp. After such a lavish feast, it was already easy to predict what Chu Ling Shuang was planning to do. He didn't refuse, perhaps because of the alcohol, but in any case, he would definitely find a way to justify his absurdity. Is it tasty? Chu Ling Shuang's eyebrows curved into a smile as she watched Lin Feng chew with great anticipation. After a few mouthfuls of warm porridge, his stomach felt much better, but the after effects of the sake were still strong. and he was still a little dizzy and unable to control his behavior. He didn't respond and ate bite by bite. Chu Ling Shuang was very patient, feeding him as he ate. Outside the window, a few bird calls gently broke the darkness that had settled overnight, while the absurdity of the two people inside continued. Before long, the barbecue on the table was almost completely eaten up. Lin Feng picked up the plain water next to him and gulped down more than half of it, finally relieving the dryness in his mouth. Instead, there was a night of released fatigue. I need to sleep for a while. I'm tired. He got up abruptly, said something, and walked towards the bedroom. Putting down her spoon and staring intently at Lin Feng's back, Chu Ling Shuang hurriedly got up and followed him into the bedroom. After closing the door, she saw that Lin Feng was already lying on the bed. She licked her lips, tiptoed to the bedside, and sat down beside it. Are you going to sleep now? Staring at Lin Feng, who was half closing his eyes, her voice held a hidden urge to act. Lin Feng didn't respond. He simply raised his hand, wrapped himself in the blanket with his clothes, and pressed the back of his hand against his forehead, feeling utterly exhausted. Chu Ling Shuang's eyes flickered. She raised her hand to pull up the blanket and crawled straight in. Sensing the movement beside him, Lin Feng tensed up, and then he felt her increasingly restless movements. I'm sleepy. He resisted in a somewhat hoarse voice, but made no actual move. It's okay, I'll do it. This wasn't the first time. As the number of times increased, greed took over, and she became quite adept at it. Lin Feng couldn't quite describe how he felt. He knew it was wrong, but he watched himself sink deeper and deeper into depravity. Especially when the last yellowish light in the bedroom, by the bedside, shone on Chu Ling Shuang's delicate face, he admitted that his heart was fluttering. And so, the absurd morning began. Outside, the sun had already risen, illuminating the world with its light. Accompanied by the chirping of morning birds, the whole world glowed white like the belly of a fish. When I woke up again, I could hear the pattering of rain outside. On this fittingly rainy day, the bedroom doors and windows were tightly closed, yet the air was still fresh and damp. The sheets are quite damp too. Lin Feng felt as if his head was being torn apart. Even the slightest movement caused excruciating pain, especially in his arm, which felt as if it had been run over by a car. His entire right arm was numb, like the static on a TV screen when there was no signal. Chu Ling Shuang fell asleep. Lin Feng tilted his head slightly, listening to the sound of the rain and her soft, even breathing. Her eyelashes were long, and their slight fluttering captivated Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng's lips were so dry they were almost peeling. He was extremely thirsty. He struggled to pull his right arm back, enduring the relentless pain in his brain, and slowly sat up straight. As if realizing that Lin Feng was about to get up, Chu Ling Shuang moved uncomfortably a few times, waved her hands in the air, and then firmly grabbed Lin Feng's arm. Like a piece of chewing gum, once it's stuck, you can't shake it off. Lin Feng frowned slightly and said softly, I'm not leaving. I need to go out for a drink of water. Well, Chu Ling Shuang's eyes flickered slightly, then narrowed into slits with extreme drowsiness. Do you want some water? As she spoke, she raised her hand to rub her eyes, propped herself up on the mattress to sit up, her slender legs dangling over the edge of the bed. Her sleepy toes groped around on the floor for a moment before she successfully slipped on her slippers. I'll get it for you. She yawned, stood up, and walked outside, her steps a little unsteady. Lin Feng never expected her to be so proactive. In a moment of distraction, Chu Ling Shuang had already returned with the cup. She squinted her eyes, as if she was so sleepy that she would fall asleep at any moment, and shoved the cup onto Lin Feng's face. Here, water. Lin Feng's nose was bumped by the rim of the cup, and he instinctively shrank back, taking the cup with his hand. Thank you. He thanked them and immediately started chugging his water. Chu Ling Shuang stood by the bed, squinting at him, her eyes filled with dark circles, clearly looking like she hadn't had a good rest. After swallowing several mouthfuls of saliva, Lin Feng felt a little better, but his head still ached terribly. Nothing is more painful than a hangover. He rubbed his temples, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Does your head hurt? Chu Ling Shuang took the cup and looked at Lin Feng with some concern. I think I drank a bit too much yesterday. Lin Feng replied, his head feeling like it was being pricked with needles, and with every movement, the nerves in his brain began to scream. I'll have Yu Xuan prepare some medicine for you. Before Lin Feng could respond, Chu Ling Shuang went to the living room without saying a word. So, on this beautiful day when everyone was relaxing in their hotel room enjoying the rain, Yu Xuan, who was playing games, received a call from Chu Ling Shuang. Amidst the torrential downpour, Yu Xuan opened the video call and began to teach Chu Ling Shuang step by step how to massage to relieve her headache. A short while later, Chu Ling Shuang entered the bedroom carrying the medicine prepared by Yu Xuan and a hot towel soaked in water. Chapter 217, The Su family was kicked out of the hotel. No way. We've worked so diligently these past few days, and you're just firing us like that. How can you do that? In the office of Hongluan No. 2 Hotel, the Su family members felt as if they had been struck by lightning upon receiving the news of their dismissal. Su Jie anxiously grabbed the manager's arm. Manager, can't you be a little more lenient? We're currently living and eating at a hotel, and now that we've been suddenly fired, we haven't even had time to find a place to stay. Su's Hiking looked at the manager anxiously, her eyes filled with helplessness. This is the boss's order. You two can pack your things and leave. Ignoring their rudeness, the manager retorted without hesitation. How could you do this? We clearly agreed on this beforehand. Besides, Lin Feng is my brother. He's rich, and he'll come looking for us soon. Having lost his last refuge, Su Jie roared at the manager like a madman. However, the manager completely ignored him and only ordered the bodyguards to come in. Seeing this, Su's Hiking grabbed Su Jie, who was about to say something more, and hurriedly walked outside. Sis, you just let them fire us like that. They were the ones who said Lin Feng would come to save us. Xiao Jie. Standing outside the hotel, Su's Hiking looked utterly exhausted. Don't you understand? Understand what? Xiao Feng might not have received our message at all, or perhaps he never even agreed to come to rescue us. Su's Hiking covered her face in pain. Ever since his father used his connections to help his family escape to Ao Island, Su Jie became addicted to gambling. His initial wins led his father to also become obsessed, and the two of them would gamble all night long. One was thinking of making a comeback, while the other succumbed to despair. She couldn't stop them. In just a few days, they had accumulated debts of tens of millions of yuan. For the Su family before, they might have had some assets to mortgage and repay the debts, but now, even if they sold all of them, they still wouldn't be able to pay it off. From then on, his father, Su Tanged, fell seriously ill and was bedridden. All his pride vanished, and his mother spent her days in tears and could hardly get enough to eat. More importantly, ever since the third sister, Su Nyoer, participated in that dating reality show and suffered a setback, she has developed anxiety disorder. She stays in her room every day, feeling that everyone in the world is looking at her differently. This anxiety has become so severe that she can't even leave her room. The second sister, Su Pansy, disappeared after they fled to Ao Island. The once thriving Su family has been torn apart, and now only she and Su Jie remain as members of the family. Fortunately, Su Jie still knew to work diligently with her. But now, they've even lost their last job opportunity. Seeing Su Jie's resentful face, Su's Hiking felt utterly exhausted. She had once been a well-known female CEO in the business world, but now she had fallen to this state. Sis, are you saying that Lin Feng never intended to save us? Like losing his last lifeline, Su Jie frantically grabbed Su's Hiking's arm. Su's Hiking nodded silently, her face showing exhaustion. She no longer possessed her former elegance and looked much older. How could that be? He's rich. It's only 10 million. You've raised him for so many years. Even if it's just to repay a debt of gratitude, he should pay this amount. Su's Hiking didn't speak. She couldn't utter a single word. 10 million. You don't know the value of money until you're in charge of the household. Even before, 10 million wouldn't have been easy to come up with, let alone now. That's true, but we can't find him at all. She sighed. The biggest problem at hand was that she couldn't contact Lin Feng. I'll go to the hotel and ask. The people there will definitely know. Otherwise, they wouldn't have kicked us out so easily. Sister, we have to find him. He owes us this. You've raised him for so many years, and he's taken so many things from me. He has to pay it back. Seeing that Su's Hiking remained silent, Su Jie became anxious and, with a ferocious expression, was about to rush into the hotel. Sue's hiking was about to call out to him when, unexpectedly, a male voice that frightened her rang out behind her. "Miss Sue, what happened? You were kicked out of the hotel." Sue's hiking turned around subconsciously, and Su Jia also froze on the spot. Behind them, Zhang Ming, accompanied by several henchmen, watched the two with a roguish grin. Sue's hiking's face turned pale instantly, and she stammered, "Brother Zhang, what brings you here?" "I've come to pick you up." Zhang Ming grinned, looking at Sue's hiking with ill intent, and then said with some regret, "If Miss Sue had agreed to my request earlier, she wouldn't be so exhausted. She's such a pitiful person." Sue's hiking moved a few steps with lingering fear. Facing more than a dozen burly men, Su Jia hid behind Sue's hiking in fear. "Get in the car first. I have some good news to tell you." A henchman stepped forward menacingly beside Zhang Ming and grabbed Sue's hiking's arm. Right at the hotel entrance, the two were forcibly dragged into a black car parked outside. Noticing the terror on Su Jia's face, Sue's hiking mustered her courage and said, "Brother Zhang, we'll find jobs as soon as possible. Don't worry, even if it takes me a lifetime, I'll work hard to pay you back." "Pay it back?" Zhang Ming sneered from the passenger seat. "You earn 3,000 a month. When will you ever be able to pay back 10 million? Sue's hiking was speechless for a moment. Beside her, Su Jia hurriedly shouted, "My brother is rich. My brother is Lin Feng, the one who's very famous online. He'll bring the money over right away." "Oh," Zhang Ming sneered, "your whole family is surnamed Su, and your brother is surnamed Lin? Do you think I, Zhang Ming, am a fool?" "Brother Zhang, stop wasting time talking to them. You go first, and then take this woman straight to the underground restaurant to film a movie." In the driver's seat, the henchman exhaled a puff of smoke and looked at Sue's hiking with a wicked smile. "No, please don't. Really, Xiaofeng is my brother. If I can contact him, he'll definitely send the money. Our family adopted him." Faced with the two men's terrifying gazes, Sue's hiking's heart was in her throat. Her face was pale, and she was too frightened to utter a complete sentence. However, Zhang Ming laughed. "All right, stop babbling on and on. I'm giving you a task. If you complete it, we'll call it even. If you fail, you'll do as my little brother said and obediently go and make my movie." "What mission?" Su Jia asked hurriedly. "This woman is the CEO of Yuhan Group in mainland China. Try to take a few high-resolution photos of her. Once you've done that, your mission is complete." Zhang Ming pulled a photo out of his pocket, which clearly showed Yu Xuan's professional photo. Chapter 2:18 I'm a grown man, and you're giving me manicures? It's her. Sue's hiking's face suddenly turned pale as she stared at the photograph, and memories of the past resurfaced. "No wonder you've been in the business world. You have a wide network." Zhang Ming joked, tossing the photo at Sue's hiking. "She's in room 710 on the top floor of this hotel right now. Go over there and try to take a few pictures." As his voice faded, seeing Sue's hiking staring nervously at the photo as if grasping at a lifeline, Su Jia anxiously grabbed her arm. "Sis, do you know her?" Sue's hiking shook her head, her face pale. "I've only seen her in advertisements. She's the big boss behind Lu Tianhan and the president of Yuhan Group." "Yuhan Group? Isn't that Lin Feng? My brother used to work for the #1 company in Beijing." Su Jia responded, but quickly changed his mind halfway through his sentence, making his intention to curry favor quite obvious. Zhang Ming looked at the two of them with a cold smile. "Since you both know each other, then this task is entrusted to you. I'll wait for your news." As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved it. Several henchmen beside him immediately understood, stepped forward, opened the car door, and dragged Sue's hiking and Su Jia out of the car. The two were left in the rain like stray dogs. The unlicensed car drove away in the blink of an eye, and Zhang Ming only left them a mobile phone for communication and taking photos. Even with their phones in hand, the two dared not run away. Their father, Su Tangde, their mother, Wang Shan, and Su Nyoer were all in the hands of these people. Sue's hiking gripped her phone tightly, watching the car drive away, biting her lip hard. "Sis, what are you waiting for? Let's get started." Seeing that Sue's hiking stood still without moving, Su Jia got impatient and shoved her a few times. Sue's hiking looked at Su Jia with a complicated expression. "Xiao Jia, we can't do this. If a girl is really photographed like that, Her life will be ruined. Upon hearing this, Su Jie's anger flared up instantly. Sis, what are you saying? If we don't do as they say, when will we ever be able to pay back the 10 million? Besides, Lin Feng used to work at this company, so he might know this woman. If we take the photos, we can extort money from Lin Feng first, then make him give us 10 million. 20 million. Make him give us 20 million. We'll pay him back, and then give the photos to Lin Feng. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Su Jie, quick-wit and anxious, blurted out a perfectly logical statement. Upon hearing this, Su Haiking's eyes lit up again. Previously, Lin Feng inexplicably entered Yuhan Group, and later had a close relationship with Liu Tianhan. It was thought that he had beaten Xiao Jie. Yuhan Group even gave the bidding contract to the Su family. Doesn't this explain the problem? Lin Feng must know Yu Xuan. Even if they took the photo and gave it to Lin Feng, they didn't leak it out, so it can't be considered that they did something bad. In a daze, Su Haiking felt that Su Jie's words made sense. Finally, Su Haiking cautiously asked, Xiao Jie, how do you think we should contact Lin Feng? The hotel manager definitely has our contact information, Su Jie said decisively. Otherwise, we can go online. He caused such a big stir online before, and now that we have cell phones again, we're sure to find him. Su Haiking nodded. Okay, let's do it your way. She looked at the hotel entrance and said to Su Jie, Xiao Jie, there are too many people around now. I'll go to the front desk tonight and tell them we left something here. Let's go up and look for it together. Okay. Su Jie nodded, and the two of them temporarily went to the hotel's public garden to take shelter from the rain and stroll around, waiting for nightfall. The hotel room. Chu Ling Shuang sat on the edge of the bed, with Lin Feng's head resting on her lap. Is it heavy? She rubbed Lin Feng's temples a few times with her fingers, then asked him cautiously. Outside, it was a gloomy day with heavy rain, and the atmosphere inside the room was noticeably ambiguous, echoing the pattering rain. Right now, Lin Feng's head was still throbbing, and amidst the throbbing pain, he blurted out a blunt truth, almost as if to spoil the mood. Your manicure is a bit prickly. Chu Ling Shuang. The perfectly good ambiguous atmosphere was completely ruined by Lin Feng's single sentence. Her good mood instantly plummeted, and she couldn't help but complain, what am I going to do? I just got my nails done, and they're not even 2 days old yet. Am I supposed to take them off now? Lin Feng squinted and said calmly, no need. Why pick it? It's quite pretty. You can just rub it with your fingertips. He complimented her on her beautiful nails. Chu Ling Shuang's lips curled up uncontrollably, and she couldn't help but show off. How about I put one on you too? Mine is pink, and I'll put blue on you, so we can have matching colors. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't hold back anymore. Was this a question of whether they were a couple or not? No way. I'm a grown man. You're going to give me a manicure? So what? Boys have the right to care about their appearance too. Chu Ling Shuang, however, wore an expression that said, I won't listen. Looking up, Lin Feng saw her chin, remained silent for a long time, and then closed his eyes. Then let's paint our toenails. We're free today anyway. I'll go ask Yu Xuan to bring the nail polish over. Chu Ling Shuang's decisive action left Lin Feng speechless. She was enjoying her massage when she suddenly got up to get something. Looking at his somewhat disheveled toes, and seeing Chu Ling Shuang approaching with a small box, Lin Feng somewhat jarred out. I don't think I washed my feet yesterday. Then I'll help you wash it. Chu Ling Shuang responded naturally. She put the box on the ground and said to Lin Feng with certainty, although I haven't helped others before, I've done it quite a few times. I've seen it many times, and I'll get the hang of it. This is a good opportunity for me to practice. She said that, and rushed into the bathroom to get water. Well, now there's no turning back. Not even 9 oxen could pull him back. He's become Chu Ling Shuang's practice tool. The rain outside the window was still pouring down, and since he had a headache today, he didn't want to go out. He figured if she wanted to play, she could just play. He could always wear more socks later. Lin Feng simply lay on the bed like a corpse. A moment later, Chu Ling Shuang brought over a basin of water and placed it on the carpet beside the bed. She raised her hand to test the water temperature. She then stood up and saw Lin Feng lying on the bed like a corpse, and couldn't help but say, you should cooperate a little. I've never done anyone's nails before. There was an inexplicable sense of grievance in her tone. Lin Feng moved the arm that was covering his face, revealing one eye as he glanced at her. He lazily moved his legs a few times, letting them dangle in the air beside the bed. He acts like an old man. Chu Ling Shuang took a deep breath, clenched her fingers, and said with rare impatience and helplessness, "Fine." Chapter 219, A Rare Moment of Warmth. She sighed, stepped forward, pulled Lin Feng's legs over, rolled up his trouser legs, and then put his feet into the basin of water. The warm water flowed up from the soles of his feet, and Lin Feng felt a tremor in his heart as he felt her fingertips touch him. In a daze, he suddenly felt a mix of emotions. A pampered young lady is washing his feet with her precious, delicate hands. If this scene were witnessed by someone in the know, they would probably be horrified. He would feel the same way. It's hard to imagine that just a few months ago, this young lady was so arrogant, bossing him around. But now, Lin Feng suddenly felt that he might have gone a bit too far. Is it really appropriate to wear down a proud person until they lose all their temper? But she was the one who tormented him first. Isn't all of this her own fault? Who told her to fall for him? He didn't force her to. After much deliberation, Lin Feng successfully convinced himself, but his body inexplicably sat up. "I'll wash it myself. You can help me apply the ointment later." He was stunned the moment he said those words. He actually felt sorry for her. Well, he deserves it. It'll be done soon. The main thing is to remove the dead skin before doing the nails. If you have a headache, just lie down and don't move. I'll do it. Chu Ling Shuang shook her head, realizing what was happening as she silently washed her hands. Could it be that he feels sorry for me? She suddenly looked up and met Lin Feng's slightly evasive eyes. Instantly, her mood improved. She wiped her hands clean, took out a small bottle of blue nail polish from the box, and sat on the edge of the bed. Lin Feng cooperated by raising his legs up. She turned her back to him and patiently held his calf, her small hands pinching his soles. However, the moment she touched him, Lin Feng's foot locked, almost kicking Chu Ling Shuang's slender body off the ground. "No, it's just a little itchy." Realizing what had happened, Lin Feng scratched his head apologetically. It wasn't just that it was her first time painting someone's nails, it was also his first time ever painting nail polish, and even his toenails. Instead of blaming him, Chu Ling Shuang turned around in puzzlement. "Then I have to hold it, otherwise my hand will shake." "So what if my hand is shaking?" Lin Feng's lips twitched. "Anyway, no one can see it if I put it on my feet." "No way. This is the first time I'm applying this for someone else. I have to do it well. I have OCD." Chu Ling Shuang stubbornly twisted his foot, almost bending Lin Feng's ankle out of place with a forceful movement. Okay, now it's not just my head that hurts, my feet hurt too." Lin Feng winced in pain, but he endured it. He stared at her slender back, her entire back fully displayed before him, gradually descending into a beautiful curve. Her long black hair had been tied up with a hairpin while she was getting water, and her fair neck was swaying forward. If you look even closer, you can even feel the seriousness with which she applies each layer of nail polish. She didn't deliberately tickle Lin Feng's soles. Her movements were gentler than ever before. Gradually, Lin Feng adapted. Outside, the rain was pouring down, and the dim light from the bedside lamp flickered. The scent of roses emanating from her body filled the air. Lin Feng leaned lazily against the headboard, half lying on the bed, staring at her back. In his unseen vision, he uncontrollably imagined her sitting by the French windows, coldly reviewing documents. A rare moment of warmth. The sound of raindrops pattering down was like a melodious tune, stirring Lin Feng's heartstrings. Some people are enjoying the rain from their windows, while others are trapped in the rain. Even the weather is unpredictable, let alone people. It's done. Chu Ling Shuang's voice was filled with excitement, and she couldn't wait to turn around and show Lin Feng the fruits of her labor. As soon as she moved away, her 2 toes, painted with fine blue nail polish, filled Lin Feng's eyes. "No, don't let me see." Lin Feng quickly covered his eyes. It was too embarrassing for a grown man like him to wear such pink and dopamine-infused nail polish. "It's so pretty." Chu Ling Shuang excitedly waved her little hand, pointing it at Lin Feng's toes. "Look, mine is pink. It's our matching color." Peering through his fingers, Lin Feng caught a glimpse of Chu Ling Shuang's elated expression. After a moment's hesitation, he moved his lips and uttered 2 words. Childish. Unexpectedly, Chu Ling Shuang, instead of getting angry after being rebuked, looked at him with a smile and said, "Maturity is for outsiders. I'm showing you my childishness." Her words caught Lin Feng completely off guard. His heart began to race uncontrollably, and his cheeks flushed. Seeing her happy eyes crinkle into crescents, Lin Feng awkwardly made up an excuse. "Hey, let's go for a walk. Rainy days are perfect for enjoying the rain." "Okay." Chu Ling Shuang nodded, put the things back in the box, and stared at the frequent raindrops on the French windows. She frowned and said, "Then let's wear thicker clothes. It won't be good for you to have a headache and then get chilled." She's actually quite considerate when she's not acting crazy. Lin Feng sighed inwardly and subconsciously added, "You should wear something warmer too. You stayed up late last night and shouldn't be exposed to the wind." As he spoke, he got out of bed and went to the bathroom. He didn't mean anything by it, but this tenderness really made him want to escape, especially after waking up today. Chu Ling Shuang's bright eyes and caring concern made him feel panicked. She didn't say what exactly happened after she drank yesterday. He tried hard to recall, but his memory only went so far as to say that he seemed to have argued with her. He couldn't remember what they had argued about. Thinking about it again would give him a headache. It must have been something extremely shameful, so he selectively forgot it. That must be it. Staring at himself in the mirror, Lin Feng chuckled self-deprecatingly. Let nature take its course. Why was he starting to plan for the future again? Let's avoid internal strife. He changed into some dry clothes and then discovered that there were already many men's clothes prepared in the closet. "I just had Yu Suan send over a few items a few days ago. They should all be suitable." Chu Ling Shuang also changed into a short skirt, revealing her slender legs, and wore sandals, clearly ready to wade in the water. But Lin Feng, who had just had his nails painted, gritted his teeth and put on a pair of black socks. Looking at the leather shoes and slippers on the shoe cabinet, he couldn't hold back anymore. "Don't you have any rubber shoes?" "I didn't expect it to rain either." "Wait a moment, I'll have Yu Suan prepare." She was about to make a phone call when Lin Feng quickly waved his hand. "Forget it, leather shoes it is. Let's go out and buy a pair." "Okay." Chu Ling Shuang nodded, reached for the black umbrella by the door, glanced at the other umbrella on the rack, stubbornly took Lin Feng's arm, and pulled him outside, saying obstinately, "I want to share an umbrella with you." Chapter 220. Lin Feng, am I heavy? How could Lin Feng not have seen the umbrella handle that she had knocked off? It's just that the umbrella was unlucky and wasn't chosen by Chu Ling Shuang. But her little tantrum actually had a certain charm to it. With that thought flashing through his mind, Lin Feng subconsciously shook his head. What is he thinking? He's accepting such a small favor? Don't forget the methods she used. Lin Feng didn't say much, but as he approached, he noticed her fair neck, exposed at the collar, covered in hickeys. He was silent for a moment, then couldn't help but remind her before leaving. "Aren't you going to cover yourself up a bit?" As he spoke, he pointed to Chu Ling Shuang's neck, where there were large marks, making it easy to tell what had happened. Moreover, they were about to travel together. Chu Ling Shuang blinked in confusion. "Why do you need to cover it up?" As she spoke, she deliberately pulled her collar down, the movement clearly visible to Lin Feng. Her voice was arrogant and domineering. "I want everyone to see that you did this." She's really crazy. They were so close that Lin Feng could see the arrogance and swagger in her eyes. Lin Feng had to admit that this woman was quite good at sweet talk when she was in a normal relationship. But the premise is that she has to be normal. Chu Ling Shuang blinked, her lips curving upwards slightly. Pointing at Lin Feng's neck, she said playfully, "You have some there too." Lin Feng. He looked down and tugged at her shirt collar, mistakenly thinking she wanted him to unbutton it too, but after a few tugs, the buttons were fastened tightly. He hesitated. "I can't exactly cut the collar off, can I?" Chu Ling Shuang's eyes flickered, and she tiptoed to Lin Feng's ear, taking a light nibble. Compared to the headache from the needle pricks, this pain was nothing. It was just that it came suddenly, catching Lin Feng off guard. "Okay, I'll print it higher next time. That's enough for today." Staring at that touch of crimson, Chu Ling Shuang finally revealed a satisfied smile. Needless to say, this position is extremely obvious. This young lady really has no sense of modesty at all. Lin Feng sighed. He should have known better than to remind him. He silently walked out the door beside her. "As I took the elevator to the first floor, The heavy rain outside the hotel gradually subsided, but a light drizzle was still falling. Right at the entrance of the hotel, Chu Lingshuang opened her umbrella and glanced at Lin Feng, who was a head taller than her. Only then did she realize that she was wearing flat slippers. She frowned slightly and raised her arm. "Let me hold the umbrella." Seeing her raise her arm a few degrees, Lin Feng reached out and took the umbrella handle. In the instant the exchange occurred, Chu Lingshuang wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's right upper arm and turned her body sideways under the umbrella. Seeing this, Lin Feng didn't say anything more. He glanced at Chu Lingshuang's upturned eyebrows and eyes. At this moment, she looked just like a little wife, her face full of happiness. For a fleeting moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt that it wouldn't be bad if time could freeze at this moment. He silently walked down the steps alongside Chu Lingshuang. She was wearing slippers and looked ready to wade in the water, but when she encountered a puddle, she dodged it faster than he did. "So, why are you wearing slippers out?" She forcibly grabbed his arm and made him stand in front of the large puddle at the door. When he saw her try to cross the distance several times, Lin Feng couldn't hold back anymore. I want to wade in the water." Chu Lingshuang hesitated before giving a soft reply, then glanced down at the filthy puddle and said with some disgust, "Who knew this place was so dirty?" Looking at the mud spots on his trousers, Lin Feng then looked at the huge puddle in front of him. There was no way around it. The rain had been too heavy. The area in front of the hotel was a garden, and even though there was a concrete path, it wasn't very smooth, and you were bound to step on the potholes. Lin Feng glanced at Chu Lingshuang, who was still estimating the distance, and frowned. "How about we go back? Or we can just wander around inside the gate." "No." Chu Lingshuang refused without hesitation. "Nonsense. They rarely have such a harmonious day. If they don't take this opportunity to spend more time with Lin Feng, are they going to go back to the hotel and watch him sit on the sofa playing on his phone?" But the water in the pit was so dirty that she couldn't possibly put her feet in, and she might even step on something strange. Seeing Chu Lingshuang's conflicted and stubborn expression, Lin Feng sighed and handed the umbrella to her. "You take the umbrella." "Huh? What?" Although Chu Lingshuang was puzzled, she still took the umbrella. Lin Feng walked straight up to her, bent down with a helpless expression, and said, "Come on up, Mississippi. You just need to walk across this section of pebbly path. The area around here is a garden, and there's dirt everywhere. With the heavy rain just now, the dirt has been washed into the cracks between the pebbles. However, it's still okay to walk onto the path outside. You can go around any puddles." Chu Lingshuang's eyes lit up instantly. She eagerly wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck and jumped up like a koala, sticking directly to him. Fortunately, Lin Feng was well prepared, otherwise he would have been thrown into the mud by her sudden lunge. His back was broad and strong, and his hands were naturally behind his back, sliding down from her waist, smoothing the hem of her skirt, until they passed under her knees. She was pressed close to him, and could even feel his warm body temperature. Lin Feng silently stepped into the puddle and walked steadily and carefully toward the gate. Chu Lingshuang's voice, tinged with hesitation, softly sounded in her ear, "Lin Feng, am I heavy?" Her tone was tentative and cautious, and her warm breath tickled Lin Feng's earlobe. He replied in a low voice, "It's just carrying someone on my back. How heavy could it be?" Chu Lingshuang fell silent. Lin Feng, focused on walking, couldn't see her expression, but he heard her soft, almost airy voice after a long silence. "If only I could stay on your back forever." Raindrops pattered down outside the umbrella, but the atmosphere inside instantly became ambiguous. However, Lin Feng, completely oblivious to the romantic tone, quipped, "Wouldn't I be exhausted to death then?" The pleasant atmosphere was instantly ruined. Chu Lingshuang angrily clenched her fist and punched Lin Feng's shoulder. "How boring. Would it kill you to say a few more nice words? You've completely destroyed the atmosphere." Lin Feng, completely ruining the mood, retorted, "Why say so many sweet words? Didn't we agree to only talk about feelings, not love?" Chu Lingshuang was stunned for a moment, anger rising on her face, but she managed to suppress it in the end. She leaned listlessly on Lin Feng's shoulder, muttering, "It wouldn't hurt to say something." Chapter 2:21 I'll wear it myself and show you. She not only believes him, but is also very happy if he tells her. Even if he's lying to her, she'll believe him without hesitation and even willingly let him deceive her for a lifetime. But he always spoils the mood. Chu Ling Shuang pouted in dissatisfaction, adding with a pained and irritated tone, "Is saying I love you really that hard to say?" Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He didn't respond, but silently walked through the last puddle. "You can take a detour now. You can get off." His tone remained emotionless, which only made Chu Ling Shuang more agitated. She got off his back, her eyes filled with anger as she stared at Lin Feng, wanting to lash out, but deliberately suppressing her anger. It didn't matter if she was ignored. She wouldn't force it, as long as he would let her follow him. There's still plenty of time. Take it slow. Even if it's just a rock, she's determined to warm it up. "Sis, why are you stopping me from going?" That figure is clearly Lin Feng. Under a tree not far from the garden, Su Jie, soaked to the bone, grabbed Su's Hiking's arm in confusion, his expression agitated. Su's Hiking didn't speak. She wasn't sure yet. After all, it had been too long since she last met Lin Feng, and the figure was only somewhat similar. They were positioned directly to her side, and with the umbrella obscuring most of their faces, she couldn't see them very clearly in the misty drizzle. But her silence enraged Su Jie. "Sister, why are you still protecting him? Have you forgotten what he did to us? He ruined our family. Our second sister is still missing, and our third sister has developed anxiety." Su Jie, his neck stiff and his face full of anger, roared at Su's Hiking. Upon hearing this, Su's Hiking also became furious. She flung Su Jie's hand away and angrily rebuked him. "Shao Jie, it was clearly your actions that caused us to misunderstand Lin Feng. I thought you had come to your senses, but I didn't expect you to still be so stubborn. Besides, if you hadn't gone gambling, how could we have ended up in this situation?" Su's Hiking had never been so angry with him before. Su Jie was stunned, tears streaming down his face. "I knew it. I knew you were still on his side, sister. I've never received any love since I was little. He stole my life. Why can't I fight back?" Seeing the aggrieved look in her younger brother's eyes, Su's Hiking, who was furious to the extreme, still softened her heart. Now is not the time to talk about these things. She shook her head, her tone softening. "Since Lin Feng is also at this hotel, that makes things easier. We can exchange photos with him after we finish taking the pictures." Su Jie nodded heavily and raised 2 fingers, saying, "Sister, 20 million, no less." "Good." Su's Hiking agreed without hesitation. After all, for the CEO of Yuhan Group, 20 million was just a small amount. In the most bustling commercial street of Okido Island, Chu Ling Shuang was arm in arm with Lin Feng, the two sharing an umbrella, looking every bit like a young couple deeply in love. There was a heavy downpour around noon, and rubber shoes were displayed in front of the shoe store. As for shoes, Lin Feng felt that as long as they were wearable, they would be fine. He casually walked into a store and bought himself a pair. However, Chu Ling Shuang's attention was not on the shoe store. Her gaze drifted to the elegantly decorated clothing store next door. While Lin Feng was changing his shoes, she suddenly squeezed Lin Feng's arm. "Come with me to that store later." Lin Feng glanced up and casually replied, However, he soon regretted his promise. This is a unique clothing store with an elegant exterior but a surprisingly interesting interior, featuring self-service vending. Lin Feng tensed up as soon as he entered the room, and he subconsciously swallowed when faced with the dazzling array of colorful clothes. Or, he was about to suggest going outside to wait, when Chu Ling Shuang suddenly gripped his arm, looked up at him with a smile, and asked, "Want to see what I'm wearing?" Lin Feng felt his throat tighten. No, he just couldn't understand it. Was this young lady really this unrestrained? In broad daylight, they just dragged him to a store like this? Staring intently at Lin Feng, Chu Ling Shuang said earnestly, "You choose. To make it up to you, I'll have you Shui Yin prepare the same thing you pick so you can wear it." Lin Feng blurted out, "Why not just pick them out online? Why come to the store? I just happened to be passing by, and besides, I didn't know what kind of things you liked, so I should at least find out about your hobbies, right?" Chu Ling Shuang spoke with great logic and eloquence, and Lin Feng was almost completely confused by her roundabout way of speaking. His lips twitched. "No, miss, you're just dragging me into a store like this out on the street." What he meant was, You're a young lady from a respectable family, yet you don't even try to hide it. This time, Chu Ling Shuang understood. She blinked and stared directly at Lin Feng. So what? You're my boyfriend. Isn't it normal to shop in stores like this with your boyfriend? To be honest, if she didn't have some ulterior motives, Chu Ling Shuang wouldn't have been so eager to bring him here. A week is indeed too short a time for a love bet. If Lin Feng doesn't experience happiness during this period, wouldn't he lose? Chu Ling Shuang was so focused on winning or losing that she forgot whether it was a good thing or not. It all depended on Lin Feng's words. Seeing her unabashed and audacious declaration, Lin Feng was truly at a loss. He glanced at the clothes on the shelf and immediately had a wicked idea. Okay, but are you sure you want me to choose? A hint of a smile flickered in his eyes as he asked Chu Ling Shuang. Chu Ling Shuang readily agreed. Of course. I already said I'd compensate you. Just choose whatever you want, and I'll wear it for you myself. Lin Feng, I like maids. Chu Ling Shuang's smile froze instantly. Glancing at her stiff expression, Lin Feng chuckled and added, the kind who serves me tea and water. Chu Ling Shuang's face fell, and she said with some difficulty, I think the little devil one is better. Lin Feng shook his head and said, I think a maid would be better. After all, you're already quite a devil in general. Why would you call yourself a little devil? Chu Ling Shuang's face darkened as she stared at the dress on the shelf with an indescribable expression. Seeing her troubled expression, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Honestly, he hadn't forced Chu Ling Shuang to do this. She had insisted on dragging him to this store. Perfect timing. He wanted to see just how long the usually decisive and efficient Miss Chu could maintain this humble and submissive demeanor. Staring at the clothes, Chu Ling Shuang looked troubled. When she caught a glimpse of Lin Feng's mischievous smile out of the corner of her eye, she immediately realized that he was doing it on purpose. But Haikao has already made a promise. Wouldn't he be ridiculed if he went back on his word now? It's just a piece of clothing, and besides, it's one he likes. So, it seems she has no other choice but to indulge her. Chapter 222, he just didn't like her previous methods. Emerging from the clothing store and gazing at the bustling street, Chu Ling Shuang was somewhat dazed. Lin Feng, are you planning to stay here for a long time? He never told her about his plans, not even the slightest idea. Chu Ling Shuang was very curious, and once she developed a strong interest in him, that curiosity was amplified infinitely. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know. Chu Ling Shuang was clearly taken aback by the answer. Don't you plan to settle down in one place? Settle down. Lin Feng also really wanted to do this. His greatest wish was simply to find a place to live, find a job, eat well, sleep well, and live a peaceful life. This was also his initial plan. But unexpectedly, Chu Ling Shuang appeared out of the ordinary, followed by the Lin family. After experiencing so much, Lin Feng already knew that the Lin family would always appear, but Chu Ling Shuang's appearance was an accident. He paused for a moment, then said softly, I think I'll stay here for a while longer. Oh. Chu Ling Shuang nodded and said to herself, then I need to ask you Swain to arrange for some daily necessities to be airlifted over. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was stunned. He thought it was some serious problem, but it turned out to be just this. He subconsciously said, don't hotels have daily necessities? Can't we just ask the staff to prepare what we need? Chu Ling Shuang shook her head. I can't use those things, the quality is too poor. As she spoke, she pointed to the back of her hand with some dissatisfaction. Look, I haven't had a facial for days. The cheap brands at the hotel are completely unusable. Looking at her slender, jade-like fingers, Lin Feng, used to being carefree, almost forgot that she was a rich young lady. What do you usually use? I'll have Yu Swain prepare a copy for you too. Chu Ling Shuang said, taking out her phone and glancing at Lin Feng as she typed the message. For a moment, Lin Feng didn't know how to answer. Chu Ling Shuang's eyes flickered, and as if she had thought of something, she put away her phone and grabbed Lin Feng's arm. Let's go to the supermarket. Let's go shopping. I've never been to a supermarket before. You've never been to a supermarket? Lin Feng blurted out instinctively, then immediately realized how silly he'd come up with it. She could just have someone prepare whatever she needed. She'd never go to a supermarket. Come on. I'm hungry too. Let's see if there's anything good to eat. Chu Ling Shuang had no time to care about these words. She just pulled Lin Feng toward the large supermarket across the street. She only had one thing on her mind. She had to find common ground with Lin Feng as soon as possible. You can better understand him by starting with common topics. This was the best solution she could think of. But Chu Ling Shuang soon regretted her actions. Skincare area. Standing before the shelves overflowing with products, Chu Ling Shuang looked up at Lin Feng and asked, "What brands of skincare products do you use?" As long as he mentions any brand, she can easily find a way to engage with it, since she knows a lot about that field. However, Lin Feng said, "I don't use skincare products." Chu Ling Shuang's expression froze as she looked at the various bottles and jars on the shelf, and she asked incredulously, "So many brands, and you don't use any of them?" "Yes." Lin Feng nodded, raised his hand to support his chin, and pondered. "If you mean the kind that you touch on the face, then I usually use Dabao, a Chinese skincare brand." Chu Ling Shuang looked at the far edge of the shelf in disbelief. There was a small white bottle with the words Dabao on it and a price tag of 19.9 yuan below it. "Can you put something this cheap on your face?" Speaking of this, Lin Feng picked up a bottle of Dabao, a popular Chinese skincare brand. With a nostalgic air, touched his face, and said thoughtfully, "It's been a long time since I've used this stuff. I was wondering why my face always feels a bit dry after washing it lately." As he spoke, he put Dabao into the stroller in front of him. Chu Ling Shuang's face was completely stiff. She subconsciously smacked her lips, her mind already conjuring up an image of herself mustering the courage to give a kiss, only to find herself pressing a bottle of liquor priced at 19 yuan and 90 cents against her lips. No. With that thought in mind, she grabbed a bottle, placed it on the shelf, and declared righteously, "From now on, I'll take care of all your skincare products." Lin Feng looked at her actions with a puzzled expression. "Why?" "There's no why, it just means it won't work." Damn it. She's never used anything this cheap before, let alone put it in her mouth. Seeing her resolute attitude, Lin Feng had some doubts, but he didn't say much. If she didn't want to buy it, she didn't have to. It wasn't a necessity anyway. Snack section. Lin Feng grabbed 2 large bags of potato chips and stuffed them into the shopping cart, muttering nostalgically, "It's been so long since I've had these. I used to love them in college." "Hey, what are you doing?" Before he could finish speaking, he saw Chu Ling Shuang put the potato chips back on the shelf, and he immediately changed the subject, becoming even more confused. Eating too much of this can easily lead to obesity, and it contains a lot of additives, so eating too much of it is bad for your health. Chu Ling Shuang was extremely serious and methodical. Lin Feng looked utterly bewildered. "Miss, I was just craving something sweet. 2 packs are enough. I don't eat this every day, and I don't treat it as my main meal." Chu Ling Shuang replied without hesitation, "No problem. If you want to eat it, I'll have my family chef fry it and air freight it over." Lin Feng. She silenced him completely. "Craving 2 bags of potato chips? You have to have your family chef fry them all the way from home and then air freight them." Looking at Chu Ling Shuang, Lin Feng said with some difficulty, "I really don't understand the world of you rich people." Upon hearing this, Chu Ling Shuang immediately tensed up. She originally wanted to find common ground with Lin Feng, but after the trip, she not only failed to find common ground, but also made Lin Feng feel that there was a gap between them. "What should we do?" She panicked immediately, took the 2 bags of potato chips back down, and put them in the cart. "If you want some, go ahead. I've never tried this brand before, so I'll give it a try." Seeing the complete compromise on her face, Lin Feng seemed to have already guessed what she wanted to do. Seeing her frantically reach for the snacks again, Lin Feng raised his hand to stop her. "You don't need to compromise your own hobbies just to please me. Feelings are feelings, and he is himself." He just didn't like the way Chu Ling Shuang treated him before, not that he wanted her to lose herself completely and devote herself to him. If that's the kind of feeling, then there was no need to start it in the first place. Chu Ling Shuang's hand froze in midair, surprise rising in her eyes. She asked incredulously, almost instinctively, "You? How did you know what I was thinking?" Chapter 223. The young lady wants to cook? Lin Feng laughed and said, "Is it that hard to tell? I'm not stupid." As if his secret had been exposed, the smile on his face seemed more like a teasing tone. Chu Ling Shuang instantly felt as if she were wearing no clothes at all, as he had seen through all her little thoughts. Her face flushed, and she quickly withdrew her hand, saying haughtily, "I have not compromised with you." Seeing her haughty gesture of turning her face away, Lin Feng was genuinely amused. Her appearance really made him want to tease her. "Then why did you take the potato chips down for me again?" I've never seen it before, but I want to eat it too." "Really? Real? Oh, I think I just heard someone say that this stuff isn't healthy to eat. I wonder which little dog said it." "You bastard, you're the dog." Chu Ling Shuang turned around angrily, raising her hand to punch Lin Feng. But the moment she raised her hand, she met Lin Feng's smiling eyes and froze. "Oh no, I've been tricked." Two blushes suddenly crept onto her face, and she awkwardly withdrew her hands, crossing them in front of her. A hint of grievance appeared on her usually aloof face. "I just wanted to find some common interests with you. Otherwise, they wouldn't have anything in common to talk about." She didn't want to wake up to find Lin Feng playing on his phone. Couldn't they have something else to talk about besides the bed? She didn't want to hear those sweet words Lin Feng uttered when he was overwhelmed with hormones. She wanted him to be like any other couple, casually holding her hand and pointing at items, just like when they were out shopping, engaging in lively discussions. She just wanted to be the most special person in Lin Feng's heart, the only one in his heart, so that he wouldn't leave her without saying anything again. But now, they can't even find the most basic common ground. His living environment is completely different from hers, and their personalities are also extremely contrasting. How can two people who are so incompatible possibly stay together for long? Her eyes darkened, and her face showed some sadness. Seeing this, Lin Feng's heart sank. For some reason, seeing her sad, he inexplicably wanted to go over and hug her. "But, can you cook?" In the ensuing silence, Lin Feng suddenly spoke up and asked a question in a soft voice. Her sorrowful thoughts were abruptly interrupted, and Chu Ling Shuang looked up blankly. "Cooking?" "That's right." Lin Feng nodded, smiling. "We haven't eaten today. If you can cook, how about we cook for dinner?" Before he could finish speaking, Chu Ling Shuang interrupted him urgently. "Cooking, right? No problem." As she spoke, she hurriedly grabbed Lin Feng's arm and headed towards the vegetable section. After leaving the supermarket, the two could no longer stroll in the rain because they had bought so many things, so they were forced to hail a taxi outside the supermarket. The car stopped right in front of the hotel, and through the window, Lin Feng saw Yu Suan waiting at the entrance with Zhang Peng and several bodyguards. Seeing Lin Feng and Chu Ling Shuang get out of the car, the trunk door opened, and Yu Suan and Zhang Peng stared in shock as their young lady took out a large bag of bok choy. Although Zhang Peng was wearing sunglasses, his wide-open mouth clearly gave him away. Seeing Lin Feng pull out a transparent plastic bag containing a slaughtered hen, Zhang Peng murmured in shock, "She's gone mad. Mrs. Gone Mad." As soon as his deep voice rang out, Yu Suan shuddered and immediately slapped Zhang Peng's arm. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help carry these things." She scolded him and quickly went down the steps. Zhang Peng shuddered, then beckoned his men downstairs. Like unloading cargo, several bodyguards pulled a large pile of vegetables, a sea base, half a bag of shrimp tails, and a whole, butchered pork hind leg from the trunk. "Miss, you bought so many ingredients. What are you planning to do? Are you making communal meals?" Yu Suan's face showed disbelief. As she watched them take the things, she couldn't help but ask. Chu Ling Shuang took Lin Feng's arm, her lips curving upwards in a proud smile, and said, "I'm going to cook." Her cold voice rang out, and Yu Suan's face froze. Zhang Peng, holding a large watermelon, was completely stunned. The bodyguards standing nearby were all shocked. The young lady wants to cook? Is this still their decisive, ruthless heiress? Linking her arm with Lin Feng's, Chu Ling Shuang looked up, somewhat embarrassed. "Lin Feng, you'll have to help me deal with that hind leg later. I haven't done it yet." "Okay, no problem." Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Feeling completely at ease with his hands empty, he inexplicably sighed. "It's so nice to have someone to do things for me." Turning back to look at the bodyguards carrying the goods, he said with a hint of satisfaction, "Be careful when you take that box inside. It's full of seasonings, and cardboard boxes aren't very sturdy." The atmosphere instantly became quiet. Chu Ling Shuang stepped onto the stairs, shifting her toes uncomfortably a few times, and urged, "Let's hurry up. I need to change my shoes. These shoes are soaked and very uncomfortable." As she spoke, she turned to Yu Swayan and instructed her, "Swayan, I'll send you a picture later. Go and prepare the clothes in the picture for me." Seeing this wonderful scene, Yu Swayan moved her lips and uttered a single word with some difficulty, "Yes." The hotel suite they stayed in had a private kitchen. Apart from having to prepare their own ingredients, everything else was taken care of by a dedicated person. Although Lin Feng moved in through Luo Yu's connections, he still paid all the room fees without any reduction. He just bought a little more groceries, and no one will say anything about it. However, the scene of them transporting large quantities of ingredients to the hotel was still seen by others. Wow, so much stuff? Are they planning a party at the hotel? No way, it must be the hotel's food delivery truck, right? That's a taxi. How could a hotel hire a taxi to transport ingredients? Someone posted pictures of taxis delivering vegetables online, and quite a few people in Okushima saw them. Su Zian, who had rushed over with her men, checked into the most luxurious hotel on Ao Island. In the room, the bodyguard asked Su Zian some questions. "Miss, where should we begin?" Su Zian didn't actually know either. Coming to Ao Island was just her guess. She wasn't sure if Lin Feng was actually there. "How about we go check out the Hungluan Hotel? I just saw a taxi delivering a lot of ingredients to Hotel Number 2 over there. Maybe young Master Lin is hiding there, which is why he prepared the ingredients," the bodyguard suggested. "How is that possible?" Su Zian flatly denied it, saying, "He has Chu Ling Shuang by his side. How could that woman possibly buy groceries and cook for herself? Don't you even use your brain to think about it?" The bodyguard quickly shut his mouth. After a moment of silence, Su Zian gritted her teeth and said, "Let's go to the casino first and disperse all our people." Chapter 224. You're awesome. In the hotel's rooftop corridor, the bodyguards were busy transporting ingredients, making quite a commotion. Xia Qingqing and Li Hao, who were also in a corner room, curiously opened their door to check. When they opened the door and saw what everyone was holding, they were both stunned. "Brother, why did you buy so much food?" Xia Qingqing opened the door and looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. Beside her, Chu Ling Shuang's eyes darted around, but she didn't say much. She just tightened her grip on Lin Feng's arm. "Cooking, huh?" Lin Feng replied with a smile. Across the hall, Li Hao leaned over and asked curiously, "You don't need this much for cooking? This meat is enough for several meals." He looked at Lin Feng and said, "Brother Feng, are you planning to show off your skills?" Lin Feng shook his head, his gaze falling on Chu Ling Shuang, but he didn't reveal the truth. Staring at the vegetables, Li Hao perked up. "Qing and I haven't eaten either, Brother Feng. Why don't we go over there too?" "Brother Hao." Before Li Hao could finish explaining his idea of getting a free meal, Xia Qingqing interrupted him, saying, "Didn't we say we were going out to eat tonight?" As she spoke, she winked at Li Hao. Li Hao was taken aback. When his gaze fell on Lin Feng and Chu Ling Shuang's intertwined arms, he immediately realized what was happening and hurriedly said, "Oh right. Qingqing and I are going out to eat. Qingqing, are you ready? Shall we go downstairs?" He almost became a third wheel. He's still a third wheel to his former boss and cash cow. In short, it's tantamount to suicide. "Okay." Xia Qingqing nodded hurriedly, closed the door, and said to Lin Feng, "Then brother, we're going out now. If you need anything, just send me a message, and Hao Ji and I will bring it to you when we get back." Lin Feng wanted to say no, as Chu Ling Shuang had brought enough people to serve her, but seeing Li Hao and Xia Qingqing looking like they were fleeing the scene, he finally nodded and remained silent. Once inside the room, the bodyguards put the things down and left. Chu Ling Shuang didn't stay idle either. She rummaged through the packaging and pulled out an apron to put on. Seeing how she put it on smoothly despite her slight awkwardness, Lin Feng couldn't help but tease her. "I didn't expect Miss Chu to know how to tie an apron." Chu Ling Shuang's face stiffened, and she rolled her eyes. "I don't cook. Not that I can't cook. Even if you've never eaten pork, you've at least seen a pig run. Wearing an apron while cooking is the most basic thing, isn't it?" The more Chu Ling Shuang sensed that Lin Feng was watching the drama unfold, the more determined she became to challenge him. She pointed at the pig's hind leg with an annoyance and ordered, "This is yours. I'll go wash the fish first." Okay, no problem. Lin Feng immediately agreed, picked up the pig's hind leg, and went into the kitchen with Chu Lingshuang. He squatted down on the ground and began cutting the meat with a kitchen knife, while glancing at Chu Lingshuang's movements out of the corner of his eye. Chu Lingshuang carried the bag of sea bass, put it in the sink, poured the fish out, turned on the tap, and let the water run over the fish. Then, in front of Lin Feng, she took out her phone. A moment later, Lin Feng heard a cooking tutorial coming from her phone speaker. The simplest way to cook steamed sea bass. Lin Feng's expression froze for a moment. Good, good, good. Really, technology changes lives. Chu Lingshuang immediately sped up the video to 0.5x and followed along as she cleaned the fish's body bit by bit. If you can't cook, there are tutorials online. If you don't know what seasonings to use, you can also search for them. In short, you can find answers to anything you don't understand online, but you can't learn the techniques yourself. For example, chopping vegetables. Leafy greens were easy enough. She just had to cut off the roots. But potatoes and ginger slices were a different story. Seeing the aloof beauty struggling to cut a small piece of ginger with a kitchen knife, Lin Feng looked up and asked, "How about I cut it for you?" "No need." She coldly rejected Lin Feng's offer, saying, "I can manage on my own." Right now, only one thought is on Chu Lingshuang's mind. She absolutely cannot let Lin Feng laugh at her. Besides, it's just chopping vegetables. She's not so stupid as to not be able to learn that. Lin Feng awkwardly shut his mouth and focused on separating the thigh meat. Seeing that his knife skills were somewhat rough, Chu Lingshuang, who had been feeling frustrated for a while, suddenly laughed. "Oh, I thought you knew how to handle it, but I didn't expect you weren't so good at it either." Lin Feng paused for a moment. "I used to cook, but miss, what kind of kind person would buy a whole pig's hind leg to cook for you?" As he spoke, he glanced at Chu Lingshuang, who was holding a kitchen knife and didn't know where to start, and retorted without hesitation. "Besides, I'm better than you. You can't even cut ginger." "You?" Chu Lingshuang was momentarily speechless with anger. Seeing that Lin Feng's movements had quickened considerably, clearly indicating that he had found the knack, she became a little anxious. Her gaze returned to the cutting board. She gripped the cleaver, took a deep breath, aimed at the center of the ginger, and pressed down hard. She divided a small piece of ginger into 4 small chunks and stuffed them whole into the cut fish. Next came the pouring of cooking wine. When Chu Lingshuang reopened the video, she suddenly screamed in surprise. "Oh no!" The shout startled Lin Feng so much that he almost pulled the kitchen knife out of his hand. He quickly withdrew his hand, looking at Chu Lingshuang with a helpless expression. "What is it now, miss?" "I didn't buy a weighing scale." Chu Lingshuang hurriedly washed her hands, picked up her phone, and sent a voice message to Yu Shuiyan. Seeing this, Lin Feng was speechless. "Why use a measuring scale? Can't you just estimate the amount yourself?" "That won't do." Chu Lingshuang shook her head resolutely and said seriously, "He has a precise weight standard for every ingredient listed here. If you exceed it, the dish will taste terrible." Lin Feng: "Okay, I guess she's right. People who have never cooked before really can't judge the proper measure." Lin Feng didn't want to spend most of the day working so hard only to end up eating a messy meal when it was time to eat. However, Chu Lingshuang, now that she had some free time, walked up to Lin Feng, tilted her head, and said to him, "I'm so serious and you don't even praise me?" Meeting her expectant eyes, Lin Feng sighed. He couldn't find the words to praise her, so he could only give a rather formal reply. "You are awesome." These 3 simple words instantly energized Chu Lingshuang. "I've decided. I'm going to make braised pork, stir-fried pig's trotters with vinegar, steamed sea bass, and stir-fried some green vegetables," she declared confidently. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression changed from flattery to speechlessness, and finally to helplessness. "It's not that I want to discourage her. It's just that if she cooks so many dishes at once, it'll be ages before they're finally on the table." Chu Lingshuang, however, refused to let him help. He was now filled with regret. Why did he have to suggest that Chu Lingshuang cook? Chapter 2:25 She was moved. Chu Lingshuang started cooking at 4 p.m., and by the time all the dishes were on the table and it was time to eat, it was already 10 p.m. In other words, Chu Lingshuang spent a full 6 hours cooking. Lin Feng was starving. He wanted to eat a small cake to tide him over, but when he picked it up, he saw Chu Ling Shuang in the kitchen wearing an apron and staring at him with a pitiful look in her eyes. Even when visiting someone's home, it is impolite to start eating other food before the host has prepared the meal. Besides, Chu Ling Shuang, like him, had also been hungry for a long time and was still busy in the kitchen, so Lin Feng finally felt embarrassed and put the pastries down. So the two of them went hungry for a full 6 hours. In addition, they hadn't eaten anything when they got up. By the time all the dishes were ready and on the table, they were completely stuffed. Cooking is really hard. I guess I need to raise the salary of my family's cook. Looking at the fruits of her labor, Chu Ling Shuang sighed. Hearing this, Lin Feng glanced at her in surprise. While eagerly picking up some food, he added, "It's only difficult at the beginning. Those chefs are professionals. They become skilled after a long time. But your dish is still pretty good." Staring at the various dishes on the table, Lin Feng kept praising them. There's no other reason than her status as a young lady. Even if she were just an ordinary person, she would deserve praise for being able to cook so many dishes. Chu Ling Shuang blushed, then proudly tilted her head back. "Humph, I already said I can do it all by myself." After saying that, she looked at Lin Feng impatiently. "You should try it quickly. I'm afraid it's not flavorful enough." "Don't worry, it smells delicious. It must taste good," Lin Feng praised, picking up a piece of meat and putting it in his mouth under her expectant gaze. His expression froze. Seeing this, Chu Ling Shuang immediately became nervous. "How is it?" "I followed the video tutorial step by step, and the ingredients were all measured precisely by the gram, so it shouldn't be too far off, right?" "Indeed, there isn't much difference." Lin Feng chewed and swallowed, his taste buds awakened. Without hesitation, he continued to pick up food with his chopsticks and ate heartily. Seeing that he was eating very quickly, Chu Ling Shuang bit her lip and said with some concern, "If it's not good, don't force yourself." "It's delicious." Lin Feng gave a hasty reply, but offered a very sincere evaluation. "It's definitely not quite up to par with what restaurant chefs make. It's probably because you're a bit inexperienced since it's your first time cooking, but for a first attempt, it's already fantastic." He didn't forget to give Chu Ling Shuang a thumbs up, saying, "Better than me." This was the most sincere evaluation Chu Ling Shuang had ever received from Lin Feng. She was overjoyed, watching Lin Feng happily as he kept putting food she had made on his plate. It is such a happy and fulfilling thing to have your hard work and success respected by the person you love most. But soon, Lin Feng seemed to have eaten something, and in an instant, his brows furrowed as he spat it into the trash can. "Wait, this huge piece is ginger." He belatedly realized what was happening and started chugging down plain water. Chu Ling Shuang chuckled awkwardly and said, "I don't know how to cut ginger." Lin Feng's face froze, and he stared at the potato chunks in the plate of braised pork with a chill running down his spine. "Well," he cleared his throat somewhat awkwardly. "It's okay, I'll just eat slowly." As he spoke, he continued eating. He didn't blame her. Instead, he was enjoying himself. Chu Ling Shuang felt warm inside, and she unconsciously raised the corners of her mouth, taking out a small box from the side. Noticing her movement, Lin Feng was taken aback. "What are you doing? Aren't you hungry?" Chu Ling Shuang took out a small, unmarked, gold-plated packaging bag and tore it open as she said, "Apply a face mask. Cooking fumes are too strong and bad for the skin." As she spoke, her hands continued moving, and she used 2 fingers to pinch the face mask in front of her and apply it to her face in front of the small mirror. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Instead of eating the delicious food on the table, she was applying a face mask. This young lady was really ruthless. Then let's just ignore her. He was starving, so he focused on eating, deliberately leaving half of each dish for Chu Ling Shuang. After finishing 3 bowls of rice, Lin Feng finally put down his bowl and let out a satisfied burp. Just then, Chu Ling Shuang's face mask session ended. She picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of meat, and put it in her mouth. The next second, she frowned. The meat's texture was so tough it tasted like an old lady's foot binding cloth. It had been stewed for too long, and it was impossible to chew properly. She was deeply moved when she caught sight of the empty bowl in front of Lin Feng. "This tastes so bad. How could you eat it?" She looked at Lin Feng, who had a satisfied expression, with some indescribable feelings. It's not bad, Lin Feng said very seriously. You think it tastes bad? Maybe you eat too many delicious foods all the time. Actually, these dishes are the most common home-cooked meals. The taste may be a little off, but it's still pretty good, especially since this is your first time making them. He not only didn't say her cooking was bad, but he even made excuses for her. Chu Ling Shuang's eyes were filled with emotion. At this moment, she felt that he truly respected her. On the contrary, she seemed to have never respected him from beginning to end, and even tormented him in various ways he didn't want to do, forcing him to do things he didn't want to do. Gratitude and excitement coexisted. The more Lin Feng acted this way, the more infatuated she became with him. She even wanted to stay in that moment forever, stuck in every little detail of her time with Lin Feng. She didn't speak, the tip of her chopsticks resting on her lips, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Seeing her expression after he had finished eating, Lin Feng assumed she found the food unpalatable. Considering that the young lady had actually cooked so much for him, he felt a little embarrassed and took the initiative to speak. If you think it tastes too bad, there's some leftover meat and vegetables in the kitchen. I can stir-fry it for you, and you can make do with it. Or should I ask you Swan to go out and buy some for you? He's still so genuinely concerned about her. Chu Ling Shuang almost burst into tears. She'd been busy all day. How could she bear to let Lin Feng cook again? She was the one who should be apologizing. No need, no need. I don't eat much, a little bit is fine with me. That won't work either. You haven't eaten all day? What if you get a stomachache from eating something you don't like? Lin Feng stood up abruptly. It wasn't that he was being nosy, but if this young lady got sick from eating the food he cooked, wouldn't that just be asking for trouble for himself? Seeing Lin Feng insist on going into the kitchen, Chu Ling Shuang felt a sudden pang of sadness, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. Chapter 226. Oh no, the young lady is getting addicted to being praised. It was already too late, and Lin Feng was worried that Chu Ling Shuang would get stomach problems from being hungry for too long, so he simply stir-fried the meat and added a tomato and egg stir-fry. This is one of my specialties, but it's probably not as good as your chef's. Lin Feng placed the dishes on the table, pointed to the plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and said truthfully, "The tomatoes are sweet and juicy, and the eggs are smooth and bright in color." Even though the chef at home was highly skilled, Chu Ling Shuang rarely ate such high-fat foods. The aroma filled her nostrils, stimulating her taste buds. Seeing Chu Ling Shuang scoop a spoonful of egg and put it directly into her mouth, Lin Feng quickly said, "Wait a minute, aren't you going to stir it?" Seeing the confused look on Chu Ling Shuang's face, Lin Feng pointed to the vegetables and then to the rice. Understanding Lin Feng's meaning, Chu Ling Shuang truthfully replied, "I rarely eat like that." Lin Feng smacked his lips and complained, "Eating rice without pouring the sauce on top is simply outrageous." Hearing this, Chu Ling Shuang frowned slightly, picked up the bowl, turned the rice upside down on top of the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and stirred it a few times with a spoon. Like this. Yes, yes, yes. Seeing the white rice grains fully mixed with the bright red tomato broth, Lin Feng couldn't even imagine how delicious it would be after taking a bite. He smiled and said, "When I was busy working overtime and didn't have time to cook, I would just stir-fry this. I always made sure to add extra water to make the tomato sauce. You should try it. It should be delicious." Listening to Lin Feng's rambling, Chu Ling Shuang scooped up a spoonful. The moment it entered her mouth, the fresh and fragrant vegetables and rice mixed together and exploded on her tongue. Her eyes lit up immediately. "It's delicious." She mumbled a vague remark and quickly shoveled down a bite. Seeing her clueless look, Lin Feng chuckled and said, "No, miss, you've never eaten this before?" Chu Ling Shuang shook her head. "These are all high-fat foods. I don't usually eat such oily foods." Upon hearing the word high-fat, Lin Feng's expression froze. Well, he was ignorant. In all his years, even back in the gym, he had never been so picky. He casually remarked, "So, do you have to take protein powder every day?" Chu Ling Shuang laughed and said, "I'm not going to build muscle." The pleasant meal finally ended, and the two, full and satisfied, went straight to the sofa to rest. After a cup of tea and snacks, Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa, looking exhausted. "Miss, what about those dishes? I don't want to wash them." Exhausted from a long day, Chu Ling Shuang felt drowsy. She rubbed her eyes and said, "Call the maid over." She lay sideways on Lin Feng's lap, while Lin Feng's hands were spread out on the back cushion of the sofa, his neck tilted back. The servants who came in to tidy up the room saw this lazy scene. No one dared to say anything, because the scene was too beautiful. Bright golden lights shone on the two of them, and their excellent looks and figures made people's hearts flutter. Seeing Lin Feng take out his phone right in front of her, Chu Ling Shuang finally asked the question that had been on her mind all along. "Lin Feng, have you seen those messages online before?" She wanted to ask if Lin Feng had seen her previous online confession. As soon as he turned on his phone screen, Lin Feng paused slightly, then smiled and said, "I saw it." "You saw everything?" She turned her face to the side, her gaze meeting Lin Feng's high, delicate chin. "Yeah, it's just a simple thing when you're on your phone. Anyone who opens their phone has probably seen it." He didn't specify what he saw, but that was a direct answer to Chu Ling Shuang's question. Chu Ling Shuang's eyes flickered. Completely ignoring the maid who was still clearing the table, she grabbed Lin Feng's clothes and said urgently, "You saw everything. Why didn't you reply to me?" "I." What was his reply? "You, Chu Ling Shuang, can issue a warrant for my arrest across the entire internet. But I only have so little money that I'm reluctant to spend it on myself, let alone buy official documents to get my reply trending on social media." Lin Feng thought to himself, but didn't say it out loud. However, Chu Ling Shuang couldn't help but feel that he was guilty. But so much time has passed, and now that Lin Feng is right in front of her, she doesn't want to dwell on it anymore. "Forget it. Let's put that matter behind us. It's enough that you're here." She gripped Lin Feng's clothes tightly with her small hands, then yawned wearily, sat up, and said, "I'm going to take a shower. Then we'll go to sleep. I'm so sleepy." Neither of them got enough sleep today. Lin Feng nodded. "Then you go wash first, and I'll wash after you're done." "Good." When Chu Ling Shuang came out of the bathroom, it was already 11 p.m. Lin Feng had almost fallen asleep while waiting. When he saw Chu Ling Shuang come out wrapped in her pajamas, he yawned and walked into the bathroom. He just squinted and brushed past Chu Ling Shuang. Chu Ling Shuang clutched the towel to her chest, initially quite nervous, but when Lin Feng brushed past her, she froze for a moment. They say men don't cherish what they have, but she came out smelling nice after a shower, and Lin Feng didn't react at all. She stood there stunned for a long time, listening to the rustling sounds of clothes being undressed coming from the bathroom, and suddenly couldn't hold back anymore. She strode towards the bathroom and pushed open the bathroom door. "What do you mean?" Lin Feng froze, his hand still unbuckling his belt. His upper body was bare, and he stared in astonishment at her angry face. "What? No, what did I do now? Didn't you say I'd wash after you did?" Chu Ling Shuang's face turned bright red. She stared straight at Lin Feng, clutching the towel in front of her with her small hands, and said in a wrong tone, You haven't praised me yet." What else can I say to you?" Lin Feng was genuinely confused. He glanced around at Chu Ling Shuang, and then instantly realized, beautiful. This was a bit too perfunctory. Chu Ling Shuang saw it clearly, and she immediately became dissatisfied. "I lathered up with shower gel several times. Aren't you going to compliment me on how fragrant I smell after washing?" Lin Feng: "Oh no, the young lady is getting addicted to being praised." Seeing the cold and beautiful woman's aggrieved expression, Lin Feng sighed, refastened his belt, and said earnestly, "It looks good, and it smells great too. Miss, you're amazing." Chu Ling Shuang was instantly satisfied. She nodded, and as she closed the door, she said to Lin Feng, Not bad, but you'd better not call me young miss next time." The bathroom door was closed, and Lin Feng's gaze fell on the mirror. There were still a few streaks of crimson on the area below his throat, and if you looked closely, you could even see a few small, blurry teeth marks. Lin Feng sighed, picked up the soap, and started lathering himself. Seeing Chu Ling Shuang's shadow lying on the bed through the frosted glass, he knew there was still a tough battle to fight tonight. Chapter 2, 27 Injure him. Killing him is too cruel. 7:10. Sis, this is the room. Su Jie muttered softly in the hallway, his eyes full of confusion. "Why are we so late? It's already 11 o'clock. She must be asleep by now." Su's hiking gently shook her head and said, "No, She should be taking a shower at this time. After she took over the Su family's company, she rarely went to bed before midnight. 11 o'clock was just the beginning of her personal time, and she would only be taking a shower around that time, let alone a company as big as Yuhan Group. Moreover, even if she's already asleep at this hour, that's perfect. Let Xiao Jie sneak in while she's still half asleep. Su Jie nodded, half understanding, and squatted down at the door of room 710, indicating that Su's Hiking could knock on the door. Su's Hiking took a deep breath, raised her hand, and knocked on the door a few times. Sure enough, Yu Xuan's voice came from inside the room. Who is it? I'm a hotel staff member. The manager said the previous guest left something in your room. Could you please open the door so I can get it? The room was silent for a while, and just as Su's Hiking was about to lose her composure due to anxiety, the door was opened. Yu Xuan, wrapped in a snow-white bathrobe, raised her hand to push up her glasses, looked Su's Hiking up and down, and her eyes flashed. Hello, miss. The guest who checked out the day before yesterday said they left their wallet in their room. The manager asked me to come and get it. I'm so sorry to bother you so late. Su's Hiking bowed her head and gave Yu Xuan a proper bow. My wallet. Yu Xuan's eyes flickered, and she took a step to the side. Come in. Su's Hiking was overjoyed and quickly nodded and stepped forward. In the instant she looked down, she exchanged a glance with Su Jie, who nodded repeatedly. Miss, are you traveling alone? Once inside the room, Su's Hiking made small talk with Yu Xuan. Yu Xuan's eyes darted around, catching sight of a corner of clothing scattered in the corner of the doorway. She smiled nonchalantly and said, Yes, alone. On company leave, just came out to have some fun. As she spoke, she deliberately turned her back to the door. Su's Hiking pretended to rummage through the sofa cushions in the room, and when she caught sight of Su Jie sneaking into the bedroom, she quickly said, Sorry, I might have remembered the wrong room. I couldn't find my wallet. I'm so sorry to have disturbed your rest. Su's Hiking bowed apologetically to Yu Xuan. Yu Xuan smiled and said, It's all right. Go out. I'm going to take a shower. Yes. Su's Hiking nodded and left in a hurry. However, just as she stepped out of Yu Xuan's room, she ran into Xia Qingqing and Li Hao, who had just returned from the night market. Thinking she was a hotel staff member, Xia Qingqing didn't react much. However, Li Hao, who was standing next to her, was stunned. Seeing Su's Hiking disappear at the end of the corridor, Li Hao asked with a puzzled look, Qingqing, do you think a person's appearance will change if they are too tired? Yes. Xia Qingqing nodded, looking at Li Hao playfully. Look at me. Don't I look much younger after I stopped being a wage earner? Seeing her relaxed and lively expression, Li Hao blushed and stammered. Xia Qingqing blinked, puzzled, and asked, Brother Hao, why are you suddenly asking me this question? Am I getting old? No. Li Hao quickly shook his head, staring thoughtfully at the end of the corridor. That hotel waiter just now. He looks kind of familiar. No way. There are people you know here. Xia Qingqing suddenly felt a little jealous. Right now, Chu Ling Shuang is with her brother. If Li Hao hadn't come along, she would have been bored to death staying in her room all day. But now, Li Hao's friend has appeared. Li Hao scratched his head and frowned. I wouldn't say we know each other, but that woman just now looked a bit like Su's Hiking, the eldest sister of the Su family. What? Upon hearing this name, Xia Qingqing instantly shuddered. Su's Hiking. I saw her at the convenience store before, but she was full of vigor back then, while that woman just now looked a bit disheveled. Li Hao muttered, unsure of what was going on. As he was speaking, he noticed Xia Qingqing taking out her phone and hurriedly asked, Qingqing, what are you doing? Call my brother, Xia Qingqing said, her phone flashing across the screen. If it really is Su's Hiking, then we're in big trouble. None of the Su family members are good people. They'll definitely come looking for trouble for my brother. Li Hao nodded. That makes sense. In the room, Lin Feng, who had just taken a shower and gotten into bed, stood by the bedside and saw that Chu Ling Shuang, who was sleeping, had her eyes narrowed to slits. Finished showering? Come here and massage my back. She shifted slightly, revealing her waist. Lin Feng acquiesced and sat down on the side of the bed, gently placing his hands on her waist. He pressed on it, and heard Chu Ling Shuang's soft voice float by. I don't know why my back has been so tired lately. Lin Feng was speechless upon hearing this. How could he not be tired? Every time it took until the middle of the night. The room temperature rose, and in the quiet, Chu Ling Shuang's phone rang. She picked up her phone with some annoyance, glanced at it, and answered the call in front of Lin Feng. If it's not something serious, you're finished, Yu Suan. However, not long after she finished speaking, Chu Ling Shuang's expression changed. She glanced at Lin Feng instinctively and asked into the phone, "Are you telling the truth?" Lin Feng tensed up at that glance. Just as he was wondering what was going on, his phone rang. Seeing the message, "Caller, Xia Qingqing," on the screen, he answered the call. "Okay, go ahead." "What? You're serious? Don't rush, don't move yet. She probably hasn't recognized you. Go back to your rooms and rest. We'll talk about it tomorrow," Lin Feng instructed before hanging up the phone. Chu Ling Shuang suddenly sat up, grabbed Lin Feng's arm, and smiled knowingly. "Did Xia Qingqing call?" Lin Feng was taken aback, and was about to ask her how she knew, but then he realized, what did Yu Suan discover? Chu Ling Shuang smiled broadly. "Two mice." "Two." Lin Feng smiled as well, meeting Chu Ling Shuang's curved eyes. As if they had agreed beforehand, they both said in unison, "This is really interesting." It was rare for Chu Ling Shuang to realize the same thing as Lin Feng at the same time, and her mood instantly improved. She looked at Lin Feng with a smile and asked gently, "Tell me, should we injure him or kill him?" Without hesitation, Lin Feng put down his phone, got up, and went to bed. He lay down next to Chu Ling Shuang and replied with a light smile, "Let's injure her. Killing her would be too cruel." Chapter 228, They couldn't be. It was rare to see them in sync. Chu Ling Shuang smiled thoughtfully. "I remember you seemed to have felt quite sympathy for them before." "Sympathy?" Lin Feng was taken aback. "What sympathy do you mean? They bullied you so much, and you, without asking for anything, willingly left home." Recalling the first time she met Lin Feng, his indifferent expression, Chu Ling Shuang murmured, "What is this if not pity?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng laughed. "Miss Chu, you must have misunderstood. Whether they did or not, they raised me for over 10 years and never mistreated me. People can't escape the bonds of blood. This was their choice, so why should I hold a grudge?" Chu Ling Shuang had heard this argument before, but hearing it from him again, she was still impressed by his character. And yet you've already made your move." Chu Ling Shuang glanced at it and said this. "If I don't make a move now, won't others think I'm easy to bully?" Lin Feng smiled and replied, "If they stop bothering me, I won't say anything more. My debt of gratitude to the Su family is over, but they've gone even further." "What? Do you think I've gone too far?" "No." Chu Ling Shuang shook her head, then suddenly sat up, her cold and exquisite face instantly drawing closer. "I just wanted to say that our relationship has only just begun." As she spoke, she subtly hooked her arm around Lin Feng's neck, and as she fell down, she pulled him down with her. Such scenes were nothing out of the ordinary for Lin Feng. He reciprocated and accepted her kiss. Day and night have arrived outside the window. After the downpour, there is the howling wind. The gale sweeps up the leaves, forcing them to swirl in the air. After several leaps, the leaves are blown to the muddy ground. The soil turns over, and the leaves awaken to their next life. "Turn off the lights, they're a bit too bright." Catching her breath, Chu Ling Shuang squinted and murmured something. "Oh." Lin Feng responded without even looking up, and relying on his memory, he reached out and pressed the switch. With each snap, darkness descends, and with vision lost, other senses become more acute. The clock ticked away in the room, its rhythmic cadence lingering on and off. But then, on the bedside table, Chu Ling Shuang's phone lit up again. "Your phone is ringing." Sweating profusely, Lin Feng glanced at the blinding light and spoke. Through the blurry vision, Chu Ling Shuang hooked her arm around Lin Feng's nape and murmured, "Never mind it." In the neighboring house, separated by only one wall, someone is about to be tortured. The phone rang for a while, and then stopped. It should be over by now, Lin Feng thought, still slightly distracted. Chu Ling Shuang opened her eyes reluctantly, her gaze unfocused as she grabbed Lin Feng's collar. "What do you mean?" "And we've only just begun." Lin Feng's eyes darkened. As she tugged at his collar, he felt a slight sense of suffocation. His head spun, and in a daze, he raised his hand and slapped himself. Chu Ling Shuang reacted instantly and complained angrily. What are you doing? Change the movement. Seeing Lin Feng gesture for her to lie down, Chu Ling Shuang immediately became unhappy. Her face flushed red, and she glared fiercely at Lin Feng, shouting, Insolence! You're being insolent. But having clearly become a lamb to the slaughter, even when she spoke with a fierce expression, her words sounded like those of a delicate little lamb. It can only be used to start a fire, not to extinguish it. Just as Lin Feng was about to say something more, the cell phone on the bedside table rang again. This time it was his cell phone. Just because Chu Ling Shuang doesn't answer doesn't mean he won't answer. So, right in front of Chu Ling Shuang, whose face was flushed, Lin Feng answered the phone without hesitation. Seeing that Lin Feng was distracted while he was being affectionate with her, Chu Ling Shuang's anger was completely ignited. Without hesitation, she got up and pushed Lin Feng down. Upon hearing the call connect, Xia Qingqing pressed herself against the door, her face filled with anxiety, and said into the phone, Brother, it sounds like someone's been killed over there. I just heard several screams. But Lin Feng's voice on the other end of the phone sounded strange. What are you doing, woman? Did I let you answer the phone? The two voices sounded strange, and Xia Qingqing couldn't help but frown. She cautiously asked into the phone, Brother, are you all right? Are you still in Miss Chu's room? Ouch, be quiet, I'm on the phone. You keep answering, but if you're so capable, then don't make a sound. If you can't help but yell and your sister hears, then don't blame me. Xia Qingqing heard both voices clearly this time. She instinctively thought something had happened to her brother, so she reached out to open the door and go out. However, when her hand touched the doorknob, she froze when she heard two murmurs on the phone that were hard to tell whether they were in pain or pleasure. Really? Could they be? Thinking of this, Xia Qingqing suddenly looked at her phone and hurriedly hung up the call. The screams outside continued, but they would stop intermittently and were not easily heard unless you listened carefully. Xia Qingqing leaned against the door, pressed against it, recalling the two strange voices from the phone call just now, and her face immediately turned red. Bite. The ringing of her phone woke Xia Qingqing instantly. Glancing at Hao Ji's contact name, she quickly answered the call. Qingqing, did you hear that noise outside? Should we go out and check? Brother Feng, he. Don't. Before Li Hao could finish speaking, Xia Qingqing immediately objected. Brother is fine. I've already called to confirm. Let's not worry about it, and go to sleep. In the next room, Li Hao looked at the notification that his phone had been disconnected and scratched his head in confusion. Sister Swayan, this kid's thrown up after being beaten. Are you still going to continue? Zhang Peng, accompanied by several bodyguards, stood beside the sofa in Yu Swayan's living room. Seeing Su Jie, who was beaten to a pulp and was already delirious, Yu Swayan checked her phone and saw that it was unanswered. She had already called 3 times, but the young lady hadn't answered any of them. Recalling Chu Ling Shuang's tone just now, she seemed to understand something. She raised her hand to indicate. Continue, just don't kill him. Zhang Peng was stunned. Sister Swayan, are you still going to fight? Go ahead and hit her. Stop talking nonsense. Yu Swayan snapped, her voice cold. Miss's order is to injure her, not to stop. Do it. You'll stop when Miss answers the phone. Zhang Peng nodded and called to his brothers to continue. Su Jie had been beaten so badly that he couldn't even scream anymore, and his eyes were swollen. But these people didn't kill him at all. They used punches to target his vital organs, making him feel like he was dying, but he couldn't even die. This is hell. Chapter 229. All evidence is complete. From the dead of night until midnight, for as long as their lovemaking lasted, Su Jie was beaten for the same amount of time. Seeing the notifications on Chu Ling Shuang's phone showing 6 missed calls, Lin Feng let out a long sigh and leaned against the headboard. Not going to call back a single one. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Chu Ling Shuang lazily hooked her arm around Lin Feng's, her small face resting contentedly against his arm. Feeling her already used to pulling, Lin Feng chuckled and said, Tomorrow? What if you kill him? My men are careful with their actions. As soon as she finished speaking, her phone screen lit up again, displaying a text message from Yu Swayan. Miss, the person has already fainted. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, picked up her phone, glanced at it, and then placed it in front of Chu Ling Shuang. Here, she's fainted. Chu Ling Shuang raised her eyes unhappily, opened her phone, turned on voice messaging, and replied, "Go call the police. Do I need to say anything more?" Her impatience was obvious. After replying to the message, she threw her phone aside and hugged it even tighter. Lin Feng saw the phone light up, and Yu Xuan's reply appeared on the screen. Understood. However, what caught his attention was not that, but Chu Ling Shuang's phone screen. Her screensaver is a profile picture of him enjoying the scenery at the beach during a TV show. In other words, Chu Ling Shuang had already developed feelings for him from that time onwards. In the darkness, he could hear her soft breathing. She was clearly asleep. Lin Feng's mood instantly became somewhat complicated. What bothers him most is when someone sabotages his plans, especially when he has already finalized all the subsequent plans and then creates unnecessary trouble. Xia Qingqing and Li Hao were fine. They were his good friends, so bringing them along wasn't a big deal. But Chu Ling Shuang is not. His feelings for Chu Ling Shuang had become something he couldn't even understand himself. He should have felt angry and upset when she suddenly joined his escape plan, but now he felt helpless. His feelings for her were indeed growing stronger day by day, especially now that she has become docile. Given their differing perspectives, she would almost subconsciously deny her own opinion to affirm his choice. Lin Feng's eyes darkened as they fell on Chu Ling Shuang's relaxed sleeping face. What will happen next has become uncertain even to him. Let nature take its course. Lost in thought, Lin Feng grew sleepy and drifted off to sleep. In the hotel's top floor rooms, except for the one occupied by Lin Feng and Chu Ling Shuang, almost all the other rooms were woken up by the noise. For no other reason, Yu Xuan called the police. The reason given for the police report was that Su Jia had taken photos without permission. When the police car arrived, Su's hiking, who was anxiously waiting in the corridor, peeked out when she saw a lot of noise and saw her younger brother Su Jia, who was being carried on a stretcher and whose face was covered in bruises. She couldn't hold back any longer. Ignoring the police officers who were still questioning her, she rushed forward, crying out with tears in her eyes, "Shao Jia, Shao Jia, what happened to you? Who hit him?" Yu Xuan leaned against the door, her arms crossed in front of her. She glanced at Su's hiking out of the corner of her eye and said to the policeman who was questioning her, "Oh right, this is the young lady who came up to my room to get something. I think that's when she sneaked in to try and take pictures." All attention was now focused on Su's hiking. In an instant, Su's hiking realized what was happening and hurriedly said, "How could that be? My brother wouldn't do such a thing. Besides, I only came up to get something." Hotel owner Luo Yushin rushed over, looked at Su's hiking, and sneered. "Miss, may I ask who sent you up here to get your things?" "I, the manager. The manager sent me up." Su's hiking had never met Luo Yu before and assumed she was just a guest, so she yelled at her. "The owner of this hotel is friends with my brother Lin Feng, and that's why we work here. No matter what, you can't be so ruthless." With her younger brother's fate uncertain, Su's hiking's last hope rests on Lin Feng. She knew Lin Feng was at this hotel, and she had even seen him walk in. Just this afternoon, Yu Xuan had gone downstairs to help him get some things. Lin Feng was staying on this floor, so her voice was exceptionally loud, and her shout woke Xia Qingqing and Li Hao up. "You're talking nonsense. When did my brother ever have a sister like you?" As soon as she opened the door, Xia Qingqing, her face full of anger, yelled at Su's hiking. "Miss Su, your Su family is acting so unfairly. Aren't you just looking for trouble?" Li Hao added sleepily. Who would have thought that everyone here would be an acquaintance? Seeing that even a bodyguard like Li Hao could afford to stay here, while she herself had gone from a high-ranking president to a waitress, the sense of disparity almost overwhelmed Su's hiking. Upon seeing Xia Qingqing and Li Hao, Luo Yu recalled the news she had seen online and immediately glanced at Su's hiking with disgust. She then said to the police officer, "Sir, this lady was fired from my hotel this morning. They sneaked in and did this dirty thing. As for evidence, there are surveillance cameras over there, and I can provide the video footage." Luo Yu didn't want to say anything more to Su's hiking. After speaking, she signaled the manager to handle the matter and then left directly. Upon hearing the words expulsion and surveillance, Su's hiking lost her temper and roared at Luo Yu's retreating figure. "What right do you have to expel us? We..." As she spoke, she couldn't continue. and she threw herself on Su Jie, pressing down on him so hard that he woke up in pain. "Sister, save me." Yu Suan glanced at the two people indifferently and only said two words, "Idiots." After saying that, she went into the room, leaving the rest to Zhang Peng. Late at night, Zhang Peng and others went to the police station with the police. The surveillance footage, witnesses, and physical evidence were all there. They entered the station that night, and by daybreak, the case was already clear. Wang Shan, who was anxiously waiting for Su's hiking and Su Jie to return in the slum, was about to help Su Tang wash his face when she received a notification from the bureau before she could even pour the water. Su's hiking and Su Jie premeditatedly took photos without consent, and a public prosecution has been filed. Su Jie, who was beaten beyond recognition, was awarded 5,000 yuan in compensation by Zhang Peng and others for excessive self-defense. Su Tang, who was already physically weak, was so shocked by the news that he fainted. Without having time to go to the police station to find out the truth, Wang Shan hurriedly took Su Tang to the hospital. However, faced with the medical bill of 20,000 yuan, Wang Shan collapsed to the ground. In a daze, she brought Su Tang home, only to be confronted by Zhang Ming and others who came to collect debts. They not only took all the medical expenses that had been paid to Su Jie, but also emptied the house of all the remaining household items. From this point on, the Su family had no chance of turning things around. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was leisurely enjoying breakfast with Chu Ling Shuang. Chapter 230, I'll give you a gift. What are your plans after dinner? Chu Ling Shuang asked, looking up as she scooped up a spoonful of yogurt. A plan? I don't think so, Lin Feng replied. Chu Ling Shuang was taken aback. We can't stay inside forever, can we? What else? If you're bored, you can go out for a walk in the afternoon. Anyway, the point of going out is to relax and unwind. So as long as you feel comfortable, Lin Feng replied casually. Across from her, Chu Ling Shuang frowned, glanced at her phone, and then smiled slightly. In that case, I'll arrange today's plans. Lin Feng looked up, puzzled. Seeing his puzzled expression, Chu Ling Shuang smiled and said, The gift I'm giving you is ready. Come with me to pick it up later. Gift? Lin Feng was even more puzzled. Why would she suddenly want to give him a gift? She hadn't said anything like that beforehand, nor had she given him a single word. Yes. Chu Ling Shuang had finished the yogurt in her bowl. She put down her spoon, wiped her hands with a damp towel, stood up, and casually said, Go change your clothes after you finish eating. Although Lin Feng was surprised, he still sped up his eating. This was the very first time Chu Ling Shuang had ever given him a gift. Oh wait, there was another time before. Recalling the crystal necklace Chu Ling Shuang had taken out when they first met, he felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be another piece of jewelry? As if she had thought of something Lin Feng was thinking of, Chu Ling Shuang couldn't stop smiling. She looked back at him and said, If you want, I can give you all of them. Mentioning this sent a chill down Lin Feng's spine, and some bad and strange things surfaced in his mind. He quickly shook his head. No, I'm a grown man. I don't carry those things. Chu Ling Shuang smiled and didn't say anything more. She just lowered her head and tapped her phone screen frequently. Lin Feng quickly finished the food in his bowl and went back to his room to change into a shirt. Chu Ling Shuang had been prepared for a long time. When she saw Lin Feng come out, she walked over with a smile and took his arm. The two went downstairs together. Yu Suan had already prepared the car and was waiting downstairs. When she saw them coming, she took the initiative to open the car door for them. Miss, those two have already gone in. According to the laws here, they both have to stay for 3 months. However, our men went a bit too far, and they had to pay 5,000 yuan in compensation. In the car, Yu Suan was reporting to Chu Ling Shuang when she caught a glimpse of Chu Ling Shuang leaning her head on Lin Feng's shoulder in the back seat, looking blissful. Yu Suan was taken aback. 5,000? That's terrible. Lin Feng sighed. With the Chu family involved, Su Jie would be crippled if not dead. It's a bit of a pity that I didn't get to see this scene with my own eyes. Why are you feeling sorry for me? Chu Ling Shuang raised her eyes, hooked her fingers around Lin Feng's tie, and twirled it in her palm, revealing an ambiguous meaning. Not at all. It was just a casual remark. Lin Feng smiled and responded, looking at the scenery rushing past the car window. He said in a deep voice, Now I'm actually looking forward to what gift you're going to give me. Mentioning this, Yu Suan in the driver's seat couldn't help but glance at the rearview mirror, her eyes filled with envy. Chu Lingshuang playfully hooked Lin Feng's tie, took a small bite, and smiled. You'll know when we get there. The vehicle traveled on the main road and stopped at the airport in just 20 minutes. Upon seeing the private jet that came into view after entering the VIP channel, Lin Feng frowned. You're not going to give this plane to me, are you? Chu Lingshuang raised an eyebrow, took his arm, and got out of the car with him. If you want, you can. That's not it. Lin Feng's lips twitched, but he didn't say anything more. Yu Suan opened a black umbrella and held it high above the two of them, escorting them onto the plane. The flight from Okushima to Mirage took 2.5 hours. Looking out the window, I saw a familiar wheat field stretching out below me from a great height. Lin Feng clicked his tongue in surprise. Are we flying towards the mainland? Chu Lingshuang turned a page of her book and responded lightly. Seeing his plans disrupted, Lin Feng frowned and couldn't help but remind her. Lingshuang, I'm not planning to come back yet. Hearing Lin Feng call her name was a rare treat, and Chu Lingshuang was immediately in a good mood. She nodded knowingly. I know. You know? I know. Her tone suddenly became more determined, and she looked at Lin Feng with a smile. The gift is ready. We can go back later after you receive it. Seeing her resigned expression and the tone of her voice, which sounded like she was coaxing a child, Lin Feng didn't say anything more. After all, having a private jet makes all the difference. You can come and go as you please, which is very convenient. Besides, the Lin family members should be looking for him outside, so how could they have guessed that he had returned? In Okido, the incident of Su's hiking and Su Jie secretly filming each other has made the news, and as soon as the news was released, the reputation of the Su family was ruined in Okido. Even the landlord who rented the house to the Su family wanted to terminate the contract with them. After searching the casino for a day and a night, Su Zian still hadn't found any clues about Lin Feng. When she angrily took out her phone to question Linda again, she saw a pop-up news article. Go to the police station. Su Zian stood up without hesitation and gave orders to the bodyguards. Yes. The bodyguard responded and followed Su Zian downstairs. Okushima Police Department visiting room. Su Zian finally met Su's hiking, who had changed into prison clothes. Facing each other across a glass partition, Su's hiking sat there blankly, her face already looking dejected. Her once smooth, long hair had been cut short, clinging to her earlobes, making her look old. This scene made Su Zian frown, and a hint of disgust rose in her eyes. Where's Lin Feng? Through the walkie-talkie, Su Zian got straight to the point. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing those two words, a glimmer of light flashed in Su's hiking's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. She murmured those two words and let out a strange laugh, like a madwoman. Even though they were separated by a screen, Su Zian still took a step back with a look of disgust on her face. She stared intently at Su's hiking and said angrily, Don't play dumb with me. I'm asking you, where's Lin Feng? Who are you secretly filming? The person being secretly photographed. Su's hiking murmured foolishly, but the next second, she suddenly looked up, pressed her hands against the glass, and stared intently at Su Zian. Can you save me out of here? Save you? Su Zian's eyes flickered, and then the corners of her mouth turned up, revealing a strange smile. Okay, as long as you tell me who you're secretly filming and where Lin Feng is, I can get you out of here. Chapter 231. This scene is so interesting. Real. As if grasping at a lifeline, Su's hiking's eyes lit up, but after her gaze lingered on Su Zian for a few moments, her eyes dimmed. Who are you? You have the ability to rescue me, so why should I believe you? Su Zian's smile deepened. I am Lin Feng's fiancé. As soon as she finished speaking, Su's hiking's eyes widened. The next second, as if her reason had returned, Su's hiking shouted. Could it be that you are Su Zian? It's me. Su Zian looked at her with a smile, tapping her finger on the stone slab. Do you think my Su group has the ability to rescue you? Upon hearing this, hope instantly lit up Su's hiking's eyes. Miss Su, that's great. It's you, that's great. She hugged the walkie-talkie tightly and shouted at Su Zian. Xiao Feng doesn't know. He doesn't know we're here yet. Please tell him we're trapped here. He'll definitely come to rescue us. I'm Xiaofeng's sister. He'll definitely come. Su Zian narrowed her eyes slightly and coaxed. Okay, then tell me, and I'll call him when I go out later. Su's Hiking was overjoyed and quickly said, It was Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang told us to secretly photograph Yu Xuan. He said Yu Xuan is the CEO of Yuhan Group. As she spoke, fearing that Su Zian might misunderstand, she quickly explained, I initially disagreed, but Xiaofeng used to work at that company. I wanted to take the photos and then contact Xiaofeng. I didn't actually intend to send them the photos, but they beat up my brother. Su Zian's tone suddenly turned cold. Where? At Hotel Number 2 in Hongluan Resort. Su Zian raised an eyebrow. Thank you. As she was about to turn off the walkie-talkie, Su's Hiking panicked upon seeing this. Miss Su, wait. You must tell Xiaofeng that we're here. Thank you. However, before she could even feel happy, she saw Su Zian pick up the walkie-talkie with a strange expression and sneer at her. Why should I tell Lin Feng? Su's Hiking was stunned for a moment. You just promised me. She tried to explain herself, but Su Zian didn't give her a chance to finish. When did I agree to that? Is there a third person here? As she spoke, she glanced at the police inspector beside her, who immediately looked up at the ceiling. With her last glimmer of hope shattered, Su's Hiking was completely stunned, staring blankly at Su Zian. Seeing her like this, Su Zian spoke even more cruelly. Let me put it this way, the news of you taking photos has spread all over the internet. Lin Feng couldn't possibly not have seen it. So, since he already knows you're here, why hasn't he come out to see you? Can you guess why? Su's Hiking was speechless. Finding Lin Feng had become an obsession for her. Lin Feng had always been obedient and compliant to the Su family, and she had never given it much thought. But now, Su Zian's words had become a meteorite crashing down on her. Why? She managed to utter those 3 words with difficulty. Because he simply doesn't want to see you again. Su Zian hit the nail on the head, and looked at Su's Hiking with sarcasm, dropping another bombshell. Or rather, your imprisonment, and even your entire ordeal, was all orchestrated by him. Su's Hiking's eyes were already glazed over. She moved her lips a few times, but couldn't utter another word. Seeing this, Su Zian added with a smile, Oh, by the way, there's one more thing I have to tell you. The real CEO of Yuhan Group is named Chu Ling Shuang. Yu Xuan is just a scapegoat. No matter how much effort you put in, it's all in vain. In an instant, Su's Hiking lost her balance and swayed back and forth a few times, but fortunately, the prison guards inside reacted quickly and caught her. The attack was already in place, and Su Zian was too lazy to waste any more words with her. As she stood up, she looked at her with disdain and said sharply, To tell you the truth, I find the people of your Su family disgusting. Similarly, as a woman, I despise your behavior even more. You make up high-sounding excuses, but you don't do anything good. People like your family are simply wasting air. After saying that, she threw down the walkie-talkie, opened the door, and said to the bodyguard, Find a few more people inside, so that this Miss Su can also experience care. If she's dead, she's dead. Just say there was a fight in prison, understand? The bodyguard nodded in response. Without lingering, Su Zian rushed to the Hongluan No. 2 hotel and went straight to Luo Yu's office upon arrival. You mean Lin Feng? Seeing Su Zian's angry and intimidating demeanor, Luo Yu's eyes darkened. He doesn't live here. He left today. They're gone. Su Zian was furious. She had rushed over almost immediately after the news broke, only to be told that Lin Feng was no longer there. Yes. Luo Yu nodded, immediately realizing that this girl was probably Su Zian, the eldest daughter of the Su family who was engaged to Xiaofeng. Lin Feng now has a girlfriend, and he has personally admitted it. These days, Luo Yu often sees Chu Ling Shuang and Lin Feng going out together, chatting and laughing, and even cooking together in the hotel. She even advised Chu Ling Shuang before. Unexpectedly, Su Zian actually chased after her, and she didn't want to get herself into trouble. He left today? If you need anything, give him a call. Luo Yu spoke nonsense with a blank expression. Su Zian was no pushover either. She clearly saw that Luo Yu was unwilling to say much to her, so she simply said, Boss Luo, whatever you're trying to hide, please remember, I am Lin Feng's rightful fiancé. Chu Ling Shuang also said this. Both of them were full of hostility and exuded a fierce aura. However, Luo Yu's expression didn't change much. She just looked at Su Zian with envy in her eyes. It's so nice to see you young people pursuing love so passionately. I really am getting old. Su Zian didn't care about anything else and went straight to the point. I'm only asking you, has he checked out? Luo Yu's eyes flickered, and she smiled enigmatically, saying, well, I haven't backed out yet. I might come back tonight. Give me a room. Whichever floor they stay on, I'll stay on. Having gotten the answer she wanted, Su Zian left the office without hesitation, saying a few words. Gazing at her retreating figure, Luo Yu's smile deepened. How interesting. Both girls followed us, fuming. Xiaofeng, don't blame me for enjoying watching the show. What an interesting scene. Chapter 232, I feel like you don't feel very secure. The plane hovered high in the sky before landing at an open space by the sea. It was early morning, and the sunlight was pouring in. Chu Ling Shuang closed her book and stared at Lin Feng with an ambiguous yet expectant gaze. We've arrived. That was pretty fast. Lin Feng sighed. The movie he had just started had just ended, and they had already arrived at their destination. Nothing else. He was now somewhat looking forward to what gift Chu Ling Shuang was going to give him. Put this on. Chu Ling Shuang pulled out a black strip of cloth from somewhere and handed it over. Lin Feng understood, and as he took it, he couldn't help but complain. Is it going to be some kind of dark room when I open my eyes later? Remembering the first time he escaped from Lakeview Villa, he saw those underground facilities. Chu Ling Shuang glanced at them, raised her head high, and said with a hint of arrogance, those were set up by my father. I only use them to scare people. Scare me. Lin Feng was taken aback, then smiled slightly. That was quite effective. It scared me quite a bit at the time. TCH. Smooth talker. Chu Ling Shuang scoffed, urging, hurry up and put it on. Stop with all the nonsense. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, glanced at the black strip of cloth in his hand, and hesitated for a moment. What if you're lying to me? It's not that he doesn't trust people, it's just that he's had no choice. After all this time, it's hard for him to trust anyone again, especially someone who was once the great demon who tormented him. Chu Ling Shuang seemed surprised that the trust between them was so precarious, and even more surprised that Lin Feng's trust in her was almost zero. A hint of sadness flashed across her eyes, but she quickly rallied and asked Lin Feng for confirmation. Am I really that untrustworthy? Lin Feng's lips twitched, and he said truthfully, why don't you think about what you did to me before? Well, his words effectively shut Chu Ling Shuang down. She looked deeply at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with self-reproach, and said, what happened before was my fault. Don't worry, this time I really want to give you a gift. As she spoke, she lowered her head again, pleading in an extremely humble tone. Please, at least believe me just this once. Lin Feng, who had prepared a retort, was worn down by her soft pleading and lost his temper. In such a situation, it would be difficult for him to say no. She stood before him, still with her former aloofness, but now it had been completely smoothed out, and she was even speaking in a humble tone. Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. He wanted to refuse, but his hands were already moving uncontrollably. He silently wrapped the black bandage around his eyes and tied it up behind his head. He added in a deep voice, okay. As if his actions had been affirmed, his silent gesture gave Chu Ling Shuang immense confidence. She happily wrapped her arm around Lin Feng's and took his hand as they disembarked from the plane. Be careful, there are stairs. She gave him careful instructions, afraid that Lin Feng might fall. Her changes were so drastic that Lin Feng could hardly believe it. Hearing her gentle, admonishing voice beside him, Lin Feng's heart raced uncontrollably. After walking for 5 minutes, Lin Feng felt Chu Ling Shuang beside him stop walking, so he also stopped. Arrive. She circled behind Lin Feng, stood on tiptoe, and reached out to untie the black ribbon behind his head. As the black belt loosened and fell off, the enormous manner standing before him instantly rushed into Lin Feng's eyes. Directly in front of us was a huge floor-bead fountain with white sculptures on top. Behind us was a royal palace that looked like something out of a dream. This was the kind of background you only see in TV dramas. But at this moment, with the roar of the waves behind us, The scene looked just like a mirage. This is my gift to you. From today onwards, this villa belongs to you. You may sign your name, and I will have someone hang up the plaque. Pointing to the manor, Chu Ling Shuang spoke casually, as if it were just a gift given away casually, without a trace of heartache. Instead, she gazed at Lin Feng with some anticipation, waiting for his surprised reaction. This is indeed Chu Ling Shuang's style. If she were to be truly low-key, Lin Feng would probably think that Chu Ling Shuang had been possessed. Lin Feng wasn't very surprised. Looking into the manor from the outside, he saw that the garden on the right was separated by cardboard boxes, forming an independent space. From the outside, it was impossible to tell what was inside. He asked, somewhat surprised, "What's that over there?" Chu Ling Shuang's eyes flickered. "That's also a gift for you, but the answer will be revealed tonight." As she spoke, she took Lin Feng's arm and said, "Let's go. Don't you want to go inside and take a look?" "I really do want to." Lin Feng's eyes darkened, and he replied, Upon entering the manor, a bodyguard at the gate stepped forward and respectfully handed Lin Feng a red booklet, saying, "Young master, please accept this. This is the land deed for this villa." Lin Feng's heart sank as he looked at the red booklet, a strange sense of belonging welling up inside him. Chu Ling Shuang looked up at him and smiled. "What? Are you not satisfied with this gift?" "No." Lin Feng reached out and took it. The heavy red booklet gave him a great sense of security. She simply handed over the ownership of the house to him, and he didn't even know when she had started preparing. After wandering for so long, Lin Feng felt a sense of belonging to a home for the first time. This is his property, his future safe haven, a simple little gift from Chu Ling Shuang. "When did you start preparing?" Lin Feng's eyes darkened, and as he walked alongside her into the manor, he couldn't help but ask. "Not long ago," Chu Ling Shuang replied casually. "This was originally a rose manor I planned to build for myself. The facilities inside were all based on my needs, but—" She stopped abruptly halfway through her sentence, standing beside Lin Feng, looking up at him to meet his gaze, and said with utmost seriousness, "I sense you lack a sense of security. After much thought, I believe the most basic sense of security is having your own house, so I urgently had them renovated." This wasn't just her feeling. She only realized it after hearing Luo Yu's account. Lin Feng has no home. After leaving the Su family, he drifted aimlessly, constantly being interfered with in his life, forcing him to flee from place to place, to the point that he never had a decent house. She didn't know how to provide Lin Feng with enough security. For example, he didn't trust her at all on the plane just now. At this moment, she was very nervous. She didn't know if her preparations were correct, but she wouldn't hesitate to spend money on the sense of security that she could buy with material things, beyond just psychological comfort. Hearing her words, Lin Feng found it hard to believe. When did she start thinking about these things? She's always been self-centered and indifferent to the lives of others, but now, she's starting to consider him. Chu Ling Shuang looked at him nervously and asked cautiously, "So, do you like this gift?" Chapter 233 over 30 billion was handed over just to make him smile. Lin Feng's lips moved a few times, but facing Chu Ling Shuang's expectant and nervous eyes, he couldn't say no. It was as if he simply shook his head, she would immediately become sad. He couldn't bring himself to deny her after all her efforts, so, under Chu Ling Shuang's overly flustered gaze, he nodded. "I like her." Chu Ling Shuang immediately brightened up, tightening her grip on Lin Feng's arm. "If you like it, then this place is yours from now on. You can come back and rest whenever you're tired. There's also a helipad over there. I'll have Shui Yin arrange a plane for you. Of course, if you want to learn, I'll help you find a private instructor." She kept talking, more than she had ever said before. Everything she's done, and all her current reactions, are simply to get his approval, his affirmation. It would be a lie to say it didn't touch me. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. In that sudden acceleration, Chu Ling Shuang appeared completely before his eyes. She was no longer the demon he feared, but a love-struck woman with a somewhat domineering desire for control. If things continue like this, he's likely to lose the bet. Lin Feng was helpless about this development. He had no intention of changing it anyway, and everything could only be done from the heart. He should also take Chu Ling Shuang seriously. Perhaps she isn't as terrifying as she seems on the surface. Standing in the garden, Chu Ling Shuang pointed to the large flower bead in front of her and said with a smile, I haven't decided what flowers to plant here yet. Perfect. You should also think about what flowers would be good to plant. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng said, plant some roses. Roses? Is there any story behind that? Chu Ling Shuang was taken aback. No, it's just pretty. Oh, then let's plant them in red. I like things that are spectacular. Just like her affection for Lin Feng, it was passionate and undisguised. Lin Feng smiled and said, that's fine. All right, go inside and take a look. I told them to follow my habits. I don't know if it suits your taste. As they were talking, Chu Ling Shuang suddenly grabbed Lin Feng's arm and pulled him into the villa. From the outside, the facilities were magnificent and looked just like a royal palace. Even though Lin Feng had seen many before, he had never seen anything so grand. To be honest, he was curious too. But upon entering, the overwhelming wealth left him speechless. This was indeed Chu Ling Shuang's style. The living room alone was incredibly magnificent. Even if it were just a small bump or scratch, like a tile, Lin Feng felt he couldn't afford such exorbitant repair costs. That's the fitness area, with a swimming pool and gym. Outside is the golf course. Oh right, that's the gaming area. You can go check it out. There's a billiards room and all that. That's about it. I don't really have any hobbies besides reading. Chu Ling Shuang spoke truthfully, as if it were already a common occurrence. Listening to her description, Lin Feng swallowed hard. Such a large facility, not to mention maintenance costs, the management fees alone would be. His gaze fell on the crystal spiral staircase in the opposite corner of the hall. He could afford to buy it, but he might not be able to afford to live in it. Putting aside these facilities, even a single light overhead would probably cost hundreds of thousands. He has money now, but 300 million probably wouldn't even be enough to buy a plot of land here. Ling Shuang, I think this is a bit too expensive. He hesitated for a long time, but finally decided to speak. There was no way around it. He was born poor. From the moment he was born, the watershed had already drawn a gap between him and others. No matter how much he tried to make up for it later, he could only catch up with other people's starting line. Is it valuable? Chu Ling Shuang frowned in puzzlement. I think it's all right. It only cost a little over 30 billion to buy and build this place. Is that really that valuable? Lin Feng, we handed over 30 billion yuan just to make him smile. He sighed and said truthfully, it's too expensive for me, and I'm afraid the subsequent repair costs will be too. Oh, you mean that? Chu Ling Shuang realized what he meant, then looked at him with a smile. Then why don't you just marry me? Not only will all of this be yours, but the entire Chu family's assets will be yours. Her words effectively shut Lin Feng down. Seeing Lin Feng remain silent, and realizing that this was not the time to bring it up, Chu Ling Shuang smiled somewhat awkwardly. Just kidding. Don't worry. This is under the supervision of the Chu family. You only need to pay the security guards' wages, and they will send someone to fix anything you need. As she spoke, as if afraid that Lin Feng might be worried, she quickly added, this is also my dad's request. The meaning of this sentence is already very clear. The Chu family will always be Lin Feng's support. Not only Chu Ling Shuang, but also Chu Tianli said it himself. Instantly, Lin Feng felt a warm glow in his heart. This meant that Chu Tianli also knew about the gift he was preparing, and they were all trying their best to warm his heart in their own ways. Thanks. Lin Feng was caught off guard by the gift and didn't know what to say. He was usually not good with words when it came to emotions, so all his words were condensed into these two words. For Chu Ling Shuang, these two words were an extremely high compliment. Chu Ling Shuang visibly breathed a sigh of relief, took his hand, and finally smiled contentedly. I'm glad you like it. There's no need for thanks between us. Lin Feng's gaze wandered and landed on her, the red booklet in his hand confirming that none of this was a dream. This is all true. It really happened right before her eyes. On this unremarkable day, she gave him a carefully prepared gift. I'll have Swayan call the chef over. There's a surprise coming later. As she spoke, she took out her phone, glancing at the box outside, already secretly pleased with herself. Having already seen everything set up here, Lin Feng was curious about what else was hidden outside. He nodded and sat down on the sofa with Chu Ling Shuang. As the convoy arrived, a dozen servants rushed over, and just like at Lakeview Villa, everyone began to get busy. Soon it was mealtime, and the chef from the Chu family meticulously prepared a large table of delicious food, which thoroughly satisfied our taste buds that had been tossed about for so long. After finishing their meal and resting for a while, Chu Ling Shuang impatiently grabbed Lin Feng and asked, "Let's go swimming?" Swim. Lin Feng was taken aback and subconsciously glanced at the scorching sun outside. Wasn't she afraid of getting sunburned in this weather? Yes. Chu Ling Shuang nodded, a hint of jealousy in her voice. You swam with Chu Yun Ran last time, but we haven't swum together yet. If she hadn't mentioned it, Lin Feng would have almost forgotten how long ago this had happened. Looking at her aggrieved expression, Lin Feng's heart trembled. Seriously? She's still holding a grudge after all this time. Chapter 2:34 Swimming Together. Perfect timing. I've been lying in the hotel every day for the past few days. I'm practically worn out. A swim would be good. Then, shall we change our clothes? Lin Feng did not refuse and readily agreed. Chu Ling Shuang immediately cheered up and went to the bedroom with Lin Feng. The maid brought some commonly used clothes, as well as swimsuits. Lin Feng quickly changed and came out. After waiting outside for a while, he saw the bedroom door being gently pushed open, and Chu Ling Shuang appeared in the doorway wearing a white bodycon swimsuit. Her long hair was pulled up high, and the white swimsuit made her skin look even whiter, almost blending into the naked eye. Even though Lin Feng had seen a lot, seeing her like this still made his heart tremble. What? It doesn't look good? Chu Ling Shuang raised her eyebrows slightly and walked towards him step by step, her icy face carrying a hint of threat. No. Lin Feng adjusted the fabric at his waist inappropriately and said with a smile, "How could that be? It looks great." Snort. Chu Ling Shuang gave a coquettish laugh and said with a touch of arrogance, "If you dare say it's not good looking, then you have bad taste." Lin Feng. This logic sounds a bit strange to him. But whatever, I'll go swimming and get some exercise first. Lin Feng gestured towards the pool. Let's go. Miss, let me see what poses you can do. Chu Ling Shuang raised her chin with a touch of arrogance and said, I know a lot more than that. Despite saying that, she still took the initiative to raise her hand and put it on Lin Feng's palm, walking side by side with him and standing by the pool. Just as Chu Ling Shuang was about to say something, she saw a figure flash beside her, and Lin Feng dove straight into the water. Water splashed everywhere, soaking Chu Ling Shuang's pajamas. A few splashes of water landed on her face, and she said somewhat unhappily, Why didn't you tell me you were going into the water? You scared me. This is more fun to jump like that. Lin Feng wiped his face, brushed the wet streaks of hair from his forehead behind his ear, then raised his hand and smiled at Chu Ling Shuang. Weren't you going swimming? What? You're not afraid to go into the water, are you? Who said that? Chu Ling Shuang couldn't stand this provocation. After hearing those words, her face flushed red, and she bent down and hooked her arm around Lin Feng's wrist. However, before she could react, Lin Feng grabbed her arm and pulled her down. Before she could even scream, Chu Ling Shuang's body lurched forward, and she fell straight into Lin Feng's arms. The water splashed violently, and Chu Ling Shuang emerged from the water, her hair wet. An undisguised anger flared on her usually aloof face. What are you doing? Why did you pull me so hard all of a sudden? Before she could finish speaking, she realized that she was in Lin Feng's arms, and his hand was around her waist. I just saw you standing there in a daze and wanted to lend you a hand. Lin Feng looked at her, who was so close to him, with amusement. She was indeed very beautiful, the kind that was breathtaking. Even though the manner was magnificent, it paled in comparison to her. Especially her swimsuit, which resembled a ribbon wrapped around her, and her flawless, snow-white shoulders, were a unique temptation for Lin Feng. The sudden close-up of his handsome face made Chu Ling Shuang's heart race. Her cheeks flushed red, and she said coquettishly, You did it on purpose. Her voice was sweet and soft, yet her face still held an arrogant expression, which only intensified Lin Feng's mischievous thoughts. He chuckled and pinched her waist, teasingly saying, Still got a stubborn tongue. A slight pain shot through her waist, and Chu Ling Shuang frowned. She was about to retort when she realized what she was doing. She raised an eyebrow and retorted without hesitation. Tisich, I'm just being stubborn, unlike some people who aren't just tough on the outside. Lin Feng was visibly taken aback when she suddenly launched into a personal attack. His anger, which had been stirred up, could no longer be quelled. He grabbed her waist and pulled her close. Okay, you'll have to get hard later too. As he spoke, the fire hidden in his eyes was already burning. Right there in the pool, above the splashing water, he suddenly lowered his head and pressed himself against her. Chu Lingshuang never expected Lin Feng to be so proactive. His gentle touch made her heart flutter, so much so that the cool pool water seemed to feel warm. The midday sun shone gently down, bathing the two of them in the pool. Oblivious to everyone else, they kissed passionately. A moment later, Chu Lingshuang's breathing became noticeably heavier, and her hazy gaze fell upon Lin Feng's eyes, where she could clearly see the storm raging within them. Wait! She suddenly raised her hand and touched Lin Feng's lips with her fingertips. What? Are you shy? Lin Feng's voice was hoarse, his words filled with hidden fire. No. Chu Lingshuang's cheeks were as red as cherries as she whispered, We'll do it tonight. I can't wait any longer. Lin Feng answered without hesitation. Clearly, this was the first time he had taken such initiative, so he didn't want to receive a negative answer. However, Chu Lingshuang gently shook her head, insisting, Tonight, not now. Recalling Chu Lingshuang's previous domineering behavior, even flirting with him regardless of the location, and now her seemingly coy attitude, Lin Feng was puzzled. Why? Are you nervous in public like this? What are you saying? Chu Lingshuang suddenly became aggressive, shoving Lin Feng away and saying haughtily, How could I be nervous? No, what do you mean in public? When have I ever done anything like that? His body was pushed away, and the cool pool water rushed up, which calmed his anger considerably. Lin Feng's rationality returned, and he looked at Chu Lingshuang with a smile, asking in return, Miss, haven't you done this kind of thing enough? Chu Lingshuang was speechless for a moment, unable to utter a single rebuttal after struggling for a long time. Her face flushed red. Anyway, not now. It has to be tonight. You'll know tonight. It has to be at night. Lin Feng glanced subconsciously at the huge cardboard sign in the distance and asked in surprise, Could it be that? No, don't ask. Chu Lingshuang was a little anxious, as if afraid that Lin Feng would guess her thoughts, and hurriedly lay on the water's surface. Let's swim first. Since things have come to this point, it's not hard to guess that Chu Lingshuang has prepared other surprises for him. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng didn't say anything more. Looking at Chu Lingshuang's perfect swimming style, a look of amazement flashed in his eyes. All right, let's go swimming first. As he spoke, he raised his hands, creating a splash, and swam alongside Chu Lingshuang in the pool. Chapter 235 What a convenient excuse of, I don't know. Hungluo No. 2 Hotel. While waiting in the room, Su Zian kept scrolling through her phone, occasionally listening to reports from her subordinates. It's been a whole morning, and Lin Feng still hasn't shown up. Where did he go? Su Zian grew increasingly anxious as she waited, because according to her investigation, Chu Lingshuang was not here either. Moreover, at her instruction, Luo Yu also prepared surveillance footage from the hotel entrance and exit for her. The footage showed that Lin Feng and Chu Lingshuang were traveling side by side today. The thought that they might be spending time together somewhere, getting closer and closer, made Su Zian furious. Except for the first time, she has always been this passive. After searching for so many years, the excitement she felt when she finally met Lin Feng was just as great as the disappointment she felt when he ran away from their wedding. These days she has had great difficulty even falling asleep. The moment she closed her eyes, the sight of Lin Feng and Chu Lingshuang smiling at each other nearly drove her to the brink of collapse. She couldn't take it anymore. Go and tell someone to go look for more. I'll go with them. Feeling extremely uncomfortable, Su Zian stood up and gave orders to her subordinates. However, as she rushed out the door, she happened to see a door on the same floor next to her being opened. Xia Qingqing and Li Hao were smiling as they came out of the room, but their smiles froze instantly when they saw Su Zian. Where's Lin Feng? Su Zian strode forward and got straight to the point. Her tone was too harsh, a stark contrast to her previous gentleness. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Hao and Xia Qingqing were both stunned. Seeing the two remain silent, Su Zian's face suddenly darkened. She stared at them with an ambiguous look and said in a sinister tone, "I'm asking you, where is Lin Feng?" Her voice was sharp, and the two of them visibly tensed up. Xia Qingqing was silent for a moment, then stared intently at Su Ziyan. "What? Why are you looking for my brother?" Her voice trembled slightly. After all, if Su Ziyan appeared here, the Lin family would probably have already come looking for her. Su Ziyan almost laughed at the question. Staring intently at Xia Qingqing, she retorted sarcastically without any mercy, "What do you think?" She was Lin Feng's openly acknowledged fiancée, and the only one he had publicly revealed to be alive. And yet, she was asked what she wanted with Lin Feng. Seeing Su Ziyan's face growing increasingly grim, Li Hao instinctively stepped in front of Xia Qingqing, his tone firm. "Brother Feng isn't with us, and we don't know where he went. If you want to find him, go find him yourself. We don't know." What a convenient excuse. "I don't know." Su Ziyan was genuinely amused by these words. She shouted angrily and ordered her men, "Tie them up. Release them only when they tell us where Lin Feng is." "You dare." Xia Qingqing was also anxious. Her brother had never had a weakness. She and Hao Ji had discussed it these past few days. No matter what, they could not become Lin Feng's weakness. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Su Ziyan sneered. "On my engagement day, you two secretly helped my fiancé escape. Do you think I didn't know? So what if you know? Don't you know why my brother ran away? He doesn't even like you." Xia Qingqing retorted without hesitation, but her small hands nervously gripped Li Hao's clothes. Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but the words, "I don't like it at all," went straight into Su Ziyan's ears. Already seething with anger, Su Ziyan couldn't hold back any longer. Her face flushed red, and she roared at Xia Qingqing. "You're talking nonsense. How could he not like me? Do you even know our story? What right do you have to point fingers at me? I don't care what your story is. The point is my brother just doesn't like you. If he did, why would he go to such lengths to run away? How can you force someone who doesn't like you to be with you?" Xia Qingqing's voice was loud and clear. The moment it fell, even Li Hao, who was standing in front of her, couldn't help but turn around and look at her with amazement. He rarely heard Xia Qingqing speak so sensibly, and her words were exactly what he wanted to say. But Su Ziyan acted as if she hadn't heard a thing, or rather, she only heard what she wanted to hear. With a face full of anger, she ordered her subordinates, "Lock them both in my room. Without my permission, they are not allowed to tip off Lin Feng." "How could you do this?" Even though Xia Qingqing was furious, she was powerless to fight back against Su Ziyan's two well-trained subordinates. Seeing Xia Qingqing's wrist being held down by the bodyguard, Li Hao's eyes immediately turned red. "Let go of Qingqing." As he spoke, he suddenly punched the bodyguard, and the two grown men began fighting in the corridor. Fearing that it would attract attention and make it into the local news, which Lin Feng would see, Su Ziyan urgently warned, "I advise you not to struggle. Since I dared to come, I didn't bring just two people with me." Xia Qingqing calmed down and asked her, "What exactly do you want?" "I'm not doing anything. I'm just worried you might tip me off, so I'm inviting you to my room for tea." Su Ziyan smiled strangely. She patted Xia Qingqing's shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, you're A Feng's sister. I won't do anything to you. As long as he comes back, I'll release you when I see him." Xia Qingqing and Li Hao exchanged a glance, knowing that they couldn't escape it today, so they didn't say anything more. "Okay, tell them to let go of me. We'll walk by ourselves." In the end, Xia Qingqing fell silent. Mountain Villa. Before we knew it, it was already afternoon. During their stay, Lin Feng and Chu Lingshuang also enjoyed a leisurely afternoon tea, dining by the pool. As darkness fell, night had arrived before we knew it. Lin Feng was genuinely looking forward to finding out what was inside the cardboard box, and what activities Chu Lingshuang had mentioned for the evening. As the sky darkened, Lin Feng, who had been swimming all afternoon, had just changed his clothes and came out of the bedroom when he saw Yu Suan walk up to him and hand him a remote control. Meanwhile, a screen sits on the wall of the living room, displaying an interior view of the villa. Staring at the remote control, Lin Feng asked in surprise, "What's this?" "This is a gift from Mississippi. Just press a button and the gift box outside will open," Yu Suan said with a hint of envy. Lin Feng's eyes widened instantly. "Good heavens, this is so fancy. So, it must be supported by a lot of frames inside the box. Taking the remote control, Chu Ling Shuang changed her clothes and came out of the room. Quickly open it and see if you like it. Lin Feng was stunned. He moved his thumb to the button and pressed it gently. In an instant, the cardboard box on the screen in front of him crashed to the side. At the same time, outside the living room, deafening fireworks burst in the sky. Staring at the screen, and then catching a glimpse of the magnificent scene outside the floor-to-ceiling window, Lin Feng was completely stunned. This is an amusement park. Thank you so much, Jingluo HX, for the amazing verification. Love you so much. Zithrita? Looking for free gifts. Chapter 236, She has fallen completely in love with him. Chu Ling Shuang responded softly, her gaze falling on the fireworks blooming outside the window, her eyes gradually deepening. She remembered the gifts Lin Feng gave her, fireworks blooming by the sea and galloping on horseback with him. Even though he never gave her anything again after that, the romance of that night will live on forever. Inside the manor, the deafening sound of fireworks filled the air as they burst into bloom high in the sky. Many people, even those 10 miles away, witnessed this spectacle. The fireworks blooming in the sky symbolized that someone is preparing a romantic confession tonight. The topic trended on social media one after another. Hashtag fireworks over Donghai Bridge hashtag. No one guessed the exact location, but the spectacular fireworks attracted many viewers, and some passers-by on the bridge even started a live stream. That looks like a manor over there, a passerby said in the live stream while pointing his phone at the sky. Driven by the trending topic, many people flocked to any live stream of fireworks, and comments popped up in the chat. I can't see clearly from that far away. Host, can you come closer? It's too far away, I can't see clearly. Yours isn't even as clear as the live stream from next door. Are you using a cheap brand phone? Bro, what did you send? It's all about the phone, not anything else. Colorful fireworks exploded and fell from the sky. Although each burst lasted only for a moment, the visual experience was extremely beautiful. Judging from the effects of these fireworks alone, you can tell they are quite valuable. Netizens also engaged in heated discussions. Damn, why are they setting off so many fireworks when it's not even a holiday? Wow, a blue rose. This one must cost at least 10,000 yuan. 10,000? Are you kidding me? I bought a rocket that could fire 8 shots in one go for over 1,000, and that one just now cost at least 100,000. Are they throwing money around? 10,000 yuan just to make a sound. You don't know anything. Rich people care about appearances and romance. Don't you understand? Sigh, some people spend a fortune just to see fireworks, while others can't even afford medical treatment. This world is so absurd. In an instant, the news spread across the internet that a mysterious tycoon near the Donghai Bridge was spending lavishly on romantic gestures to win someone's heart, all to make them smile. In the manor, Lin Feng, who was watching right in front of him, saw the blue fireworks explode and blue sparks fall before his eyes. The fireworks gradually disappeared in mid-air, as if he were in a fairyland. Why? His gaze drifted into the distance, and he murmured, Why did you give me all this? Chu Ling Shuang turned around, staring at him intently. I investigated your background before. You must have had a hard time living under someone else's roof. So, I want to give you a childhood where you can play freely in amusement parks. Her words were like oil slowly simmering over a low flame. Just as the oil heated up, she poured in the ingredients with a sizzling sound, startling Lin Feng. He met Chu Ling Shuang's gaze in disbelief. Her eyes were exceptionally serious, reflecting only the flashes of fireworks and his own image. Lin Feng's hands clenched unnaturally at his sides, his eyes darkening. But you've given me so much, and I have nothing to give you in return. He was telling the truth. Now, besides his savings of over 300 million, he has nothing else. The cost of building this villa alone was more than he could afford to repay as a gift. Over the course of their daily interactions, Chu Ling Shuang gradually grasped the unspoken meaning behind Lin Feng's words. So naturally, she understood. She smiled and said, Give yourself to me. Lin Feng, you are the best gift. As Chu Ling Shuang spoke, she suddenly stood on tiptoe, tilted her head back, and then gently smacked her lips. The moment it was applied, a Another firework shot straight into the sky. Fireworks burst in the sky, illuminating the entire heavens with a sea of blue flames that fell like flowers, making their kiss all the more beautiful. With a look of utter disbelief, Yu Xuan quietly took a few steps back, gesturing for all the servants around her to step back, and also turned off the living room lights. Only Lin Feng and Chu Lingshuang remained in the large living room. Another kiss ended. Chu Lingshuang's cheeks flushed slightly, her serious eyes fixed on his gaze. The living room was pitch black with the lights off, but the fireworks outside still clearly illuminated her face. Lin Feng remembered that when they first met, it was a torrential downpour, and amidst the thunder, she threatened him domineeringly. In that flash of lightning, she was arrogant and cold, like a thorny rose, alluring yet dangerous. And now, the face is still the same, but this time, Lin Feng caught a glimpse of shyness on her aloof face. What to do? He seemed to be almost completely won over by this cold and ruthless woman. Lin Feng's eyes darkened. This gift was far too precious for him. He took a deep breath and said softly, "Miss Chu." Before he could finish speaking, Chu Lingshuang's finger touched his lips. "Still calling me Miss Chu?" Chu Lingshuang blinked, looking at him with a mixture of grievance and expectation. The friction on his lips made Lin Feng feel restless and itchy. He said in a deep voice, "Lingshuang." Chu Lingshuang responded emphatically, a slight smile indicating that she was in a good mood. "Go ahead, I'm listening." Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to speak frankly. "The gift you gave me is too expensive. I don't think I can accept it." "Do you think this house is too expensive? Then consider it rented to you." Chu Lingshuang blinked. Lin Feng was taken aback and followed up with her question, "What about the lease term?" "The lease term is my love for you." Her words of love were unusually direct, without any superfluous descriptions or build-up. This sudden confession left Lin Feng stunned. Before he could react, Chu Lingshuang grabbed his arm. Let's go to the amusement park." She pulled him so hard that the confession was skipped over. Seeing her shyness, Lin Feng didn't continue. It's clear that Chu Lingshuang put a lot of thought into the construction of this place. The carousel, Ferris wheel, and other common amenities are all here. "What do you want to play first?" Chu Lingshuang turned around and asked Lin Feng. "Let's go for the carousel." Lin Feng thought for a moment and then suggested. "Okay." Chu Lingshuang responded and took Lin Feng's arm to the carousel. The huge carousel was like a colorful turntable with colorful lights flashing above it. As the machine began to operate, Lin Feng noticed Chu Lingshuang behind him. She was like a perfect goddess, her gaze fixed on him. Lin Feng knew in his heart that she had fallen completely in love with him. But what can we do? The carousel is the cruelest game in the world. It spins endlessly, yet you can only see each other's backs. The chase is forever separated by an unreachable distance. Chapter 237 Kidnapping? Who kidnapped him? Hungluo No. 2 Hotel. Why isn't he back yet? Su Zian, who was getting impatient waiting in the room, couldn't sit still any longer. She got up and pushed open the bedroom door that was trapping Xia Qingqing and Li Hao. "We don't know." On the sofa, Li Hao responded with a puzzled look in his eyes. Fearing that Su Zian wouldn't believe her, Xia Qingqing added, "We don't go with my brother. I usually only go out with Brother Hao." "You're lying." Su Zian pointed at Xia Qingqing in a fit of rage, her anger reaching its peak. "You absolutely know where he went. Tell me now, or I'll make you regret it." If it were anything else, Xia Qingqing and Li Hao might have considered it, but they really couldn't answer this question. "Miss Su, we really don't know where my brother went. I've been with Brother Hao these past few days, so asking us won't help," Xia Qingqing said sincerely. Upon hearing this, Su Zian could hardly believe it. Her family had been doctors for generations, and she had also studied psychology. She knew that if someone was lying, it was always possible to tell through the details, unless the other person was a master liar. However, it is clear that neither Xia Qingqing nor Li Hao have sufficient experience to enable them to acquire this skill. However, Su Zian couldn't detect a single trace of lying on their faces. Do they really not know? Su Zian calmed down and carefully examined Li Hao and Xia Qingqing. The sudden chill in the room made Xia Qingqing and Li Hao somewhat uneasy. "There's nothing else to it. The contrast between Su Xian's behavior before and after was just too great. She was as gentle as she was before, and now she's as crazy as she was, not hesitating to lock them up here just to wait for Lin Feng to appear. Such a person instilled fear in both of them. After a moment of silence, Su Xian narrowed her eyes and stared at them, her voice suddenly softening. All right then, you must be hungry, right? Xia Qingqing nodded subconsciously, about to say something more, when she saw Li Hao grab her wrist. We're not hungry, Li Hao said, looking at Su Xian with considerable wariness. How could I not be hungry? It's been a whole day, how can I not eat something? Su Xian forced a smile and gestured to the bodyguards outside. Have the hotel send some food over? Yes. The bodyguards accepted the order and soon had everything ready. Su Xian personally went out, picked up the plate, her eyes darting around, and brought the food into the house, placing it in front of Li Hao and Xia Qingqing. Seeing that the two were still wary, she reassured them. Eat up. I locked you up here just to prevent you from contacting A Feng. I won't mistreat you when it comes to food and drink. The aroma of exquisite food filled the air. Staring at the plate of braised pork, Xia Qingqing's lips moved, and she silently swallowed. Li Hao was in the same boat. The two of them had a blast strolling around the nearby food street for the past 2 days, only managing to eat half of what they had eaten in 3 days. They were saving their stomachs to eat today, but now they were stuck here. They hadn't eaten, yet the food smelled incredibly tempting. With sheer willpower, the two exchanged a glance, but still didn't touch their chopsticks. Su Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. She picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of meat, put it in her mouth, chewed for a moment, and laughed. What? Are you afraid I'll poison the food? Seeing that she had swallowed, the two of them finally couldn't resist any longer. Seeing them pick up their chopsticks and eat heartily, Su Xian's smile deepened. Before long, the food was all gone. Just as they were burping and drinking water to soothe their throats, Su Xian handed over a cell phone and said to Xia Qingqing, call A Feng. Xia Qingqing froze instantly. Making a phone call? Aren't you afraid we? Li Hao also looked at Su Xian with a puzzled expression. You won't tell. Su Xian pulled up a chair and sat down, looking completely confident of victory. Seeing the confused expressions on their faces, she smiled even more and said, if you dare to say the wrong thing, I can't guarantee whether you'll still be alive in 7 days. You poisoned it. Li Hao immediately realized what was happening and looked at Su Xian in shock. Seeing her confident expression, Xia Qingqing was even more puzzled. But didn't you just eat some too? Su Xian smiled and waved the small medicine bottle in her hand. I have the antidote. Seeing the two women's shocked and defeated expressions, she smiled at Xia Qingqing and said in a coaxing yet threatening tone, Sweetie, hurry up and make the call. Tell him you're trapped, and he has 3 hours to come and rescue you. Only he can come, if he dares to tell anyone else. As she spoke, she raised her finger slightly and pointed at Li Hao and Xia Qingqing, her eyes suddenly turning cold and fierce. You and your brother Hao will both die. With a thud, Xia Qingqing's hand trembled, and her phone fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Su Xian raised her hand, signaling the bodyguard to bring over another one. Another phone was handed to Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing bit her lip tightly and looked at Li Hao helplessly. Li Hao also looked completely bewildered. They had made ample preparations, but they didn't want to become Lin Feng's weakness. In the end, however, their ability to protect themselves was laughably weak when facing the cunning and powerful Su Xian. Go ahead and fight. Li Hao's voice was a little hoarse. He looked at Xia Qingqing with reluctance in his eyes. There was no other way. Xia Qingqing nodded and entered Lin Feng's phone number. Turn on speakerphone. Su Xian gave the order, and Xia Qingqing was forced to comply. The moment the call connected, it felt like being in a bustling city center, with noise and the sound of fireworks exploding coming from the receiver. It was obvious that Lin Feng was currently in a sweet dream. Su Xian's face darkened instantly, and her eyes flashed with a fierce hatred. Xia Qingqing spoke with a trembling voice, murmuring, Brother, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Lin Feng's voice sounded somewhat unclear. Hearing the familiar voice, Xia Qingqing's nose tingled, and her eyes instantly reddened. Hao Ji and I have been kidnapped. They said you have to be back within 3 hours, or else. Surprisingly, Lin Feng was not surprised to hear this. Instead, he calmly replied, "Kidnapping? Who kidnapped you?" The voice sounded as if he had expected it all along. Su Zian couldn't hold back any longer. She had been searching for him for so long. How could he be so calm? Moreover, amusement park music kept coming from his side. Who did he go to the amusement park with? It's nothing more than Chu Ling Xuan. She couldn't hold back any longer, snatched the phone, and shouted angrily, "I kidnapped your abandoned fiancé, Su Zian." Xia Qingqing and Li Hao looked at Su Zian timidly, their eardrums almost bursting from the shock. However, the next second, Lin Feng's voice rang out again. "What? It's too noisy here. The signal is bad. I can't hear you. Let's talk about it tomorrow. You and Huzzy, you two have fun." Then he hung up the phone. Chapter 238 The King of Jealousy in East Asia, You're jealous too? Hearing the beeping sound from the phone, Xia Qingqing and Li Hao looked at each other in bewilderment. This can't be blamed on my brother. His phone had no signal. Xia Qingqing weakly spoke up, and the next second she saw Su Zian angrily grab her phone and throw it to the ground. With a bang, another phone was ruined. Li Hao swallowed hard, glanced at Xia Qingqing, and said, "Miss Su, how about this? You give the antidote to Qingqing, and I'm willing to stay and be your hostage." "Brother Hao, no." Upon hearing this, Xia Qingqing immediately exclaimed, "If we're going to stay, we'll all stay. How could I let you stay alone?" Li Hao panicked. "Qingqing, listen to me. If something happens to me, nothing can happen to you, because..." He mumbled for a long time, his face turning red, but he still couldn't get the reason out. Enough. Already on edge, Su Zian was even more furious upon seeing this scene, especially since the two of them were putting on such a sweet and affectionate act. Did they think she was the bad guy, existing only to make them feel desperate? "I will not give you the antidote. You can only pray that he will return tomorrow. If the deadline is missed, you will all die. I, Su Zian, mean what I say." She uttered a harsh remark and then hurriedly left. Still unaware of what poison she had used, Xia Qingqing, now knowing she was poisoned, lost all interest in playing around. She leaned against the sofa and lay down, looking at Li Hao with a helpless expression. "Brother Hao, what kind of fate do I have? I finally got into university, found someone I like, only to discover that the person I like is actually my own brother, and I'm also the granddaughter of one of the 4 great families." Oh no, 3 of the great families. Xia Qingqing was somewhat dazed. The changes that had occurred over the years had made her feel hopeless about the future. She had repeatedly said that she wanted to stay with her brother, but in the end, she had become his weakness. Perhaps she shouldn't have acknowledged this relative in the first place. A look of confusion appeared on Li Hao's face. After experiencing the joy of becoming rich overnight, and to be honest, being with Xia Qingqing these past few days, the happiness had numbed his mind, and he hadn't had a chance to calm down and think things through. Being trapped here by Su Zian has actually calmed them all down. He looked at Xia Qingqing and listened to her words, and couldn't help but sigh. "Actually, you're already very capable. If these changes had happened to me, I probably would have collapsed several times over." To outsiders, Xia Qingqing was living a life of luxury, being taken back by the 3 major families, and even acquiring shares in the Lin family. But who knows the truth? She was like a chess piece, a pawn used to control Lin Feng. The moment she accepted the offer to return to the Lin family, her life no longer belonged to her own. Xia Qingqing's eyes darkened slightly. "How about we run away too? How can we escape? We're all poisoned." Li Hao followed up, looking at Xia Qingqing with confusion. "The Lin family probably doesn't know that Su Zian has found us yet. Su Zian likes my brother so much, and we're the most important people to him, so she definitely won't kill us." Xia Qingqing rested her chin on her hand and hit the nail on the head. It took Li Hao a while to figure out the logic. He looked at Xia Qingqing with some surprise. He had to admit that Xia Qingqing always managed to hit the nail on the head when it mattered most. After my brother comes back tomorrow and Su Zian gives us the antidote, let's run away. We can go anywhere, as long as we don't get found by them for the time being." Xia Qingqing blinked. This was the best solution she could think of. Li Hao realized what was happening. "What about our families?" "Family, yes. Our family is still in Beijing. Xia Qingqing suddenly realized that was the easiest place to control under the Lin family's territory. She pondered for a moment, then frowned and hesitated, saying, "The Lin family, surely they wouldn't resort to such unscrupulous means." Her tone was already uncertain. Since Su Zian had kidnapped them and poisoned them, it meant that the Lin family would do the same. There's no use saying all that now. We can only wait for Brother Feng to come back before making any plans. Li Hao sighed. Mountain Villa. The spectacular fireworks display lasted for more than half an hour. Not only did Lin Feng enjoy it, but those broadcasting live from the Donghai Bridge and netizens also got a good look at the spectacle. Who would treat netizens like babies under normal circumstances? A fireworks show worth millions was launched on a whim, even more exciting than the fireworks display during the Lunar New Year. Who called just now? As soon as Chu Ling Shuang got off the carousel, she strode forward, took Lin Feng's arm, and her smiling face now held a hint of threat. Lin Feng didn't intend to hide it, so he said it directly, "Xia Qingqing." "Oh," Chu Ling Shuang replied, glancing at the time, and added sarcastically, "It's already past 10 o'clock. Why is she calling you so late?" She blinked, her expression completely innocent, but the underlying sourness in her words was already bursting forth. Knowing she was jealous, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile and ask directly, "The king of jealousy in East Asia, you're jealous of this too?" "I'm just jealous." This time it was unexpected. Chu Ling Shuang retorted without hesitation, "Knowing you were with me, I still called you so late. Who knows if I had good intentions?" Seeing her chattering away, Lin Feng inexplicably found her rather cute. He couldn't help but chuckle and joke. "Come on, Ling Shuang. If you and I really got married, wouldn't she be your sister-in-law? Would you be jealous of your sister-in-law?" "What's wrong with your sister-in-law? If Chu Yunren dares to say another word to you, I'll send her to Indonesia immediately." What a joke. No one but her can get too close to Lin Feng. The person she likes can only be with her. No one else is allowed. She had just retorted sharply, but the next second, seeing Lin Feng's knowing look, she instantly realized her mistake and hurriedly explained, "It's not that no one is suitable. It's just that if something happens, you should at least tell me, right? Otherwise, I'll feel bad." Her voice grew softer and softer, and even her face showed a hint of compromise. For some reason, Lin Feng didn't want to see her like this. If he made her lose her dignity just because he liked her, how could such feelings be normal? He gently cupped Chu Ling Shuang's face in his hands, his eyes softening. "Ling Shuang, you don't need to do this. I'll definitely tell you if anything's wrong. You don't need to suppress yourself for my sake." His voice seemed to have a magical power, instantly calming Chu Ling Shuang down, especially the last sentence, which directly exposed the worry in Chu Ling Shuang's heart. Chapter 239 Liking is a bargaining chip. Her cheeks flushed instantly, the blush spreading to her ears, revealing a hint of shyness on her usually icy face. "What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't suppress myself." Her eyes darted around unnaturally, her voice grew softer and softer, and her face turned as red as a cherry. She bit her lip lightly, blushing slightly, and quickly changed the subject. "So why did she call you just now?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng released his grip and said seriously, "She said she and Huzzy were kidnapped." "Oh." Chu Ling Shuang was stunned and looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Unlike Chu Ling Shuang, Lin Feng didn't react with surprise. Instead, he looked unusually relaxed. "It's okay. I just used the bad signal as an excuse to get away with it. Don't worry about them." His calm reaction, in Chu Ling Shuang's eyes, was clearly a feigned nonchalance. "No, how can we ignore this?" Chu Ling Shuang grabbed Lin Feng's arm and said anxiously, "Don't worry, I'll have Shui Yin investigate right now." "No need." Lin Feng stopped him. "They are safe. You don't need to be in such a hurry." His refusal to help puzzled Chu Ling Shuang. Was he making it sound so easy because he didn't want her to worry? Chu Ling Shuang hurriedly said, "You don't need to worry about me. They are your best friends and your own sisters. I like you, so of course I won't let anything happen to your friends." "Then why did you threaten me with Qing Qing before? Would you have compromised if I hadn't said that?" Unexpectedly, the spiking dart spun back against her. Chu Ling Shuang hastily offered a defense, muttering under her breath, "I didn't really do anything to her. I even promoted her and gave her a raise. Then she realized, no, this isn't the time to talk about this. I didn't give the order to tie them up. They might really be in trouble. I'll have Swain investigate. Really, there's no need. They'll be fine. Why? Lin Feng sighed helplessly and said, because the person who kidnapped them was Su Zian. Su. Chu Ling Shuang was stunned for a moment, then reacted and immediately burst into curses. That woman is still not done. She's using such dirty tricks to force you to submit. Does she want you to slap her face with your unwillingness? Lin Feng didn't speak, he just looked at her calmly. What she said was no less significant than her previous actions. Wasn't that what she did back then? As soon as the cursing stopped, the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Lin Feng's burning gaze fell on her, and Chu Ling Shuang's expression froze. She subconsciously bit her lower lip. Sorry. Why are you apologizing? I shouldn't have treated you like that before. Chu Ling Shuang's voice deepened, as if she had just realized something. Now I know how disgusting that behavior was. It's all right, it's all in the past. Lin Feng shook his head, and noticing the regret in her eyes, he couldn't help but comfort her. You didn't hurt her back then, did you? Chu Ling Shuang was at a loss for words. She had done so many wrong things before, but in the end, Lin Feng still comforted her. A sense of guilt spread through her heart, and her eyes were full of gratitude. Her gaze fell on Lin Feng, as if he were being bathed in light. Then how do you know Su Zian won't hurt them? That woman's methods aren't that simple. Having said that, Chu Ling Shuang couldn't help but remind Lin Feng. When I first met her, she brought up your past and fooled me with just a few words. Her scheming isn't as simple as you think. Lin Feng remained calm, as always. He only asked one question. Ling Shuang, why were you so easily fooled by her back then? Chu Ling Shuang belatedly realized what was happening and whispered, because I like you. Love can cloud one's judgment. Lin Feng only smiled and said this one sentence. But these words stunned Chu Ling Shuang. She murmured, so, from the moment you received the call and knew it was Su Zian who did it, you weren't worried at all because you knew she liked you and wouldn't hurt them? Otherwise what? Lin Feng responded with a smile, his tone even more nonchalant. These words stunned Chu Ling Shuang. She looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Could it be that in your eyes, liking someone is a bargaining chip, a reason for you to do whatever you want? Her question made Lin Feng stop in his tracks. This understanding is not unreasonable for Lin Feng, or rather, this is exactly what he thinks. The warmth vanished in that instant, and Lin Feng's expression suddenly turned cold. He stared at Chu Ling Shuang and asked, isn't that right? You? Chu Ling Shuang looked at him with a somewhat indescribable expression. What about her? Was her affection also a bargaining chip for him? Was all the affection he'd shown her these past few days just a lie to deceive her feelings? Seeing Chu Ling Shuang's disapproving expression, Lin Feng realized that she had misunderstood. In the past, he really wouldn't want to explain in this situation, nor would he bother to. But Chu Ling Shuang's surprise today was indeed well thought out, and based on that, this time, he chose to explain. Ling Shuang, when I found out about your relationship with Su Zian, I tried to refuse, but you didn't seem to care. So now I've chosen to give up. Since you don't respect my choice, I have no choice but to use your affection as a bargaining chip. Feelings are, after all, based on an equal exchange, aren't they? His voice was unusually solemn, and his expression was calmer than ever before. This explanation also enlightened Chu Ling Shuang. Her furrowed brows instantly relaxed, replaced by a broad smile. Yes, that's certainly true. As she spoke, she suddenly moved closer and hooked her arm around Lin Feng's. However, I never disrespected you as you said. Besides, it's true that I like you. You can refuse me, but of course I also have the right to continue pursuing you. That's a pretty shameless statement, but the logic is sound. Whether they pursue her or not is their choice. So how could Lin Feng have the right to interfere? He laughed and said, then I'd like to know, how else do you plan to pursue me? Chu Ling Shuang was taken aback, and some strange images seemed to flash through her mind. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she grabbed Lin Feng's arm, pulling him into the house while muttering softly, didn't you want to see me in women's clothing? I'm all ready. Ah. Lin Feng's expression froze for a moment. Then he glanced down and saw the shyness on her face. No, he was just making a joke on the spot. She actually prepared for it. Chapter 240, then let me see what you're capable of. You turn around. Don't peek at me changing clothes. Clutching the black and white women's dress, Chu Ling Shuang's cheeks were flushed. Lin Feng asked in surprise. What place haven't I seen before? Do I really need to go around there? You're shameless. Chu Ling Shuang gave a coquettish cry, and in her haste and impatience, she grabbed Lin Feng's shoulder and pushed him towards the corner without saying a word. Lin Feng was forced to come to the scene. The rustling sounds of changing clothes behind him made him want to turn around several times, but reason prevailed, and Lin Feng held back, obediently facing the wall. Time ticked by, and Lin Feng's legs were getting numb from standing, but Chu Ling Shuang still showed no sign of letting him turn around. He couldn't help but ask, Are you done yet? Does it take this long to change clothes? What's the rush? Chu Ling Shuang's angry, coquettish voice rang out from behind. Lin Feng scratched his head in surprise and didn't say anything more. 10 more minutes passed, and then Chu Ling Shuang whispered behind her, all dressed. Her voice was very soft, tinged with nervousness. Lin Feng turned around and immediately noticed the white stockings wrapped around her slender, fair thighs. Above that was a black and white striped tutu, with 4 or 5 white bows hanging from the waist and a cat paw apron. The shock of this scene is no less than seeing a lion dressed as a cat. Lin Feng was stunned. Could you help me put this on? Chu Ling Shuang approached step by step, her face flushed, and handed over a hairband. She lifted her long black hair over her shoulder, revealing her fair and white shoulders. The scent of roses wafting towards her made Lin Feng freeze in place. To make matters worse, she was wearing high heels. As she walked over, her skirt swayed and her heels clicked. While high heels were once invented for the nobility of the United Kingdom, they have now become a favorite among women, and this is not without reason. The high, slender heels elongate the figure and make the legs appear longer and slimmer. Thanks to her slender legs and impressive height, coupled with her cold face, Chu Ling Shuang managed to make delicate women's clothing look like that of a mature and sophisticated woman. Seeing Lin Feng's stunned expression, Chu Ling Shuang's lips unconsciously curled into a smile. She suddenly raised her hand and placed it against the wall behind Lin Feng's ear. Why are you staring blankly? You look so handsome. Are you shy? It looks good, but who praises themselves like that? Lin Feng's ears suddenly turned red, the burning sensation like the handle of a pot of boiling water. Don't be so confident, okay? What's so good-looking about it? He muttered, speaking in a simplistic, ironic way. How could Chu Ling Shuang not tell? The blush rising on his face and his evasive eyes had already betrayed him. But she still pretended to be serious, a hint of grievance appearing on her cold face. Am I not pretty? He was just joking, just using random words. How could she take it so seriously? In an instant, Lin Feng had unwittingly fallen into her trap, anxiously trying to explain. No. You misunderstood. I just said it casually. It's beautiful, really beautiful. If it looks good, can I wear it every day? As she spoke, she suddenly stood on tiptoe, leaned against the wall, and looked up, getting several degrees closer. I'm only wearing this for you to see. Only you have this privilege. When did she become so good at flirting? Suddenly, Lin Feng felt as if countless ants were crawling on his heart, and the dense, itchy sensation made him feel unbearably hot all over. The closer she got, the stronger the alluring scent of roses emanating from her became. Inhaling this fragrance, Lin Feng became uncontrollably excited. Why is your face so red? Are you hot? Chu Ling Shuang blinked, feigning ignorance, and casually raised her hand to stroke his cheek. When the cool little hand covered Lin Feng's burning face, reason returned. In that instant, Lin Feng realized, wait a minute, whose sovereignty is this? He suddenly grabbed her wrist, and under her surprised gaze, he laughed. That's right, it's you. You're making me feel hot. Rur and rurk are homophones but have different meanings. But it's pretty much the same. The meaning is essentially the same. Chu Ling Shuang curled her lips and laughed wildly, seemingly oblivious to everyone else. This is the effect I wanted. A look of understanding flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. Then so be it. As he spoke, he suddenly bent over, slipped his arms under her legs, and effortlessly lifted her up in his arms. Chu Ling Shuang didn't struggle at all from beginning to end. In fact, her eyes were filled with a happy smile. On the way to the big bed, she had already become extremely unruly, hooking her arms around Lin Feng's collar, her fingers exploring and her fingertips swirling unrestrainedly inside. This action is very much like striking a flint. Sparks fly wildly when the two are touched. If you keep moving around like that, I can't guarantee you won't fall. Suppressing his anger, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and told the truth. But Chu Ling Shuang didn't take it seriously and even teased him, saying, "If you really drop me, then you're not good enough." Okay, this woman is really glib. Lin Feng lowered his voice and forced himself to lay her flat on the bed. In just those few steps, Lin Feng was covered in sweat. It wasn't that I was tired, it was just that I was sweating profusely from trying to hold it in. You haven't helped me put this on yet. Leaning against the bedside, Chu Ling Shuang raised her hand and waved the headband she was holding, looking at him with a light smile. Lin Feng reached out and took it, and saw her lift her long hair with both hands, revealing her delicate chin and slender, swan-like neck. Pure white like jade, but lacking some embellishment. This was Lin Feng's first thought. No rush, he, the professional painter, will help her fill in the details later. He pinched the two outer steel wires, gently opened them, and placed them flat behind her ears. Staring at her perfectly dressed appearance, Lin Feng rested his chin on his hand, twirled his fingers a few times, and suddenly spoke. "It seems like something's missing." "What is missing?" Chu Ling Shuang was taken aback, a look of confusion on her face. Lin Feng frowned. "Where's the packaging bag for this garment?" Chu Ling Shuang pointed to the gold-plated packaging box on the ground. Lin Feng bent down, lifted the lid, and rummaged through it, revealing a delicate and small pink coin. "Yes, this is it." He picked up the rope of the cloak and placed it in front of Chu Ling Shuang. A knowing glint flashed in Chu Ling Shuang's eyes. She casually tossed her long hair aside, turned her head to meet Lin Feng's gaze, and said, "Here, you help me tie it up." "I'd be happy to help." Lin Feng smiled and responded, then untied the rope and carefully tied a small bow for her. The crisp, clinking sound echoed in the room from time to time, and the smile in her eyes deepened, her desire undisguised. "Then let me see what you're capable of. Let's see if it'll be this loud or..." Chapter 241. You still know how to come back. Her emotions were like a flood. Once unleashed, they were difficult to contain. They were inseparable, their passion raging from dusk till late at night without stopping. He pulled her into his arms. Another night of tenderness. Early morning. As the sun rises, sunlight streams into the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows, turning the bedroom, which was clean and tidy yesterday, into a complete mess. "Get up, you lazy bones." Lin Feng chuckled and pinched Chu Ling Shuang's slender waist. Chu Ling Shuang shifted slightly, reluctantly muttering, "My back hurts so much." "How can it not hurt, my little darling? Don't you know what you did yesterday?" Glancing at the mess on the floor, Lin Feng was filled with helplessness. She was too domineering in that area, not letting him stop for a long time. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Once it started, he couldn't control his temper. It has to be said, they were indeed too indulgent, but he not only didn't find it offensive, he actually found it quite refreshing. Lin Feng suddenly realized that he really was a bit seriously ill. "Then let me massage it for you." He took the initiative to twist her waist around, his hands gently yet firmly moving over it. A few minutes later, Chu Ling Shuang slowly woke up. Still sleepy, she hooked her arm around Lin Feng's and snuggled into his arms. Lin Feng swallowed hard as his palm touched the warmth. "Seriously? You want more?" Her tone made it sound like she was forcing him. Chu Ling Shuang raised her eyes somewhat displeased, squinting at him through her narrowed pupils. "What? You're no longer capable?" "Oh." Lin Feng sneered, meeting her gaze with a dangerous glint in his eyes. "What a joke. Who are you calling incapable?" Chu Ling Shuang, however, seemed oblivious to the situation and brazenly replied, "Who else could it be but you?" Fine, so you're saying I'm no good, huh?" Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and he scratched at her waist. "Hiss!" Chu Ling Shuang exclaimed in surprise, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! No, I was wrong. I was wrong, huh? She no longer resembled a young lady. At this moment, she was simply a kind older sister. Her body twisted like a dragon, deforming the sheets, and she was covered in sweat. Lin Feng persisted. Is it enough that you know you were wrong? No, no, no. I was really wrong. Huh? Please, huh? Seeing that she was laughing through her tears, Lin Feng finally let go. Call. Chu Ling Shuang was panting heavily, but she was already quite energetic. After resting for a while, she looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of revenge and said, You just wait, Lin Feng. As she spoke, she lunged at Lin Feng, baring her teeth and claws, repeating what he had just done to her. Lin Feng never expected she still had the strength, and before he knew it, she had tackled him. No, no, no. Miss, let's eat something before we play, okay? Ha ha ha, stop fooling around. Who told you to go first? I'm going to make a scene with you. As Chu Ling Shuang spoke, her hands continued moving until she saw that Lin Feng was also covered in sweat, at which point she stopped. I'm hungry too. She touched her belly and smacked her lips. Let's eat first, then we'll go back. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and sat up. Okay. Chu Ling Shuang nodded. After washing up, the two had a hearty breakfast at the restaurant before taking a plane to Oklahoma. The entrance to Hungloan No. 2 Hotel. Yu Xuan held a black umbrella over Chu Ling Shuang, but Chu Ling Shuang's gaze remained fixed on Lin Feng, her face full of worry. Are you sure you can manage on your own? Lin Feng nodded. Don't worry, if you get involved, things will only get worse. All right. Chu Ling Shuang's eyes darkened, flickered a few times, and she looked at him again, saying in an unusually domineering tone, You're not allowed to let her touch you, not even a finger. You're not allowed to go out with her. You must be back within half an hour, or I'll have the house torn down. Hearing her numerous prohibitions, Lin Feng felt a bit overwhelmed, but compared to other things, at least he could accept Chu Ling Shuang's current changes. If it was only her nagging him like this, he could handle it, but any more than that wouldn't be enough. He doesn't have the energy to be a jerk. That would be a complete waste of time. So he nodded obediently. Okay, don't worry. As long as she releases Ching Ching and Huzzy, I will explain things to her. Chu Ling Shuang nodded, her face regaining its icy expression. She tilted her head back and strode arrogantly toward the hotel. Looking up at the glass windows on the upper floor of the hotel, Lin Feng sighed and followed her into the hotel after she went up. As soon as I entered, Luo Yu, who was never in the hotel lobby, appeared in the rest area. Seeing Lin Feng enter, Luo Yu smiled and said, Little Feng, you're back? Lin Feng responded, Luo Yu blinked, a hint of amusement in her eyes, and asked, Why didn't you go up with Miss Chu? I just saw her go up by herself. Did you two have a fight? No. Lin Feng shook his head, changing the subject. Sister Luo, which room is Su Zian staying in? 708. Luo Yu responded with a knowing look, and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Little Feng, you really need to handle your love life well. I think Miss Su is a bit older, but she's quite pretty. You're really lucky. With two stunning beauties following closely behind, what else could this be but a blessing? Put yourself in her shoes. If there were two handsome men, one aloof and the other a doting older brother, who would follow her around like glue, she would be ecstatic. Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch his lips. Sure enough, people who haven't experienced it don't understand. Once you're caught up in two relationships, it can be really deadly. What's more, neither of them are easy to deal with. He said helplessly, Sister Luo, please stop laughing at me. I'm so worried. Luo Yu smiled and winked. Oh, so you know your sister likes to watch jokes? Hurry up and go upstairs, room 708. Don't go to the wrong one. Lin Feng responded and reluctantly entered the elevator. At the door of room 708, Su Zian, who had already spotted Lin Feng through the glass window, ordered someone to open the door. Lin Feng stepped into the room. Directly opposite him, Su Zian sat on the sofa, staring at the coffee table in front of her with a gloomy expression. You still know how to come back. Whether I come back or not is none of your business. Lin Feng instinctively wanted to retort, but after thinking about it, he decided not to say it. After all, his friends and sister were still in her hands, and it was best not to provoke her. However, when Su Zian, who hadn't heard Lin Feng's response, turned her gaze to Lin Feng. The patches of crimson on his neck instantly caught her eye. Chapter 242. You've actually started to defend her. Who did this? I'm asking you, who did this? Was it her? In an instant, as if a powder keg had been ignited, Su Xian's anger surged, and she walked straight toward Lin Feng. As her gaze locked on the spot, Lin Feng looked down and realized it was the marks on his neck. He was about to speak when Su Xian grabbed his collar. She dared to lay a hand on you. She's asking for it. The former gentleness was gone. Su Xian's almond-shaped eyes widened as she stared intently at the crimson stain, her fingers gripping Lin Feng's collar so tightly that the fabric was deformed in her hands. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen her like this. It was a stark contrast to her previous gentle demeanor. Her expression was somewhat similar to that of Chu Ling Shuang from before. Lin Feng's mind involuntarily conjured up Chu Ling Shuang's domineering demeanor, as well as their playful banter that morning. Not hearing Lin Feng's reply, his gaze drifted away, clearly lost in thought. Su Xian immediately became furious and forcefully pulled Lin Feng down to look directly at her. I'm talking to you, Feng, can't you hear me? The form of address remained the same, but the tone of the voice had become extremely offensive. Lin Feng's eyes darkened. He grabbed her wrist through her clothes and forcefully shook her off. Miss Su, you've already seen what I wanted to say, so why ask me again? His expression was utterly indifferent, and his words were devoid of any emotion. Lin Feng abruptly shoved her away, and Su Xian nearly lost her balance and fell. She stared in disbelief at her severed right hand, then roared angrily at Lin Feng. Is this what you wanted to tell me? Is this your reason for running away from the wedding? You've been in love with her for a long time, haven't you? The reason you ran away from the engagement was because you love her, right? With tears welling in her eyes and disbelief on her face, she walked step by step toward Lin Feng, questioning him frantically. Lin Feng had only ever seen Chu Ling Shuang act so erratically. Her image was reflected in his vision, but it was uncontrollably replaced by Chu Ling Shuang. He didn't know when it started, but whenever something similar to Chu Ling Shuang appeared, her image would appear in his mind. Liking something is truly a disease. Lin Feng frowned, abruptly closed his eyes, and then opened them again. Miss Su, I think you've misunderstood. My decision to run away wasn't because of her. I should also apologize for abandoning you at the engagement ceremony. Feel sorry. Su Xian was speechless, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. A Feng, so all you wanted to say to me was an apology? What right do you have to apologize to me? I don't accept it. As she spoke, she raised her hand to cover her chest, her eyes slightly red, and pointed directly at Lin Feng. In the end, you just fell in love with her. You like her, so you'd rather abandon me and make me a laughingstock in the eyes of the whole world. On the day of our engagement banquet, your fiancé ran away, and his sweetheart even blew up his fiancé's engagement ceremony. How ironic. What right do you have to apologize? You have no right to apologize to me. I will not accept it. She murmured, like a mentally unstable patient, shaking her head incessantly. Although the Su family is not as prestigious as the Chu family, it is still a renowned family of doctors in the country. She must have grown up in a wealthy and privileged environment, and her noble air comes from within. But now, her extremely out-of-control state is a stark contrast, making her look pitiful to the extreme. But Lin Feng showed no sympathy. He just looked at her coldly and said, Miss Su, my apology to you doesn't necessarily mean I'm wrong. I think you know what you and Linda have been doing behind the scenes. You've gone against other people's wishes, so why should they obey you? He did want to communicate with her properly, but she was clearly beyond the reach of communication in her current state. He could only state his own reasoning, and whether she accepted it or not was her own choice. Moreover, although she hadn't openly revealed her alliance with Linda, he wasn't stupid. The prerequisite for others to respect you is that you must respect them first. Su Xian was no longer listening to what he was saying. Tears streamed down her face as she looked at Lin Feng with a desperate, pleading expression. What do you like about Chu Ling Shuang? Tell me. I can do everything she can do. If that doesn't work, I can learn it. As long as you like me the way you like her, I'll learn it. I'll go to heaven and earth to learn it. This has absolutely nothing to do with Chu Ling Shuang. Lin Feng couldn't take it anymore and subconsciously retorted, But as soon as the words left his mouth, he glanced at Su Zian's tear-streaked face and froze. He had seen the same expression on Chu Lingshuang before. That night, after they had been drinking, she questioned him so frantically, her words filled with humility. Like a stray dog that has been abandoned, utterly devoid of dignity. Once Lin Feng identified the face in front of him with Chu Lingshuang, he felt a sense of suffocation. Fortunately, she had been drinking that night, so it could be attributed to her being drunk and acting crazy. If Chu Lingshuang really became like this, heartbroken, he would truly feel pain. But these words only fueled Su Zian's despair. You're still protecting her. You've actually started protecting her. Ah Feng, what am I to you? Are all these years of feelings of mine worthless in your eyes? Her persistent entanglement seemed unreasonable to Lin Feng. That's just how he is. He's extremely indifferent to everyone except those he has feelings for. For the rest, you have to offer something that makes him tolerate it. Now, it's clear that Su Zian offers him zero value. Aside from the childhood friendship he shared with her in that memory, there's almost nothing else. But that friendship was enough for him not to speak so absolutely. First of all, Miss Su, we were indeed very close when we were young, but that cannot be a reason for it to continue. Secondly, anything can change. My experiences over the years cannot be explained in plain language. I am very grateful to your family for raising me when I was young. Similarly, I did not let you go through these things. This may seem a bit convoluted, but the central idea is simply this. What does your relationship have to do with me? It's not like I made you like me for so long, so it's none of my business. Clearly, Su Zian understood. She stared blankly at Lin Feng and asked incredulously, So you mean I deserve all of this? I didn't say that. Lin Feng is very good at shirking responsibility. Su Zian shook her head blankly, muttering, That's true. I haven't been a part of your experiences over the years, so what right do I have to make you like me? It's all my fault. I deserve it. She murmured, but her gaze, fixed on Lin Feng's face, ignited a possessive spark. It's all right. I have medicine. As long as I disrupt your memories, as long as I meet you a little before she does. Even if I could do it all over again 10,000 times, I would still make you fall in love with me. Chapter 243, Making You Love Me. She was saying strange things, and Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. What are you going to do? Su Zian's lips curled into a strange smile. The reputation of my Su family as a renowned medical family has never been undeserved. She stared at Lin Feng intently, then said, Feng, don't worry, it won't hurt. It'll only last a little while. Once the injection is in, it'll be fine in a bit. As she spoke, she raised her hand to signal to the bodyguard beside her. Two bodyguards rushed forward and grabbed Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng didn't struggle, not because he couldn't beat him, but because he wanted to know news about Li Hao and Xia Qingqing. Before that, he wouldn't do anything. He frowned. Miss Su, may I ask where you put Li Hao and Qingqing? Su Zian pointed and her smile widened. They're all asleep. I gave them some reassurance, so you can rest assured. Angzhen powder? What is that? Lin Feng frowned. This stuff didn't sound like a good thing. Something that puts people to sleep. Without an antidote, they'll sleep for 7 days and 7 nights, and then die in their sleep. Su Zian said with a smile, glancing up at Lin Feng. How about that? I'm quite considerate of them, aren't I? It doesn't hurt at all. Su Zian has gone mad, even more so than Chu Lingshuang. Even when Chu Lingshuang threatened him, she didn't go to such lengths. Lin Feng really wanted to understand why they had fallen in love with him, even to the point of madness and extreme devotion. He really can't bear this kind of love. Now that things have come to this, the only way is to go along with her, coax her, and make her happy. Maybe then she'll take out the antidote. But once something like this happens, it will happen again and again. He can't compromise for the rest of his life. When he was dealing with Chu Lingshuang, he wasn't even afraid of death in the end. So why would he be afraid of Su Zian? So, Lin Feng smiled right in front of Su Zian. He laughed even more maniacally, as if he had been tickled, and once he started laughing, he couldn't stop, even laughing until his eyes filled with tears. His ha-ha was so loud that Su Zian went from anger to humility to compromise, and then to confusion. He seemed to see through everything and was laughing from the bottom of his heart, which made Su Zian furious. She grabbed Lin Feng's hair, forcing him to look up at her, and angrily asked, "What are you laughing at?" "I laugh at your stupidity." "You?" "I laugh at your stupidity, Su Zian. What makes you think you can control me?" Amidst his laughter, Lin Feng fearlessly confronted her, his unrestrained and arrogant gaze piercing deep into Su Zian's heart. "I can't control you. They're your most important friends," she roared, grabbing Lin Feng's hair, but her tone softened as she spoke. "As long as you behave and listen to me, I won't hurt them. I'll feed them the antidote to keep them conscious every day, otherwise." Before she could finish speaking, Lin Feng ruthlessly interrupted her. "It seems you don't know me well enough, Miss Su." Even though his scalp was being pulled painfully, he still narrowed his eyes, revealing an unmistakable dangerous intent. Under Su Zian's shocked gaze, he said emotionlessly, "I have never considered them as friends." "Impossible. You're lying to me. Li Hao is one thing, but Xia Qingqing is your own sister." Su Zian roared in disbelief. Lin Feng, however, became even more brazen in his mockery. "So what if she's my sister? Do you think I care about blood ties?" "Don't be ridiculous, Miss Su. The only person I care about in this world is myself." Su Zian stared at Lin Feng in shock, as if she were looking at a complete stranger. Yes, he disregarded their childhood friendship. So why would he care about such a small relationship? How could she be so stupid as to try to manipulate him using someone else? There was no other way but to trap him and force him to develop feelings for her step by step. Seeing the disappointment in Su Zian's eyes, Lin Feng sneered. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, Miss Su. That's just the kind of person I am, so I advise you not to waste so much effort. If they die." As he spoke, his eyes darkened, and after a few moments of hesitation, he more openly uttered his profound truth. "That's none of my business." The atmosphere instantly froze. Su Zian narrowed her eyes and abruptly raised her hand, signaling the bodyguards to step back. Lin Feng rubbed his shoulders, just letting out a sigh of relief, when Su Zian suddenly snapped back to reality. Something's not right. As if she had just realized something, she suddenly looked at Lin Feng and said, "You're lying to me." Her eyes seemed to have a penetrating quality, shooting directly into the depths of Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng's eyes flickered a few times before he said bluntly, "What did I lie to you about? Why would I need to lie to you?" Su Zian immediately sneered. "If you really didn't care about them, you wouldn't be here today." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Feng exclaimed that things were going badly. "Oh no, I never expected that." Su Zian and Chu Ling Shuang are on completely different levels. When he said those things to Chu Ling Shuang before, she couldn't do anything about it. But now, Su Zian actually came to her senses. Seeing the astonishment in Lin Feng's eyes, Su Zian became even more determined. She stepped closer and continued to sneer. "You're just being heartless. You're actually quite warm-hearted. You were sure I wouldn't do anything to them, which is why you only came back this morning. What you just said was just to make sure I couldn't do anything to you. Am I right, Feng?" This is no longer a question. It's an affirmative statement. Lin Feng's heart sank. As expected of a woman who had eaten 3 more years' worth of food than him, she was indeed not easy to fool. He glanced at the clock on the wall. 20 minutes had passed since his appointment with Chu Ling Shuang, and he had 10 minutes left. He said in a deep voice, "So what? If you're so capable, then let them be poisoned to death." Heh. Su Zian chuckled coldly, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, her tone softening as she lovingly stroked Lin Feng's cheek. "How could I do that? Without them? How could I threaten you, Feng? How could I be so cruel?" The term smiling tiger perfectly describes Su Zian. She's a very difficult person to deal with. At this moment, Lin Feng missed Chu Ling Shuang's love-struck mind immensely. Once she got carried away, she wouldn't care about anything else, and even learned to respect him in order to win him over. Thinking of this, Lin Feng inexplicably missed Chu Ling Shuang's face, but as his gaze shifted, he sighed. "So what exactly do you want to do?" "To make you love me." She gently stroked Lin Feng's cheek. The calm in her eyes vanished, replaced by a frenzied storm. Chapter 244. Miss Su, you've overstepped your bounds. "Impossible." Lin Feng answered without hesitation, his decision made without reservation. Instead of getting angry, Su Zian laughed. "Really? How do you know it's impossible if you don't try?" She gently stroked Lin Feng's cheek, but as her fingers slid downwards, Lin Feng grabbed them with his hand. Miss Su, you have overstepped your bounds. Lin Feng frowned, his expressionless face reminding him that he was perfectly clear-headed and would never let her have what he didn't like. How is that considered overstepping boundaries? Su Zian's eyes flickered with an unreadable light as she stared intently at the wrist that Lin Feng was gripping tightly, her gaze softening. When we were little, we used to bathe together. Have you forgotten? As she murmured, Lin Feng frowned, realizing he couldn't recall anything from so long ago. What bathing? Anyone who would agree to let him bathe with Su Zian must be no more than 2 years old. How could I possibly remember something from so long ago? He replied coldly, once again ruthlessly shoving her hand away. Looking at her arm that had been flung away, Su Zian's eyes darkened. It's all right. It doesn't matter if you don't remember, as long as it happens again, as long as you experience it once more. She murmured to herself, then suddenly raised her hand. 2 bodyguards beside her quickly stepped forward and grabbed Lin Feng's shoulders. Su Zian's face was gloomy as she stared at Lin Feng and ordered in a sinister tone, "Take him into the bathroom and strip him." These words not only stunned the bodyguards, but also left Lin Feng dumbfounded. They just sent him straight to the bathroom. So Su Zian didn't hear a single word he said? Then he wasted his breath talking. Lin Feng subconsciously moved his arm, but felt the 2 bodyguards tighten their grip. He narrowed his eyes, looked directly at Su Zian, and said with a hint of threat, "Miss Su, I have already made it clear to you that I don't like you. Are you sure you still want to do this?" Su Zian raised an eyebrow, crossed her arms, and looked at him with a smile. "You're just saying that now, Feng. I know you like me. You just don't want to admit it. It's okay, I can wait. We have a long time. You have plenty of time, but I'm running out of time." Lin Feng glanced at the clock on the wall and knew that Su Zian wouldn't listen to anything he said now. For Su Zian, he had become an obsession she could never have. The more unattainable she is, the more she desires him. Once it becomes an obsession, no one else in the world will ever catch her eye. That's just how it is. There's nothing more to say to this kind of person. Lin Feng stopped pretending to be weak, raised his leg, and kicked backward, directly hitting the left bodyguard's genitals. The bodyguard felt the pain and loosened his grip. Lin Feng then turned around and punched the right bodyguard in the face. With 2 seemingly casual moves, he knocked the 2 bodyguards to the ground, unable to get up. He rubbed his shoulders, his gaze falling on Su Zian's calm face, which seemed to have been expected all along. He was somewhat surprised. "You're not surprised at all? He killed her men right in front of her, and she didn't react at all? What's so surprising?" Su Zian's calm face curled into a cold smile. "If you can't even beat them, how can you be worthy of being my beloved?" Lin Feng. To be honest, he fell silent. Has Su Zian gotten the situation straight? He's dealing with her people. But since she wasn't surprised, then so be it. Lin Feng had no intention of staying any longer. He turned around, placed his hand on the doorknob, and said indifferently, "I've said what I needed to say, Miss Su. If you can think it through, please give them the antidote. If something really happens to them, I think we'll become enemies." As he spoke, he was about to press the doorknob and pull the door open, but Su Zian's voice rang out behind him. "Yeah." Her voice was cold, but her face was mocking as she stared directly at Lin Feng. "You really think I wouldn't dare to lay a hand on them?" As she spoke, she suddenly took a few steps closer, placing her hand on the back of Lin Feng's hand, which was pressed against the doorknob. "Feng, you're too naive. If you dare to step out of this door today, I'll have them killed immediately." She didn't use any force. Whether or not to open the door was entirely up to Lin Feng. Lin Feng lowered his eyes and looked at Su Zian's face. Her confident expression was definitely not a joke. But how could Lin Feng compromise so easily? Staring at that face, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Even if we become enemies, are you still going to do this?" Su Zian smiled and replied, "As long as you have me in your heart, even if it's hatred, what's wrong with that?" She was indeed even crazier than Chu Lingshuang. At least, on the road to winning him over, Chu Lingshuang won't do anything to hurt him. Lin Feng sighed and took the initiative to release the doorknob. Su Zian's smile deepened as she looked at Lin Feng, who had already compromised, with considerable satisfaction, clearly ready to issue him orders. Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and he smiled, saying, Miss Su, have you ever thought about this? What? As things stand, Chu Ling Shuang likes me. If I join forces with her to target you, what will you do then? This is the simplest truth, and it's also Lin Feng's trump card. Chu Ling Shuang was his trump card. He could say that with such confidence because he had felt Chu Ling Shuang's love in the past few days. She gave him her love in abundance. Su Zian sneered, as if she had been prepared for this question, and said as she walked towards the sofa, "Then do you know where this is?" "Here." The question was too abrupt, and Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized, "Oh, Ashima? Do you know which place is closest to Ao Island?" "South China Sea." Lin Feng murmured, his brows furrowing slightly. He seemed to understand the meaning behind her words. Su Zian lifted her skirt slightly, sat down on the sofa with an air of nobility, and said with a smile, "My family is on the South Island. In short, this is all my territory." Although Su's pharmaceutical group has only started to improve in recent years, my family's foundation is here. As she spoke, she suddenly turned to look at Lin Feng. "Do you think Chu Ling Shuang can beat me on my turf? So what if we fly a helicopter?" The only problem was that her home was far away. If it were closer, she could have been transferred here too. Lin Feng remained silent. What's going on? Both of them are so capable. Why don't they find someone of the same class to play with? Why keep targeting him? He glanced at the time. "All right, Miss Su. Chu Ling Shuang only gave me half an hour to meet you. The time is almost up, and she'll be here soon. So, what are you going to do now? Take me to jump into the sea." Chapter 245. If you dare to leave, they will surely die. I never expected Lin Feng to tell her all this. So, in his heart, she's more important than Chu Ling Shuang, right? Su Zian instantly perked up. "It's not impossible. If you're willing, I'll have someone bring the boat over right now, and we'll leave immediately." He was just asking a question. Who would have thought she would take it so seriously? This left Lin Feng speechless. After a moment of silence, he asked again, "What about Xia Qingqing and Li Hao? Just have the bodyguards carry them away." As Su Zian spoke, she took out her phone and started sending messages, her eyes full of excitement. "As long as you're willing to come back with me, I'm sure Mom and Dad will be very happy. You have no idea how much they miss you." Lin Feng was completely speechless. It turned out he had fallen into the hands of a crazy woman again. This feeling is really unpleasant. That suffocating feeling of being restricted surged into my heart once again. "I can go with you." Lin Feng pondered for a moment and chose to compromise for the time being. Facing Su Zian's surprised eyes, he said in a deep voice, "But you have to give me time to think about it." It would have been better if he hadn't said those words. The surprise on Su Zian's face vanished instantly, replaced by a gloomy expression. "I'm not giving you time to think about it. If you want to think about it, do it right here. You're not going anywhere today." What a joke. Do you want to replicate that escape? Impossible. Today, it's no use who comes. No one can take Lin Feng away. Lin Feng knew this was the consequence of deceiving her last time, but his tone softened, and he chose to reason with her. "Miss Su, this is too fast. I promise you I won't run away. The reason I said I needed to think about it was just because I didn't want to brush you off. I value our agreement very much." Frank words are indeed very pleasant to hear, and they made Su Zian's heart flutter with joy. But she wasn't easily fooled. She waved her hand, gesturing for Lin Feng to sit down opposite her on the sofa, and commanded, "Then think about it here. I'll give you time." "Lin Feng, what kind of time is this?" Hearing hurried footsteps behind him, he realized that Chu Ling Shuang had arrived. His eyes darkened. "Miss Su, she's here." Face-to-face confrontation. How can you remain so defiant? Su Zian put down her phone and unexpectedly revealed a cold smile. "You've come at the perfect time. Open the door." "Do we have to open the door again?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, but now, only Chu Ling Shuang could ease the tense atmosphere. He opened the door in a deep voice. As soon as the door opened, Chu Ling Shuang had changed into a black leather jacket. Her face was cold, but she softened slightly when she noticed that Lin Feng and Su Ziyan were standing far apart inside the room. She strode forward arrogantly in her high heels, and right in front of Su Ziyan, without any hesitation, wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck, softly uttering words that were meant to be misunderstood. "Why is it taking so long? I'm getting impatient." Who would have thought that Chu Lingshuang would be so bold as to touch Lin Feng inappropriately right in front of her? It was simply outrageous. Su Ziyan couldn't sit still any longer. She stood up and rushed forward, her voice fierce. Let go of A Feng. Chu Lingshuang narrowed her eyes, her gentle gaze instantly turning icy cold. Let go? I'm hugging my boyfriend. When did it become your place to decide? Who's your boyfriend? He's clearly my fiancé. Su Ziyan was furious and stepped forward, pointing at Chu Lingshuang and angrily shouting, Miss Chu, your behavior of stealing someone else's boyfriend is simply laughable. Rob. Chu Lingshuang's eyes flickered slightly. Not only did she not let go of the arm that was hooking around Lin Feng, she even stood on tiptoe and kissed his cheek. Then she looked at Su Ziyan provocatively and said with a bit of pride, So what if you snatched it? Do you know? I got all of this on him. You. Because of her status as a young lady, Su Ziyan suppressed the urge to tear Chu Lingshuang's face apart and angrily cursed at her. You shameless person. Who's shameless? Didn't Lin Feng tell you he doesn't like you? It's people like you who are shameless. Chu Lingshuang curled her lips, unabashedly taking Lin Feng's arm and pulling him close to her, while glancing triumphantly at Su Ziyan. The atmosphere on the scene immediately became tense. Lin Feng was caught in the middle at this moment. On the surface, he seemed like a tool, but that was not the case. Chu Lingshuang is the real tool, the tool he uses to keep Su Ziyan in check. He didn't speak, but simply wanted to observe how the situation would develop and how they would escape this time. Su Ziyan took a deep breath, forcibly calming herself down. She narrowed her eyes, staring intently at the red marks on Lin Feng's neck. That was supposed to be printed by her own hand. But now someone else has beaten them to it. And that other person was the one who ruined her engagement ceremony. She couldn't swallow this insult no matter what. Lin Feng, you should have explained everything to her, right? After glancing at Su Ziyan, Chu Lingshuang's attention remained on Lin Feng. Yes, everything has been explained. Lin Feng nodded. He had made himself clear, but he didn't know whether Su Ziyan had understood or whether she wanted to accept it. Lin Feng's answer meant he was on her side, and the anxiety of waiting vanished instantly. Chu Lingshuang's mood improved dramatically. Now that everything's clear, there's no need to stay here. Let's go. As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Su Ziyan almost imperceptibly for a few moments. Then she added, as if showing off, I still want to eat your tomato and egg stir-fry. He actually cooked for her. Su Ziyan instantly became like a powder keg that had been lit. She glared at Lin Feng with uncontrollable rage. You dare? A Feng, if you dare to leave, they will all die. Them. Chu Lingshuang caught the key word, and combined with what she had heard yesterday, she instantly understood. Miss Su, you can't be so shameless. How could you use someone else's most precious possession to threaten them? For a moment, Lin Feng was speechless. He stared blankly at Chu Lingshuang, finding it hard to believe that these words had actually come out of her mouth. But given the current situation, it seems that it's quite appropriate for her to say it. So what? This time it was Su Ziyan's turn to be smug. As long as it's an effective method, I don't care if it's shameless or not. Chu Lingshuang snorted coldly, looking at Su Ziyan with complete indifference. Do you know who you're threatening? Of course I know, the famous Chu family. Su Ziyan sneered. So what? You can destroy my Su family, but can you get the antidote? My Su family's medicines are always only effective in our family. Even if you have connections everywhere, so what? A Feng, if you dare to leave, they will surely die. Chapter 246. Why not take a gamble? The atmosphere at the scene immediately became tense. Lin Feng didn't respond, but just quietly looked at Chu Lingshuang. His response will only come after Chu Lingshuang's reaction. If the Chu family can't do anything either, then it will be a last resort, and he will have to take matters into his own hands. Chu Lingshuang suddenly chuckled softly, her alluring face revealing an unusually dangerous glint in her eyes. She looked calmly at Su Ziyan, as if she were looking at a lamb to the slaughter. Yeah. A slight smile played on her lips, but a murderous glint flashed in her eyes. Despite such intense pressure, Su Ziyan showed no fear on her face and still said smugly, What? You want to kill me? If you kill me, the Su family and the Chu family will be enemies. With poison in hand, and Li Hao and Xia Qingqing under her control, she fears nothing. Unless Lin Feng doesn't save them. But the possibility is almost zero. The fact that Lin Feng is here today, and that Chu Ling Shuang even allowed him to come, means that he would never abandon his friends. As Su Zian had predicted, if this had happened to Chu Ling Shuang, she naturally wouldn't have cared. Other people's lives and deaths were none of her concern. However, they were Lin Feng's friends. In any case, she could not possibly disregard Lin Feng's feelings. Chu Ling Shuang raised her eyes, looked at Lin Feng, and said something she had never said before. Lin Feng, you make the decision. I respect your choice. Lin Feng was stunned. He never expected that Chu Ling Shuang, who had been holding back for so long, would say such a thing. He stared incredulously at her earnest face, her eyes reflecting his own. The instant those words left his lips, he realized that Chu Ling Shuang had truly changed. She was no longer the arrogant, disregard for others feeling rich girl who only wanted to satisfy her own desires. She had begun to consider his feelings. At that moment, he suddenly felt a gentle light appear on Chu Ling Shuang's cold face. That is the gentleness of human nature. Lin Feng's eyes darkened, and for the first time, he showed Chu Ling Shuang a genuine smile. He nodded heavily, then looked at Su Ziyan. Of course you want me to compromise, but as I said, I need time to think about it. This statement implies that they have already backed down. Su Ziyan narrowed her eyes and stared intently at Lin Feng, but did not immediately agree. Lin Feng raised the bar again. Give me a room for me alone. You can all send people to guard the door. I won't run away. Not quite understanding what Lin Feng was planning, Chu Ling Shuang still smiled and hooked her arm around Lin Feng's. No need to send anyone. I trust you. Upon hearing this, Su Ziyan instantly erupted in anger, especially upon seeing the two holding hands intimately. She gritted her teeth in hatred. She believes you, but I don't. She snapped at him, then said, I accept your conditions, but the time is limited to 1 hour at most. Anything beyond that. You know what I mean. Lin Feng nodded. All right, then please go and make the preparations, Miss Su. As he spoke, he cast a reassuring glance at Chu Ling Shuang. Chu Ling Shuang's eyes darkened, and she released her grip on Lin Feng's hand, tiptoed to his ear, and whispered, Tell me if you need anything. After saying that, she turned and left. Seeing the two whispering intimately, Su Ziyan's face turned ashen with anger. She stared intently at Lin Feng, repeatedly reassuring herself to avoid losing her composure. It doesn't matter what. The card she played is called Invincible. Just wait for another hour, and after an hour, Lin Feng will naturally submit to her. By then, what can't she do? Under Su Ziyan's arrangement, Luo Yu quickly prepared a new room for Lin Feng. When they arrived at the door of the new room side by side, Lin Feng remained silent. Su Ziyan opened the door for him, smiling and threatening. Ah Feng, I'm looking forward to your answer. Don't disappoint me. Lin Feng didn't respond. He silently went inside and closed the door. The surroundings fell silent instantly, and at that moment, Lin Feng finally felt an unprecedented tranquility. He didn't even take off his shoes before getting into bed. Leaning against the headboard, he rested his hands behind his head, carefully considering everything that had happened recently. Originally, he thought his biggest threat was Chu Ling Shuang, but now he realizes that the biggest threat is someone else entirely. Based on his current understanding of Su Ziyan, she is clearly a ruthless person. Moreover, she wasn't as easily fooled as Chu Ling Shuang. If he really leaves without a care, Li Hao and Xia Qingqing will definitely die. That's a foregone conclusion. Su Ziyan's actions were completely beyond his expectations. So what about Linda? Although it's not his turn to play yet, Linda's methods will only be more ruthless than Su Ziyan's, and Xia Qingqing, Li Hao, and their families are also involved. He had previously instructed Li Hao and Xia Qingqing to make good use of online methods, but these methods became unusable the moment Chu Ling Shuang bombed the Lin family villa. All they want is him as a person. So, the only question plaguing him was, what exactly did Linda want to do? Lin Feng frowned slightly, staring at the ceiling. He pondered for a long time, and finally his eyes hardened. Why not take a gamble? I'm betting that Lin wants him too. Once he won this bet, he thought he knew what to do next. Investigate the Su family's businesses and tell father to join forces to suppress them within 3 days. As soon as Chu Ling Shuang returned to her room, her face darkened, and she coldly ordered Yu Shuiyan. Yes. Yu Shuiyan nodded and said proactively, Miss, I have just reported to the master. He said he will use all means to annihilate the Su family. Chu Ling Shuang raised her eyes, her voice cool and clear. She didn't say anything more, but simply walked to the sofa on her own. Seeing Chu Ling Shuang's cold and stern expression, Yu Shuiyan couldn't help but ask, Miss, the Su family is using drugs to force young Master Lin. I'm afraid young Master Lin's final choice. She also wanted to remind her young lady not to get too deeply involved, since such methods were too insidious, and the final choice was not something Lin Feng could control. But clearly, her reminder was no longer of any use to Chu Ling Shuang. Chu Ling Shuang had already fallen deeply in love, and it was an irreversible and inescapable situation. I know what you mean. Chu Ling Shuang lowered her eyes and calmly responded. That's good, that's good. Yu Shuiyan breathed a sigh of relief, but before she could truly calm down, she heard Chu Ling Shuang's voice, as resolute as a vow, ring out. If he really chooses Su Ziyan, it only shows that he is a loyal and righteous person. I, Chu Ling Shuang, admire such a person and will do everything in my power to meet his needs. I believe he will find a way. Chapter 247. Even if he ultimately decides to play both of us, I'll accept it. This is still her young lady. Is this something her young lady should say? Yu Shuiyan's eyes widened. Miss, aren't you afraid that Su Ziyan will use tricks to make young Master Lin fall in love with her? She spoke very softly the last 4 words. But in the empty room, it could still be heard clearly. Those in the pond might not realize it, but she, as an observer, could see it clearly. How did Lin Feng change his opinion of his young mistress? Wasn't it all about daily interactions, mutual understanding, and the changes that came from experiencing things together? This is what is commonly known as love growing over time. So, if Lin Feng was able to develop feelings for Miss over time, what about Su Ziyan? If Su Ziyan continues to threaten Lin Feng with drugs, he will have to keep giving in. Over time, Lin Feng might even develop feelings for Su Ziyan. That's what she meant. Yu Shuiyan looked at her young mistress cautiously. She was now completely powerless, as she had been suffocated by the medicine. How could Chu Ling Shuang not understand the meaning behind her words? She had also seen Lin Feng's changes over the past few days. Especially just now, when he smiled at her from the bottom of his heart. Even though that smile only appeared under threat, she felt her heart melt in that instant. Chu Ling Shuang curled her lips into a smile, gazing intently at the beautiful scenery outside the window, and murmured, if that's really the case. Even if he ultimately decides to play both of us, I'll accept it. Yu Shuiyan stared at her young mistress in utter shock, as if struck by lightning. Her pride crumbled at that moment, leaving only a loving compromise in her eyes. Yu Shuiyan even saw a trace of sadness on her smiling face. Desolate. Yu Shuiyan moved her lips a few times, but the words of comfort she was holding back never came out. Now all she can do is pray. Time ticked by, and soon the bodyguard's voice rang out from outside the door. Mr. Lin, it's time. As if they were prisoners, there was a knock on the door. Lin Feng got out of bed and opened the door. He glanced at Yu Shuiyan's room and saw that it was partially ajar. His eyes darkened, and he followed the bodyguard to Su Ziyan's room. Have you thought it through? Upon entering the room, Su Ziyan gently brewed tea in front of her. Lin Feng responded, then caught a glimpse of the slightly ajar door behind him, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. I'll go with you. Upon hearing this, Su Ziyan immediately put down the teapot and looked at Lin Feng with excitement and anticipation. Really? You've made up your mind? Yes. Lin Feng nodded firmly, then changed the subject and said with a smile, however, I have a few requests. Su Ziyan raised her eyebrows, looking wary as if he was about to pull some trick again, and said, tell me. Lin Feng laughed frankly. First, I need you to send more convoys to escort me on the way back. Second, my accommodations must be luxurious, at least a villa by the sea, because I like sea views. Third, prepare a band to play drums and gongs. I like a lively atmosphere. Fourth, I also need 5 million in cash. Fifth, I want your elders to greet me at the gate and hold a welcome party. If these words were spoken to an ordinary person, it would be an unbelievable fantasy, but in front of Su Zian, these conditions could be obtained by paying money. Like Chuling Shuang, Su Ziyan has no shortage of money. She widened her eyes slightly, a look of disbelief appearing on her beautiful face. That's all. That's all. Lin Feng nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. I've already agreed to go back with you, so you have to show me your sincerity, right? Otherwise, how can our relationship improve? What she wanted was simply for their relationship to improve. As expected, Su Zian readily agreed without hesitation. No problem. I agree to all these conditions. As she spoke, she clapped her hands, and several bodyguards rushed out of the second bedroom. Lin Feng's eyes darkened. Sure enough, he knew these young ladies would never go out with only 2 people protecting them. Su Zian's eyes turned cold, and she commanded them. Did you all hear my fiancé's request? Yes, the bodyguards responded in unison. Get ready now. You have 2 hours to prepare. Yes. After the bodyguards left, Su Zian's expression softened. She gestured to the sofa and said, Ah Feng, come and sit down. Lin Feng did not refuse, and went straight to the sofa opposite her to sit down and look into her eyes. The tense atmosphere from before vanished, replaced by a gentle atmosphere. Su Zian smiled, took a small medicine bottle from the drawer, stood up, and sat down next to Lin Feng. Wary of her claim that she wanted to make him lose his memory, Lin Feng cautiously shrank back and asked, Miss Su, what is this? Still calling me Miss Su? Instead of answering him directly, Su Zian twisted the medicine bottle and said somewhat unhappily. Lin Feng swallowed hard, frowned, and managed to utter 2 words, purple smoke. These 2 words seemed to unlock Su Zian's potential, and she instantly became excited, holding up the medicine bottle and approaching Lin Feng. That's more like it. What kind of fiancé calls his fiancée that? She has clearly gotten caught up in role-playing. Lin Feng clicked his tongue, staring at the medicine bottle, and asked, So, what is this? Su Zian curled her lips into a smile and said, This is for promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. As she spoke, her eyes fell on the red marks on Lin Feng's neck, a sinister glint flashing across her face. She continued with a smile, I'll rub some of this on you, and these marks will go away soon. Lin Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief and did not resist, letting Su Zian apply the medicine for him. As if a beloved toy had been smeared with mud, Su Zian's technique alternated between force and gentleness, constantly oscillating between fury and calm, until she had rubbed Lin Feng's entire neck until it was bright red, before she slowly stopped. Lin Feng picked up the mirror on the table, glanced at himself, and immediately joked. No way. Is this all your medicine can do? Don't worry, it'll be fine in a little while. Su Zian replied with a smile, her eyes full of possessiveness. Once it disappears, I'll print a few more for you. No. Lin Feng was about to say no, but seeing Su Zian's eyes suddenly darken, he stopped himself and changed the subject. Let's wait until after we meet your aunt and uncle. There's still plenty of time, isn't there? His tactic of feigning retreat to advance, playing the emotional card, has always been effective, especially for those who have feelings for him, and Su Zian is no exception. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she excitedly took Lin Feng's arm, her face beaming with happiness, saying, Yes, there's still plenty of time. We have so much time to do so many things. Chapter 248. He was welcomed into the house in a grand sedan chair carried by 8 men. Lu Zhe is a miserable migrant worker. As the acting manager of Su's pharmaceutical group, he was a highly sought-after employee who thrived wherever he went. But today, he was like a rotten apple. None of the companies he went to negotiate with welcomed him. In fact, the company he had contacted yesterday closed its doors when he arrived. If he didn't close a deal, his day would be wasted. Lu Zhe visited 4 or 5 companies in mainland China, but they either had other commitments or refused to cooperate. After a busy day, he had spent all his money on gas but hadn't closed a single deal. Lu Zhe was anxious, but dared not call the higher-ups, fearing he would be fired for his poor performance. Not only Lu Zhe, but almost all of the Su family's companies in mainland China received requests not to renew their contracts at the same time. The companies that had originally agreed to cooperate with them used excuses to avoid doing so. Within half a day, the mainland companies seemed to have made a pact. This incident quickly became a trending topic. Hashtag Sue's Group suffers a run on its bank's hashtag. Of course, since it's not a mainland company. Although this matter trended on social media, few people paid attention to it. Even though the topic had 30 million views, there were almost no comments. Meanwhile, another trending topic related to the Sue family was pinned to the top of the search results. Hashtag Okushima Wedding Caravan hashtag. Many bloggers who visited Okinawa started live streaming to generate traffic. As a result, the live broadcast was exposed, showing a convoy of more than 20 luxury cars adorned with big red flowers slowly driving along the main road of Ao Island, with a ceremonial team beating drums and gongs in front of them. This lively scene naturally attracted a lot of onlookers. Doesn't this look like the traditional 8-person sedan chair that was carried into the house in ancient times? I'm not kidding, but this imitation is way too modern. People drive horse-drawn carriages, and they drive cars. It's hilarious. Whose house is this? Why are they making such a big fuss? Without any suppression, this trending topic became a hot topic that day, with countless netizens commenting and speculating about who was behind such a large-scale event. However, when the rear window of the second car was opened in the live broadcast, everyone was stunned. Wait a minute. Why does he look so much like a factory worker? I've got news about my factory worker again. Damn, no wonder he's a factory worker. He's extraordinary from the moment he appears. Last time, he was a rich young lady chasing after her husband. Did he actually succeed? You caught up, didn't you? Look at this impressive display, over 20 Porsches. What kind of life does this factory worker have? I'm so envious. Oh. The screen was flooded with comments. This scene was, of course, witnessed by Chu Ling Shuang, who was in the hotel. Yu Suan stood to the side, barely daring to breathe, and reported to her young mistress. Miss, Master has already joined forces with mainland companies to suppress the Su family. Chu Ling Shuang remained silent, staring intently at the live stream on her phone, her expression shifting between light and shadow. Yu Suan hesitated for a moment before speaking. Miss, young Master Lin He. Before she could finish speaking, Chu Ling Shuang interrupted her, gritting her teeth and mockingly saying, This is quite a show of force. You mean a motorcade? Yu Suan realized and chuckled. It won't cost much, it's a bit stingy. If you want to do something more elaborate, I can set up something even more luxurious. Her words struck a chord with Chu Ling Shuang. She slightly raised her eyes and said, You also think it's petty? Absolutely. Yu Suan instantly understood what her young mistress wanted to hear, and she quickly added, This kind of setup can be done with money, making it so public knowledge. Isn't that petty? Chu Ling Shuang finally revealed a long-lost smile. She narrowed her eyes and sarcastically remarked, Truly vulgar. Meanwhile, in the second car, Lin Feng pulled out a flower basket piled high with cash from under his feet and picked up a stack of cash with a smile. Feng, what are you doing? Beside him, Su Zian, dressed in her finest attire, asked a question while curiously observing Lin Feng. On such a joyous day, shouldn't we all share in the happiness? Lin Feng smiled, rolled down the car window, glanced at the crowd around the car, and threw the money in his hand out without hesitation. They're throwing money around. In the crowd, someone screamed, and then a large group of people pushed through the bodyguard's blockade and rushed forward to pick up the money. 5 million. All of them are brand new and consecutive numbers. They were just scattered out like that, practically free. Who wouldn't be tempted? Seeing the crowd surging forward like a hornet's nest being stirred up, Su Zian instantly grabbed Lin Feng's arm nervously, her face full of caution and threat, and said, Feng, you're not thinking of taking this opportunity to run away, are you? Didn't you say the villa was all ready? Why would I run away? Lin Feng responded with a smile, his hands continuing to throw out stacks of paper without stopping. Then what are you doing? Su Zian didn't understand. 5 million was just a drop in the ocean for her Su family, but she really couldn't understand this act of directly throwing money around. Isn't this so that everyone can share in our joy? Lin Feng responded, scattering the bridal veil as he spoke. In my hometown, we have a custom where newlyweds scatter the bridal veil during their procession through the streets. I'm just replicating it. Su Zian didn't know about the other things, but she had heard about scattering tents. It's nothing more than showing off their happy occasion. Since Lin Feng said that, he already believes in his heart that their being together is a happy occasion. It's just 5 million. Seeing Lin Feng smiling so happily, what's so unworthy of it? Su Zian understood and gestured for the driver to roll down her car window so she could join the money-throwing frenzy. There was so much money that consecutively issued, brand new banknotes were piled up around the vehicles, and the convoy was completely surrounded by a frenzied crowd. At first, everyone picked up the money in an orderly manner, but the car got stuck halfway. After stopping, Lin Feng and Su Zian continued to throw money, and all the money piled up together. Later on, they started openly robbing people. Su Zian was so frightened that she closed the car window, but Lin Feng watched calmly as they reached out to snatch the money. A neat line of cars completely blocked the central avenue, causing nearly 3 hours of traffic disruption for everyone who needed to travel through Osaka that day. The news was trending on local social media due to a barrage of insults. Meanwhile, this topic also remains a top trending topic in mainland China. Hashtag robbery Okita Street in Central District hashtag. As usual, good trending topics don't get popular, while bad ones get pinned to the top. The number of clicks on the entry quickly exceeded 100 million. Numerous netizens were divided into 2 camps, and they all left comments criticizing the situation. Those people over there have no manners at all. Civility varies from person to person. Look at what they're throwing away, it's pure silver. So much money, given away for free, wouldn't you rob it? But I'm not that rude, am I? I'm pushing and shoving people so they can't get through. What's this civility thing? If I were there, I'd grab it too. Chapter 249 Marrying into a wealthy family means having backbone. The factory worker's gotten too big for her britches. Marrying into a wealthy family makes her so arrogant. She just throws money around like that. Wait a minute. No, who are you talking about? What do you mean by marry? Forget about factory workers. If I could marry into a wealthy family, I'd treat everyone to a cup of milk tea. With your mindset, you shouldn't marry into a wealthy family. Not only was the scene incredibly lively, but it also went viral online. In the hotel room, Chu Ling Shuang frowned slightly upon seeing this scene. Shuiyan, what do you think he's doing? Yu Suiyan, who was also watching the live broadcast, looked puzzled. I don't know. That road is blocked now. Could it be that young Master Lin is trying to buy time? Chu Ling Shuang narrowed her eyes. At this point, what's the use of stalling for time? Why did she feel like Lin Feng was creating hype? Things unfolded just as Lin Feng had predicted. Lin family villa. As the 5th day had arrived, Linda, who had already prepared to have Xia Qingqing and Li Hao's family brought over by kidnappers, heard Jason's report. Sir, I have contacted the people on AO Island. They said that the people in the car are indeed young Master Lin and Miss Su. He really went to Olympia? Linda took the phone Jason handed him with some surprise and stared incredulously at the crowded live stream screen. Shocked, he couldn't help but sneer. They actually went to such lengths. They're having a lot of fun. Jason lowered his head and remained silent. After staring for a moment, Linda suddenly looked up. What did the Chu family say? We've received news that they've joined forces to suppress the Su family. Jason responded, then offered, Master, should we lend a hand? With the Chu family joining forces to suppress them, it won't be easy for the Su family to regain influence in the mainland. Why should I help them? Linda immediately retorted. Jason was taken aback by these words. Linda sneered and continued. We need to suppress them and make them fight each other. Otherwise, the Su family really won't be able to tell who's the king and queen. Jason nodded. Yes. Seeing the still crowded scene on his phone screen, Linda put down his phone. How's Haixuan's IVF going? We've already screened out a few willing candidates. The second young master is a bit weak and is still taking supplements. Jason answered truthfully. Yes, get it done as soon as possible. I don't have much patience for a 10-month pregnancy. Linda nodded, emphasizing the point. Then his gaze fell on Lin Feng's smiling face on the phone screen. He changed the subject. Let him be happy for a couple of days. Prepare everything else according to the original plan, and make sure he is informed that Xia Qingqing and Li Hao's family have been kidnapped. Jason frowned slightly. Sir, now that Miss Su has found him, and their being together would benefit our business, Why still? Before he could finish speaking, Lind interrupted him. Jason, I don't want to repeat myself. Do as I say. Knowing Linda's ruthless nature, Jason dared not say anything more and immediately nodded. Yes. After Jason left, Linda smirked. Happiness. Those are non-existent words. As long as he's around, Lin Feng will never be happy. He wanted to witness firsthand the helpless, utterly despairing look in Lin Feng's eyes as he plummeted from the heights of happiness. Next time you have this plan, please let me know in advance. Having been stuck in traffic for over 2 hours, Su Zian was sweating profusely because Lin Feng's car window was always open, letting in waves of hot air. Her delicate makeup was smudged, and her damp, wispy bangs clung to her face as if they had been oiled, making her very uncomfortable. Seeing that her good mood had been completely ruined, Lin Feng didn't argue and nodded obediently. Okay, I understand. I'll tell you in advance what I'm going to do from now on. Su Zian would have been happy to see Lin Feng's compliant behavior, but at the moment she was very hot and a little irritable, so she just gave a soft hum and didn't say anything more. Thanks to the hot weather, Su Zian remained silent on the way back. Su Zian's mood only improved after they arrived at the Su family's old residence. But the smudged makeup and greasy hair became a source of embarrassment for her. Let's go to my place first. I need to touch up my makeup. She gave a command in a bad mood. Lin Feng naturally had no objection, and taking this opportunity, he offered, Then may I wander around the area downstairs where you live? No. Without any hesitation, Su Zian refused outright. Lin Feng's face showed disappointment. He lowered his head and said with apology and sincerity, I'm sorry, Zian, I was rash. I shouldn't have acted on my own and made you so hot. Seeing Lin Feng's expression and humble tone, Su Zian's heart trembled. What was she just doing? How could he treat her precious possession, which she had worked so hard to obtain, so harshly? A wave of apology washed over her, and Su Zian quickly said, It's not your fault. It's just that I couldn't control my temper. This trick actually works quite well. A knowing glint flashed in Lin Feng's lowered eyes. He thought he knew how to handle Su Zian. He lowered his head, a sob escaping his lips, and added in a pitiful voice, You were right to be harsh. I won't do it again. This was the first time Su Zian had ever seen Lin Feng so gentle and affectionate. The scene of him clinging to her and acting cute when they were young flashed before her eyes, and she immediately became anxious. Don't be like that, Ah Feng. It was my fault. I shouldn't have said those things. The word sister, a term of deep intimacy, sent chills down Lin Feng's spine. He really has a phobia of the word older sister. Su Zian was completely oblivious. As she spoke, she ordered the driver to stop the car. Looking at the familiar buildings around her, she said nervously, Okay, A Feng, I'll allow you to wander around, but you can't run around. I'll send someone to accompany you, okay? Lin Feng sniffed and nodded vigorously. Su Zian instantly smiled and happily tapped Lin Feng's lips with her fingers, then pushed them to the side. A forced and stiff smile appeared in her eyes. She thought it looked absolutely beautiful. That's right, that's exactly it. Ah Feng, smile more. I love seeing you smile. Suppressing the tingling sensation on his scalp, Lin Feng nodded obediently. Su Zian was overjoyed by this sight. As the bodyguard opened the car door, she got out and reminded Wenro, Don't wander off. Just let Ji pay for anything you need. With that, she got out of the car, the gentleness on her face vanishing instantly. Staring at Kai Chenzi, her voice was icy. Keep a close eye on young Master Lin. If anything happens to him, I'll hold you responsible. Chapter 250 Meeting Su Zian's Parents. Young Master Lin is staying on the South Island coast. The villa next door has already been booked. Miss, when shall we depart? At the hotel, Yu Xuan reported to Chu Ling Shuang. Setting down her teacup, Chu Ling Shuang narrowed her eyes. Let's set off immediately. Young master, where do you plan to go for a stroll? On the side of the road, Kai Chenzi asked Lin Feng a question. Looking around the streets, amidst the bustling traffic, these slightly antique buildings seemed to instantly pull Lin Feng into history. As expected of the South Island, most of the buildings retain their original style, carrying traditional elements and exuding a rustic charm. Let's just wander around. He naturally wouldn't reveal his destination to Kai Chenzi. His gaze was fixed on the street food stalls, and he walked straight ahead. Kai Chenzi watched as Lin Feng bought 2 red bean cakes from the stall, and even shared one with him. It tastes good. Lin Feng took a bite, and exclaimed in admiration. Kai Chenzi, somewhat speechless, took a bite as well. So, you went to all this trouble to get off the bus just to buy red bean cakes? Boss, 2 more please. As Lin Feng spoke, he called out to the stall owner again. Fearing something might go wrong, Su Zian simply changed into a dress, touched up her makeup, and rushed downstairs. When I came down, I saw Lin Feng and Kai Chenzi standing by a street stall, eating as they walked. Here, this is for you. Seeing Su Zian get out of the car, Lin Feng waved the packaging bag in his hand. Kai Chenzi's lips twitched. His young lady was spending lavishly, and all he got was a red bean cake? What a stingy man. He looked at her with disdain, but Su Zian accepted it with a happy expression. Ah Feng, you still remember I love red bean cakes. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression froze. Oh no. He just came down to check out the streets and buy some food, but he never expected this to turn out so unexpectedly. He chuckled and said, Eat up, it's still warm. Su Zian smiled and nodded, then took Lin Feng's arm, and the two got into the car. To welcome Lin Feng, the Su family booked the famous Zishunzai restaurant on the South Island. The banquet hall on the top floor was magnificent and could not be booked simply by having money. This area has now been entirely reserved by the Su family and is temporarily closed to the public for the entire day. Their car was parked in front of Zishunzai. A bright red carpet stretched from the gate to the street, surrounded by flowers. There was a bodyguard every 3 meters, which showed how much the Su family valued Lin Feng. After getting out of the car with Su Zian and stepping onto the red carpet, Lin Feng had a fleeting sense of déjà vu, as if he had returned to the Lin family. Chu Ling Shuang had never been so vulgar. That woman was either extremely high profile or extremely low profile. Compared to the Chu family, the Lin and Su families, although already wealthy enough, inevitably had a bit of a nouveau riche feel to them. As Lin Feng stepped out of the elevator, 2 elegantly dressed middle-aged men appeared before him. Su Zian looked at Lin Feng with a smile. Feng, do you remember them? Yes, there were, but those were things deep in his memory. For a moment, Lin Feng felt they were somewhat familiar, but he really couldn't remember the names. He didn't say anything, but he knew that these 2 people were Su Zian's parents. Wu Qinyi stepped forward with a smile, her eyes slightly red as she looked at Lin Feng. You've grown so much. Beside her, Su Zian's father, Su Qian, looked pleased. Children grow up so fast. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment before greeting. Hello, uncle and aunt. Su Zian was overjoyed by this claim. Wu Qinyi and Su Qian also looked very pleased. Looking around the banquet venue, the decorations were indeed grand, but there were hardly any people to be seen, mostly just servants. Su Zian took Lin Feng's arm and said to her parents, Mom and Dad, let's go inside and talk. Feng is still a little unaccustomed to being back. Yes, let's go inside and talk. Su Qian nodded. Upon entering the banquet hall, Lin Feng saw a boy who looked to be about 18 or 19 years old curled up on the sofa playing on his phone. He didn't even look up when they came in. He hadn't seen this person before, but he heard Su Qian's scolding voice. Su Yuxing, your brother-in-law are here, and you're still playing your stupid game? Put your phone away right now. Su Yuxing didn't even raise his head, only clicking his tongue softly. Su Qian's face flushed red with anger, but fortunately Wu Qinyi pulled him back, saying, he just started his vacation, so let him play for a while. It's all because you spoiled me. Su Qian angrily scolded him. This scene showed that Lin Feng was not treated as an outsider at all. Su Zian leaned close to Lin Feng's ear and whispered, This is my younger brother. He was born the year you left. Don't worry about him. Aren't all kids this age like this? Lin Feng naturally didn't say much. What mattered was that he valued Su Yuxing. Originally, he was thinking about how to find a reliable person to buy things without the Su family's knowledge, but now he didn't need to worry about that at all. Lin Feng smiled and sat down opposite Su Zian's parents. As soon as they sat down, Su Qian got straight to the point. Xiao Feng, my wife and I have heard about your relationship with Ziyan. You're young, and you're bound to be immature sometimes. Ziyan was also too pushy. But thankfully, you two managed to get married, which is a happy occasion. That's right. Young people need a bit of excitement. No matter what, your Uncle Su and I will support you. Wu Qinyi added, smiling at Lin Feng. There was no blame, and what was said was basically the same as what was said when meeting Chu Ling Shuang's parents, which was nothing more than urging them to get married. The scene was peaceful, but Su Yuxing, who was playing games on the side, said with a displeased look, "My sister is so capable. She even put out an online manhunt to chase after her husband, making it known to everyone. A girl causing such a big fuss has made the Su family lose face." His shout immediately created an awkward atmosphere. Su Ziyan's smiling expression instantly turned gloomy. However, Wu Qinyi laughed and scolded. "Yuxing, what are you saying? Your sister did this for love. I think it's so romantic. The whole world knows about them. Isn't this something that everyone should bless?" "Yes, Yuxing, you're still young. When you're old enough, your mother and I will support you in doing this." Su Qian smiled and responded, while looking at Lin Feng apologetically. "Xiao Feng, don't take offense. This child is spoiled by his mother and doesn't think before he speaks." Lin Feng shook his head to indicate that it was nothing, but his calm gaze fell on Su Ziyan. Because, apart from Lin Feng and Su Ziyan, no one else present knew that the sensational online post about pursuing her husband was actually Chu Ling Shuang's heartfelt confession to him. Chapter 251, Deliberately Picking Trouble. If it were someone else saying this, Su Ziyan would just let it go and explain it frankly. However, now it is her parents and her family who are saying these things. Almost instantly, her face turned horribly gloomy. At that moment, it felt as if she were being roasted over a bonfire. To refuse was wrong. To admit it was also. Lin Feng was somewhat looking forward to seeing what explanation Su Ziyan would give for this matter. He suddenly felt her grip his hand tightly, and the next second, he heard her say, "That matter is in the past. Mom and Dad, please don't mention it anymore." Such an answer was tantamount to admitting that she was the one who orchestrated that grand spectacle. Lin Feng frowned slightly, surprised by Su Ziyan's response. If it were Chu Ling Shuang, she certainly wouldn't have acquiesced. With her assertive personality, she would have firmly denied it, perhaps even threatening him through gritted teeth. It's strange, after leaving Chu Ling Shuang, why does he still think of her from time to time? Every move Su Ziyan made, he would subconsciously imagine how Chu Ling Shuang would react. It seems he really has fallen for that madman. Lin Feng subconsciously covered his chest, a faint smile playing on his lips. Seeing his daughter's unhappy face, while Lin Feng looked deeply in love, it was obvious that Ziyan had been wronged and was just being coquettish. Su Qian and Wu Qinyi exchanged a smile. "All right, then your mother and I won't say anything more. But since your engagement ceremony is over, let's hurry up and set the wedding date." Su Qian was in high spirits, as if he could already see his daughter and son-in-law solemnly exchanging vows in the church. Yes, yes, yes. Wu Qinyi nodded in agreement and smiled. "The ladies and I have already chosen a date, and it's an auspicious day in 2 days. They will all be coming then." That ceremony was truly grand, forcibly shortening Lin Feng's escape time to just 2 days. Lin Feng neither denied nor refused. The matter was settled in such a peaceful atmosphere. The grand wedding of the Su family's daughter spread throughout the business circles of the South Island, and socialites were all preparing for the celebration. However, Lin Feng, who had arrived at the Su family's old house, was making a new escape plan. Su Ziyan, who had originally planned to spend 2 days with Lin Feng, received a message from the company and had to leave temporarily. Although she didn't explicitly state the reason, Lin Feng could guess that the Chu family must have been behind it all. This is convenient for him too. He changed into simple clothes and went downstairs, where he saw Su Yuxing playing games in the living room. He slowly approached, sat down next to Su Yuxing, and calmly poured himself a cup of tea. Seeing Lin Feng approach, Su Yuxing frowned and stared at Lin Feng cautiously. "What are you going to do?" The tone was as if he were looking at an enemy, but it was indeed the case. If Lin Feng and Su Ziyan got married, then the Su family's property would definitely not go to Su Yuxing. Lin Feng also chose to get straight to the point. "What? You're not welcoming me? Welcome you my ass. I'm not like my sister, who's obsessed with romance." Su Yuxing retorted directly, glaring at Lin Feng with hatred. I know why you don't welcome me, Lin Feng said calmly. You're afraid I'll take your assets. Little did Su Yuxing expect Lin Feng to be so direct. His first sentence left Su Yuxing speechless. Seeing that he didn't speak, Lin Feng knew he had guessed correctly. He glanced at Su Yuxing indifferently and said, Am I right, little brother? The word little brother immediately blew Su Yuxing away. He stopped playing on his phone and glared at Lin Feng, as if he was about to beat him up at any moment. Across from him, Lin Feng smiled and said, However, according to the information I just received, the Su family company seems to be facing a tricky situation. How did you know? Anger replaced surprise. Su Yuxing's eyes widened. He had only learned of this news today. His father had promised to buy him a new car today, but around noon, his father suddenly told him that the family's money had been used for an emergency, and they couldn't buy it for the time being. He originally thought it was because of his sister and Lin Feng's affair that caused this, so he had a very bad attitude towards Lin Feng. But now it seems that's not the case. Lin Feng laughed and said, Of course I know. The Su family is currently facing financial difficulties and will probably lose a lot of money this time. There probably won't be much money left for you. Su Yuxing's eyes widened. He didn't know anything about his family's affairs, but what Lin Feng said was exactly the same as what he had experienced today. He couldn't help but say angrily, Isn't this all because of you? Nothing good ever happens to my house since you walked in. You jinx. Instead of getting angry at such insults, Lin Feng smiled. He glanced at the servants coming and going around him, then suddenly leaned close to Su Yuxing and whispered in a slightly provocative tone, Then do you have the guts to not let me in? You. Su Yuxing was in the prime of his life. How could he tolerate such provocation? Especially seeing Lin Feng's smug expression, he immediately realized that Lin Feng might be pulling strings behind the scenes, marrying his sister just to steal their family's assets. That absolutely won't do. Enraged, Su Yuxing grabbed Lin Feng by the collar and glared at him, yelling, You fucking say that again. Lin Feng wasn't angry. He just looked at him calmly, a mocking smile on his lips. He said again in a voice only the two of them could hear, So what if I say it again? I'm your sister's sweetheart. Once I've taken all the money from your Su family, what will you have to fight me with? His smug expression made Su Yuxing so angry that his face turned red. You shameless man, you poor dreamer. Su Yuxing cursed and raised his hand to punch Lin Feng, but a bodyguard in black jumped out of the living room and grabbed Su Yuxing the moment his fist was raised. Young Master Su, I am under Mrs. orders to protect young Master Lin. Please do not use force. Like catching a chick, the bodyguard grabbed Su Yuxing's arm and scooped him up. Seeing Su Yuxing's overwhelming anger, Lin Feng leisurely took a sip of tea. It's not good for a child to have such a fiery temper. He needs to be cooled down. Let go. I'll go tell my dad right now that you can forget about ever setting foot in the Su family. Su Yuxing shouted angrily, struggling with all his might. Lin Feng looked at him with disdain. So all you do when you get bullied is cry to your dad? You're not even fully grown yet. Only my sister would protect you. You bastard. Who do you think you are? You're just a green TB*TCH who pretends to be a woman. He chuckled, looking at Su Yuxing's furiously contorted face, and said with a grin, How about we go to the beach and have a swimming contest? If I lose, I'll apologize. If I win, well, I'll just have to keep pretending. Chapter 252 Young Master Lin swam in the wrong way. Fine, let's compete. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Su Yuxing accepted the challenge without hesitation. As expected, his method of supplying fire works quite well regardless of age or method. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. His goal had been achieved, so there was no need to waste any more effort. He said directly, Let's go then. Su Yuxing was taken aback. Now? Otherwise what? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, adding fuel to the fire. Your sister and I are getting married in 2 days. Isn't it better to do these things as soon as possible? Okay. Su Yuxing abruptly shook off the bodyguard's arm and called out towards the door. Uncle Fu, prepare the car. This young master wants to go out and have some fun with him. Outside the door, an elderly man with gray hair, dressed in festive attire, paused slightly, his face full of difficulty. Young master, Mrs. Instructions are that young Master Lin must stay in the villa and not go anywhere. Upon hearing this, Su Yuxing's expression instantly turned ugly. Normally, it wouldn't be a big deal, but Lin Feng is standing right there, and he's being rejected so blatantly. Isn't this a public slap in the face? Su Yuxing reprimanded in a serious tone. What? Uncle Fu, is my sister the only one who calls the shots in this family now? Of course not. The old man shook his head. Then get the car ready. This future brother-in-law and I are going out for some fun, and maybe we can get to know each other better. It was clear to the naked eye that Su Yuxing was practically grinding his teeth to powder as he called him brother-in-law. Seeing this, Uncle Fu didn't say anything more and simply nodded and prepared a car for them. Swimsuits go without saying. They live on an island, so there's never a shortage of marine equipment. Su Yuxing sat in the passenger seat, while Lin Feng was in the back seat. Neither of them spoke, and the car was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. Lin Feng glanced sideways, his gaze lingering on the scenery outside the window. Especially when he reached the seaside, his eyes narrowed slightly. There are specific guidelines for swimming in the sea on South Island. Although South Island is located by the sea, the surrounding waters vary in depth to avoid encountering fault lines. The areas are also clearly divided, and Lin Feng and Su Yuxing came to the shallow water area this time. This place is perfect for water-based recreational activities. As expected of the eldest son of the Su family, Su Yuxing ordered his men to clear the area as soon as he arrived. Not a single tourist could be seen at their competition venue. This was exactly what Lin Feng had imagined. After changing into their swimsuits, the two divided the beach area and started a 1,000-meter race. Whoever reached the finish line first would win. The moment the referee's bell rang, Su Yuxing jumped into the water with a quick leap and swam toward the finish line. Lin Feng did the same, but he swam in the opposite direction to Su Yuxing. This scene shocked the bodyguards on the beach. They shouted for a long time, but because both men were wearing swimming caps and the waves were crashing, they couldn't hear them at all. More importantly, Su Yuxing didn't bring many people with him at all. The only group of bodyguards present didn't even bring swimsuits. In particular, Lin Feng swam very fast and didn't seem to be in danger at all. Even if they went into the sea with life-saving equipment now, it would be almost impossible for them to catch up. For a moment, the people on the shore panicked. The Su family's old residence. Uncle Fu, what did you just say? Yuxing took A Feng out. Su Zian, who had just finished her work and rushed back, heard the news, and her face instantly turned pale. Yes, the young master said he wanted to get to know young Master Lin better, and I couldn't stop him. Uncle Fu replied obediently, his head bowed. What audacity! Who gave him that authority? Su Zian instantly flew into a rage and shouted angrily, her expression sharp as she asked Uncle Fu, where did they go? The people who went there reported that they went to the swimming area at the beach. Send a car to take me there immediately. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Zian immediately gave the order. For no apparent reason, she felt very flustered. Based on her interactions with Lin Feng, she knew he wasn't someone who compromised easily. Although she still held Xia Qingqing and Li Hao in her hands, she still felt that Lin Feng's compromise this time was too quick. It was so fast, it was as if it had been planned. She hurriedly got into the car, gazing at the passing scenery outside the window. For the first time, she realized how long the journey actually was. Her eyes darkened, and although her face remained expressionless, she was silently chanting in her heart. Lin Feng, you'd better not try anything funny with me, otherwise. A murderous glint flashed in her eyes, and she turned to the driver, coldly ordering, faster. Yes. Sea area. Lin Feng silently counted the time. After swimming for about 10 minutes, he looked up at the shore. 2 bodyguards were following him closely, at the same distance from him on the beach, while the others were at a greater distance. His eyes darkened, and he plunged into the water, swimming towards the shore. Young Master Lin, you're swimming the wrong way. On the shore, 2 bodyguards saw Lin Feng come ashore and immediately went up to him. But before they could even finish speaking, Lin Feng kicked them, knocking them unconscious in a swift motion. He glanced around, but no one seemed to be paying attention to him. With limited time, he immediately went into a diving equipment store, borrowed the store owner's phone to log into his account, and bought a set of diving equipment and a portable oxygen tank. All the items were packed into a suitcase. He was wearing a swimming cap, so no one recognized him. There were quite a few people buying things here, and he successfully avoided attracting attention. Meanwhile, Su Zian, who arrived late, hurriedly asked her bodyguard as soon as she got out of the car, "Where is everyone?" Young Master and Young Master Lin both went into the water, but Young Master Lin swam the wrong way and is over there. Hey, those two brats, they dare to lie down and sleep at a crucial moment like this? The bodyguard pointed, but when his gaze fell on the beach, he immediately said angrily, "Miss, I'll go and wake them up right now." That's not sleeping, that's clearly fainting. When Su Zian rushed to the spot where Lin Feng had landed with the bodyguards, the two bodyguards who had been knocked unconscious were lying motionless on the beach. On the sea beside them, apart from the towering waves, there was no trace of Lin Feng. Instantly, Su Zian panicked. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. They can't even keep an eye on one person. She shouted angrily, pointing at the bodyguard beside her and cursing. Hurry up and go find him. If Lin Feng escapes, you'll all die. Yes. The crowd immediately responded and scattered, searching the surrounding area. As she looked at the deserted beach, Su Zian's anxiety grew, and her face darkened. She really hadn't expected that Lin Feng would actually run away. He didn't even care about Xia Qingqing and Li Hao's lives. Su Zian clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh, and she glared fiercely at her surroundings. However, just as she was frantically trying to take out her phone to send more people to search, Lin Feng's light voice rang out behind her. Chapter 253. The plan can be considered a success. Purple smoke. Upon hearing this call, Su Zian's tense muscles relaxed. She quickly turned around and saw Lin Feng dragging a suitcase and holding something in his other hand, walking towards her with a smile. Su Zian strode forward, her face still grim, and asked, "Where did you go?" Lin Feng grinned sheepishly, opening his palm to reveal several shimmering, colorful seashells. "I came in such a rush, I didn't have time to prepare a gift for you. And since you wouldn't let me go out, I picked up some seashells to give you." He freed the hand that was pulling the suitcase and scratched his head somewhat foolishly. The dazzling light from the colorful seashells melted Su Zian's heart in an instant. She looked at Lin Feng with some surprise, her tone tinged with delight, and asked, "So, you just went to collect seashells for me?" "Yes." Lin Feng smiled and agreed, picking out one and placing it in front of Su Zian. "This one isn't very pretty, but I also picked up some stones. I plan to polish them and string them all together to make a necklace for you." As he spoke, he pointed to the suitcase next to him. "Then why did you knock out my bodyguard? I was planning to surprise you and didn't want them to know, but I didn't expect you to be in such a hurry. I didn't think it through." This wasn't a surprise at all. They had directly told Su Zian the whole plan. With Lin Feng looking apologetic, all the anger he felt when he arrived vanished. Lin Feng even knelt down to unlock the combination lock, saying, "Let's pick some out together. Some might not be the most aesthetically pleasing shape." As he spoke, the act of opening the box was extremely slow. Lost in her delight, Su Zian was unaware that she had misunderstood Lin Feng. She stared at him in surprise, then suddenly realized that she had wronged him. Ah Feng has always been loyal and devoted to his friends. How could she be so foolish as to think that he would really abandon his friends and his own sister? Su Zian quickly raised her hand and stopped Lin Feng's hand from opening the box, her voice softening. "No, don't make me look. You choose. I like whatever you like. Your feelings are the most important." Lin Feng's eyes flickered slightly, and he released his hand from the box, saying, "All right then, it'll only take 2 days. I need to hurry up and finish it." Su Zian nodded emphatically, her face beaming with a happy smile. A smile unconsciously crept onto Lin Feng's face as he looked at Su Zian, his smile widening. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Even if Su Zian hadn't stopped him, he would have had a reason to back down. Fortunately, the plan was a success. On the other side of the sea, Su Yuxing, who had finally reached the finish line, suddenly emerged from the water. Looking around, he saw that Lin Feng was not there, and his smile widened instantly. "Ha ha ha ha, I won. Lin Feng, you piece of trash, you still want to fight me." However, before he could finish his triumphant words, he found the shore where he should have been celebrating his victory completely deserted. He went ashore looking bewildered, only to see Su Zian and Lin Feng walking hand in hand from the opposite side. The two of them had happy smiles on their faces, showing no sign of his weary and exhausted appearance. Su Yuxing was immediately furious and pointed at Lin Feng, about to start cursing, but when he saw his sister's gloomy face, he quickly smiled sheepishly. Sis, you're here? Su Zian's smile vanished instantly. She glared at Su Yuxing and angrily rebuked him. Nonsense. Instead of playing games at home, you always like to cause trouble. I was playing a game, but this isn't. Su Yuxing was about to shift the blame to Lin Feng, but before he could even utter a word, he saw Su Zian's face grow increasingly gloomy, while Lin Feng remained all smiles. At this moment, Su Yuxing finally understood what it meant to be a dog relying on its master's power. He glared at Lin Feng fiercely and gritted his teeth, saying, "Yes, sister is right." This scene of constantly changing expressions made Lin Feng want to laugh. He shook Su Zian's hand and smiled. "Zian, don't blame Yuxing. If he hadn't brought me out, I wouldn't have been able to prepare a gift for you. Yuxing, thank you. I'll thank you, damn it." This was equivalent to Lin Feng jumping on his head and slapping him in the face, but because Su Zian was there, Su Yuxing didn't dare to say the insults. Meanwhile, Su Zian's fierce aura completely vanished. There was no other reason than that her calls of Zian were becoming more and more melodious. Su Zian smiled and said, "That's true. All right, let's go back. Feng, I still have something to tell you." "Okay," Lin Feng responded, smiling and waving at Su Yuxing. "Yuxing, let's go out and play again next time." Su Yuxing's face turned completely red with anger, but he couldn't utter a single fart. Watching the two walk further and further away, he ripped off his swimming cap and said fiercely to the bodyguard, "Let's go. We're going back too." "Yes." He got into the car with Su Zian. As soon as Lin Feng sat down, he noticed Su Zian looking at him with a hesitant expression. He asked, "What's wrong?" Su Zian bit her lip, hesitated, and said, Feng, there's something I need to tell you." "You say?" "They are Xia Qingqing and Li Hao's family, and your biological mother." Her words were halting and hesitant, revealing her deep doubts. But even if she didn't say it, Lin Feng had already guessed. The Lin family kidnapped them? Su Zian asked in surprise, "How did you know? Is there even a question?" "If you, Su Zian, are already so ruthless, then the only people left who can threaten me are those few." Seeing Lin Feng remain silent, Su Zian said anxiously, "Feng, don't worry. I will talk to Grandpa Lin about this. Grandpa Lin is not an unpleasant person." Lin Feng glanced at her indifferently. He had already seen whether she was that kind of person or not, and he only believed what he had seen. "Grandpa Lin said he'll be coming by cruise ship tomorrow, and we'll go pick him up together. As long as we work together to explain things clearly to Grandpa Lin, there shouldn't be any problems." Su Zian held Lin Feng's hand tightly, trying her best to explain. But for Lin Feng, who already had a plan in mind, her words were insignificant. However, Lin Feng nodded nonetheless. "Okay, is the villa I'm staying in ready?" "I've already prepared," Su Zian replied with a smile, but a hint of unease appeared on her face. "However, you'll have to stay there by yourself tonight. I have some urgent business to attend to at the company, so I probably won't have much time to spend with you lately." Hearing this, Lin Feng's lips twitched. He suddenly felt as if he and his mistress, who was being kept by the domineering CEO, were about to be left alone. Chapter 254. Miss Su, you've been deceived by him. The car arrived at the villa. Lin Feng placed his suitcase at his feet and waved to Su Zian's car with a smile. After her car disappeared from sight, Lin Feng entered the villa. Su Zian was indeed wary of him. There were 7 or 8 bodyguards guarding the villa gate alone, and there were many surveillance cameras all around. In addition, he didn't even have access to his mobile phone, so escaping from here was completely impossible. Lin Feng was very honest and went straight into the house with his suitcase. Su Zian hadn't shown up at all. The bodyguards were keeping a tight grip on things, and they couldn't get any useful information out of her except for what she needed to know. But Lin Feng could guess without much thought that the Chu family must have done a lot of sabotage behind the scenes. The fact that they still had the ability to hold this wedding showed that the Su family's influence here was quite considerable. Before they knew it, it was the day before the wedding. Early in the morning, Su Zian appeared at the villa, dressed in a snow-white silk dress with countless sequins hanging from the hem, which shimmered dazzlingly in the rising morning sun. "Afong, let's go. Grandpa Lin and the others have already reached international waters. Let's go greet them." Seeing Lin Feng come out, she smiled and walked straight towards him, taking his arm in a very proactive manner. Lin Feng remained unusually calm, only asking one question. "Should we wait for them on the shore later?" Su Zian shook her head, a hint of doubt on her face, and said, "Grandpa Lin called and said they weren't getting off the ship and wanted us to go to his ship. I've already arranged a small boat, and we'll meet them at sea later." "Oh," Lin Feng responded, silently letting go of Su Zian's hand, and took the initiative to walk into the inner room to pull out the suitcase. Meeting Su Zian's puzzled gaze, he explained, "I prepared some gifts. Let's take these with us." "Are there any gifts for Grandpa Lin in here?" "I guess so." Lin Feng nodded, looking at Su Zian with deep affection in his eyes. "I'm afraid something might go wrong, so it's always good to prepare some gifts for her." His appearance was exactly like someone who wanted to be with the person they deeply loved but was rejected by their parents, and now wanted to please them. Su Zian didn't think much of it. Instead, she felt that Lin Feng was genuinely considering their future. She nodded with a smile and took Lin Feng's arm. "You're right. We, as the younger generation, should bring some gifts. Ah Feng, thank you for your thoughtfulness. Otherwise I would have really forgotten about this." Lin Feng smiled silently and replied softly, "Of course." After boarding the Su family's small boat and sailing into international waters, Su Zian and Lin Feng remained seated. Two people, one beautiful and one handsome, appear to be enjoying a peaceful scene, but in reality, the former is admiring the scenery with her sweetheart, while the latter is planning his escape. It was another sunny and calm day. The sea was calm, and the sea was peaceful. Apart from the Su family's small boat, there were fewer and fewer other boats further away from the shore. "It's been a long time since we've gone out and had fun together like this." Gazing at the azure seascape, Su Zian sighed with emotion, her happiness evident on her face. Lin Feng remained silent, his gaze lingering on the sky. Countless seagulls soared through the blue and white sky. A hint of longing flickered in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. In the midst of this beautiful atmosphere, he suddenly asked, "Have Xia Qingqing and Li Hao been cured of their poison?" Upon hearing his words, Su Zian, who had already lost her sense of security, immediately tensed up. She stared at Lin Feng, her face darkening. "Ah Feng, what do you mean?" Lin Feng, who was already used to Su Zian's change of expression, didn't even turn his head and said indifferently, "It's nothing. They are my friends, and I hope they can attend my wedding tomorrow." Su Zian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, hugged Lin Feng's arm tightly, and sneered, "It's good that you think that way. Don't worry, their poison has been cured, but they still need to sleep for another day." Lin Feng nodded and didn't say anything more. A moment later, a cruise ship came into view in the distance. Su Zian pointed and said, "That's Grandpa Lin's ship." Lin Feng looked in the direction she was pointing and saw the cruise ship and the small boat gradually approaching and meeting on the high seas. The Lin family had received the news long ago, and the moment they saw the small boat, they had already opened the small boat tunnel at the bottom of the cruise ship. After boarding the cruise ship through the tunnel, Lin Feng, carrying his suitcase, and Su Zian, hand in hand, arrived at the deck of the Lin family's cruise ship, led by a servant. On the deck, Lin, in his wheelchair, had been waiting for a long time. Beside him, Jason held the wheelchair handles without saying a word. Upon meeting, Su Zian greeted everyone with a big smile. "Grandpa Lin, it's been a long time." As if showing off her spoils, Su Zian gripped Lin Feng's hand tightly, a hint of smugness in her eyes. But to her surprise, Linda didn't say anything. He just looked at Lin Feng expressionlessly. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and feigned surprise, saying, "This is my first time boarding the Lin family's cruise ship. This cruise ship is really huge." As he spoke, he subtly released his grip on Su Zian's hand, but his feet slowly swam toward the edge of the deck. "We have some at home too, but today we're mainly meeting up with Grandpa Lin. Next time, I'll take you to my house." Su Zian followed behind Lin Feng with a smile. At this moment, the two of them were more like naughty children, laughing and joking on the deck. Grandpa seems to be in a bad mood today. Standing at the edge of the deck, Lin Feng suddenly said something and at the same time pushed forward forcefully with his hand. Su Zian instantly understood and walked towards Linda, asking, "Grandpa Lin, what's wrong?" Just as she was about to get close, Lin's voice suddenly rang out. "Jason, grab Lin Feng." His voice was extremely authoritative, and his tone carried an undeniable command. This shout stunned Su Zian, who had been jumping around just moments before. "Grandpa Lin, you." Before she could finish speaking, more than a dozen bodyguards in black rushed out of the cabin, staring menacingly at Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng suddenly laughed. He glanced at Su Zian and said with a light smile, "Miss Su, you've been fooled by him." The voice sounded like the release of pent-up frustration from days of compromise, carrying a strong sense of mockery. Su Zian was stunned for a moment, then turned around blankly. "Lied? What do you mean?" Lin Feng smiled at her, braced himself on the edge of the boat with both hands, and easily sat down. In Linda's gloomy eyes, he sneered. "What he wants to see is not our marriage. What he wants is the same as you, only me." Little did he expect that Lin Feng had already seen through his thoughts. Linda's narrowed eyes suddenly widened. "You are indeed very clever." Linda sighed, but soon his face turned extremely ferocious. "But what good is intelligence? Miss Su, I should thank you for handing Lin Feng back to me." Chapter 255. Only when he dies will they stop. What do you mean? The turn of events happened so fast that Su Zian couldn't accept it at all. Her astonished gaze lingered between the two of them. "Grandpa Lin, Ah Feng and I brought you gifts. Didn't you say that as long as we came, you would?" "He's just taking advantage of your feelings for me." Before Su Zian could finish speaking, Lin Feng interrupted her with a smile. On the deck, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Linda looked at Lin Feng with some curiosity. "When did you discover my feelings? Do we even need to discover it?" Lin Feng sneered. If he still couldn't understand what he had experienced, then he might as well die. Lin raised an eyebrow and said provocatively, "So you've already guessed what I want to do to you, haven't you?" Unexpectedly, this time, Lin Feng silently shook his head. "Forgive my ignorance, but even after racking my brains, I still can't guess what you're trying to do." As Lin Feng spoke, a smile crept across his lips. Staring at Linda, he suddenly spread his arms wide, embracing the air, and said calmly, "But what you want to do has nothing to do with me. Why should I guess about someone who is completely unimportant to me?" He spoke casually, and his outstretched arms were even more relaxed. With his back to the blue sky and the vast sea, he seemed to merge with the sky and sea at that moment, especially the carefree smile on his face, which was particularly jarring. More importantly, what did he say? Does Lin Feng think that his plan, which he has been working on for so many years, is insignificant? At this moment, Linda felt as if all his years of scheming had been for naught, like punching cotton. The things he had cared about and worried about for half his life hadn't even been noticed by Lin Feng, who hadn't shown him even a trace of fear. Linda's face darkened completely, and he ordered Jason, "Go, grab him." Jason immediately responded and was about to step forward when Su Zian grabbed him. "No, Grandpa Lin, what exactly do you want? Isn't my wedding with A Feng what you've been hoping for?" Seeing that Su Zian was starting to act unreasonably out of anxiety, Linda became furious and shouted at her coldly. "Expectation? Why should I expect him to be happy? It was Mu Huiya who cheated on me first, and I have been insulted for more than 20 years. Why should I let this beast be happy?" His roar seemed to be exerting all his strength, a sound like a howl echoing across the deck. Su Zian looked at Linda in disbelief. Lin Feng isn't actually Linda's biological grandson. This news was like a thunderbolt, leaving Su Zian stunned and unable to move. On the contrary, Lin Feng seemed to have guessed it all along, and said calmly, "So you went from taking revenge on my grandmother to taking revenge on me." This was no longer a question. He had long suspected that his background was unusual, but he really didn't want to get involved in the grudges of the previous generation. In his memory, he had always been alone. Just as a child's life is marked by loneliness from the very beginning if their family of origin is unhappy. So, in that case, my father isn't your biological father, which is why you were jealous of my parents' love and desperately opposed their being together. but you never expected him to die on the battlefield. Lin Feng curled his lips into a smile, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. There was only calmness. Yes, you're right. That's the truth. Linda admitted it without any hesitation. He looked at Lin Feng with a completely confident expression and said smugly, "So what if you know? This is international waters. I don't believe you can escape to anywhere else except this cruise ship." As he spoke, he gestured for all his bodyguards to come forward, adding casually, "Come back with me. I just want you to experience the suffering I've gone through." As a dozen or so bodyguards slowly approached him, Lin Feng showed no panic. He smiled, tightened his grip on the suitcase handle, and said to Linda, "Sorry to disappoint you." Linda froze, noticing the lever in Lin Feng's hand. Shocked, he almost stood up, but his legs gave way and he fell back down heavily. "What are you up to?" "I'm not going to do anything." Lin Feng smiled and pulled up his suitcase. "Since you all want me and are going to use those despicable methods, then I have no choice but to bravely face death." His expression was calm and indifferent, as if he were talking about something that had nothing to do with him. That was exactly what he planned to do. Since they all want him, and have even started threatening him with his friends, only his death will stop them now. Su Zian turned her head in shock, and then suddenly realized what was happening. What was in his suitcase wasn't a gift for her and Lind, it was clearly. Before she could finish her thought process, Lin Feng, in front of everyone, leaned back and, along with his suitcase, fell straight off the deck into the sea. "Ah Feng." Su Zian panicked and rushed to the edge of the deck, holding onto the handrail and looking into the sea. But there was no sign of Lin Feng. The sea was still calm, with only the roaring waves and the cries of seagulls. Everyone present knew that even if Lin Feng's suitcase contained diving equipment, they were in the very center of international waters, and his suitcase couldn't hold that much stuff. So, jumping from here would be certain death. Su Zian, in a fit of rage, clung to the railing with both hands, ready to jump down. Jason stepped forward and grabbed her, saying, "Miss Su, you can't afford to have any accidents." "Let me go, Grandpa Lin. I never thought you were this kind of person. You actually." Su Zian was extremely anxious and was about to start cursing when Jason knocked her unconscious with a single slap. Not to mention her, even Lind couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept that his plan, which he had been working on for over 20 years, had been destroyed in an instant. What did Lin Feng take him for? A complete stranger passing by. What right does he have to act on his own initiative? Why doesn't he beg for mercy? At that moment, Linda felt that he had been insulted like never before. He never expected that his reaction to the plan he had been planning for many years would be so frank. He won't accept it. He cannot accept this outcome. "Jason." Linda's sinister voice seemed to be forced out from between his teeth. "Your subordinate is here. Mobilize the search and rescue team. Send them out to sea, find them alive or dead. Go now, and bring them up if you can." "Yes." "Miss, no one is at the villa." It's said that Su Zian went to international waters with young Master Lin early this morning. At the seaside villa, Yu Suan hurriedly reported to Chu Ling Shuang as soon as she entered. Chu Ling Shuang narrowed her eyes slightly. "Have all our people been transferred here?" "They've all arrived, but we still haven't found out where Li Hao and Xia Qingqing are." Chu Ling Shuang's eyes turned cold as she gazed at the beautiful sea view outside the window, her voice clear and icy. "Monitor the coast. Report to me if there is any movement." Chapter 256. My man, I don't trust him. "Miss, the Lin family's ship has landed." Less than an hour later, Yu Suan entered the room again, but this time her face showed a hint of reluctance. Chu Ling Shuang was overjoyed and immediately stood up, ordering Yu Shuyan, "Notify our people to surround them. I need to see Lin Feng immediately." What waiting? She couldn't wait any longer. For 2 short days, she was unable to sleep. The thought that Su Zian might do to Lin Feng what she had done before made her heart ache so much that she couldn't breathe. She simply could not accept Lin Feng and Su Zian being together. Even though she had made a mental assumption, she still couldn't accept the fact no matter how much she reflected on it. Moreover, Lin Feng didn't even say a single word to reassure her when he left. Her relationship with Lin Feng had just begun to improve, and she hadn't truly entered his heart yet. How could she be willing to let go at this moment? Seeing Chu Ling Shuang's anxious expression, Yu Xuan hesitated for a long time before finally speaking up. Miss. Seeing Yu Xuan's hesitant and timid manner, Chu Ling Shuang's face darkened. What? You're not going to obey my orders, are you? No, no, no. Yu Xuan hurriedly waved her hands, saying anxiously, Yes, young Master Lin is missing. What? Chu Ling Shuang was instantly shocked. She stared intently at Yu Xuan, her face darkening horribly, and her voice sharp as lightning. How could he have disappeared? Explain yourself. The moment the words left her lips, Yu Xuan's heart skipped a beat. She swallowed instinctively and said tremblingly, Miss, our people reported that young Master Lin wasn't among those who disembarked from the Lin family's ship. Putting aside the possibility that Lin Feng was hidden away by Linda and Su Zian, Lin Feng is a very clever person. He always had a way to escape when he was with the Chu family, so it's possible that he found a way to escape on his own. But what way is there to escape on the high seas? Chu Ling Shuang frowned and asked sternly, Have you investigated? Where did he go? Yu Xuan gritted her teeth and finally revealed the information she had received. Those who went to investigate all said they didn't see anything, and the Lin family has already started seeking help from the Maritime Search and Rescue Team. The department on the southern island has taken over, but the specific situation is still unknown. She spoke tremblingly, even raising her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. She knew better than anyone how important Lin Feng was to her young mistress. If anything happened to Lin Feng, her young mistress would likely. To her surprise, Chu Ling Shuang, upon hearing her report, not only did not get angry, but instead fell into deep thought. She sat back down in her chair, rested her chin on her hand, and gazed intently at the sea view outside the window. This stark contrast completely surprised Yu Xuan. Everyone knows that the Lin family even hired a search and rescue team, so Lin Feng has most likely jumped into the sea. They were in international waters, where the depths were unfathomable. Even a complete leap into the sea could be dangerous, let alone under such tight surveillance. What means did Lin Feng have to prepare those equipment? But now, not only was her young mistress not in a hurry, she had also fallen silent. This unusual reaction made Yu Xuan break out in a cold sweat. Could it be that Miss has reached the point of utter collapse and is therefore unable to make a sound? Her heart trembled, and she quickly said, Miss, please don't be too sad. I've already told our people to purchase search and rescue equipment and go to sea to search immediately. However, before she could finish her words of comfort, Chu Ling Shuang abruptly interrupted her. Withdraw. Yu Xuan was startled and asked incredulously, Miss, what did you say? I said, bring all our people back. Chu Ling Shuang issued the order without hesitation and did not forget to instruct. Tell the coastal departments that anyone who dares to launch a search and rescue operation is going against the Chu family. Put pressure on them and forbid anyone from going out to sea to search. Yu Xuan's eyes widened. Had she heard correctly? Had her young lady gone mad? Miss, if you do this, Lin Feng might very well. No, he won't. Chu Ling Shuang shook her head resolutely, a faint smile playing on her lips. He won't. I believe in Lin Feng. Since he dared to do this, he must have prepared a foolproof plan. What I need to do is help him shake off those tales. He will definitely come back to me after he escapes. Her words were full of certainty, as if she had planned it all along, even though she had never contacted Lin Feng. Yu Xuan was astonished. Miss, are you really that confident in young Master Lin? If I don't trust my own man, who can I trust? Chu Ling Shuang raised the corners of her mouth, the sunlight from the window shining on her face, making her glow. Even though it was only for a brief moment, this scene directly impacted Yu Xuan's eyes. At that moment, Yu Xuan knew that her young lady had really changed. She nodded and obediently replied, Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Arrange a car for me. Chu Ling Shuang stood up with an icy expression, her voice cold and arrogant. Some things need to be settled. Yes. The Lin family and others rested in the villa that Su Zian had prepared for Lin Feng. Linda had just sat down, and before he could even drink his tea, Jason rushed in, phone in hand. Sir, the search and rescue team has sent word that all their ships have malfunctioned and cannot set sail today. Puff. Linda spat out a mouthful of tea, instantly becoming enraged. What rubbish. So many ships and not a single one can set sail. Who believes that? But they haven't set sail yet. The person in charge keeps stalling for time. Lind, enraged, yelled at Jason. Idiot. Someone got into trouble here. Why aren't they going to search for and rescue them? Jason remained silent. After a moment, Linda gradually calmed down. Someone must have put pressure on us. Investigate, find out who did this, and I'll make her pay. Actually, even without investigation, it's easy to guess that the only ones who could exert pressure on the search and rescue team, bypassing the Lind family, are. How does Grandpa Lind plan to make me look bad? Jason's thoughts were still racing when a chilling voice came from outside. Who? Jason's face instantly turned wary. Chu Ling Shuang, dressed in a dark Chong Sam, with her hair tied up in a high bun and wearing black patent leather high heels, strode into the room with an icy demeanor. Behind her followed more than 20 bodyguards in black, all fully armed, who were staring intently at Linda and his group. Without a doubt, the bodyguards standing guard outside the door are probably already. Linda narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the woman who had bombed his villa, and sneered. Miss Chu? Long time no see. Chapter 257. Because, Lin Feng, he died. Indeed, I have been well. Chu Ling Shuang walked into the living room with ease and sat down opposite Linda. A large group of bodyguards rushed into the room, and everyone stared at Linda and Jason, as if they would be immediately suppressed if they made any move to resist. Linda glanced around, then stared warily at Chu Ling Shuang. I wonder what brings Miss Chu here. Chu Ling Shuang made no attempt to hide her feelings, her face cold and aloof. I've come to collect your corpse. How dare you? Upon hearing this, Linda's smile vanished abruptly, and his gaze turned icy. How dare you, a junior, speak to your elders like that? His voice gradually rose, clearly carrying a threatening tone that implied he was relying on his age. However, Chu Ling Shuang wasn't buying it at all. What a joke. You dare to call yourself my elder? You're not worthy. Chu Ling Shuang made no attempt to hide her sarcasm, which was clearly evident in her words. These words nearly made Linda furious. He had encountered 2 lunatics in one day. A madman who treats him like air and would even rather die than accept his fate. A madman who is arrogant and disdainful of everyone. Seeing Linda choking and unable to speak, clutching his chest and his face turning red, Chu Ling Shuang sneered, and even made a boastful remark right in front of Linda. I've already killed that old bastard Guzhong. What difference does it make if you're an old bastard? Linda was furious, his face flushed red. He was about to speak when he choked on his saliva and coughed violently. Cough, cough. Chu Ling Shuang wouldn't tolerate him. She raised her hand and waved it in the air. Zhang Peng, grab him and take him back to Lakeview Manor. Yes. Zhang Peng accepted the order and was about to take action. Upon seeing this, Jason immediately stepped in front of Linda, while behind him, Linda raised his hand, his face flushed, and said, You little slut, how dare you? I am Lin Feng's grandfather. If you dare to lay a hand on me, don't even think about letting Lin Feng marry you. He didn't have enough men, they were no match for the Chu family. Moreover, Linda never expected that the Chu family would also appear on the South Island. Su Zian had never mentioned that Chu Ling Shuang, that madwoman, had come along. Now, he can only use Lin Feng as a scapegoat. Doesn't Chu Ling Shuang like Lin Feng? Since she likes him, she will hesitate, and as long as she hesitates, she will be defeated. He firmly believed that as long as Lin Feng was brought up, Chu Ling Shuang would not dare to hurt him no matter what. Just like when she bombed the Lin family's house with a helicopter. No matter how urgent the situation was or how shocking the scene was, wasn't she still afraid of hurting Lin Feng? And in the end, she still gave them a chance to escape? However, Lin made a mistake this time. Chu Ling Shuang didn't hesitate at all. She just looked at him calmly, as if she were looking at a corpse. Linda, do you really think I'm a fool? Linda was shocked and stared at her in astonishment. What do you mean? Chu Ling Shuang sneered. Why did Lin Feng jump into the sea? If he truly considered you family, he would never have done such a thing. Yet he did. Do you think he considered you family? Linda stared at Chu Ling Shuang in disbelief, exclaiming in shock. When exactly did you get here? Coming to the South Island. Chu Ling Shuang smiled. I arrived the very day Su Zian kidnapped Lin Feng. She spoke softly, but her eyes grew increasingly dark and ruthless, revealing a morbidly domineering nature. Anyone who dares to provoke my man, Chu Ling Shuang, will be executed. I won't allow anyone to flaunt in front of me that she got him. She's a monster. When she said this, the sickness in her eyes was clearly visible, and especially her voice, which left no room for argument, shocked Linda so much that he really thought she was going to kill him. You? Linda was about to say something more when he heard Chu Ling Shuang's cold command fall again. Zhang Peng, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and do it. Yes. The swarm of bodyguards rushed forward. No matter how good Jason was at fighting, it was impossible for him to break through the encirclement with more than 20 strong bodyguards and bring the old cripple Linda along. In the end, Linda and Jason were both tied up in a car by Zhang Peng and his men and escorted to the mainland. Chu Ling Shuang looked around the villa's living room and ordered Yu Shuiyan, Shuiyan, go and clear everyone out of here. Then set a fire and burn this whole place down. What wedding room? Burn it all down. Yes. Yu Shuiyan nodded and led her people to search each room. In the room next to the living room, Yu Shuiyan found Su Ziyan unconscious. Upon receiving the news, Chu Ling Shuang immediately ordered Yu Shuiyan to fetch a basin of water. The basin was placed on Su Ziyan's head, and Chu Ling Shuang gave the order without hesitation. Pour it down. As the basin tipped over, the icy water splashed against Su Ziyan's cheeks. Almost instantly, Su Ziyan was jolted awake by the choking. She coughed a few times, and when she came to her senses, she saw Chu Ling Shuang sitting on the chair by the bed, staring at her with a cold expression. Where are Xia Qingqing and Li Hao? Without giving Su Ziyan a chance to catch her breath, Chu Ling Shuang went straight to the point, asking in a cold voice. Xia Qingqing and Li Hao. The cold water hit her brain, and Su Ziyan was momentarily stunned. She looked blankly at Chu Ling Shuang, then at herself, feeling uncomfortable all over. She murmured to herself, and as she realized what was happening, her face turned ashen. She laughed maniacally, as if she had gone mad. Does it matter where they are? I won't lay a hand on them again. Chu Ling Shuang frowned and asked coldly, why? Because, Su Ziyan suddenly looked up, staring frantically at Chu Ling Shuang, but said with disappointment, because, Lin Feng, he's dead. Dead. Chu Ling Shuang couldn't sit still any longer. She stood up abruptly, staring at Su Ziyan in disbelief, and exclaimed anxiously, what did you say? Lin Feng is dead. How is this possible? How is that impossible? That's international waters. He jumped off the coast of the high seas. His suitcase wouldn't have been big enough to get him ashore. How could he possibly still be alive? Su Ziyan shouted in a disheveled manner, but her voice lost its strength in an instant. Her voice was hoarse, and she shook her head blankly, her face full of dejection. Impossible. Chu Ling Shuang firmly denied it. She suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Su Ziyan's shoulder, and pinched her fair shoulder so hard that it left red marks. There are boats nearby, right? He can be rescued as long as he gets on a nearby boat. He doesn't need to go ashore at all. Those ships have all been driven away by us. That shipping route has been requisitioned by us, so it's impossible for any ships to pass through there. Now that Lin Feng is dead, Su Ziyan has lost all will to fight. She shook her head repeatedly, pale and weak, as she spoke to Chu Ling Shuang. But Chu Ling Shuang panicked when she heard this. So, by forbidding the search and rescue team from going to sea, she was actually depriving Lin Feng of his last hope of survival. So all her guesses were wrong. So Lin Feng is really dead. He's dead. Instantly, Chu Ling Shuang's eyes became bloodshot, turning an intense crimson. Chapter 258. This was originally your fault. Meeting Chu Ling Shuang's bloodshot eyes, Su Ziyan instantly laughed, letting out a wild, maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha. Chu Ling Shuang, what's the point of arguing with me for so long? He'd rather jump into the sea. He'd rather die than let anyone hold him back. Do you think you, Chu Ling Shuang, or your Chu family, can make him bow down? That's the opposite. That's completely the opposite. These were words that should have been spoken by her, but now they were spoken by Su Ziyan in a fit of rage. Chu Ling Shuang suddenly calmed down. She slowly released her grip on Su Ziyan's shoulders, looked at her quietly, and then raised her hand and slapped Su Ziyan's cheek hard without hesitation. A crisp snap echoed throughout the room. Su Zian saw stars from the slap. Blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, and half of her face was red and swollen. She covered her face, looking at Chu Ling Shuang in disbelief. Why did you hit me? Do I need a reason to hit you? Ignoring her numb palms, Chu Ling Shuang glared at Su Ziyan through gritted teeth, her rationality teetering on the brink of collapse. If you hadn't threatened him with his friends, do you think he would have jumped into the sea? And what about you? Don't think I don't know what your Chu family's methods are. I don't believe you haven't used them to threaten Ah Feng. Su Zian roared at Chu Ling Shuang like a madwoman, her delicate face now contorted with rage. Clearly, a flicker of pain crossed Chu Ling Shuang's eyes the instant she heard those words. But quickly, she strode forward, stepped onto the bed, grabbed Su Ziyan's collar, and looked down at her with disdain. Yes, I did threaten him, but so what? Why didn't my threats drive him to his death, while yours drove him to jump into the sea? Because you used other people's lives as leverage to threaten him and poisoned him without hesitation. Your Su family is truly formidable. The words were practically spat out through clenched teeth. As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Ling Shuang raised her hand and slapped Su Ziyan across the face without hesitation. Another crisp sound. Having lost her beloved, Su Ziyan had already lost all will to live. Now, facing Chu Ling Shuang's constant insults, she could only vent her frustration verbally. Her heart was already ashen. Even though her cheeks were swollen and her skin was torn open, Su Ziyan's eyes had already lost their vitality. With a heart full of despair, she murmured, "Hit me. Kill me all you want. It's my fault. I shouldn't have believed Lin's lies. Just consider it all my fault. This was your fault to begin with." Chu Ling Shuang was furious. Seeing that Su Ziyan had no intention of resisting, she lost the will to fight her any longer. She abruptly yanked Su Ziyan's collar open and roared towards the outside. "Yu Xuan, get back inside." "Miss." Yu Xuan, who had been waiting outside since the beginning, suddenly rushed in. "Go. Order the search and rescue team to set sail immediately and bring all the helicopters from home over." Chu Ling Shuang clenched her fists, her body trembling uncontrollably from excessive tension. As if suffocating, she gasped for breath, her gaze falling on Su Ziyan, who lay on the bed like a corpse. She angrily commanded, "Send her back to the Su family. Tell father that I want to wipe out the Su family along with the Lin family." Yes. A 24-hour continuous search and rescue team began patrolling the high seas. The news that dozens of helicopters had suddenly appeared at the South Island pier quickly became a trending topic. Many people speculated about what had happened, but the trending topic was quickly suppressed, while the news of the Su family wedding being canceled went viral overnight. First, they made a big fuss about holding the wedding, but now, just one day before the wedding, they say they're canceling it. This news has left many netizens saying that it's so easy for wealthy families to cancel their weddings. The Chu family. Chu Tianli and Chun Wanqing knew they had neglected their eldest daughter, leaving all the housework to Chu Ling Shuang while they were traveling for years. Now, facing these issues, the two of them clearly felt guilty. Especially when they heard the news that Lin Feng had fallen into the sea and his fate was unknown. The two were afraid that Chu Ling Shuang might do something rash, so they immediately sent Chu Yunran to the South Island overnight. Just as Chu Yunran arrived at Chu Ling Shuang's side, 6 hours had passed since Lin Feng fell into the sea and went missing. The sky was pitch black, and the sea was dark at night. These uncertainties are undoubtedly pushing Lin Feng, who has fallen into the sea, toward his death. As soon as Chu Yunran entered the house, she saw her older sister sitting on the sofa, curled up. Where's the tyranny of that day? Chu Ling Shuang had curled up into a ball, her eyes red and dark circles under them. She no longer cared about dressing up, and her pale face looked haggard. Seeing her usually arrogant older sister like this, Chu Yunran's eyes instantly reddened. Even though she had thought of a lot of jokes to ease the tension on the way, she couldn't say a word when she actually saw this scene on the verge of collapse. Chu Yunran swallowed hard, tiptoed forward, moved her lips a few times, and finally uttered only one word. "Sister." Chu Ling Shuang suddenly looked up, a glimmer of light appearing in her weary eyes. She asked impatiently, "Found it?" Chu Yunran's heart skipped a beat, and she felt as if she had suddenly lost her oxygen and her breathing stopped. Meeting her older sister's expectant gaze, she shook her head with some difficulty. Seeing this, the last glimmer of light in Chu Ling Shuang's eyes dissipated. She lowered her head, buried her face in her arms, and remained silent like a piece of wood. Chu Yunren had never seen her sister show such an expression before. As if abandoned by the whole world, that helplessness was palpable even through their expressions. She panicked and hurriedly said, Sister Swayan just said she's found Brother Lin's suitcase. We should find it quickly. She stopped abruptly halfway through her sentence. What is she saying? Finding the suitcase, but not the person, means that Brother Lin is actually already. This was undoubtedly like rubbing salt into her sister's already wounded heart. Sister, that's not what I meant, She waved her hand anxiously, indicating that she didn't mean that, but Chu Ling Shuang raised her eyes slightly. Her gaze fell on the pitch-black sky outside the window, and in her unfocused state, she laughed, a laugh like that of a madwoman. This strange reaction caught Chu Yunren's eye, and she trembled involuntarily, whispering timidly, Sister, please stop laughing. I'm scared. Even though she had lived with her sister for so many years and could usually guess what her sister was thinking, she was completely helpless now. Chu Ling Shuang suddenly turned her head and looked at Chu Yunren, asking abruptly, Tell me, is this his way of getting revenge on me? Chapter 259. The night on the high seas will treat everyone who seeks their own death equally. Oh. These words stunned Chu Yunren. She looked at her older sister with a puzzled expression. Brother Lin. No way, this is all the work of that bitch Su Zian and the Lin family. Why would he want to get revenge on you? Then why didn't he explain it clearly? He didn't tell me his plans at all before he left. He never trusted me from the beginning. The moment the words fell, tears streamed down Chu Ling Shuang's cheeks. She opened her mouth tremblingly, her voice hoarse and strained, accusing Lin Feng of distrust. She grabbed Chu Yunren's clothes like a madwoman, as if she could see Lin Feng through her. If he just said a word, even just to let me know, even if it's just a sentence or two, I would help him. I'm willing to help him. I belong to him completely. Even if he asked me to die, I would be willing. But why won't he even tell me what his plans are? Am I really that untrustworthy to him? Chu Yunren opened her mouth stiffly a few times, but couldn't utter a single word. My sister is right. In fact, if Lin Feng had just lowered his head a little, even without telling his sister, if he had just humbled himself a little and discussed it with the Chu family, not only Chu Yunren, but even their parents would have been willing to help. The Chu family's olive branch has always been here, forever reaching out to Lin Feng. But Lin Feng never raised his hand to greet him. He was always unpredictable, always alone, never bothering others, and never wanting others to bother him. Perhaps it is precisely this kind of Lin Feng that makes my sister so fascinated. Thinking of this, Chu Yunren's admiration for Lin Feng grew even stronger. She quickly grabbed her older sister's shoulders and said confidently, Sister, don't be afraid. The Brother Lin I know wouldn't die so easily. He must have another way. He must have another. As she spoke, her confidence gradually faded when her gaze fell upon the dark sky outside the window. What other options are there? The night on the high seas treats everyone who seeks their own death equally, unless that person is the protagonist. It's getting late, the storm at sea is intensifying, and there will be another heavy rainstorm tomorrow. If the search and rescue operation is unsuccessful tonight, the chances will only be even smaller tomorrow. If we wait a few more days, what we find won't be a human being. Such a vast ocean might not even be able to find people. Chu Yunren's heart sank. She abandoned her previous carefree personality and instead calmly patted Chu Ling Shuang's shoulder. Sister, Swayan said you haven't had a proper rest for several days. I'll keep watch tonight. You should rest for a while. Tian Han is here too. We're all here. It is indeed rare to hear such comforting words from her. Even more unusually, Chu Ling Shuang suddenly looked up, glanced out the window, then turned back to wipe her tears and asked, Where are Xia Qingqing and Li Hao? They've returned to Beijing. Sister Swayan has already given them full checkups, and they're all fine. Sister, don't worry about it. Just rest for a night, and we'll talk about this later. No need. Go and get the company's bills. Your parents are taking care of things at the company. Chu Yunren said anxiously. They felt really bad for you after hearing about this. so they're working overtime right now. Chu Ling Shuang's eyes calmed down, her cold and arrogant face showing no emotion except for her paleness. She remained as aloof as ever, coldly commanding, "Go and get it. I want the Lin and Su families to die before tomorrow." With such a tone, it was as if Chu Yunren would be immediately strangled if she dared to say a single word against it. Chu Yunren dared not persuade her any further and could only nod reluctantly. "Okay, then you can pack up first. There are quite a lot of official documents. We need to organize them." Chu Ling Shuang didn't respond. She stood up abruptly from under the sofa with a cold face. However, due to his previous emotional outburst and lack of sleep for several days, he was swaying and almost fell over. Chu Yunren reacted quickly and immediately helped her up. Seeing her older sister in this state, Chu Yunren felt heartbroken and pleaded again, "Sister, you're about to faint. Don't try to deal with any more of that." Before she could finish speaking, she saw her older sister's murderous gaze. Chu Yunren awkwardly shut her mouth. After helping her sister to her desk, Chu Yunren sighed and went out to instruct Lu Tianhan to bring over the company documents. The search and rescue operation at sea is still ongoing. As if a building had collapsed, the Lin and Su families' companies faced boycotts overnight, and the Wei and Wu families, who had long coveted these two lucrative assets, also joined the fray. The Wu family, in particular, had been eyeing the economy of the South Island for a long time, but had never found an opportunity. Now, after Su Zian was taken home, she lay on the bed like a corpse, neither eating nor speaking. Aside from being kept alive with glucose, she was practically in a vegetative state. This scene broke Wu Qingyi's heart. What pained her even more was that the Su family's companies in mainland China faced widespread boycotts. As if by divine intervention, some contracts were clearly in their favor, but because they were companies from the South Island, many people in mainland China even took the initiative to boycott them. The Wu family, in particular, not only started competing with the Su family's company, but also spent a lot of money offering high salaries. Moreover, those people shamelessly produced many generic drugs, and the effects of these generic drugs were even comparable to their genuine products. Fortunately, the Su family was a family of doctors, and only their family possessed those top-notch drug formulas. Apart from being jointly suppressed by the mainland, they ultimately managed to retain their status in the South Island. Seeing his daughter in this state, Su Qian was utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. "Zian, didn't your father say that? Our family never goes out to make a living." Su Qian looked at his daughter with heartache. He had been so firm for so many years, but in the end, his heart had broken like this. But this is for the best. Actually, Dad doesn't want much power or wealth. Dad just wants you and Yuxing to grow up healthy. The Lin family, on the other hand, suffered a terrible fate. Without the recipe to support him, Linda was locked up on the basement floor of Lakeview Villa by Chu Ling Shuang. The already fragmented Lin family lost its backbone and was like a pile of loose sand. Although the Lin family's villa was gradually taken over by the Wu and Wei families, their house seemed to be haunted, and no one dared to live there. Ultimately, the Lin family villa fell into the hands of the Chu family. When the villa was sealed off by the Qing people, Lin Haixuan was discovered in a secret room. He looked as if he had been hollowed out. His whole body was so thin that he was unrecognizable as human. The freezer next to him was filled with various glass bottles containing what looked like shampoo. While everyone else was busy changing jobs and seizing market share, Lin Feng remained silent. 3 full days have passed. Not only the maritime rescue team, but also countless helicopters were searching all night, but Lin Feng never appeared, and even his body was not found. Chu Ling Shuang finally couldn't withstand her excessively haggard body, and while reviewing documents, her vision went black. The next second, her body swayed, her forehead slammed onto the desk, and she completely lost consciousness. Chapter 260. Miss, you're pregnant. Miss. Yu Suan was the first to discover that Chu Ling Shuang had fainted. She came in as usual to deliver documents to Chu Ling Shuang. But when she opened the door, she saw Chu Ling Shuang lying face down on the table and couldn't be woken up no matter what she did. While Chu Ling Shuang insisted on reviewing the documents, the Chu family had already mobilized a large amount of medical equipment to be on standby. At that moment, Yu Xuan hurriedly injected Chu Ling Shuang with a glucose injection and then led the maid to conduct a detailed full-body examination on her. Fortunately, Chu Ling Shuang only fainted due to overwork, and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Yu Xuan's pale face, Chu Yunren was about to speak when Yu Xuan gave her a meaningful look. The two entered the living room, where Lu Tianhan, who had been waiting, quickly stood up and asked, "How is Miss?" "She just fainted from exhaustion." Yu Xuan sighed and gestured for everyone to sit down. "This won't do. If my sister keeps working so hard, her health will be ruined sooner or later." Chu Yunren, who had been struggling with this for a while, spoke up. "Yes, Miss has been reviewing documents all this time. It's only when she cries at times like this that I feel at ease. But now she—" Yu Xuan said helplessly and finally sighed. Lu Tianhan bit her lip and started coming up with bad ideas. "I do have a suggestion." As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Xuan and Chu Yunren's eyes lit up instantly. After thinking for a moment, Lu Tianhan sat back down weakly. "Forget it, that's a bit underhanded. Maybe I shouldn't say anything." "No, tell me." "Yeah, Tianhan, you always have so many crazy ideas. Given the current situation, why don't you tell us so we can consider it?" Lu Tianhan hesitated for a long time. Then, seeing the expectant looks in Yu Xuan and Chu Yunren's eyes, she suddenly closed her eyes and opened them again, saying with a look of grim determination, "I think when Miss wakes up later, Xuan, you should tell her she's pregnant." Seeing the expressions of shock on the two people in front of her, Lu Tianhan lowered her voice a few decibels and subconsciously shook her head. Forget it. This is a bit too outrageous." However, just when she had already dismissed the plan, Chu Yunren's eyes lit up again. "Sister Tianhan, you're a genius." Chu Yunren praised excitedly and said, "Now that Brother Lin has passed away and my sister is in this state, if she knew that she was pregnant with Brother Lin's child, she would definitely take good care of herself in terms of eating and resting. As time goes by, she will get over this relationship." Yu Xuan frowned as she watched Chu Yunren's excitement. No one understood Lin Feng's value to their young mistress better than she did. These past few days, the matters between the Su and Lin families haven't been resolved yet. Once those two families are settled, given Mrs. personality, she might stubbornly go so far as to commit suicide for love. It wasn't that Yu Xuan was overthinking things. Back then, after Su Zian took Lin Feng away, her young mistress actually said something like, even if he chose both of them at the same time, she would accept it. Suicide pact. What is impossible then? Moreover, ever since Lin Feng's accident, the young lady has only asked if Lin Feng has been found, and hasn't said another word to them. If things continue like this, the young lady might actually end up committing suicide for love. Sister Xuan, what do you think? Say something. Seeing that Yu Xuan remained silent, Chu Yunren became anxious and took the initiative to tug at Yu Xuan's arm and shake it a few times. Yu Xuan snapped out of her reverie and nodded silently. "No matter what, let's give it a try. It's really not a good idea for Miss to disregard her health right now." "Then it's settled. I'll cover for Mom and Dad. We've all agreed to this, so we won't give ourselves away." Chu Yunren gave a serious warning. Yu Xuan and Lu Tianhan naturally had no objections. When she woke up again, it was getting late and the lights in the room were on. Chu Ling Shuang weakly raised her arms and sat up, supporting herself on the sheets. Her slight movement startled Yu Xuan, who was waiting outside. The door was opened, and Yu Xuan strode in. "Go and get the company's bills." Chu Ling Shuang's voice was hoarse. After sitting up, she insisted on getting out of bed. Yu Xuan's eyes darted around, and as she stepped forward to help, she hurriedly said, "Miss, you can't overexert yourself right now, you." "My words have no effect, do they?" Without giving Yu Xuan a chance to finish speaking, Chu Ling Shuang looked at her with cold eyes and no expression. Yu Xuan's heart skipped a beat. She swallowed hard and said the words she had prepared beforehand. "Miss, you're pregnant. You can't overexert yourself. You don't understand what?" Chu Ling Shuang was about to lose her temper when she suddenly realized something. She looked at Yu Xuan in shock, grabbed her shoulders, and asked with bloodshot eyes, "What did you say?" "Who?" Seeing this expression, Yu Xuan felt even more guilty. She took a deep breath, steadied herself, and said again, "It's you, Mississippi." You are already 1 month pregnant. She swallowed hard, secretly relieved that her young mistress had been so outrageous with Lin Feng day and night, which saved her the trouble of fabricating a timeline. Chu Ling Shuang stared wide-eyed, looking down at her lower abdomen in disbelief. She trembled as she raised her arm and placed her palm on her lower abdomen. Incredulous, there was already a life that had been growing for a month. So, miss, you need to rest well now and absolutely must not overwork yourself. The first 3 months of pregnancy are very dangerous. Yu Suan gave a word of advice, her hand supporting Chu Ling Shuang trembling. This was the first time she had lied to Chu Ling Shuang since she started following her. If it were in the past, she would never have believed that her first lie to her mistress was about such a momentous matter. Life is truly unpredictable. Chu Ling Shuang's eyes finally softened. She stroked her lower abdomen and looked up at Yu Shuyan. You mean, the one a month ago? Yes. Yu Shuyan took a deep breath. It was that time you met young Master Lin in Theo, Mississippi. You drank quite a bit that day. That time we drank. Chu Ling Shuang's gaze was instantly drawn away. She remembers that day. It was the day after Lin Feng fled the Lin family, when she flew a helicopter from one side of the coast to the other and was subsequently stood up several times. That meeting took place at Theo's bar. She was in a bad mood, so she drank too much that she forgot how she got back to the hotel or how she went on a drunken rampage. Chapter 261 Men, are they shy? All she remembered was that the morning after drinking, she had a splitting headache and several slap marks on her face that stung painfully. Lin Feng also thoughtfully applied a cool towel to her face. She narrowed her eyes slightly, staring intently at Yu Suan, her gaze seemingly piercing straight into the depths of Yu Suan's eyes. Chu Ling Shuang laughed and said, Shuyan, your excuse is really not very good. You saw right through me. That's impossible. That day, Lin Feng clearly carried his young lady to the hotel. Does that mean nothing happened between them that day? This is completely out of character for their wild personalities. Yu Suan forced a simple smile and said, Miss, how could I lie to you? I've already had you examined, and based on the pregnancy cycle, it was indeed that day. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yu Suan is now gambling. She's betting that if Miss meets Lin Feng, she'll definitely do something. Even if Lin Feng didn't do it, with Mrs. strong personality, how could she give up so easily? Chu Ling Shuang shook her head slightly. She knew that Yu Shuyan was only saying this for her own health. It was just a white lie. Of course she wouldn't blame her. The tension that had been building for days eased slightly at this moment. Chu Ling Shuang sighed, leaned back, and half reclined on the headboard, gazing at the ceiling as if recalling memories. She said softly, I really can't remember what happened that night. However, I was fully clothed the next morning. Lin Feng wouldn't have done anything to me under those circumstances. How could someone as honest and reliable as him do those things when she was drunk and weak? Seeing Chu Ling Shuang's confident expression, Yu Shuyan became anxious. It's not that I had to choose that particular day, but rather that it was the closest and most suitable day. Although Miss took contraceptive measures before bombing the Lin family, and then stopped after winning over Lin Feng, if she had gone any earlier, she would have been 2 months pregnant. In that case, her pregnancy would have become very obvious soon, and how would they have covered up the lie then? So no matter what we say now, we have to set the date for that day. Yu Suan's heart sank, and she chose to continue this lie. She took the initiative to say, Miss, are you really sure that young Master Lin won't do anything to you? Seeing Chu Ling Shuang turn her head and stare at her with a questioning look, Yu Suan gritted her teeth and continued. Actually, young Master Lin must have feelings for you too. You might not know, but that day you drank a lot, and it was very late. When young Master Lin saw that you could barely stand, he went over and hugged you. She recounted what happened that day to Chu Ling Shuang, embellishing the story as she went along. I initially wanted to stop him, but young Master Lin, while holding you who was already drunk, said something to me. What did he say? Chu Ling Shuang became somewhat anxious, even impatient, as she asked her. Yu Suan took a deep breath and gritted her teeth, saying, He said that if you wake up and don't see him beside you, you'll go crazy. These words reached Chu Ling Shuang's ears without missing a single one. She stared at Yu Suan in shock, sat up in disbelief, and grabbed Yu Suan's arm tightly. She looked at her anxiously and expectantly. You, are you telling the truth? He really said that. Seeing the delighted look in her young mistress's eyes, Yu Xuan swallowed hard. In short, these words were now unverifiable, weren't they? Even if it's a deception, they've already embarked on this path. Let's see it through to the end. Yes. Yu Xuan nodded emphatically, adding fuel to the fire. He was so confident at the time, and his eyes were so full of affection, as if he would hit me if I stopped him from hugging you. Seeing the growing surprise in Chu Lingshuang's eyes, Yu Shuiyin seized the opportunity and quickly added fuel to the fire. Miss, in my opinion, his possessiveness towards you is no less than yours. And although he stood you up before, didn't he still take the initiative to meet you? He might be testing you. This is clearly a calculated move. He had been plotting for so long back then. So when he met you, wasn't it like dry tinder meeting a raging fire? Yu Xuan spoke so logically that even she herself almost believed it after she finished speaking. Seeing Chu Lingshuang's overjoyed expression, she admired herself even more. It was the first time she had ever lied so convincingly. She was truly amazing. If Yu Xuan hadn't added these words afterward, Chu Lingshuang would never have believed it. But now, these words are the truth, and Yu Xuan is the witness. How could she possibly not believe them? So that means that night, we actually. Chu Lingshuang was so happy that she couldn't even speak. What surprised her most was not Lin Feng's later change, but that he had actually already developed feelings for her. But amidst the surprise, Chu Lingshuang was still stunned. She asked in confusion, "But why were my clothes still on when I woke up the next day?" "Oh, men are shy," Yu Xuan replied without hesitation. "Think about it. He ran away, but because he likes you, he couldn't resist meeting you. He couldn't save face, so he couldn't help but do something bad. But he didn't want you to find out and laugh at him, so he helped you get dressed and covered it up." As if her Ren and Du meridians had been opened, Yu Xuan's lies became endless. But in fact, her words don't stand up to scrutiny. If you think about them carefully, you'll find that the logic she's talking about is simply not valid. If he truly liked her, and if he had been planning this for a long time, he would never have taken advantage of her weakness after drinking. On the contrary, if you really like someone at that time, you will feel heartache. But at this moment, Chu Lingshuang was no longer rational enough to think about these things. Listening to Yu Shuiyan's words, her memory returned to that morning. When she woke up, Lin Feng was sitting on the sofa playing on his phone, and he ignored her attempts to talk to him. Later, after she washed up, she came out wrapped in a bathrobe and teased him. He angrily rolled over on the sofa, turning his back to her, acting childishly like a sulking child. He really is very concerned about saving face. In her memory, Lin Feng's figure reappeared, and Chu Lingshuang's expression softened. She raised her hand to stroke her lower abdomen, her eyes radiating a tender light. "So, I really am pregnant." Chapter 262-01, but Lin Feng will be Chu Lingshuang's husband. Absolutely true. Yu Xuan gritted her teeth and said with unusual certainty. Chu Lingshuang's lips unconsciously curved upwards a few degrees as she looked at the dark sky outside the window. Lin Feng's figure flashed through her mind from time to time. She leaned back against the headboard. "Go get me something to eat. I'm hungry." Her voice rang out softly, and when she uttered the words, "I'm hungry," it was as if Yu Xuan standing in front of her had been replaced by Lin Feng in an instant. She always did this before, always saying things like that to Lin Feng. Then he would laugh at her, but he would still obediently get her food, and sometimes he would even feed her bite by bite. But now, Lin Feng is no longer here. She had deliberately taken those fertility-preparing drugs on Luo Yu's advice, but she never expected that the child was conceived before that. If Lin Feng were still alive, he would definitely be very surprised to hear that she was pregnant. What kind of expression would he have if he, someone who always yearns for freedom, found out she was pregnant? Chu Lingshuang had been looking forward to this, but now she would never see it. Lin Feng will never know. Her eyes darkened, revealing an unprecedented desolation. She heard Yu Xuan open the door and bring in several servants with a lot of food, all of which was very light, and there was also a small medicine bottle next to it. Seeing Chu Lingshuang's gaze fall on the small medicine bottle, Yu Xuan quickly explained, "Miss, The fetal heartbeat is not very stable. I prepared some medicine. Please remember to take one after you finish your meal. Chu Ling Shuang stroked her lower abdomen and responded softly, "Mm." Seeing the maid place the food by the bedside, she softly called out, "Swayan." "I'm here." Yu Swayan, who was setting the table, quickly responded, "Miss, is there anything you need? Go and decorate Maple Leaf Manor. I'm going to marry Lin Feng there on the first day of next month." Upon hearing this, Yu Swayan paused, looking at Chu Ling Shuang in disbelief. "Miss, he's dead, and you still want to marry him?" These were exactly what Yu Swayan wanted to say, but seeing that Chu Ling Shuang had finally regained some of her spirits, she thought these words were too harsh and kept them to herself. But how could Chu Ling Shuang not understand this meaning? She smiled gently, stroking her lower abdomen, her icy eyes revealing an unprecedented tenderness. "Go ahead and take care of it. My child with Lin Feng needs a home." She didn't want her child to be born without a father. This child was hers and Lin Feng's, and Lin Feng was the only one she would ever truly acknowledge. In other words, no one but Lin Feng will be Chu Ling Shuang's husband. Seeing the determination in Chu Ling Shuang's eyes, Yu Shuyan swallowed hard. Her words of rebuttal stuck in her throat. She's more anxious than anyone else right now because this pregnancy was a lie they told her all along. The initial intention behind this lie was simply to help Chu Ling Shuang pull herself together and gradually move on from this relationship. Little did she know that this lie would only cause Chu Ling Shuang to sink even deeper into this quagmire. But now that the lie has been told, she can no longer refute it. One lie requires thousands of lies to cover it up, and Yu Swayan admitted that she did not have that ability. She took a deep breath. Then, "Miss, should we invite other people to this wedding? It's fine as long as the Chu family members participate, but please don't." "Of course." Chu Ling Shuang nodded without hesitation. "Who else are those families?" "The Wu family and the Wei family, right? Invite them over. Oh, and send an invitation to the Su family too. In short, make it as grand as possible. My wedding with him will naturally be a magnificent affair." She didn't do a good job while he was alive. She didn't make him feel cared for. Even though he's gone now, he still needs to find a place to belong. She stroked her lower abdomen, and even though she was all alone now, she still had to stand up. Yu Swayan was at a loss for words. This was exactly what she was worried about. It was one thing to have a wedding, but to have it be a grand affair that everyone knew about. But when the invited members of the prominent families arrived, the groom was nowhere to be found, and the bride was the only one at the wedding. Just thinking about that scene made Yu Swayan feel suffocated. In such a situation, it takes an incredible amount of determination to persevere. She really didn't want to see her proud young lady facing such a scene alone. That scene, filled with disdain and mockery from everyone. "Miss, I think it might be better to postpone this for now. You'll be the only one there." Why am I the only one here?" Chu Ling Shuang looked up, her alluring face full of smiles. "Aren't you, Tianhan, and Ran all here? My parents will be here too. With you all here to keep things in order, I'm not afraid." This was the first time Yu Swayan had heard Chu Ling Shuang say such a thing. Besides being moved, I felt even more reluctant to let go, especially now that this reluctance is intensifying. "Miss, what I mean is, the groom That's why I said the first day of next month. There are still 2 weeks left. Go and invite a few master sculptors." As Chu Ling Shuang spoke, she took out her phone, and as she turned on the screen, she lovingly stroked it a few times. Then she handed the phone to Yu Swayan. "Let them make a statue. How can that not count as having a groom?" Yu Swayan stared intently at Lin Feng's handsome face on her phone screen. It was the same expression he had when he was lying on the beach during the show, with that carefree and detached look. She had seen this screensaver once before, but it was a long time ago. She never expected that the young lady would still be using this picture as her screensaver now. Chu Ling Shuang's deep affection had exceeded Yu Shuyan's imagination. Now that things had come to this, Yu Swayan couldn't argue anymore. She nodded stiffly. "Yes, miss, I understand." Looking around at the surroundings, she instructed, "Miss, please rest early after you finish your meal. If you feel unwell, just press the call button by your bed. Tianhan, Ran, and I are all outside." Chu Ling Shuang responded, picked up the spoon, and sipped the porridge slowly. As Yu Swayan emerged from the room, Looking at Lu Tianhan and Chu Yunren waiting anxiously outside, she sighed. Miss is going to have her wedding on the first day of next month. Her first sentence was quite astonishing. Lu Tianhan and Chu Yunren were stunned and shocked. What? My sister is getting married? And to whom? Yu Suan rolled her eyes. Are you stupid? Who else could it be besides your brother Lin? Chu Yunren's eyes widened in disbelief. No, brother Lin, my sister has gone mad, hasn't she? Chapter 263 Miss Chu is getting married. If Miss really went mad, that would be easier to handle. Lu Tianhan sighed, her face full of helplessness. I told you this was a terrible idea. What do we do now? What can we do? Miss has already thought of using a statue to replace the groom, so we'll just have to bite the bullet and do it anyway. Yu Suan was also full of helplessness. What a tragic fate. Ever since Miss picked up Lin Feng and brought him back to Lake Joy Villa, it's all been a tragic fate. Lu Tianhan was at a loss. She looked at Chu Yunren and asked, why don't we ask Uncle Chu and Aunt Chun to try and persuade them? Come on. When it comes to my sister, even my parents don't have as much say as I do. Chu Yunren rolled her eyes and added, besides, they always strongly support what my sister does, so they probably won't be able to argue with her this time either. Chu Yunren was right. When she heard that Chu Lingshuang was going to hold her wedding with Lin Feng on the first day of next month, she not only did not object, but also respected Chu Lingshuang's choice. As someone who has been through it all, Chu Tianli is the one who can best empathize with his own daughter. When he was pursuing Chen Wanqing, his journey was also full of hardships, but the difference was that he could see the ending, while his daughter was now stepping into an abyss. This is a joyous occasion. Wanqing, we should be happy. Seeing his wife's tearful eyes, Chu Tianli couldn't bear it. He stepped forward to hug her and gently comforted her. What happy occasion. I can't just stand by and watch Ling Shuang become a widow. Chen Wanqing wiped away her tears, her heart aching so much she could hardly breathe. Chu Tianli took out a tissue and gently wiped away Chen Wanqing's tears. Look at what you're saying. Aren't we all here? Besides, this path is Ling Shuang's own choice. As parents, we should respect our daughter's choice. It was all your bad idea. You had to bring up the pregnancy. If it weren't for this, would she have insisted on getting married? Chen Wanqing's eyes were swollen from crying. She was very satisfied with Lin Feng, but she never expected something like this to happen. What's worse, Ling Shuang's feelings for Lin Feng were so deep. Sigh. Chu Tianli sighed as he mentioned this. We can't blame Suan and the others. They just wanted Ling Shuang to get over it as soon as possible. Knowing Ling Shuang's personality, even if she knew she wasn't pregnant, she would probably still make this choice. Besides, there's still a long road ahead. After some time, once our daughter has moved on, we can slowly tell her the truth. Chen Wanqing gradually calmed down. She wiped away her tears and said helplessly, this is the only thing we can do now. After saying that, she looked at Chu Tianli and said, then let's go to the UK and ask Mom and Dad to come back. Tianli, you should go and talk to them about this. I really can't bring myself to say it. Chu Tianli nodded, gently stroking Chen Wanqing's head, and said softly, leave this matter to me. During Chu Lingshuang's pregnancy care journey, Lu Tianhan and Chu Yunren were responsible for supervising the work of the carving master. Chu Yunren was the second person, after Chu Lingshuang, who had a lot of contact with Lin Feng. With her around, and with these top-notch sculptors in the industry, the statue of Lin Feng was quickly sculpted into its basic form. Meanwhile, news of the Chu family's upcoming wedding quickly spread throughout the industry. With the help of the Chu family, the Wu and Wei families, who had annexed the Lin family, were already deeply grateful to the Chu family. Now, upon receiving this news, the two families are even more enthusiastic about promoting the Chu family. On the mainland, the Chu family no longer sought to avoid the limelight as before, and the Chu family, as the economic powerhouse of the Yuhan Group, was exposed to the public. This grand wedding has become the hottest news this month. Xia Qingqing and Li Hao, who were temporarily staying at the Chu family's house, also saw this message. Miss Chu is getting married. Xia Qingqing gripped her phone, looked at Li Hao, and spoke with some difficulty. Li Hao nodded, swiping his finger across his phone screen, and whispered, I saw it. The groom hasn't shown up yet. Could it be Brother Feng? I think, besides my brother, there probably isn't anyone else. Xia Qingqing responded, her eyes instantly welling up with tears. She had indeed wondered if Lin Feng would have ended up with her if he weren't her brother. But now, as the thought crossed her mind again, she suddenly felt incredibly foolish. How could she be so stupid as to think that? There has been no news of her brother since he fell into the sea, and he is probably dead. However, even so, Chu Ling Shuang still wants to marry him. Such courage is something she simply cannot match. Her little schemes were as insignificant as ants compared to Chu Ling Shuang's deep affection. In comparison, they were nothing but dregs. Hearing Xia Qingqing's murmurs, Li Hao's eyes also reddened. Although their families have not yet been found, the Chu family has intervened and they should be able to be rescued soon. However, both he and Xia Qingqing know that during the time they were unconscious, it was Lin Feng who compromised and died to obtain the antidote for them. We can no longer sit idly by and wait to die. Li Hao put away his phone, as if he had made up his mind. Xia Qingqing was taken aback and subconsciously looked at Li Hao. Brother Hao, what are you going to do? I want to start a business. With the money we have left, we should do something, right? Li Hao smiled, but said with some bitterness, we're living at the Chu family's house every day now. This can't go on. This is really not right. If it weren't for my brother, the Chu family wouldn't have taken us in. We can't take advantage of my brother's kindness like this. Xia Qingqing nodded repeatedly, but her face quickly fell. But the Lin family is gone, and I only have less than 1,000,000 yuan left. How can we do business? Li Hao frowned, staring intently at Xia Qingqing. After thinking for a long time, he said, Qingqing, I remember you're a top student from the University of Finance and Economics, right? Yes. Didn't you take the postgraduate entrance exam back then? My family wanted me to take the exam, but I was in a hurry to go out and earn money to help support my family, so I didn't take it. What happened? I still have the 10 million that Brother Feng gave me. Li Hao murmured, why don't we try applying for overseas studies? Going abroad for further education will give us much better opportunities when we come back. I think it's possible. Xia Qingqing nodded repeatedly, but her courage wilted before she could muster it all. But I haven't studied in so long. I'm afraid it will be difficult to apply to schools abroad. On the contrary, Li Hao's face was full of ambition. Our lives were saved by Brother Feng. If Brother Feng isn't afraid, what do we have to be afraid of? Mentioning Lin Feng, Xia Qingqing's dejected spirits instantly perked up. That's right. If my brother isn't afraid, then I'm not afraid either. It's settled then. Let's use this time to prepare quickly, and after attending my brother's wedding, we'll go abroad. Chapter 264. How could I be absent from his wedding? Was the woman who spoke just now Yu Xuan? In the elegantly furnished bedroom of the Su family home, Su Zian turned her head slightly to the side on the bed. Her already slender body looked even more haggard, with an 4 drip in her arm. Even a simple movement like turning her head seemed incredibly difficult for her. Facing his daughter who hadn't spoken for 3 days, Su Qian couldn't hide his excitement. He rushed to the bedside, his eyes slightly red, and said softly, Yes, it's her, Zian. You've finally spoken. Seemingly oblivious to the excitement on Su Qian's face, Su Zian asked to herself, What is she doing here? Su Qian paused, meeting his daughter's weary eyes, and remained speechless for a long time. Su Zian slightly raised her hand, grabbed Su Qian's arm, and gently tugged at it. Such a small action seemed to have exhausted all her strength for her, who had not eaten or drunk anything for 3 days. Seeing this, Su Qian sighed and had no choice but to tell the truth. It's Chu Ling Shuang, the eldest daughter of the Chu family. She's getting married. What? Su Zian's eyes widened slightly, disbelief filling her gaze. She looked at her father in shock, her voice hoarse and strained as she asked, Who? Who is she going to marry? Su Qian was at a loss for words. When Yu Xuan handed him the gold-plated invitation, he had already opened it and looked at it. The most prominent position for the groom was marked with the words, Lin Feng. Even if there are people with the same name in this world, it's impossible for it to be such a coincidence. Chu Ling Shuang knew Lin Feng was dead, yet she still married him, and even held such a grand wedding that the whole world knew about it. Having been through it all, how could he not understand? When Su Zian saw her father's silent reaction, she understood everything. She originally thought she was the craziest one, and the one who loved Lin Feng the most, but now, what Chu Ling Shuang did was beyond her imagination. Even knowing he was dead, she still embarked on this path of no return. The dignified eldest daughter of the Chu family was married to a dead man on her wedding day. Should she say she's deeply in love, or that she's out of her mind? Su Qian didn't respond to Su Zian's words. Instead, he stared intently at her, who was still in shock, and said with a serious expression, "Zian, tell your father, what exactly are your feelings for Lin Feng? Is it liking, or just possession?" The former encompasses many things, while the latter merely satisfies oneself. "Have no idea." As if she hadn't even thought about it, Su Zian responded with a somewhat irritated tone. Su Qian was stunned, looking at his daughter incredulously. "You don't know? Whether you like it or not, there has to be an answer, right?" Answer? She also wanted to know the answer. At first, she had been searching for Lin Feng for many years, until Linda said that Lin Feng had been found. However, when they met, she discovered that Lin Feng already had another girl by his side. She could tell that although they didn't speak, Lin Feng's reactions were often subconsciously meant for the girl. This fueled her competitive spirit even more. Why should she have searched for so long only to find out that he had fallen for someone else? Her feelings changed after she discovered that Lin Feng liked Chu Ling Shuang. She no longer simply wanted to find Lin Feng, but rather wanted to steal him away, because she was the first person to know Lin Feng. So much so that even now, Lin Feng jumped into the sea to commit suicide without hesitation, without even a hint of pity in his eyes. If he really cared about her, why would he be willing to jump into the sea? Su Zian grew increasingly agitated, finding fault with everything. She replied impatiently, "No answer, I don't know." That tone was clearly a way of telling people to leave. Su Qian took a deep breath and didn't say anything more. He clutched the invitation tightly. "All right, then Dad won't ask anymore. Dad will refuse them. We won't attend this wedding. Zian, you should rest well and wait until you've recovered." Su Qian was interrupted by Su Zian before he could finish speaking. She snatched the wedding invitation, flipped it open, stared intently at the two large characters Lin Feng on the title page, and said firmly, "Of course we're going." Su Qian was stunned. "She's already sent the invitation. It would be so disrespectful if we didn't go." Su Zian raised her hand, her fingertips rubbing the two gilded characters Lin Feng. The corners of her lips curved slightly, and her gaze softened. "Besides, how could I be absent from his wedding?" Su Qian's gaze instantly became very complicated. He couldn't rule out the possibility that his daughter wanted to go and see the joke, but he had to put his daughter first. Besides, wasn't this invitation personally sent by the Chu family? Su Qian's gaze softened, and he held Su Zian's hand tightly, his tone firm. "Okay, Dad will go with you." September 1st. Maple Leaf Manor was bustling with activity both inside and out. Countless luxury cars were parked around the manor, while inside, numerous servants were orderly welcoming members of prominent families. Wealth and power intertwined on this splendid day, and the glory of these top families reached its peak at this moment. Inside the palace of the manor, the lights were dazzling, wine glasses clinked, and soothing, melodious music played softly. I thought Miss Chu's wedding would be held in a cathedral, but I didn't expect it to be at home. Wu Tianhai looked around at the bustling surrounding facilities, his surprise barely concealed. "Who knows? I didn't even know when the Chu family built a manor here." Wei Qingfeng replied with a smile. "With the Chu family's major moves, the assets of the Wu and Wei families have reached a new level. Of course, the newly formed Tao family was also present at the Chu family's wedding banquet. Tao Lei, the head of the Tao family, was clearly visiting such a place for the first time. He smiled and politely offered everyone a toast. "Mr. Wu, Mr. Wei, it's a pleasure to meet you." Tao Lei smiled and took a bottle of cocktail from a passing maid, gesturing to Wu Tianhai and Wei Qingfeng. At the same time, he pulled the boy next to him over and said with a smile, "This is my son, Tianyao. Tianyao, quickly call him uncle. Toast your uncles." Wu Tianhai and Wei Qingfeng exchanged a glance, but neither of them responded. As Tao Tianyao accepted the wine glass and bowed to the two of them, Wu Tianhai took the initiative to say, "Old Tao, we are attending the Chu family's wedding today. This is not our home turf. Wei Qingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, looking like he was about to have some fun. Chapter 265, A Shocking Wedding. This isn't the first time our family has attended an occasion like this. Tao Lei scratched his head awkwardly, offered an explanation, then looked around and said, "Hey, has the groom come out yet? I heard the groom is the Lin family's kid from before." His words were like plain water spilled on the ground. Nobody paid any attention to them. Tao Lei scratched his head awkwardly, but when he turned around and saw Su Qian and the others standing at the gate, he was immediately shocked. Why is the Su family here too? Did the Chu family invite them as well? He looked at Wu Tianhai and Wei Qingfeng with great surprise. After all, the Tao family had just bought the company that the Su family had sold off at a low price in the mainland 2 days ago. He never expected to meet them in this kind of situation. Seeing Su Qian walk in with Wu Qinyi and Su Ziyan, Tao Lei's expression became very stiff. Wu Tianhai and Wei Qingfeng exchanged a glance. Although neither of them spoke, everyone present was wealthy and powerful. They had heard about the affairs between the Lin, Su, and Chu families to varying degrees, and the last engagement banquet they attended was for Su Ziyan and Lin Feng, while this was Lin Feng and Chu Lingshuang's wedding. The nature of their relationship is self-evident. Both families are well aware of it. I didn't expect the Su family to come and participate so openly. Yu Suan stepped forward and invited the heads of the various families to take a seat. When she looked at Su Ziyan, her eyes darkened. Just as she was about to issue a warning, Su Ziyan preemptively said, "I know what you're going to say." Yu Suan was stunned and looked at her with some surprise. Su Ziyan smiled slightly, sat up straight, and said frankly, "Don't worry, since I've decided to attend as a guest, I won't do anything excessive." She just wanted to see how hilarious a wedding without a groom would be. She just wanted to make fun of Chu Lingshuang. Since she had already said that, Yu Suan naturally had nothing to say, but she still warned her with concern, "Miss can't handle too much stimulation anymore." After saying that, she went to attend to the others. However, Su Ziyan was enraged by these words. What did they mean she couldn't handle being provoked? Did they think she, Su Ziyan, could handle it? But she also bears some responsibility for Lin Feng's death. The moment her anger surged, she forcefully suppressed it again. Tao Lei looked at Su Qian beside him with a rather awkward expression. "Mr. Su, I really didn't expect to run into you here." Su Qian merely glanced at it indifferently and did not respond. However, it was this arrogant attitude that made Tao Tianyao unhappy. "Dad, why are you being so embarrassed with your defeated opponent?" His shout immediately drew the attention of everyone around him. Wei Qingfeng still had a smiling expression, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Su Qian's family didn't even raise their eyes, not even bothering to glance at them. Wu Tianhai was somewhat displeased. "Hey Tao family, don't be so smug after you've gotten the benefits." Tao Tianyao wanted to say something more, but Tao Lei slapped him back onto his seat. What a rare sight. The fact that the Su and Chu families could get along so harmoniously was beyond Tao Lei's imagination. What he couldn't have imagined was that the major families, who were usually rife with undercurrents, could be so harmonious. If his intuition is correct, this is clearly harmony. This scene shocked Tao Lei. On stage, the MC had already appeared and was giving a congratulatory speech on the main podium. Tao Lei quickly changed the subject with an awkward smile. "By the way, we've been sitting here for so long. Where will the bride and groom get on stage later? If you have nothing to say, just find a topic to talk about." Wu Tianhai's attention was also drawn to the area. He looked around and finally fixed his gaze on the bedroom door at the back of the hall. It should be there. Given the layout here, the light should be shining right there. The bedroom? That door is a bit small. Won't it be too crowded for 2 people? Wei Qingfeng couldn't help but complain, then pointed to the white cotton cloth in the center of the main table. "And I was just about to ask, what's that covered with that cloth? Why is it piled up so high?" Following the direction he pointed, Wu Tianhai stared in that direction, then subconsciously shrugged. "How would I know?" Although the Su family members didn't say anything, this was clearly a topic they were also curious about. Su Ziyan narrowed her eyes, staring intently at the entire hall. She was genuinely curious how Chu Lingshuang would complete the ceremony without a groom, and how Su Ziyan would mock her afterward. However, she didn't even have a chance to laugh. As the MC finished his opening remarks, the next line, "Let's welcome the bride," drew applause from all the guests. There is no groom in this sentence. Su Zian stared blankly as the door not far from the platform opened, and in the flashing lights, Chu Ling Shuang, dressed in a long, snow-white wedding gown, holding flowers, walked towards the platform with a gentle smile. Not far behind her, Li Hao and Xia Qingqing, dressed elegantly, followed, along with Yu Suan and Lu Tianhan. They were all people she knew. Right in front of everyone, Chu Ling Shuang, wearing diamond-encrusted high heels, lifted her skirt and stepped onto the stairs with a beaming smile. One step after another. At the very center of the platform, Yu Suan and Lu Tianhan suddenly stepped forward, raised their hands, and lifted the white cloth. Under the white cloth, which was as tall as two adults, Lin Feng's statue was revealed. Instantly, the entire audience erupted in an uproar. Su Zian looked at Yu Suan in disbelief, then at Chu Ling Shuang's parents sitting next to the main stage. Although they were smiling, their eyes clearly showed their reluctance. She watched in shock as the MC read the wedding vows from the stage. "Bride, do you take this sacred moment, before all your family and friends, to solemnly pledge your eternal fidelity to your partner, to stay with him through thick and thin, in sickness and in health, for better or for worse, for richer or for poorer, for life?" Amidst the uproar, Chu Ling Shuang smiled and looked up at Lin Feng, saying without hesitation, "I'm willing." She personally placed the bouquet of flowers on Lin Feng, then took a ring from a gift box handed to her by someone nearby and slipped it through the ring finger of his left hand. She's gone mad. Chu Ling Shuang has gone mad. She's actually marrying a statue. Su Zian was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Not only her, but all the guests who came to attend the banquet were shocked. Apart from the Su family, no one knew that Lin Feng had already died. Even after his death, Chu Ling Shuang still insisted on holding a wedding ceremony with him. Everyone stared in disbelief as Chu Ling Shuang bowed to her parents, and then, with Chu Tianli taking her hand, placed it in Lin Feng's hand. With a whoosh, Su Zian suddenly stood up. On the stage, Chu Ling Shuang's eyes were slightly red. She smiled and nodded to her parents, then looked at Su Ziyan and calmly lifted her skirt, walking openly towards the Su family. As Chu Ling Shuang drew closer, Su Ziyan stammered in shock, You're crazy." "I am perfectly sober." Despite being mocked by Su Ziyan in front of so many people, Chu Ling Shuang didn't get angry, but laughed instead. She looked at Su Qian and Wu Qinyi and said generously, "Uncle Su, Aunt Wu, although Lin Feng is no longer here, as his adoptive parents and his wife, I should bow to you. That is why I invited you here." Chapter 266. Miss Ke didn't cry, but she couldn't hold back anymore. Upon hearing this, Su Qian and Wu Qinyi were both stunned. They never expected Chu Ling Shuang to say such a thing. Shocked, Su Zian was also stunned. She looked at Chu Ling Shuang in astonishment. She remembered that when she first met Chu Ling Shuang, she had only said a few sarcastic remarks, but Chu Ling Shuang had coldly pulled out a pistol and pointed it at her face. But now, Chu Ling Shuang, who is usually domineering, actually showed a gentle expression on her face. This isn't her. This is completely unlike Chu Ling Shuang's style. All eyes turned to Su Qian. Under the intense gaze, Su Qian stood up and said rather politely, "Miss Chu, you flatter us by saying that." Chu Ling Shuang shook her head slightly and smiled. "There's no such thing as flattery or not. Although Lin Feng is no longer here, I will naturally help him with his funeral arrangements." As she spoke, she bowed to Su Qian and Wu Qinyi in full view of everyone. It was this bow that turned Su Zian's hostile gaze into something complicated. Not to mention that Lin Feng is already dead. She witnessed Lin Feng jump off the ship. In that moment and afterwards, she was indeed very sad, but even more so, she was angry at Lin Feng for jumping into the sea without saying a word. Such a resolute attitude meant that he had never cared about her at all. Upon learning of Lin Feng's death, Chu Ling Shuang, besides feeling sad, helped Lin Feng with his funeral arrangements and even held a wedding ceremony with him without hesitation. If it was done secretly, she could understand. But Chu Ling Shuang insisted on announcing it to the world, and almost all the celebrities in Beijing were invited. Did she even know she had married a dead man? Didn't she think about the future? Su Zian was at a loss for words. This was a scene she had never imagined, and she simply didn't have the courage to do such a thing. In the end, she lost this war. She couldn't bring herself to imagine spending the next few decades of her life guarding a dead person. Su Zian's eyes were filled with complex emotions. She stared intently at Chu Ling Shuang, but in the end, she didn't make things difficult for her and obediently sat down. Seeing his daughter's compromise, Su Qian understood. He couldn't hide his smile. Lin Feng was a very naughty child when he was little. Ling Shuang, come over to our house sometime, and let your Aunt Wu tell you about him. These words were undoubtedly an affirmation of Chu Ling Shuang. Putting aside Chu Ling Shuang's status as the eldest daughter of the Chu family, very few people in this world can possess such a vision. Instantly, everyone present raised their hands and applauded from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone understands how much courage and determination it takes to marry a dead person. At this moment, everyone's expressions were no longer surprised, but rather full of blessings. Miss Chu, congratulations on your marriage. Wei Chengfeng stood up and, on behalf of the Wei family, toasted Chu Ling Shuang with a glass of wine. Behind Chu Ling Shuang, Li Hao and Xia Qingqing stepped forward to help Chu Ling Shuang drink. Originally, the toasting was supposed to be done by the bride and groom together, but now, with Yu Suan and others drinking on their behalf, no one said much. The wedding feast lasted for a whole day. Even after the wedding, Li Hao and Xia Qingqing told Chu Tianli about their idea of studying abroad. When the two placed the university admission notices from Eagle Country University in front of Chu Tianli didn't say much, but simply asked Lu Tianhan to prepare their plane tickets. As night fell and the guests departed, only the servants, with lamps lit, busied themselves tidying up the house. The extravagance of the daytime was like a mirage, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Yu Suan appeared in front of Chu Ling Shuang's bedroom door, carrying a tray. Miss, you haven't eaten much all day, so I brought you some food. Inside the room, Chu Ling Shuang's calm voice rang out softly. Yu Suan pushed open the door and saw that the lights were off. Moonlight streamed through the large French windows and onto the carpet inside. The lively atmosphere of the daytime was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Chu Ling Shuang, who was half lying on the sofa, was only wrapped in a thin velvet nightgown. She was holding an English book and her brows were filled with desolation. Yu Suan's heart sank. She quickly stepped forward to help pull the table over, placed the food on it, and instructed, Miss, I added some medicine to this. Taking it will greatly relieve your morning sickness. Of course, this is nonsense. There's no way this woman is experiencing morning sickness. She's not pregnant at all. Chu Ling Shuang didn't suspect anything. Instead, she smiled and said, I was wondering why I haven't had any morning sickness lately. It's all thanks to your thoughtfulness. Yu Suan fell silent for a moment. When her conscience met Chu Ling Shuang's smiling gaze, it felt like it was being roasted over a fire, and she was deeply remorseful. Chu Ling Shuang didn't notice anything unusual either. She simply picked up her spoon, ate her porridge, and asked, Where are Qingqing and Li Hao? They applied for master's degrees at universities in the UK, and the master has already booked their plane tickets. They should be on their way to the UK now. Yu Suan sighed. She had never felt such a stark contrast between liveliness and desolation. Chu Ling Shuang's eyes flickered, but she didn't say much. She simply said, Well, it's good that they went. Help them if they need anything. They're both quite ambitious. Hearing Chu Ling Shuang's calm voice, Yu Suan felt a lump in her throat. She quickly covered her lips and mumbled indistinctly. If there's nothing else, miss, I'll head out now. Just ring the bell if you need anything. Upon hearing Chu Ling Shuang's response, Yu Suan turned around abruptly and rushed out. The moment the door was closed, Yu Suan's tears flowed uncontrollably. She pressed herself against the door, half covering her face, listening intently to the sounds inside. There was no sound from inside the room, not even the slightest sob. But the young lady didn't cry. She was about to burst into tears. What terrible things has her young lady done to deserve such a bumpy road in love? She leaned against the door, her body slid down to a squatting position, and sobs, barely suppressed, escaped from her arms. Inside and outside, separated by a wall. Yu Suiyan didn't know what Chu Ling Shuang's state of mind was, but at that moment, she admitted that she felt sorry for her. She felt sorry for her mistress, who was in the prime of her life, marrying a dead man. Even knowing she was pregnant, the woman had probably already rehearsed 1,000 times in her mind the image of her holding her child, the two of them growing old alone. The Su family. Zian, you should get some rest. Your parents are getting old, and we still need you to manage our company in Aadao. As soon as he got home, Su Qian took the initiative to say something to Su Zian. Nobody's a fool. As people who've been through it all, they can see that Su Zian has indeed suffered a great blow and been deeply shocked this time. All they wanted was for their daughter to be able to pull herself together again. Chapter 267. This is Lin Feng. He's still alive. Su Zian didn't say anything, went straight into the bedroom, sat on the sofa, opened a drawer, and took out a necklace. Inside the necklace was a childhood photo of her and Lin Feng. She stared at the group photo for a long time, and just as she was about to put it down, her phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, she frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then answered the call. On the other end of the phone, Wang Ziwen's voice suddenly rang out from the British Embassy. Miss Su? There's something I need to report to you. You say? This afternoon I saw the young man named Lin Feng, whom you asked me to keep an eye out for, come to renew his residence permit. Hearing the name, Lin Feng, again, Su Zian's hands went numb. Her eyes widened, and she hurriedly asked, What? Who did you say? Lin Feng. Hearing the anger in Su Zian's voice, Wang Ziwen's voice trembled slightly. He said timidly, He came to apply for a residence permit. The application process just happened to go through me. I only saw his documents and headshot, but I didn't see him in person. Send me his photo right now. Su Zian was so nervous that her whole body was trembling, and she hurriedly gave an order. Wang Ziwen was quick. Within a minute, he sent the photo to Su Zian's phone via email. When the phone screen showed Lin Feng's iconic 1-inch photo, Su Zian's eyes widened. Her heart started pounding so hard that she even had some difficulty breathing. She painstakingly zoomed in on the photo, examining it closely. It was that face, the same one she remembered of Lin Feng. This is Lin Feng. He's still alive. Su Zian jumped up and hurriedly asked into her phone, When will he go to pick up his documents? The appointment is for 3 days from now, but if we process it quickly, we can notify him to come pick it up tomorrow, Wang Ziwen quickly replied. Su Zian replied without hesitation. Tomorrow, at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Make sure he goes there. I'll leave now and arrive at your place late tonight. Yes, Mississippi, Wang Ziwen replied, letting out a sigh of relief as he hung up the phone. Hearing the dial tone on the phone, Su Zian felt an unprecedented excitement welling up inside her, and she paced back and forth excitedly in front of the sofa. Putting aside how Lin Feng escaped from that desperate situation, the important thing is that Lin Feng is still alive. He's still alive. Su Zian excitedly picked up her phone, about to rush out the door to tell her father the good news. But when his hand touched the doorknob, he froze. If he tells his father, it would be the same as informing Chu Ling Shuang. During the day, Chu Ling Shuang had just held her wedding with Lin Feng. If Chu Ling Shuang knew that Lin Feng was still alive, she would probably be just as excited as she was. Once Chu Ling Shuang gets there first, or once Lin Feng learns that Chu Ling Shuang is getting married to him, it will be difficult for the two of them to stop it. Lin Feng is clearly alive, yet he hasn't shown up in Beijing, nor has he even contacted Xia Qingqing and the others. Such a resolute decision is definitely not something someone with his sentimental nature would do. Perhaps Lin Feng has lost his memory? The moment the thought popped into her head, Su Zian trembled with nervousness. If she truly suffered from amnesia, then isn't this the ending she wanted? This time, she will be the one to meet Lin Feng first. Perhaps she could go and check out the situation first, and then decide what to do once she's truly certain. After much deliberation, Su Zian made a decision. She decided to keep the news a secret and book a flight to the United Kingdom on her own. The next morning, Su Zian, who had been waiting in the embassy's lounge for half the night, kept checking the time on her phone screen. 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 9:33. She finally experienced what it meant for each day to feel like an eternity. At exactly 10 o'clock, Su Zian got up, pushed open the door, and walked towards Wang Zaiwen's office. After exchanging a glance with Wang Zaiwen, she sat down on the sofa in the rest area of his office. Her gaze remained fixed on the office door, waiting for that person to appear. September 2nd, 10:30 a.m. While Su Zian was in a state of anxiety, there was a sudden knock on Wang Zaiwen's office door. As Wang Zaiwen called out, "Come in," the door opened. The arrival of someone outside dashed Su Zian's hopes. The newcomer was a blonde girl with two very noticeable freckles on her tanned face. Although she looked somewhat ordinary, one could still tell upon closer inspection that she was a beauty in the making. Speaking in somewhat broken Chinese, she politely asked Wang Zaiwen, "Mr. Wang, has Lin Feng's residence permit been processed?" Although it wasn't Lin Feng, two prominent words in her words caught Su Zian's attention. Wang Zaiwen looked at Su Zian with some confusion and made up a story. "Miss, the residence permit needs to be collected in person. May I ask who you are?" "I'm Zhou Shanshan, Lin Feng's colleague." The girl replied somewhat reservedly, and hurriedly said, "Lin Feng is too busy with work and really can't find the time. This is the receipt he wrote on his behalf. Please take a look." She took a slip of paper from her pocket and handed it to Wang Zaiwen. Wang Zaiwen paused for a moment, looking at Su Zian with some uncertainty. Su Zian frowned slightly. As far as she knew, Lin Feng had at least 300 million yuan in savings, but this girl was saying that he was still working. Speculation about his amnesia is growing. Su Zian stood up and said to Wang Zaiwen, "It should be fine with the person's signature, since it's just someone else collecting it, and the person is aware of it. There's no question of whether it's possible or not. We're just waiting for Su Zian to speak." Wang Zaiwen nodded repeatedly and handed the documents to Zhou Shanshan. Zhou Shanshan smiled and thanked Su Zian. "Thank you, Mississippi." "No need," Su Zian replied casually, instead asking curiously, "Your friend is really generous, having a colleague collect the residence permit for him." Zhou Shanshan scratched her head and smiled shyly. "Today is Sunday, and school starts tomorrow, so our restaurant is especially busy today." "A restaurant? You work in a restaurant?" Su Zian's eyes flickered. "Right. Perfect timing. I was just wondering where to eat. Could you show me the way? I'll have a meal at your restaurant." Seeing that Su Zian had said so, Zhou Shanshan did not refuse. St. Boria Restaurant. After much effort, Su Zian finally found Lin Feng washing dishes in the kitchen. Just from his back view, she was certain that the person in front of her was Lin Feng. He clearly has 300 million yuan in savings, yet he's washing dishes in a restaurant. What else could this be but amnesia? Su Zian suppressed her excitement and was thinking about how to have an unforgettable encounter with the amnesiac, Lin Feng. But before she could put her plan into action, Lin Feng suddenly turned around. In the bustling kitchen, their eyes met through the crowd. She recognized that face all too well. It was the familiar sight that Su Zian had longed for day and night for over half a month. It was this excitement that made Su Zian overlook Lin Feng's slightly raised eyebrows. Chapter 268. How could amnesia be so easy to achieve? Amidst the surging crowd, Su Zian's eyes were slightly red, and all she could see was Lin Feng. The moment their eyes met, Su Zian was thrown into disarray. Before she could even begin to envision a wonderful encounter, she heard the tall white man next to her shout at her, "This is the kitchen, miss. Guests are not allowed to come in." The white man spoke, gesturing politely towards the door. Su Zian stood there, motionless, instinctively raising her hand to cover her lips, her gaze still fixed on Lin Feng. Seeing that she remained unmoved, the white man followed her gaze and looked at Lin Feng. When his gaze landed on Lin Feng, he asked with some confusion, "Lin Feng, is this your friend?" Lin Feng didn't answer his question, but just looked at Su Zian quietly. After a long silence, he raised his hand, pointed at Su Zian, and suddenly said, "Your zipper is open." The beautiful encounter crumbled in that instant. Su Zian glanced down at her pants and instinctively protested, "I'm not wearing jeans." Lin Feng chuckled and replied, "I was just teasing you." Instantly, Su Zian's face flushed red. She pursed her lips, walked towards Lin Feng without saying a word, grabbed his arm without hesitation, and pulled him outside. "Hey, Lin Feng, there are still more than a dozen plates left, you." The white man had barely finished speaking when Su Zian pulled a wad of cash from her pocket and slammed it on the table, saying anxiously, "Give the work to someone else. I need to requisition this person." The white man's eyes widened at the sight of the stack of gleaming banknotes. He quickly stuffed the money into his pocket and took over Lin Feng's place. Inside a private room reserved for Chinese people in the restaurant. After closing the door, Su Zian stood with her hands on her hips, staring intently at Lin Feng, whom she had pressed into a chair, her expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. Lin Feng remained calm, sitting in his chair and quietly staring at Su Zian without saying a word. "You?" After a long silence, Su Zian couldn't help but speak first. "Do you know who I am?" This is the most direct way to test whether Lin Feng has lost his memory. Su Zian stared intently at Lin Feng's face, afraid of missing any of his movements. Under her intense gaze, Lin Feng suddenly curled his lips into a smile and said to her face, "Of course I know." Su Zian's breath caught in her throat for a moment. She looked at Lin Feng nervously and asked again, "So who am I?" Lin Feng smiled and replied, "So you're a guest here to eat." Su Zian. Only Lin Feng could come up with such a sly answer, especially since he's all smiles now, just like before. The conversation froze at that moment. He must have amnesia. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained so calm even after she had found him. Su Zian was still unwilling to give up. She bit her lip and asked, "That's not what I meant. I meant, do you know my name?" She stared intently at Lin Feng's face, trying to glean the answer from his expression. After watching for a long time, Lin Feng still had that smiling look on his face. He shook his head slightly and said, "Miss, please tell me what's wrong. I still have to go wash the dishes." He really has amnesia. Now Su Zian could be absolutely certain. After all, they had shared too many stories. If he hadn't lost his memory, he would never have been able to put on such a calm expression. "That's all. Could you order me one of your deluxe set meals?" For some inexplicable reason, Su Zian breathed a sigh of relief. She calmly sat down in the chair and gave orders to Lin Feng. "Okay." Lin Feng nodded, got up, and left the room. The moment the door closed, Lin Feng's eyes darkened. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, relieved that his performance was realistic enough. Amnesia? The Lin family had to use special methods to rewrite his memories during his childhood. Now that he's an adult, how could he possibly lose his memory so easily? If falling into the sea once would cause amnesia, wouldn't everyone in the world who is unhappy with their life just jump into the sea? He had considered that using the name Lin Feng again to apply for a residence permit would attract the attention of his family members, but he didn't expect that Su Zian would be the first to arrive. "Lin Feng, I've been looking for you." As he pondered, Zhou Shinshin's voice rang out at the end of the corridor. Lin Feng turned his head and walked towards her. "This is your residence permit. I told you that no one else could collect it on your behalf. Luckily, a young lady spoke up for me today. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to get it back." While rummaging through her pockets, Zhou Shanshan complained to Lin Feng, "But I thought that girl was really pretty and had a really good presence. She's probably a rich girl from some wealthy family." Lin Feng knew perfectly well which family's young lady he was referring to. He carefully put away his residence permit, took out 2 banknotes and handed them over, saying, "Thank you. This is for the errand." Zhou Shanshan raised an eyebrow, took the job, and laughed. "Never mind. Come to me again next time you need this kind of work. I'm always short of money." "Okay," Lin Feng responded, and after helping Su Zian order at the front desk, he went back to the kitchen to work. "You little rascal, you know such a pretty girl, and you've kept it well hidden." As soon as Lin Feng arrived in the kitchen, the white guy who was taking over Lin Feng's position put his arm around Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng smiled wryly, but didn't reply. Su Zian did not reappear during this time. As usual, Lin Feng finished his work around 2 p.m. after the flow of customers subsided. He picked up his backpack and prepared to take the subway home with Zhou Shanshan. But just as they reached the door, they saw Su Zian appear again. "It's you, miss. Thank you so much for your help today. I don't know what I would have done without you." Zhou Shanshan took the initiative, smiling as she thanked Su Zian while grabbing Lin Feng's arm. "Lin Feng, this is the girl I told you about today." Seeing that Lin Feng's arm was being tightly gripped by Zhou Shanshan, Su Zian's face instantly darkened. Without saying a word, She stepped forward to grab Lin Feng's arm, but Lin Feng dodged her hand as soon as he raised it. He looked at Su Zian with great restraint and smiled. "Miss, I'm not that kind of person." When Lin Feng said this, he almost couldn't help but laugh. When did it become his turn to sell melons, especially fake ones? But Su Zian, who already knew that Lin Feng had lost his memory, was stunned. Yes, Lin Feng has lost his memory. He doesn't remember anything that happened between them. So what is she doing now? Is it to make Lin Feng rebellious and hate her even more? The moment the thought crossed her mind, Su Zian's heart skipped a beat. She bit her lip, staring intently at Lin Feng. "Have you forgotten? We used to be very good friends." Chapter 269. Even if he loses his memory, he will never get rid of me in this lifetime. She thought about it for a long time and finally decided to keep her distance from Lin Feng for the time being. Amnesia is no big deal. Feelings can be cultivated over time. Isn't freedom what Lin Feng desires most? When he truly regains his memories, he will surely be able to see the difference between her and Chu Ling Shuang, and perhaps he will make a different choice. He chose to fall for her. Little did she know, her wishful thinking had backfired. On the very night she rushed to the United Kingdom, Lu Tianhan, who had been continuously monitoring the Su family's movements, already knew about it. At this moment, in the Chu family villa, Lu Tianhan and Yu Xuan, after thinking it over all night, decided to knock on Chu Ling Shuang's door. "Enter." As Chu Ling Shuang's calm voice faded, Yu Xuan pushed open the door. As usual, Chu Ling Shuang was sitting on the sofa reading a book. There was a yoga mat and some simple fitness equipment on the floor next to her. She hadn't changed out of her workout clothes yet. Her clear skin texture appeared white in the sunlight as she leaned lazily against the sofa, her slightly protruding belly visible beneath her tight-fitting workout clothes. Yu Xuan knew that it was because her mistress had been taking large amounts of supplements recently. "What's up?" Looking past the pages, Chu Ling Shuang's gaze fell on Yu Xuan, her voice cold and clear. Yu Xuan took a deep breath and said proactively, "Miss Su Zian, she went to the UK. She went overnight." She didn't forget to add the last sentence. Chu Ling Shuang raised an eyebrow slightly, her hand holding the book dropping a few degrees. "What is she doing there?" Tianhen said she went to the embassy first and then to a restaurant. "It seems she went to eat." Chu Ling Shuang glanced at her indifferently, put down her book, and sneered. "You believe that someone would travel all that way just to have a meal?" Yu Xuan knew it was absurd and shook her head, saying quickly, "I know it's not very realistic, but there's nothing that could make Su Zian rush over there so urgently." She didn't say the rest aloud, not wanting to give her mistress hope only to have her fall into despair. After all, it's already quite remarkable that Chu Ling Shuang can maintain this mindset. If anything else were to happen, Yu Xuan would probably feel even more heartbroken. Chu Ling Shuang understood perfectly. Although she appeared calm, her trembling hands gripping the book betrayed her inner turmoil. She squinted, about to give an order, but then instinctively clutched her lower abdomen. "Can I fly while I'm pregnant?" "It's possible, but—" "That's enough. Get the backup machine ready. Quickly." Chu Ling Shuang stood up without hesitation, her tone no longer calm, but filled with anxiety. Yu Xuan nodded and immediately went to prepare. In front of the St. Belia restaurant. "Lin Feng, so she used to be your good friend. No wonder she spoke up for me." Zhou Shanshan realized and smiled as she extended her hand to Su Zian. "Hello, my name is Zhou Shanshan, and I'm Lin Feng's colleague." Su Zian already knew these introductions, but in order to get closer to Lin Feng, she still forced a smile and said, "Hello." After saying that, she looked at Lin Feng again. "Feng." "Oh no, Lin Feng, can I talk to you alone?" Seeing this, Zhou Shanshan tactfully said, "Then I won't bother you anymore. You two chat, I'll be going now." Etc. Lin Feng, who had been silent until now, spoke up first. He looked at Su Zian calmly and said, "Miss, I want to make things clear with you. I don't want to bring up the past anymore, and please don't come looking for me again." That's exactly the purpose of pretending to have amnesia. He didn't want his friends to get hurt because of him anymore, whether it was Su Zian or anyone else. It doesn't matter who it is. What matters is that the old Lin Feng is long gone. Now he is himself and no longer needs to care about others' opinions. If his friends encounter any accidents again, he can openly and legitimately choose not to save them. Clearly, Su Zian was stunned the moment he finished speaking. She didn't expect Lin Feng to be so heartless, but he had amnesia, so wasn't it normal for him to be so heartless? Watching Lin Feng and Zhou Shanshan turn and leave together, Su Zian remained silent for a long time and did not chase after them. She returned to the restaurant somewhat dejectedly, sat down by the window, and casually ordered a Coke. She gazed at the scenery outside the window. She had already seen Lin Feng's attitude. Even if they met again, his eyes were still calm, so calm that there was not a ripple in them. After experiencing so much, when she saw Lin Feng again, the last bit of obsession in her heart seemed to have vanished. Perhaps it was because Chu Lingshuang resolutely stepped into the wedding when facing a dead person, or perhaps it was because Lin Feng jumped into the sea without any hesitation. For the first time, she felt that her obsession was somewhat ridiculous. Why go through all this trouble to chase after someone who doesn't love her? What is she even doing? Su Zian chuckled self-deprecatingly. She suddenly found herself wondering how Chu Lingshuang would react when she saw Lin Feng, who had lost his memory. Did she, like him, choose to give up when she heard him say, "I don't want to talk about the past anymore, don't contact him again"? Chu Lingshuang is such a proud person. Her expression must have been quite interesting when facing her. Su Zian smiled, didn't order any more food, and just sat by the window in a daze. Subway, aren't you curious about what happened in the past? Zhou Shanshan, who had been holding it in all the way, finally couldn't help but ask Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head. What's past is past. We have to look forward. You're quite carefree. Zhou Shanshan made a humorous remark and didn't say anything more. Seeing that the carriage door closed and Su Zian did not chase after him, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The amnesia trick was indeed quite effective. If he had known this would happen, he should have acted like this a long time ago. But this time, Lin Feng had oversimplified the problem. Or perhaps he never imagined that Chu Lingshuang's feelings for him had penetrated to the bone and could not be erased even in death. Just as the subway departed, Chu Lingshuang arrived at the St. Boria restaurant. As soon as she opened the door, she came face to face with Su Zian, who had been waiting for a long time. I guessed you would find out, but I didn't expect you to actually be spying on my house. Su Zian sat upright, meeting Chu Lingshuang's anxious gaze without any attempt to hide it. Under her burning gaze, Su Zian no longer concealed her feelings. Instead, she took the initiative and uttered the words that Chu Lingshuang desperately wanted to hear. Ah Feng is not dead, he is still alive. He went home from get off work just 2 hours ago. In an instant, Chu Lingshuang's anxious heart stopped, and countless grievances and sorrows seemed to find an outlet, pouring out from her eyes in a moment. However, before she could get excited, Su Zian's voice fell again, this time with a tone of watching a good show. However, he has amnesia? He said he doesn't want to talk about the past anymore and told me to stay away from him. The implication is that even if I've been kicked out, no matter how affectionate you, Chu Lingshuang, are, the ending will be the same. However, Chu Lingshuang took the tissue Yu Shui and handed her, wiped her eyes a few times, glanced at Su Zian, and said firmly, "That's you. So of course you should get lost. I am his wife, and even if he loses his memory, he will never get rid of me in this lifetime." Chapter 270. Why is she so calm? Like a vow, these words were impolite, but Su Zian was not angry. Instead, she looked at Chu Lingshuang with great interest. It seems you don't understand Ah Feng either. Su Zian picked up her coffee cup and made a mocking remark. Chu Lingshuang's expression froze for a moment. Then her slightly reddened eyes turned cold. Whether I understand or not is none of anyone else's business. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to Yu Xuan and said without hesitation, "Go and clean up the Sainton Manor. I need to see him immediately." The meaning of these words is quite clear. They will kidnap Lin Feng even if it means binding him. Yu Xuan's heart trembled. She knew that her mistress had suffered a lot of grievances these past few days, and it was already very commendable that she could be so restrained. Without hesitation, she nodded immediately. However, Su Zian's expression changed, and she looked at Chu Lingshuang in shock. "You want to force him?" Unexpectedly, Chu Lingshuang laughed instead of getting angry. "He is my husband. It's only reasonable for a wife to help her husband when he gets lost, isn't it?" You? Seeing the confident smile on Chu Lingshuang's face, Su Ziyin immediately lost her composure. He's already lost his memory. I didn't force him at all. How could you do this? What I do is none of your business. Chu Lingshuang left without any hesitation, got up and walked out of the restaurant, with Yu Shuiyin following closely behind. Seeing the two disappear at the restaurant entrance, Su Ziyin ultimately did not chase after them. How could someone who would rather jump into the sea than compromise, even with amnesia, possibly go against his nature and accept Chu Lingshuang's domineering ways? This time, Su Ziyin wasn't in such a hurry. Although Chu Lingshuang kept saying that Lin Feng was her husband, wasn't it just a wedding ceremony? They were not legally married, and Lin Feng is still alive. Legally, Chu Lingshuang is at a disadvantage. Su Ziyin was very calm. She knew that Chu Lingshuang's actions were tantamount to pushing Lin Feng further away. With Chu Lingshuang in the middle, she couldn't interfere. However, when Lin Feng continued to refuse, Chu Lingshuang would probably give up. She sipped her cola leisurely, took out her phone, and sent a message to her subordinate. Find a house near the St. Belia restaurant. I'll be staying here for a while. After getting off the subway, I arrived at a single apartment in Chinatown. After saying goodbye to Zhou Shanshan at the intersection, Lin Feng went to his temporary apartment. Back in his room, Lin Feng nestled on the bed and subconsciously took out his phone. The moment he unlocked the screen, he remembered that he had switched to a foreign phone and didn't have a mainland China phone number. He had also uninstalled those apps a long time ago. He assumed that the man had already fled and had no intention of returning anytime soon, so he didn't pay much attention to news from the mainland anymore. Now that Su Ziyin has come looking for her, it means she'll be here soon too. He and Chu Lingshuang hadn't seen each other for more than half a month. Even after so much time has passed, he has kept emphasizing to himself that he hopes Chu Lingshuang will give up on him. But now, when Su Ziyin appeared in front of him, for some reason, a sense of anticipation inexplicably arose in his heart. Even though he had been suppressing it, his anticipation turned into excitement, rising in his heart. He felt that he was really despicable. Even though he had made the decision to disappear from everyone's sight, deep down he still harbored the hope that Chu Lingshuang would come looking for him. Staring at his phone screen in silence for a long time, he finally downloaded all the news apps from mainland China. Looking at the download progress bar above, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh at himself. I really am a despicable person. He muttered to himself, placed his phone face down on the bed, and was about to take a shower to calm himself down when there was a knock on the door. Lin Feng's eyes darkened, and he got out of bed to open the door. The moment the door opened, he saw the person he knew all too well, Yu Shuiyin. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Yu Shuiyin's eyes widened in shock. Even though she had mentally prepared herself for the possibility that Lin Feng was still alive on the way here, she still couldn't help but be surprised to see him alive and well. At that time, they were on the high seas, and more than a dozen helicopters, along with a maritime rescue team, searched for 7 days, but they still couldn't find Lin Feng. And now, he has escaped death and is standing alive and well right in front of her. Yu Shuiyin was shocked. She stared at Lin Feng, speechless, and for a moment, she forgot the purpose of her visit. The atmosphere instantly became somewhat awkward. I knew Chu Lingshuang would come, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Once a person has money, they really can come and go as they please. Lin Feng sighed, but he still didn't want to get involved in those things anymore. His eyes darkened slightly, he cleared his throat, and asked, "Miss, is there anything I can help you with?" He really has amnesia? Yu Shuiyin frowned slightly. Only now did she truly take a good look at Lin Feng. Stepping through the doorway, Yu Shuiyin saw a desk in the apartment, which was less than 30 square meters, with a simple canvas bag next to its most standard equipment for raising children. Thanks to Lin Feng's face, dressed like this, he looks like a recent graduate. But he also has amnesia, and the confusion in his eyes makes him look just like a simple and innocent college student. Seeing this, Yu Shuiyin felt a little embarrassed to just kidnap the person. She paused for a moment, then offered, "My water pipe is broken. Could you take a look?" These words left Lin Feng completely speechless. He didn't even know what to say about this excuse. The atmosphere in the corridor instantly became awkward. In fact, Yu Shuiyin regretted her words as soon as they left her mouth. She was so embarrassed that she was digging her toes into the ground. Seeing that Lin Feng still looked puzzled, she stomped her foot and grabbed a syringe, stabbing it into Lin Feng's neck. Lin Feng never expected Yu Xuan to be so lacking in martial ethics. Before he could retaliate, the medicine in the syringe was injected into his body. The next second, everything went black before his eyes, and he collapsed to the ground. Just before he lost consciousness, he heard Yu Xuan shout, "Hurry up, help him downstairs and into the car." After that, he knew nothing more. When I woke up again, it was already dark. Lin Feng felt his mind was in a daze, as if he were on a roller coaster, and his body had completely lost its core. He forced his eyes open, and in a daze, his gaze fell on the sofa opposite the bed. That incredibly familiar person is now sitting on the sofa, holding a book in her hands, engrossed in reading it. Chu Ling Shuang. Lin Feng felt a little dizzy. He blinked uncertainly, but the person sitting on the sofa was indeed Chu Ling Shuang. In a dizzying moment, Lin Feng's mind went blank. He couldn't understand it. Now, he couldn't understand it. Why is she so calm? Chapter 271. Were we married before? You're awake. Hearing a rustling sound, Chu Ling Shuang's attention jumped out of her book. She glanced at Lin Feng out of the corner of her eye and spoke softly. Subconsciously, Lin Feng hummed in response. The anesthetic had a strong after effect. It took him a lot of effort to finally manage to sit up. Seeing that he was unsteady on his feet, Chu Ling Shuang closed her book, got up and walked over, asking softly, "Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" Lin Feng looked up and his gaze met hers. He saw that her eyes were calm and still, like a dead sea. It was indeed Chu Ling Shuang's style to use such methods to kidnap him again, but Lin Feng didn't understand why she was so calm. If you don't like him anymore, you can just pretend he's dead. There's no need to go to all this trouble to bring him here. But if she liked someone, how could she be so calm? That doesn't make sense. This logic simply doesn't hold water. Seeing that Lin Feng remained silent, as if afraid that he might become resistant, Chu Ling Shuang took the initiative to explain, "I ordered Yu Xuan to bring you here. Do you remember me?" The expectation in his words gradually increased. Lin Feng understood now. She had probably already met with Su Zian and mistakenly thought he had lost his memory. So, since he used amnesia as an excuse to make Su Zian give up, it means that Chu Ling Shuang will also give up. The matter between them will eventually need an answer. Meeting Chu Ling Shuang's expectant gaze, Lin Feng silently shook his head. As he expected, the expectation in Chu Ling Shuang's eyes turned into disappointment. Let's end it here. Anyway, all that past is gone, and he's doing just fine on his own. Lin Feng's heart sank. He stopped looking at Chu Ling Shuang and lowered his head, slowly moving his body. Just as he was about to get out of bed, Chu Ling Shuang grabbed his arm. "It's okay, it's fine if you don't remember, we can start over." Lin Feng was stunned, and subconsciously looked at Chu Ling Shuang in shock. However, when Chu Ling Shuang saw his wide eyes, she mistook them for confusion. Chu Ling Shuang smiled and took Lin Feng's arm, saying, "My name is Chu Ling Shuang, and I'm your girlfriend. We were already married before you lost your memory." Lin Feng? He stared wide-eyed in disbelief, and subconsciously reached out to touch Chu Ling Shuang's forehead. As their hands touched, the rough texture on Chu Ling Shuang's forehead sent a shiver through her, and her eyes welled up with tears. Fortunately, she bit her lip tightly, and the pain prevented her tears from falling. Lin Feng touched her forehead, then touched his own, and said with a puzzled look, "You don't have a fever either." This action speaks volumes. Lin Feng doesn't need to say the answer himself. Chu Ling Shuang was also certain that Lin Feng had indeed lost his memory. She raised the corners of her mouth and leaned closer. "You have amnesia, so you probably don't remember. Our story is long, but that's all in the past. Now, all you need to know is that I'm your wife." Wife? Hearing those two words, Lin Feng got goosebumps all over his body. Wait a minute, did he miss that crucial step? When did he marry Chu Ling Shuang? Lin Feng swallowed hard and subconsciously asked, "We were married before?" His voice was hoarse, a result of not getting enough fluids after falling into a coma, but this hoarseness added a touch of magnetism to his voice. This was the first thing he said after meeting Lin Feng. Chu Ling Shuang's heart was pounding, especially when it was racing. She was so excited she could hardly breathe. Yes. She nodded eagerly, blinking her eyes. We've already gone through all the wedding procedures. Dad put my hand in yours, and so many people came to our wedding. Listening to Chu Ling Shuang's detailed description, it was as if the wedding was playing out right before my eyes. So vivid, it's as if I experienced it myself. Shocked, Lin Feng began to doubt himself. Could it be that he really had amnesia? He and Chu Ling Shuang were actually already married. Seeing Lin Feng remain silent, Chu Ling Shuang took the initiative to apologize. It was indeed my fault for having Swain kidnap you. I really wanted to see you, and I apologize to you now. But don't worry, I will have someone bring your things from the apartment. You can stay here from now on. I won't interfere with your travels, as long as you go home. She said a lot, but Lin Feng caught the key words in her speech. Go home and live. She meant, this is his home. Oh right, they're already married, so wherever she is, it's definitely his home. The effects of the anesthesia hadn't worn off yet. His mind was foggy, and he couldn't make any clear judgments. Seeing that his eyelids were trembling, Chu Ling Shuang helped him lie down on the bed. You should rest first. We can talk about it tomorrow. She patted his waist a few times, as if coaxing a child. Lin Feng felt his mind was in a complete fog, and in his hazy consciousness, he fell into a deep sleep again. Seeing that Lin Feng had fallen asleep again, Chu Ling Shuang breathed a sigh of relief. She suddenly got up and walked out of the bedroom. The moment she closed the bedroom door, she subconsciously covered her lips. Overwhelmed with excitement and joy, tears welled up in my eyes and could no longer be held back. Yu Xuan, who had been waiting outside, walked over and gently patted Chu Ling Shuang's shoulder. It had been so long, and she finally saw her young lady cry. It's okay to cry. It makes you feel much better. She said nothing, silently comforting Chu Ling Shuang. After a long while, Chu Ling Shuang's sobs subsided. With red eyes, she raised her face and asked, Shui Yan, did I do anything wrong just now? No. Miss did a great job just now. Mr. Lin is still under the effects of anesthesia. How could he possibly tell? Yu Xuan responded. Chu Ling Shuang took a deep breath, her long tense nerves finally relaxing. That's good, that's good. After all, it's been so long since we last met. I was afraid I might say something wrong in my excitement. No, Mr. Lin has amnesia. He wouldn't be able to tell. Yu Xuan chimed in, but with a hint of confusion. Miss, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. You say? Why aren't you saddened that Mr. Lin has lost his memory? Seeing Yu Xuan's cautiousness, Chu Ling Shuang recalled Lin Feng's submissive demeanor earlier. He was as obedient as a puppy and would lie down obediently after being coaxed. Isn't it a good thing he has amnesia? A smile crept across her lips. If he remembered how I treated him before, he'd probably resist me a lot. Now that he's so well behaved, of course he won't reject my advances anymore. Chapter 272. Fortunately, you're still alive. Yu Xuan had planned everything meticulously, but she never expected her young mistress to think this way. Thinking back to the first time she met Lin Feng, he was like a wild beast, trapped in the villa by the young lady, with large marks on his neck from being punished. The scene was vivid, with blood everywhere. She had initially thought Lin Feng was playing hard to get, but now it seems that wasn't the case. Time has provided the answer. Lin Feng, a stubborn man, would rather jump into the sea than beg the young lady. Thinking of this, Yu Xuan felt a strange sense of admiration for him. There's nothing else to it. Even after provoking his young lady, she still managed to stay true to herself and not forget her original intentions. If she hadn't lost her memory, it would have been extremely difficult to make her bow down. Yu Xuan nodded, about to say something more, when she heard Chu Ling Shuang's voice ring out again. Have all his belongings been checked? Everything has been checked. Yu Xuan's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately understood what the young lady meant. Mr. Lin's residence permit has been issued, and his passport and identity documents are in the backpack's inner compartment. They have all been taken out. Okay, that's good. It saves us from having to make another trip. What about the appointment over there? Everything is done. I submitted an expedited application and put pressure on them. They said I can go over after 10 a.m. tomorrow. Yu Xuan responded, subconsciously reminding him. However, Miss, I couldn't find Mr. Lin's asset certificate. That's easy. Chu Ling Shuang smiled and arranged. Tomorrow morning, you go and transfer this estate to Lin Feng's name. Prepare the car, and I'll go to church with him in the afternoon. This wasn't the first time Chu Ling Shuang had given Lin Feng something. The young lady was always generous, especially towards Lin Feng, so Yu Xuan naturally wouldn't object. She nodded and said, "Okay." After arranging everything, Chu Ling Shuang turned to face the bedroom door. She took a deep breath, then suddenly closed her eyes and opened them again. Once her emotions had completely calmed down, she turned the doorknob and pushed open the door. The dim light was still on in the bedroom, and heavy silk curtains hung along the edge of the window, while it was already pitch black outside. It's very quiet. It was so quiet you could almost hear Lin Feng breathing as he slept. From his even breathing, Chu Ling Shuang could detect a hint of tenderness. Her lips unconsciously curved upwards a few degrees. She carefully closed the door and walked to the bedside. Lin Feng was sleeping soundly. He remained the same as before, refined and handsome, no different from that statue, but after not seeing him for many days, the emotions in Chu Ling Shuang's eyes surged uncontrollably. She tiptoed up and tucked the blanket around Lin Feng's waist before sitting down on the side of the bed. Unable to resist, her hand rose uncontrollably and landed on his brow. This touch felt like a lifetime ago. His clear silhouette rose at her fingertips, and the hot breath he exhaled felt so real. It was at this moment that she suddenly felt her heart sink into solid ground. This feeling was hard to describe. She had imagined many moments of their meeting, but she never thought it would be so hasty. But her heart continued to beat faster, her breathing gradually became rapid, and her heart pounded uncontrollably in her chest, resonating with her eardrums. He's still here, and that's enough. Chu Ling Shuang slowly leaned down, her cheek pressed against his chest, the double pounding of his heart making her unable to control herself. "Thank goodness, you're still alive," she murmured, her eyes welling up with tears. "Thank goodness, you're still alive." The next morning, feeling like he had just escaped death, Lin Feng opened his eyes in a daze. It wasn't that he woke up naturally. He was suffocating from the shock. It felt like something had been pressing on his chest for a long time, and it abruptly woke him up. As soon as he opened his eyes, Lin Feng looked up and saw Chu Ling Shuang's head. She sat sideways on the edge of the bed, leaning her ear against him, fast asleep. As if he had drunk heavily yesterday, those conversations from his occasional moments of sobriety surfaced, and Lin Feng frowned. Yesterday, Chu Ling Shuang said that they had already gotten married. Why doesn't he remember this? They don't even seem to have officially become a couple yet, and they've already gone through the wedding process. As he pondered, he couldn't help but shift his body a few times, a movement that startled Chu Ling Shuang awake. She frowned, clutching her lower back uncomfortably, a hint of confusion on her face. "How did I fall asleep?" As if making a sarcastic remark, Lin Feng's lips twitched. He wanted to know too. But it would be a lie to say he wasn't heartbroken. Seeing the lingering bruises under Chu Ling Shuang's eyes, he knew that her mental state hadn't been good these past few days, and Lin Feng was indeed touched. Therefore, his answer wasn't so cold-hearted. "Maybe you're just too tired." Chu Ling Shuang's heart skipped a beat, and she subconsciously touched her cheek. "Did I?" "Yes." Lin Feng nodded, straightened up, and pointed under Chu Ling Shuang's eyes. "Look, there are two big bruises like this. People who don't know better would think you've been beaten up." This teasing expression is just like the sweetness of a newlywed couple after waking up. His rough, textured skin brushed against her eyes, causing Chu Ling Shuang's cheeks to flush slightly. She unconsciously turned away, muttering relentlessly, "Can't you say something nice? If we're going to hit someone, it'll be you who hits them." In broad daylight, Chu Ling Shuang directly accused him of domestic violence. Lin Feng couldn't tolerate this. "How could I possibly hit you? You're so beautiful. It would be a waste of your good looks if I hit you." These were clearly compliments. But why did Chu Ling Shuang find them so strange? She frowned, turned her head, and asked, "So what can you do?" These 5 words immediately steered the topic in a sharp turn and propelled it onto a fast track. As a man who understands things instantly, Lin Feng felt ashamed of his own poor comprehension at this moment, but subconsciously replied, "Yes." The answer came almost spontaneously. Chu Ling Shuang was stunned at first, but the moment her mind came to her senses, her cheeks flushed red and her heart pounded wildly. With her eyes lowered, she murmured shyly, Then you can come. Lin Feng swallowed hard, staring at her in shock. Putting aside whether he has amnesia or not, when did Chu Ling Shuang become so proactive? No. She always seems to be this proactive, at least in front of him. But what's with this shyness? Noticing Lin Feng's silence, Chu Ling Shuang raised her face, her cheeks flushed, her lips a deep crimson, and her clear, cool eyes held a gentle, almost overflowing, shimmering light. With that same expression, she suddenly straightened her back, leaned forward, and her lips pressed against Lin Feng's cheek without him even noticing. Chapter 273, we'll go get our marriage certificate this afternoon. The moment they made contact, Lin Feng felt as if his breath had been forced to stop. He stared blankly at Chu Ling Shuang, who had pulled her head back and lowered it shyly. His lips moved a few times before he managed to utter, "You?" Before he could finish his internal struggle, Chu Ling Shuang interrupted, "You're my husband. Isn't it normal for me to kiss you?" The word husband made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. Belatedly realizing what had happened, Chu Ling Shuang's ears, half hidden beneath her long hair, blushed shamefully. Seeing Lin Feng still staring at her, she couldn't help but say, "Why are you staring at me like that? I just kissed you, you stingy thing." If someone else had said this, Lin Feng might have thought it was quite normal. But the one in front of me is a mad and monstrous demon. Even before he jumped into the sea, no matter how close he and Chu Ling Shuang were, Lin Feng had never seen her like this. The impact of this contrast is simply too great. Lin Feng forced himself to swallow a whole bunch of questions back down his throat. He quickly looked away. Sorry, I won't look anymore. There's nothing else to it." He was simply frightened by Chu Ling Shuang's appearance. However, upon hearing this, Chu Ling Shuang became anxious and immediately grabbed his ears, forcing him to turn his head and look at her. "No, you can't not watch it. You have to watch it." Lin Feng's lips were squeezed together by Chu Ling Shuang's small hand, and he moved his lips a few times, but he just didn't know how to respond. Ignoring everything else, Chu Ling Shuang aimed at Lin Feng's lips, intending to give him another kiss. Lin Feng, however, reacted quickly, pressing his palm against his lips. Meeting Chu Ling Shuang's puzzled gaze, he hurriedly explained, "I haven't brushed my teeth yet." The atmosphere shifted abruptly from ambiguous to humorous. Chu Ling Shuang paused slightly, then released her hand with some displeasure. "Then go wash up quickly. I have something to tell you." As if he had received a release order, Lin Feng scrambled to put on his shoes and rushed into the bathroom. Lin Feng stared wide-eyed at his reflection in the mirror on the wall. He instinctively pinched himself. It hurt a lot, and red marks quickly appeared on his wrist. This is not a dream. Everything that just happened is real. Could it be that he really lost a part of his memory after falling into the sea? In fact, he and Chu Ling Shuang have known each other for a long time. Their relationship has improved, and they are already married? Otherwise, Lin Feng would never have been able to understand why Chu Ling Shuang had changed so much. The sound of water coming from the bathroom continued incessantly. Chu Ling Shuang felt her cheeks burning, and the heat made her dizzy. Lin Feng's appearance just now was really hilarious. Compared to his unyielding gaze when he refused to submit before, his flattered expression just now was like an engine, making her heart pound wildly. She couldn't help but smile and walk to the bathroom door. She didn't want to be apart from him for even a minute longer. After washing up, Lin Feng opened the bathroom door and saw Chu Ling Shuang waiting outside. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. "There's no need for you to follow me to the bathroom. I'm not going to run away." In the past, Chu Ling Shuang would never have believed it, but now she nodded and said with a smile, "That's true, but I really miss you and don't want to be separated from you." This confession is too direct. Lin Feng's heart sank, but he still took the initiative to change the subject. "You just said you had something to tell me. What is it?" The topic was brought up, and Chu Ling Shuang didn't continue. She took Lin Feng's arm and said naturally, "We went through the wedding ceremony before, but we didn't have time to get our marriage certificate. I've already made an appointment at the church, and we'll go get it this afternoon." He said, "How could I possibly have amnesia? How could he possibly agree to marriage without a marriage certificate?" Lin Feng was self-aware of his own ways, and he quickly said, "I really don't remember us ever being married. Besides, getting a marriage certificate is a big deal. I don't remember anything right now." How can I take responsibility for you if we just rashly get a marriage certificate like this? He actually values taking responsibility for her so much? Chu Ling Shuang was overjoyed. She looked at Lin Feng with delight and said, "It doesn't matter if you remember or not. We're already husband and wife. I won't interfere with your thoughts. You can do whatever you want. From now on, we can slowly cultivate our relationship." Lin Feng looked at Chu Ling Shuang with some disbelief. It seems he had indeed underestimated Chu Ling Shuang's feelings for him. He really hadn't expected that even though he had lost his memory, she would still be so affectionate towards him. Such feelings were so intense that, through her eyes, he could clearly see that only he was reflected in them. But the more precious the relationship, the less it should be treated lightly. At that moment, Lin Feng felt conflicted. Once they got their marriage certificate, they would be a real couple, and he wasn't sure if he could handle the relationship well. Lin Feng took a deep breath, turned Chu Ling Shuang's shoulders, stared at her, and said solemnly, "I may never remember anything in my life. I may never forget what happened before, and I may never be able to fall in love with you after we get to know each other. Even so, do you still want to get married with me?" Without even thinking, Chu Ling Shuang was about to nod subconsciously. However, Lin Feng stopped her from nodding. "I hope you think carefully before answering me, rather than acting on impulse." Chu Ling Shuang was indeed stunned by Lin Feng's shout, not because she hesitated, but because she was frightened by his seriousness. The fact that he asked her so earnestly means that he takes this matter very seriously. He valued their relationship and her thoughts. Even though he has amnesia, he is still so earnestly considering her needs. At that moment, Chu Ling Shuang's nose stung with tears. The grievances and heartache she had endured for more than half a month seemed to find an outlet at this moment, and her tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. Seeing her tears, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively thought he had spoken too harshly and quickly explained, "No, I didn't mean to be mean to you." He scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and explained, "I just think getting a marriage certificate is very important. I don't mind, at least I'm a guy. But you're different, you're a girl. This isn't gender discrimination. I mean, you'd be at a disadvantage, you understand? After all, that's the way things are in the world. Given my current situation, if I got a marriage certificate with you, I felt it would be irresponsible of me." He rambled on, but to Chu Ling Shuang, his words seemed to drift further and further away, like a voiceover, leaving only his most authentic outline clearly visible. He stood before her so vividly and realistically, his words and actions all showing his concern for her. Chu Ling Shuang could no longer hold back. Without hesitation, she pounced on him, pressing her cheek against his chest, her tone firm. "I want to get a marriage certificate with you. I only want you." Chapter 274. Our relationship is equal. The warm breath and soft touch made Lin Feng feel his heart stop. But the principles were there, and he hadn't figured out what was going on, so how could he possibly agree to her request? Lin Feng shook his head, pushed her away, and said calmly, "Let me understand things more clearly before we talk about it. I think it's a bit early to talk about this now." Regardless, he maintained an expression of disapproval. This made Chu Ling Shuang's heart sink. Subconsciously, she wanted to use a commanding tone to force him to register the marriage with her. But doing so would only push him further away. Amidst the struggle, Chu Ling Shuang fell silent. She didn't want Lin Feng to feel that she was forcing him. She nodded, her expression returning to normal. "Then let's not rush. Let's go eat first. I'm hungry." "Good." Seeing that she didn't plead any further, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He desperately wanted to understand what was going on when he had married Chu Ling Shuang and why she had changed so much. After pondering for a moment, Chu Ling Shuang and he went to the living room. Yu Suan had already instructed the servants to prepare breakfast. Upon seeing the two of them come out, Yu Suan quickly stepped forward and said, "Miss, the meal is ready." "MMM." Chu Ling Shuang nodded slightly, holding Lin Feng's arm, and didn't want to let go until they reached the dining table. Seeing this, Yu Suan gave a signal with her eyes and left the restaurant with her maid. "How am I supposed to eat if you keep pulling me like this?" Even after they were seated, Chu Ling Shuang still wouldn't let go, and even pulled over a chair to sit next to him, leaving Lin Feng somewhat helpless. Chu Ling Shuang, however, was unconvinced. You still have one hand. These words effectively shut down Lin Feng's argument. She was like a clingy person. From the moment he woke up until now, except when he went to the toilet, she was always sticking to him, making Lin Feng feel a little uneasy. He didn't say anything more and picked up the chopsticks with his other free hand. Seeing his refined eating manner, Chu Lingshuang couldn't help but smile. Amnesia really can change a person's personality. Once upon a time, he always wolfed down his food in front of her, but now he was quite polite. I saw books among the things Swayan brought back from your apartment. Are you planning to go to school? Staring at him as he ate, Chu Lingshuang asked a question. Lin Feng nodded, not intending to hide it from her, and said frankly, I applied to a university here. I'm just idling around anyway, so I might as well go to school and learn something. People always need to find something to do. Although he lacks nothing now, if he stays at home all the time without a good plan, he will become useless. Chu Lingshuang, who had always planned her life meticulously, never expected Lin Feng to have such thoughts. For the first time, she felt that her life was in sync with his. They are also self-disciplined. Chu Lingshuang's mood instantly improved, and she stared intently at Lin Feng. Her intense gaze startled Lin Feng. He swallowed the food in his mouth and teased. What? Are you planning to go to school too? What would I do in a place like that? Chu Lingshuang raised an eyebrow and subconsciously said, If I want to learn, I can just invite the teacher over. Why bother with all that trouble? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's lips twitched. That's true. Why would a rich young lady like Chu Lingshuang need to go to any school? A diploma is just a shackle, with both advantages and disadvantages. People from different social classes have different experiences and exposure to different things, not to mention the vast differences in what they see and hear. Lin Feng didn't say anything more. His silence prompted Chu Lingshuang to reflect. Why aren't you saying anything? Her heart skipped a beat, and she looked nervously at Lin Feng, who was focused on eating. Lin Feng took a sip of water, cleared his throat, and replied, No, I think what you said is correct. No, something's definitely wrong. I must have said something wrong. Otherwise, why are you silent? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng's complicated gaze fell on Chu Lingshuang, and suddenly he felt a little suffocated. He knew that Chu Lingshuang liked him, and he was certain of Chu Lingshuang's feelings for him on countless occasions. But she had become somewhat unfamiliar to him. Lingshuang. He put down his chopsticks, turned his head, and looked at Chu Lingshuang with a serious expression. The sudden affectionate address stirred Chu Lingshuang's heart, but his serious expression made her feel uneasy. What's wrong? Seeing how cautious she was, Lin Feng said seriously, You don't need to be so careful in front of me. Our relationship is equal. I don't want you to change yourself for me. He said that before, but Chu Lingshuang clearly didn't take it to heart. In conclusion, Lin Feng could only think that her feelings for him were too deep. So much so that she dared not be herself in front of him. How can such a relationship last? As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Lingshuang was clearly stunned. He didn't like her like this. No, it shouldn't be. If it were because he didn't like it, his normal reaction when he first woke up would have been to turn his back and leave. But he didn't leave. He's still standing here alive, eating with her. He never even doubted whether what she said was true or false. So he has feelings for her. Yes. Is the affection she gained through such humble flattery really what she wanted? At that moment, Chu Lingshuang felt as if she had been doused with a bucket of cold water, thoroughly chilled from head to toe. Her eyes suddenly darkened, and she murmured, I understand. Unusually, she didn't pester him anymore. She even let go of his hand, which she had been holding, and pulled her chair to the table to start eating. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Looking at her like this, for some reason, a sense of loss washed over him. Everyone says that emotions are something you can't mess with, and at this moment, Lin Feng finally understood why. Love is like a hot coal suspended in your heart. In the midst of passionate intimacy, a few sparks occasionally fall, burning your heart with a subtle, tingling pain. But what could he do? He couldn't just take the carbon away. Seeing that Chu Lingshuang was no longer looking at him, Lin Feng felt that this was good. If things continued like this, it wouldn't be long before their feelings for each other were almost gone. But Chu Lingshuang would never give him that chance. When will school start? Chu Lingshuang's voice returned to calm. Lin Feng replied, Tomorrow. Okay. She nodded, her familiar commanding tone returning once again. We'll get the marriage certificate this afternoon. From now on, you can attend your classes and do whatever you want the rest of the time, but you need to sleep here tonight. I'll have Yu Swain arrange a car for you. Chapter 275. I'm pregnant. It had been a long time since I had heard her give such a domineering and unyielding command. The moment the words fell, a wave of nostalgia washed over Lin Feng. He was probably really sick. He even missed her domineering ways. Fortunately, Chu Lingshuang understood what he was saying and was willing to communicate. However, Lin Feng felt that being a little domineering wasn't necessarily a bad thing. But getting a marriage certificate. Let's postpone getting the marriage certificate for a while. I want to focus on my studies right now and don't want to think about it too much. Lin Feng refused without even thinking. If this had happened in the past, Chu Lingshuang would have definitely exploded upon hearing Lin Feng's refusal. But now, she seemed to have taken his words to heart. This time, she turned her head and seriously reasoned with Lin Feng. We still need to get the marriage certificate, because we were almost there before you lost your memory. As she spoke, seeing that Lin Feng was about to object, she immediately added, I know you're thinking of me, but I've already given you a clear answer. I won't marry anyone but you. Lin Feng's words were stuck in his throat. He was genuinely concerned for her, but there were other reasons as well. He lacks the confidence to give her a happy home, and even the confidence to raise the next generation. How can such a relationship improve? For him, this moment of obtaining the marriage certificate is a shackle. Lin Feng was about to speak, attempting to forcefully refute, but Chu Lingshuang's next words startled him. As if he had been struck by lightning, his eyes filled with shock. I'm pregnant. Chu Lingshuang leaned back in her chair, her hand resting on her lower abdomen, her cold and arrogant expression softening instantly. She stared at Lin Feng, whose face was filled with shock, and smiled gently. What? Are you planning to shirk responsibility? It. As if struck by lightning, Lin Feng was so shocked that he began to stutter. He pointed incredulously at Chu Lingshuang's lower abdomen, almost biting his tongue in his confusion. You're pregnant? When did this happen? He suddenly stood up, staring at Chu Lingshuang in shock. Before you lost your memory. Seeing his silly expression, Chu Lingshuang found him incredibly cute. While responding naturally, she felt a strong urge to tease him. Didn't I just say that we had already completed all the procedures before you lost your memory? We were just waiting to get our marriage certificate. All processes. Lin Feng stared wide-eyed, repeating Chu Lingshuang's words over and over. All the past events, their passionate moments, countless scenes played out before his eyes like a revolving lantern. He remembered asking Chu Lingshuang a question once before. It was late at night, after they had been intimate several times. Chu Lingshuang lay languidly in his arms, and he asked her, If we indulge like this, Miss Chu, aren't you afraid of getting pregnant? He remembered that when she heard the question, she raised her face with displeasure and coldly glanced at him, saying, I will never get pregnant before I am ready. She herself said that as the heir of a large family, one must have the power to control everything, especially when it comes to having the next generation. She would never be hasty or perfunctory. Therefore, apart from the initial few times when they were confused and acted too hastily, they took measures whenever they did something intentional afterward. Of course, they've done far too many things, some while drunk, someone emotionally out of control, to the point that later on, he couldn't tell when he took measures and when he didn't. But the odds of that happening have already been reduced to a minimum, right? But now she says she's pregnant. These words were utterly unbelievable to him, especially since Chu Lingshuang had repeatedly stated that they were already married. He still couldn't understand what was going on. At this moment, his mind went completely blank. Amidst those countless intimate images, Lin Feng's mind went blank, and he even blurted out, Is it mine? Chu Lingshuang never expected Lin Feng to say such a thing. She stood up angrily and slapped Lin Feng without hesitation. A crisp snap echoed throughout the restaurant. Pain instantly spread across his face. Lin Feng glanced sideways blankly and saw Chu Lingshuang angrily yelling at him. Who else could it be but you? I, Chu Lingshuang, have always acted with integrity and uprightness. How could you say such a thing? That slap woke Lin Feng up. Seeing Chu Ling Shuang's face flushed with anger, his eyes darkened, and he took the initiative to apologize. I'm sorry, I was just too shocked. I remember we used protection a few times before. Chu Ling Shuang was in a fit of anger and didn't realize the mistake in Lin Feng's words. Her chest heaved with anger. She bit her lip and sat back down in her chair, deliberately turning her face away as if she didn't want to look at Lin Feng anymore. Knowing she was furious, Lin Feng belatedly realized how terribly wrong he had been. He crouched down, looked up at Chu Ling Shuang, and said earnestly, I'm so sorry. I just don't understand what you mean by marriage. I have no recollection of it at all. It's my fault. His voice was low, and he was sincerely admitting his mistake. When the words reached Chu Ling Shuang's ears, her anger subsided by half, and her rationality returned. She suddenly realized what was happening. That's not right. Didn't he suffer from amnesia? But what did he just say? She instinctively turned her head, staring intently at Lin Feng. What did you just say? What did you say you remembered? Lin Feng immediately tensed up. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Ling Shuang cupped his cheeks, forcing him to look into her eyes. What are you thinking about? Meeting her tense gaze, Lin Feng was puzzled. Her questioning eyes clearly betrayed her panic. She seemed afraid. She seemed afraid he would remember. Lin Feng was certain that he hadn't lost his memory of what happened before, except for the part about marrying Chu Ling Shuang. He didn't know what she was afraid of. Knowing she was pregnant and shouldn't have too many emotional fluctuations, Lin Feng's heart sank, and he denied it, saying, No, it's just some images popping into my head. Chu Ling Shuang visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully he didn't remember, otherwise he would never have forgiven her for her past outrageous behavior. It's good that he didn't remember. Please don't take what I just said to heart. I was just really surprised. I shouldn't have said those things. I'm sorry. Seeing that she had calmed down, Lin Feng once again admitted his mistake. Chu Ling Shuang's anger had already subsided, and as she relaxed, she heard Lin Feng apologize again, which brought her back to her senses. Yes, he has amnesia. Isn't it normal for him to have doubts about a wife who suddenly appeared out of nowhere? But she just hit him without saying a word. Instantly, a wave of guilt washed over her. She instinctively turned her head and looked down at Lin Feng. The first thing she saw was him crouching beside her, sincerely and nervously apologizing. He looked just like a puppy eagerly waiting for food. This scene melted Chu Ling Shuang's heart. Chapter 276. If I don't give you my property, who will? No. I'm the one who should apologize. I shouldn't have hit him. Unable to resist, Chu Ling Shuang raised her hand and cupped his face, her expression earnest and affectionate. Her fingers rubbed his cheek, her eyes filled with heartache. I was a little too rough just now. I'll go ask Swayan to get some ice packs. She was about to get up hastily as she spoke. Lin Feng grabbed her arm, and under her questioning gaze, he shook his head. No need. You can sit down. I'll take care of anything you need. She is no longer alone. She is pregnant with his child. In this situation, everything should be postponed. From now on, she will be my priority. For some reason, Chu Ling Shuang felt that Lin Feng's gaze had changed. He even stood up to help her pick up food, almost feeding her like before. But she still felt guilty about that slap. I'll go ask Swayan to get some ice packs. I was too impulsive just now. Really, you don't need to. Just eat in peace, Lin Feng said, half-jokingly adding, You don't have much strength. This slap isn't even as deep as a kitten's scratch. In such a heavy atmosphere, his sudden joke instantly eased the tension. Chu Ling Shuang's guilt lessened considerably. Looking at Lin Feng, who was earnestly serving her food, the love in her eyes was almost overflowing. She didn't repeat that sentence, but instead said, Then, let's go get our marriage certificate this afternoon. The tone remained irrefutable, with repeated emphasis. This time, Lin Feng did not refuse. He is not an irresponsible person. For him, everything is based on reason. As long as the logic is sound and he can be persuaded, he will not hesitate. But Chu Ling Shuang never reasoned with him, so he had never compromised. But now things are different. She's pregnant. It seems that women are born with the talent to be unreasonable, and on this basis, he has no reason to refuse. He nodded honestly. Okay. Finally hearing his agreement, Chu Ling Shuang was in a great mood and even ate much more than usual. After dinner, Chu Ling Shuang stretched and planned to get up and lie down on the sofa in the living room for a while. As soon as she turned her head, she saw Lin Feng staring at her. Even the moment she raised her hand, he had already stood up and walked in front of her. "What are you doing?" Seeing his nervous expression, Chu Ling Shuang suddenly found it somewhat amusing. Lin Feng didn't answer her question, but just stared at her nervously. "Are you going to get up and go to the living room?" "Yes." Chu Ling Shuang nodded and was about to stand up when Lin Feng grabbed her arm. "Let me help you." It was a rare instance of him taking the initiative. He really cares about her. Chu Ling Shuang was overjoyed. She stood up, supported by Lin Feng's arm, and was helped by him to the living room. Yu Xuan, who had been waiting for orders in the living room, saw her young mistress and Lin Feng come out of the dining room hand in hand, with Lin Feng looking at her with great care. She was immediately filled with relief. These two have finally made up. It's been a long time coming. Yu Xuan sighed inwardly and quickly stepped forward. "Miss, the car is ready. What time do we depart this afternoon?" 2 o'clock, I guess." This is the earliest time the staff arrive at work, which shows how eager Chu Ling Shuang is to get her marriage certificate. Yu Xuan glanced at Lin Feng and said proactively, "Yes, miss, the property procedures you requested have been completed, and the manor has been transferred to Mr. Lin's name." She said this to Lin Feng as well. "It means, listen to how good our young lady is to you. You should be content. Don't make our young lady sad." Sure enough, upon hearing Yu Xuan's words, Lin Feng's eyes widened, and he looked around incredulously. Although this place is a bit inferior to Maple Leaf Villa, it's still a villa, especially since it's an overseas asset. Chu Ling Shuang just gave it away like that, just to get a marriage certificate with him. For a moment, Lin Feng didn't know what to say. He suddenly felt that he had let Chu Ling Shuang down. She was deeply in love with him, and even though her methods were initially too harsh, she had always tried to make amends afterward. She must have been so anxious and unable to sleep all night when he fell into the sea and disappeared without a trace. Judging from what she just said, it seems she already knew she was pregnant and had decided to give birth long ago, but he hadn't appeared yet, and she didn't even know he was still alive. Thinking about this, Lin Feng felt very conflicted. "Anyway, we're going to be together for life. If I don't give my assets to you, who else should I give them to?" Seeing Lin Feng's shocked expression, Chu Ling Shuang smiled indulgently. Although this scene was incredibly heartwarming to Yu Xuan, she still felt that something was a little off. She always felt that their roles had been switched. Lin Feng subconsciously touched the back of his head, and for some reason, he didn't know how to respond. He stared blankly at Chu Ling Shuang, and after a long while, he managed to utter a "thank you." This "thank you" left Chu Ling Shuang speechless. "What are you thanking me for? We're family now, why are you being so polite?" Seeing her eyes sparkling, Lin Feng awkwardly smiled and helped her up, saying, "Okay, then I won't say anything more. Let me help you to the sofa. I'll cut some fruit for you later." Chu Ling Shuang smiled, her eyes crinkling with happiness. Okay. An unprecedented scene. This was the first time Yu Xuan had ever seen Lin Feng and her young mistress in such a harmonious pose. No, it happened once before, when they were reviewing documents together at a hotel. While things seemed calm on the surface then, things were actually quite turbulent. But this scene is undeniably ambiguous. Yu Xuan was stunned. She looked at Lin Feng, then at her young mistress who was smiling indulgently, and a hint of something indescribable appeared on her pursed lips. This is extremely rare. Yu Xuan actually felt quite good about this harmonious atmosphere. After all, her mistress had been upset for so many days, and now that the two had reconciled, she was very happy. However, Yu Xuan's happiness did not last long. Seeing that Chu Ling Shuang had already sat down, Lin Feng had a servant bring a blanket and carefully covered her with it before walking straight towards her. Yu Xuan realized what was happening and quickly asked, "Mr. Lin, is there anything you need?" What Lin Feng said next struck Yu Xuan like a thunderbolt, leaving her completely stunned. "Ms. Yu, I'd like to ask what fruits are best for pregnant women to eat." Lin Feng scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and asked. Chapter 277, they were kissing downstairs, weren't they? After all, he's not an encyclopedia and doesn't know everything. When it comes to pregnancy, he only knows that you have to be extra careful during the first 3 months, and once the belly gets bigger, You can't even bend over and have to be careful in everything you do. Fortunately, Chu Ling Shuang was naturally plump, with curves in all the right places and slimness in all the right places, but she wasn't as thin as a sheet of paper. Otherwise, Lin Feng probably wouldn't have left for even a quarter of an hour without feeling at ease. Therefore, he had to consult Yu Xuan about precautions during pregnancy, because this was no joke. Although he's not ready yet, it's a fact that he's going to be a father, so he has to be prepared. Little did he know how terrified Yu Xuan was of hearing those words. She practically blurted out, "You know my young lady is pregnant?" "Yes, Ling Shuang just told me that." Lin Feng nodded honestly. Yu Xuan stared at her young mistress in disbelief. Only then did she realize that the harmonious scene just now was based on her young mistress's pregnancy. This is terrible. She looked anxiously at Chu Ling Shuang, about to say something, but Chu Ling Shuang turned her head to the side, stroking her lower abdomen, and said gently, "There's nothing to be alarmed about. He is the father of my child, so of course I have to tell him." For a moment, Yu Xuan's words were forced back into her throat. She looked at Lin Feng with some difficulty. "Fruits, papayas, walnuts, cherry tomatoes are all fine." "Wait." Before she could finish speaking, Lin Feng anxiously turned to a servant and asked, "Do you have paper and a pen?" "Yes, sir." The maid nodded and took a notebook and a pen from the cabinet next to her and handed them over. Lin Feng took the notebook, opened it, and looked at Yu Xuan intently. "Tell me slowly, and tell me all the precautions you should take during pregnancy. I'll write them down." Seeing his nervous reaction, Chu Ling Shuang's lips unconsciously curled up. In that instant, she felt the overflowing love from Lin Feng. He was worried about her. He was afraid something might happen to her. He liked her. Such emotions were rarely felt by Chu Ling Shuang. In the past, Lin Feng was always cynical, and anything he said could become a joke. And now, he truly cares about her. Chu Ling Shuang stroked her lower abdomen, happiness shining through her eyes. Seeing the reactions of the two people, and with her young mistress looking so happy, Yu Xuan couldn't bring herself to say it directly. She could only swallow the words that were on the tip of her tongue. "It seems I'll have to wait and discuss it with Chu Yunren and Lu Tianhan later. This is such a terrible idea." She sighed and earnestly instructed Lin Feng. "There's nothing particularly special you need to pay attention to. Just do the same as usual, but make sure you get plenty of rest, maintain a regular nutritional intake, and have your periodic checkups." "When was the last checkup?" Lin Feng asked questions while writing in his notebook. "Last month, I think." Yu Xuan thought for a moment and then quickly said, "But there's no need for too frequent checkups. I'll remind you to have a follow-up checkup after some time." How could a follow-up examination be possible now? Wouldn't a follow-up examination now just tell them that the woman's pregnancy was fake? Their relationship had finally improved, and Miss probably told Lin Feng directly about the pregnancy, which is why Lin Feng became so accommodating. If they were to go back to the time when they were bickering like crazy, Yu Xuan felt like she would go insane. "Okay, go on. Tell me what you can and can't eat." Lin Feng nodded and added very seriously. Yu Xuan sighed and explained everything one by one. In front of Chu Ling Shuang, the two talked for at least half an hour. Having finally managed to slip away under a pretext, Yu Xuan rushed into Chu Yunren's room. "Sister Xuan, why are you sweating so much? Isn't it autumn here?" Chu Yunren, who was curled up in bed playing on her phone, saw Yu Xuan push the door open and immediately sat up, asking a question out of curiosity. Yu Xuan closed the door behind her, wiped the sweat from her brow, and said speechlessly, "It's all Tianhan's fault for that terrible idea. Lin Feng already knows Miss is pregnant." "Ah." Chu Yunren was startled and quickly scrambled to the bedside, clutching the bed rails, and asked, "Did Brother Lin say anything? Are they still arguing?" Yu Xuan shook her head, recalling the harmonious scene from just moments ago, and sighed silently. "No, they didn't argue. On the contrary, they were quite harmonious." "Harmony?" Chu Yunren exclaimed in surprise, anxiously getting out of bed. "Then I'll go downstairs and see what's going on." Seeing this, Yu Xuan panicked and quickly grabbed Chu Yunren's arm. "No, Miss Ranran, you mustn't go." "Why?" Chu Yunren asked, puzzled. "I haven't said hello to Brother Lin yet. They seem to be getting along well right now, so I'll go downstairs and chat with him for a bit." "If you go down there, Miss Ling Shuang will probably send you to Indonesia." Yu Shuiyan's lips twitched. Go down. The two of them were so lovey-dovey in the hall that all the servants had been dismissed. If Chu Yunren went down now, wouldn't that be suicide? Chu Yunren raised an eyebrow slightly, instantly realizing what was going on. She smiled and teased. Oh, I know. They were kissing downstairs, right? Yu Swayan stared at Chu Yunren in shock and blurted out. Miss Ran, where did you learn such nonsense? Online. Chu Yunren pointed to the phone on the bed. It's okay. So what if Brother Lin finds out? It's not a big deal. Their relationship has improved now. Even if my sister isn't pregnant, she'll be pregnant sooner or later when they sleep in the same bed at night. If these words had come from someone else, they wouldn't have shocked Yu Swayan so much. It's Chu Yunren who's saying these words now. With her cute and innocent face, she was spouting such rude and incomprehensible nonsense. Yu Swayan felt like her head was about to explode. Miss Ran, don't you know that newly pregnant women shouldn't do that kind of thing? Having already evolved somewhat, Chu Yunren immediately realized what was going on. She blinked her big eyes and stared curiously at Yu Swayan. Can't we do it? In the romance novels I've been reading lately, all the heroines get pregnant, and the male leads are pretty fierce. Yu Swayan's lips twitched, and she couldn't say a word for a long time. It's not that it's impossible. Even if it were possible, how could anyone bring themselves to do it when Lin Feng was so carefully protecting the young lady just now? She knew she shouldn't have talked to Chu Yunren about these things. She had hoped to get Chu Yunren's help, but Chu Yunren's words didn't get to the point. Thinking of the two people downstairs, all lovey-dovey and affectionate, who were still feeding each other fruit right before she went upstairs, exchanging excited ah-s and hs. Yu Swayan sighed resignedly. Oh well, let fate decide. Chapter 278, How could this not be my choice? We have approved your documents. This is the application form for marriage registration, which you two need to fill out and read aloud in front of our camera. At 2:30 p.m., inside the church where I had made a reservation, a white man handed me two documents. Chu Lingshuang seemed to have done her research beforehand, so she wasn't very surprised and simply accepted it. Lin Feng was taken aback. Although it was his first time getting married, he had seen most of the procedures on TV. It was basically just taking ID photos and photos of the newlyweds, and then the staff behind the scenes would register it. I didn't expect the regulations in the United States to be so complicated. He looked at the clauses and blanks on the contract and frowned slightly. Is it to fill this out and then read it aloud in front of the camera? Yes. The white man nodded and pointed to the camera, saying, We need to film this to make sure you're volunteering. His words were so direct that Lin Feng subconsciously twitched the corner of his mouth. He turned around and saw that Chu Lingshuang had already picked up a pen and was filling it out carefully. The sunlight outside the church shone on her, adding a touch of peace and tranquility. Lin Feng didn't say anything more. In order to marry him, Chu Lingshuang gave him gifts worth no less than 10 billion yuan. She didn't even make any demands, only asking him to register their marriage. She was even pregnant now. Although Lin Feng was caught off guard by suddenly becoming a father, he couldn't shirk his responsibilities no matter what. Lin Feng's eyes darkened. He picked up a pen from the side, leaned over the table, and began to fill out the form carefully. Noticing Lin Feng lower his head, a smile appeared in Chu Lingshuang's eyes. She could never be happier than she is now. The person she has been longing for is right beside her. From this moment on, she is no longer alone. About 10 minutes later, after Lin Feng finished filling out all the forms and pressed his fingerprint on them, he heard Chu Lingshuang's voice as he wiped his face with a tissue. Do you want to record first, or should I? She pointed to the video recorder on the desk and asked Lin Feng a question. Lin Feng was taken aback, then subconsciously raised his hand, pointed at the video camera, and said with a smile, Ladies first. Okay. Without saying a word, Chu Lingshuang picked up the application form and gestured to the white guy behind the desk to turn on the video recorder. Then, with a slight smile, she faced the video camera and read the application aloud smoothly, starting from the very first word. Application for marriage registration. I, Chu Lingshuang, and Lin Feng, hereby apply for marriage registration. She read it aloud solemnly, while Lin Feng watched from the side. Her voice was as solemn as a wedding vow, each word landing with a deep, resonant tone both dignified and meticulous. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. In this tranquil atmosphere, only her solemn oath resounded loudly. After listening quietly as she finished reading, Lin Feng was deeply shocked. She was so serious in declaring their relationship, or perhaps she had never been careless. From the very beginning of their encounter until now, Lin Feng couldn't believe that they would actually come this far. In that instant, he suddenly felt that it wouldn't be so bad if time could just stay this beautiful. His gaze softened until Chu Ling Shuang finished reading the entire marriage declaration. The white man turned off the video recorder and smiled and nodded at Chu Ling Shuang to indicate that he had finished. Chu Ling Shuang breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help but complain. I feel like I'm reciting school rules. The sudden remark left the stunned Lin Feng both amused and exasperated. He couldn't help but tease. You're even reciting school rules? You don't seem to have ever been to school, do you? Exaggeration. Exaggeration. Do you even understand? Chu Ling Shuang rolled her eyes. I'm using a rhetorical device. Okay, that's an exaggeration. Lin Feng didn't refute her, but followed her words with a reply. At the same time, he also looked at the white man, and as the video started playing, he held the marriage certificate in his hand and began to read it aloud. The scenes were reversed, just like a wedding ceremony. But at the wedding that day, Lin Feng wasn't standing so vividly in front of her, nor was he so serious. On their wedding day, what she most wanted to hear was him say, "I do," in person, but she knew then that it was impossible. But now, Lin Feng is sitting right in front of her, reciting his marriage vows. How can this not be what I wanted? Chu Ling Shuang curled her lips into a smile, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng with an expression of doting affection, an affection that knew no bounds. From this moment on, he was her only husband, and she was his only wife. So what if he has amnesia now? Feelings are cultivated slowly. In the past, she could make Lin Feng turn pale at the mere mention of her, and of course she can still do so now, just in a different way. She vowed that she would spoil him rotten, spoil him to the core. She will let him know that in this world, no one is better than her except him. Want a divorce? Impossible. Along the way, Chu Ling Shuang gradually realized that while cultivating their relationship, she had to let him know that she was the only person in the world who was the best to him. When Lin Feng could no longer find anyone better than her in the world, he would be completely inseparable from her. Hiss. That was awesome. Just thinking about that feeling is so exhilarating. As if her meridians had been opened, Chu Ling Shuang stared intently at Lin Feng with almost obsessive fascination, as if her fierce gaze would devour him at any moment. After reading the last sentence, including the date and the signatory's name, Lin Feng turned around and met Chu Ling Shuang's somewhat bloodshot eyes. Those eyes were unfathomable, filled with the excitement of prey already in its mouth. Lin Feng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He hadn't seen Chu Ling Shuang with this expression in a long time. Seeing that the white man had already stored the videotape in the small gold box, Lin Feng belatedly realized what was happening. He kept feeling like he'd been tricked. Congratulations to you both. From this day forward, you are legally married. Wishing you a long and happy marriage. The white man stored the small gold box in the back bookcase and offered his congratulations to the newlyweds with a broad smile. But when his gaze fell on the newlyweds, even though they were looking at each other, the atmosphere was strange, especially the woman's expression, which was full of excited smiles as if she had thought of something exciting. The man, however, looked terrified. The white guy scratched his head and said, "Well, you two, you can go take pictures now. Please follow me." He stammered something, then stood up and gestured towards the room inside. Lin Feng snapped out of his daze and stood up. Noticing that Chu Ling Shuang had also stood up, she very naturally walked to Lin Feng's side and took his arm. Chapter 279. Upgraded to a legally married couple. Come on, both of you. Please look at the camera and smile. The cameraman stood behind the camera, gesturing towards the two people on the stage. Lin Feng and Chu Ling Shuang, dressed in their formal wedding attire, sat on the platform, hand in hand, intimately close. The certificates have already been signed, so Lin Feng will naturally cooperate with the other procedures. He smirked, revealing a wide smile, but his mind was far from calm. In the instant the white light flashed, he felt Chu Ling Shuang's hand suddenly tighten, the force of which seemed to melt him into her body. A slight pain shot through his wrist, and Lin Feng's gaze involuntarily lowered. His wrist had been gripped so tightly by Chu Ling Shuang that it had turned white. Lin Feng saw and could feel this extremely strong possessiveness. It's because she's pregnant that he has to take on this responsibility. There's nothing he can do. He was partly responsible for all of this, so he deserves to bear the consequences in the future. Lin Feng's eyes darkened. No matter what, the child she was carrying was his. He wouldn't bring up the past anymore, at least for now. His responsibility was to be a good father. The photos were developed quickly, and in the small photos, he and Chu Ling Shuang were both smiling. As the certificate was handed to the two of them, from that moment on, they became a legally married couple. From now on, through thick and thin, they would be bound together and never be separated. Would you like to book a wedding venue? We can provide several venues for you to choose from, free of charge. Seeing the newlyweds getting married, the staff members smiled happily and even took the initiative to introduce them to the couple. Before Chu Ling Shuang could respond, Lin Feng shook his head and said, "No need. We're already married." The staff member was taken aback and subconsciously asked, "Did you hold the wedding first?" "Yes." Lin Feng nodded and pointed at Chu Ling Shuang. "That's what my wife said." Although the word wife made Chu Ling Shuang's heart flutter, the sentence itself made her unable to smile. This conversation froze the staff member's smile on her face. Wait, what was that saying? It sounded like the groom had a wedding, but didn't even know it. She looked at Chu Ling Shuang with a puzzled expression. Chu Ling Shuang originally wanted to agree. After all, although the wedding was grand, the groom was not there. No, the groom is there, but he's a sculpture. After all, this is a major life event, and she really wanted to have another proper celebration with Lin Feng. But now Lin Feng says it's not necessary, and even throws the problem back at her. No, he has amnesia now, which is normal. Chu Ling Shuang frowned slightly, but did not refute Lin Feng's words. My husband said it's not necessary. The staff member scratched his head awkwardly. All right then, I wish you both a long and happy marriage. After leaving the church, in the car on the way back, Chu Ling Shuang pulled up the partition, lay down on Lin Feng's arm, and raised her hand to massage her Jingming acupoint. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately became a little nervous. Are you feeling unwell? Chu Ling Shuang squinted, her fingers twitching, and murmured, a little tired. Let me rub it for you, miss you. Please drive carefully. Lin Feng called out to Yu Xuan in the driver's seat through the partition. Okay. Upon hearing Yu Xuan's response, Lin Feng raised his hand and gently massaged Chu Ling Shuang's temples. The atmosphere inside the car instantly became somewhat ambiguous. His warm fingertips lingered on her head, the frosted texture adding a touch of tenderness. Are you feeling any better? After rubbing for a while, seeing Chu Ling Shuang's furrowed brows, Lin Feng asked softly. Chu Ling Shuang responded faintly, but didn't open her tightly closed eyes. Instead, she returned to the previous topic. Why did you just say that we don't need to have a ceremony anymore? She was a little unhappy and felt a sense of regret. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng laughed and said, Didn't you say we've already gone through all the ceremonies? Since that's the case, there's no need to repeat it. Let's just get the certificate. He felt there was nothing wrong with what he said, and now that the only remaining step of getting the marriage certificate had been completed, there was no need to do anything else pointless. But Chu Ling Shuang suddenly opened her eyes. As she lay on his lap, she opened her eyes and her gaze met Lin Feng's chin. She raised her hand somewhat displeased, grabbed his collar, and forced him to look down at her. Why can't we repeat what we've already done? This doesn't make sense. Like a hug. Once you've hugged someone, can you never hug them again? If she wanted, she could take Lin Feng to have a grand wedding all over the world, as a way to make up for the regret of her first wedding. Lin Feng was taken aback, and subconsciously didn't know how to reply. He remained silent. Chu Ling Shuang frowned, tightening her grip and pressing closer. You don't like me? Lin Feng never expected her train of thought to jump around so quickly. He laughed and said, Then why would I get a marriage certificate with you? Oh, Chu Ling Shuang responded. That's right. If he didn't like her, why would he have registered the marriage with her? She pouted slightly, looking somewhat aggrieved, and said, Then why don't you want to have the wedding again? I have to go to class tomorrow. You wouldn't want your husband to take a day off on his first day of school, would you? The simple phrase, your husband, instantly made Chu Ling Shuang overjoyed. She raised her eyebrows, but still said arrogantly, Tisich, even if you say that, I won't let you off the hook. Seeing that she looked rather cute, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Then what should I do? Chu Ling Shuang frowned and thought for a moment, then said in an unyielding tone, Then you'll be punished by having to coax me to sleep starting today. If I don't sleep, you won't get any sleep either. She's pregnant, so naturally she comes first. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't refuse, and he replied with a smile, Yes, ma'am. Those 6 short words made Chu Ling Shuang's heart race. Her face flushed red, and she let out a cold snort. She then closed her eyes, shifted slightly, and snuggled even closer into Lin Feng's arms. The movement was small, but it felt very powerful. Lin Feng swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. Could you move a bit? You're pressing down on me. Feeling the thing at the back of her head, Chu Ling Shuang's cheeks flushed red, and she instinctively wanted to play a trick. She deliberately shifted her body and said haughtily, I won't. Lin Feng, he suddenly regretted asking Yu Suan to slow down. Wasn't this just another form of torture? Lin Feng felt uncomfortable for as long as the car had been traveling. By the time they arrived at the villa, Chu Ling Shuang was already asleep. Lin Feng knew that pregnant women often slept, so he carefully moved Chu Ling Shuang's head, then bent over and carried her out of the car. After arriving at the room and placing Chu Ling Shuang on the bed, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. But just as he was about to pull his hand away and get up to leave, Chu Ling Shuang suddenly grabbed the back of his neck. Chapter 280 Mr. Lin, have you lost your memory? A warm sensation touched the back of his neck. Chu Ling Shuang's eyes narrowed slightly. Lin Feng was startled. You're awake. As if teasing, Chu Ling Shuang smiled lightly. How could I not wake up with such a commotion? Although she wasn't heavy, it was still quite a distance to get her out of the car and carry her to the bedroom. Lin Feng spoke in a deep voice, his gaze falling on her beautiful face, which was perfectly complemented by light makeup. The sky was gradually darkening, but it did not affect the peaceful atmosphere inside the house. Her hands were tightly gripping Lin Feng, making it impossible for him to move. He was afraid of hooking her arm if he suddenly stood up, so he could only be forced to bend over. You're pregnant now, so you can't overexert yourself. Lin Feng pursed his lips, his words carrying a hidden meaning. Chu Ling Shuang raised her eyebrows, ignoring the question, but I want to. That won't work either. What if you get hurt? Lin Feng's tone turned serious. This was no joke. Although he was quick to anger and they hadn't seen each other for a long time, he wasn't about to lose control of his emotions. Humph. Chu Ling Shuang pouted, somewhat displeased. So, is it because I'm pregnant, or do you simply not want to? Her mind always works very fast. Lin Feng only understood the literal meaning of her words and replied frankly, Of course it's because you're pregnant. Chu Ling Shuang's face showed no joy. She touched her lower abdomen and said in a gentle tone, I knew it. You still care more about this child. The sour smell instantly filled the air. This is completely unfounded jealousy. Lin Feng never expected that Chu Ling Shuang would be jealous of something like this. Lin Feng was taken aback. Ling Shuang, you're an adult, and this isn't just my child. Why are you arguing with a little kid? Chu Ling Shuang murmured unhappily. What's wrong with a child? You care so much about it now, but what will happen when I give birth to it? Won't it steal all your attention? Lin Feng was stunned to meet her domineering and possessive gaze, and for a moment, he felt his scalp tingle. He truly lives up to his reputation as the king of jealousy. He's even jealous of an unborn child. He sighed. How could that be? It's our child, and you're my wife. Of course I'll cherish both of you. So, do you like it more, or do you like me more? Chu Ling Shuang pressed closer, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng, and blurted out. In this situation, if she says the wrong thing, Chu Ling Shuang might go crazy again. Considering her feelings, Lin Feng sighed. Of course it's you. Having received a satisfactory answer, Chu Ling Shuang's aggressive demeanor vanished, replaced by a look of contentment. That's more like it, she muttered, turning to Lin Feng and ordering. Come here and massage my back. I don't know what's wrong. I was fine this afternoon, but now my back hurts terribly. Hearing this, Lin Feng took off his shoes and complained. It's all because you insisted on lying on me when you were sitting in the car, and you twisted your ankle. These words carried a hint of mockery, and Chu Ling Shuang blushed instantly. She said with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, "If you say anything sarcastic again, I'll pin you down." She always acted on her word and never made empty promises. Lin Feng awkwardly shut his mouth and gently massaged her waist. He had massaged her many times before, so he knew her well, and his technique had improved day by day. Before long, Chu Ling Shuang lay on her side and drifted off to sleep. Hearing her steady breathing, Lin Feng finally let go of her hand and got out of bed. Outside the window, the sky was gradually darkening, and the stars of the night hung in the sky. The garden outside was quiet and peaceful. As I came out of the bedroom, I saw Lu Tianhen carrying a large box and hurrying inside. The two of them happened to bump into each other face to face. Lu Tianhen's face clearly showed a hint of shock at Lin Feng's resurrection. Putting aside the surprise of seeing Lin Feng again, the key point is that Yu Xuan had said Lin Feng and Chu Ling Shuang would be in the bedroom at this time, and she wouldn't run into them when she came back. But she was slapped in the face as soon as she walked in. What's the difference between this and bumping into the vice boss, who rarely appears at the company during work hours? Lu Tianhen was speechless. While inwardly blaming Yu Xuan, she resignedly bowed to Lin Feng. "Second Master Lin." "Oh no, Mr. Lin, hello." She almost accidentally blurted out the WeChat nickname. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, a smile playing on his lips. He didn't say anything, but instead asked her, "Tianhen, didn't your young lady move my things over? Where did she put them?" "In the guest room over there." Lu Tianhen raised her hand in a gesture, then realized what she was doing and looked at the large box in her arms, saying, "Oh right, this box also contains your things, Mr. Lin. I was just about to put them in there. Let's go together." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded, intending to take the box and carry it himself, but Lu Tianhen turned around and walked forward with the large box in her arms. Lin Feng scratched his head awkwardly and followed. The guest room is right next to the master bedroom. When you open the door, it is clean and tidy, with no mess at all. Lu Tianhen placed the large box on the table, patted the dust off her clothes, and said, "Those boxes over there are all your things. They're all packed up. I'll go call the maid to help you unpack them." "Okay." Lin Feng did not refuse and stepped forward to open it himself. Soon, several servants came to help with the chores. Lin Feng didn't have many things to begin with, and they were all disassembled and arranged in just 10 minutes. Seeing that the task was about to be completed, Lu Tianhen stood at the door, looking at Lin Feng with a hesitant expression, as if she had thought of something. Sensing her gaze, Lin Feng turned around, holding several books. "What's wrong? Is there something you want to say?" "Well," Lu Tianhen frowned, staring intently at Lin Feng, and asked, "Mr. Lin, have you lost your memory?" Lin Feng was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to ask such a question. He laughed and said, "Why do you ask that?" "Because you just called me by my name." If she remembered correctly, she hadn't appeared before Lin Feng since his resurrection, yet he called her by her name the moment they met. Lin Feng's eyes flickered, but he didn't answer her question directly. "Your young lady is already pregnant, and we've already registered our marriage. Does amnesia really matter? There's no point in saying all this now, is there?" To be honest, he wasn't ready to marry Chu Ling Shuang. He didn't know how to face her, but now that she was pregnant, the matter was settled. In any case, he and Chu Ling Shuang were now bound together. So what's the point of saying all this now? His face was full of compromise, and his words were very flat, as if they were devoid of any emotion. Lu Tianhen was stunned when she heard this. What was Lin Feng saying? Chapter 281. Something's fishy. Lu Tianhen stared at Lin Feng in shock, exclaiming, You already know that Miss is pregnant?" "Yes, it's been almost 2 months, hasn't it?" Lin Feng subconsciously replied, but he quickly realized what he meant. Something's not right. Why are Yu Xuan and Lu Tianhen so surprised that he knows Chu Ling Shuang is pregnant? They were Chu Ling Shuang's right-hand women. Logically speaking, their first reaction would not be surprise, but rather admonition, blessing, or warning him to treat their young lady well. But now, standing right in front of him, Lu Tianhen's eyes were filled with shock. Lin Feng's expression suddenly darkened, and he said bluntly, Could it be that your young lady's pregnancy is not normal? These words struck Lu Tianhan's heart like a stone. She panicked instantly. No, it's not that. I'm just a little surprised. Lin Feng put down his book, stared intently at Lu Tianhan, and questioned her. What are you surprised about? When Lu Tianhan met Lin Feng's sharp gaze, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. No one had told her that Lin Feng believed her lies. I thought you were dead after you fell into the sea. I was so surprised to see you alive. In her haste, Lu Tianhan blurted out. Yes, I was surprised that you're still alive. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. That's terrible. They acted as if it were their first time lying. Their acting was utterly terrible. Oh, Lin Feng responded, but did not expose him directly. Well, Mr. Lin, if you have nothing else, I'll head out now. Seizing the opportunity to catch her breath, Lu Tianhan immediately left the room. Seeing her hurried manner, it was clear that she had something to hide. So, Chu Lingshuang's pregnancy is indeed suspicious. But Chu Lingshuang's reaction was very genuine. I'm pregnant. Who else but you? Her confident and excited words from that day resurfaced, sounding as if they were the truth. Either her acting was so good that she became so immersed in the role that she even believed she was pregnant, or Chu Lingshuang actually didn't know. Everything happened so fast. Lin Feng felt like he was being forced into this situation, getting the marriage certificate and moving in without even realizing it. With his thoughts in a jumbled mess, Lin Feng felt a sharp pain in his head. But, as strange as it may be, there's no substantial evidence, is there? Now that things have come to this, he can only do his best to be a good father. And by the way, some obstacles should be cleared away all at once. He opened WeChat, which he hadn't logged into for a long time. In the chat box, Li Hao and Xia Qingqing's messages had already reached 99+. They were also the only two contacts who sent messages. He didn't open it, but went straight to the contacts section, found Su Zian's WeChat account among his few friends, and sent her a message. Are you free tomorrow afternoon or noon? Less than a few seconds after the message was sent, Su Zian immediately sent back an excited emoji along with a reply. I'll phone. You finally decided to see me? Of course I have time. See you at the St. Belia restaurant at 1:30 p.m. Seeing the OK gesture sent by Su Zian, Lin Feng turned off his phone screen. He didn't disturb Chu Lingshuang, who was already asleep, and slept on the large bed in the guest room all night. The next morning, Lin Feng woke up from his sleep again, only to be jolted awake by a suffocating pressure. He opened his eyes and, in a daze, saw Chu Lingshuang curled up beside him like a kitten, her hands pawing at his arms and half of her leg pressed against him. You're awake. Sensing something amiss, Chu Lingshuang slightly opened her eyes, her gaze unfocused. Lin Feng nodded, then blurted out. How did you end up here? Chu Lingshuang instantly perked up, her face full of displeasure as she said, Why can't I be here? Who told you to sleep in the guest room yesterday? Seeing her domineering demeanor, Lin Feng didn't want to upset her too much, so he softened his voice. I was too tired from packing yesterday, so I slept here. Seeing that the surroundings had been arranged properly, Chu Lingshuang's anger subsided considerably, but she still said with a hint of irritation, Oh, next time just have the servants tidy up. I pay them to work, not to eat for free. Okay, I understand. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, then got out of bed. It's getting late. I'll have breakfast and then go to school to register. You should rest well at home and not overwork yourself. Okay, don't worry. Chu Lingshuang replied, curling up on the bed and shifting the mattress to the side where Lin Feng had gotten up earlier, showing no intention of getting up. Let Shuiyan drive you. I already told her yesterday that she will pick you up and drop you off from now on. Lin Feng shook his head. Let Tianhan drive. Tianhan. Chu Lingshuang was taken aback. She rarely heard Lin Feng use such an intimate term of address, and he even specifically asked her to deliver it. Instantly, Chu Lingshuang's eyes darkened, and she stared at Lin Feng with a sour look. Seeing that she was jealous again, Lin Feng chuckled and said, What are you jealous about now? I was just thinking that Swayan is a doctor after all, and now that you're pregnant, it's safer for her to be by your side. So it was all for her sake. The jealousy vanished instantly, but Chu Lingshuang was still somewhat unhappy. You're not allowed to call other people that intimately in the future. Okay, okay. Lin Feng sighed and said good 3 times in a row. After packing his things, he took his school bag and went out, with Lu Tianhan driving him to Eagle Country University. After escaping, he had thought about where to go next. He even stayed in a hotel for a while, spending his days eating and playing around. But after a while, he became exhausted. His extravagant lifestyle caused him to sleep in fits and starts, resulting in clumps of hair falling out and a period of poor mental health. Indulgence isn't all good. So he applied to graduate school at Eagle University. With his assets in Maple Leaf Villa and his status as a graduate of a prestigious university, he passed the assessment very easily. He was still working part-time to support himself, but unlike before, he no longer had to work so hard every second. Now, the school is a place for him to retire. Looking out the car window at the school building that they were about to reach, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. His previous university life had been like that of a machine, constantly on edge. While others were dating, he was working in the cafeteria. While others were playing games, he was going door to door in dorms promoting Sue's logistics products. He never truly enjoyed a single day of university life. Now that he has plenty of money, he is deeply moved to see the campus being renovated again. Sure enough, once people have money, their subconscious reaction is to make up for their regrets. Chapter 282. You call me out just for this. If get out of class ends early, just send me a message and I'll be there within 5 minutes. Lu Tianhan parked his car at the entrance of Eagle Nation University. Lin Feng, who was about to get out of the car, was taken aback. 5 minutes. Yes. Lu Tianhan nodded, looking helpless. I'm the driver who's responsible for picking you up and dropping you off. Miss has already found me a place near the school. I'll rest there while you're in class. It's very close. Hearing this, Lin Feng's lips twitched. This isn't a professional driver. It's more like someone sent specifically to monitor him. However, Lin Feng was already used to Chu Ling Shuang's domineering style, so he casually responded and got out of the car. On the first day of school, all sorts of luxury cars were parked near the university, and of course, some people also arrived by bicycle. As soon as they got off their bikes, the college and the free spirit greeted them. Lin Feng felt a strange sense of emotion. He never imagined that he would return to school after graduation, let alone experience so much in the meantime. However, the major he chose was relatively simple, and the courses abroad were not demanding. In total, he had less than 10 classes a week, so he had a lot of free time and it wasn't too tiring. The class was full of unfamiliar faces, and Lin Feng didn't make a point of befriending anyone. The morning classes ended quickly. As usual, Lin Feng went directly to the St. Belia restaurant after class, but this time, he went to submit his resignation. Aren't you doing a part-time job here anymore? Seeing Lin Feng already packing his things, Zhou Shanshan asked him a question out of curiosity. Yeah, I'll be pretty busy after this, so I won't have time to come here again, Lin Feng replied casually. Zhou Shanshan frowned and asked with concern. Then how will you manage your living expenses? Didn't you say you came because you didn't have any money? That was before, Lin Feng replied casually, trying to brush it off. Thank you for taking care of me these past 2 weeks. The sudden formal thanks caught Zhou Shanshan off guard. She didn't say anything more. Okay, just let me know if you need anything in the future. We're still friends. Uh-huh. After packing his things, Lin Feng didn't rush to leave. He found a seat in the restaurant lobby and waited for Su Zian to arrive. At 2:20 p.m., 10 minutes earlier than the scheduled time, Su Zian arrived at the St. Belia restaurant ahead of time. As soon as she entered, she saw Lin Feng sitting in the corner. Su Zian suddenly smiled and walked towards Lin Feng. Would you like something to drink? Seeing her sit down, Lin Feng took the initiative to ask her a question. Gone was her usual arrogance. Su Zian smiled slightly and said, The set meals here are quite good. Let's have the same as you. Lin Feng nodded and ordered another set meal from the waiter. The atmosphere at the table froze instantly. Su Zian didn't speak, but just stared at Lin Feng quietly, a complex look in her eyes. After the waiter brought the set meal, Lin Feng cleared his throat and got straight to the point. Miss Su, I have some questions I'd like to ask you. You say? I want to know about the Lin family. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Su Zian, who had been all smiles, froze. She frowned, stared intently at Lin Feng, and said with a hint of worry, "Yeah, you remember everything?" She would show a worried expression, but only because she was afraid he would remember that they were the ones who forced him to jump into the sea. Lin Feng could understand this. He had already guessed that Su Zian would ask this question, so Lin Feng said the words he had prepared in advance. "No, that's not it. I just heard about some things that happened before, so I asked you to come out and ask you about them." It was clear to the naked eye that Su Zian breathed a sigh of relief, but a hint of resentment showed on her face. She glanced at the scenery outside the window, as if gazing at a fleeting joy from the past. Su Zian was a little confused. Since Lin Feng already knew about the past, he should also know what Chu Ling Shuang had done. But now, he asks her to meet him, and when she is overjoyed, he asks her this question. "Are you here to humiliate me?" Su Zian's expression was unreadable, but her eyes, when she turned back, were filled with resentment and indignation. Humiliation? Lin Feng was stunned. How could this be considered an insult? Seeing Lin Feng's stunned expression, Su Zian was filled with anger and said indignantly, "Or are you here to mock me, to mock my naivete, for believing Lin does words so easily, which led you to jump into the sea and then be retaliated against by Chu Ling Shuang?" Her words left Lin Feng stunned on the spot. Being retaliated against by Chu Ling Shuang. He murmured the words repeatedly, staring blankly at Su Zian. What is she talking about, revenge? Did so many things happen after he faked his death and escaped? His surprised expression caught Su Zian's eye, but Su Zian, whose face was full of anger, frowned and asked uncertainly, "You don't know?" Lin Feng was speechless and shook his head honestly, saying, "How could I possibly know these things? If I did, I wouldn't have needed to ask you. So you call me out just for this?" Su Zian was getting restless. God knows how excited she was when she received Lin Feng's message asking her out in the middle of the night. She dressed up for the occasion and even took a shower to prepare 3 hours before the appointed time. And this was the reason he asked her out. Lin Feng didn't bother to care why she was suddenly so agitated. He said in a flat tone, "Otherwise what?" One sentence from Lin Feng made Su Zian furious. She glared at him resentfully, but in the end, she remembered that he had amnesia and forcibly suppressed her anger. "All right." Su Zian finally gave in. She took a big gulp of her cola and said, "Ask whatever you want. Whether I tell you or not depends on my mood." Nonsense. If her father hadn't withdrawn his investment quickly, her family wouldn't have been able to keep even their last piece of land in the South Island. She knew that business competition was fierce, but she never expected that the mainland would join forces and receive such overwhelming support. Overnight, all the stocks listed under the Su family's name plummeted. The reason for this was simply because the Su family was a prominent family in the Southern Islands, which she found utterly baffling. And now Lin Feng wants her to repeat the experience of her family being defeated by Chu Ling Shuang in a joint effort. What's the difference between this and rubbing salt into a wound? Hearing her say this, Lin Feng, who was already confused, became even more perplexed. However, Su Zian was no pushover, and besides, he needed her help now. Naturally, whatever she says goes. Lin Feng didn't beat around the bush. He got straight to the point. "I want to know the current situation of the Lin family, including you." As he changed the subject, Lin Feng added a comment. Unexpectedly, Su Zian, whose anger had subsided, suddenly exploded. She slammed her hand on the table, stood up abruptly, pointed at Lin Feng, and said angrily, "Feng, don't think that just because I like you, you can act recklessly. You clearly know all those things, yet you come to ask me now. What exactly do you mean?" Chapter 283. Did he secretly go out to see his old flame, without telling me? Caught off guard by her sudden accusation, Lin Feng blinked. "I didn't mean anything by it, and besides, I didn't know." "You don't know? How could you not know? Didn't that bitch Chu Ling Shuang tell you?" It would be one thing if it were just baseless accusations, but Su Zian's words implied that she was actually cursing Chu Ling Shuang. Regardless of the circumstances, Chu Ling Shuang is now his legal wife, so publicly insulting her is tantamount to insulting him. Lin Feng frowned, somewhat displeased, and said, "Miss Su, watch your words. You're still protecting her. You're actually protecting her now." Already consumed by rage, Su Zian was completely broken by these words. She questioned sharply, What kind of bewitching potion did Chu Ling Shuang give you that made you defend her even after losing your memory? Do you think all those years of friendship between us are worth less than a single word from her? This is clearly just making trouble. Su Zian was clearly furious, and her voice became much louder, drawing the attention of many people around her. Although this is the United States, this restaurant is located near the school, and many Chinese people usually come here to eat. Now, what they are doing has been noticed by many Chinese international students. Lin Feng frowned. Miss Su, you'd better calm down first. The implication is that there are quite a few people watching, and some are even recording videos with their phones. Upon hearing this, Su Zian realized what was happening. She glanced at it, but ultimately sat down resentfully. However, her expression was no longer gentle as before. Instead, it was extremely cold. She took a sip of her cola to calm herself down and asked, "What did Chu Ling Shuang say to you?" Lin Feng made up a story. "I didn't say anything. I just said why I jumped into the sea." Snort. Su Zian snorted coldly, her face clearly showing her gritted teeth. She's really something. She likes to embellish everything she says. What's the meaning? It doesn't mean anything. Su Zian turned around, staring at Lin Feng. Her emotions had calmed down. She said calmly, "Did she tell you about the relationship between you and me?" Lin Feng shook his head. "No, not at all." Seeing Lin Feng's denial, Su Zian was somewhat surprised. "She didn't tell you this?" She murmured something, then paused for a moment before saying, "Actually, before you lost your memory, we were already engaged. We've known each other since we were little. You were abandoned by the Lin family on South Island, and it was my father who saved you. Then one day you suddenly disappeared. We searched the entire South Island, but couldn't find you." Memories were stirred, and a touch of sadness appeared on Su Zian's face. "My parents thought you were dead and advised me not to look for you anymore, but I refused to believe it. After I grew up, I went to the mainland and started a company, until one day Linda came to me. He said you were his grandson, that he had been searching for you for many years after your disappearance, and that he would help me find you. Later, he did find you, and we held an engagement ceremony at the Lin family home." She didn't continue speaking after that. The whole thing was now connected, and seeing the look of nostalgia on her face, Lin Feng knew she wasn't lying. And all of this overlapped with what he remembered. But what's the story behind Chu Ling Shuang saying that I'm already married to her? Without hesitation, Lin Feng asked the question directly. Su Zian's expression instantly became somewhat complicated. "Did she tell you that?" As Lin Feng responded, the atmosphere fell silent. Su Zian didn't speak again, but just stared quietly at the Coke cup in front of her, lost in thought. Lin Feng didn't interrupt her thoughts. He had checked the domestic apps, but the trending topics had been removed. He glanced at them, but couldn't find any clues. Instead, there were mostly entertainment news articles. However, no entries related to the Lin family can be found in the search results. After all, he is now married to Chu Ling Shuang and has their child. He has to take on the responsibilities of a husband. He must be wary of someone as cunning as Linda, who has been plotting for so many years. Therefore, the only way to find out the inside story is to ask Su Zian. She was indeed married to you. After a long silence, Su Zian's voice rang out softly, carrying a decisive tone and without any deception. Unexpectedly, Su Zian was so frank. Lin Feng's heart trembled, and he murmured, "So it's true that I have lost a part of my memory. However, I was the one who got engaged to you first. She's just stealing someone else's love." Su Zian said this, but her eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, wanting to know his reaction. But she was destined to be disappointed. As before, Lin Feng's face remained expressionless, without even a hint of surprise. He simply looked at her calmly and said in a flat tone, "How can this be considered stealing someone else's love? If you truly love someone, even if time were to turn back, you could never squeeze in a second person. Feelings are never rational. If it's impossible, then it's impossible. Forcing it together will only result in mutual destruction." He was also advising Su Zian that she should give up when it was time to give up, and there was no need to keep entangled. After everything that had happened, hearing Lin Feng say those words again made Su Zian realize that there was no chance for her. Even when he was suffering from amnesia and talking about the past, He showed no lingering affection for her whatsoever. However, getting Lin Feng was already an obsession in her heart. No matter how things changed, she was always unwilling to accept the thought that Lin Feng would live happily with someone else. She remained silent for a long time, then suddenly looked up, staring intently at Lin Feng. I'm telling you all this truthfully not to make you like me, nor to make you pity me. I just don't want to deceive you. And I also want to tell you that I have no intention of giving up. But before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by a cold voice. Should I give you an award to reward your persistence? The moment the voice came, Su Zian looked up abruptly and saw Chu Ling Shuang walking towards her with an icy expression. Lin Feng also subconsciously turned his head. Chu Ling Shuang, who was already standing beside him, had seductive eyes and an unusually gloomy face. However, he was somewhat surprised by her attire. Despite being pregnant and ideally wearing loose clothing, she was wearing an off-the-shoulder dress, her fair shoulders exposed to the air, with a large, clearly visible mark on her neck. Lin Feng couldn't remember when he had done it. As he racked his brains, he saw Chu Ling Shuang walk up to him without any hesitation. She placed her hand on his shoulder, and in front of everyone, she raised her hand and pinched his chin. Didn't you say you were going to school? What? You ran away from me to see your old flame? Chapter 284. He was still that egoist. Her undisguised intimacy, displayed in front of everyone, was undoubtedly a show-off to Su Zian. Lin Feng looked at the woman with childish behavior with some surprise. He hadn't expected that she was actually monitoring him all along. Before he could even sit still, Su Zian had already slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Chu Ling Shuang, I advise you to be mindful of your actions. Feng has already lost his memory, so why are you forcing him? Faced with Su Zian's assertive words, Chu Ling Shuang raised an eyebrow without hesitation, pinched Lin Feng's chin, and said in a cold voice, Tell her, did I force you? This isn't a problem, it's a threat. He was very close to Chu Ling Shuang, so close that Lin Feng could even see the gloom hidden in her eyes. At that moment, it was as if his jaw would be crushed if he said a single no. The familiar feeling of suffocation returned, but considering Chu Ling Shuang's pregnancy, Lin Feng compromised and said, How could that be? All of this was of my own free will. In an instant, Su Zian's eyes were filled with disbelief. She stared in shock at the two people behaving intimately before her, too stunned to speak. Instead, Chu Ling Shuang curled her lips into a smile, her eyes radiating satisfaction. Right there in front of everyone, she unabashedly lowered her head and pressed her lips to Lin Feng's. In an instant, the onlookers who were eating started talking and taking pictures with their phones. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Regardless of whether Chu Ling Shuang was monitoring him, he did have questions for Su Zian. With her there, he couldn't get anything done. His eyes darkened, and he said in a low voice, Ling Shuang, could you go outside and wait for me for a while? I have something to ask Miss Su. How could Chu Ling Shuang possibly allow herself to be suddenly sent away? She sat down beside Lin Feng, her back ramrod straight, and said in an unyielding tone, Just say what you have to say. We're one, so what is it that I can't hear? What do you mean by one body? Don't you have any shame in front of so many people? Su Zian was furious, but because of her status as a young lady and the presence of many onlookers, she only spoke harshly and did not take any extreme actions. Chu Ling Shuang raised an eyebrow slightly and asked Lin Feng, Didn't you tell her? Lin Feng was taken aback. What? Chu Ling Shuang frowned slightly in displeasure, but when her gaze fell on Su Zian again, she became more smug. Then let me tell her myself. She curled her lips into a smile, met Su Zian's confused yet angry gaze, and said triumphantly, Lin Feng and I are already married, so we can naturally be considered one. It was just a wedding. Su Zian was there at the time, so how could she be provoked by these words now? You call that marriage? Did you even ask Feng's opinion? She shouted angrily, glaring fiercely at Chu Ling Shuang. These words were indeed a knot in Chu Ling Shuang's heart. Lin Feng is still alive. They have only registered their marriage. Although the wedding was grand, it was ultimately imperfect. Moreover, Lin Feng has now lost his memory, and all their past experiences have vanished like a bubble. Chu Ling Shuang has been having recurring dreams these past few days. She dreams that Lin Feng, after regaining his memories, recalls the torment she once inflicted on him, and how he's now being forcibly bound to her through her deception, gradually developing a deep-seated hatred for her. She would be startled awake every time such a dream came to her, so much so that she needed to hold Lin Feng in her arms to fall asleep peacefully every night. She was terrified that Lin Feng would hate her and leave her after he found out everything. She couldn't accept Lin Feng's departure. But now, she must eliminate her nemesis. After a moment of confusion, Chu Ling Shuang smiled and looked at Lin Feng, asking, "Would you like to marry me?" Upon hearing this, Su Zian immediately tensed up, staring at Lin Feng with wide, anxious eyes. This is like slapping her in the face right in front of her. Although there was more of a threat in his words, Lin Feng knew what Chu Ling Shuang wanted to hear. Regardless of what happened between them in the past, or whether her pregnancy was real or not, at this moment, there is no evidence. Lin Feng naturally compromised, nodding and saying in front of Su Zian, "Of course." Su Zian couldn't hold back any longer. She looked at Lin Feng in disbelief, and then at Chu Ling Shuang. How is this possible? Chu Ling Shuang had only been with Lin Feng for 3 days, and in those short 3 days, Lin Feng's personality had changed drastically, and he had even accepted such a domineering person. She didn't use force, not even deception. Could amnesia really cause such a drastic change in a person's personality? So, Ling Shuang, could you please step out for a moment? I do have some questions for Miss Su. Lin Feng emphasized again that he was annoyed by this kind of surveillance. To avoid such surveillance, he did not contact anyone even after escaping death. Although he hoped that Chu Ling Shuang would come looking for him, he never took the initiative to contact her. But now, they've still come looking for us. He knew they would come looking for him, so he pretended to have amnesia. He wanted them to give up. Unexpectedly, they became like vines, clinging to him once their roots were attached to him, and never let go. He emphasized this twice, which made Chu Ling Shuang very unhappy. She knew exactly what Su Zian wanted to do, which was why she rushed over as soon as she received the news of their meeting. But now he wanted her to leave first? Should we give them some space to be alone together? Chu Ling Shuang's face darkened. She stared at Lin Feng silently for a long time before suddenly standing up. "I'll wait for you outside." She uttered a somber remark and turned to leave. Seeing her leave the restaurant, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. When he looked back, Su Zian still had an incredulous expression. She stared at Lin Feng, her expression unreadable. She bit her lip and asked, "What exactly did she say to you that made you willingly stay with her?" She was so eager to know. She didn't believe that amnesia could drastically change a person's personality. If it really did, then when she met Lin Feng, he would never have told her to leave. He is still that egoist. But after only a few days, he changed his mind and said he was willing. If Chu Ling Shuang hadn't said something, she would never have believed it. Lin Feng knew she was going to ask, but before that, he also wanted to hear something else from Su Zian. "I can tell you, but in exchange, you have to tell me about the current situation of the Lin family. Even if it's just for Chu Ling Shuang and his child, he, as the father, must clear away all obstacles for them. He is still himself, the one who only cares about his own interests." Su Zian suddenly laughed. "Okay, I accept your conditions." She took a sip of her cola and said calmly, "After you fell into the sea, Chu Ling Shuang, in league with other families, put pressure on the Lin family stock market, captured Linda, and the Lin family's assets have been divided up by other families. The Lin family no longer exists. Chapter 285. As long as she gets pregnant, Lin Feng will give in." Although Lin Feng already had a guess in his mind, he was still very shocked to hear the news with his own ears. Chu Ling Shuang really made a move. After he faked his death, she actually began to take revenge. This revenge was entirely for him alone. Lin Feng's feelings were complicated. He had guessed it, but he didn't expect her to actually do it. Seeing the surprised expression on Lin Feng's face, Su Zian knew that bringing this up would undoubtedly earn her points with Chu Ling Shuang in Lin Feng's eyes. But what else can we do if we don't say anything? Can you separate them? Even though he had amnesia, he kept saying he was willing. She was willing to tell him the whole story, so at least she didn't deceive him and could earn points with him. The atmosphere froze instantly. Su Zian put down her cup and quietly looked at Lin Feng. The sunlight from the window beside her shone on him, making him glow. No matter how many times she looked at him, he was still so perfect. Despite everything she's been through, she still doesn't want to give up. Being with Lin Feng has become an obsession for her. Even seeing Chu Ling Shuang marry Lin Feng, without hesitation, she still can't bring herself to give up. She always imagined that she and Lin Feng would laugh and play together in the courtyard, spending the rest of their lives together. But now, all of this is just a pipe dream, and she still can't accept it. It's your turn to tell me. She cleared her throat, her voice light and airy. Lin Feng snapped out of his daze, nodded knowingly, and met Su Zian's gaze. He said truthfully, Ling Shuang, she's pregnant. With a loud bang, Su Zian slammed her hand on the table, her expression one of shock. Although their table was in a corner, the frequent disturbances had become commonplace for the other guests. While people still glanced at them, very few looked over anymore. Lin Feng was startled by her slamming the table, and he looked puzzled. Su Zian opened her mouth in disbelief. Her lips moved a few times, but no words came out. She was dazed for a moment, then slowly sat down, murmuring, No wonder she wanted to marry you. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. She seemed lost in thought, her eyes no longer focused, staring at the food in front of her, shaking her head repeatedly. Lin Feng had no idea she would react this way, but he was more concerned about Chu Ling Shuang clearing obstacles for him. The Lin family has been bankrupted by the Chu family. It's unclear why Su Zian is still here. But even a fallen camel is bigger than a horse. Even if a large family goes bankrupt, they can still afford plane tickets. The Su family must have received the same treatment. Regardless, the Su family had once saved his life, and seeing Su Zian lost in thought, Lin Feng did feel a pang of pity. He was about to say something when he saw Su Zian suddenly raise her head, her eyes wide as she stared intently at him. If that's the case, I'd still be willing to marry you. Does she think she's the only one who's deeply in love? If I were in her shoes, I would do the same. Her eyes already showed signs of madness, and Lin Feng frowned. What are you talking about? I said I want to marry you too. Su Zian's eyes were firm. She finally understood why Chu Ling Shuang had resolutely stepped into the wedding hall with a dead person that day. It turns out it was because she was pregnant. If she gets pregnant, she will do it without hesitation. Amidst Lin Feng's bewildered gaze, Su Zian suddenly called out, A Feng. Do you believe me? From the moment I learned you had amnesia until now, I have never said a single lie to you. So you believe me, right? Faced with Su Zian's relentless pressure, Lin Feng wanted to say that he never trusted anyone. But Su Zian's mental state worried him. When people are pushed to the limit, they are capable of doing anything. He now has a real weakness. He couldn't let anything happen to Chu Ling Shuang. So he gave a vague answer. I guess so. Su Zian seemed greatly encouraged. She stared intently at Lin Feng for a long time. Then a cryptic smile appeared on her lips. Okay, you just need to trust me. Pregnancy would make Lin Feng give in. She thought she already knew what to do. Completely confused and not understanding what she was talking about, Lin Feng glanced at the time and realized that 20 minutes had passed since Chu Ling Shuang left. Chu Ling Shuang must be getting impatient waiting in the black car outside the restaurant. He couldn't let her lose control of her emotions. Lin Feng didn't linger. He called the waiter over and paid the bill. Miss Su, I understand everything now. I'll be leaving now. Let's not contact each other again. His words were absolute, leaving Su Zian no room for maneuver whatsoever. But he overlooked her obsession. Watching Lin Feng's departing figure, Su Zian had already pieced together the whole story. From that moment on, she decided to stop being passive. In the past, she only thought about waiting for Lin Feng to be willing, but waiting makes people miss opportunities. Now she has lost too many opportunities, but she thinks she has found a way to make Lin Feng compromise. Go and get the things from the locked drawer in my bedroom. She picked up her phone and typed in a line of text. Back in the car, the atmosphere inside was frighteningly oppressive. Chu Ling Shuang sat quietly in the back seat, but her face was cold, and her low pressure pressed down on Lin Feng like a mountain. Lu Tianhan tactfully pulled up the partition between the back and front seats, leaving Lin Feng and Chu Ling Shuang alone in the cramped space. The car started, and neither Chu Ling Shuang nor Lin Feng spoke. Lin Feng was somewhat moved by what Chu Ling Shuang had done after he faked his death, and he didn't know how to express his gratitude. The low pressure lasted for a full 5 minutes, and Chu Ling Shuang's face grew increasingly dark. Unable to hold back any longer, she spoke up, sarcastically asking, "Having a good chat?" Lin Feng was taken aback, naturally knowing she was jealous. He quickly said, "We were just talking about some things from before." Chu Ling Shuang instantly exploded, saying sourly, "What's there to talk about what happened before? If you want to know, can't you just ask me? Do you have to go see her? Isn't this just a case of you, miss, never telling the truth?" Lin Feng awkwardly touched his nose, but didn't say those words aloud. He just stared at Chu Ling Shuang and said seriously, "Ling Shuang, thank you." The sudden thank you stunned Chu Ling Shuang. She looked at Lin Feng in surprise, her coldness instantly dissipating. Thank you for what?" Lin Feng said sincerely. "Thank you for clearing the obstacles for me after I fell into the sea." "So, he went to see Su Zian to ask her about something?" Staring at Lin Feng's serious expression, Chu Ling Shuang felt a warm current surge through her heart, rushing up to her cheeks, and instantly blooming into 2 blushes. Chapter 286 Intertwined Fingers. "It's nothing. I like you, and I don't care what I do for you." She turned her face away and didn't look at Lin Feng again, but the meaning in her words was already very clear. She has always been like this, confessing her love without restraint, and only ever having eyes for him. Even after he faked his death and escaped, she did so many things for him. This kind of feeling weighed heavily on Lin Feng's mind. He glanced at Chu Ling Shuang's profile, such a perfect profile, reflecting the beautiful scenery outside the car window. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt a sense of relief. What is he still thinking about? He is now a father-to-be, with his wife by his side. They are legally married and have registered their marriage. All the past troubles are in the past. Fate has arranged for them to be intertwined. Let's stay together then. He didn't say anything more, but simply raised his hand and took Chu Ling Shuang's hand, which was resting on the car seat. His palm was warm, and the frosted texture of his hand rose on Chu Ling Shuang's hand. The moment he touched her, Chu Ling Shuang trembled slightly and looked back at Lin Feng with a hint of surprise. At the same time, Lin Feng's gaze had already shifted to the window. Like a cycle, staring at Lin Feng's profile, Chu Ling Shuang curled her lips, her hand facing upwards, and grasped Lin Feng's hand in return. Their fingers are intertwined. They drove in silence for a long time before arriving at the villa. The courses in the UK are not demanding, and students can go home after class. Therefore, for Lin Feng, going to class is just something to do and a pastime every day. After the car came to a stop, Lu Tianhan got out and opened the car door for Chu Ling Shuang. After getting out of the car, the two never let go of each other's clasped hands. Seeing the two being so intimate, Lu Tianhan felt a tightness in her heart. The sweeter her young mistress and Lin Feng were, the more afraid she became. They were afraid that when the lies were exposed, they would fall out again. As they entered the villa, Lu Tianhan took a deep breath and walked towards Yu Xuan's room on the 2nd floor. "I'm so bored." As soon as the door opened, Chu Yunren's long sigh came from inside. She was sitting on the sofa, holding her head, looking listless. "Sister Xuan, why won't you let me go out and play? I haven't even gone out to explore since I came to England." Yu Xuan's eyelids twitched, and she warned, "Miss Ranran, please don't go out. Right now, the matter between Miss and Mr. Lin is the most important. You absolutely must not go out, lest something unexpected happens." Nonsense. With Chu Yunren's personality, she could expose everything in just a few words. The relationship between Miss and Lin Feng had only just begun to improve. If Chu Yunren were to say something like that, it might just fall apart. Now, she can only try to live one day at a time in peace, and Yu Xuan can only pray that the day when things are exposed will come later. Seeing Lu Tianhan close the door and come in with a serious expression, Yu Xuan's heart tightened. "Tianhan, do they know?" Lu Tianhan shook her head. "Phew, that's good. Sigh, what a mess this is." Yu Xuan sighed helplessly. Lu Tianhan's face was a little pale. "Xuan, why don't we tell Miss about this? We can't keep it a secret any longer. It's been over 2 months, and she'll be showing soon." "We can't say." Yu Xuan shook her head repeatedly. "Mr. Lin most likely married Miss because she's pregnant. If we tell her now, Miss will probably have a meltdown. What should I do?" You have no idea how nervous I am when I walk in front of them right now. Lu Tianhan couldn't hold it in any longer. Witnessing it repeatedly had left her physically and mentally exhausted. She slumped heavily onto the sofa, her usual liveliness gone. Maybe I should just tell them. They seem to be doing quite well now. Even if they knew, they probably wouldn't do anything. It's precisely because they have a good relationship that we can't say anything. Yu Xuan repeatedly denied it. We all know that Mr. Lin is doing this because Miss is pregnant. If we tell them, they will still be furious, and neither of us can escape Mrs. Punishment. Can you withstand Mrs. Wrath? Seeing that the two were about to start arguing, Chu Yunren weakly raised her hand. Sister Xuan, Sister Tianhan, I think it would be better to tell Brother Lin first. Why? Look, Miss Ranran thinks the same way I do. Yu Xuan and Lu Tianhan glanced at each other simultaneously. Chu Yunren clicked her tongue and said softly, I don't think Brother Lin is the kind of irresponsible person. Besides, our initial intentions were good. My sister's temper is uncontrollable, so I think we should tell Brother Lin about this first. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Lu Tianhan nodded repeatedly. Xuan, since Mr. Lin was willing to register the marriage with Miss because she is pregnant, it means that he is not a bad person. Moreover, we all know that Miss was kept in the dark about this matter. No matter what, Mr. Lin will not hold a grudge against Mississippi. This circle went around in a huge loop before finally coming back. Yu Xuan naturally understood. She hadn't expected that Chu Yunren, who usually seemed so unruly, could actually get to the heart of the matter in a single sentence. All right, in that case, I'll tell him. Yu Xuan glanced at the time. I'm afraid it won't work today. I'll find some time to go out soon. Okay. Would you like some tea and snacks? I'm free this afternoon. I'll make some for you. Lin Feng helped Chu Ling Shuang sit down in a chair and glanced at the time. It was already 3:30. Chu Ling Shuang, who was about to refuse, suddenly became interested when she heard Lin Feng say that he would do it himself. She nodded quickly. I'm fine too. Then I'll help you. Let's make afternoon tea together. No. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately tensed up and carefully protected her, saying, Your body is delicate right now. Let me do this. You just wait here. Rarely hearing him be so protective, Chu Ling Shuang was excited but also a little haughty, saying, I'm not that precious. I was working out at home while you were in class. So that's why you've exceeded your exercise limit today? You need to get some rest. Lin Feng smiled and patted Chu Ling Shuang's head, his voice becoming even gentler. Be good. Just wait here for a while. I'll be done soon. But Chu Ling Shuang was unwilling to be separated from him. She grabbed his arm, stubbornly insisting, Then have the maid bring the things in, and you can do it in the bedroom. Lin Feng sighed. All right, I'll go tell them to get the things. Chu Ling Shuang nodded obediently and watched expectantly as Lin Feng called in a maid to bring in the tableware used for making pastries in the restaurant. Since you're pregnant, you should only eat sweets in moderation. I'll cut some fruit and make you a salad. Lin Feng muttered to himself as he began pouring flour into his hands. Chu Ling Shuang sat on the sofa opposite him, staring at him with deep affection in her eyes. Chapter 287, he also decided to try to accept her. Judging from the way he cracks eggs with one hand, you can tell he often cooks for himself. This was the first time she and Lin Feng had ever been so harmonious and friendly. Chu Ling Shuang felt a pang of inexplicable emotion. She lay on her side on the sofa, elbow resting on the armrest, chin propped up, and murmured, If I had known you would have changed your mind after seeing Su Zian, I would have had her kidnapped long ago. Lin Feng was whisking the eggs, but the machine was making a lot of noise, so he didn't hear it clearly. What? He frowned in confusion and paused the egg beater. It's nothing. Chu Ling Shuang quickly shook her head, turning her face away shyly, and said haughtily, You'd better hurry up. I'm hungry. This time, Lin Feng didn't argue, and instead replied with a smile. Okay, my dear wife. Chu Ling Shuang's blush had spread all the way to her ears. She gave a coquettish humph, but her heart was actually pounding in her throat. He's doing so well now. If he never remembers it, and things stay this way, that would be fine. But the memories of their past are always a ticking time bomb. Chu Ling Shuang didn't know when this bomb would go off, but at this moment, she was the happiest. Afternoon tea snacks are not complicated to make. Lin Feng quickly made a strawberry mousse cake, along with a fruit salad and a glass of milk. These are all nutrients that Yu Suan told him pregnant women need to supplement daily. Seeing that his cake was exceptionally perfect, Chu Ling Shuang was somewhat surprised. Didn't you say you used to eat fast food a lot? When did you learn to make cakes? Every word she said seemed like a test, and this time she was testing whether he had done it for someone else. Lin Feng reacted quickly. Really? I don't quite remember. I learned this online recently. Why don't you try it? Chu Ling Shuang nodded knowingly, picked up her fork, and put a small piece of cake in her mouth. The soft texture rises on the taste buds, and the silky cream slides down the throat. Although it can't compare to a star chef's, it's already top-notch. What's more, Lin Feng made it himself. How does it taste? Tasty. Chu Ling Shuang praised it generously, then took small sips and put them into her mouth. Seeing her eat so quickly yet so elegantly, Lin Feng chuckled and said, "As long as it tastes good. If you want to eat it, I'll make it for you every day from now on." Really? Chu Ling Shuang was stunned for a moment, staring blankly at Lin Feng, seemingly not expecting him to be so proactive. Yes. Lin Feng nodded, pushed the milk cup towards her, and instructed, "Remember to finish all the milk. You'll have 1 cup every day from now on. I'll keep an eye on you." Looking at the milk sloshing in the glass, Chu Ling Shuang felt that something was not quite right. Just after his conversation with Su Zian, he seemed to have changed a lot. Chu Ling Shuang couldn't quite put her finger on it. Although she liked the change, she still felt uneasy. The happier you are, the more you will fall to the bottom the moment you are separated. She ate her cake silently, her eyes downcast, and said in a low voice, "Lin Feng, can I ask you a question?" "You say?" Chu Ling Shuang hesitated for a moment, then said in a low and hesitant voice, "If someone treated you badly at first, but later realized their mistake and made amends, would you forgive them?" Without a doubt, she was referring to herself. She was referring to the things she had done to Lin Feng before. Lin Feng frowned, surprised that she would ask such a question. He didn't know how to answer in a way that would satisfy her, and he was afraid that he might say something wrong that would upset her again. After much thought, he chose a compromise. It depends on the situation. Upon hearing this, Chu Ling Shuang's beautiful eyebrows furrowed. Fearing that her emotions might fluctuate too much, Lin Feng quickly changed the subject. "By the way, Ling Shuang, I also have something I want to tell you." Chu Ling Shuang's thoughts were interrupted, and she looked up. "What? I'd like to ask, could you please stop having people monitor me 24/7? After some hesitation, Lin Feng decided to be frank. "I don't like this feeling, and even though we are now husband and wife, we should still give each other enough space." Hearing his words, Chu Ling Shuang's mind went blank. She bit her lip, looked away, and subconsciously said, "How could I be monitoring you 24 hours a day?" However, she almost bit her tongue when she said that. Lin Feng had just met Su Zian when she rushed over immediately. Lin Feng wasn't stupid. He could naturally tell. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Chu Ling Shuang cleared her throat and mumbled, "All right, I'll agree since you made me a cake." "Okay." Lin Feng smiled immediately, nodded, and said quickly, "Eat up, and I'll massage your back after you finish." "Good." The next morning, as usual, Lin Feng got into Lu Tianhan's car and went to school together. Now, his relationship with Chu Ling Shuang has improved a lot. After all, he has seen her devotion. He is not heartless. If they are going to be together, they should be serious about it. He decided to try accepting her. As for the future, let's leave aside what we haven't experienced yet. For several days in a row, Lin Feng went to school as usual to take care of Chu Ling Shuang, busying himself between school and home. On Wednesday, after finishing his afternoon classes, he was stopped by Su Zian on his way to the school gate. "Ah Feng, I have something to tell you." Su Zian was dressed in a black coat, her delicate face devoid of any emotion, and behind her followed 2 bodyguards in black, looking menacing. Lin Feng's heart sank, and he took the initiative to say, "Miss Su, I believe I made it very clear to you last time that we no longer have any relationship. Don't force me to attack you here." Glancing at the people coming and going around her, Su Zian's voice deepened. Lin Feng didn't bother with it. He had already married Chu Ling Shuang, so he wouldn't have any intimate interactions with other women. He ignored Su Zian and walked straight out of the school. However, Su Zian was not satisfied. "Ah Feng, are you sure you want to just leave like this?" Lin Feng paused for a moment, but only for a moment. He didn't even turn his head. Su Zian panicked instantly. "Ah Feng," she roared, stamping her foot in frustration. "What are you two standing there for? Grab him right now." Lin Feng never expected Su Zian to be so bold as to attack him in broad daylight, right at school. But how could two people possibly be a match for him? Lin Feng dodged and delivered an elbow strike, subduing the two bodyguards in just a few punches. He only pushed them back. He didn't kill them. To onlookers, this was just a minor incident. Many foreigners around looked over, took out their phones to take pictures, and gave Lin Feng a thumbs up while speaking broken Chinese. "Awesome. Awesome. Destroy nice Kung Fu." Su Zian's face instantly turned ashen. "Ah Feng, I just wanted to invite you to dinner. You don't have to be so heartless to me." Chapter 288 Grandma's Affairs. "Huh? Heartless?" Lin Feng couldn't hold back any longer and turned around. "Miss Su, don't you want to see what you've done? How come you're turning around and making me seem heartless?" Su Zian's expression froze for a moment, but her tone remained dark and menacing as she threatened and coaxed. "Don't you want to know about your biological grandmother?" Her words did indeed catch Lin Feng's attention. Seeing Lin Feng's furrowed brows, Su Zian said confidently, "I knew you would be interested. Linda asked my father to help treat your grandmother, so I know a little about your grandmother's situation." She crossed her arms, looking confident of victory. This attitude is as if to say, Beg me to have dinner with you, and I'll tell you everything." But clearly, her plan backfired. Lin Feng sneered and shook his head dismissively. "Does that matter? Do you think I'm some kind of traditional person who has to dig up my entire family tree before I'm satisfied? Life is about living for yourself. As long as you make yourself happy, that's all that matters. Why think about so much else?" Back then, my return to the Lin family was merely to use their power to escape Chu Ling Shuang's clutches. If it weren't for Chu Ling Shuang's entanglement, he really wouldn't bother going back to a place like the Lin family. Su Zian stared at Lin Feng in shock. "You don't even want to know about your grandmother?" "What if I know, what if I don't?" Lin Feng smiled faintly. "If they had been raised by my side since birth, then the relationship would naturally be very good, and there would be no need to look for them. But since the bond between grandparents and grandchildren has never appeared in my life, why should I look for them again?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng frowned and looked at Su Zian with slight displeasure. "Or do you think I'm some kind of despicable person, Miss Su?" After the conversation, Su Zian fell silent. She admitted that Lin Feng's ruthlessness was beyond her imagination. Since he is such a heartless person, yet his attitude towards Chu Ling Shuang is different, how could she not feel jealous? Seeing that Lin Feng was about to turn and leave, Su Zian suddenly called out, "Wait." Lin Feng turned around, his brows already showing signs of impatience. "Let's have another meal together. Please, it's my request." Su Zian's tone turned somber, tinged with nostalgia and pleading. "Just for the sake of the time you lived in my house, please have one more meal with me. After that, I'm going back to China and will never appear here again." She was talking about something as if it were a matter of life and death. What she said was true. Lin Feng did indeed live with the Su family when he was a child, and they treated him quite well. Moreover, Su Zian had already put it this way, so it would be really unreasonable not to go. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then said, "Wait a moment, I'll tell them." They actually refers to Chu Ling Shuang. They had both decided to be together, and Chu Ling Shuang agreed to give him his freedom. She had given him her complete trust, and he had to do the same to put her at ease. When we arrived at the black car outside the school gate, the driver's side window was already open. Lin Feng gestured to Lu Tianhan to open the rear window of the car and said, "Tianhan, tell your young lady that I'm going out to dinner with some friends today, and I'll take a taxi home later." "Friend? You mean Su Zian?" Through the car window, Lu Tianhan's gaze was fixed on Su Zian, who was not far behind Lin Feng. Her expression was rather unpleasant. Lin Feng nodded. "Yes, I have something to take care of. I'll go tell Ling Shuang, and I'll be back soon." "This is tantamount to sending her to her death," Lu Tianhan hurriedly said. "You should tell Miss yourself." I wouldn't dare." "Don't worry, my relationship with her has improved a lot now. I'll talk to her about it when I get back later." All right. Lu Tianhan remained silent for a long time before finally giving in. She stared at the backpack Lin Feng had placed on the back seat and instructed him, "Take the backpack with you. I don't want to pick up someone who's only halfway." The reason was a bit far-fetched, and Lin Feng hesitated for a moment before picking up his school bag anyway. Seeing that Lu Tianhan's attention was fixed on his school bag, his heart sank. He slung his backpack over his right shoulder, turned around, and walked towards Su Zian. "Let's go, but I'll decide which restaurant we go to." "No problem." Su Zian readily agreed and instructed her bodyguard to bring the car over. He got into the car with Lin Feng. To avoid the hassle of going back, Lin Feng found a Chinese restaurant not far from the school. After sitting down with Su Zian by the window, Lin Feng said bluntly, "Let me make this clear first. We shouldn't contact each other again after this meal. I don't want Ling Shuang to be jealous because of you." "Sure." Su Zian readily agreed on the surface, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. She stared intently at Lin Feng and said proactively, "Regarding your grandmother, even if you don't want to know, I still want to tell you, and also to thank you for coming out to dinner with me." She smiled gently, picked up the teapot on the table, and poured Lin Feng a cup of tea. "The year I met Linda, he asked my father to treat your grandmother. Your grandmother had a serious mental problem at the time, and many medications were ineffective. My father was also helpless. Later, your grandmother disappeared." Su Zian spoke softly, and Lin Feng listened attentively. "Disappeared? Why did it disappear?" "I don't know either. My dad said he couldn't save her because of a problem with her brainstem. So Linda took your grandma back to the Lin family. I haven't seen her at the Lin family's house. Linda did tell people that your grandma was sick and couldn't see anyone, and that he was taking good care of her. I don't know the specifics." Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned. He remembered that when he first returned to the Lin family, Linda had taken him to the basement, where he had seen that emaciated person. Linda had said that was his grandmother. If he really took good care of her, how could she have become so thin? What illness does she have? It's brain atrophy, the irreversible kind. There's no cure for this disease yet, but if you take good care of it, the symptoms are probably similar to Alzheimer's. That makes sense. His grandmother was probably imprisoned and tortured like that by Linda. With this guess, Lin Feng's anger could not be contained. What grudge could possibly drive Lind to such a ruthless act? He is now eager to see Lind and confront him about his actions. Lin Feng didn't speak again, and his face remained expressionless. He glanced at a black car parked outside his side window and immediately frowned. His gaze fell on the backpack. After a long silence, he suddenly stood up. "Miss Su, please have your meal first. I'm going to the restroom." Chapter 289, Let's celebrate my brother's birthday today. Su Zian couldn't wait for him to go, so how could she refuse? She nodded, stirred the steaming seafood porridge in her bowl, and smiled. "Okay, no problem. Go ahead. I'll wait for you here." Lin Feng responded and picked up his school bag, heading towards the bathroom. Seeing her leave, Su Zian took out a capsule from her bag and casually tossed it into the bowl of porridge in front of Lin Feng. On the other side, Lin Feng went to a private toilet stall, closed the door, opened his backpack and rummaged through it for a while. Finally, he found a small listening device in a hidden compartment of his backpack. Without a doubt, besides Chu Ling Shuang, who would have the time to put something like that in his backpack? He knew there was something fishy about Lu Tianhan's quick agreement, but then letting him carry the school bag. It turned out Chu Ling Shuang hadn't stopped monitoring him all along. Instantly, anger at being deceived surged into my heart. He clearly made it very clear to Chu Ling Shuang yesterday that he would not act recklessly again and would give her a sense of security. More importantly, she personally agreed to it in front of him. But now he's dug up this kind of thing. Lin Feng felt as if he had been betrayed by someone he trusted, and he felt suffocated. At this moment, he felt like a lab rat trapped in a glass box, with nowhere to hide, and all his life experiences being manipulated by the manipulators outside the glass window. Take Chu Ling Shuang's pregnancy as an example. He had no intention of being a father-to-be at all. She casually told him she was pregnant. Yes, he also had problems with the pregnancy, but weren't all those contributing factors Chu Ling Shuang's domineering nature? He never intended to have a child at a time like this. And now, she is still monitoring him, even recklessly disrupting his plans. At this moment, Lin Feng felt tormented. No matter what he did, something else would always jump out and block his path. He's not a saint. How could he possibly do everything perfectly? It's so painful. This is pure psychological torture. He calmly put the bugging device back into the compartment of his backpack and casually pressed the flush button next to it. After leaving the restroom, he took a deep breath and calmly returned to the dining table. However, as soon as he entered the lobby, he noticed that there were two more people at the corner where he and Su Zian were eating. It's Li Hao and Xia Qingqing. The two were talking to Su Zian, but when they saw Lin Feng approaching, their faces showed undisguised excitement. Elder brother. Xia Qingqing suddenly stood up, instinctively covering her mouth, her eyes reddening and filled with tears. Li Hao also hurriedly stood up, his eyes red, wiping away tears. Brother Feng, I knew you were still alive. Sitting directly opposite, Su Zian's face was stiff. Her entire face had turned completely black, her expression extremely gloomy. Qingqing, I told you the person in the video was Brother Feng. Look, it really is him. Li Hao was the first to react, and he moved to the side to move aside, excitedly saying to Xia Qingqing, Elder brother. Xia Qingqing was so excited that she rushed up and gave Lin Feng a bear hug. This scene instantly stunned Lin Feng. Su Zian is right in front of her. She thought he had amnesia, and even if he knew them, he would never acknowledge them in front of her. After all, he was about to get Su Zian to give up. So how could he possibly mess things up at a time like this? Seeing that Lin Feng remained silent, Li Hao grew anxious and quickly pulled Xia Qingqing down. Qingqing, get down first. You forgot, Brother Feng has amnesia. As he spoke, he winked at Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing realized what had happened and hurriedly wiped away her tears. Right, I got so excited and forgot. Brother, I'm Xia Qingqing, your sister. Let's sit down and talk. As she spoke, she tried to pull Lin Feng to sit down. Lin Feng didn't refuse. It was already a bit awkward to be alone with Su Zian. He had already gotten the information he wanted, and he was thinking of finding an excuse to leave first, but now it seemed that he didn't need to. Seeing Lin Feng being pulled to a seat inside by Xia Qingqing, Li Hao chuckled and scratched his head before sitting down as well, saying to the waiter, Waiter, bring 2 more sets of tableware. Thus, what Su Zian had painstakingly invited Lin Feng to dinner alone turned into a 4-person meal. Su Zian's face had turned so dark it was unbearable to look at. But Li Hao and Xia Qingqing's attention was entirely on Lin Feng. Similarly, Lin Feng looked at them curiously. How? How did you know I was here? My phone, Xia Qingqing said first. She took out her phone, opened the video, and pointed it to Lin Feng. Brother, look, the video of you fighting at the school gate has been posted on our school's official website. This post is really popular. Everyone in our overseas study circle is talking about you. Huh? So fast. Lin Feng was stunned, looking at his phone screen. Sure enough, it was playing a video of his arrogant and unruly moment. It seems a bit awkward. Lin Feng scratched his head, and Xia Qingqing continued, Brother Hao has a good eye. While everyone in the comments section was still guessing, he just glanced at it and said it was you. So we came running here asking him all the way. I see. Brother Feng, you're so lucky to have escaped death. You have no idea how worried Qingqing and I were after you jumped into the sea. Li Hao said subconsciously, but stopped himself before he could finish. Xia Qingqing quickly changed the subject, picked up the cup on the table, and said, Let's not talk about those things from the past anymore. We're all in the same school now, so let's celebrate your birthday today. Yes, birthday celebration. Celebrating Brother Feng's miraculous survival. He's sure to have good fortune in the future. As Li Hao spoke, he also raised his glass and excitedly clinked glasses with Xia Qingqing. Lin Feng's lips twitched as he picked up his cup and clinked it with theirs. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Su Zian's face, which was as dark as could be, and he suddenly felt like laughing. You can't blame him for that. He came out to eat, but who would have thought that these two would show up too? After setting down his glass, the waiter brought the food, and Li Hao excitedly said, Bring 2 bottles of red wine. It's on me today. As he spoke, he saw the bowl of porridge in front of Lin Feng and casually placed it on the tray held by the waiter. Don't drink this, it's too cold. My brother Feng can't drink cold drinks. Yes. This whole table should be replaced with new food. The dishes are getting cold, so bring them back. My brother Hao has plenty of money. Xia Qingqing readily agreed, pointing directly at the tableware on the table and signaling the waiter to remove it all. Su Zian was absolutely furious. The opportunity she had worked so hard for was so easily ruined by Xia Qingqing and Li Hao. How could she swallow this insult? Chapter 290. Actually, I didn't lose my amnesia. What do you two mean by showing up uninvited? Su Zian spoke first, her face grim. Her voice startled Li Hao and Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing's expression was also not good. Her brother had amnesia, but she hadn't. Su Zian was the one who forced her brother to jump into the sea, and she remembered it very clearly. Now that they're face to face, how could she possibly put on a nice face? But because Lin Feng was still there, Xia Qingqing didn't immediately start cursing. Instead, she said sarcastically, "Miss Su, you didn't even tell us about finding your brother. Are you trying to keep it all to yourself?" "Yes, Miss Su, what you're doing is not very kind. We are Brother Feng's best friends. We were heartbroken when Brother Feng got into trouble. How could we have come uninvited?" Li Hao understood immediately and didn't hesitate to mock him. The phrase, eating alone, completely shut down Su Zian's words. She never expected that these two would be so bold after only a few months apart. Because Lin Feng was present, and it was in the restaurant lobby, she didn't want to become the center of attention. After thinking it over, Su Zian swallowed her words back. She only stared at Lin Feng. "Feng, let's skip this meal and eat out again next time." Just as Lin Feng was about to ask why it didn't count, Li Hao grabbed his arm. Seeing Su Zian get up and leave, Li Hao winked at Xia Qingqing and hurriedly said, "Brother Feng, don't chase after her. Qingqing and I finally found you. Let's drink until we drop tonight." Receiving a signal with her eyes, Xia Qingqing immediately agreed, excitedly raising her glass. "Yes. We won't leave until we're drunk." Lin Feng sighed, watching Su Zian disappear through the restaurant door. He then picked up his glass and clinked it with the two of them. After a few drinks, Xia Qingqing's cheeks were slightly flushed, and she exuded a pleasant buzz. Looking at Lin Feng, she blurted out without thinking, "Brother, you should stay away from Su Zian. She's not a good person." Li Hao was startled. He wanted to smooth things over, but seeing Lin Feng's slightly furrowed brows, he couldn't help but ask, "Brother Feng, do you believe us?" It doesn't matter if it's others, but Li Hao and Xia Qingqing were the ones who helped him escape back then. So how could Lin Feng not believe them? He knew they had something to say, so he put down his glass and chuckled. "Of course." Li Hao hesitated for a moment, but finally spoke up. "Actually, Brother Feng, you might not remember because you have amnesia. Su Zian was also one of the culprits behind your amnesia. Su Zian is a bit scheming, brother. It's best to stay away from her if you can." Xia Qingqing nodded, but then seemed to remember something and muttered, "If we really have to compare, I think Miss Chu is better than her." Lin Feng never expected that in just a few months, Li Hao and Xia Qingqing would change their opinions of Chu Lingshuang. Shocked, he couldn't help but ask, "What makes you say that?" "Miss Chu she..." Xia Qingqing muttered something, about to speak, but was interrupted by Li Hao. "Qingqing," Li Hao called out, "you're drunk. Why don't you rest for a bit? We can talk about it when you're sober." It's one thing for others, but for someone with amnesia, if their past memories are suddenly triggered, it might hurt Lin Feng. "Even if we talk about it later, now is not the time to say these things." Xia Qingqing suddenly snapped out of her daze. "Oh right. Let's talk about it tomorrow. My head feels a little dizzy, like it's all mush." Seeing that the two seemed to be hiding something, Lin Feng felt somewhat helpless. He took a deep breath, gripped the inner pocket of his backpack, and whispered, "Actually, I don't have amnesia." Instantly, Xia Qingqing and Li Hao, who were still planning to continue making conversation to gloss over the matter, were stunned. The two of them simultaneously turned to look at Lin Feng. No amnesia. "But brother, Miss Su and Miss Chu just told us that you have amnesia." Seeing their shock, Lin Feng decided not to keep it a secret any longer. Originally, he planned to resolve the issues with the Lin and Su families himself before revealing that he hadn't lost his memory. However, after meeting Su Zian, he learned that Chu Lingshuang had already done all of this for him. His initial purpose in faking amnesia was simply to protect himself and his friends. It seems the Lin family is gone now, and the fact that Su Zian only dares to stop him at school proves that she has no ability to confront Chu Ling Shuang face to face. In that case, there's absolutely no need for him to pretend to have amnesia. I have not lost my memory. I escaped from the sea to here just to lower Su Zian's guard. Lin Feng spoke of it casually, as if it were nothing more than a trivial matter. Xia Qingqing suddenly stood up, her expression shifting from shock to delight. Then she covered her mouth, speechless with tears welling in her eyes, unable to utter a single word. Li Hao, being quite easygoing, jumped up immediately upon hearing this. That's great, Brother Feng. Qingqing and I were worried you had lost your memory, so we didn't dare to say anything carelessly in front of you. His excited voice was so loud that it drew frequent glances from those around him. Seeing the questioning looks from the surrounding guests, Li Hao sat down again, scratching his head sheepishly, and whispered, "Then, Brother Feng, how did you escape back then? Miss Chu sent out so many teams to search for you at sea for so long. I bought a portable oxygen cylinder in advance." Lin Feng smiled and replied, "To be honest, it was indeed difficult to get away at the time. After I jumped into the sea, the Lin family's main force blocked the sea area. I was hiding on the seabed, thinking about how to break out of the encirclement. I didn't expect that they would all withdraw after a short while, which gave me time to swim out." "I know that." Xia Qingqing quickly raised her hand and said, "Back then, Miss Chu put pressure on the beach search and rescue team, telling them not to look for you, saying that after you escaped, you would go back to find her." The more she spoke, the softer her voice became, until finally she was even afraid to look Lin Feng in the eye. Li Hao spoke for her. "Brother Feng, you escaped back then. Why didn't you contact us? We were heartbroken, and Miss Chu kept blaming herself afterwards." Lin Feng was taken aback. "She feels guilty?" "Yes." Li Hao nodded. "The Chu family sent many fleets to search, but they couldn't find you. Miss Chu thought it was her fault that the search and rescue was not timely. She went crazy and locked herself in her room, not eating or drinking for several days." Chapter 291. No, this logic is flawed. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was utterly shocked. He never expected that Chu Ling Shuang's feelings for him were beyond his imagination. He had only faked his death, yet she was so heartbroken. His eyes darkened, he gripped the inner pocket of his backpack, and his voice was tinged with bitterness. "I just don't want you to get hurt again because of me." Lin Feng indeed regarded them as close friends. It turns out that faking his death and escaping was just a performance for those disgusting people to see. All they want is him. Only when he dies will they be satisfied. Li Hao and Xia Qingqing naturally understood this principle. But such a method is too extreme, and only Lin Feng could do it. "Elder brother." Moved, Xia Qingqing hesitated before speaking. "Actually, you're wrong to think that way. Hao Ji and I have always been worried about you, and we've always felt that we would be a burden to you. But when facing the enemy, we should unite. I'm not afraid to die. Although we're not quite at the level of life and death friendship, I would feel guilty if I dragged you into this mess. But when it comes to death, who's afraid? I gave most of the money you gave me last time to my mom. She bought several small villas at home, which is more money than I could earn in several lifetimes. They're already well off, and they have no right to interfere with what I want to do." Li Hao also opened his heart and spoke very earnestly to Lin Feng. Hearing their words, Lin Feng was shocked. He never expected that they would value him so much. Although he had given them benefits before, his original intention was to use them, but they directly opened their hearts to him. He suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had made two friends who were completely naive, and he didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. Everyone's intentions are good, they just do it in different ways. Actually, Brother Hao, money is not as important to your parents as you are. What's the use of money if you're gone? Xia Qingqing disagreed with Li Hao's statement and couldn't help but speak up the moment he finished speaking. Li Hao, on the other hand, took it all in stride. "Well, my family has always hoped I'd become successful since I was little. After all these years of experience, I've really figured out what's important and what's not." "That's true. Every family has its own problems. Sometimes I hate my blood relation to my brother. Sometimes I think, if only I weren't his biological sister, I wouldn't be his weakness. But since this relationship has already been exposed and can't be changed, I can only try to face it. When Lin Feng heard their conversation and reflections, he looked at them with some surprise. At this moment, he was truly moved. He even felt that he was not as good as Xia Qingqing. Faced with this blood relation, his first thought was to escape, while his sister was to face it directly. He really couldn't keep running away like this anymore. The world doesn't seem so evil after all, and he seems to be able to make good friends. On this ordinary afternoon, Lin Feng completely let down his guard against them. You're right, I really can't run away anymore. He gripped the inner pocket of his backpack, his calm tone revealing a firm resolve. Xia Qingqing was merely expressing her thoughts. She didn't quite understand what Lin Feng was saying. However, Huali instinctively sided with Lin Feng, saying, actually, running away is fine. Everyone has different thoughts. But brother, Miss Chu felt guilty for a long time because of your suicide attempt, and later she even married you. It was clear that her earlier words were deliberately biased, but her later words were completely off. Lin Feng woke up with a start and asked in surprise, marriage? I jumped into the sea. How can she marry me? She made a statue of you on September 1st and invited a lot of big families. Hao and I were also guests, right Hao? Yes, we were all shocked when Miss Chu said she wanted to marry you. I never expected her to be so devoted. Xia Qingqing and Li Hao honestly recounted everything that happened after Lin Feng jumped into the sea. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was deeply shocked. He insisted that his memory was flawless, that he hadn't lost his memory. So how could there be any talk of him marrying Chu Lingshuang? Now that he heard the whole story, he finally realized what had happened. So, the reason Chu Lingshuang described her wedding day so vividly was because it actually happened, and she really did go through with the wedding ceremony with him. He deliberately faked his death. She was facing a dead man. Even so, she still wanted to marry him. Lin Feng never expected that Chu Lingshuang would be so infatuated. So her kindness towards him was not feigned. All her gestures of goodwill were not spur of the moment. She was serious. Lin Feng couldn't sit still any longer and suddenly stood up. His sudden action left Xia Qingqing and Li Hao somewhat bewildered. Brother, what's wrong? Brother Feng, our nightclub hasn't even started yet. What are you going to do? I have something to do and need to go back first. Let's get together another day. Lin Feng said, grabbed his backpack, and rushed out of the restaurant. Xia Qingqing wanted to chase after him, but Li Hao grabbed her arm. He shook his head and said softly, Qingqing, let Brother Feng have some peace and quiet by himself. He might not be able to handle hearing this news all of a sudden. That's why I'm worried. Brother Hao, don't hold me back. I'll go check on him. Fool. Li Hao raised his hand and patted Xia Qingqing's head. Guess what? We all know that Brother Feng is still alive. So how could Miss Chu not know? Xia Qingqing suddenly realized. Oh right, Brother must have gone to see Miss Chu. Let's make an appointment with Brother another day. We're in the same school anyway, so we'll have time. On the way back, Lin Feng's emotions remained unsettled. Chu Lingshuang's love was too intense, so intense that he dared not accept it. He couldn't imagine that she would actually put on a wedding dress and marry a dead person in front of someone who was already dead. Doesn't she know what she's about to face? He didn't know if Chu Lingshuang already knew she was pregnant at that time, but she held a grand wedding, making a big fuss and becoming known to everyone. She was a rich young lady. Does she not even care about her own reputation? Just as he was about to roar out loud, Lin Feng froze, instinctively clutching his chest. No, that logic is flawed. Why should he take the initiative to consider her needs? He never agreed to her request from beginning to end, and the only reason he got the marriage certificate was because she was pregnant. No matter what Chu Lingshuang is going through, everything that's happening now is just wishful thinking on her part, isn't it? There's no wife chasing after the cremation plot. The main focus is on the male lead chasing after his wife. The male lead's family background made him naturally sensitive, suspicious, and selfish. The main focus is on the self-interested male lead. Shuang's journey to win him over is not easy. If you ask me why I wrote a male protagonist with this kind of personality, all I can say is, everyone looks out for themselves. He goes crazy, screaming and crawling around on the ground, yelling, be selfish. Love yourself. I'm the strongest. The universe will explode without me. Chapter 292. Do you like my young lady or not? By the time the car arrived at the villa, Lin Feng had completely calmed down. Regardless, they've already registered their marriage, even though the process was rather muddled. Everything Chu Ling Shuang did for him is true. As for her pregnancy, it seems that it is no longer very important. After getting off the car at the entrance of the resort and stepping through the gate, Lin Feng experienced for the first time the disadvantages of staying at the resort. The road to the villa is too long. There was no direct car access. It took Lin Feng 15 minutes just to walk from the entrance of the resort to the gate of the villa. Next time, let Lu Tianhan wait to pick him up. Lin Feng sighed and stepped into the villa. Chu Ling Shuang wasn't in the living room. Instead, Yu Shuiyan was sitting there. When Lin Feng came in, she stood up. Mr. Lin, Miss is not in a good mood and has gone back to her bedroom to rest. She offered an explanation, glancing at the bedroom door out of the corner of her eye, and continued. If you don't have anything particularly urgent, would it be convenient for you to come with me for a moment? I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Seeing her hesitant expression, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Okay. He put down his school bag and followed Yu Shuiyan into the elevator. Yu Shuiyan remained silent the entire way, her head bowed, her hands rubbing together in front of her, lost in thought. Seeing her like this, Lin Feng roughly guessed that if it was Yu Shuiyan who came, it might be related to Chu Ling Shuang's pregnancy. Second floor study. After closing the door, Yu Shuiyan gestured to the sofa next to her and went to pour Lin Feng a cup of tea. After sitting down on the sofa, Lin Feng got straight to the point. Ms. Yu, please just say what you have to say. Well, unexpectedly, Lin Feng was so direct. Yu Shuiyan hesitated for a moment, then said with some difficulty, It's about Miss. As she spoke, she sat down opposite Lin Feng, observing his reactions closely. Once this kind of thing is brought up, there's no going back. But keeping it bottled up isn't an option either. She'd been thinking for a long time about how to tell Lin Feng, and finally, today, she mustered up the courage. Even though she had prepared herself mentally for a long time, she still subconsciously felt nervous when she actually faced it. Keep in mind, their relationship had only just begun to improve. Seeing Yu Shuiyan hesitate and look like she didn't dare to speak, Lin Feng had a rough idea of what she was going to say. To ease the tension, he glanced at her and said with a hint of teasing, Let me guess, are you trying to talk about your young lady's pregnancy? Instantly, Yu Shuiyan's eyes widened. How did you know? Seeing her reaction, Lin Feng was already certain in his heart. Is it that hard to tell? His lips twitched. Isn't this what you've been busy with lately? I can't think of anything else besides this. Upon hearing this, Yu Shuiyan slapped her forehead, somewhat embarrassed, and said, It seems that's how it is. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. So, just say it directly, stop beating around the bush. The matter is only missing a word from Yu Shuiyan to determine its nature. Seeing Lin Feng's all-knowing gaze, Yu Shuiyan took a deep breath and changed the subject. Before we talk about this, I want to ask you, what exactly do you mean by my young lady? What do you mean? Lin Feng didn't quite understand. It means exactly what it says. Yu Shuiyan explained, but her expression turned indignant. My young lady is deeply in love with you. Do you even like my young lady? A young lady's personality determines the kind of personal assistant she receives. Lin Feng now believed this. Chu Ling Shuang has never liked beating around the bush, never hides her feelings for him, and everything she does is always grand and passionate. Yu Shuiyan has the same personality. They are all straightforward people. Lin Feng's answer was naturally very straightforward. I like it. He chuckled and agreed, then countered with, Why did you get a marriage certificate with your young lady if you don't like me? Like? Yu Shuiyan's eyes widened as she looked at Lin Feng's grinning face in disbelief. Does the way you look like you like him? They all act crazy and silly in front of her, laughing without a care in the world. She can see through it, but her young lady can't. A few sweet words are enough to make her young lady's mouth twist to the heavens. Only her young lady could believe such words. How could Yu Shuiyan possibly believe them? Seeing the hostility and anger in Yu Shuiyan's eyes, Lin Feng's lips twitched. Then what does it mean to like someone? If I didn't like her, why didn't I pursue the matter of you knocking me unconscious, and even agreed to let me stay here? If I didn't like her, why would the first thing I'd do after class every day be to come back and serve her? If I didn't like her, why would I say nice things to her every day, afraid that she would get angry? When it comes to verbal sparring, Lin Feng has never lost. After a series of remarks, Yu Xuan was completely rendered speechless. After Lin Feng's reminder, Yu Xuan seemed to realize what was going on. Yeah, before, when he was with that lady, his only thought was to run away. Now, he's not obediently following her around all the time. The two of them are inseparable, practically glued together with superglue. So, you really do like my young lady? Yu Xuan frowned and looked at Lin Feng intently. Of course, Lin Feng nodded without hesitation. That's good. Yu Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Feng liked her, then it should be fine to tell him the news. Yu Xuan's heart, which had been hanging in suspense for a long time, finally settled down. She stared at Lin Feng and said seriously, "All right, then I'll tell you the truth. Actually, miss, she's not pregnant." Lin Feng wasn't very surprised. Lu Tianhan's reaction during their previous meeting and chat had already given him a clue, and he just needed confirmation. His reaction was so indifferent that Yu Xuan couldn't help but frown. "Why do you seem so unsurprised?" "There's nothing surprising about it," Lin Feng said casually. "Ling Shuang probably doesn't know that she's not pregnant, right?" Yu Xuan shook her head, her face pale, and said, "At that time, Mrs. Emotions were too unstable. After you jumped into the sea, she almost committed suicide. We had to make up a story about her being pregnant in order to barely calm her down." Her words reached Lin Feng's ears. Although he had already heard Xia Qingqing tell the story once, hearing it again still made Lin Feng feel inexplicably heartbroken. How could any girl be so foolish as to sacrifice so much for someone who is not even worth it? It was precisely because of all that she had given that Lin Feng realized how important he was to her. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the torment Chu Ling Shuang had inflicted on him before could be offset. Just look at everything she had done for him after he faked his death and escaped. It all canceled out. Chapter 293. Just surrender, this is unplayable. Seeing Lin Feng deep in thought, Yu Xuan bit her lip and said, "Miss doesn't know about this yet. Tianhan, Miss Ran, and I discussed it and decided to tell you first, and then we can discuss how to tell you." Lin Feng snapped out of his daze. "There's no need to think about it. Just say it directly." "No." Yu Xuan shook her head violently, looking at Lin Feng with a pale face. "If Miss finds out we lied to her, Tianhan, Miss Ran, and I will all be finished." Seeing her nervous expression, Lin Feng suddenly remembered when he was trapped in Lakeview Manor. Yu Xuan helped him treat his injuries and shamelessly told him that it is his good fortune to be favored by her young lady. Now, the tables have turned, and it's her turn to be nervous, isn't it? Well, now that this good fortune has arrived, shouldn't we let him laugh at us? So what? You are Ling Shuang's right-hand woman, and Chu Yunren is her own sister. No matter how you are punished, it won't be too severe. Your young lady is very easy to talk to. Lin Feng looked on with an expression of amusement, as if he were watching a good show. This caused Yu Xuan, who was already nervous, to instantly explode. "That's because she's easy to talk to. Last time, Miss Ran wiped your mouth for you, and you were almost sent to Indonesia by her." Lin Feng was taken aback. "There's such a thing?" "Nonsense," Yu Xuan said irritably. "That time when you participated in the show, Miss Ran went swimming with you, and she immediately called a yacht. You couldn't even wait for 10 minutes. She just kept going around in circles on the yacht, and almost trampled it." That's a bit of an exaggeration. But Lin Feng could indeed understand Yu Xuan's feelings. Indeed, he still had a bugging device hidden in his backpack. With that kind of possessiveness, they'd probably blow up the building at the very least. "Wait a minute." Lin Feng frowned. "Then the news about the Lin family villa being bombed last time, was that also done by your young lady?" "What else?" Yu Xuan forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. "Miss heard you were getting engaged to Su Zian and mobilized 23 helicopters overnight. But who knew that one of the parties involved would run away beforehand?" As she spoke, Yu Xuan rolled her eyes at Lin Feng, her meaning quite clear. "I knew it. Who did the Lin family mess with? They could get bombed like this." Lin Feng's lips twitched. He hadn't expected it to really be Chu Ling Shuang who did it. That's quite a fiery temper. Yu Xuan clasped her hands together, abandoning her cold demeanor, and looked at Lin Feng with a frantic, pleading expression. "Please, Brother Lin, say something, let's discuss it properly. how to tell Miss about this. Lin Feng wasn't going to let Yu Xuan off so easily, especially since she had mocked him before. Let me think about it. Lin Feng propped his chin up in a pretentious manner, smiling as he looked at Yu Xuan, whose eyes were full of anticipation. He tapped his cheek with his finger and said calmly, "If we were to speak frankly, what would happen to you all?" Yu Xuan, who had been looking forward to this for so long, felt a chill run down her spine when she heard these words. She imagined the scene of her young mistress's rage in her mind, and she shuddered all over. "I guess it'll be even worse than being sent to Indonesia." "Hey, I'll put in a good word for you guys then. Indonesia is a great place. You should bring a few more bodyguards. Isn't that much better than going to India?" Yu Xuan. Sending those 3 beautiful women to Indonesia, considering the way people there would look at them, would be less satisfying than just killing them. Yu Xuan immediately became anxious. "How could you do this?" "We lied back then because you faked your death. If we had known you were faking it, why would we have lied? And you, watching us all about to die, are still making sarcastic remarks. I don't like hearing that." Lin Feng crossed his legs, sitting like a lord, his back slumped on the sofa. "My faking my death is my own business. The lie came from your mouths, so what does it have to do with me?" Yu Xuan was furious. She pointed at Lin Feng and shouted, "Now that you know the lie, you're in the same boat as us. Once this is exposed, none of us will have an easy time." She's so angry. Not only did he make her live in fear for several days, but now he acts like a big shot, as if nothing's wrong with him at all. Since that's the case, let's just go all out and make sure no one gets away with it. Seeing Yu Xuan's tough stance, Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. "Fine, then you go ahead and tell her, or you can just keep quiet. Anyway, you're quite far along in your pregnancy now. She'll find out sooner or later. Even if she does find out, I'll still be the one who's been deceived, and the rest of you will be in the same boat. Then I'll put something in your food, and at worst, I'll make you really pregnant. Okay, then you can leave. I'll talk to your young lady right now, and tell her that I'll cook for her myself starting today. I'll see if she'll eat your cooking." Lin Feng placed his hands behind his head, holding the back of his head, looking like a hoodlum, just short of whistling. You're a complete scoundrel." Yu Xuan was so angry that she was trembling all over. She stammered for a long time, but couldn't find a retort. As Chu Ling Shuang's most favored person, Lin Feng has 1,000 ways to torment them. He could easily charm his young lady with just a few words, and with a little coquetry, she would be practically drooling with delight, wishing she could pluck the stars from the sky. How are we supposed to fight this? This is completely unplayable. They had no way to fight back and could only swallow this bitter pill. "Forget it, I'll just vote." Yu Xuan gritted her teeth, sat back down on the sofa, and glared fiercely at Lin Feng. "Why are you targeting me like this? I haven't done anything to you. Who said it was a blessing to be favored by your young lady?" Lin Feng smirked. "And now, is it still a blessing or not?" Yu Xuan was suddenly stunned. Good heavens, all this happened because of a casual remark she made a few months ago. She was speechless. "No, you're such a vengeful man." Lin Feng, resting his chin on his hand, said with a hint of cunning, How could I not remember that? How can this scoundrel have so many faces? You change them every few days, huh?" Yu Xuan was rendered speechless by the retort, and she immediately lost her temper. Envisioning her tragic end, she chickened out. She forcibly suppressed her anger, bowed slightly forward, and looked at Lin Feng with a fawning expression, rubbing her hands together. "Brother Lin, I was wrong. I apologize. I shouldn't have said those things. Please, have mercy and give us some advice. Only you can save us now." Chapter 294. Are you still planning to keep me as a cage bird? Lin Feng felt completely comfortable looking at this. Lin Feng doesn't know where he picked up this strange quirk, but he now enjoys watching other people's expressions change. The contrast gives him a huge sense of satisfaction. "All right, seeing how sincere you are." Before he could finish his promise, Yu Xuan was so excited that she almost jumped up on the spot. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and said, "Don't be so happy yet. This matter is so big that even if I speak up, I may not be able to calm Ling Shuang down." "No way," Yu Xuan said firmly. "Miss likes you the most. As long as you plead for us, she will definitely not punish us." Lin Feng asked doubtfully. Are you so sure? Of course. I'm with Miss every day. I know best who she likes, okay? Okay. Lin Feng didn't say anything more. He said directly, then in a few days, it will be the weekend. You can make an appointment for a prenatal checkup. I will go with Ling Shuang. Even if it is discovered, we can say that you made a mistake during the checkup. I will also say a few words on your behalf. Ling Shuang should not be too angry. Upon hearing Lin Feng's plan, Yu Xuan didn't refuse at all and nodded in agreement. No problem. It's settled then. Let's do it this weekend. There are still 2 days left. I'll contact the hospital here first thing Saturday morning. After leaving Yu Xuan's room, Lin Feng went to Chu Ling Shuang's bedroom without being told to. Everyone had assumed that Chu Ling Shuang was pregnant, so to avoid the fatigue of going up and down the stairs, Chu Ling Shuang's bedroom was arranged on the first floor. As soon as the door opened, the room was pitch black, with no light except for the moonlight coming in through the window. The room was quiet. Lin Feng only noticed a small bulge on the bed and assumed that Chu Ling Shuang was asleep, so he moved slowly and gently. After tiptoeing to close the door, Lin Feng was about to turn around when he suddenly heard a sinister voice behind him. You're back. It sounded like an interrogation, the tone extremely cold. The sudden shout startled Lin Feng, making his heart tighten. He turned around cautiously and looked in the direction from which the sound came. In the pitch black, he could only see a floating dark shadow on the sofa. Didn't Xuan say you were asleep? Lin Feng responded instinctively, only to be met with Chu Ling Shuang's cold mockery. Oh, you're calling me that so affectionately. Well, Lin Feng scratched his head and walked towards the sofa. He stood in one corner of the sofa, where only a sliver of moonlight shone down in the darkness. He could vaguely make out Chu Ling Shuang's face. Her face was terrifyingly cold. She was only wearing a white spaghetti-strap nightgown, and she was lying lazily on the sofa armrest with her hands behind her head, her icy gaze fixed on him. Lin Feng could clearly sense the oppressive atmosphere around her. Recalling what happened that afternoon, Lin Feng understood. Without any hesitation, he walked around and sat down on the sofa diagonally opposite Chu Ling Shuang. Seeing Lin Feng sit down so gracefully, Chu Ling Shuang's face darkened. Don't you have anything to say to me? She asked. His voice was already filled with gritted teeth and anger. Lin Feng knew exactly what she was angry about. Not to mention she was angry. He was also quite uncomfortable. The fact that he found a bugging device in her backpack made him feel nauseous. If Chu Ling Shuang hadn't agreed to his conditions in the first place, then the matter of planting the bugging device would have been easy to resolve. Even though he had made things clear and Chu Ling Shuang had promised him she wouldn't spy on him anymore, he still secretly did this kind of thing behind his back. What angered Lin Feng was that he said one thing but couldn't do another. However, no matter how angry he was, he still considered Chu Ling Shuang's feelings. I went out to dinner with friends this afternoon, which is why I didn't come back in time. He offered a brief explanation and didn't say anything more. Chu Ling Shuang was very dissatisfied with his attitude. Her voice rose several octaves. That's it. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. That's it. His nonchalant demeanor infuriated Chu Ling Shuang. She sat up abruptly, staring straight at Lin Feng in the darkness. Fine. Very well. Is this your explanation? Otherwise what? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, already knowing she wasn't pregnant, so he brazenly danced on her sensitive spots. Otherwise, what kind of explanation do you want to hear? With a whoosh, Chu Ling Shuang pounced on the sofa, bracing herself on the cushions with her hands, and pressed herself close to Lin Feng. Good. Very good. Excellent. In the pitch black, Chu Ling Shuang said, okay, 3 times in a row. Her intention to endanger the enemy was already very clear. Lin Feng could also feel the heat wave and the fragrance of roses that hit him when she suddenly approached. In the past, he might have been afraid that she would torture him, but now, in such a tense situation, he was no longer afraid, and even looked forward to what Chu Ling Shuang would do to him. Lin Feng felt like he had really gone mad. Together with Chu Ling Shuang, they had long since fallen into madness. Before he could even think for a moment, a hand suddenly appeared on his neck. The next second, the hand tightened suddenly, gripping his throat tightly. What followed was Chu Ling Shuang's frantic roar. Why did you betray me? With his neck gripped tightly, Lin Feng felt difficulty breathing. If it were before, he would have laughed at Chu Ling Shuang without hesitation, mocking her for having the ability to strangle him, because that was something she had tormented him for, something she owed him. But now he won't do that anymore. He had already admitted to Yu Xuan that he liked Chu Ling Shuang. Besides, Chu Ling Shuang has done so much for him. All those past things have long since been forgiven. Now, they are truly equal. Since we are equal, we must resist unequal treatment. Lin Feng did just that. He grabbed Chu Ling Shuang's wrist and questioned her seriously. Are you sure you want to strangle me? Unexpectedly, Lin Feng remained so calm. This rhetorical question caused Chu Ling Shuang to pause. She loosened her grip slightly and said frankly, I didn't mean to do that. As she spoke, she suddenly released her grip. Strangling you would be too easy for you. How could I let someone like you, who dared to deceive me, die so easily? If we're talking about someone who likes dramatic, passionate relationships, then Chu Ling Shuang is one of them. But if we're talking about someone who's stubborn, then Chu Ling Shuang is also the only one who can back it up. Lin Feng chuckled and said, All right. So how do you plan to punish me this time? Everything seemed to have returned to the way it was before, but something was different. Chu Ling Shuang snorted coldly, crossing her arms haughtily. As punishment, you are forbidden to step out of this manor. From today onwards, I want you to stay here, forever. Her tone remained unquestionable. Lin Feng laughed and said, Well, after all this time, you're still planning to keep me as a caged bird? Chapter 295 I like you. Otherwise what? Who told you to lie to me? Chu Ling Shuang was not going to let it go at all. But although she said that, her tone wasn't as absolute as before. On the contrary, it had a more joking tone. The atmosphere immediately eased. Lin Feng shrugged. Miss, let's talk this out, shall we? When did I lie to you? What kind of logic is this? You were just lying to me. Chu Ling Shuang turned her back, crossed her arms, and looked like she had suffered a great injustice. Lin Feng's lips twitched. Then tell me, what did I lie to you about? Chu Ling Shuang glanced sideways, her eyes scanning Lin Feng. Who did you go out with this afternoon? When this was mentioned, Lin Feng's eyes flickered slightly. He had no intention of answering her directly at all. He rested his hands on the back of his head and said frankly, Don't you already know? As if her secret had been exposed, Chu Ling Shuang's arrogance vanished instantly. She was clearly flustered and said, What do I know? How could I possibly know? I didn't go to school with you, and I'm not a mind reader. How could I possibly know who you went out with? Clearly, Chu Ling Shuang wouldn't lie. This explanation is worse than simply admitting it. Lin Feng was now certain that Chu Ling Shuang had planted the bug. He sighed, considering that Chu Ling Shuang had done a lot for him and was probably acting this way because she lacked a sense of security, so he earnestly told Chu Ling Shuang again. Young miss, you do seem to be quite bad at lying. The atmosphere instantly froze, and Chu Ling Shuang turned around and stared blankly at Lin Feng. If the lights were on, Lin Feng would definitely have seen the two blushes that suddenly rose on her cheeks. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly lie? She muttered, clearly having lost her earlier arrogance. Lin Feng placed his hands on her shoulders and forcefully turned her around. Looking directly into her eyes in the moonlight, he said sincerely, Ling Shuang, if you want to know anything, just ask me. I will tell you everything you ask, and I will not lie to you. He didn't confront Chu Ling Shuang about putting a bug in his bag, partly to save face for both of them. He likes her, so of course he will try his best to protect her dignity. Of course, Chu Ling Shuang wasn't stupid. As soon as Lin Feng said that, she immediately guessed that he had discovered what he had done. She avoided that topic and went straight to the point, asking, Then tell me, what did you and Su Zian do when you went out? The fact that she asked that question means she has already admitted it. The listening device kept malfunctioning during the time after she met Su Zian. She couldn't hear what was being said on the other end no matter how hard she tried. But during that time, she was very clear that Lin Feng was indeed with Su Zian. At the time, Chu Ling Shuang thought the eavesdropping device was faulty and immediately bought other ones. Now that Lin Feng has exposed her, she finally understands that Lin Feng had already noticed the difference. So, what exactly did he say to Su Zian that he had to keep from her? That's what she really wanted to know. That's why she was angry. Lin Feng frankly admitted. We talked about some things from the past, and I also told her not to come looking for me again. I don't want to have anything to do with her anymore. That's all. Chu Ling Shuang raised her eyebrows, her voice rising several octaves. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. That's all. All right. Chu Ling Shuang nodded. Her anger had clearly subsided. To his surprise, she didn't press him for more details. Lin Feng asked, somewhat puzzled. Aren't you going to ask her again? What else do you want to ask? Didn't you already tell me? Chu Ling Shuang stretched and hooked her arms around Lin Feng's. This made Lin Feng a little uneasy. He wondered, I thought you would keep bothering me and asking me questions. I just wanted to know what you and Su Zian talked about when you went out. Now that you've told me, of course I believe you. Despite Chu Ling Shuang's seemingly frank words, if she truly trusted him, she wouldn't have put a bugging device in his bag. Lin Feng held Chu Ling Shuang's shoulder again, expressing his feelings for her once more without reservation. Ling Shuang, I like you, and I've told you that many times. So I don't want this to happen again. I will give you a sense of security, so I hope you won't do this again. He decided to let it go this time, but he still chose to emphasize it again, hoping that Chu Ling Shuang could correct her mistake. However, he spoke at length, but Chu Ling Shuang only heard half of it. She looked at Lin Feng with a hint of ecstasy. What did you just say? I told you I hope you won't do this kind of thing again, Lin Feng said patiently, repeating himself once more. That's not it. His words were abruptly interrupted by Chu Ling Shuang, who replaced them with a face full of excitement. It's the first half of the sentence. What did you just say to me in the first half of the sentence? She grabbed Lin Feng's collar, her heart pounding with excitement. Lin Feng instantly understood. This time, he shortened his words and emphasized with a smile. I said I like you. Like what? Who likes whom? Say it again. As if she had never heard such words before, Chu Ling Shuang was so excited that she kept asking Lin Feng to say them again. Even when she felt insecure, Lin Feng didn't try to fool her. He looked at her seriously and repeated himself at her request. I like you. Really? You really like me. You don't blame me for how I treated you before. Have you forgiven me? Chu Ling Shuang was so nervous that her tongue was trembling. She completely forgot that Lin Feng was still in a state of amnesia. Her mind was a complete mess at this moment. Having come this far, Lin Feng no longer intended to hide his fake amnesia. He bluntly stated, You've done a lot for me, so let's consider the past as an end to it. From now on, I've decided to start liking you. Chu Ling Shuang had never heard Lin Feng answer her every word so seriously before. He kept emphasizing that he liked her, and her mind was completely filled with excitement and anticipation. She had completely forgotten about the fact that she was pregnant. She suddenly threw herself into Lin Feng's arms, hugging him tightly with both hands, tears streaming down her face, her voice filled with grievance and sobs. Feeling hot tears streaming down her neck, Lin Feng stroked her head and gently comforted her. Why are you crying? Don't you want to hear me say I love you? Even at a point like this, he still had to say one last rude thing. But Chu Ling Shuang was too preoccupied to retort at this point. She sobbed and mumbled, I've waited for this day for far too long. Chapter 296. The atmosphere here is so harmonious. To say I felt nothing would be a lie. From the moment he was kicked out of the Su family home, Lin Feng's feelings were no longer as deep as before, and he has always been extremely guarded. Now, after experiencing so much with Chu Ling Shuang, he has finally succumbed to her charms. It's hard to pinpoint exactly when, but Chu Ling Shuang's appearance seemed to be destined. He eventually succumbed to despair. Seeing Chu Ling Shuang crying her eyes out, her little face streaked with tears, Lin Feng groped in the dark and wiped the corners of her eyes for her. Okay, don't cry, it's getting late. Let's rest. I just talked to Swayan, and I'll go with you to your prenatal checkup this weekend. Of course, he hadn't forgotten about it. Chu Ling Shuang sobbed and mumbled. So you were just talking about this with Shui Yan? What else? Lin Feng looked at her with amusement. What a stubborn girl, getting all jealous in the middle of this whole thing. I knew it. Chu Ling Shuang snorted, hooked her arm around Lin Feng's, let her legs dangle off the sofa and swing them a few times, then put on her slippers. Lin Feng also stood up and accompanied her to the bedside. You rest first, I'm going to take a shower. He gently patted Chu Ling Shuang's head, signaling her to rest first. Okay, Then I'll wait for you to come back. Chu Ling Shuang nodded and obediently went to bed and snuggled under the covers. As Lin Feng came out of the bathroom, he was drying his hair with a towel when he noticed that the bedside lamp was on. In the dim light, Chu Ling Shuang was holding the blanket with both hands, her eyes peeking out and staring intently at him. She's nowhere near acting like a young lady. She's clearly just a clingy brat. Lin Feng dried the water droplets from his hair, got into bed from the foot of the bed, walked around Chu Ling Shuang, sat down inside, and leaned against the headboard. He had just lain down when Chu Ling Shuang leaned close to him. I need to wait until my hair dries before I sleep. You rest first, and I'll turn off the light later. Lin Feng's voice was very soft. Chu Ling Shuang nodded, then hugged his arm and closed her eyes. Now that things have come to this, Lin Feng is not too worried that Chu Ling Shuang will find out about this during the prenatal checkup a few days later. Their relationship has improved a lot. Just because it's not there now doesn't mean it won't be in the future. There's still a long time to go. The next day, Lin Feng went to school as usual. A regular life was much better than his previous aimless days. Lin Feng's life is very fulfilling now. He attends classes during the day and returns to the villa after school to do fitness exercises with Chu Ling Shuang to improve his physical fitness. Fortunately, the courses abroad are not too demanding, especially at the beginning of the semester, with almost no homework. So, apart from the days at school, he has all the time to himself. However, after learning that Lin Feng was still alive, Xia Qingqing and Li Hao came looking for him again. Just after school, on his way out of the school gate, Lin Feng ran into Xia Qingqing and Li Hao, elder brother. As soon as she saw Lin Feng, Xia Qingqing waved to him excitedly. Beside him, Li Hao also looked delighted. Brother Feng, over here. Lin Feng smiled and walked towards them. The two were overjoyed and started gesturing wildly as soon as they saw Lin Feng, discussing where to go for fun later. Seeing Lu Tianhan had already parked the car not far away, Lin Feng nodded to her, and then said to Xia Qingqing and Li Hao, Qingqing, Huzzy, let's get in the car first. A car? Brother, you bought a car. Xia Qingqing was unaware that Lin Feng was now married to Chu Ling Shuang, and was quite surprised to hear Lin Feng's words. Before Lin Feng could respond, Lu Tianhan's face appeared in the rolled-down car window, and the two of them immediately understood. Good afternoon, Sister Tianhan. Xia Qingqing greeted Lu Tianhan with a smile. Li Hao also smiled and gestured to Lu Tianhan. Lin Feng was about to explain, but Lu Tianhan opened the back door and gestured, get in the car first. Okay. Xia Qingqing replied happily and went straight to open the back door. Lin Feng sat down in the passenger seat, glanced at Lu Tianhan, then looked at Xia Qingqing and Li Hao in the back seat, and asked with some surprise, you two know each other? Yes. Xia Qingqing hurriedly said, after you had your accident, Brother Hao and I stayed at Miss Chu's house. Sister Tianhan and Sister Suan took good care of us. Beside him, Li Hao scratched his head somewhat sheepishly, forcing a smile. Yeah. Being praised so directly, Lu Tianhan felt a little embarrassed. It was Mrs. Instruction, after all, you are Mr. Lin's friends and sister. I see. Lin Feng nodded, without saying anything more. Behind her, Xia Qingqing grinned foolishly. Brother, where are we going to play later? Hearing this, Lu Tianhan didn't rush to start the car. She turned her head and asked curiously, Mr. Lin, are you going out? Okay. Lin Feng nodded, knowing exactly what Lu Tianhan wanted to say. He said directly, let's go back and pick up Ling Shuang, then we can go out and have some fun together. Are we going with Miss Chu? Li Hao was stunned, then suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. He hissed and turned to look at Xia Qingqing in surprise, muttering under his breath, Qingqing, why did you pinch me? Fool. Xia Qingqing slapped Li Hao's arm and whispered in his ear, Brother Hao, can't you see that? Sister Tianhan is here, so you and Miss Chu must be together already. Li Hao's eyes widened, and he belatedly realized what was happening. Seeing that Lu Tianhan had already started the car and was chatting and laughing with Lin Feng in the passenger seat, he scratched the back of his head and said, Damn, what did we miss? When did those two get together? How would I know? But I think my brother has already accepted Miss Chu, which is good. Miss Chu isn't a bad person. Xia Qingqing muttered softly. In the passenger seat, Lin Feng glanced at the rearview mirror from time to time and saw Li Hao and Xia Qingqing frequently huddled together and whispering. He raised an eyebrow slightly. He's usually so focused on himself that he didn't even notice when those two got together. Once he removed his focus from himself, Lin Feng felt his vision suddenly broaden considerably. Just like now, he suddenly realized that many of the relationships around him were changing. He never imagined that these two would end up together. The reason Li Hao was hired in the first place was simply because he had few friends and desperately needed someone he could trust to protect Xia Qingqing. But while he was protecting her, his house was somehow stolen. Seeing the two of them whispering to each other, Lin Feng touched his cheek awkwardly. Looking at Lu Tianhan, who is driving, he appears to be driving seriously, but in reality, he is constantly glancing around and eating gossip. Lin Feng's lips twitched, and he inexplicably remarked, "The atmosphere in this car is really harmonious." Chapter 297, Let's Go Camping. However, no matter what, Xia Qingqing is still his own sister. Although Li Hao is the brother he trusts the most, Li Hao is a bit dull and needs to be disciplined from time to time. As Lin Feng was making these plans, the car arrived at the villa. Having already called Chu Ling Shuang beforehand, Chu Ling Shuang was already prepared and waiting at the door when the car stopped at the villa. Upon seeing Chu Ling Shuang again, Xia Qingqing and Li Hao were no longer afraid as they had been before. The two greeted Chu Ling Shuang naturally. As the relationship eased, Chu Ling Shuang smiled slightly in response. "Where are you planning to go for fun?" Seeing Lin Feng get out of the car, Chu Ling Shuang naturally walked forward and took his arm. "Oh ho, you were right." Behind him, Li Hao widened his eyes, leaned down, and whispered something in Xia Qingqing's ear. "Of course, although I haven't spent much time with my brother, I can sometimes guess what he's thinking." Xia Qingqing replied with a smile. She was about to say something more when she saw Lin Feng turn around and ask, "Qingqing, Huzzy, is there anywhere you'd like to go?" The two people whose names were called were taken aback. Li Hao scratched his head, looking rather embarrassed, and said, "I'll listen to Brother Feng." Xia Qingqing felt the same way. "I'm fine with going anywhere, as long as I'm with my brother." It was a perfectly normal response, but Lin Feng clearly felt the arm that Chu Ling Shuang was holding tighten. Goodness, she's jealous again. Meeting Chu Ling Shuang's sour gaze, Lin Feng sighed and leaned close to her ear. "Ling Shuang, don't rush. I'll tell you after we get in the car." Snort. Chu Ling Shuang snorted coldly, but her sourness had subsided. Lin Feng thought for a moment and suggested, "Why don't we go camping today since the weather is nice? It's autumn here now, and the weather is quite cool, which is perfect for camping in the wild." "Great idea. How Ji and I have been here for so long and haven't even gone out for a walk yet." Xia Qingqing exclaimed excitedly. Li Hao rubbed his stomach and nodded. "Indeed, I was hungry too." Chu Ling Shuang would certainly not refuse. She was fine with going anywhere as long as she was with Lin Feng. Before she could respond, she heard a hurried, bustling sound coming from inside the villa. "Sis, Brother Lin, I want to go camping too. You can't leave me out. I'm so bored at home." Everyone turned around and saw Chu Yunren stumbling out of the hall, shouting as she ran. She moved quickly, while Yu Suiyan chased after her desperately in high heels, almost falling several times. Only Chu Yunren could pull off such a chaotic scene. Lin Feng couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chu Ling Shuang was also in a great mood. She crossed her arms and looked at her younger sister, who was jumping around like a rabbit, and said sarcastically without any mercy, "You really can't stay still for even a day." "Who said that? I've been cooped up here for almost half a month, and Sister Suiyan won't even let me leave the house. If I don't go out for a walk soon, I'll be covered in cobwebs." Chu Yunren stood with her hands on her hips, looking aggrieved. It's rare to see everyone here. Moreover, it was an extremely harmonious scene. The afternoon sunlight gently poured down, making the scene exceptionally warm. Lin Feng suddenly felt that it would be nice if time could stop at this moment. He looked down at Chu Ling Shuang and asked for her opinion. "Ling Shuang, should we bring Ran Ran?" Since she was in a rare good mood today, Chu Ling Shuang naturally didn't mind. She snorted and ordered Yu Shuiyan. "Shuiyan, go and prepare the things, and arrange another car." "Yes, Mississippi." Yu Suiyan nodded and immediately instructed the servants to prepare. Having received permission to leave, Chu Yunren rushed over excitedly, grabbing Lin Feng's arm with one hand and Chu Lingshuang's arm with the other, shouting like a little clown, "I want to ride in the same car with you." Seeing Chu Yunren being so proactive, Xia Qingqing felt a little uneasy. She rushed up and grabbed Lin Feng's other arm. "I want to ride in the same car as my brother too." "What are you doing? I haven't seen brother Lin in so long. Why are you trying to take it too?" Chu Yunren immediately became unhappy, walked around Lin Feng and peeked out, staring straight at Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing retorted, "Well, I haven't seen my brother in a long time either. I'm my brother's own sister. What's wrong with me sharing a car with my brother and sister-in-law? I'm still my sister's own sister, so I should ride in the same car as my sister and brother-in-law." Chu Yunren was also annoyed. She hadn't been out for so many days. Knowing full well that Lin Feng had already returned, Yu Xuan still wouldn't let her go out. Now that she finally had a chance to go out for a stroll, how could she let it go? With one on the left and one on the right, the pleasant atmosphere instantly turned tense. But when it comes to sharing a car with Lin Feng, who can compare to Chu Lingshuang? Chu Lingshuang, who had originally been stern and ready to teach the two a lesson, suddenly lost all her anger when she heard the obvious words sister-in-law and brother-in-law. Lin Feng was both amused and exasperated. With two such lively characters on his left and right, he felt a little embarrassed no matter who he favored. Looking at Chu Lingshuang, she was not angry at all. Instead, she watched the scene with great interest. Lin Feng said somewhat awkwardly, "Then why don't the three of you girls ride in one car, and Huzzy and I?" "No, brother, I don't want to." "You dare." Before he could finish speaking, three voices rang out simultaneously. Li Hao cautiously moved back a little, giving him a look that said, "Good luck, brother." Seeing that Yu Xuan had prepared a large number of servants, even the car was ready and everything was packed, while they hadn't even discussed how to get around, Lin Feng felt somewhat helpless. "How about this, 3 cars?" Lin Feng compromised. "Ling Shuang and I will share one car. Qingqing, you and Huzzy will share one car, and Ran, you can ride in your own car. Is that all right?" Everyone else was in pairs, but Chu Yunren was fighting alone. Just as Chu Yunren was about to refuse and throw a tantrum, she was stopped by Chu Lingshuang's command. "Let's do as Lin Feng says and get in the car. If we don't leave soon, it will get dark." Seeing this, Chu Yunren didn't dare to say anything more. She glared at Xia Qingqing resentfully and went to the last car. Li Hao and Xia Qingqing also got into the car. 3 luxury cars, along with a nanny van, headed to Blair Farm. As one of the 3 major camping destinations in the United States, Bly Farm is most famous for its vineyards, and many families come to camp every weekend. However, today is Thursday, and there are not many people camping. We got off the car on a small hill on the farm, and there was a stream right across from us. On the way, Lin Feng had even planned how to set up the tent and barbecue grill, but as soon as he got out of the car, he saw 4 or 5 servants jump out of the last nanny van. Lin Feng fell silent. Chapter 298 My Online Romance Partner? So what should we do? Seeing that the servants had already started setting up the venue, Lin Feng asked a question out of boredom. Chu Lingshuang didn't respond. She got out of the car and instructed a few servants. "You guys set up the chairs first." The young lady's camping trip was purely for enjoyment. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. It's so good to be rich. Seeing that the servants had already started to get busy, Lin Feng, who had nothing else to do, looked around and admired the beautiful scenery. Xia Qingqing and Li Hao also jumped out of the back car, along with Chu Yunren, and the whole group was present. Leaving Li Hao behind, Xia Qingqing headed straight for Lin Feng and Chu Lingshuang. As she passed Lin Feng, Xia Qingqing winked playfully and said to Chu Lingshuang, "Sister-in-law, shall we go over there and buy some wine?" Chu Lingshuang, who was usually too lazy to do such things, was overjoyed to be called sister-in-law. She rarely replied to Xia Qingqing, "Just let the maid buy it. Tell them which one you want to drink." This attitude represents a complete 180-degree turn from before. Lin Feng was stunned by Chu Lingshuang's smiling expression. Chu Yunren, who got out of the car, looked at him with disdain and couldn't help but mutter to herself, "You actually went to curry favor with my sister? You're really something. It would be so boring to send the maid. Since we're already out, We should definitely explore more. Xia Qingqing hooked her arm around Chu Ling Shuang's and said sweetly, "Sister-in-law, let's go together." These repeated calls of sister-in-law almost confused Chu Ling Shuang. She gave Lin Feng a suggestive look and unusually agreed. "Okay, Lin Feng, I'll go for a walk in the garden with your sister. You stay here and watch over them." "Okay, be careful," Lin Feng said with a smile, watching them walk away. This scene looks just like two parents taking a bunch of kids out to play. Watching Xia Qingqing and Chu Ling Shuang walk away, Chu Yunren clenched her little hands in resentment and ran over. "Brother Lin, come here for a moment. I have something to tell you." "Oh." Before Lin Feng could react, Chu Yunren grabbed his arm, causing him to stumble and be forced to follow her behind a large tree. "What's wrong?" Standing behind the big tree, Lin Feng looked at Chu Yunren with a puzzled expression. "Well, Brother Lin, I need to sneak out for a bit later. Could you cover for me in front of my sister?" Chu Yunren rubbed her hands together, clasped them in front of her, and looked at Lin Feng with a pleading expression. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng asked in surprise, "If you want to go out, just go out directly. Why sneak away?" Chu Yunren pouted. "My sister won't let me run around." "Brother Lin, you don't know. I've been in the UK for several days and haven't even left the house. I've been staying on the second floor the whole time. A few days ago, Sister Swayan wouldn't even let me leave my room." She mumbled a lot, her little face all scrunched up, looking so wrong that Lin Feng frowned slightly. "They won't even let us leave the room? I was wondering why I hadn't seen you all this time." Lin Feng belatedly realized that he was also a little surprised to see Chu Yunren. He had been staying at the villa for so long and only knew that Yu Suan and Lu Tianhan had arrived. He didn't expect that Chu Yunren had also come a long time ago. But why won't they let you go out? Lin Feng looked Chu Yunren up and down. "You're an adult, after all. TCH, it's all because of you." Chu Yunren said discontentedly. "Sister Swayan said my sister hasn't seen you in a long time and wouldn't let me go down to find you. She also said I'm bad with words and easily say the wrong thing." Lin Feng had probably guessed the reason. It's not as safe abroad as it is at home. Nowhere is safe to go. Chu Yunren looked completely bewildered, as did Xia Qingqing. She wouldn't feel at ease without Li Hao by her side. Lin Feng didn't want to take that risk. "Why don't you talk to your sister yourself? At worst, you can bring a few bodyguards. You're already out here. Your sister definitely won't stop you." "That won't do." Chu Yunren shook her head violently, her resistance as strong as a rattle. "I have urgent business to attend to this time. Brother Lin, please help me. You're the only one who can talk to my sister right now. If you talk to her a little more, she definitely won't care about me." She lunged forward, grabbed Lin Feng's arm, and shook him from side to side. Lin Feng really couldn't refuse such a shameless act. However, safety is of paramount importance. Lin Feng said seriously, "I can help you, but you have to tell me clearly where you are going and what you are going to do." Chu Yunren blushed, surprised that Lin Feng would ask such detailed questions. She twisted the hem of her clothes with her fingers and murmured, "There's no need to explain this. I won't help you if you don't tell me. What if something happens to you? How am I supposed to explain it to your sister?" After much hesitation, Chu Yunren took a deep breath and looked Lin Feng straight in the eye. "If I tell you, please don't tell my sister." Lin Feng smiled and replied, "Okay, no problem. I'm very tight-lipped." But before the smile on his face could last long, Chu Yunren's next words stunned him. "I'm going to meet someone I met online." As if she had been holding it in for ages, Chu Yunren suddenly blurted out a sentence, startling Lin Feng so much that he shuddered. When he realized what was happening, Lin Feng couldn't help but burst out laughing. He raised his hand and touched Chu Yunren's forehead, chuckling. "Hey, Miss Ran Ran, you don't have a fever. How come you've already started meeting people online at such a young age? Then don't worry about it," Chu Yunren said defiantly, swatting Lin Feng's hand away. "Anyway, I've already made plans with my friend, and I'm going to find him now." Lin Feng smacked his lips a few times, then looked at Chu Yunren with a smile. "So determined. Is she your online dating partner?" In an instant, Chu Yunren's face flushed red. She muttered softly, "No, we met here. We met while playing games." Seeing Chu Yunren's shy yet stubborn expression, Lin Feng understood perfectly. However, he's an adult and has been through it all. He's seen a lot of people get scammed online, especially when it happens abroad, which makes it extremely dangerous. He put on a stern face. Then send him a message now and tell him to come find you. Anyway, we're out camping today, so one more person won't make a difference. Don't worry about your sister. I'm here. Lin Feng was willing to help the other party come over. Although Chu Yunren was somewhat reluctant, after thinking for a moment, she realized that Lin Feng was worried, so she didn't argue anymore and reluctantly took out her phone. Okay, I'll have him come now. Anyway, the place I need to go isn't too far from here. Chapter 299. Shouldn't we set an example? That's more like it. Lin Feng nodded, said nothing more, and turned to walk towards the hillside. With several servants working together, the tent, grill, deck chairs, and everything else were almost ready while he and Chu Yunren were talking. Li Hao was sitting in a chair dividing ingredients when he saw Lin Feng coming over. He said excitedly, "Brother Feng, come quick. Take a look at what we're going to grill first." "That's fine. Just put the chicken wings and other ingredients in advance. We can start preparing now." Lin Feng approached and sat down opposite Li Hao. A short while later, Xia Qingqing returned with Chu Ling Shuang, carrying 2 bottles of wine. As soon as they approached, Xia Qingqing ran over and rushed to Li Hao, eagerly saying, "Brother Hao, let me tell you, this bottle of wine alone cost over 80,000 yuan, and your wife paid for it without even blinking." "Hiss." Li Hao gasped, took the bottle with both hands, and carefully examined it. When he saw the premium label on it, his eyes lit up. "Wow, Musigny Grand Cru wine. That's one of the top 10 brands." He exclaimed loudly, then wiped his mouth. "What have I, Li Hao, done to deserve this kind of brand-name drink in my lifetime? There are still many grapes to be picked in the vineyard over there. It's autumn now, and they're growing really well. My sister-in-law said we can go pick some together later." As soon as she sat down, Xia Qingqing's mouth never stopped, chatting non-stop with Li Hao about the interesting things that had just happened. Lin Feng stood up and walked towards Chu Ling Shuang. "Are you tired? Would you like something to drink? Plain water is fine. I didn't buy much wine. We can have the servants get more if we run out." Chu Ling Shuang replied with a smile. She glanced around but didn't see Chu Yunren, and her face immediately hardened. "Where's Chu Yunren?" "She's in the car. She said she'd wait until we finished grilling the food before getting out, because a friend of hers is coming over," Lin Feng mumbled. "Friends?" Chu Ling Shuang raised an eyebrow, looking at Lin Feng with surprise. "Where would she get friends here?" "We met online," Lin Feng responded, and seeing Chu Ling Shuang's sudden change in expression, he grabbed her wrist. "Don't be angry, let me tell you something." He gave a reassuring sound, then leaned down slightly to Chu Ling Shuang's ear, pointed at Xia Qingqing and Li Hao who were chatting, and whispered, "Look over there." Looking in the direction he was pointing, Chu Ling Shuang was completely confused. "What's going on over there? Haven't you noticed that Qingqing and Li Hao's relationship has improved a lot? I only just noticed them myself." "Maybe they..." Lin Feng didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was already very clear. Chu Ling Shuang suddenly realized what she meant and exclaimed in surprise, "You mean they're dating?" "Keep your voice down." The sudden shout almost scared Lin Feng's heart out. Chu Ling Shuang quickly covered her mouth with her hand and nodded knowingly to Lin Feng. Seeing that there was nothing unusual over there, as if they hadn't heard anything, Lin Feng laughed and said, "Look, Qingqing and Li Hao, you and me, we're 2 couples, but Ran Ran is all alone, so she has to invite her friends over." Other things were fine, but the phrase "you and me" made Chu Ling Shuang's cheeks flush red. She crossed her arms and gave a coquettish laugh. What do you mean you and me? We're not." Her face flushed. She sat down on the deck chair facing the stream, turning her head away to deliberately avoid looking at Lin Feng. Seeing her haughty and arrogant demeanor, Lin Feng found her quite adorable. So, he shamelessly moved closer and deliberately pulled the 2 recliners closer together, sitting down right next to Chu Ling Shuang. Out of the corner of her eye, Chu Ling Shuang glanced at Lin Feng's actions. Although she still held her head high with arrogance, her eyes were full of satisfaction. She pouted and said sarcastically, "Who told you to sit so close? Move away from me." Lin Feng could easily tell that she was being sarcastic. At this moment, he certainly wouldn't argue with her. He moved even closer, and the 2 chairs were almost touching. "No way. I want to sit next to you." He stubbornly uttered a sentence and sat down beside her without hesitation. Although Chu Ling Shuang had a cold and aloof expression, she was so happy to see Lin Feng insist on staying close to her that she smiled. Lin Feng leaned forward and whispered, "Qing Qing and Huzzy don't seem to have figured it out yet. Shouldn't we set an example?" Chu Ling Shuang frowned slightly. She turned her head to look at Lin Feng, and then looked behind her. "Brother Hao, let me do this. I used to cook a lot at home, and I know a thing or two about skewering chicken legs. Then what can I do? I can't let you do everything by yourself. Am I just going to sit around doing nothing?" Then heat up the charcoal a bit, and once I've skewered them and brushed on the sauce, you can grill them right away." Okay. This scene of mutual respect made Chu Ling Shuang frown. "Are you sure they're together?" she asked Lin Feng, puzzled. "I'm not sure, but I think there's potential between them." Chu Ling Shuang propped her head up with her hand, her eyes flickering slightly, and pointed at the two couples over there, saying, "Then, what kind of example are you going to set for me? What should we do?" Before Chu Ling Shuang could finish speaking, she saw Lin Feng suddenly move closer. With his slurp, her words were abruptly cut off in her throat. Her eyes widened instantly, filled with disbelief. "That's how it's done." Lin Feng licked his lips, savoring the taste, his eyes filled with amusement. Chu Ling Shuang subconsciously raised her hand and touched her lips. The warm touch was still rising. In the quiet, she could hear the violent thumping of her chest. She licked her lips greedily, her shocked gaze turning into a lustful one, her eyes burning as she stared at Lin Feng. "Not enough. One more time." Lin Feng, who rarely takes the initiative, was taken aback. Not giving him a chance to be stunned. Chu Ling Shuang leaned forward slightly, hooked her arm around Lin Feng's neck, and tilted her head back. Another kiss. The kiss lasted a long time, so long that Lin Feng's heart trembled. No, he was just joking. Why is she taking it so seriously? This is outside. Sister, brother-in-law you. Chu Yunren, who rushed out of the car in a flurry of activity, was about to tell Lin Feng that her friend had arrived when she stumbled upon this lively scene. She was completely stunned. Startled by her shout, Xia Qingqing and Li Hao turned around and saw this extremely ambiguous scene. Both of them were clearly a little embarrassed. Seeing that Chu Ling Shuang still wouldn't let go, Lin Feng tightened his grip, panting, "Miss, we're still outside." "So what if it's outside? Let them watch if they want to." Chu Ling Shuang glanced at it indifferently, the meaning of her words self-evident. Chu Yunren gave an awkward, forced laugh. Xia Qingqing covered her eyes, but deliberately peeked through two fingers. It's okay. You guys go ahead with your work. If it really comes down to it, we'll form a circle and block your view." Chapter 300. What exactly is this relationship? Chu Ling Shuang's lips curled slightly, clearly very satisfied with Xia Qingqing. She looked at Lin Feng triumphantly, her eyes flashing as if to say, "See, even your sister has no objections." Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. The relationships between these women are truly strange. Just now, when they came out, Chu Ling Shuang was still jealous, but after going out for a walk with Xia Qingqing and coming back, her attitude completely changed. "I don't understand." He quickly looked away, focusing his gaze on Chu Yunren, and changed the subject, asking, Ran, has your friend arrived yet?" Chu Yunren was taken aback, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she glanced cautiously at Chu Ling Shuang. He said he's already at the farm gate, and asked me to go pick him up." Chu Ling Shuang's smile vanished, and her icy gaze swept over Chu Yunren. "Then I'll go with you." Lin Feng stood up and patted Chu Ling Shuang's shoulder, giving her a reassuring look. Chu Ling Shuang didn't say anything more. She slightly raised her head and shifted her gaze to the stream. Together with Chu Yunren, the two walked towards the farm gate. Their campsite wasn't far from the farm entrance, only a 10-minute walk away. Soon, Lin Feng spotted a man in a white suit standing at the farm gate. Judging from his appearance, he does have the air of a wealthy young master. Chu Yunren grabbed Lin Feng's arm and whispered, "It's him." He said his name is Yin Yandong. "We met while playing games together." Yin Yandong? Lin Feng silently thought to himself, this name is quite interesting. As the two approached, Yin Yandong's eyes lit up when he caught sight of Chu Yunren, but he frowned when he saw her arm tightly clasped with Lin Feng's. However, he did not embarrass Chu Yunren. Instead, he nodded politely to her and introduced himself, saying, "You must be Miss Ranran? Hello, I am Yin Yindong." "Hello." Chu Yunren's cheeks were flushed as she responded sweetly, tightening her grip on Lin Feng's arm. With that tightening, Lin Feng's mouth was practically slapped raw. So it really was an online romance. This little girl can be this shy. After all, she is Chu Ling Shuang's younger sister, and now she is his sister. No matter what, Lin Feng has to help Chu Yunren make a good choice. He glanced around and said casually, "Mr. Yi, did you come by taxi?" How could Yin Yindong not understand the meaning behind those words? Already somewhat hostile towards Lin Feng, he said rather irritably, "Of course, it's driving." "Oh." Lin Feng smiled and nodded, completely ignoring Yin Yindong, and said to Chu Yunren, "Let's go, Ranran. Your sister will be waiting anxiously." "Okay." Chu Yunren responded with her head down, gripping Lin Feng's sleeve tightly, and whispered, "Mr. Yi, let's go over there first and then talk." Seeing this scene, Yin Yindong suddenly felt like he was the third party in the affair. More importantly, the man next to Chu Yunren completely ignored him, and his impolite attitude made him very unhappy. But since he was already there, and Chu Yunren really did look exactly the same as in the photo, Yin Yindong swallowed his anger. Following Lin Feng and Chu Yunren, the three of them arrived at the campsite. As soon as he arrived, Yin Yindong saw the beautiful woman sitting on a deck chair by the stream. The setting sun cast golden light on her long, straight black hair, making it shimmer. Even though it was just her profile, it still made Yin Yindong's heart flutter for a moment. Chu Ling Shuang stretched lazily, looked over with an icy expression, raised her hand to Lin Feng, and said something astonishing, "Hug me." Lin Feng sighed. Chu Yunren had obediently lowered her hand. He quickly walked towards Chu Ling Shuang, his face full of doting affection. "Why do you want a hug again? Does your back hurt?" Chu Ling Shuang shook her head, and instinctively hooked her arms around the back of Lin Feng's neck. Lin Feng pulled her into his embrace. "You don't even want to walk 2 steps, you lazy cat," Lin Feng teased with amusement. Chu Ling Shuang didn't respond, but pressed her cheek against Lin Feng's chest and narrowed her eyes slightly. She didn't glance at Yin Yindong once from beginning to end. Meanwhile, in the tent next to them, Xia Qingqing and Li Hao were grilling skewers while wearing maternal smiles, as if they were both envious and unsurprised. Yin Yindong was deeply shocked. What exactly is the relationship between them? He was just holding Chu Yunren's hand. How come he's hugging another girl now? The key point is that everyone present had an expression of being used to it, and everyone was busy with their own things, without even a slight discussion. Yin Yindong couldn't help but give Lin Feng a thumbs up in his heart. To be able to juggle 2 relationships so smoothly. Slowly, Yin Yindong called out softly, then stared at Lin Feng and Chu Ling Shuang, hesitatingly asking, "What's your relationship with that man?" He had to find out the truth. Chu Yunren hadn't mentioned her family when they chatted in the game. If what he was thinking was true, he might be the only normal person in the whole group. "You mean Lin Feng?" Chu Yunren subconsciously replied, but the next second she realized what she meant and winked playfully. "What? Are you jealous?" "Well..." Yin Yindong scratched his head awkwardly, unsure of what to say for a moment. Chu Yunren instantly understood and teased, "Don't worry, he's my brother-in-law." "Huh?" Yin Yindong was a little taken aback and blurted out in his haste, "Your brother-in-law? Are you guys playing such elaborate games?" Chu Yunren suddenly jumped up and smacked Yin Yindong on the head with a stick, shouting, "What nonsense are you talking about? She's my sister Chu Ling Shuang, and Lin Feng is my brother-in-law." Sister, brother-in-law. Yin Yindong realized what was happening and belatedly said, "Oh, I know. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking straight just now. I was probably too nervous to see you and didn't quite catch on." Chu Yunren scoffed, looking at Chu Ling Shuang and Lin Feng with a hint of envy. "My sister and brother-in-law have such a great relationship. They're always together." Yin Yindong scratched his head, his gaze falling on Lin Feng, who was massaging Chu Ling Shuang's back, giving off the vibe of an old married couple. "Really?" He looked away, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "I came in a hurry today and didn't bring you a gift. You can pick one you like later, and I'll pay for it for you. Consider it my gift to you when we meet." "No need, I don't need anything. Chu Yunren shook her head, a slight blush creeping up her cheeks. At the tent, Chu Lingshuang lay on her side on a blanket, squinting as she looked at Yin Yindong and Chu Yunran. Is he Chu Yunran's online friend? Lin Feng responded, focusing on massaging her lower back. The next second, Chu Lingshuang gave a cold snort and said lazily, "Looks like it's time I made an appointment for Ran to see an ophthalmologist." Chapter 301 Su Pansy, a student from a poor family. The meaning behind those words couldn't be clearer. Lin Feng chuckled. I think he looks all right, and he's dressed formally. He's quite handsome. Cut. Chu Lingshuang snorted disdainfully, closed her eyes, and said coldly, "Not even half as good as you." Lin Feng never expected that the topic would circle back to him. That sounded like a compliment, but to him it sounded like a brothel madam. So if I had been an ugly duckling in the first place, you wouldn't have kept pestering me, right? Lin Feng started rambling again, but his hands didn't stop moving. What are you saying? Chu Lingshuang frowned. If I were an ugly monster, you wouldn't have helped me in the first place, would you? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng paused, then fell silent. He really wanted to say, Miss, wasn't it you who pointed a gun at me in the first place? These days, let alone a gun, even a knife is a peace purifier. Chu Lingshuang was just joking around with Lin Feng. But as soon as she asked that question, she clearly felt Lin Feng stop massaging her. She suddenly opened her eyes, propped herself up, and turned her head. You really won't help me? Don't be hasty. I didn't mean that at all. Lin Feng quickly said, Isn't that a possibility? Besides, being good-looking is your natural advantage. Chu Lingshuang glanced at Lin Feng suspiciously, then lazily lay back down, propped her head up, and said to herself, If I ever become an ugly monster, I'll still cling to you. If you dare to look down on me, I'll stick to you and never get off. Listening to her grumbling, Lin Feng readily agreed. Okay. Even if I turn into an ugly monster, I'll still stick to you. Let's just lock ourselves in together forever. Lin Feng was clearly joking, but Chu Lingshuang heard it and said with satisfaction, That's more like it. She reached behind her and touched Lin Feng's knee. When she touched it, she shifted her body and rested the back of her head on Lin Feng's thigh, enjoying the moment with a look of comfort and contentment. This sweet scene made Li Hao and Xia Qingqing blush. The two felt a sudden heat, and as they looked away, their eyes met again by chance. They instinctively looked away once more. My brother and sister-in-law have such a good relationship. They were so cold to each other before, but it's only been a few days, and they've changed so quickly. Xia Qingqing exclaimed as she brushed sauce onto the skewers. Yes, it hasn't been that long, has it? Li Hao sighed, looking at Lin Feng with some envy. Miss Chu is truly devoted. To be honest, if I met a girl like that, I wouldn't be able to bear it either. It was just a casual remark, but Xia Qingqing's eyes became somewhat complicated. She gave Li Hao a deep look and didn't say anything more. On the other side, Chu Yunren pointed to the stream beside them and suggested to Yin Yindong. Mr. Yi, why don't we go to the riverbank? It's too crowded here. It's not a good place to chat. Yin Yindong naturally wouldn't refuse. He nodded and followed Chu Yunren to the stream. The tent is only a dozen meters away. You can see it with just a glance. Chu Yunren nervously rubbed her hands, just about to find a topic to talk about, when a woman's voice came from not far from the stream. Brother Yindong, what a coincidence. What are you doing here? Chu Yunren was taken aback. She looked in the direction of the sound and saw a brightly dressed woman walking towards her with a smile. However, the woman's face darkened the moment she saw Chu Yunren. Mr. Yi, who is she? Out of politeness, Chu Yunren took the initiative to ask. Yin Yindong frowned slightly. Pansy, don't call me that in public. Upon hearing the name, Chu Yunren was slightly taken aback. For a moment, she felt that the name sounded familiar, but she couldn't quite place where she had heard it before. Su Pan's face fell, and she put on a pitiful look. Brother Yindong, don't be so heartless. I haven't thanked you for helping me last time. I didn't expect to run into you here today. I have to thank you properly. That's too ambiguous, Yin Yindong frowned. It's just a small favor. As Su Pansy approached with a smile, Yin Yindong took the initiative to explain to Chu Yunren. This is a poor student I sponsored before. She is a junior at Gatton University. Junior year. Chu Yunren was stunned, her surprised gaze falling on Su Pansy. If Yi Niandong hadn't pointed it out, she really wouldn't have realized that this girl was a junior in college. Chu Yunren was clearly unhappy, but she didn't say anything more. Seeing this, Su Pansy stepped forward, her eyes full of gratitude, and said, "Brother Niandong, this semester has just started, and we've already discussed holding a thank you party. We'd like to invite you to join us." Seeing that Yi Niandong was about to refuse, Su Pansy quickly said, "It's money that many of our poor students saved up by living frugally and working part-time. Everyone hopes that you can participate." The meaning of these words is self-evident. Since the large family had moved out, Yi Niandong really couldn't refuse, so he could only bite the bullet and nod. "Okay, then send me the time and place, and I'll come over." "Uh-huh." Su Pansy nodded, glancing at Chu Yunren out of the corner of her eye, and then took Yi Niandong's arm, saying, "Brother Niandong, thank you so much. If it weren't for your help, I don't know what I would have done." Her sudden affectionate gesture instantly infuriated Chu Yunren. She had come out happily to meet an online friend, but instead encountered such an ungrateful woman. She gritted her teeth, turned around angrily, and said, "Mr. Yi, you two chat. I'll go back and check if Qing Qing and the others have finished grilling their food." Without giving Yi Niandong a chance to react, she said something and turned to leave. Yi Niandong wanted to chase after her, but Su Pansy held his arm tightly, winking playfully. "Brother Niandong, is she your girlfriend?" Upon hearing the word girlfriend, Yi Niandong immediately became a little nervous. He scratched his head and said, Not yet, just a good friend." "Oh," Su Pansy responded knowingly, drawing out the last syllable as she looked smugly at Chu Yunren's retreating figure. Seeing Chu Yunren storm back in a huff, Lin Feng, who was massaging Chu Ling Shuang's back, asked in confusion, Ran, what's wrong? What did that man say that made you so angry?" Chu Ling Shuang gently raised her eyelids, looking at Chu Yunren with an expression of watching the drama unfold. Chu Yunren pouted and pointed indignantly at the stream, saying, "I don't know where this woman came from. She can't even read the room." Lin Feng looked in the direction she was pointing, puzzled. This sight completely stunned him. Isn't that Su Pansy, the second son of the Su family, standing by the stream? Chapter 302. As long as he is Lin Feng, that's enough. What a small world. We can run into each other like this. Lin Feng suddenly remembered the Su family members. When he was on Ao Island, he seemed to have heard that Su Tangde and Wang Shan had been caught up in a vicious cycle of interest-fueled debt, and that Su Tangde had fallen ill and would never be able to recover in this lifetime. The third child, Su Nyoer, suffers from severe anxiety disorder and cannot even leave the house. As for Su's hiking and Su Jia, they're probably still having tea at the Okido police station right now. If he hadn't seen her today, Lin Feng would have almost forgotten that Su Pansy even existed. But it was understandable, since Su Pansy had studied in the United States, so it wasn't surprising to see her. Seeing Lin Feng's thoughtful expression, Chu Ling Shuang frowned slightly, then gracefully rose and hooked her arm around Lin Feng's neck. "What? You seem to know her." The probing and bittersweet undertones in those words couldn't be clearer. Knowing that Chu Ling Shuang was a jealous person, Lin Feng's lips curled up. Watching her get jealous was too funny, and he inexplicably felt like teasing her. "We're more than just acquaintances, we're practically family. I used to transfer money to her all the time." He responded with a laugh, then casually counted on his fingers, muttering, "It's never less than 100,000 a month, sometimes even more." Chu Ling Shuang's face instantly darkened, and she tightened her grip on her wrist, the flames rising in her eyes as if she wanted to strangle Lin Feng to death. Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, he felt a tightness in his throat. She was so jealous, and she took it all out on him. Lin Feng immediately sensed something was wrong and was about to explain when he heard Chu Yunren say nonchalantly, 10,000 yuan? That's not much. No wonder she calls herself a poor student." "Oh." Lin Feng was stunned and looked at Chu Yunren in shock. "Little sister, are you speaking Chinese? Earning 100,000 yuan a month. How can that be considered poverty? Besides, aren't you focusing on the wrong thing?" Chu Ling Shuang glanced coldly at Chu Yunren, her grip on her arm loosening slightly. She looked at Lin Feng, her face full of threat, and said, "You only gave 100,000? No more. Lin Feng's lips twitched. What? What do you want to do? Starting this month, I want you to transfer money to me too. 10 times a month, no? 100 times. You have to give me 10 million a month. Chu Ling Shuang counted on her fingers for a long time before finally deciding. Lin Feng was speechless. Wait, how did he end up getting himself into this mess after all this time? Seeing Chu Ling Shuang's serious expression, he sighed and stopped teasing her. Ling Shuang. Her name is Su Panzi, and she is from the Su family. Regardless of whether she's allowed to marry or not, you have to give her 100 times more than she owes you. Wait. Chu Ling Shuang casually replied, but before she could finish, she suddenly realized something and looked at Lin Feng in surprise. The Su family? You mean the Su family that abandoned you before? Upon hearing the word abandoned, a hint of embarrassment flashed in Chu Yunren's eyes. She quickly tugged at Chu Ling Shuang's clothes and whispered, Sister, how could you say that? This is a painful memory for Brother Lin. Chu Ling Shuang belatedly realized what had happened and quickly looked at Lin Feng. Sorry, I was just too surprised. It's nothing. Lin Feng waved his hand with a smile. Those are all in the past. Compared to that, I'm more interested in seeing what Su Panzi is up to. A hint of worry appeared in Chu Ling Shuang's eyes. She took Lin Feng's wrist and leaned closer, saying directly, You don't need to force yourself. From now on, I'm your family. The Chu family will always be behind you. Lin Feng rarely heard such remarks from Chu Ling Shuang, but he could completely sense her seriousness. Especially now, when things are in full swing. Meeting Chu Yunren and Chu Ling Shuang's worried gazes, Lin Feng laughed and said, It's really nothing. Hey, don't you want to watch the drama unfold? Her. Chu Yunren raised an eyebrow and glanced disdainfully at Su Panzi not far away. Her makeup is so ugly. I feel disgusted just looking at her. Chu Ling Shuang, however, didn't dampen Lin Feng's spirits. She moved closer to him, tilted her head, and asked, How would you like to eat? Look what Su Panzi is up to. Life is so boring. We need some interesting people to lighten the mood, don't we? Lin Feng asked back with a smile. Chu Ling Shuang raised her eyebrows but remained silent, which was taken as tacit agreement. Seeing that her older sister had no objections, Chu Yunren didn't dare to object either. She looked at Yin Yandong and then at Su Panzi. It's good to just watch the drama unfold. Anyway, the moment that woman appeared, my goodwill towards Yin Yandong vanished. Lin Feng smiled and beckoned to Chu Yunren with his finger. Ran, come here, let me tell you something fun. What? Chu Yunren approached suspiciously, squatted down, and listened intently. Right in front of Chu Ling Shuang, Lin Feng whispered, Let me tell you, when you go and call your sweetheart over later, Su Panzi will definitely come along too, and then, he whispered to himself, a mischievous look on his face. A few seconds later, Chu Yunren stared wide-eyed at Lin Feng in disbelief. Brother Lin, this is too vicious. Chu Ling Shuang curled her lips into a smile as she looked at Lin Feng, praising him repeatedly. You're really something. Lin Feng chuckled. How is this vicious? Think about it. She snatched your sweetheart in broad daylight. Is that vicious? He's not my sweetheart at all. Chu Yunren stomped her foot in annoyance, huffed, and ran away with a flushed face. Watching Chu Yunren walk away, Chu Ling Shuang narrowed her eyes. Aren't you afraid she'll recognize you? So what if she recognizes me? Someone like Su Panzi would never acknowledge me. And even if she did, you've forgotten that I have amnesia. Lin Feng spoke with certainty, laughing without a care in the world. However, the word amnesia immediately brought Chu Ling Shuang back to her senses. She frowned slightly. The more she thought about it, the more something seemed off. The next second, she suddenly grabbed Lin Feng's collar. Wait a minute. Didn't you have amnesia? How do you remember the Su family? Instantly, Lin Feng's heart stopped. He looked at Chu Ling Shuang nervously, knowing that now was not the time to talk about these things. So, he made up a story. Qing Qing told me. You forgot. I met with Qing Qing and Li Hao a few days ago. Oh. Chu Ling Shuang belatedly realized that she remembered that she had installed a bugging device on Lin Feng back then, and he hadn't pursued it. Why should she pursue it? Does amnesia matter? She was just afraid that he would remember the torment she had caused him in the past, and then hate him again. Ultimately, as long as he is Lin Feng, that's enough. All right, I'll go say hello to Qing Qing and the others, so we don't give ourselves away. Lin Feng slapped his forehead, suddenly stood up, and strode towards Xia Qing Qing and Li Hao. That young lady is here again. Glancing at Chu Yunren approaching, Su Panzi smiled and affectionately took Yi Niandong's arm. Chapter 303 Group Deception. Yi Niandong turned around abruptly, his face meeting Chu Yunren's. He instinctively pushed Su Panzi's hand away. Miss Chu, are you done with your work? Chu Yunren noticed this little gesture, and for a moment, she suddenly felt that Yi Niandong wasn't so handsome anymore. Despite being in a bad mood, Chu Yunren still followed Lin Feng's suggestion and said, My sister said she wants you to come over. The food is all cooked, and she wants us to go and eat together. Before Yi Niandong could respond, Su Panzi asked, Miss, is there any for me? Chu Yunren felt a surge of disgust. Before Yi Niandong could speak, she nodded and said in a magnanimous manner, Of course we have. We brought a lot of food with us. Come on over. Thank you. Su Panzi looked at Yi Niandong with gratitude in her eyes and said, Brother Niandong, your friend is such a good person. Yi Niandong frowned slightly, sensing that the atmosphere was a bit off, but he still followed Chu Yunren over. Although Su Panzi was smiling, the smile clearly didn't reach her eyes. She stared intently at Chu Yunren's back and tightened her grip on Yi Niandong's hand. The three of them went to the tent together. However, as soon as they arrived, Su Panzi was stunned when she saw the two people sitting in the main seat at the back of the tent. Xiaofeng. She was so shocked that she blurted it out. Lin Feng also raised his head, looking at Su Panzi with a puzzled expression. Chu Yunren blinked and asked curiously, You know my brother Lin? Su Panzi's lips twitched, as if she had been doused with a bucket of cold water. All sorts of past events surfaced in her mind, and in her tension, her heart stopped for a moment. But seeing Lin Feng's questioning look, she suppressed her nervousness. No, I don't really know him. I just think he looks a bit like a friend of mine. Just as Lin Feng had predicted, Su Panzi didn't dare to admit it. Chu Ling Shuang didn't even bother to lift her eyelids, but she kept her ears open and listened attentively to their conversation, her eyebrows and eyes showing great interest. Xia Qingqing blinked and looked directly at Chu Yunren. Ran, didn't you say you only had one friend? How come you have another one? Yes, we thought you only had one friend coming, but two showed up. We didn't have enough food. Li Hao also pretended to chime in from the side. Su Panzi's face almost fell. She looked at the 3-meter-long dining table in front of her, a table full of delicious food. You say it's not enough. Are you kidding her? But thinking that Yi Niandong was right beside her, and that a man who looked very much like Lin Feng was sitting opposite her, Su Panzi forced down her anger and said with a forced smile, It's okay. I can't eat too much, and I'm not very hungry either. I just need to keep Niandong company. That won't do. Xia Qingqing suddenly stood up and grabbed Su Panzi's arm. Come on, the grill is still there. I'll go grill with you. Su Panzi had no choice but to accept the offer and reluctantly went with Xia Qingqing to the barbecue grill. She sat down on the grill, under the scorching charcoal fire, with the large fans around her not turned on. Before the skewers even started to cook, she was already sweating profusely. Could you turn on that fan? It's getting a bit hot. This one. Xia Qingqing pulled on the fan cord and said bluntly, This one is broken. You're telling me it's broken when it's not even plugged in. Su Panzi stared wide-eyed as Xia Qingqing pulled a small fan out of her pocket and blew it on her. Smoke billowed from the grill, heading straight for Su Panzi's face. In just a few minutes, it smeared all of Su Panzi's makeup, making her face look like a big, messy cat. Su Panzi couldn't sit still any longer. She glanced at Lin Feng and asked, suppressing her anger, Miss, what's the name of that man sitting over there? Xia Qingqing looked like she knew what was going on. You mean my brother? His name is Lin Feng. Su Panzi jumped up immediately. Lin Feng? His real name is Lin Feng. Yes. Xia Qingqing feigned a puzzled look. What's wrong? Miss Su, why are you so surprised? And nothing, it's nothing. Su Panzi hurriedly shook her head, immediately realizing that this was probably a prank on her by Lin Feng and these people. But that shouldn't be the case. She looked around at the people again and realized that she only recognized Lin Feng. The others were all people she had never seen before, and even the beautiful woman sitting next to Lin Feng, who seemed so affectionate, was someone she had never met before. Could it be that they were blinded by Lin Feng's acting skills and thought she was a bad person, which is why they treated her this way? A shadow crossed her eyes. These people probably didn't know Lin Feng's true colors yet. I used to have a younger brother, also named Lin Feng. Su Panzi bit her lip, but finally spoke. He tampered with my brother's car, almost causing him to have a car accident. At the time, I was studying abroad, and he even cut off my living expenses and used a dirty trick to take all of our family's assets. So I have a deep impression of this name. She spoke with a weak expression, undoubtedly trying to gain Xia Qingqing's sympathy. However, she contacted the wrong person. Xia Qingqing said bluntly, "Wait a minute, Miss Su, your brother's name is Lin Feng. Did your brother frame your brother?" Lin Feng is an adopted child of my family. We have raised him for many years. Su Panzi was not nervous at all, her eyes filled with contempt for Lin Feng's actions. "Oh, so you mean he framed your own brother?" "Right." Su Panzi nodded solemnly, waiting for Xia Qingqing's shocked and angry reaction. The response she received was indifferent. "Well, he really went too far," Xia Qingqing casually remarked, pointing at the grill. "Miss Su, your grilled meat is burnt." "Oh." Su Panzi was stunned and turned around abruptly. All the meat on the grill was charred black. She immediately gave a bitter smile and began to play the victim. "It seems I can't do anything right. Just like back then, I tried to stop Lin Feng, but I failed in the end." Xia Qingqing's eyes flickered, and she was about to continue acting when she heard Yin Yandong's voice from beside her. "Panzi, let me help you. Everyone is waiting for you to arrive, so we can eat." Su Panzi nodded, her eyes filled with emotion. Okay. They weren't waiting for her to start the meal. They were clearly waiting to gossip. Xia Qingqing returned to her seat, knowing this, and took the opportunity to tell everyone what Su Panzi had just said. The more Chu Ling Shuang listened, the uglier her expression became. Beside her, Chu Yinran stopped saying anything malicious, feeling nauseous instead. Lin Feng, on the other hand, ate his meat skewers with a calm expression. Li Hao slammed his fist on the table and exclaimed, "Damn it! How can this woman twist the truth like this? My brother Feng has always acted with integrity and honesty, so how come she's made him the one who's wrong?" Chapter 304 Lin Feng, the beloved darling. "Shoo, keep your voice down." Startled by Li Hao's shout, Xia Qingqing quickly turned around to look, and only breathed a sigh of relief after finding nothing amiss. Everyone knows all about Lin Feng's past, so how could the people present not see through Su Panzi's distortion of the truth? Lin Feng smiled and put down the meat skewers, looking at Chu Yunren, whose face had turned extremely pale. "Are you still vicious now?" Chu Yunren shook her head, her face pale, glancing at Yin Yandong out of the corner of her eye. "Looks like Yin Yandong isn't a good person either." "I'm not sure about that. It's also possible that I was deceived by Su Panzi," Lin Feng said calmly. Xia Qingqing also frowned. "I also think that Yin Yandong doesn't seem to be in the same league as Su Panzi. At least the difference in their clothes and appearance is too obvious. It's possible that she was really deceived." Hearing Xia Qingqing defend him, Li Hao's face immediately darkened, and he said somewhat displeasedly, "Qingqing, no matter how well he's dressed, it could still be an act. Just like when a girl invited me to dinner, I would also take the time to dress up, let alone him meeting the second miss online. That's not necessarily true. Their temperaments are on completely different levels. Look at Yin Yandong. He's quite gentlemanly. You can't fake temperament." Xia Qingqing shook her head, not really agreeing. Li Hao immediately became unhappy. "Qingqing, you're taking his side way too much. I've never seen you this biased towards anyone before. How am I siding with him? I'm just telling the truth. Look at Miss Chu. Even in casual clothes, her elegance is undeniable. If I wore casual clothes, they would truly be casual clothes." Seeing that the two were about to start arguing, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He leaned close to Chu Ling Shuang's ear and whispered, "See? I told you these two had something going on. How Z is jealous." Chu Ling Shuang had no interest in arguing with Lin Feng. She glanced at Su Panzi out of the corner of her eye, and her cold voice rang out instantly. "She slandered you, damn it." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and immediately comforted him. "Hey, calm down. If you keep talking about killing and fighting all the time, you'll have emotional problems in the long run. Hearing his concerned words, Chu Ling Shuang's anger subsided slightly, but she still retorted sharply, "What do you want to do?" Lin Feng rested his chin on his hand, pondered for a moment, and said, "Don't rush. Let's see what her relationship is with this Yin Yandong." As he spoke, he looked at Chu Yunren and asked, "Ran, how much do you know about this Yin Yandong?" When her name was called, Chu Yunren looked over and shook her head. "Not much. I only know he's the captain of the CM team, and I think he's also the team's owner." Then it's not surprising. Lin Feng wasn't interested in games for the time being, but he did know a little about esports teams. Building a team was quite expensive, and Yin Yandong was no ordinary person. "What did you see?" Chu Ling Shuang glanced sideways at Lin Feng, looking at him curiously. Lin Feng laughed and said, "People like Su Pansy only know how to curry favor with the rich. Didn't you hear her say that she's a poor student? I guess that's how they met." After this conversation, the relationship between Yin Yandong and Su Pansy was pretty much revealed. Xia Qingqing glanced at Su Pansy's retreating figure with disdain. "Isn't it better to rely on yourself? Why do you have to do these things?" Upon hearing the words, "rely on yourself," Lin Feng immediately raised his eyebrows. He remembered that a long time ago, Su Pansy's friend called him, saying that Su Pansy owed money for some movie filming. He was too lazy to care, so he had no news of Su Pansy since then. For a foreign film shoot like this, Su Pansy was just a student who had lost her source of income. It's obvious what that was like. Under those circumstances, how could she rely on herself? Perhaps only by relying on men can one rise to power. Lin Feng didn't intend to expose her. After all, Su Pansy's journey to where she is today is quite inspiring. Of course, if she doesn't cause trouble. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't speak, Chu Ling Shuang looked over and asked, "What kind of crooked idea are you thinking of now?" "Brother, do you have any ideas on how to play a trick on her? We'll team up with you." Xia Qingqing immediately became excited. Acting was so much fun. Li Hao nodded in agreement. "Yeah, Brother Feng, just tell us if you have any good ideas, and we'll all work together to help you." Chu Yunren also secretly rubbed her hands together. "Brother Lin, tell me quickly, this old lady is really annoyed with her right now." There were only a few of them at the table, and now they were all on their side. Seeing everyone's eyes focused on him, Lin Feng felt a warm glow in his heart. He never imagined in his life that he would one day be the darling of the group. Moved, he glanced at Su Pansy and said indifferently, "Let's see what happens first. There's no rush. If she doesn't do anything excessive, then we don't need to pay attention to her. That's it." Chu Ling Shuang seemed very dissatisfied with Lin Feng's handling of the situation. If anyone slandered her, she would definitely make that person suffer the consequences. "Brother, isn't this too easy on her?" "Brother Feng, we're all on your side. Don't be afraid of her." Everyone suddenly became a little anxious. What's the point of driving her to the brink? She doesn't even recognize me now. Besides, do you really think she won't cause trouble? Lin Feng said with a smile. Xia Qingqing wanted to say something more, but then she heard Chu Ling Shuang make the final decision. "Just do as Lin Feng says. If she dares to cause trouble, I will definitely not let her off." Seeing that Chu Ling Shuang had spoken, everyone nodded in agreement. A short while later, Su Pansy and Yin Yandong came over from the other side carrying plates. Due to the scorching heat of the charcoal, Su Pansy's makeup was completely ruined, greatly diminishing her appearance. Yin Yandong, on the other hand, was all right, except that he was sweating profusely. The two sat down at the dining table, and Su Pansy immediately smiled and asked Xia Qingqing to borrow some cosmetics. Xia Qingqing only said that she didn't touch up her makeup before going out and didn't borrow any. Su Pansy didn't dare to speak to the other two girls at the table, and in the end, she could only force herself to eat with her smoky makeup on. Ran, may I invite you to a concert tomorrow?" Not long after sitting down, Yin Yandong took the initiative to ask Chu Yunren across from him. Before Chu Yunren could reply, Su Pansy interjected, "Brother Yandong, can I go with you?" As expected, Lin Feng's guess was completely correct. Su Pansy was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Chu Yunren was disgusted and didn't bother to speak. Xia Qingqing's expression also turned sour, and she immediately became Chu Yunren's mouthpiece, saying to Su Pansy, "Miss Su, These two good friends are going to a concert together. Why do you have to get involved? Li Hao chimed in. That's right. Where I'm from, people who lack common sense like that are supposed to be drowned in a pig cage. Chapter 305 The Madam's words make sense. These words were extremely harsh, but Chu Yunren found them very satisfying. Chu Ling Shuang simply ate her food calmly, watching the commotion with Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Su Pan's face immediately turned somewhat awkward. She forced a smile and put on a pitiful expression. Young man, I've just never been to a concert before. My family wasn't very wealthy when I was little, and it wasn't easy for me to get into a university abroad, so I was just curious. His pitiful act stunned everyone. Lin Feng was also stunned. When did his second sister become such a good actress, able to lie so easily? Chu Ling Shuang looked at Lin Feng, her heartache evident on her face. Those years must have been so hard for you. Having to swallow her anger and endure these subordinates who were good at distorting the truth, she seemed to understand why Lin Feng had insisted on running away when he first met her. These people he spent every day with were full of lies and treated him cruelly. If Lin Feng hadn't run away after being trapped in the manor by her when he first met her, that would have been truly inexcusable. It's all in the past now. I'm so happy to have you all here with me. Lin Feng smiled openly. It was precisely because of his open and honest smile that Chu Ling Shuang felt even more heartache. It takes immense magnanimity to openly proclaim such a tragic past. Not only the Su family, but also the Lin family later, everyone was plotting against him. Those two families are gone. If they were still alive, she would definitely not let them go. Seeing Su Pan's pitiful appearance, and the fact that her makeup had been ruined by the charcoal fire, she looked even more miserable. Yin Yindong finally took pity on her. Brother, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to talk about a girl like that? After all, not everyone can directly choose wealth and status. Who would have thought that Yin Yindong would actually speak up for Su Pansy? Lin Feng immediately put on a "this is good" expression. This brother has been fooled pretty badly. Chu Ling Shuang glanced at Chu Yunren with disdain. What kind of partner did you choose? Rich but brainless. Does someone like that even deserve you? Chu Yunren covered her head, shielding her face with her hands, and muttered softly. Please stop scolding me. Please stop scolding me. I know I was wrong. Su Pansy was deeply moved. She took Yin Yandong's arm and said weakly with gratitude in her eyes, Brother Yandong, don't say that. I'm fine. I was just being tactless. I was so rude. Yin Yandong sighed. It's all right, Pansy. Being from a poor family is nothing. You've already tried your best. The conversation between the two was relayed over. Chu Yunren's mouth was almost slapped raw. Xia Qingqing looked on with admiration, marveling that there were still such shameless people in the world. Chu Ling Shuang lay lazily in Lin Feng's arms, closing her eyes to rest while enjoying Lin Feng's temple massage. Lin Feng lowered his head slightly. Does it look good? I can't bear to watch, Chu Ling Shuang replied, then added. But it's actually quite fun. As she spoke, she raised her eyelids and glanced at Su Pansy through her slits. When do you plan to expose her? It depends on my mood. Lin Feng smiled and agreed, then moved his numb thigh and said, How about I carry you to the car? It's too small here for me to move around easily. Chu Ling Shuang nodded gently. Lin Feng put his hands under her knees and lifted her up in his arms. I'll take Ling Shuang to rest first. You two can eat slowly. Seeing that Lin Feng had left, Su Pansy suddenly perked up. She quickly got up to toast Chu Yunren and the others. But who among those present was willing to pay her any attention? Xia Qingqing and Li Hao made an excuse to go out and left. Chu Yunren's mood was completely ruined, and she got into the car without finishing her meal. Seeing this, Yin Yindong hurriedly went after him. The dining table, which was full of people just a moment ago, is now empty except for Su Pansy. Su Pansy stared in the direction Lin Feng left, and after thinking it over, she decided to go and investigate Lin Feng's true strength. So she tiptoed to Lin Feng's car. Through the car window, Lin Feng saw Su Pansy peeking inside, but their car windows were covered with protective film, so it was impossible to see inside from the outside. He exchanged a glance with Chu Ling Shuang and then rolled down the car window. The car window rolled down, startling Su Pansy, but when she saw Lin Feng's incredibly familiar face, she still felt nervous. Hello. Could you tell me where the restroom is? Lin Feng pointed knowingly. However, Su Pansy was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, she looked at Lin Feng with a smile and said, I just heard them say that your name is Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew exactly what she wanted to do, and he nodded with a smile. Yes. Su Pansy's heart skipped a beat, but she still forced herself to say, Have we met somewhere before? You look familiar. You've mistaken me for someone else, Mississippi. Lin Feng hooked his arm around Chu Ling Shuang's neck knowingly and laughed. My wife and I have never seen you before. The word madam made Chu Ling Shuang's heart flutter with joy. All the anger he had felt towards Su Pansy had vanished. In that instant, Chu Ling Shuang suddenly felt a little reluctant to expose Su Pansy. With her right there in front of her, Lin Feng made absolutely no attempt to hide his love for her. Oh, I'm so sorry. Su Pansy breathed a sigh of relief, and her gaze lingered on Chu Ling Shuang. His wife was indeed beautiful and charming. How could her younger brother, Xiao Feng, be with such a beautiful woman? These two must already be married. Judging from their attire and demeanor, Su Pansy knew that these two people were not ordinary. Moreover, they were sitting in the main seats at the dinner table. If she could make friends with them, wouldn't things go more smoothly for her in the future? Su Pansy's eyes darted around, and she smiled as she raised her hand to Lin Feng. I have a younger brother who looks a lot like you. I thought you were him. Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and he replied with a smile. Oh, really? Is he as handsome as me? Of course not. My younger brother made a mistake when he was young, and I still miss him a lot. Actually, if he could come back and apologize to the family, we would forgive him. Sigh. Su Pansy said very tactfully, while subtly expressing her goodwill to Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Chu Ling Shuang frowned slightly, but the next second, as if she had thought of something, she suddenly spoke up. What a pitiful little sister. Sigh, such a pitiful girl. As she spoke, she suddenly changed the subject and said to Lin Feng, Honey, let's leave her our phone number. If she encounters any difficulties in her life, we'll help her out if we can. It was rare to see Chu Ling Shuang so interested in joining the battle, so how could Lin Feng miss the cunning in her eyes? He suppressed a laugh and said with a look of sympathy, What Madam says makes sense, so we'll listen to Madam. Chapter 306, I'll always be with you. Su Pansy was deeply grateful as she took the phone number from Lin Feng and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Lin. We are having a thank you event for underprivileged students tomorrow. May we invite you and your wife to attend? If they were to attend together, with such capable people appearing at the event, she would be so proud. Lin Feng could easily see through her thoughts. He turned to look at Chu Ling Shuang and asked, What do you think, madam? Let's talk about it tomorrow. Chu Ling Shuang stretched lazily, then lay on Lin Feng's back and greedily sucked on his back a few times. Lin Feng had an expression that said, Look what my wife said. Su Pansy naturally didn't dare to say anything more. Seeing how affectionate and content they were, she could only smile and nod. Okay, then we'll contact each other again later. She said that, and then ran away. Seeing Su Pansy walk away, Chu Ling Shuang raised her eyebrows slightly and said in a good mood, It's quite fun to tease people. I told you you'd like it, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Chu Ling Shuang raised her hand and touched his lips. No, I just think it's fun to tease people with you. If it were just me, I wouldn't bother. Without a doubt, it was the joy of being on the same side as Lin Feng. How could Lin Feng not understand the meaning behind those words? Seeing that it was getting dark outside, he smiled and asked, Are we going back tonight? Or are we going to spend the night here? Chu Ling Shuang glanced at it indifferently. It depends on you. I'm fine with either option, but if I sleep in the car, the space is a bit small and it might be a little cramped. Lin Feng looked around and said the truth. They didn't drive a big vehicle this time, and the outdoor bed is naturally not as comfortable as at home. The quality of sleep is definitely not as good as at home. If it were just Chu Ling Shuang alone, it would be fine, but now that he is here, it is obviously much more crowded. Hearing Lin Feng say this, Chu Ling Shuang subconsciously rubbed her lower abdomen. After thinking for a moment, she said, Then let's go back. It's not really suitable for me to sleep in the car right now. Lin Feng frowned as he watched her rubbing her stomach. Chu Ling Shuang was unaware that she was falsely pregnant. If the prenatal checkup revealed the truth to her that day, Lin Feng was unsure how she would react. So he tried asking, Ling Shuang, can I ask you a question? You say? If someone lies to you, but that person didn't do it intentionally, what would you do? Are you angry? Before she could even utter those 3 words, Chu Lingshuang's face instantly turned icy cold. She stared straight at Lin Feng, her hand already gripping his collar, and gave it a sharp tug. What do you mean by that? She coldly questioned Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart tightened, and a slight feeling of suffocation instantly rose in his head. He realized that Chu Lingshuang had misunderstood something and quickly said, I didn't mean anything by it. I was just asking casually. Chu Lingshuang frowned, staring intently at Lin Feng, her icy gaze seemingly capable of freezing him. After a long silence, she spoke coldly. I don't care what the reason is. If anyone dares to deceive me, even with a white lie, I will never let them go. These words sounded like a veiled reference, or perhaps a warning. Lin Feng silently wiped the sweat from his forehead and began to mourn in his heart for Yu Xuan, Lu Tianhan, and Chu Yunren. He should have realized this sooner. Given Chu Lingshuang's personality, how could she possibly allow someone to deceive her? Seeing that Lin Feng remained silent, and now that he was wiping his sweat, Chu Lingshuang felt her heart tighten. She confronted Lin Feng directly and asked in a cold voice, Could it be that you lied to me about something? No, I didn't. Lin Feng quickly shook his head. Chu Lingshuang clearly didn't believe him, grabbed his collar, and said again, Swear it. Lin Feng said without hesitation, I swear, if I've lied to you, may I, Before he could finish speaking, Chu Lingshuang tackled him and covered his mouth. He stared wide-eyed at Chu Lingshuang, who was crawling on top of him, incredulous. Her fierceness had dissipated considerably, and a clear tenderness was visible in her eyes. All right, no need for oaths. She said to Lin Feng almost indulgently, I believe you. I believe that if you lied to me, there must be a reason. I won't be angry with you. However, you can talk to me about anything. I will always be with you. This is a completely open and thorough confession. It was such a dramatic and passionate affair that Lin Feng was left with no way to resist. There are so many people in this world, yet he and Chu Lingshuang happened to bump into each other, and so many exciting clashes occurred between them. They are now inseparable. Meeting her doting gaze, Lin Feng raised his hand, grasped her wrist, and softly replied, Yes, don't worry, I won't lie to you again. Despite her earnest response, Chu Lingshuang perceived something different. She pressed down hard on her hand, her voice cold and harsh. So you actually lied to me before? Well, startled by her sudden train of thought, Lin Feng was about to explain when he heard a scream from outside the window. Oh! The two of them turned their heads at the same time and saw Xia Qingqing and Li Hao standing outside the car window. The wide-open car window allowed them to see her getting on and him getting off. Xia Qingqing quickly covered her eyes, but deliberately peeked through her fingers, muttering, We didn't mean to. Li Hao stood to the side, his averted face revealing his utter embarrassment. Chu Lingshuang's expression changed, and she released her grip on Lin Feng's collar. She stood up calmly and looked at Xia Qingqing. Is there something you need? Xia Qingqing hurriedly said, I came with Brother Hao because it was getting dark, to ask if we're staying here tonight, and how we're going to sleep. After all, she only brought 3 cars. If she were to spend the night here, wouldn't she have to sleep in the same car as Li Hao? Although she and Li Hao had been alone in a room before, that was in the bedroom. Now that she's in the car, the space is so small. If there's any friction or collision, she won't be able to calm down all night. Li Hao nodded, scratching his head, and said, If we're staying here tonight, I think I'll sleep in the car, and Qingqing and Miss Ran can sleep in the van. That way there'll be more space. Having already made her decision, Chu Lingshuang didn't say much, simply stating, Let's go back to the manor. Lin Feng looked at Xia Qingqing and Li Hao and asked, Qingqing, Huzzy, where are you staying now? We're in the international student apartments near the school. Xia Qingqing was clearly still having fun. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng pondered for a moment and looked at Chu Lingshuang. Then, Lingshuang, why don't we have them cancel their apartment reservations and move to the villa from now on? We can just prepare 2 empty rooms. Chapter 307 I'll do whatever you say. Sure, Chu Lingshuang said without refusing. It's perfect. I get quite bored with just Shui Yin and the others around. It'll be more lively with more people. She's pregnant now and can't do anything. But if more people move in, there will be more things to do for fun. For example, playing cards or something. Lin Feng probably said that based on these reasons. Chu Ling Shuang looked at Lin Feng deeply, feeling touched. He truly cared about her in every little thing. The relationship has improved so much. What is there to worry about? Really, Hao Ji and I can stay at the resort too. Xia Qingqing was immediately excited and looked at Chu Ling Shuang and Lin Feng with gratitude. In her entire life, the only time she had ever lived was in the Chu family's mansion in Beijing, and the next best was in the Lin family's villa. Like a female lead in a TV drama, she, the ugly duckling, had actually turned into a swan. Similarly, Li Hao's eyes were also filled with excitement. Since meeting Lin Feng, he has earned money he never dared to dream of before, done things he never dared to do before, lived in a big villa, held his head high at home, and even fulfilled his dream of studying abroad. All of this was thanks to Lin Feng. At this moment, Li Hao was incredibly grateful to have met Lin Feng. Even after becoming successful, Lin Feng didn't forget his friends. He would definitely stick with Lin Feng for the rest of his life. Of course, Lin Feng nodded and said calmly, "Go and call Ran Ran. We're getting ready to go back." "Okay, I'll go tell Miss Ran Ran right away." Xia Qingqing excitedly grabbed Li Hao's arm, and the two went to the back car together. Chu Yunren was still sulking in the car when she saw Xia Qingqing and Li Hao walking over side by side. She said irritably, "What are you doing here? Are you here to laugh at me?" Startled by the retort, Xia Qingqing panicked and quickly said, "How could that be? Hao Ji and I are not those kinds of people." "Yes, Miss Ran Ran. Did we do something wrong?" Li Hao scratched his head, looking puzzled. Seeing this, Chu Yunren immediately realized what was happening. She sighed and said, "I'm sorry, I'm not in a good mood right now, so I didn't think before I spoke. Please don't take it to heart." After exchanging a glance with Li Hao, Xia Qingqing quickly said, "It's all right. I don't think Mr. Yi knows Su Pan's character. You can continue talking to him, but just keep your distance. There's no need to get so close." Hearing Xia Qingqing still defending Yin Yandong, Li Hao immediately became displeased. Actually, it's not necessarily true. It's possible that he knows, but he might be doing it on purpose. "Brother Hao, what's wrong with you today? Why are you always contradicting me?" Xia Qingqing immediately became unhappy and berated Li Hao. "What do you mean by contradicting me? I'm a man. How could I not know what men are thinking? Besides, you only met him for the first time today, and you're already siding with him like this." Li Hao's voice trailed off, his displeasure clearly written on his face. Seeing this, Chu Yunren sighed. All right, you two stop arguing. Just consider it a mistake I made today, and don't bring it up again." She shouted loudly, and Li Hao and Xia Qingqing immediately fell silent. "Oh right." Chu Yunren realized what she meant and looked up to ask, "Why did you come to see me?" "Miss Chu said we were going back and asked us to come and let you know," Xia Qingqing quickly replied. "Fine, I don't want to stay here anyway." Chu Yunren didn't refute at all, and simply nodded and climbed into the car. Seeing this, Li Hao and Xia Qingqing exchanged a glance, and neither of them said anything more. Xia Qingqing closed the car door behind her, glanced at Yin Yandong and Su Panzi who were still chatting and laughing together in the distance, and sighed. "Brother Hao, I don't want to see them either. Why don't you go and tell them we're going back?" "Okay, I'll go tell them." Li Hao didn't refuse and agreed without hesitation, then walked over to Su Panzi and Yin Yandong. Upon learning that they were going back, Su Panzi didn't react much, but Yin Yandong was shocked. "Are you going back? Where's Miss Ran Ran? I'll go say goodbye to her." Yin Yandong took the initiative to speak. "You'd better not go." Li Hao looked at Su Panzi with a complicated expression. "Don't you have each other's contact information? Let's make an appointment another day when you're free." His words were clearly loaded with meaning, and Su Panzi understood what he meant, but the dull wit Yin Yandong didn't react. He just nodded and said, "That's fine then. You can go first. I'll apologize to Miss Ran Ran another day when I have time." "Another day? You're doomed from now on." Li Hao silently grumbled to himself. Looking at Su Panzi winking at him, he felt a surge of disgust, but he didn't say anything more and got into the car with the servant. The large group drove towards the manor in a grand procession. Chu Ling Shuang fell asleep again on the way. Whether she was truly tired or simply exhausted, Lin Feng felt that Chu Ling Shuang often fell asleep these days. Sometimes, even when he was right next to her and they were chatting, she would still fall asleep. Looking at her sleeping face, Lin Feng felt that after his prenatal checkup in a few days, he should take Chu Ling Shuang for a full-body checkup. Otherwise, he really couldn't put his mind at ease. Because Yu Xuan had been informed in advance, Li Hao and Xia Qingqing's room was vacated on their way back to the manor. The room was on the 3rd floor. The villas in the resort have elevators, so going up and down isn't a problem. The 2nd floor was where Chu Yunren and the others lived. Suddenly, 2 more people came out, and the once desolate mountain villa suddenly became vibrant. Glancing at the withered flowers and willows in the villa garden, Lin Feng felt that he should hire a gardener to clean it up. They would be staying here for a long time, and looking at these faded flowers every day would not put them in a good mood. After the car came to a stop, Chu Ling Shuang slowly woke up from the swaying. She glanced at Lin Feng, who was carrying her towards the bedroom, and she greedily sucked on his lips a few times. "You're awake." Feeling the faint movement in his arms, Lin Feng smiled and lowered his eyes gently. I was just about to discuss this with you. Shouldn't we hire a few gardeners for our yard?" Chu Ling Shuang didn't even think about it and lazily replied, "Whatever, you can arrange it." "Okay, then let's do it tomorrow. I'll talk to Swain and ask her to invite a few gardeners over. As for the design, I hope you can choose it with me, since this is our shared home." Lin Feng spoke very sincerely. Hearing these words, Chu Ling Shuang was extremely satisfied. She, who had always lacked a sense of security, finally found a sense of security in Lin Feng, who was holding her tightly. She unconsciously gripped Lin Feng's sleeve tightly and laughed. "Sure, whatever you say, I'll do it. I'll listen to you." Chapter 308 Picking Up the Sister-in-Law. The next day, Lin Feng went to school as usual. Today is Friday. After classes in the morning, there are all sorts of parties in the afternoon. Lin Feng was in a hurry to go back to be with his wife, so he didn't attend any gatherings. After politely declining everyone's invitations, he arrived at the school gate and saw Xia Qingqing and Li Hao also coming over. After checking into the resort together yesterday, Xia Qingqing and Li Hao have been going to and from school with Lin Feng, with Lu Tianhan responsible for picking them up and dropping them off. Lin Feng's phone rang as soon as they greeted each other. It is an unknown number. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and answered the phone. On the other end of the phone, Su Pan's voice rang out. "Brother Lin, we're having a thank you party at Gatton University today, starting at 2:30 p.m. Would you be willing to come and attend?" Lin Feng was about to refuse when he heard Su Pan's say, "Mr. Yi and Miss Chu are here too, so we would like to invite you to join us." "Miss Chu, Chu Yunren?" Lin Feng was taken aback. Ran Ran had clearly gone home in a huff yesterday, so why did she agree to go today? After all, Chu Yunren is his sister-in-law, so Lin Feng felt it was necessary to show her some concern. He opened the car door, gestured to Xia Qingqing and Li Hao, and they nodded and got into the car. Only then did he reply into the phone. "Okay, I'll be right there. Send me the location on your phone." "Okay, I'll wait for you at the school gate." Su Panza laughed radiantly. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng leaned over to Lu Tianhan in the driver's seat and asked, "Does Ling Shuang know that Ran Ran went out today?" "She probably doesn't know." Lu Tianhan was taken aback and thought for a moment. "Miss stayed in the room all day today, and I didn't see her come out. She probably doesn't know." Lin Feng frowned. "So, it seems Ran Ran must have sneaked out. This sister-in-law is really a handful. Brother, what are you doing? Why aren't you getting in the car?" Inside the car, Xia Qingqing leaned against the window, looking at Lin Feng curiously. "I have something to do and need to go out for a bit. You and Huzzy go back first," Lin Feng said, then turned to Lu Tianhan and said, "Tianhan, when you get back, tell Ling Shuang that I'm going to pick up Ran Ran and we'll be back later." This wasn't the first time Lin Feng had suddenly run into trouble and not traveled with the car. Lu Tianhan knew Chu Ling Shuang's attitude. As long as Lin Feng returned on time and offered a brief explanation, she would understand. Therefore, Lu Tianhan didn't stop him. "Okay." Lu Tianhan nodded. "Then be careful. You can send me your location when you arrive, and I'll come pick you up." "Uh-huh." Lin Feng nodded and said to Xia Qingqing, "Qingqing, I've booked a few gardeners. They'll be here soon. Ling Shuang is probably still sleeping, so I'll leave the gardener hiring to you and Huzzy. Brother, what are you saying? There's no need for us to be so polite. Yeah, Brother Feng, you go ahead and do your thing. Qing Qing, and I will take care of it. No problem. Xia Qing Qing, and Li Hao responded without hesitation. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, then watched them drive away with peace of mind. After they had walked away, Lin Feng hailed a taxi by the roadside. The destination was the location of Gadon University, sent by Su Pansy. In less than half an hour, the car arrived at the gate of Gadon University. From afar, Lin Feng saw Su Pansy wearing a white dress, standing at the school gate looking around. As she got out of the car, Su Pansy saw him and walked towards Lin Feng with a smile. Brother Lin, over here. Su Pansy smiled sweetly and wore a string of pearls around her neck. Noticing Lin Feng's gaze, Su Pansy smiled and pulled up the necklace, saying, "This is fake. It's a counterfeit. I found it at a flea market. After all, I'm a girl, and I like to dress up a bit." Regardless of whether it was true or false, this sudden explanation made Lin Feng frown slightly. But he didn't say much, only asking, "Where's Ran Ran?" "They're all inside. Mr. Yi has already taken her in. I'll take you to them." Su Pansy was very attentive and led the way. When we arrived at the large classroom of the Academic Research Department, a huge group of girls came into view. Judging from their clothing alone, most of them are students from impoverished families, with the only two being from high-class backgrounds being Yin Yindong and Chu Yunren. At this moment, Yin Yindong and Chu Yunren were sitting in the back corner, surrounded by several girls. Yin Yindong chatted with several girls around him with a faint smile, while Chu Yunren frowned, her usual liveliness replaced by a serious expression. Seeing Lin Feng enter, Chu Yunren stood up abruptly as if she had seen a savior, waving at him. "Brother Lin," she exclaimed and immediately jumped out of her seat, running towards Lin Feng. "You're finally here. My God, I can't take it anymore." Her action drew the attention of many people around her. Glancing at Su Pansy beside him, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Miss Su, is there a lounge here? I just sat in the car for a while and would like to rest for a bit." "Yes, of course." Su Pansy nodded quickly and gestured towards the door. "Come with me." Chao Chuiyun and Ran exchanged a glance, and the two followed Su Pansy into the lounge. "You two get some rest. I'll come and call you when the appreciation event starts in an hour." Su Pansy poured them both a glass of water, said something with a smile, and then left. The door closed, and Chu Yunren finally breathed a sigh of relief before she couldn't help but complain. "Oh my God, Brother Lin, I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come over. There were so many of them surrounding me. I was too embarrassed to just leave. You have no idea how suffocated I was." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and looked at Chu Yunren. "Wait, Ran Ran, why are you out with Yin Yindong again?" "Don't even mention it." Yin Yindong said he already knew I was the second young lady of the Chu family in Beijing, and that he had something important to tell me, something related to our family. As soon as I got out and into his car, this Su Pansy showed up like a ghost. Yin Yindong dragged me to the thank you party. How could I refuse in front of so many people? Chu Yunren kept complaining. Lin Feng understood immediately. He looked at Chu Yunren and teased. "Why don't you just reject him? How can the dignified daughter of the Chu family be so easily morally blackmailed?" His words made Chu Yunren blush. Instantly, Chu Yunren couldn't sit still any longer and shouted at Lin Feng. "Brother Lin, what are you saying? It was fine for me to mess around a bit when I was alone before, since no one knew me anyway. But now that Yin Yindong knows I'm from the Chu family, I represent the Chu family in public. No matter what, I have to behave properly." Chapter 309, I want to sit with Brother Lin. It has to be said that Chu Yunren, who always seemed playful and carefree, is actually quite serious when it comes to important matters. After all, this is no ordinary matter. Once a large family is involved with something as sensational as impoverished students, it will become a hot topic of public opinion no matter which media outlet gets hold of it. No wonder Chu Yunren compromised like that. However, Chu Yunren seemed to have overlooked a key point. "Ran Ran, sometimes I really can't help but say something to you. Don't you want to find out what your sister does for a living?" Lin Feng couldn't hold back any longer. "That won't do either." Chu Yunren shook her head frantically, her face pale. "Didn't Sister Swain tell you that I lied to my sister about her pregnancy?" That matter isn't resolved yet, and now this mess has arisen. If I don't handle this properly, I'm definitely finished. It seems that this is the crux of the problem. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. It's true that every creature has its nemesis. His wife's presence was truly Chu Yunren's kryptonite. One stern face from her was enough to scare the girl into silence. Lin Feng smiled and compromised. All right, since I'm already here, you can sit with me for a while, and then we can just find some excuse to leave. Chu Yunren nodded hurriedly, her face full of gratitude, and she held tightly to Lin Feng's arm as if she had found her pillar of support. Time passed by, and neither of them drank the 2 glasses of water that Su Pansy had poured. 5 minutes before the thank you party was to begin, Su Pansy indeed came in to extend an invitation. He followed her to the large classroom, where everyone had already arrived and all the seats were taken. Yin Yindong was sitting in the first row, and when he saw Lin Feng and Chu Yunren walk in hand, his face instantly darkened. Miss Ran, this is the seat reserved for you. Su Pansy had just raised her hand to point to the empty seat next to Yin Yindong when Chu Yunren's voice rang out. No, I want to sit with my brother Lin. Yin Yindong, who was sitting right in front of him, turned as black as coal. Seeing this, Su Pansy's eyes flashed, and she took the initiative to make room for the 2 of them in the first row against the wall, saying, then you 2 can sit here. Pulling Lin Feng along, Chu Yunren finally sat down obediently. Looking further afield, Yin Yindong's gaze had turned gloomy. His hostile eyes fell on Lin Feng, revealing a hidden rivalry between them. Having witnessed this scene, Su Pansy didn't say much, but went straight to the podium to give an opening speech. Although it was called a thank you event, it actually included a preliminary selection for the next round of subsidies for students from impoverished families. After the opening remarks, the host went on stage, and each student from an impoverished family gave a speech. Lin Feng had also experienced this when he was in university in China. He simply wrote down all the tragic experiences of his family and exposed them to everyone. Moreover, the competition here is fierce, and most of the reserved spots have already been taken. I wonder if it's the same here. With the winner taking the stage, the speeches of the students from impoverished backgrounds officially began. Almost everyone brought a script to the stage, as if they were reciting lines or walking to their execution, which made Chu Yunren yawn. So this is what a thank you party is like. Chu Yunren muttered under her breath, complaining. If they had put a little more emotion into it, I might have been willing to spend some money to help out. Oh, you rich young lady, you actually have such thoughts? Lin Feng teased with a smile. Chu Yunren gave a cold snort, frowning unhappily. My sister and dad often do charity work, but they just don't take me. You're practically asleep sitting here, and I'm still taking you? If the media takes pictures of you, they'll say you're being arrogant, and then I won't take you. Lin Feng couldn't help but complain in his heart. It's no wonder Chu Yunren found it boring. He found it quite boring too, as if he were listening to an essay writing competition. These short essays might be acceptable in China, but they wouldn't be very practical abroad. If people were truly poor, they probably wouldn't even be able to leave the country, let alone the fact that many people here use brand-name mobile phones. How could they be considered poor? But since he was accompanying his sister-in-law, Lin Feng didn't say much and just watched the show. He looked around listlessly when he suddenly saw Su Pansy whispering something in Yin Yindong's ear, and then the 2 of them went out through the back door together. His eyes darkened slightly. However, before he could think further, he heard a familiar voice. Hello everyone, my name is Zhou Shanshan. Lin Feng immediately turned his head and saw that the girl standing on the platform was Zhou Shanshan, who had worked with him at the St. Belaya restaurant before. When Zhou Shanshan met Lin Feng's gaze from below the stage, she seemed to have only just noticed his appearance, and her eyes widened in surprise. Lin Feng actually showed up at this thank you event, and even sat in the first row as a judge. Looking at Chu Yunren beside Lin Feng, dressed exquisitely and playfully, Zhou Shanshan felt a hint of inferiority and embarrassment. Holding her speech book, she introduced herself into the microphone. Her voice trailed off there, and she didn't continue for a long time. Just as the host was about to urge her on, Zhou Shanshan suddenly closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she said with a determined look in her eyes, "My family situation is not very good. Although I work part-time, It is only enough to cover part of my tuition and living expenses. I really hope for this opportunity to be a student from a poor family, but I don't want to use my tragic experience to get this spot. So I don't plan to tell you about my family situation. I hope you can understand. After she finished speaking, she bowed to the crowd and stepped down from the stage. The audience consisted entirely of Chinese international students, all of whom were well versed in the art of speech writing. However, Zhou Xinshan's speech left everyone stunned. Many people below were whispering among themselves. This explanation will absolutely not pass. What was she thinking? She's so headstrong. She probably came here to have fun because she has plenty of money. She's really crazy. As she brushed past Lin Feng, Zhou Xinshan's face flushed red. She forced herself to walk to her seat, sat down, and then lowered her head, never looking up again. Chu Yunren, who had been feeling sleepy, was surprised by Zhou Xinshan's remarks. This young lady is quite honest. Lin Feng nodded repeatedly, knowing in his heart that she was probably embarrassed to see him, a close acquaintance. However, he knew Zhou Shanshan. She was always diligent and hardworking, and she was always striving for excellence. Such a girl could easily inspire the passion of those around her. He was the same way. He met Zhou Shanshan when he was just lazing around all day. He was drawn to her boundless vitality, which is why he stopped touching the money in his card. Unexpectedly, things took an unexpected turn, and now he has run into her again. Since she came to participate in the selection, she must have encountered difficulties in her life. Lin Feng felt that it was only right to help someone like her. Chapter 3 Tin Brother Lin, I wish you weren't my brother-in-law. Outside the back door of the large classroom in the academic research department, Yin Yindong looked at Su Pansy with a puzzled expression. Pansy, you just said you had something important to tell me? Su Pansy's eyes flickered, and she suddenly looked up, striking a cute pose, and asked, Brother Yindong, do you like that Miss Ranran? Huh? Yin Yindong was stunned, never expecting Su Pansy to speak so directly. Pansy, what nonsense are you talking about? We're just friends, good friends. Yin Yindong stammered in response. His sudden blushing reaction further solidified Su Pansy's thoughts. Anyone could see that. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she said with a smile, Brother Yindong, I can help you. Help me. Yin Yindong was taken aback, then laughed and said, Don't be silly. You're the last one to give a speech later, so you should prepare how to perform. That's not important. Su Pansy grabbed Yin Yindong's wrist and said sweetly, With Brother Yindong here, it doesn't matter if I don't perform well. You know about my family situation, don't you? What a joke. Others compete, but she doesn't need to compete at all. All we need to do is maintain a good relationship with Yin Yindong. Why bother with all those fancy maneuvers? She wouldn't stoop to playing the victim, okay? Staring at Su Pansy, Yin Yindong sighed. The image of Chu Yunren and Lin Feng's intimate actions flashed through his mind, and he felt a pang in his heart. He couldn't help but ask, You just said you'd help me. How are you going to help me? Su Pansy blinked and said with a grin, I'll try to get Brother Lin out of the way, so that you and Miss Ranran can have some alone time. As she spoke, she tiptoed closer to Yin Yindong's ear and whispered, Later we'll do this. Ranran, could you do me a favor later? The speech on the podium continued. Lin Feng turned to look at Chu Yunren and muttered to himself. Chu Yunren was taken aback for a moment and quickly said, Brother Lin, do we need to say such things with our relationship? You could have just said it directly. Lin Feng scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. Okay, then I'll just say it. He glanced at Zhou Shanshan in the back seat out of the corner of his eye, leaned close to Chu Yunren's ear, and whispered, Later, please help me sponsor that girl named Zhou Shanshan in your own name. Following Lin Feng's gaze, Chu Yunren frowned slightly. That girl is indeed quite nice, but Brother Lin, why don't you just sponsor her directly? Why do you have to do it in my name? As she spoke, Chu Yunren instantly realized what was going on and looked at Lin Feng with a smile. Oh, I know, you're probably afraid my sister will find out, right? Lin Feng shook his head. No, that's not it. If Ling Shuang wants to know these things, I will tell her. Even if she doesn't ask, I will tell her directly when I get back. Since you've decided to be together, there are no secrets between husband and wife. Of course, a sense of distance is necessary, but a sense of security is equally important. He wouldn't let Chu Ling Shuang become emotionally unstable because of him again. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunren first showed a surprised expression, then said with envy in her eyes, "Brother Lin, if my sister knew about your self-awareness, she would be overjoyed." She said that Lin Feng's character was fine. The moment I saw Lin Feng, I knew he was someone I could rely on. It's a pity that such a good man is now her brother-in-law, so she can't have any inappropriate thoughts. Chu Yunren, still somewhat jealous, smacked her lips a few times. What could be the reason? I know her, Ran. You're a smart person. You should be able to see her embarrassment just now. So, Lin Feng said truthfully. Chu Yunren instantly understood. She looked at Lin Feng with some shock. She hadn't noticed before that Lin Feng was actually someone who knew how to take care of other people's feelings. The thought that such a good man had already gone to her sister, and then comparing it to Yin Yandong whom she had met, made Chu Yunren frown and unconsciously say, "Brother Lin, I wish you weren't my brother-in-law. Look at the kind of people I've met." These words startled Lin Feng so much that his heart stopped. He quickly moved closer to the wall, looking at Chu Yunren warily. "What are you saying, you little brat? I'm not that kind of person." If Chu Yunren's words truly reflect her true feelings, then he can no longer maintain a good relationship with his sister-in-law. They can't even be friends anymore. Seeing Lin Feng's expression as if facing a formidable enemy, Chu Yunren immediately realized what was going on. She chuckled and scratched her head awkwardly. "I was just kidding. You're my brother-in-law. How could I possibly think that way?" As she spoke, she suddenly moved closer, grabbing Lin Feng's arms and pulling him into her embrace. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Chu Ling Shuang was already enough. If another one came along, putting aside the moral issues, he'd be lucky to even have a proper burial for that tigress Chu Ling Shuang. Seeing that Chu Yunren stopped talking and focused her attention on the speech, Lin Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. A short while later, Su Pansy came in through the back door, but she didn't see Yin Yandong, who had gone out with her. Meeting Lin Feng's gaze, Su Pansy smiled sweetly and then sat down in her seat. Lin Feng didn't bother with it. He had originally planned to find an opportunity to slip away with Chu Yunren, but for Zhou Xinshan's sake, he decided to wait until the meeting was over before leaving. Soon, the last speaker, Su Pansy, took the stage to give her speech. She was still reading from a prepared speech, exactly the same one she had said to Xia Qingqing that day. "Hello everyone, my name is Su Pansy. My family used to be well off. We adopted a boy, who is also my younger brother. Later, when my brother grew up, he ran off with all our money and caused my parents to disappear. Fortunately, I came abroad a few years ago and escaped this disaster." Hearing this fabricated and repeated story countless times, Lin Feng felt no emotion whatsoever. In fact, he almost wanted to laugh. Su Pansy probably never imagined that the person she claimed to have framed was now sitting in the audience listening to her fabricated stories. Lin Feng suddenly didn't want to tease her anymore. He suddenly wanted to see what kind of shocked and incredulous expression Su Pansy would show when she found out that he was the Lin Feng she had been talking about. It will definitely look amazing. Lin Feng himself didn't know when he had developed these wicked tastes. It seemed that after coming into contact with Chu Ling Shuang, the demonic nature within him was completely unleashed. Chapter 311, I Know the Little Thoughts of You Married Men. Chu Yunren was too lazy to listen to the birdsong, so she simply took out her earphones and listened to music on the spot. After Su Pansy stepped down from the stage, the next step was the selection process. As Lin Feng requested, Chu Yunren stepped forward and donated 500,000 pounds to Zhou Shanshan in her personal capacity. When the news was released, the entire audience was shocked. No one expected that Zhou Shanshan, who made a haphazard and perfunctory speech, would receive the highest donation of the entire event. Su Pansy stared in disbelief at the donation slip, which bore the check issued by Chu Yunren. When she caught a glimpse of Chu Yunren's splendid signature in the lower right corner, Su Pansy's face instantly darkened. Yin Yandong's subsidy to her was only 50,000 pounds a year, and it would stop after she graduated from university. Now that Chu Yunren has given so much, the difference in treatment is immediately obvious. Seeing that many students were looking at Chu Yunren, eager to strike up a conversation with her, Su Pansy wasn't in a hurry. Others may not know, but she does. Chu Yunren is Lin Feng's sister-in-law. Her wealth means Lin Feng is also wealthy. Moreover, at yesterday's camping party, seeing the beautiful woman accompanying Lin Feng, she could immediately tell how much money Lin Feng had. She already has Lin Feng's phone number. As long as she can establish a connection with Lin Feng, why would she have to worry about not getting paid? Su Panzi put the donation form in the box, pretended to answer a phone call, and then walked anxiously toward Lin Feng. Brother Lin, Miss Chu. Pushing through the crowd, Su Panzi called out anxiously. Chu Yunren glanced sideways, her smile vanishing instantly. Is there something you need? Yes, it's urgent. Su Panzi hurriedly said. Please come with me for a moment. It's Mr. Yi. Upon hearing the name Mr. Yi, everyone around stepped back. Zhou Shanshan, who had finally prepared to come and express her gratitude, remained standing in her seat and did not rush over. Chu Yunren and Lin Feng exchanged a glance, then got up together and followed Su Panzi into the corridor. It was Friday, and apart from various parties, there was practically no one at school. The corridor was empty, with only the three of them in it. After closing the back door, Su Panzi said anxiously, Mr. Yi just called me and said he's not feeling well. I'm a little worried. Miss Ranran, could you please go over and check on him? That's way too obvious. Lin Feng immediately saw through Su Panzi's thoughts. He nodded directly and grabbed Chu Yunren's wrist, saying, All right, let's go take a look together. Where is he now? This gave Su Panzi absolutely no chance to refute. Seeing the two holding hands tightly, Su Panzi's eyes flashed. Come with me. Let's go together. With Lin Feng by her side, Chu Yunren felt reassured and followed him without fear. Outside the lounge, Su Panzi rested her hand on the doorknob, staring at Lin Feng, and said, Miss Ranran, why don't you go in first? I have something I'd like to say to Mr. Lin. Chu Yunren raised her eyebrows slightly, staring at Lin Feng, waiting for him to make a decision. Lin Feng glanced at the door. It didn't seem very sturdy, and if something happened inside, it could be easily broken. He was also curious to see what trick Su Panzi was up to, so he nodded and said, Okay, Ranran, you go in first. If anything happens, just call me. Uh-huh. Chu Yunren nodded, pushed open the door, and went in, but she didn't close the door. Hearing Yin Yandong and Chu Yunren's normal conversation inside, Lin Feng felt relieved. He looked at Su Panzi and said directly, Just say what you want to say. Su Panzi glanced at the door, her eyes darting around. She adopted a coquettish expression and smiled at Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, do you think I'm pretty? She's so direct. Even though the corridor was empty, this sudden, direct question made Lin Feng frown. He hadn't even noticed when his second sister had become like this. Oh wait, or was she always like this from the beginning? But since Lin Feng was now curious to see her change her expression, he patiently asked, What are you trying to say? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Panzi's hand landed on his. Her eyes darted around as she looked at Lin Feng, and her legs also tried to reach out and touch him. But Lin Feng moved swiftly, dodging the attack with a quick backward movement. He frowned and reminded her, Miss Su, just talk, don't get physical. Surprised by Lin Feng's evasion, Su Panzi raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, Mr. Lin, there are no surveillance cameras here, so you can rest assured. As she spoke, she glanced at the door behind her, looking knowing, and said, Miss Ranran is your wife's sister, right? You were just holding hands. So naturally, so don't pretend with me. She smiled and winked at Lin Feng. Have to. As disgust arose in his heart, Lin Feng realized that his second sister was probably always like this, so at ease from the start. He was truly grateful that he wasn't the Su family's biological son. Otherwise, wouldn't all the family's bad traits have been passed down to him? Seeing that Lin Feng was silent, Su Panzi mistakenly assumed that he was pondering the value of things. She understood perfectly. Mr. Lin, I know that a successful person like you must consider many things. I can offer you value, and of course, what I want in return is nothing more than money. Anything you give me is priceless to me. So what was the purpose of sending Chu Yunren away? Lin Feng looked at her with amusement. Then tell me, what value do you have to offer me? Upon hearing this, Su Panzi immediately realized that her opportunity had arrived. She smiled and said, I know what you married men are thinking. I'm just a poor student with no special skills. but I can still help you solve your problems. As she spoke, her eyes began to wander unsuspectingly downwards. Seeing Su Pan's confident expression, Lin Feng couldn't help but want to laugh. At that moment, my desire to tell her the truth and see her reaction reached its peak. He looked at Su Pansy with extreme mockery, the corners of his lips curving upwards. "Miss Su, you can't do this." Su Pansy was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "That's right." Lin Feng nodded, then looked at her with amusement and said bluntly, "What I mean is that you're ugly but dreamy." Instantly, Su Pan's face flushed red. She glared angrily at Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin, what do you mean by this? How can you criticize someone's appearance? Don't you have any manners?" "Huh, you're saying he has no manners?" Lin Feng couldn't hold back any longer and laughed. Yes, I'm just rude. But Su Pansy, why don't you take a good look again? Take a good look and see clearly who I really am." Chapter 3:12 You're really amazing. When Su Pansy saw Lin Feng's incredibly familiar face and the meaningful smile on his lips, her heart skipped a beat. She suddenly had a bad feeling. That face is so similar. It's practically identical to her adopted younger brother. However, Su Pansy has been studying abroad for many years, and the only time she can contact her younger brother is when he asks for money at the end of each month. Even then, they don't video chat every month, they mostly talk on the phone. Therefore, apart from what she remembered about Lin Feng's appearance, she really couldn't recall anything else. Even so, his appearance was exactly the same as in my memory. That face, no matter how much time has passed, seems to have never changed. You're Mr. Lin." She forced a laugh to hide her inner turmoil and blurted out, "Didn't you say before that you're Mr. Lin?" "I know that." Lin Feng didn't reply, but just stared at Su Pansy with a smile. Time stood still at that moment. For no apparent reason, Su Pansy tensed up all over. Something's not right. Lin Feng's reaction was completely wrong. His eyes seemed to have a penetrating gaze that pierced through everything, and the moment their eyes met, they pierced into Su Pan's heart. At this moment, Su Pansy felt as if she were completely naked, exposed to Lin Feng's naked gaze. "You?" She froze, as if realizing something, and then stammered, "You." Su Pansy stammered and held back for most of the day, but couldn't bring herself to say what was on her mind. Seeing that Su Pansy had realized something, Lin Feng's smile deepened. He stared intently at Su Pansy and sneered, "Su Pansy, you really are blind. I'm standing right in front of you, and you still don't recognize me?" These words undoubtedly confirmed Su Pan's answer. She stared incredulously, clutching her chest, and stumbled backward until she reached the wall, her eyes wide with shock. Seeing her flustered reaction, Lin Feng smiled even more brightly. "That's right. I'm just someone your family adopted. Apart from money, we don't seem to have any other entanglements. No wonder you don't recognize me. This is undoubtedly playing their cards right." Su Pan's eyes widened, her face completely bloodless, deathly pale. She stared at Lin Feng in shock. Her lips moved a few times, but she couldn't utter a single word. So, the rich and powerful man she's trying to climb up to is the adopted brother she's been slandering. So it wasn't that she was blind. Her first impression was genuine. Really was Lin Feng. So, the person she was actually trying to seduce was her younger brother? Su Pansy was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She looked at Lin Feng, her feelings so complicated that she couldn't utter a single word. In other words, from the very first moment Lin Feng saw her, he was watching her make a fool of herself. At yesterday's camping party, all those people's targeting of her was real. They were all just teasing her. Almost instantly, Su Pan's anger reached its peak. How dare Lin Feng, who harmed her so badly, making it impossible for her to contact her parents and sisters, stand so brazenly in front of her and even smile at her. "It really is you." After a long period of shock, Su Pan's stammered as she pointed at Lin Feng, as if she was about to insult him, but the words caught in her throat, and she swallowed them back down. Lin Feng looked at her with some surprise and teased, "Oh ho, so second sister recognized me a long time ago? It seems I still hold some weight in second sister's heart." The literal meaning might be praise, but Su Pansy could clearly hear that the tone was sarcastic and mocking. What gives him the right to speak to her so sarcastically and self-righteously? Su Pansy was so angry that she pointed at Lin Feng and cursed, "What right do you have to mock me? You've made it so that I can't contact my parents. You've ruined our Su family so much. What right do you have to stand here and laugh at me? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Then tell me, how did I harm your Su family? How dare you say that? You almost caused Xiao Jie to get into a car accident. Su Panzi pointed at Lin Feng, just about to list all of Lin Feng's mistakes. But before she could finish speaking, Lin Feng interrupted her. Su Panzi, I don't believe someone like you doesn't use the internet. The video evidence online is crystal clear. What? Did you watch the videos and then deliberately try to distort the truth? He showed her no mercy whatsoever, and Lin Feng's words were very direct, also borrowing a bit of the green tea rhetoric. Or have you seen the evidence but refused to accept it, and are just trying to convince yourself? Such blatant remarks were far beyond what Su Panzi could withstand. Without saying a word, she pointed at Lin Feng and cursed. Those videos can be fabricated. Who knows what you did behind the scenes? My Su family has always been upright and honest. That's hilarious. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. How come he hadn't noticed it years ago? These women were all incredibly crazy. When Su's Hiking and Su Jia were caught secretly taking photos, Su's Hiking kept saying it was all his fault. It seems that habits are really hard to break. This family has clearly made him a sieve. Right in front of Su Panzi, Lin Feng burst into laughter without hesitation. This scene filled Su Panzi with rage. What are you laughing at? I'm telling the truth. Although I can't contact my parents, I've always strived for self-improvement and relied on myself. Unlike you, who eats our food and drinks our drinks, and then tries to slander us. Lin Feng was too lazy to argue with her after hearing that. He had already witnessed Su Panzi's change of expression, so he had no desire to argue with her about things that were already set in stone. He smiled and gave Su Panzi a thumbs up. You're really amazing. Su Panzi was completely overwhelmed by this dazzling yin and yang. She never imagined that in such a short time, Lin Feng had transformed from someone who silently accepted everything into someone with sharp tongues and venom. Having lost his playful mood, Lin Feng put away his smile and looked at Su Panzi calmly. Do you know why you can't contact your family? Su Panzi was taken aback. Why? Because they're in such a terrible state. They're all inside. They don't even have cell phones. Of course you can't contact them. Lin Feng's expression was calm, but his words were extremely cruel. To his surprise, Su Panzi showed no surprise whatsoever. In fact, she regained her composure and said calmly, what does that have to do with me? They are them, and I am me. Even if I can't contact them, I will never forgive you for framing my family. Chapter 313, is this the thrill of having your own people backing you up? This was beyond Lin Feng's expectations. He never expected Su Panzi to have such an understanding. So, it's not that Su Panzi can't contact her family. It's probably that when her family tries to contact her, she refuses to do so. Compared to this, Lin Feng suddenly felt that his selfishness wasn't so excessive after all. It turns out there are people in this world who are even more selfish than him. He couldn't help but admire her. His second sister was truly a sophisticated egoist. Lin Feng sincerely praised. Good. You're really amazing. He wasn't lying. He genuinely admired him. But Su Panzi heard these words, and they took on a completely different meaning. I don't care what you think, Lin Feng. I will remember this incident of you framing my family, even if I turn to ashes. If you want me to forgive you, you'll have to make amends. Lin Feng had never seen such a shameless person before. He really wanted to see just how shameless this person could be, so he asked with a smile. So what kind of compensation do you want? Upon hearing this, Su Panzi immediately perked up. She stared intently at Lin Feng, recalling the scene she had witnessed during their camping trip. There was no doubt that Lin Feng's wife possessed an elegant demeanor. A married woman with such elegance must have a very wealthy husband. Although they didn't know how Lin Feng became so rich, all the things they used were high-end products, and they even brought 5 or 6 servants with them when they went camping. With such a setup, even the trash Lin Feng casually throws away would be incredibly valuable. Therefore, the more compensation the better. You're smart to know what's good for you. Su Panzi gave a coquettish laugh, crossed her arms, and began to list her options. I want you to compensate me with a house here, plus 1 million pounds. As long as the money is there, I can forgive and forget about the things you did to my family. Hearing this outrageous demand, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. 1 million pounds is roughly equivalent to 10 million yuan in cash in China, not including a property. Su Pansy really dares to ask for that. Lin Feng looked at Su Pansy, who seemed confident of victory, with amusement, and raised an eyebrow, asking, "What about your family? Aren't you going to take care of them?" "Why should I care about them? I'm an adult now, and adults have the right to speak. I'm an independent individual now, what does it have to do with them?" Lin Feng was almost speechless after hearing that. But putting Su Pansy's words into perspective, Lin Feng couldn't help but retort, "So, they raised you for so many years. Does that mean they deserved it?" Having finally managed to chat with Lin Feng for a few minutes, Su Pansy lost the urge to argue with him. She calmly said, "It's not like I deserve it. I didn't ask them to give birth to me. They have a responsibility to raise me since they brought me into this world. As for what happens after I become an adult, that's my own business and has nothing to do with them." As she spoke, Su Pansy even brazenly said, "They should be glad that I didn't ask them for money after I became an adult. I'm already very capable of taking care of myself." That's such a classic line. Lin Feng admitted that he had seen similar comments while browsing videos online. Even someone as selfish as him thought this kind of person had a problem with their thought process, but now he's actually witnessed it with his own eyes. Doesn't Su Pansy feel ashamed to say such things? He was an adopted son, and the Su family had never mistreated him before. He still knew to repay their kindness. He never expected that a biological son would say such things so brazenly. "Your values are amazing." Lin Feng couldn't help but give Su Pansy a mental thumbs up. "Indeed, you're really impressive." The conversation, which was originally intended to see Su Pansy change her expression, turned into an attempt to see just how shameless she could be. Having received Lin Feng's praise, once again, Su Pansy arrogantly raised her face and ordered Lin Feng, "So, you'd better transfer the compensation to me right away." Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh and said, "You had a really good dream, impressive." Realizing that Lin Feng was mocking her, Su Pansy's face flushed red. She glanced at the half-open door and threatened, "Fine, you're sure you won't give it to me, right?" Lin Feng was too lazy to argue with her anymore. At this moment, he suddenly felt that arguing with someone like Su Pansy was an insult to his intelligence. Seeing that Lin Feng remained unmoved, Su Pansy grew anxious and pointed at him, saying, "Fine, you just wait." As she spoke, she suddenly took a few steps back, deliberately messing up her hair and pulling her collar to one side, shouting loudly at Lin Feng with a victim's expression. "Mr. Lin, this won't do. What are you doing? Help! Is anyone there?" Seeing this, Lin Feng remained completely calm, standing still and watching Su Pansy's wonderful performance. He even couldn't resist taking out his phone and taking a few pictures of Su Pansy. Seeing Lin Feng taking pictures, Su Pansy panicked and was about to grab the camera when the door behind her was violently pulled open. "Pansy, are you all right?" "Mr. Lin, what are you going to do to Pansy?" Yi Niandong rushed out and anxiously stood in front of Su Pansy, even taking off his clothes to cover her. Su Pansy's eyes were red and purplish. She sobbed a few times, her face delicate and fragile, and cried, "Brother Niandong, you're finally out." As soon as Chu Yunren came out and saw this situation, she understood perfectly. She walked straight up to Lin Feng, peering at his phone. "Brother Lin, are you done taking pictures? Take them home so my sister can see the fun too. It feels so good to be trusted." Lin Feng laughed and said, "He's taking pictures, how gentlemanly. Look at this Mr. Yi, his back doesn't hurt anymore, his stomach is feeling better, and he can even walk now." As predicted, Yi Niandong was feigning illness. Chu Yunren frowned and glanced at Yi Niandong with displeasure. Yi Niandong turned around, his face grim, and raised his hand to block Lin Feng's camera. "Mr. Lin, what are you doing? Bullying a girl in broad daylight and taking pictures of her so brazenly. Do you know that this is an infringement of her portrait rights?" As he spoke, he reached out to pull Chu Yunren. "Ran, come here. Your sister-in-law has terrible character. Stay away from him." Unexpectedly, Chu Yunren dodged it in a flash. She put her arm around Lin Feng's and said with a smile, "You don't need to tell me what kind of person my brother Lin is. We've known each other for much longer than you have. Is this the joy of having your own family backing you up?" At this moment, Lin Feng finally understood. It feels like a dream. He has people supporting him no matter what he does. It's so awesome. Seeing the situation reach a stalemate, Su Panzi sobbed a few times and accused. So what if you've known each other for a long time? This Mr. Lin tried to take advantage of me, and everyone saw that. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunren revealed a disdainful look. She looked Su Panzi up and down, her eyes full of mockery. You can't even reach my sister's toes. How could my brother Lin possibly be interested in you? You're too confident. Chapter 314, Who do you think you are? Chu Yunren's words made Su Panzi turn pale instantly. She instinctively grabbed Yi Niandong's sleeve, her eyes filled with tears, looking pitiful and as if she had suffered a great injustice. Yi Niandong frowned slightly, looking at Chu Yunren disapprovingly, and said accusingly, Ran, you can't judge a book by its cover. In my memory, you're not such a shallow girl. How can you talk like that? These words made Chu Yunren laugh in anger, and any remaining goodwill she had for her vanished completely. Indeed, you can't judge a book by its cover. Yi Niandong, how do you know what this Miss Su you're protecting has done behind the scenes? She retorted without hesitation, her words striking Yi Niandong like a spiral dart. Yi Niandong frowned immediately and subconsciously turned to look at Su Panzi. Su Panzi's face turned pale. Now that she knew Lin Feng was her brother, it was likely that the people around Lin Feng knew about her past. But even if we knew, what then? Wasn't Lin Feng's fault that she couldn't contact her family? Isn't it just that Lin Feng ran off with all their family's money, leaving her without tuition and forced to fend for herself? A few months ago, she finally paid off her debts through her own hard work, and then, by a stroke of luck, she met Yi Niandong. All of this was due to her own good fortune. She has relied entirely on herself in her life. Even if she is exposed, she is doing it openly and honestly. Thinking of this, Su Panzi became confident. She gripped Yi Niandong's sleeve tightly and looked straight at Chu Yunren. What I've done is none of your business to comment on. As a rich young lady, how could you possibly understand the difficulties of us poor students? I've relied on myself from beginning to end. Brother Niandong subsidized me because he saw how excellent I am. What right do you have to say such things? These blatant remarks stunned Chu Yunren. She turned to look at Lin Feng in surprise. Brother Lin, this? Before she could finish her sentence, the incredulous expression on her face clearly conveyed. This is your second sister? How did you put up with her before? Lin Feng had no idea that his second sister was so independent. Fortunately, these words came from Su Panzi's own mouth, and Lin Feng heard them with his own ears. Otherwise, Lin Feng really wouldn't believe that there was such a person. To be honest, he always thought that people like that only existed in online jokes. Seeing that Chu Yunren was speechless, Su Panzi said confidently, Miss Ran, you've never had to worry about food or clothing since you were little. How could you know the difficulties of us poor people? I've always been someone who doesn't compete or fight. Perhaps this Mr. Lin also values my character, which is why he tried to take advantage of me. Su Panzi sobbed as she recounted her story, her eyes filled with tears, looking utterly pitiful. Yi Niandong felt a pang of pity and gently patted Su Panzi's head, whispering to comfort her. Panzi, don't blame yourself too much. You're already very outstanding. It's precisely because you're outstanding that people appreciate you, which is why some people would do such things to you in broad daylight. As he spoke, his sharp gaze swept over Lin Feng, his eyes filled with hostility. Chu Yunren was completely speechless. She grabbed Lin Feng's arm and complained, Brother Lin, let's go back. Talking to this kind of person feels like an insult to my intelligence. Having witnessed the spectacle, Lin Feng naturally agreed. Just as he was about to nod, he heard Yi Niandong's threatening voice. You can't leave. Apologize to Panzi first. Lin Feng paused, pointed at himself, and said incredulously, Me? Apologize? It's you. Yi Niandong's voice was sharp as he pointed directly at Lin Feng. Who can bully someone and just walk away and be done with it? Today you must apologize to Panzi. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunren, who had originally intended to let it go, instantly became furious. She lashed out at Yi Niandong, shouting without restraint. You're giving me face, Yi Niandong. Are you blind or deaf? Can't you see this woman is deliberately picking a fight? Why should my brother Lin apologize to her? Who does she think she is? Does she even deserve it? It was visibly clear that Chu Yunren's face had turned red from choking. The more she acted this way, the greater Yi Niandong's hostility towards Lin Feng became. He and Chu Yunren had known each other in the game for at least a month. He spent every day playing dungeons with Chu Yunren instead of his teammates. Now that they met, Chu Yunren always brought her brother-in-law in front of him. And now, she even cursed at him because of her brother-in-law. Yi Niandong's already extremely unbalanced mentality has completely collapsed. Ran, how many times do I have to tell you? The facts are right in front of you. Your brother-in-law is not a good person. Why do you only believe him and not me? Why should I believe you? Who do you think you are? What makes you think you can boss me around like this? Chu Yunren went on a killing spree, verbally attacking anyone she encountered. Such a tense scene is a once-in-a-century occurrence. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. When it comes to cursing, Chu Yunren is still the best. If it were him, in such a speechless situation, he would only give the other person a thumbs up and praise them for being amazing. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Feng, who was in a hurry to go back and tell Chu Ling Shuang this joke, grabbed Chu Yunren's wrist and said, "Forget it. Ran. There's no need to waste words with this kind of person. Let's go back." It was as if Lin Feng had led a large, biting dog. The moment he spoke, Chu Yunren's stiff neck instantly snapped back. Let's go back. Yi Niandong, however, was relentless and took 2 steps back, trying to grab Lin Feng and force him to apologize. But he had only taken 2 steps when he saw Lin Feng give him a sharp look. Instantly, Yi Niandong stopped in his tracks. Watching Lin Feng and Chu Yunren walk away, a smug glint flashed in Su Pan's purple eyes. She grabbed Yi Niandong's sleeve and said with great gratitude, "Brother Niandong, thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do." Knowing that his relationship with Chu Yunren was probably over, Yi Niandong sighed, pushed Su Pan's arm away, and said distantly, "No need to thank me. I didn't do anything." Su Pansy wanted to say something more, but Yi Niandong left directly. She clenched her fists tightly, watching Lin Feng leave down the corridor, her eyes gradually darkening. Outside the teaching building, Chu Yunren was furious. "I must have been blind. I didn't even see through Yi Niandong's true character. Is he blind? He's such a blatant green TB*TCH. I'm so angry." Lin Feng wasn't good at comforting people, so he said bluntly, "Don't be angry." Chu Yunren glanced at it, took a deep breath, suppressed her temper, and couldn't help but start gossiping again. "Brother Lin, I'm telling you, what kind of suffering have you endured in the first half of your life? Your sisters are all so bizarre. If it were me, I would have fought them to the death long ago." Chapter 315. If you were to trade your happiness for someone like this, it wouldn't be worth it at all. What's the point of risking your life? Lin Feng blinked and asked with a smile. Chu Yunren said without hesitation, "Even if it's useless, I think it's worth it to replace those scumbags. If I can't have a good life, no one else can." This kind of thinking can be described as, what's the use of trying to ruin everything? Lin Feng suddenly stopped, and Chu Yunren, who was walking towards the school gate, was stunned. Thinking that she had said something wrong, she turned around and looked at Lin Feng with some surprise. "Brother Lin, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" She was just angry for a moment, and said she'd trade his sister's lives for hers. Is Brother Lin angry with her because of that? But that shouldn't be happening. Brother Lin also dislikes them. Seeing Chu Yunren's cautious demeanor, Lin Feng sighed, took 2 steps towards her, stood in front of her, placed his hands on her shoulders, looked directly at her, and said seriously, "Those rotten people have worthless lives. It's not worth trading your happiness for theirs." When Chu Yunren met Lin Feng's serious gaze, her eyes widened. She never expected Lin Feng to say such a thing. But upon closer examination, this statement makes a lot of sense. If someone of her status were to argue with Su Pansy and actually kill those older sisters, she would be the one to bear the infamy. Why would she trade her life for such a scumbag? That's a huge loss for them. Although Chu Yunren understood the principle, she was still a little unconvinced. But if it really comes to that situation, and they bully me, am I supposed to tolerate them shitting on my head? That's a rather vulgar way to put it. Lin Feng laughed and said, "So after I became capable, I tried to stay away from them. Actually, there are advantages to such people. They can help me distinguish which friends I can make and which I can't. Isn't that their value to me? When it comes to logic, Lin Feng has never lost. Chu Yunren had never considered this kind of logic. Like Chu Ling Shuang, she always dealt with whoever she disliked, and since she had a strong family background, she was never afraid. But if we follow this logic, then getting to know such people only brings benefits. After much confusion, Chu Yunren finally understood. She couldn't help but give Lin Feng a thumbs up. It's all thanks to you, Brother Lin. You're amazing. I never even thought of that. I'll just take it as a compliment. Lin Feng replied with a smile. I was just praising you. If Yin Yindong were even half as good as you, Brother Lin, I wouldn't be so angry. Chu Yunren grumbled indignantly, then muttered, but I really should thank Su Pansy. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have known that Yin Yindong was so stupid. Lin Feng didn't say anything more, only smiled as he looked at Chu Yunren. Not only was Chu Yunren surprised, but he also didn't expect that Yin Yindong would actually know Su Pansy. The two chatted as they walked toward the school gate. However, just as Lin Feng was hailing a taxi at the school gate, he heard a familiar voice coming from behind him. Brother Lin. Lin Feng turned around and saw Zhou Shanshan walking towards him. Chu Yunren's anger had long since subsided, and her carefree personality immediately resurfaced. Hey, weren't you just with that girl? Zhou Shanshan's cheeks flushed slightly. She nodded, then hesitantly pointed to Lin Feng's pocket. Brother Lin, that. Lin Feng was taken aback and subconsciously reached into his pocket. What's wrong? Zhou Shanshan took out her phone, pointed to her screen, and said, Brother Lin, I've added you as a friend. Please accept my request. I have something to send you. Lin Feng was taken aback and took out his phone. He then realized that he and Zhou Shanshan had been colleagues for so long, but they hadn't exchanged contact information. Chu Yunren also looked on with curiosity, peering curiously at Lin Feng's phone screen. With a ding, the friend request was accepted. Zhou Shanshan said somewhat awkwardly, the things are still being sent, they'll be sent in a bit. Brother Lin, thank you. She bowed shyly to Lin Feng, then ran away. Before Lin Feng could ask her what she had posted, she turned and got into the bus. Chu Yunren tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, looking on with amusement, and said, Brother-in-law, don't worry, I won't tell my sister about this. As she spoke, she raised her hand and pretended to zip up a zipper, moving it from the left corner of her mouth to the right corner. Seeing her malicious smile, Lin Feng's lips twitched. What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you see? I wasn't even friends with her before. We only added each other now. Oh well, it's added now. Chu Yunren's voice changed direction as she looked at Lin Feng with a smile, then patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Brother Lin, don't worry, I'm definitely on your side. Seeing her tight-lipped expression, Lin Feng was both amused and exasperated. Just as he was about to say something more, his phone vibrated. Chu Yunren was even faster than him, immediately leaning over to peek at his phone screen. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, opened his phone, and saw that it was indeed a message from Zhou Shanshan. Upon opening the video, Lin Feng instantly understood why Zhou Shanshan had said to wait a while. She had sent a 5-minute video. The accompanying message read, Brother Lin, I was just about to go and thank you and Miss Ran when I stumbled upon this scene, so I recorded it. I hope it will be useful to you. The video showed the scene of Lin Feng and Su Pansy chatting alone in the corridor, which was recorded from beginning to end. Because they were close together, the phone volume was turned up high, and their conversation was recorded. Judging from this camera angle, it should be in the stairwell next to the lounge at that time. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised that Zhou Shanshan was also there. When Chu Yunren heard Su Pansy say, what does that have to do with me, on Lin Feng's phone, she had completely lost patience to watch any longer. Brother Lin, you're really something. You can tolerate her saying things like that. If it were me, I would have slapped her right across the face. Have to. All that I just said to Chu Yunren was useless. Lin Feng laughed and said, Hey Ran, with this video, your sister's got some juicy gossip to share today. Yes, I can't even repeat it verbally. Luckily, there's this video so my sister can see the excitement too. Chu Yunren immediately became excited and hailed a taxi. After getting in the car, they headed straight to the resort. Chu Yunren even asked Lin Feng to send her the video, which she then posted in all her group chats. In just over 10 minutes, People in several groups were in an uproar. Qin Shui even took time out of her busy schedule to reply to the message. Miss Ran, do you need any off-site assistance? Xu Yunren held her phone and replied with a smile. No need. No need, Sister Shui. You go ahead with your work. I'll post it for you to have some fun. Qin Shui, it's really quite funny. Chapter 316 Middle-aged couples face 100 sorrows. Really? I knew it was hilarious. Xu Yunren's fingers flew across the screen as she cheerfully typed. Sister Shui, share this video so everyone can have a laugh. Qin Shui replied with an okay gesture. The video quickly went viral in various entertainment industry chat groups. Since Qin Shui knew mostly media reporters, the video made it onto the national news and became a top trending topic. Hashtag Sue Pansy's confusing remarks hashtag. Many netizens left comments in the comment section. What a modern-day independent persona. Sue Pansy. Could she be from the Sue family that was trending on social media before? I remember who else is in the Sue family. Isn't it that Sue Nyoer from the 18th tier fame? They haven't shown their faces in ages, have they? Sue Nyoer seems to have disappeared too. Netizens were incredibly quick. At the same time the story trended on social media, the Sue family's past was unearthed once again. The modern internet has a memory. As long as it hasn't been censored, you can find it by searching. Okushima Island. In the slums, Wang Shan, who had been working hard at the mine for several days and nights, finally had a day to rest. Exhausted, she opened the door to the room. In the small room, which was less than 10 square meters, Su Tang was lying on the only bed, with Su Nyoer beside him, who could only stare without saying a word. Although it's not appropriate for Su Nyoer, who is already an adult, to sleep in the same bed as her father, they are already quite fortunate to have a place to live at all. Wang Shan sighed, forced herself into the room, and barely managed to close the door. Before she could even sit down and rest for a while, she heard Su Tang roar from the bed. This Sue Pansy, I've really wasted my time raising her. How could she say such outrageous things? Wang Shan was taken aback, then immediately stepped forward excitedly and said, Old man, is there news about Pansy? See for yourself. Su Tang couldn't bear to listen to the video quotes on the phone any longer, so he held the phone up to Wang Shan's face. In the video, Su Pansy's arrogant voice rang out. They should be thanking me for not causing them any trouble after I became an adult. I didn't ask them to give birth to me. Since they gave birth to me, it is their responsibility to raise me. The continuous stream of messages from the phone made Su Tang so angry that his face turned red and he almost fainted. Wang Shan snatched the phone and stared at the screen in disbelief. It was indeed her second daughter, Su Pansy, on the screen. But she said such outrageous things with such an indifferent expression. Could it be? The scene shifts, and Lin Feng's face appears in the shot, causing Wang Shan's heart to skip a beat. Someone must have coerced Pansy. Wang Shan said with certainty. Pansy would never say such a thing. Old Su, look, that ingrate Lin Feng is right here. Su Tang was startled and was about to take the phone when he heard Su Nyoer murmur beside him, Lin Feng. As if a key word had been activated, Su Nyoer's emotions instantly surged. Dad, Mom, did Lin Feng apologize to Xiao Jia? When Su Jia was mentioned, a look of grief crossed Su Tang's face. Wang Shan couldn't bear to look at Su Nyoer anymore. Lin Feng has ruined the Su family so badly, leaving them with no chance to escape. Wang Shan stared intently at Lin Feng's face on her phone screen, her hatred evident in her expression. Not hearing a response from Su Tang and Wang Shan, Su Nyoer became even more agitated, grabbing Su Tang's arm and shaking it violently with vacant eyes. Dad, Mom, say something. Give her another sedative injection. Su Tang sighed as he met Su Nyoer's lifeless eyes. However, these words seemed to ignite a fuse, and Wang Shan instantly exploded. Where would we get any tranquilizers? The little money I earn isn't even enough to pay back the small change, let alone buy tranquilizers. Her outburst triggered Su Tang's outburst as well. He yelled at Wang Shan. If you don't have money, can't you just grit your teeth and squeeze it out? I told you to save some money before, but instead you bought jewelry. What's the use of those fancy things? Now you can't even exchange them for much money. Wang Shan, who had already worked hard all day, looked at Su Tang in disbelief. In the past, Su Tang loved her the most. When she lost her child, she became mentally unstable. As her husband, Su Tang brought Lin Feng back to her home to help her recover. It wasn't until later that her condition gradually improved. This is also why she hasn't divorced Su Tang yet. First, they are now tied up in debt. Second, Su Tang truly loves her. But now he actually yelled at her over this. Doesn't he know that she's been working tirelessly at the mine these past few days, with no time to rest? Wang Shan was furious and pointed at Su Tang, yelling, "Su Tang, how dare you yell at me? If I weren't still able to move, do you think you and your mentally unstable daughter would still have a place to live? You've got a limp, you're bedridden all day, afraid to do anything, and you rely on me for everything. And now you still dare to yell at me." Wang Shan was so angry that she almost fainted. The long hours of exhaustion caused her to lose her balance and fall onto the bed. Su Tang realized what was happening and apologized repeatedly. Shan, it's my fault. I shouldn't have yelled at you. I lost control of my emotions just now. I'm sorry." Wang Shan was so exhausted that she couldn't even speak. Looking at her dirty clothes, covered in mud, which were scattered on the bed sheets, she knew that her day off was going to be ruined again. Recalling Su Pan's despicable face and seeing Lin Feng across from her in the video, beaming with joy, she fainted in despair. St. Don Manor. After getting out of the car, Chu Yunren happily went upstairs with her phone in hand, while Lin Feng went straight to the master bedroom. As dusk approached, the dim light in the bedroom was on. Chu Ling Shuang, dressed in an elegant gray-white velvet nightgown, lay on her side on the sofa, holding a thick English book in her hands. Seeing Lin Feng enter, Chu Ling Shuang turned around and glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, waiting for Lin Feng to speak first. Lin Feng, who had originally planned to share jokes with Chu Ling Shuang, stepped forward, took out his phone, and said with a grin, "Ling Shuang, you have no idea what happened today. It was so exciting." Seeing Lin Feng's smiling face, the anxiety of waiting vanished instantly. Chu Ling Shuang raised an eyebrow, looking intrigued, and asked, "What happened? Why are you laughing so happily? Here, take a look." Lin Feng handed over the phone and casually said, "When I went to pick up Ran this afternoon, Su Pansy pulled me aside and told me this." Chu Ling Shuang reached out and took the phone, her eyes fixed on the screen. Unlike Lin Feng, she didn't smile. In just a few seconds, her eyes flashed with murderous intent. Chapter 317. Mr. Lin, congratulations, you're going to be a father. Tell Zhang Peng to take a few men and finish her off. I don't want to see that face again. Chu Ling Shuang handed the phone back with a look of disgust, as if holding it for even a second would dirty her fingers. This isn't a good idea. Lin Feng smiled and took the phone, placing it on the table. He said meaningfully, "She has a protector." Chu Ling Shuang frowned slightly. "Then let Shui Yin investigate Yin Yindong's background, and the two of them can do it together." Her decisive words shut Lin Feng down completely. The young lady is indeed extraordinary. She's always dealing with matters of life and death. Lin Feng scratched his head, his interest in watching the spectacle diminished by half. He sat silently beside Chu Ling Shuang. Seeing Lin Feng remain silent, and thinking she had dampened his enthusiasm, Chu Ling Shuang bit her lip and changed her mind, saying, "Never mind. I'm still pregnant, and it seems I can't bear to see such fighting and killing," she murmured. This reminder made Lin Feng realize that Chu Ling Shuang thought he was pregnant. Lin Feng glanced at the time, and then looked at Chu Ling Shuang out of the corner of his eye. After thinking for a long time, he cleared his throat and said, "Ling Shuang, tomorrow is the weekend, and Shui Yin has already made an appointment at a hospital. We'll go tomorrow." "Tomorrow morning?" "Sure," Chu Ling Shuang replied, nodding without hesitation. "Shui Yin also told me that she will have the car ready at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we will go together then." "Uh-huh." Lin Feng nodded. The long-buried secret was finally about to be revealed. He glanced at Chu Ling Shuang and added, "Ling Shuang, tomorrow. Anything else for tomorrow?" Chu Ling Shuang asked, turning her head slightly. "I meant that since we're going to the hospital anyway, let's do more tests tomorrow, a full body checkup, because you seem to be sleeping a lot lately." Lin Feng offered a somewhat embarrassed explanation. Chu Ling Shuang's eyes lit up immediately. "You've been observing me? Then, what else? We're together every day. How could I not notice if your habits changed? Why? Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Feng was genuinely explaining to Chu Ling Shuang, but Chu Ling Shuang stared at him intently, her eyes filled with joy. Meeting Lin Feng's gaze, Chu Ling Shuang gave a haughty humph, turned her head away, and crossed her arms. I knew you were just a stubborn guy. That's what she said, but Chu Ling Shuang's face couldn't hide her joy. Her haughty little expression made Lin Feng unable to resist his impulse. But the secret hasn't been revealed yet, so Lin Feng could only suppress his anger. He stood up, offering a lame excuse. Well, I'll go take a shower first, then we'll talk. Seeing Lin Feng run into the bathroom as if fleeing, Chu Ling Shuang couldn't help but burst out laughing. Soon, the sound of rushing water came from the bathroom. There has never been a happier moment than this. Chu Ling Shuang felt this way. Through the frosted glass of the bathroom, she could even vaguely see Lin Feng's shadow floating in the bathroom. She couldn't help but touch her lower abdomen. With her beloved family and their children all around, Chu Ling Shuang felt incredibly happy. She picked up her phone and asked Yu Suan to prepare some food and bring it into the bedroom. The chefs at the manor had already prepared everything. It only needed a little heating. So, as soon as Lin Feng finished washing up, the food was already laid out on the table in his bedroom. I'm actually a little hungry. Wrapped in a bathrobe, Lin Feng walked straight to the table. Chu Ling Shuang had already sat down across the table. Seeing her start eating, Lin Feng was a little confused. It's so late, haven't you had dinner yet? Chu Ling Shuang smiled and said, I'm waiting for you to come back so we can eat together. There's no need. You've been feeling tired lately. Just eat what you need to eat. Don't wait for me, Lin Feng mumbled, chewing his food. Chu Ling Shuang simply smiled and shook her head. I can only eat in peace when you're here. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Chu Ling Shuang sat opposite him, gracefully using a knife and fork to divide the food. Her words were also so plain, but it was these plain words that warmed Lin Feng's heart. There was a time when he fantasized that someone would wait for him to come home so they could have dinner together, but that was just a fantasy. And now this scene is unfolding clearly before his eyes. The sky outside the window had darkened, and the bedroom light grew brighter and brighter until Lin Feng fell to daze, as if he were dreaming. Eat up, aren't you hungry? I've divided this up, let's swap. Seeing Lin Feng in a daze, Chu Ling Shuang took the initiative to switch the food she had divided on her plate with the plate in front of Lin Feng. The plate contained small pieces of steak. For a moment, Lin Feng didn't know what to say. Considering that Chu Ling Shuang would know the truth tomorrow, he suddenly felt a little reluctant to expose it. If only time could stand still at this moment. For no apparent reason, the thought popped into his head, but then he shook his head. It was better to discover such things as soon as possible. The longer it was delayed, the more troublesome it would become. As long as he could get through tomorrow safely, everything would be fine. After dinner, the two of them snuggled up on the sofa for a while before going to bed. After all, we have to get up early the next day. Chu Ling Shuang fell asleep quickly, and soon after lying down, she was holding Lin Feng's arm and fell asleep. Listening to her steady breathing, Lin Feng took a deep breath and reached out to turn off the bedside lamp. The next morning, to prepare for the examination, Chu Ling Shuang skipped breakfast. After getting up and washing up, she and Lin Feng took a car to the hospital. On the second-floor windowsill, Lu Tianhan and Chu Yunren stayed up all night, watching the vehicles drive out of the manor. Yu Suan, sitting in the driver's seat, frequently glanced at the rearview mirror, her expression serious and her face gloomy. Chu Ling Shuang dozed off on Lin Feng again, and when her nap ended, the car arrived at the hospital gate. Because they had made an appointment in advance, there was no need to queue. Yu Suan led Chu Ling Shuang directly to the VIP gynecology clinic, while Lin Feng sat on a bench outside waiting. Not long after, Yu Suan rushed out and pleaded with Lin Feng. Mrs. finished the examination, and Dr. Lily is writing up the report. Brother Lin, the rest is up to you. Lin Feng sighed, got up and pushed open the door to the clinic. What came into view was a female doctor with long curly hair, her hand under the printer, a form slowly being printed out. Behind the half-open curtain next to her was Chu Ling Shuang, who was tidying her clothes. Lin Feng looked distressed, wondering how to explain this to Chu Ling Shuang. However, the next second, Dr. Lily's not-so-fluent Chinese made him freeze in place. Ms. Chu, you are 1 month pregnant. Mr. Lin, congratulations. You're going to be a father. Chapter 3:18. Are you kidding me? What? Lin Feng, who already knew the outcome, was stunned. He looked at the long-haired doctor in front of him with surprise. The other person's face was full of congratulatory smiles. Lin Feng felt his mind go blank. With a buzz, he subconsciously turned his head to look at Chu Lingshuang. At this moment, Chu Lingshuang had already gotten dressed and arrived. She had been quite far away and hadn't heard what he said, but now she saw Lin Feng looking as if he had been struck by lightning, and she was immediately puzzled. What's wrong? Why are you making that face? I was just accompanying her to her prenatal checkup, but she looked so frightened. Lin Feng opened his mouth, but no words came out. He suddenly turned around and looked at Yu Xuan, who was waiting outside the door. Yu Xuan was also shocked. Chu Lingshuang is really pregnant. This isn't fake. She really is pregnant. Lin Feng winked at Yu Xuan, already wondering to himself, is the doctor you found reliable? Seeing Lin Feng wink at her, Yu Xuan instantly understood. She shook her head, her face showing shock. This scene displeased Chu Lingshuang. She raised her hand and cupped Lin Feng's cheeks, forcing him to turn his head and staring directly into his eyes. What are you looking at? And why does Xuan also look surprised? What are you hiding from me? Lin Feng moved his lips slightly, unsure of what to say. He hadn't expected this turn of events. Yu Xuan had told him that it should have been more than 2 months according to the dates, but now it had only been a little over a month. Although the timing didn't match up, if she was really pregnant, then she was pregnant. In any case, he and Chu Lingshuang had already registered their marriage, and they were already husband and wife, so there was nothing more to say. Seeing that Lin Feng remained silent, Chu Lingshuang's cold gaze fell on Yu Xuan. Unlike her gentle demeanor towards Lin Feng, her tone turned several degrees colder. Xuan, you speak. Yu Xuan moved her lips a few times, but the words just wouldn't come out. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately changed the subject. Doctor, are there any special precautions I need to take? I'd like to know about them, since my wife is pregnant now. The word madam drew Chu Lingshuang's attention back. She glanced at Yu Xuan, but didn't continue to throw a tantrum for the time being. She raised her hand and took Lin Feng's arm, and they both looked at the doctor at the same time. The doctor with long curly hair smiled and handed over a precautions for pregnant women booklet, instructing, the precautions are all listed here. You can take a look carefully. Ms. Chu is very healthy. Just come for your prenatal checkups regularly according to the schedule listed here. Okay. Lin Feng responded, took the manual from Chu Lingshuang, and grasped Chu Lingshuang's wrist in return. Do I need a full body checkup? Chu Lingshuang asked a question, her gaze lingering unintentionally between Lin Feng and Yu Xuan. Let's do it. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, after all, you're pregnant now, so it would be safer to have a full checkup. Chu Lingshuang nodded and said nothing more. If you're going to have a full body checkup, remember to tell the doctor in charge that Ms. Chu is pregnant. There are some tests that pregnant women can't have, Dr. Lily reminded her from the side. Okay. Lin Feng nodded, taking Chu Lingshuang's hand. Lingshuang, go and do whatever you can. I'll wait for you outside. Chu Lingshuang nodded and followed Yu Xuan out. Watching Chu Lingshuang enter the examination room and the door close, Lin Feng finally had the chance to be alone with Yu Xuan. He couldn't help but ask, no. Miss Yu, are you playing me? How can you call this playing with you? I never expected Miss to actually be pregnant. Yu Xuan retorted, then patted her chest in relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness I only gave Miss things that would cause vomiting, and didn't give her any other medicine. Otherwise this child definitely wouldn't be able to be born. Lin Feng was speechless. You're a doctor. How come you can't tell if someone is pregnant or not? How can you blame me? Miss already has hormonal imbalances and irregular periods. Besides, if I have another checkup and Miss insists on seeing the pregnancy test results, what am I supposed to do? Yu Xuan looked aggrieved. Not to mention Lin Feng was shocked. She was shocked too. I never imagined that Miss was actually pregnant. However, realizing the timeline didn't match up, Yu Xuan sighed and softened her tone. All right, Brother Lin, let's stop arguing. The key is how to explain this to Miss now. How should I tell you? Just say it. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and didn't bother arguing with Yu Xuan. But Miss is pregnant, and I'm afraid that if I tell her this news, she will get emotional again. Yu Xuan's voice gradually faded. After all, she was with Miss every day and knew Miss's temper best. Once she finds out they lied to her, she'll be furious, no matter the reason, especially since the young lady said they were the people she trusted most. Being deceived by the person you trust most is something that even an ordinary person, let alone a prostitute, would find unbearable. Seeing Yu Xuan's worried expression, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. So what? Are you planning to keep it from her until she discovers the truth herself? Yu Xuan fell silent. She truly had no better solution. What's there to hide? Just say it directly. Ling Shuang isn't someone who gets angry easily. Telling the truth is always better than constantly lying to cover up a lie, Lin Feng said calmly. Yu Xuan's face was a little pale, but she didn't say anything. Seeing Chu Ling Shuang come out of the examination room, Yu Xuan immediately went in to get the forms. As she passed by, Chu Ling Shuang glanced at her indifferently, but didn't say much. Are you done with the checkup? Lin Feng asked, stepping forward. Chu Ling Shuang rubbed her Jingming acupoint, looking somewhat tired, and said, let's go back. Knowing that Chu Ling Shuang hadn't reacted on the spot because she was waiting for his explanation, Lin Feng nodded. Okay. Once in the car, the three remained silent the entire way. When they returned to St. John's Manor, it was already noon. The villa's dining room had prepared a variety of delicious dishes, and Chu Yunren, Lu Tianhan, Li Hao, and Xia Qingqing were waiting in the hall. Li Hao and Xia Qingqing remained expressionless, while Chu Yunren and Lu Tianhan looked worried. Chu Ling Shuang glanced at him briefly, then went straight to the bedroom without saying anything. I'm going to change my clothes. Lin Feng, come with me. It has a commanding tone. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Lin Feng responded and followed them inside. As the bedroom door closed, Chu Ling Shuang went straight to the sofa, sat down, and looked at Lin Feng. She didn't speak, and Lin Feng knew she was waiting for him to speak. He was quite frank and sat down opposite Chu Ling Shuang before speaking. Chapter 319, Don't you think it's funny? Ling Shuang, Yu Xuan and I are indeed hiding something from you. I will tell you everything, but I hope you won't get emotional. He chose to speak frankly. Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Chu Ling Shuang's eyes darkened, but after hearing the second half, she raised an eyebrow and said, Tell me first. When Lin Feng asked her how she would react if she were betrayed, Chu Ling Shuang knew that this day would come. Lin Feng sighed and said truthfully, You've always thought your pregnancy was 2 months, but actually you're only 1 month pregnant. Chu Ling Shuang's eyes widened slightly. She hadn't seen the pregnancy test results. She only knew that she was pregnant, but the timing didn't seem to match up. Yu Xuan and Ran Ran were afraid that you would do something foolish because you were too emotional, so they made up the news that you were pregnant and lied to you. They meant well. So you already knew about this, and you brought me to the prenatal checkup today just to tell me? Chu Ling Shuang reacted quickly. Being a smart person, she immediately understood what was going on. Meeting Chu Ling Shuang's shocked gaze, Lin Feng nodded. Yes. This isn't right. Chu Ling Shuang was a little confused. According to the timeline, it was the day we finished drinking in Zinni. She murmured, looking at Lin Feng with some surprise. Didn't anything happen between us that day? As his memories returned, Lin Feng recalled the time Chu Ling Shuang slapped him after drinking. He laughed and said, You were drunk that day. How could I possibly do anything to you? I'm not the kind of person who would take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. So, Chu Ling Shuang's mind was a little fuzzy. She stared blankly at Lin Feng, pondering what had happened a month ago. So, the timing of this pregnancy. She bit her lip, feeling a bit confused. She only remembered that she hadn't done anything with Lin Feng recently. Based on the timeline, it should be during the few days we were on Ordos Island. Lin Feng briefly speculated. Almost. It's only been a little over a month since he jumped into the sea, and he's only been with Su Zian for a few days, so the timeline of this pregnancy matches perfectly. Seeing that Chu Ling Shuang was still deep in thought, Lin Feng suddenly laughed and said, Ling Shuang, don't you think it's quite funny? Chu Ling Shuang was taken aback. Huh. I never thought I'd have to guess when my wife got pregnant. Lin Feng said with a smile. Startled, Chu Ling Shuang's lips curled up. It seems so. I never thought I'd have to guess when I got pregnant. It's actually a bit funny. Judging from Chu Lingshuang's reaction, she was not angry. Just as Lin Feng had imagined, Chu Lingshuang was by no means an emotionally unstable person. It seemed that as long as he was present, he never saw her be unstable. So you're not angry anymore, right? Lin Feng said with a smile. Chu Lingshuang was about to shake her head when she met Lin Feng's smiling face, but her cheeks flushed. She immediately turned her head to the side. Humph, how could I possibly get angry over something like this? I'm not that petty, okay? How could he not know whether he was being stingy or not? Xia Qingqing tugged at his hand, and Chu Lingshuang immediately showed her sourness on her face. Wasn't that petty? Knowing she was being sarcastic, Lin Feng didn't call her out on it. He softened his voice and said, "All right, no matter what, you're pregnant now, so all you need to do is take good care of yourself. I'll handle anything else." Rarely hearing Lin Feng say such a thing, Chu Lingshuang's cheeks flushed red all the way to her ears. She stood up abruptly. "I'm hungry, come eat with me." Lin Feng also stood up, walked to Chu Lingshuang's side, and extended his hand to her. All right, my young lady, let's go." Chu Lingshuang gave a haughty humph and took the initiative to put her hand on Lin Feng's hand. As soon as the door opened, everyone outside looked over. Seeing Lin Feng and Chu Lingshuang holding hands and looking intimate, Yu Suan, Chu Yunren, and Lu Tianhan breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Qingqing and Li Hao didn't say anything, but stood up after hearing Lin Feng say, "Come and eat together." Everyone went to the restaurant together. It's rare to see everyone here. At this moment, only Chu Lingshuang and Lin Feng's most trusted people were in the restaurant of Satan Manor. If time could freeze at this moment, that would be a cause for celebration. However, Yu Suan, who was about to eat, spoke up, intending to report to Chu Lingshuang what she had requested to be investigated. "Miss." She had barely opened her mouth when Chu Lingshuang interrupted her, saying, "If you have any problems in the future, just talk to Lin Feng. I don't want to be distracted by other things right now." This was also something we discussed with Lin Feng. Entrusting it to Lin Feng is more reassuring than entrusting it to anyone else. She now has complete confidence in Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, helped Chu Lingshuang remove the food from her plate, and said, "Let's talk about it after we finish eating." Yu Suan nodded and sat down again. After lunch, Chu Lingshuang was going to take a nap. After settling her in, Lin Feng went straight to the second floor. Yu Suan had been waiting for a long time. That matter is in the past, and there's no need to bring it up again. Lin Feng said directly as soon as he entered the room. Yu Suan shook her head. I knew when I saw you all come out together, but that's not what I want to report to Mississippi." Lin Feng was taken aback. "What is that?" "It's about Yip Nim Tong." Yu Suan took out her phone, opened Yi Niandong's information, and handed the phone to Lin Feng, saying, "I've used a lot of people, but we still can't find out Yi Niandong's identity. His information page is also blank. Then it could be someone from the military." Lin Feng added, "Only people in that field have blank information pages. But even the Chu family can't find anything about this person. Is he really that important?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yu Suan shook her head, her face somewhat pale, and said, "No. I asked Master Chu. Yi Niandong isn't into that kind of thing." This news surprised Lin Feng somewhat. Even Chu Tianli doesn't know. So who is this person? Seeing Yu Suan's pale face, Lin Feng frowned. "You already have a guess, don't you?" Yu Suan nodded, her eyebrows furrowing. "I do have guesses, but I don't think they're very realistic." "It's all right. Tell me what happened." According to what Master Chu said, even the Chu family can't find out about his background, and he's not from that side of the family." She murmured to herself, then looked at Lin Feng, her tone hardening. "Then it can only be the British royal family." Chapter 320, Then Why Are You Afraid of the Royal Family? The royal family? Lin Feng was stunned. Although he had some abilities before, he was still far from being able to do this. Yi Niandong's appearance appeared in his mind. His every move did have a bit of royal elegance. But Chu Yunren said she met Yi Niandong in a game, and Yi Niandong even set up a team. Are nobles really this open-minded now? Seeing Lin Feng's surprised expression, Yu Suan said solemnly, "Brother Lin, as far as I know, the Chu family has business dealings with them. Now that this has happened, I'm afraid." Lin Feng wasn't worried about that. Based on his understanding of the Chu family, who could dominate China, they wouldn't be afraid of the British aristocracy. However, their relationship with Yin Yindong is somewhat strained now, and they fear there might be business conflicts. Chu Lingshuang is currently pregnant and cannot bear to hear such things. It's best to avoid them if possible. Thinking this through, Lin Feng said directly, "Let's talk to Ran Ran about this. Don't leak the video about Su Pansy." After all, Yip Ning Tung also appeared in that video. But as he spoke, remembering Chu Yunren's happy expression as she held her phone in the car, he sighed again. "I'm afraid she's already spread it." Yu Suan was a smart person. She understood immediately after hearing just a few words. She nodded and said, "Okay, let's go tell Miss Ran Ran now." "Okay." Lin Feng responded and went to Chu Yunren's bedroom with Yu Suan. As soon as the door opened, Yu Suan told Chu Yunren what Lin Feng had just said. However, Chu Yunren looked troubled. "Sister Suan, you're too late. I've already had Sister Qin Shui send out the video." "Huh?" Yu Suan's eyes widened, and she asked anxiously, "Where did you send the message?" "It's in all the major media groups. It's been circulated in almost all the group chats that Sister Shui is in." Chu Yunren scratched her head and said with some doubt, "Su Pan's words were so excessive, so I'm circulating the video to put her arrogance to a halt." "My God, Miss Ran Ran Yu Suan was so surprised that she couldn't speak. In contrast to her surprise, Lin Feng remained calm. Seeing Chu Yunren's confused expression, he said indifferently, "Let it get out of the news." He glanced at Yu Suan, who understood and didn't say anything more. After leaving Chu Yunren's room, Yu Suan silently took out her phone and saw that Su Pansy was trending on social media, even trending with the hashtag explosive hashtag in China. The number of views on the trending topic had exceeded 300 million, and the amount of discussion among the public was still increasing. Lin Feng glanced down at Yu Suan's phone screen, where someone had already dug up Yin Niandong's name in the posts. He couldn't help but marvel at how fast this generation of netizens was. After scrolling through a few comments, Yu Suan frowned deeply. "Brother Lin, what do we do now?" Lin Feng didn't rush to answer. He lowered his head, rested his chin on one hand, and pondered. "I remember the Chu family is the #1 family in the country, right?" Yes." Yu Suan nodded, a little confused. Lin Feng laughed and said, "Then why are you so afraid of the royal family? Although their territories differ, they are all local tyrants." "I'm not afraid. It's just that, as far as I know, the Chu family has business dealings with them." Yu Suan stopped mid-sentence, then suddenly realized what he meant. She looked at Lin Feng thoughtfully, as if she understood what he meant. "Oh, right. It seems the Chu family isn't anything to be afraid of." She belatedly realized what was happening, and subconsciously touched behind her ear, saying, "I got carried away with my own feelings. I forgot we're from the Chu family." Business dealings between large families are so complex that a single move can have far-reaching consequences. If they were to fight amongst themselves over something like this, they would be severely injured, if not killed. It's not worth it. Puff. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Indeed, Yu Suan's reaction was the same as his. As an ordinary person, he was also startled when he first heard the word royal family. But after thinking about it carefully, he realized it wasn't a big deal, and he had already come to his senses in just a short while. "We'll deal with whatever comes our way. I don't think they'll deliberately cause trouble. They'll probably try to meet with us first." Lin Feng's expression was calm. Clearly, he had completely adapted to this kind of life. Hearing Lin Feng say that, Yu Suan's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. "That's fine then. I'll leave this matter to you, Brother Lin." Lin Feng nodded. "Okay, let's not tell Ling Shuang about this for now. I'll call Uncle Chu later." Upon hearing the words, Uncle Chu, Yu Suan abruptly raised her eyelids, glanced at Lin Feng, and couldn't help but smile slightly. "All right, I'll send you the old man's phone number. You can video chat later." Lin Feng's guess was correct. Louis III, Charles, a nobleman of the current United Kingdom of Eagles, who is also Yin Niandong's maternal grandfather, had just finished attending a noble banquet. When he came out of the banquet, his face was extremely gloomy. There was nothing else to it but the fact that this banquet was different from the usual fawning smiles. It featured a scandal involving their own grandson. After his identity was revealed, Yin Yandong was turned into memes and circulated on various software platforms in mainland China. With the development of the internet, any slight disturbance can be quickly detected on the other side. He immediately called over his eldest daughter, Natalie, who is also Yin Yandong's mother. What exactly is going on? Upon entering the room, Natalie caught a glimpse of the emojis made from Yin Yandong's face on her father's phone and immediately understood. She said tremblingly, "Father, what I was just about to tell you is that someone is deliberately targeting Yandong." As she spoke, she took out her phone, opened the video, and held it up to Charles's eyes. Yandong was just protecting his friend. Take a look at this video. It's obvious that the other party deliberately provoked him. As royalty, what they care about most is no longer money. What they care about is status and reputation. Therefore, Natalie knew her father would be furious and might even take his anger out on Yin Yandong, which is why she kept quiet and tried to think of a solution when she saw this. Seeing Charles intently staring at his phone screen, Natalie quickly said, "I don't know why this has caused such a stir in China. They're all opportunists there. They're deliberately slandering me. I'm already looking for a solution, Father. Don't worry, I've already checked. The person in charge of this is this guy in the video named Lin Feng. I'll have a good talk with him alone." She gritted her teeth and made her promise to Charles. But when the video feed switched to Lin Feng's profile, Charles's eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 321 is absolutely amazing. You said this young man's name is Lin Feng? Charles raised an eyebrow. His anger seemingly subsided considerably, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face instead. Yes. Natalie nodded. I've already investigated. His name is Lin Feng, and the girl Yandong is protecting is named Su Pansy. Who Su Pansy is doesn't seem to matter much. It's Lin Feng who has caught Charles's attention. Do you have a photo of this young man's face? He asked. Natalie froze, then opened her phone and searched for information. Lin Feng is now a big internet celebrity. The incident of a mysterious rich girl pursuing him online caused quite a stir. Coupled with his extremely arrogant live streaming behavior, his name and picture can be found almost anywhere online. The amazing internet even listed his profile page and date of birth. Natalie opened the profile page and handed her phone to Charles. Charles took it, picked up the gold-rimmed monocle, and examined it carefully. Name: Lin Feng. Gender: male. Date of birth: 1998, unknown. Legendary experience. Originally the young master of the Su family, he was later kicked out of the family and became a security guard for Yuhan Group to make a living. She was later taken back by the Lin family after being recognized as a relative and held an engagement ceremony with the daughter of the Su family, a prominent medical family, in Oku Island. During the engagement banquet, she openly ran away from the wedding and started a live broadcast overseas. At the same time, he was publicly pursued online by a mysterious heiress who was suspected of rejecting him. Later, she reconciled with the Su family's daughter on Oku Island, parading in luxury cars and throwing money in the street, causing traffic jams on Oku Island for 3 hours that day. Finally, it appeared in the United States. Current residence: unknown. Such an experience would be incredibly impactful, no matter where it takes place. Moreover, people from such families value their reputation highly. Once they become rich and famous, they will do everything they can to erase their past misdeeds. But Lin Feng is already very rich, yet he has not done so. He is also the only wealthy young master who has been subject to arbitrary comments across the entire internet. Natalie couldn't help but say, "Father, this young man is dissolute by nature. Look at his profile, how many women he's entangled with. He's definitely targeting Yandong on purpose." Charles didn't speak. His gaze shifted to Lin Feng's headshot on the left side of the profile page. That photo was taken from Lin Feng's live stream. It showed him laughing wildly and embracing the sky on the cruise ship. For some inexplicable reason, Charles felt that Lin Feng looked very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. He took off his glasses and looked at Natalie, who was furious. "Go and tell this young man that I need to meet with him tomorrow." As if she had heard some major news, Natalie's eyes widened instantly, and she exclaimed incredulously, "Father, you want to see him?" "Yes." Charles nodded. "Get it done as soon as possible, and have Becca adjust my schedule." Natalie swallowed hard, staring at Charles in shock. Her father was even going to adjust his schedule just to see this boy. But Charles never repeats himself, so Natalie, though shocked, nodded reluctantly. Charles instructed, "Don't tell anyone about this. I'm going to see him in secret tomorrow." Upon hearing that the meeting was to be held privately, Natalie became somewhat anxious. "Father, you should arrange for a few people to be present, otherwise." "Okay, you can make the arrangements." Charles nodded, then turned his gaze back to Lin Feng's photo. Seeing this, Natalie was too embarrassed to ask for her phone back, and could only go out to make arrangements with a pale face. St. Don Manor. Returning to the bedroom, Lin Feng saw Chu Ling Shuang fast asleep and tucked her in. Without waking her, Lin Feng went straight to the study and called Chu Tianli using the contact information Yu Xuan had given him. As if they had been waiting for Lin Feng's call, the call was answered after only 2 rings. "Uncle Chu, good afternoon." Lin Feng took the initiative to greet him. On the other end of the phone, not only Chu Tianli, but Lin Feng also heard Chen Wangqing's soft laughter. "Why do you only ask your Uncle Chu and not me? Xiao Feng, you've made us all so worried. Aunt Chen is here too." Lin Feng scratched his head awkwardly. He hadn't expected Chen Wangqing to be there as well. Yes. I've been urging your uncle to fly me over there to find you guys for a while now. Where's Ling Shuang?" Chen Wangqing's laughter could be heard even through the phone. Lin Feng didn't know if they knew about Chu Ling Shuang's pregnancy or that they had already registered their marriage. He only briefly described Chu Ling Shuang's current situation. "Ling Shuang is taking a nap." Oh. Chen Wangqing nodded, her voice rising. "You old man, I haven't even chatted with Xiaofeng for a while yet. Why are you pushing me? We have important business to discuss. Wangqing, please don't be in such a hurry." Chu Tianli's voice rang out, tinged with a hint of doting. Fine, here you go. You stole my phone today. I'm going to write it down in my little notebook." "You've already filled up so many notes in that little notebook. Do you need to write this down too?" "If you bullied me, I'll definitely remember it." "Humph, you two can chat all you want. I'm going shopping with my girlfriends." The sounds of the two bickering came through the phone. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little helpless, thinking that he could be seen being fed dog food, even over the phone. Such deeply affectionate parents are rare indeed. At least, at this moment, he felt a little envious. Hearing the clatter of high heels disappearing into the distance, Chu Tianli cleared his throat. "Xiaofeng, are you still there?" Yes, I'm here, Uncle Chu," Lin Feng replied repeatedly. Chu Tianli said somewhat awkwardly, "Well, that's just how your aunt is. You'll get used to it." It's all right. Lin Feng quickly agreed. Chu Tianli's words reminded him of another important point. No matter what, he must stand by his wife's side. "Okay, let's get down to business." Chu Tianli brought the topic back on track, his voice becoming calmer. "Charles has already contacted me, saying he wants to meet you tomorrow, probably because of his grandson." He didn't name names, but Lin Feng understood. "Charles? So Yin Yindong really is a nobleman?" "Yes, Charles is Louis III. Chu Tianli gave a brief explanation, then smiled and added, "But don't worry, the Chu family has business dealings with them. I've already told them that you are the Chu family's prospective son-in-law, so they won't dare to target you directly." Their blatant protectiveness was openly expressed. While feeling touched, Lin Feng realized that Chu Tianli and Chen Wangqing were unaware that he and Chu Ling Shuang had already registered their marriage. He and Chu Ling Shuang are now one. Chu Ling Shuang hasn't told his parents, so he naturally won't bring it up. He repeatedly thanked her, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Chu." Chu Tianli smiled and nodded, then instructed, "Yes, I've already told Charles where you live. They'll send a car over at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Make sure you know the time." Chapter 322, He has already begun to love her. Since Chu Tianli had already spoken, Lin Feng knew he couldn't refuse. He had also guessed that he would have to meet him, so he immediately replied, "Okay, I understand." After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng took advantage of his afternoon break to finish the homework assigned by the school. Although his coursework was not usually heavy, thanks to his self-discipline over the years, it was not difficult for him to get back into study mode. After Chu Ling Shuang finished her lunch break, she didn't see Lin Feng. Unlike the panic she felt when she didn't see Lin Feng before, she wasn't so nervous now because Lin Feng had given her a strong sense of security these past few days. The first 3 months of pregnancy are the most crucial time. Looking out the window at the perfect afternoon sunlight, she stroked her lower abdomen, a faint smile appearing in her eyes. Although she had accepted the fact that she was pregnant long ago, she still felt a little dazed when she confirmed it with Lin Feng again. The fact that she couldn't walk down the aisle with Lin Feng remained a lingering regret in her heart. She got out of bed, left the bedroom, and saw Yu Xuan sitting in the living room. As if knowing what Chu Lingshuang was going to ask, Yu Shuiyin took the initiative to speak. Mr. Lin is in the study. Chu Lingshuang nodded and walked straight towards the study. The study door was half open. Standing in front of the door, she saw Lin Feng through the crack. At this moment, Lin Feng was sitting upright at his desk. A laptop was placed on the table in front of him, which blocked most of his body, but you could still see his fingers flying across the keyboard. His focused expression truly caught Chu Lingshuang's eye. She rarely saw Lin Feng so focused. At this moment, it was as if the whole world was irrelevant to him. Indeed, a man who is serious is the most handsome. She couldn't help but stare intently at the doorway. Lin Feng, who was working diligently on his PowerPoint presentation, felt a burning gaze fixed on him. He pulled his attention away from the computer screen and looked toward the door. At the door of the study, Chu Lingshuang stood ramrod straight, her eyes fixed on her with intense gaze. Lin Feng was startled and quickly stood up, smiling as he asked, "Lingshuang, you're awake?" His voice suddenly rang out, startling Chu Lingshuang, who subconsciously nodded. She was about to say, "You're busy with your own things, don't worry about me." But before she could finish speaking, she saw Lin Feng get up and walk straight towards her. Lin Feng opened the study door, gestured inside, and said somewhat reproachfully, "Why didn't you call me when you came? Come in and sit down. What were you standing there like an idiot for?" Although these words were meant to be reproachful, the underlying worry was all too obvious. Chu Lingshuang blushed, raised her face haughtily, and stepped into the room. "I just saw you were working hard, so I didn't want to bother you." Her madness seems to have been worn down to nothing but arrogance. It was precisely this proud and aloof personality that Lin Feng found extremely adorable. "It's okay, as long as it's you. It doesn't matter how much you bother me." He followed behind, closing the door behind him, and said casually. Chu Lingshuang was overjoyed to hear this, but she said firmly, "No way. I know best how annoying it is to be disturbed when you're focused on something. I don't want you to find it annoying." It's unclear when it started, but she began to consider Lin Feng's needs in every detail. Her changes were indeed significant, so much so that even Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. Without a doubt, everything she has is because of him. He sees her efforts, so how could he find her annoying? "It's all right." Lin Feng stepped forward and helped Chu Lingshuang sit down from his side, saying softly, "Didn't I tell you? As long as it's you, I won't find it troublesome." As Chu Lingshuang sat down on the soft sofa, she slightly raised her eyes and met Lin Feng's earnest gaze, instantly feeling a surge of emotion. She felt her cheeks burning hot, as if she had a fever, and the blush rose from her cheeks all the way to her ears. Chu Lingshuang pursed her lips somewhat uncomfortably, rubbing her earlobe with her fingers, trying to cool things down while changing the subject. "You go ahead and do your work. We'll talk about it when you're done. Yes, you should rest well since you're pregnant. Let me have Swain prepare some afternoon tea for you." Lin Feng gave a brief instruction, then pulled a small blanket from the side and thoughtfully covered Chu Lingshuang with it before leaving. Gazing at his retreating figure, Chu Lingshuang's eyes darkened. She hadn't left the house for so long that her mind had become closed off, but after going out today, she suddenly felt a bit more awake. Lin Feng is indeed different from before. He is no longer the one who always thinks about running away. He had already begun to love her, but this love left her feeling uncertain. She felt that something was off about Lin Feng's change. Was it because she was pregnant? From the moment she found Lin Feng, she used pregnancy as an excuse to keep him by her side. They got their marriage certificate, and he considered every little thing for her, being extremely considerate. But she overlooked one point. Does he love her as a person, or their child? He still suffers from amnesia. If one day he remembers those things, their past, and her cruel torment, will he still love her as deeply as he does now? Suddenly, Chu Lingshuang dared not think any further. She couldn't be sure if he would forgive her past willfulness. All she could do was give him the very best. Seeing Lin Feng come in, she smiled and said to her, "I've already told Swayan that she'll bring afternoon tea later. Please sit down for a while, and just call me if you need anything." Chu Ling Shuang's heart skipped a beat, and she nodded subconsciously. Seeing Lin Feng return to his desk and sit down to work diligently, Chu Ling Shuang's eyes were somewhat vacant. The quiet of the afternoon was so beautiful. The sound of the wind outside the window, along with the warm sunlight, poured into the room, and the cozy warmth wafted out from under the blanket. She felt warm all over. The blanket Lin Feng had given her was as if Lin Feng's body temperature was rising from it. Looking at the earnest Lin Feng, she suddenly felt that she wished time could stand still at this moment. Mr. Lin, afternoon tea is ready." As he pondered, Yu Swayan's voice rang out from outside the study. Lin Feng responded, and Yu Swayan pushed open the door and came in with several servants. She set up a table in front of Chu Ling Shuang and placed various exquisite afternoon tea dishes on the table. Seeing that Lin Feng had stopped what he was doing, Chu Ling Shuang suggested, "Shall we take a break?" "Okay," Lin Feng replied. He had done most of the important parts, and only the finishing touches remained, so there was no need to rush. He stood up and sat down opposite Chu Ling Shuang. Chu Ling Shuang had already picked up a mousse cake, held a fork, and cut off a small piece. She placed it in front of Yu Swayan and the servants, and said with a gentle smile, "Open your mouth, I'll feed you." Chapter 323, I Won't Let This Go. Yu Swayan was already used to this kind of scene, as were the servants she brought. They were clearly accustomed to it. But this was the first time Chu Ling Shuang had ever taken the initiative since arriving here, and Yu Swayan felt completely numb. Lin Feng was also somewhat surprised. Chu Ling Shuang must have been so sleepy that her mind was foggy. She was pregnant herself, so why did she still need to feed him? How can this be allowed? He quickly grabbed Chu Ling Shuang's wrist and said, "I should be the one feeding you. Sit down, I'll do it." Chu Ling Shuang stubbornly shook her head. "No, you've always fed me before. I want to feed you this time. Let me do it." Lin Feng. He glanced at Yu Swayan subconsciously. Having his pregnant wife feed him was clearly going too far, especially in front of so many people. He wanted to explain, "This was your young lady's own initiative. I didn't force her." But Yu Swayan rolled her eyelids up to the sky, and the other servants also had expressions of maternal smiles on their faces. Lin Feng suddenly realized that he didn't seem to need to explain to them. "Okay, then you feed me." Lin Feng gave in and opened his mouth. Chu Ling Shuang took a fork, put a small piece of cake into his mouth, and wiped his mouth as she asked with a smile, "Is it good?" Lin Feng nodded, chewing. "Then try this one, it's mango. I don't know what flavor you like." Chu Ling Shuang was unusually excited and picked up another piece of cake and forked off a small piece. Seeing the two of them so affectionate, Yu Swayan scratched her head awkwardly and waved for the servants to leave. Everyone understood, put their things down, and went out. Yu Swayan followed them out, closing the door behind her. As soon as the door closed, she saw Xia Qingqing running down, her face full of anger, with Li Hao following anxiously behind her. "Miss Xia, what's going on here?" Yu Swayan looked over in confusion. Standing in front of Yu Swayan, Xia Qingqing put her hands on her hips, looking annoyed, and pointed at Li Hao, saying, "Sister Swayan, you be the judge. I just wanted to eat an ice cream, but Brother Hao wouldn't let me have any no matter what I said. Don't you think he's stingy?" Yu Swayan was taken aback and subconsciously looked at Li Hao, her eyes seeming to say, "A piece of ice cream only costs a few dollars. You can't be that stingy, can you?" Li Hao, who rushed over, was also anxious. He was panting heavily. "Heaven and earth bear witness. When have I ever stopped you from eating ice cream? You haven't been feeling well these past few days. How could you eat it?" Yu Swayan turned her head to look at Xia Qingqing. "Miss Xia, are you feeling unwell?" Xia Qingqing blushed. "No way. I'm perfectly healthy." Standing nearby, Li Hao panicked and quickly took out his phone's memo app, pointing to the date on it, and saying, "Health what? Look for yourself. I remember the dates. Yesterday was your period. How could you eat something so cold at a time like this? Why do you remember so clearly? I didn't even remember the time." Xia Qingqing's arrogance immediately subsided, and her words became more embarrassed. "Li Hao, who had been speaking so confidently just moments before, suddenly stammered and couldn't utter a word. Upon looking around, Yu Xuan immediately fell silent. Well, here we go again, another couple showing off their love. The two were still sweetly feeding each other cake in the study. She thought she could get away with it by making an excuse to slip out, but when she came to the living room, she was greeted with another mouthful of dog food. Yu Xuan was filled with hatred. She sighed and still advised, "Miss Xia, you really can't eat anything cold these days. I'll get Mr. Li a packet of brown sugar later and have him brew it for you." "That's great. Thank you so much, Miss Yu," Li Hao exclaimed excitedly, thanking her repeatedly. Xia Qingqing pouted, gave Li Hao a deep look, and then ran up the stairs again with her head down. Yu Xuan sighed and resignedly led Li Hao to get the brown sugar. The afternoon passed quickly. In preparation for their meeting tomorrow, Lin Feng took leave from school. After dinner, Lin Feng and Chu Ling Shuang went back to their bedroom to rest. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Lin Feng got up on time, washed up, ate something casually, and the car sent by the royal family was already waiting outside. Without telling Chu Ling Shuang that he had asked for leave, Lin Feng simply picked up his school bag and left the villa in a serious manner. To Lin Feng's surprise, the passenger in the car was a sophisticated blonde lady, but judging from her appearance, she seemed to be of mixed race. As soon as the car started, the wealthy woman spoke up, "You are Lin Feng." This is no longer a question, it's a statement. Lin Feng nodded, surprised that the royal family would send a noblewoman to pick him up. The woman turned around, her cold gaze sweeping over Lin Feng, and said with hostility, "I will not let this go so easily, as you have slandered my son." "Your son?" Lin Feng was taken aback, but immediately realized that she was talking about Yin Yandong, so she must be Yin Yandong's mother. Natalie didn't say anything more, but kept glancing at the rearview mirror with sharp eyes, as if giving Lin Feng a warning look. However, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and said calmly, "Your son's matter has nothing to do with me. He's the one who jumped out to defend him. Rather, I suggest you remind your son what kind of people he should befriend." "What do you mean by that?" Natalie was instantly furious. "It means exactly what it says." Lin Feng put his hands behind his head and lay leisurely on the leather cushion. "I'm saying your son has bad taste. That's incredibly arrogant." Natalie never expected that such a young man would be so arrogant, daring to directly confront her. But her good upbringing helped her suppress her anger. "You can't afford to offend me. Young people shouldn't speak so directly. I'm at least your elder." Natalie thought these words would dampen Lin Feng's arrogance, but she didn't expect Lin Feng to be so direct. He spoke without any restraint. "You said I slandered your son. We are already enemies. Why should I acknowledge an enemy as an elder?" "You." Natalie was instantly enraged, pointing a finger at Lin Feng, almost losing her composure. As the car approached the royal villa, she suppressed her anger, glanced at the villa not far away outside the window, gritted her teeth, and remained silent. She was well-mannered and naturally wouldn't hold a grudge against Lin Feng. But if a young man like Lin Feng, who spoke so arrogantly, were to go to her father would definitely be furious, and she wouldn't even need to lift a finger. The car stopped in the courtyard of the royal villa. Lin Feng's eyes darkened as he watched a servant come over to open the car door for him, and then he got out of the car. Natalie didn't even get out of the car. She simply gestured to the servants and ordered, "Take him to the study." Chapter 324 is so similar. Charles got up early, but he wasn't in a hurry to go to the study to see Lin Feng. Instead, he stayed in his room watching the surveillance footage handed to him by the servant. In the surveillance footage, Lin Feng was following behind several servants, walking down the corridor towards the study. He raised his finger and tapped a few times on the tablet, zooming in to clearly show Lin Feng's face in the frame. It's a clearer picture than the photos you see online. This face does look very familiar, especially the area between the eyebrows and eyes, which overlaps with the image in my memory, as if they were made from the same mold. Charles watched as Lin Feng walked into the study and sat down on the sofa. He couldn't help but stand up. "Go to the study." He gave a command, stood up, and led the servants toward the study. The layout of the royal villa is indeed unique. Even a space like the study is 60 or 70 square meters. Although I had already seen how luxurious the villa was from the outside, I was still quite shocked when I actually came inside. The study was empty at the moment. The servant who brought him and made him a cup of tea and then left. Lin Feng was the only one in the large study. After all, the person being met is of king-level status, so waiting a while is normal. Lin Feng looked around and heard the door open. As two guards entered, Lin Feng finally saw the king of the Eagle Kingdom, Charles, whom Chu Tianli had mentioned. He stood up. Charles walked straight over and sat down on the high chair opposite the sofa, his sunken but sharp eyes staring intently at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't speak. He stood straight and met Charles's gaze without fear. After staring at each other for a long time, Charles raised his hand to signal the guards at the door to leave, leaving only two servants to attend to him. He looked Lin Feng up and down, his expression unreadable, and said, "You are Lin Feng." "Yes." Lin Feng responded politely, but did not kneel in obeisance. As a Chinese, he naturally had no need to follow the etiquette of other countries. Charles didn't blame him. He gestured for Lin Feng to sit down. Seeing him up close, Lin Feng's features did indeed match the appearance of someone in Charles's memory. Seeing that Charles remained silent, Lin Feng frowned. At first, he did think they were there to confront him, like Yi Niandong's mother, who had given him a hard time on his way there. But now that he has seen Charles in person, he doesn't think so. Charles doesn't seem hostile towards him. Charles didn't speak, and he didn't know what to say. However, the Chu family gave him enough confidence that even though they didn't speak, he wasn't afraid at all. After a long silence, Charles suddenly spoke up. "I heard you're still in school? At the University of the United States?" "Yes, I always felt like I wasted a lot of time in the past, so I'm just going back to school to experience it again." Lin Feng's answer was very candid. Charles's eyes flickered. At your age, going back to school isn't easy. As he spoke, he suddenly narrowed his eyes. "I've seen your entrance exam results. They're very good. It's just that I had a solid foundation in my basic skills before." Lin Feng gave a brief reply. But as anyone who has been through it knows, after graduating from school and entering the workforce, returning to campus is harder than climbing to heaven, especially for prestigious universities like the University of the United Kingdom, which are not places you can get into just by paying money. Lin Feng's talent in economics cannot be summarized in a single sentence. Charles sized up the young man before him. The dashing demeanor described in the documents was somewhat similar to his early experiences. He couldn't help but ask, "I heard you're an adopted son of the Su family. Do you know your biological parents?" Lin Feng was taken aback. Why were they suddenly concerned about his family? But the other party was the king of the Eagle Kingdom, and he had no hostility towards him. The fact that he was a biological parent was no secret, so there was nothing to hide. Therefore, Lin Feng told him directly, "I don't know the specifics. I only heard that my biological father is Lin Zhenyong and my biological mother is Xia Kalian. My biological father died on the battlefield some years ago, and my biological mother is now in a sanatorium." "Oh." Charles nodded thoughtfully. He had never heard of any of these names before. He stared intently at Lin Feng, seemingly trying to discern something from his face, but after a long time, he found nothing. He couldn't help but ask again, "Do you have photos of your biological parents?" Lin Feng initially thought it was about Yi Niandong, but Charles kept bringing up his parents, which made Lin Feng's eyes darken. "I'm sorry, I got lost when I was young, and I'm not familiar with them." Besides Xia Kalian, Lin Feng had only seen a photo of his biological father in Chu Tianli's introduction, but it was just a brief encounter. So how could he possibly remember him? "I see," Charles frowned. He glanced at Lin Feng, feeling a sense of connection with him, an inexplicable sense of closeness. But since there were no leads, Charles could only say, "There's a business reception in 5 days. Please make time to come over then." This is an order that cannot be refused. The two servants beside them were already showing expressions of envy. Lin Feng didn't like that tone. If it were Chu Tianli, then so be it, since he would definitely have to give way to his father-in-law. But he had nothing to do with Charles, so why should he follow that rule? Lin Feng refused without hesitation. "Thank you for your kindness, but I think it's better not to." The two servants beside him were immediately shocked. Being invited to a royal banquet is an incredibly prestigious honor. Royal banquets are not for ordinary people. They are a golden opportunity to network with ministers and get to know officials and businessmen. And this young man actually declined. Lin Feng stood up and said, "I've been quite busy lately, so there's no need for me to attend the party. Charles was also somewhat surprised. This was the first time in a long time that Lin Feng had dared to refuse him. This young man is indeed as arrogant as his reputation suggests. After careful consideration, Lin Feng decided to speak up after not mentioning Yi Niandong for a while, saying, "Regarding Mr. Yi, I had no intention of targeting him. I hope you can understand the situation carefully." Charles's eyes flickered. His intuition told him that this young man's identity was definitely not simple. They looked so alike. He looked so much like his lost love. Seeing that Charles didn't say anything more, Lin Feng had no intention of staying any longer. He had only come here to talk about Yi Niandong, and now that he could see that Charles had no hostility towards him, he was relieved. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." Lin Feng stood up and left without waiting for Charles to speak. This left the two servants standing nearby completely stunned. This young man is so arrogant, and their king isn't even angry. Chapter 325, I will make you lose this opportunity. Seeing Lin Feng leave, Charles impatiently ordered, "Go and search every place he sat. Look for his DNA." Although the servants had doubts, they had no choice but to obey. As Lin Feng emerged from the study, he bumped into Natalie, who had arrived late. Just like before, Natalie maintained her arrogant demeanor, even staring at Lin Feng with disdain. Lin Feng ignored her and was about to walk past her when he heard her sharp voice. "Stop. Did father let you out?" Lin Feng shrugged. "Otherwise what?" Natalie's eyes widened. She hadn't expected the meeting to end so quickly. Natalie's eyes darkened as she stared at Lin Feng. "Then you can leave." Lin Feng's lips twitched, and he turned around speechlessly. At that moment, he suddenly felt that all the members of the royal family were like they had something wrong with their brains. As he stepped down from the elevator and the doors opened, he saw Yi Niandong standing right outside the elevator doors. Judging from Yi Niandong's gloomy expression, you could tell that he was in an extremely bad mood. Lin Feng couldn't resist teasing him. "Oh, isn't this Mr. Yi? What a coincidence." Yi Niandong glared at Lin Feng with some resentment, his voice turning sinister. "Come with me. I have something to tell you." Glancing around at the servants coming and going, Lin Feng figured Yi Niandong wouldn't dare do anything to him here. He raised an eyebrow and followed Yi Niandong to the elevator compartment. "Just say what you want to say, but if it's about me apologizing, then there's no need to bring it up again. There's no need to waste your breath." Lin Feng directly predicted what Yi Niandong was thinking, but it was only one aspect of it. Seeing Lin Feng's smug expression, Yi Niandong's anger surged instantly. "I never thought there was such a shameless person as you in the world. You've got the two Chu sisters wrapped around your little finger. You're really something. Thank you for the compliment." Faced with Yi Niandong's accusations, Lin Feng chuckled, but the next second he changed his tone. "However, what business is it of yours who I have with whom? Stop nitpicking all day long. You should spend your time washing your eyes." Those words were so harsh. They were like a slap in the face to Yi Niandong. Yi Niandong was instantly enraged. He grabbed Lin Feng by the collar and shouted, "Don't think you can fool me just because you've got them wrapped around your little finger. Someone like you will go to hell sooner or later." Yi Niandong's height is similar to Lin Feng's, and with the same physique, his intimidating power is naturally greatly reduced. Predicting that Yi Niandong wouldn't dare to do anything to him, Lin Feng didn't dodge. He just glanced at Yi Niandong's angry face with disdain and said with a smirk, "Don't be so childish, kid." He almost laughed out loud when he heard "going to hell." Yi Niandong had never seen anyone so shameless. This person's skin was thicker than a city wall. At this moment, he felt as powerless as if he had thrown a punch but hit a ball of cotton. Just as Lin Feng had expected, Yi Niandong, in his extreme anger, only dared to engage in verbal sparring with Lin Feng. He abruptly released his grip, his face contorted with rage, and said, "My lawyer will be here soon. We'll have to have a serious talk about how you violated my portrait rights." Lin Feng was taken aback. Portrait rights? This attitude only fueled Yi Niandong's anger. "Don't play dumb with me. You've been publicizing my videos so much. This isn't as simple as it seems. I'll make sure you lose everything, or I'm not Yi." "Really?" Lin Feng laughed. "So that's why you were so angry?" "Nonsense," Yi Niandong retorted angrily, pointing at Lin Feng. "If you hadn't been spreading my videos everywhere, how would my family have known I'd formed a team In his haste, he blurted out the words, but he quickly realized his mistake and stopped himself. Even so, Lin Feng understood. It's not surprising that Yi Niandong secretly set up the gaming team without his family's knowledge. At first, when Yu Suan said that Yi Niandong might be a member of the royal family, he found it a bit strange. How could a noble family allow their child to do such low-class things? Although the times are changing and the gaming industry has a bright future, nobles value reputation above all else. They have plenty of money, not to mention this is royalty. No wonder Yi Niandong suddenly became so hostile towards him. He was probably scolded by his family after his identity was revealed. Thinking about this, Lin Feng suddenly felt sorry for Yi Niandong. Not hearing Lin Feng speak, Yi Niandong looked up and met Lin Feng's slightly pity eyes. He immediately became furious. Stop with that pitying expression. It's disgusting. All right. Lin Feng's lips twitched, and he raised his hand to pat Yi Niandong's shoulder. This was just an ordinary action, but when combined with Lin Feng's sympathetic expression, it became incredibly insulting. This is tantamount to rubbing Yi Niandong's self-esteem into the ground. He was furious, his face flushed red. You wait, my lawyer will be here soon. Really? Lin Feng laughed instantly, smacking his lips and saying nonchalantly, Go ahead and sue me. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth turned up several degrees. However, if they're going to sue me for infringing on their portrait rights, then I'm afraid I'll have to sue Ran too. Yi Niandong frowned. What do you mean by that? I wasn't the one who publicly circulated your video. Lin Feng shrugged. It had nothing to do with him. The circulation of the video was all Chu Yunren's doing. He was at most an accomplice. The main culprit was Chu Yunren. You want to drag Ran down with you? You son of a bitch, you think you're worthy of being Ran's brother-in-law. No. Mr. Yi, I think you've got the positioning wrong. Lin Feng smiled smugly. As Ran's brother-in-law, if you want to marry Ran, you'd better try to please me first, wouldn't you? You're despicable. Yi Niandong was furious, but his good manners prevented him from uttering a single curse word for a long time. Lin Feng had a smug, petty look on his face, which angered Yi Niandong. He couldn't find the words to curse him, which made Yi Niandong so angry that he almost rolled his eyes. Hearing a commotion in the elevator next door, as if someone was getting off, Yi Niandong suppressed his anger, stared at Lin Feng, and sneered. Who wins and who loses is still uncertain. Brother-in-law? Humph, I'll make you lose this opportunity. He said that, and then turned and left. Lin Feng was too lazy to waste any more words on him. Now that he and Chu Lingshuang had gotten their marriage certificate, it was impossible for them to separate. However, after Yi Niandong's reminder, Lin Feng realized that it was time to discuss with Chu Lingshuang and find a suitable time to tell Chu Tianli and Qin Wanqing about getting their marriage certificate, and also to bring Xia Kalian over. It's time to announce their marriage to the public. Chapter 326. I never thought I would actually fall in love with you. We arrived back at St. Don Manor at noon, and the restaurant had already prepared a variety of delicious dishes. On Mondays like Mondays, Lin Feng doesn't usually come home for lunch, so Chu Lingshuang didn't wait for him. She started eating as soon as the dishes were served. Before she had eaten much, she saw Lin Feng return, which surprised her. Didn't you have class today? Lin Feng's eyes flickered slightly. I had something to do today, so I didn't go. Oh, Chu Lingshuang responded, without asking what Lin Feng was busy with, and simply pointed to the chair next to her. Then sit down and eat. The dishes have just been served. This reaction was completely unlike Chu Lingshuang's style. As he sat down, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, Aren't you curious about what I'm going to do? Chu Lingshuang turned her head and glanced at Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling. Didn't I tell you? You can make all the decisions. You'll tell me when you want to. This is complete and unconditional trust. Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart and smiled. Then there is something I really need to discuss with you. Chu Lingshuang held her teacup and took a small sip. Go ahead. It's about our marriage certificate. Lin Feng turned his head and met Chu Lingshuang's eyes and said seriously, I talked to Uncle Chu on the phone yesterday, and they don't seem to know that we got our marriage certificate yet. His unspoken meaning was already quite clear. Chu Lingshuang naturally understood, and her eyes flickered. I haven't told them about this yet. Although he had already guessed this outcome, Lin Feng was still very curious. Why? Chu Ling Shuang had always been one to openly express her love, but in this matter, she didn't tell her parents. Instead, she secretly registered their marriage, which puzzled him. Seeing the confusion on Lin Feng's face, Chu Ling Shuang bit her lip and placed her hand on her lower abdomen. It's my maternal grandparents. Lin Feng was taken aback. Huh? For the first time ever, Chu Ling Shuang's face showed a hint of embarrassment. She turned her head and said seriously, when they heard that I was going to have a wedding with you, they got angry. At the time, she was so focused on marrying Lin Feng that she didn't care what anyone else thought. It was after the wedding that her mother, Chen Wanqing, told her privately that her maternal grandparents did not want to attend because they thought the wedding was too unlucky. She didn't explain the reason in detail, but Lin Feng understood. He knew about that wedding. He had heard Xia Qingqing and Li Hao describe it vividly. It was an unprecedented grand wedding, attended by all the big names in Beijing's elite circles. However, the person Chu Ling Shuang married was his sculptor. Lin Feng was surprised that Chu Ling Shuang's parents agreed to the wedding, but it was clear that the older generation absolutely disapproved, especially since it's his own granddaughter, and she's going to marry a dead man. Lin Feng glanced subconsciously at Chu Ling Shuang's lower abdomen. Her slender hand, with its distinct knuckles, covered it. He thought, if his future child had to marry a dead person, he'd probably faint from anger. I should apologize to them. After a long silence, Lin Feng slowly spoke, his voice full of apology. Why are you apologizing? This has nothing to do with you. Chu Ling Shuang looked puzzled. Marrying you back then was just my wishful thinking. I didn't get your consent. If that's the case, then I should apologize to you. Lin Feng was stunned. He stared blankly at Chu Ling Shuang, never expecting her to say such a thing. His eyes widened in shock, his intense gaze making Chu Ling Shuang uncomfortable. Why are you looking at me like that? That's just how it is. She murmured something, and her voice gradually faded. Perhaps it was because she had become a mother, but Chu Ling Shuang exuded a gentle and graceful aura at this moment. This gentle and tender demeanor melted Lin Feng's heart. Ling Shuang. He couldn't help but call out her name, staring blankly at her. The gaze made Chu Ling Shuang a little uneasy. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she stammered, What? What are you doing? I think we need to have another wedding. What do you think? Lin Feng spoke frankly, his eyes unusually serious. Chu Ling Shuang raised an eyebrow, recalling what Lin Feng had said at the cathedral. She couldn't help but pout. Humph, I wonder who said we didn't need to hold it anymore? What? Are you changing your mind now? Before, I didn't think too much about it. Lin Feng's eyes darkened, and a bitter smile appeared on his lips. Besides, I never expected that I would actually fall in love with you. With a boom, Chu Ling Shuang felt as if a string in her brain had snapped. She stared blankly at Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with barely concealed excitement and joy. She eagerly, even impatiently, bent over, her small face suddenly close to Lin Feng's. What did you just say? Say it again. Seeing her excited expression, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle and patiently repeated, I said I never thought I'd actually fall for you. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a warm sensation on his cheek. With a smack, Chu Ling Shuang quickly planted a kiss on his face. Lost in thought, he heard Chu Ling Shuang blush, with a shy yet proud expression, and murmur, I like you too. The sound was like a mosquito's buzz. If Lin Feng hadn't been sitting right across from her, she wouldn't have been able to hear it very clearly. Despite everything that has happened between him and Chu Ling Shuang, they still act like young lovers, making heartfelt confessions that make her blush and her heart race. Her adorable yet slightly arrogant demeanor made Lin Feng want nothing more than to turn her head around, pull her into his arms, and, No. Now is not the time to think about these things. How could he have such filthy thoughts? Lin Feng shook his head and quickly changed the subject. So, I was just discussing it with you. How about we pick a good time and have another wedding, and invite our parents over? Chu Ling Shuang's blush hadn't faded yet. She gently pressed her lower abdomen and frowned, saying, It's possible, but I've only been pregnant for less than a month. Didn't the doctor say that the first 3 months are the most crucial? I know, Lin Feng replied. That's what I mean. You should focus on your pregnancy during this time. I'll take care of everything else. Once things are stable, we'll invite our parents over. MMM. Chu Ling Shuang nodded repeatedly, her lips curving upwards as she excitedly exclaimed, "Then we'll be getting married because she's pregnant." Chapter 327. You and the baby. I'll have one in each hand. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. I'll handle the wedding arrangements. You can rest at home and don't need to worry about anything. Should we tell uncle and aunt about our marriage certificate? Lin Feng asked, thinking about it. Let's not talk about it for now. Chu Ling Shuang thought for a moment. Since we're still going to have a wedding, let's tell them the good news about my pregnancy and our marriage registration a few days before the wedding when we invite them. Sure, they'll be very happy then. Lin Feng nodded with a smile, agreeing with Chu Ling Shuang's point of view. The matter was settled. After consulting with Yu Suan suggested that the wedding should not be held too late in the pregnancy, and that 5 months of pregnancy would be the best time. Lin Feng roughly calculated that it was mid-September now, and 5 months later it would be January of the following year, with the end of January being the joyous occasion of the Lunar New Year. In the new year, he and Chu Ling Shuang got married after she became pregnant, adding joy to their already happy occasion. Nothing in the world could be more romantic than this. In that instant, Lin Feng suddenly felt that there was hope for life again. Hurry up and eat. Then you'll come with me to the gym later. With everything settled, Chu Ling Shuang was extremely excited and urged Lin Feng to eat quickly. Lin Feng frowned. Ling Shuang, you're in a very unstable period right now. Maybe you should put your fitness routine on hold for a while. Chu Ling Shuang immediately became unhappy. That won't do. Working out is something I have to do every day. I feel uncomfortable if I don't do it for a day, and I'm just lying in bed all day. Do you want me to become a big fat person? How can you call me fatty? I'll love you no matter what you look like. TCH. Smooth talker. Chu Ling Shuang said coquettishly, then threatened fiercely. I only gained weight because I'm pregnant. If you dare not like it under these circumstances, I'll cut off your head and use it as a football. Hiss. That's more like the domineering woman she always was. Lin Feng shivered, his mind already conjuring up images of his head being rolled around on the ground. It's a little creepy to think about. Seeing that Lin Feng seemed to be taking it seriously, Chu Ling Shuang quickly changed her tune, raising her hand to cup Lin Feng's cheeks. I was just kidding. How could I possibly bear to do that? That's good, that's good. Knowing full well that she was joking, Lin Feng still patted his chest in a mocking manner, playing along with her performance. Chu Ling Shuang chuckled, her tone domineering and threatening. If you dare to look down on me, I'll lock you in a dark room and never let you out. These words didn't sound like a lie. Lin Feng shuddered and quickly raised his hand with 4 fingers pointing to the sky. Heaven and earth bear witness. Childbirth is so hard. I feel sorry for you. How could I possibly complain? Snort. Chu Ling Shuang gave a coquettish laugh, her upturned lips indicating that she believed her. Then let's eat quickly, and after we eat, you'll work out with me. No problem. Lin Feng agreed without hesitation. I'll have to practice more, so I can take one of you and one of the babies. With a whoosh, the crimson blush on Chu Ling Shuang's face exploded like fireworks all the way to her ears. As she quickly ate her rice, her free hand couldn't help but touch her lower abdomen. Lin Feng had just called out baby and said he wanted one in each arm. Even with her mouth full of food, she couldn't help but smirk. After the meal, Lin Feng stood up and reached out to help Chu Ling Shuang to her feet. He even pulled out the chair, his careful reaction making Chu Ling Shuang laugh. Why are you being so careful? I'm just pregnant, not a child. I can still walk. No, I'm afraid you'll fall. Before Chu Ling Shuang could say anything more, Lin Feng immediately hooked his arm around hers, practically ready to lift her up in his arms. Such a cautious manner made it seem as if Chu Ling Shuang were a porcelain doll, easily shattered with the slightest touch. Chu Ling Shuang, somewhat amused and exasperated, reluctantly took Lin Feng's wrist back. All right, let's rest for a while first, and go to the gym later. In the afternoon, Chu Ling Shuang took another nap on the sofa. Lin Feng took a blanket and covered her with it. He then sat down next to her, carefully placing her head on his lap, and leaned back against the sofa to read. The atmosphere in the bedroom instantly became quiet, as if time had stood still. About an hour and a half later, Chu Ling Shuang slowly woke up, surrounded by a comforting scent. Noticing the slight movement of the person in his arms, Lin Feng's attention shifted from his book to Chu Ling Shuang. Awake. Chu Ling Shuang responded with a soft yawn, then lazily stretched. What time is it? It's past 3 o'clock. Glancing at the time, Lin Feng couldn't help but tease. You little lazybones, you can really sleep. You've been sleeping almost until evening. My back hurts. Chu Ling Shuang frowned and started to whine. But before she could move much, she felt a tingling sensation at the back of her head. No, you. Chu Ling Shuang's face instantly turned as red as a cherry. It's rare to see her shy. Before she got pregnant, she was quite bold. I never expected her to be shy now. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, feigning confusion. What's wrong? A sensation rose from the back of her head, but Lin Feng still acted as if he didn't understand anything. Chu Ling Shuang couldn't help but roll her eyes and mutter. Don't you already know? Why are you asking me? Lin Feng looked at her amusedly. Huh? What do I know? You, stop pretending to be stupid. Chu Ling Shuang was momentarily speechless with anger, staring intently at Lin Feng with her eyes tilted back, staring straight at him. Lin Feng couldn't hold back any longer and teased. I didn't realize you could be shy, miss. Chu Ling Shuang blushed. Of course I can. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. I remember that person wasn't like this before she got pregnant. Back then, she was always so proactive, telling me she was hungry every day, like a bottomless pit. I could never feed her enough. These words were clearly a joke, and Chu Ling Shuang could tell that from them. You're shameless. She realized what was happening and immediately grabbed Lin Feng's collar, her face flushed with shame and anger. Shut up. Don't talk about the past anymore. If you do, I'll. Seeing her so anxious, she was incredibly adorable. The urge to tease her rose in his heart and was hard to dispel. Lin Feng tilted his head, his eyes full of curiosity. So what? Chu Ling Shuang held back for a long time, then suddenly bit her lip tightly, hardened her heart, grabbed Lin Feng's collar and pulled it down, forcing him to lower his head and make passionate contact with her. Chapter 328, I Surrender to You. Call. An ambiguous atmosphere drifted up, and from the intertwined branches of the two, their passion burned like fire. Are you still going to say that? Chu Ling Shuang tilted her head back, her misty eyes rippling with emotion. The sight made Lin Feng's heart skip a beat. He subconsciously touched his lips, his eyes flashing slightly, and he uttered a startling statement. Is there really such a good thing? Then I definitely have to continue. You. Chu Ling Shuang bit her lip, catching a glimpse of the unintentional joy in his eyes. Her mood instantly improved. Glancing at his well-defined jawline, she couldn't help herself and continued Lin Feng's words. Then let's do it again. Who's afraid of who? Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile. You said it yourself. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and grabbed the back of her head, while his other hand gripped her slender waist. He swayed his body downwards, moving from shallow to deep. Chu Ling Shuang was unexpectedly pulled into his arms and fell into his kiss. He seemed to have been starving for a long time, and he swept through the city without any restraint. The atmosphere instantly became passionate and fiery. Call. She didn't know how much time had passed, but Chu Ling Shuang's face turned bright red, and her chest heaved up and down, as if she were suffering from oxygen deprivation in her brain. Is that all you're going to do? Seeing her panting heavily, Lin Feng chuckled and teased her. Chu Ling Shuang clutched her chest, utterly unconvinced. Before she could retort, Lin Feng leaned down again. She panicked and raised her hand to support herself against his chest. Wait. She admitted that she panicked. No, stop playing around. I was wrong. She stammered and begged Lin Feng for mercy. If this continues a few more times, there's no point in going to the gym. Just doing this will cause you to exceed your calorie limit. But Lin Feng wasn't about to let her go, especially since he hadn't had any virginity in so long. Now that he finally had the chance, he wanted as much as possible. So he shamelessly said, No way, I haven't had enough yet. Thinking he was going to get serious, Chu Ling Shuang frowned. Feeling the heat, she bit her lip. But if we're really going to do that, shouldn't we ask Shui Yin? After all, Lin Feng doesn't seem to be feeling well either, so consulting a doctor would be the safest course of action. But her thought process was clearly beyond Lin Feng's comprehension. Do I really need to consult a doctor before kissing? Lin Feng was taken aback and blurted out. Why are you asking about Swayan? I. Chu Ling Shuang stammered for a long time, unable to say anything. She looked up, somewhat displeased, and said, Why do you have to ask a question you already know the answer to? What do you mean by asking a question you already know the answer to? What are you talking about? Lin Feng scratched his head in confusion. Where had he gone wrong this time? Why couldn't he understand what she was saying? Seeing the confusion in Lin Feng's eyes, and realizing he clearly didn't want to pretend anymore, Chu Ling Shuang, who had been calm for most of the day, regained some of her composure and, unusually, began to explain. It's this. She picked up her fingers, fumbled around for a few moments, and then pointed. Aren't you feeling really unwell? But it's not really the right time for me, so I thought I'd ask Swayan first. That way it'll be safer. She began to explain in murmurs. But when Lin Feng heard these words, he almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. Young miss, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Feng interrupted her thoughts without hesitation. You're pregnant now. How could I possibly have such thoughts? Wouldn't I be born then? His words were harsh, but they were very sobering. Chu Ling Shuang realized what was happening and blinked. But you just said you wanted to continue? Keep kissing me. Or what else do you think I should continue? I didn't realize that, Ling Shuang. You're always thinking about things like this. No way. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. No. Lin Feng rested his chin on his hand, a hint of sadness flickering in his eyes, feigning seriousness. So you don't have those feelings for me after all. This back and forth, roundabout way of doing things completely baffled Chu Ling Shuang. She instantly gave in, realizing Lin Feng's deliberate teasing. She sat up angrily. You jerk, I'm not playing with you anymore. This childlike behavior amused Lin Feng, who quickly begged for forgiveness. I was wrong. Please don't stop playing with me. Snort. Chu Ling Shuang snorted coldly, crossed her arms, and turned her back to Lin Feng, her straight spine seemingly making a silent protest. Lin Feng raised his hand and shook her shoulder, but she twisted it away the moment he touched her. Oh no, his young lady seems to be really angry. He hurriedly said, If you don't play with me, who am I supposed to play with? You mean I should play with someone else? Before he could finish speaking, Chu Ling Shuang turned around angrily and threatened him coldly. You dare? Lin Feng raised his hands, making the classic surrender gesture. So you're finally willing to look at me, miss? I surrender to you. I was wrong. Chu Ling Shuang wasn't really angry. Even if she was, it was just talk. Besides, Lin Feng was smiling at her with doting eyes, his eyes crinkling into beautiful crescents. In the instant their eyes met, Chu Ling Shuang's heart melted. Humph. Then I'll forgive you a little, she muttered stubbornly, standing up defiantly. Come with me to the gym. Yes, my lady. Lin Feng nodded quickly, helped her up, and went to the gym with her. Chu Ling Shuang sat on the rest chair, watching Lin Feng check the fitness equipment one by one. The originally planned 1-hour workout time has now taken Lin Feng more than half an hour just for checking the equipment. She was so engrossed in waiting that she was practically covered in a net. No need to be so meticulous. These machines are regularly maintained. She couldn't help but blurt out. That won't do. From a distance, Lin Feng's voice rang out. I don't trust others to do the examinations, but you're pregnant now, so of course everything needs to be done carefully. Although there were many things to do, the intention was good. Everywhere, Lin Feng's concern for her was evident. Although Chu Ling Shuang felt that it was taking a while, wasn't this what concern was all about? She rested her chin on her hand, picked up her water glass, took a sip, and stared at Lin Feng, who was carefully inspecting the area not far away. A faint smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. The afternoon flew by. After exercising, Chu Ling Shuang rested for a while before taking a shower. Lin Feng stayed by her side almost constantly. He was always within her sight. The pregnancy isn't too far along yet. Listening to the sound of running water in the bathroom, Lin Feng pondered that if the pregnancy progressed further, he wouldn't be able to let Chu Ling Shuang bathe by herself anymore. He would have to help her, or have Yu Swayan come and accompany her. Chapter 329. Yes, I'm here to help you. Royal Villa. Niandong, your team should be shut down now. No one has found out your identity yet, but what if it is? Where will we put our faces then? Inside the room, Natalie unleashed a barrage of attacks on Yin Yandong. Yin Yandong's father, Yi Ming, sat beside him, not daring to utter a sound. In such a high-pressure environment, Yin Yandong clenched his fists, his lowered eyes filled with hatred for Lin Feng. I will have people following you 24 hours a day. During this time, you must not do anything out of line. Also, don't contact Su Pansy anymore. She's no good either. Natalie spoke fiercely, sparing no one. Being monitored by one's family is tantamount to being directly deprived of one's freedom. Yin Yandong gritted his teeth and could only nod. Yes, mother, I understand. As Yin Yandong emerged from the room, several more bodyguards appeared behind him. These men annoyed him, but he could do nothing about it. Especially when he opened his phone, he saw the team's small group chat asking him when he would sign up for the global competition. The team members' enthusiastic and excited expressions made Yin Yandong feel a pang of sadness. If it weren't for the fact that his secret team was discovered, he would have been leading his teammates to participate in the global competition immediately. However, now everything has been cancelled because of his exposure. He knew very well that this humiliation was brought upon him by Lin Feng, and he didn't care at all about Su Pansy. Looking at the message from Su Pansy, Yin Yandong felt annoyed. He clicked on her profile picture and deleted her without hesitation. At this moment, being monitored, he could only suspend all activities and stay obediently at home. Su Pansy originally wanted to subtly ask Yin Yandong when he would transfer the student loan to her, since the students who received the aid had been receiving their loans one after another after the last event. Zhou Shanshan also received a large sum of money after paying taxes, but her bill remained empty. However, she didn't receive a reply from Yin Yandong after sending the message, and she started to get anxious. She sent Yin Yandong another emoji, but received a message saying it had been deleted. Su Pansy immediately sat up straight, staring incredulously at the deleted message. She was deleted by Yip Nin Tong. In an instant, an unprecedented panic surged through my heart. At the same time, her video was posted to the school group chat, and she quickly clicked on the pop-up message. When she heard her voice in the video, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. In the group chat, students from all over the country were discussing it, and various posts about her also appeared at the bottom of the school's official website. Is Su Pansy from our school? She is the chairperson of the Association of Students from Impoverished Families, and has been receiving financial assistance from Yip Nin Tong for many years. No, how could she say such a thing? I support independence, but I'm not an ungrateful person seeking independence. Don't even mention my parents. I'd be furious if I heard something like that. They raised their child with so much care and effort, only to have him turn out to be an ungrateful wretch. Unlike in China, where it might only damage one's reputation, people abroad are more easily agitated. Within days of the video being circulated, the forum post had already become a trending topic on resisting Su Pansy's views. Friends from all over set off to protest, demanding that Gatton University expel Su Pansy. As the situation escalated, the facts spoke for themselves. Just one video, coupled with Su Pansy's arrogant and domineering words in the video, was enough to provoke a school-wide boycott. In just 2 days, Su Pansy's desk was splashed with paint of various colors. She was deliberately pushed into the water during swimming class, deliberately tripped during PE class, had trash thrown on her head during regular class, and was even roughly dragged to the toilet after school, where people questioned her about her conscience. Su Pansy wanted to ask for help, but no one helped her. The evidence was overwhelming. No matter how she made any pleading expression, the other party would put the video in front of her and force her to watch it. All of this turned out to be completely unexpected by Su Pansy. She can only stay in her temporary apartment now, and doesn't even dare to go out. Fortunately, she has a habit of stocking up on instant noodles, so she hasn't starved to death. However, the instant noodles will eventually run out. Her apartment rent is due soon. Su Pansy is now isolated and helpless. Only she knows that it is all because of Lin Feng. She doesn't know what she did wrong. She only knows that Lin Feng released the video, which led to her being exposed online. She was furious, but helpless. She had no idea where Lin Feng was, or even if she could see him. She felt as if the whole world had abandoned her, lying on the bed and crying bitterly, her resentment reaching its peak. Lin Feng not only bankrupted her family, but also ruined her life to this extent. Bang bang bang. A loud knocking startled Su Pansy awake. She trembled, thinking those people had come looking for her, and instinctively huddled in the corner, too afraid to move. However, a woman's voice came from outside the door. Su Pansy, open the door. I know you're in there. I'm here to help you. Su Pansy froze, quickly wiped away her tears, and tiptoed to the door. She saw the person outside the door through the security camera at the door. She was an exquisitely dressed woman with an exceptionally noble appearance and a cold expression. She was all alone. Feeling isolated and helpless, Su Pansy braced herself and opened the door, meeting the woman's gaze. Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? The woman sneered and, preconceived notions, gave her orders. Su Pansy bit her lip, wiped away her tears, and forced herself to open the door. Upon entering the house, the woman looked around, a hint of disdain in her eyes, but it quickly faded. She said with a touch of sympathy, "How pitiful! You can't even afford to eat." Her gaze fell on the last few pieces of food in the corner, 2 packets of instant noodles and some dried bread. It was clear that Su Pansy was in a difficult situation. Su Pansy had never seen this person before, but what she was focused on was the woman's words before she entered the room. She said she was there to help her. She gritted her teeth and asked, "Miss you, you're here to help me?" The woman's gaze shifted, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of her eyes. She nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, I'm here to help you." "How can you help me?" "Here's the money." The woman smirked, waving the gold card in her hand. "Is 500,000 pounds enough?" £500,000. Su Pansy was stunned. Converted to domestic currency, this would be worth more than 4 million. Although this amount of money is not much in the UK, it is enough for her to buy an apartment in a small place back in China and settle down temporarily. Su Pansy's eyes lit up immediately. She looked at the woman excitedly and blurted out, "You believe I'm innocent too, right?" Clean. As if she had heard a great joke, the woman immediately scoffed, but her eyes swept over Su Pansy without exposing her. Instead, she asked, "You should know who framed you to this extent, right?" Chapter 330, it seems she's not the only one who dislikes Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Su Pansy was stunned. The image of Lin Feng's extremely mocking face flashed through her mind, and she suddenly clenched her fists. "Of course I know." The woman raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips. "Want revenge?" Su Pan's purple eyes blazed with fury. "Of course. He ruined my family and caused me to be expelled from school. I wish I could tear him to pieces." The woman simply smiled faintly at her, without saying anything more. However, once her anger subsided, Su Pan's eyes dimmed, and she said helplessly, "But I have no way. I'm all alone here. I can't even leave the house. How can I take revenge?" She didn't make her words too definitive, but Su Pansy had a premonition that the woman in front of her would speak up for her. She's already promised to give her the money, hasn't she? Someone who can directly produce 500,000 pounds is definitely not an ordinary person. Although Su Pansy had never met her, the woman in front of her exuded an air of nobility that could not be concealed. She was definitely the daughter or CEO of some family. Meeting Su Pansy's eyes, the woman saw clearly and understood what she was thinking. She asked, "Do you have a revenge plan?" "A plan?" Su Pansy was taken aback, then smiled bitterly. "I don't even know where he lives. What kind of plan could I possibly have?" A knowing glint flashed in the woman's eyes, and she said with great confidence, "I can give you Lin Feng's address and his daily schedule." As she spoke, she suddenly took a few steps closer, her 1.7-meter height almost reaching Su Pansy's, and looked down at her with disdain. "I can also lend you a few bodyguards." Su Pansy was stunned for a moment. Is there really such a good thing in the world? She couldn't help but become wary, scrutinizing the woman in front of her. Although the woman was smiling, the smile did not reach her eyes. Instead, her eyes were icy cold. In the instant their eyes met, Su Pansy felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She instinctively trembled and cautiously asked, "Why? Why are you helping me?" Seemingly surprised that Su Pansy would ask this question, the woman paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Because I'm the same as you." "Same as me?" Su Pansy silently recited these words. Yes. The woman nodded, a look of incomprehension flashing in her eyes. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. The pain shot through her, and she almost gritted her teeth. I hate him just like you. This doesn't sound like a lie. Or perhaps it's just too real. In a daze, Su Pansy suddenly smiled knowingly. She knew Lin Feng couldn't possibly have had a smooth journey. How could he not make enemies after climbing up from such a low position? It seems she's not the only one who dislikes Lin Feng. Su Pansy raised her hand and said in a slightly ingratiating tone, Sister, I promise you, I will bring Lin Feng here. When the time comes, you can make the first move. Seeing Su Pansy's hand hovering in midair, the woman's eyes flashed with disdain. She did not raise her hand to shake hands with Su Pansy, but said coldly, Lin Feng is not so easy to tie up. As far as I know, he is very good at fighting. Even if you bring bodyguards, you may not be able to tie him up. This was unexpected for Su Pansy. She didn't care that the other party was unwilling to shake her hand, but exclaimed in surprise, Really? The Lin Feng I know only knows a little self-defense. The woman's gaze sharpened, and she sneered, That's just what you think. Then what should I do? Do you know Xia Qingqing? Su Pansy froze, then shook her head blankly. I've only met Xia Qingqing once, and I don't know much about her. She's Lin Feng's own sister. What could make Lin Feng compromise more than his own sister being kidnapped? My younger sister. Su Pansy suddenly realized that she had indeed heard Xia Qingqing call Lin Feng brother during that camping trip. She immediately felt reassured. Okay, then I'll go and kidnap Xia Qingqing, and then use her to threaten Lin Feng. The woman nodded, took a piece of paper and a set of keys from her pocket, and tossed them to Su Pansy. This is my private villa. It contains Lin Feng and Xia Qingqing's schedule. After you've tied them up, bring them here. I'll be waiting for your good news. For several days in a row, Lin Feng continued his usual routine, going back and forth between school and home. His feelings for Chu Ling Shuang were growing stronger day by day. After spending time together, Lin Feng realized that Chu Ling Shuang was not as strong as he had imagined. She was like a kitten. If you stroked her fur in the right direction, she would be very obedient. But if you went against her, her tail would fly off. However, since she was pregnant, Lin Feng naturally indulged her every whim. But these past few days, Lin Feng has noticed several people standing at the school gate on his way home from get out of class, their eyes occasionally sweeping over him. This made Lin Feng frown. On that very day, he clearly saw the person standing by the tree as he passed by suddenly shift their gaze away. He thought for a moment, then threw his backpack into Lu Tianhan's car through the back window. Tianhan, you go back first. I have something to take care of. After spending a few days together, Lu Tianhan had gotten used to not being able to reach Lin Feng. Anyway, he would explain to the young lady afterwards, and she never got angry. Lu Tianhan nodded, stepped on the gas, and drove away. Watching Lu Tianhan drive away, Lin Feng nonchalantly drove around to a small alley next to the school. As he expected, those people did indeed follow. His eyes flickered, and he stood sideways at the corner of the alley. A moment later, a series of hurried footsteps followed. Right around the corner, these people confronted Lin Feng head-on. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Seeing that the other party had no intention of making a move, Lin Feng didn't stand on ceremony and spoke directly. What are you all doing following me? The gray-haired man at the head of the group scratched his head somewhat awkwardly and offered an explanation. Mr. Lin, we are from the Royal Guard. The king sent us to protect your safety. Lin Feng clicked his tongue in surprise. Huh? Thinking Lin Feng didn't believe him, the gray-haired man quickly pulled out his identification and placed it in front of Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, we really were sent by the king. Looking at the royal seal on the document, Lin Feng's lips twitched. No, is this king out of his mind? They sent people to secretly follow him, claiming it was to protect him. He had only met Charles once, and they were not related at all, so why was he so concerned about him? Lin Feng was speechless for a moment. Go back and tell your king that you appreciate his kindness, but I don't need anyone to protect me. The group of people exchanged bewildered glances. After saying his piece, Lin Feng left. The gray-haired man hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not chase after him. Captain, what do we do now? What? Let's go back and report to the king first. Chapter 331, I will definitely come back safely. As Lin Feng emerged from the alley, he noticed that the people had stopped chasing him. He breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he was genuinely puzzled. Could this king have lost his mind? Why would they send people to protect him out of the blue? Could it be that Yi Niandong has secretly sabotaged him again? These were the only guesses he could think of. Lin Feng felt he should tell Chu Tianli about this. As a top-tier family, the Chu family head was more suitable than him to negotiate with Charles. Thinking this, he raised his hand, ready to hail a taxi on the roadside. But instead of getting a taxi, his phone rang first. He took out his phone and glanced at it. It was a call from Li Hao. Without thinking much, Lin Feng answered the phone, and Li Hao's anxious voice immediately came from the other end. Brother Feng, something's happened. Li Hao seemed to be running and talking at the same time. His breathing was very heavy on the other end of the phone. Lin Feng's heart sank, but he calmly said, "Don't panic, speak slowly. Qing is gone." Li Hao, panting, recounted to Lin Feng. "We were supposed to have a swimming activity this afternoon. Qing and I were in the same group. She said she was going to change, but she hasn't come out yet. I asked her classmate Zhou Shanshan to go to the changing room to look for her, but there was no one there." Clearly, Li Hao was panicked. His voice was filled with fear and trembling. The more panicked Li Hao became, the calmer Lin Feng became. He frowned and said calmly, "So, Xia Qing is missing, right? It seems that's the case now. Zhou Shanshan and I have searched the entire school, but haven't found her. We're planning to apply to see the surveillance footage." Lin Feng responded, then asked, "What time did she go missing?" 3 p.m., before the event begins. Lin Feng glanced at the time. It was 3:30, which meant that Xia Qing had been missing for half an hour. In half an hour, even at the fastest speed, she couldn't possibly get out of this foggy city. She should still be around here. Lin Feng also planned to go back to school, but before he could set off, his phone rang again. This time, the notification was from an unknown number. In the past, Lin Feng would never have answered a call that didn't show his contact list, but now, he had no choice but to. His eyes darkened, and he slid his finger up to press the answer button. As he expected, the person on the other end of the phone was the culprit who kidnapped Xia Qing. However, this voice made Lin Feng frown, because it was the person he least expected to hear. "Su Pansy. Lin Feng, I had no idea you had a younger sister." Lin Feng's eyes darkened at this moment, though he didn't know where Su Pansy got her connections from. He has always believed in, "I won't offend others unless they offend me." When he met Su Pansy, her surprising remarks did startle him, but that was Su Pansy's own business and had nothing to do with him. But now she's jumped right onto his face. If he continues to endure this, he really will become a teenage mutant ninja turtle. However, Su Pansy probably doesn't have that much ability. The only person Lin Feng can think of who would help her is undoubtedly Yi Niandong. But the royal family had just been dismissed by him. Those people were sent by Charles to protect him. Even if Yi Niandong had the greatest courage, he probably wouldn't dare to go against his grandfather. That means it's someone else. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, his tone calm. "What do you want to do?" "Me?" Su Pansy chuckled, beaming with pride. "Just stand at the school gate and don't move. A black sedan will stop in front of you in a little while. Get in that car, and when we get there, you'll know what to do." "Oh, you're quite cautious?" Lin Feng sneered. "Su Pansy, how stupid do you think I am to personally deliver myself to your door? Really? It seems your own sister isn't that important after all." Su Pansy was extremely smug, and even on the phone, she ordered the people next to her, "You guys, strip her clothes off." "You dare?" Lin Feng roared in anger, never expecting Su Pansy to be so vicious. "Then get in the car obediently, or I can't guarantee your own sister will leave with a clean slate." The call was then disconnected. Lin Feng gripped his phone tightly. He really wanted to find out who Su Pansy's accomplice was. His eyes darkened, and he didn't rush to the school gate. If he got involved in the kidnapping, he would be in a passive position. Chu Ling Shuang was still waiting for him at home, and he couldn't let Chu Ling Shuang get involved too. He thought for a moment, then opened his phone's contacts and called Chu Tianli. After briefly recounting the events, Chu Tianli slammed his fist on the table and stood up, shouting, "You bastard! How dare you kidnap my little girl? I think she has a death wish. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart and felt much more at ease. It seemed that Chu Tianli truly regarded him and Xia Qingqing as family. He quickly said, Uncle Chu, please calm down. The key issue now is that I don't know who is helping Su Pansy. Chu Tianli wasn't an impulsive person. Hearing Lin Feng's words, he roughly guessed what was going on. So you want to go and take a look? It was indeed easy to talk to smart people. Lin Feng replied, Chu Tianli readily agreed, saying, that's good. It clears up the obstacles once and for all. I'll talk to Charles and ask him to help investigate. They'll act quickly on royal territory. Okay, about Ling Shuang. Lin Feng paused, remembering his agreement with Chu Ling Shuang to marry her because she was pregnant, and he held back his words. She doesn't know about this yet, and I don't want her to worry. That's easy. I'll just tell you I'm sending you to another country to take over the Chu family's business. You'll be back in a few days. Okay, thank you, Uncle Chu. No need to thank me. We're all family. Chu Tianli replied with a laugh, his voice turning serious. But you must protect yourself, and don't let it happen to you again like last time. No, I will definitely come back safely. After assuring Chu Tianli, Lin Feng hung up the phone and sent Li Hao a message telling him not to return to the villa for the next few days. Then, following Su Pan's instructions, he went to the school gate. Sure enough, after a short while, a black sedan pulled up in front of him. He squinted, watching the car door open, and bent down to get in. As soon as he sat down, the man next to him blindfolded him and tied his hands. Lin Feng didn't resist, because these knots were a piece of cake for him. Not long after they were tied, the car started and drove for more than an hour before finally stopping. He was pulled off the car by the person next to him, and after walking for a few minutes, he was pushed into a chair and sat down. The next second, Su Pan's voice rang out. Lin Feng, you really came. Lin Feng didn't respond, just sat there quietly. He heard Su Pan's say to someone, Sister, I've brought Lin Feng here. You can go first. However, before she could finish speaking, Lin Feng heard a shrill scream escape from Su Pan's previously smug voice. Chapter 332. In what way do I fall short of her? If your eyes aren't covered, your hearing will be more sensitive. After the scream, Lin Feng keenly sensed a cool breeze, accompanied by the faint scent of gardenias, a sense of impending danger. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. His hands, which had been tied behind his back, had broken free. He was about to dodge when he felt the black cloth over his eyes being lifted, and what came into view was accompanied by an anxious voice. Ah Feng, are you all right? Before me stood the woman who had disappeared for so long, Su Zian. This was something Lin Feng had never expected. Ever since his last meeting with Su Zian, he felt he had made himself perfectly clear, but she was still unwilling to give up. Across from her, Su Pansy lay on the ground, her eyes wide with disbelief. A fruit knife was stuck in her slender neck, and red liquid was flowing from between her fingers. She opened her mouth wide, as if she wanted to say something, but no sound came out. It was obvious that Su Pansy was at her limit, and it was only a matter of time before she died. In the large living room stood more than a dozen bodyguards in black, armed with weapons, but Xia Qingqing was nowhere to be found. Seeing that Lin Feng remained seated, Su Zian pulled him close, holding him tightly in her arms. She gently stroked the back of his head with one hand and softly comforted him. Ah Feng, don't be afraid. It's all right now. I've dealt with the person who hurt you. No one can hurt you anymore. Her voice was gentle, as if she were soothing a frightened rabbit. If it were someone less bright, they might have been fooled by Su Zian's gentle words. However, Lin Feng wasn't stupid. The person he was curious about, Su Pan's backer, was probably Su Zian. Who else but her could appear here at such a perfect time? For his sake, Su Zian hurt his closest people twice. Lin Feng couldn't swallow this insult. He shoved Su Zian away without hesitation, his voice cold and harsh. Miss Su, stop pretending. The moment she was pushed away, Su Zian met Lin Feng's eyes as if she had expected it. The atmosphere froze at that moment. No one cared whether Su Panza lived or died. After staring at each other for a long time, Su Zian suddenly laughed, a desolate laugh. It seems nothing can be hidden from you. Isn't that obvious? Xia Qingqing's accident was something he only told Chu Tianli about. No one else would know. not even Li Hao. And Su Zian just happened to show up here, claiming she was there to save him. It's ridiculous. This hero saves the damsel in distress tactic is too clumsy. Lin Feng sneered, his gaze falling on the dying Su Pansy. I suggest you find a better actor next time. If I had a choice, why would I choose her? Su Zian gave a bitter smile, but the next moment, her eyes turned icy cold. So what if you've seen through me? You're already a caged bird in my cage. As she spoke, she suddenly stepped closer, her slender fingers gripping Lin Feng's chin, forcing him to look up and face her directly. You'll never get rid of me. She used a lot of force, and her jaw ached from being gripped so tightly. But with no trace of Xia Qingqing, Lin Feng did not resist for the time being. He simply looked back at Su Zian indifferently and said calmly, Miss Su, I think I made it very clear to you last time that no matter what, you can never have me. That's just what you think. As if a fuse had been lit, Su Zian exploded instantly. You think everything will be fine as long as you explain yourself? You think I'll give up just because you rejected me? You're just bewitched by that bitch Chu Lingshuang. I can still be just as good to you as she is. What do I have that I can't compare to her? Her frantic roar echoed throughout the living room. Lin Feng froze, looking at Su Zian, who had lost her mind, with a mixture of shock and disbelief. Should we compare? Feelings can never be compared. The moment she stepped into his heart was something he had never expected, so how could he possibly respond? After a long silence, Lin Feng said calmly, Give up. I just don't like you. That's how irrational feelings are. Like a tongue twister, Su Zian was so enraged by his nonchalant tone that she lunged forward, grabbed Lin Feng by the collar, and her face contorted with rage. No reason? Huh. Lin Feng stared at her. Where was the gentleness from before? Her whole face was twisted with anger. Lin Feng had seen this expression on Chu Lingshuang before. But that was a long time ago, when she couldn't control her anger when he rejected Chu Lingshuang. When he first saw Chu Lingshuang's expression, he considered giving up entirely. However, after getting to know her better, he realized that Chu Lingshuang wouldn't do anything to him, which led him to become arrogant and spoiled. But now, standing before him was a true, ruthless demon. The bodyguards were all standing far away. Apart from Su Zian, no one could have accurately pierced Su Pan's throat from that distance. His eyes flickered, and he changed the subject as if it were none of his business. Are you going to kill her? Pale from bleeding, Su Pansy gripped the knife hilt tightly, her bewildered eyes filled with the fear of impending death as she looked at them in terror. Su Zian was taken aback, her anger subsided by a third, but what followed was a bloodthirsty sneer. She glanced at him disdainfully. What? Feeling sorry for him. Having already guessed the relationship between Su Zian and Lin Feng, Su Pansy instantly put on a pleading expression. She looked at Lin Feng pitifully, begging him to say something and take her to the hospital. However, Lin Feng's answer disappointed her. Lin Feng shrugged and said indifferently, It's not that bad. As if she already knew the answer, Su Zian sneered, Heh. It was this answer that ignited Su Pan's anger to its peak. They really didn't care about her. Are we really going to leave her here to die? Putting aside her status as the daughter of the Su family, she also faced the most devastating thing, being scammed. In desperation, she had no choice but to agree to their request to make a movie. Later, she climbed up step by step until she escaped that hellhole. Later, she worked hard and got the opportunity to go to Garton University and also successfully got in touch with Yipnin Tong. But all of this changed when she met Lin Feng again. She's really going to die now. She was going to die at the age of 28. She was unwilling to accept it. All the little things she had accomplished along the way had vanished like a bubble. She never imagined that she, a perfectly healthy person, would die so inexplicably. As her vision gradually blurred, Su Pan's fear reached its peak. She had already forgotten the tearing pain in her throat. As if trying to grasp that last glimmer of hope, she roared with all her might. Don't you hate him? Why did you kill me? Chapter 333 Su Pansy is dead. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. The bright red liquid was sprayed onto the smooth floor, and the color instantly darkened by several shades. Knowing that this might be the last thing Su Panza said, Lin Feng was also curious. Was it for him? For his sake, she wouldn't kill Su Pansy. Or perhaps Su Zian was demonstrating to him. telling him that if he didn't obey, she really would kill him. Hatred. Su Zian, however, seemed to have heard a big joke. She suddenly released her grip on Lin Feng's collar and looked down at Su Pansy with disdain. I do hate him, but I only hate that the person he loves isn't me. As for you. Her gaze slid downwards, devoid of any emotion, and she laughed wildly. Who do you think you are? Anyone who dares to oppose Lin Feng must die. Well, Su Pansy wanted to speak, but another mouthful of blood came out. Su Zian seemed oblivious, continuing brazenly. Oh, by the way, Miss Su, I didn't just kill you. She raised her hand, smiling as she counted on her fingers, as if she were talking about something happy. Your eldest sister, Su Hiking, died in prison a few months ago. I arranged it. Your younger brother, Su Jie, did the same. I also suppressed your parents. Your mother is now working in the mine to earn money to supplement the family income. I arranged all of this. As for why I arranged a job for her, it was like listing evidence of crimes, all of which was beyond Lin Feng's expectations. At the time, he only knew that Su's Hiking and Su Jie had been imprisoned. He didn't care about what happened after that, nor did he continue to investigate. He never expected that they were already dead. Miss Su, since you're going to die soon anyway, why don't you guess how desperate your family will be when their only source of income is taken away? It sounded like a joke, but her tone didn't betray any intention to make a joke. Every word was spoken with a playful tone. Lin Feng originally thought she was gentle, but when she kidnapped Xia Qingqing and Li Hao to threaten him, he thought she was cunning. But now, she is clearly cruel. She seemed to have killed many people before, with a smile on her face, and the only thing that came to mind in her words was cruelty. In an instant, Lin Feng suddenly realized that he could not resist Xia Qingqing before finding her. If he did, she would probably treat Xia Qingqing the same way she treated Su Pansy. Su Pansy was on her last breath, yet she still had to listen to the mocking laughter of the person in front of her. The person was saying the cruelest things to her in the most ridiculous tone. So the older sister and younger brother were already dead? Su Pansy's eyes widened slightly. At this moment, she no longer had those thoughts of not caring about anyone. As if in a final burst of energy, fragments of the past suddenly flashed before her eyes. Back then, Lin Feng was still her younger brother. Although she was abroad, she would go back during holidays, where Su Pansy, Sun Youer, Lin Feng, and their parents would all be there. Lin Feng would smile and report the family's profits for the year to his father. If there was any extra profit, Lin Feng would offer to share it with his 3 older sisters, taking them to buy clothes and cosmetics. Sun Youer would complain that Lin Feng lacked originality, buying her clothes every year. Later, Lin Feng gave Sun Youer a film contract from the production team, which made her very happy, though she would also be secretly jealous. Their parents just smiled faintly as they watched them bicker in the living room. At that time, Su Jie had not yet returned, and everything was so wonderful. Lin Feng was smart and capable, and no matter how big a mess they made, he would help them solve it. Although they are the older sisters and Lin Feng is the younger brother, this younger brother is too outstanding, so outstanding that he is just like his older brother. But now, Lin Feng was right in front of her. He no longer showed the panic he had when she was in trouble before. He just watched calmly as this woman who had used her killed her so easily. She couldn't understand why Lin Feng would end up so coldly. Wasn't it all because Su Jie framed him? He could have just clarified it on the spot. She would have believed him then. Thinking of this, Su Pansy suddenly smiled, as if relieved. If everything could be done over again, if she had chosen to believe Lin Feng and stood by him without hesitation when he was kicked out of his home, then none of this would have happened to her. It won't happen. Su Pansy is dead. He breathed his last right in front of Lin Feng and Su Zian. Even as she closed her eyes, the corners of her mouth turned up, as if she were relieved. This scene touched Lin Feng. She did have some admirable qualities. She fought back even when she was in dire straits. She was the most similar to him among his 3 older sisters. Lin Feng admitted that he was selfish at first, but that was due to the circumstances. He had to be selfish. Su Pansy, on the other hand, was selfish to the extreme, and her character was not good either. But in the end, she did not deserve to die. Lin Feng never imagined that she would die so suddenly. He remained silent for a long time, and then said nothing more. As Su Pansy breathed her last, Su Zian glanced at Lin Feng out of the corner of her eye. Seeing that he made no move and just stared at Su Pansy's body in silence, she was immediately furious. You really do feel sorry for her. Her sharp voice rang out instantly, pointing directly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was taken aback, his thoughts returning to him. Feeling sorry for him? Is it really that heartbreaking? After all, they were acquaintances. Watching a close friend die right before your eyes would make any normal person feel something, right? Su Zian rushed straight to Lin Feng, as if she were certain, and grabbed his chin without hesitation. You feel sorry for your sister, for Chu Ling Shuang, and even for the people who oppose you, but you won't even give me a glance. Lin Feng, you're really something. With the culprit right in front of him, Lin Feng didn't want to argue with her anymore. He had already said everything he could, and Su Zian was clearly unyielding. What kind of pleasantries could he possibly give her? The fact that they can sit here peacefully means they haven't found Xia Qingqing yet. Knowing full well that Lin Feng hadn't resisted because of Xia Qingqing, Su Zian sneered. Xia Qingqing has already been locked up by me. I advise you to be sensible and try to please me. Otherwise, I'll make her end up like Su Pansy. She wasn't lying. If she said she'd kill, she would. Judging by the time, the royal family should have already mobilized. All Lin Feng had to do was continue waiting for the royal family's main force to come knocking on his door. Fortunately, he didn't struggle. He simply raised his face and looked at Su Zian, whose face was contorted with anger, and said with a smile, Miss Su, so how do you want me to please you? The more he acts like this, the more it proves that it's not for her. Su Zian knew perfectly well what was going on. She glanced at the bodyguard and gestured, Go and get what I prepared. Lin Feng was startled. The next second, he heard a clanging sound. He looked up and saw two bodyguards walking towards him, each holding a silver chain that resembled an intertwined snake. Next up is Su Zian's dark-turned storyline, which might be a little frustrating, but it will include scenes from the male and female lead's childhood. Chapter 334, A Person Controlled by Obsession. Lin Feng admitted that he probably hadn't seen this thing in half his life. This thing is even more ruthless than Chu Ling Shuang. Is it planning to tie him up like a giant rice dumpling? Lin Feng was stunned. Su Zian raised the corners of her lips slightly and pointed at Lin Feng, saying, Tie him up. Yes. The two men in black nodded and walked straight toward Lin Feng. Su Zian stood to the side, arms crossed, glancing at Lin Feng with disdain. If she were really tied up, it would take a long time to struggle. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Zian, about to make a threat. Unexpectedly, as if guessing what Lin Feng would say, Su Zian laughed and said, I advise you not to waste your time. I have already given orders to my men. If I don't reply to their messages within a day, they will immediately take action and kill Xia Qingqing. With just one word, Xia Qingqing, Lin Feng was completely under her control. There was no other way. This was what he had to face after choosing to accept Chu Ling Shuang. He knew all along what he would face after agreeing to be with Chu Ling Shuang. Anything related to him would be his Achilles heel. This is an indisputable fact. As they approached, Lin Feng's eyes darkened. Do you know that what you're doing is pointless? Whether it's meaningful or not, we'll only know after we do it. Su Zian responded without hesitation, and her anger intensified as she glanced at Lin Feng, who had given up struggling. For Xia Qingqing, he actually gave up the struggle. She was never even in his eyes. Lin Feng didn't move, letting them tie him up. Fortunately, he had told Chu Tianli before he came out that he was just waiting for the royal family to come looking for him. As long as Xia Qingqing could be rescued, things would be much easier for him. Seeing Lin Feng bound hand and foot, Su Zian's face turned cold, and she waved her hand. Go get some food. At her command, her subordinates immediately went to prepare. After the exquisite food was served, she ordered her men to carry Su Pansy's body out and dismissed everyone in the living room, leaving only Lin Feng. In the spacious living room, Lin Feng was tied to an office chair. Su Zian picked up a plate of sliced mousse cake and sat down next to him, as if she were having afternoon tea with a good friend. Her smiling face revealed no emotion. You haven't eaten anything since noon? You must be hungry. This cake was specially brought from Osaka Island by my people. Have some. As she spoke, She moved the hand holding the cake closer to Lin Feng's mouth. Who knows if that venomous woman put something in the cake? How could Lin Feng possibly eat it? He turned his face away without saying a word. Su Xian's eyes darkened, but she suddenly smiled. If we disregard the fact that Lin Feng was tied up, his reaction was like that of a spoiled little girl throwing a tantrum. Once she visualized the scene, Su Xian's anger subsided considerably. She smiled as she forked off a piece of food, then used her free hand to turn Lin Feng's head, forcing him to watch her movements before putting the piece in her mouth. After chewing a few times and swallowing slightly, Su Xian smiled and said, "I didn't put anything in it. You can eat it without worry." Everyone knows Su Xian comes from a family of doctors. She could easily have taken the antidote beforehand, or perhaps she was planning to poison herself anyway. Lin Feng sneered. "Do you think I would take something you give me?" He still had that cold face, or rather, he never gave her a kind look. Su Xian's face instantly darkened, almost crumbling. Originally, Lin Feng didn't want things to get so tense, but since this woman had already killed someone in front of him and treated him like this, there was no need to be polite. Lin Feng didn't hesitate to mock him bluntly. "Mousse cake really is a good thing." Su Xian's hand froze. "What do you mean? You don't know yet, do you? After Chu Ling Shuang and I got together, I made her a cake by hand every day. We kneaded the dough together, watched tutorials together, and stirred the cream together." Lin Feng's face remained expressionless, and his speech gradually slowed down. As Su Xian's expression became increasingly volatile, he leisurely continued his provocation. "After the cream was mixed, I would deliberately scoop out a piece and put it on her face, and then she got angry and said she wanted to dye my face like a big cat too." Smack! Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, he was slapped across the face. Su Xian has broken down. If she had heard these things from Chu Ling Shuang, she might not have been so angry. But now, the person talking to her about love and romance is Lin Feng. It was the person she loved most, who, right in front of her, said he was being affectionate with another woman. Even the best patience is completely exhausted at this moment. Lin Feng felt a burning pain on his cheeks, especially from Su Xian's sharp nails, which seemed to have scratched his face, but he couldn't see it. There was no mirror, and he couldn't move. He didn't say anything more. Since Su Xian didn't treat him like a human being, then he wouldn't treat her like a human being either. Naturally, he would strike at her most sensitive spot. The sound of the slap was deafening. Su Xian, realizing what had happened, stared at her own hand in disbelief. At this moment, her fair palms were already turning crimson, and a dense, tingling pain emanated from them, causing her to suddenly wake up. What did she just do? She hit him. She hurriedly looked at Lin Feng and saw the nail scratches on his cheek. Her heart panicked instantly. She quickly put down the cake she was holding and cupped Lin Feng's face in her hands. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't really mean to hit you. I'll get you your medicine. She was already rambling incoherently. "You didn't mean to hit me, so it was just a subconscious reaction." Lin Feng casually replied, subconsciously trying to force a smile, but the pain in his face made him give up. He looked at Su Xian indifferently, wondering when this gentle woman had become so conflicted. He still remembered her as a child, always with that smiling face no matter what she did, but now, because of her obsession, she's become like this. Lin Feng didn't know whether to call himself pathetic or what. He couldn't muster any hatred for Su Xian. A person controlled by an obsession is pitiful, isn't he? Meeting Lin Feng's gaze, Su Xian was surprised to see pity in his eyes. She's not someone who needs pity. Why is he looking at her like that? Doesn't he even understand who's in charge? Su Xian instantly exploded. She gripped Lin Feng's chin tightly, nearly going berserk. "Who are you pitying? I won't allow you to look at me like that. I won't allow it." Lin Feng looked at her indifferently, as if she were a stranger. "Don't go crazy. So what if you get me? I will never cooperate with you." "Yeah." Su Xian smiled immediately. She slowly looked outside, and right in front of Lin Feng, at her command, the servants brought in a projector. Chapter 335, Does he even know who the real master is now? After setting up the projector, Su Xian walked up to Lin Feng, forcibly turned his head, and forced him to look at the screen on the wall. The screen lit up, showing Xia Qingqing bound hand and foot in a small room. Not far from her, there was a staircase leading up to the top. It's a wine cellar. Lin Feng recognized Xia Qingqing's location almost immediately, but there were simply too many wine cellars in the UK. Su Zian wouldn't be foolish enough to tie Xia Qingqing up under this villa. He has no way to find her now. As he pondered, Su Zian's voice rang out from beside him. Lin Feng, you can disobey me, but your sister will suffer. As she spoke, she suddenly picked up her phone. In just a few seconds, Lin Feng saw a ray of light shine into the dark screen. Xia Qingqing, who was bound all over, moved her body in panic. Her eyes were covered, so although her expression could not be seen, her tension was still evident. What you up to? Lin Feng suddenly looked at Su Zian. Nothing much, Su Zian said with a smile. Since her brother is disobedient, she, as his younger sister, has to take the punishment in his place. As she spoke, she gripped Lin Feng's chin again, her tone sharp. Lin Feng, I can't bear to hurt you, but that might not be the case for others. She actually used Xia Qingqing to threaten him. Lin Feng stared wide-eyed at the woman who had gone mad. As the masked man approached in the video, Xia Qingqing cowered back in fear. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and said, Enough. The moment his voice rang out, a smug glint flashed in Su Zian's eyes. She tapped a few buttons on her phone, and the person on the screen suddenly stopped moving. Under duress, Lin Feng finally gave in. Tell me what you want me to do. Su Zian smiled immediately, pointed to the exquisite food in front of her, and said, Let's eat first. Okay, I'll eat it. Lin Feng nodded and opened his mouth. Seeing how obedient he was, Su Zian was overjoyed. She put down her phone, quickly picked up the plate, twirled a fork of spaghetti, and was about to stuff it into Lin Feng's mouth. But when he touched his lips, Lin Feng turned his head away, saying, Make him leave Qingqing's room first. In the end, it was all for Xia Qingqing. Su Zian suppressed her anger and took out her phone to tap a few times. The masked man on the screen did indeed climb up the stairs, and the screen went dark again. Su Zian smiled and said, Is it okay now? Wait a minute, Lin Feng said again. Are you ever going to stop? Su Zian's patience was almost exhausted. Did he even realize who was in charge now? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately laughed. Don't be in such a hurry, Miss Su. If you want me to obey, you have to meet all my demands, right? Otherwise, what will you offer to make me obey? It was as if everything had returned to the time when he was playfully teasing and flirting with her. Su Zian admitted that what he said made sense. She paused for a moment, then put the plate down and looked coldly at Lin Feng. Just tell me what you want, but only for now. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, his rationality returning, and looked at Su Zian with a grin. Take me to meet Xia Qingqing. What? At first, Su Zian thought she had misheard. Did he even understand the situation before making such a blunt request? Take me to see Xia Qingqing. Lin Feng repeated tirelessly, which was also a way of stalling for time. He estimated that an hour had already passed. Was this royal family any good? They were supposed to be nobles, but they were so slow. Su Zian stared in shock at Lin Feng's arrogant face. Do you know what you're saying? Of course I know. Lin Feng laughed and said, Although you showed me the footage, it was so dark in there that I couldn't see clearly. Who knows if the girl tied up in there is Xia Qingqing? It cannot be denied that Lin Feng's words make sense. Su Zian's eyes darkened. She knew this was a tough nut to crack, and if she didn't make him give up, it would be impossible to get him to obey. She was silent for a moment, about to speak, when she heard Lin Feng say, Oh right, even if you have someone peel off Xia Qingqing's face for me to see, I still won't believe it. Makeup techniques are so advanced these days. Who knows if someone is disguising themselves? Besides, this is video footage. If you have someone add a composite effect, wouldn't I be left speechless? You. To everyone's surprise, Lin Feng was so sharp-tongued. After a few words, Su Zian felt that she was the one who had suffered a loss in silence, not him. Too lazy to argue with Lin Feng, she threatened sharply. Don't think that just because you're so good at talking, I'll let you go see her. If you make such unreasonable demands again, I'll have someone tear Xia Qingqing apart alive and beat her to death. Same old story threats, huh? But Lin Feng, having regained his senses, was no longer buying it. He looked straight at Su Zian and resigned himself to his fate, saying, Then go ahead and hit me. As long as I don't think she's Xia Qingqing, It doesn't matter how you hit me. See if I don't feel bad for you. His words made Su Zian's eyes widen instantly. She never expected that Lin Feng would act like a rogue at such a critical moment. Taking advantage of her shock, Lin Feng continued his arrogant statement. Why are you silent now? I do feel sorry for my sister, but you insist on deceiving me with fake footage. If you really killed Xia Qingqing, we would be enemies. Moreover, if you were to be exposed later, I would only feel guilty. Guess what others would say about you? Su Zian, who had originally relied on using Xia Qingqing to threaten Lin Feng, was now speechless due to Lin Feng's eloquence. Yes, if he insists that it wasn't Xia Qingqing, then what good are her threats? In the midst of the twists and turns, Su Zian, who was already furious, was completely drawn into Lin Feng's thought process. But Su Zian suddenly laughed. No, Lin Feng, you're wrong. Ever since I decided to kidnap you, I haven't cared about what others think. As she spoke, she picked up her phone. Lin Feng glanced at the screen out of the corner of his eye, and there, the darkness was once again illuminated by a ray of light. As the masked man approached, he narrowed his eyes. He had already said so much, so he couldn't easily try to stop him. The royal family was too slow. At this moment, he could only rely on himself. However, as he watched the man touch Xia Qingqing, Lin Feng couldn't hold back any longer. He was about to speak when he heard Su Zian's voice. Then I'll have someone bring her here, so she can see for herself how her own brother tries to curry favor with me. As she spoke, her cold, fierce eyes stared straight at Lin Feng. Grabbing his collar, she said arrogantly, If you dare to resist again, I will beat her in front of you every time I resist, until I beat her to death. It's not green at all, so feel free to consume it. It's a single female lead, as I said. Chapter 336. Do you know what it means to hit her? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Such ruthlessness was indeed Su Zian's style. However, nothing else matters. As long as I can see Xia Qingqing and make sure she is safe, that's better than being nowhere to be found and being forced to obey Su Zian's orders. A short while later, Xia Qingqing, who was wearing a black mask, was pushed into the living room by two men in black. Lin Feng recognized her at a glance, given her unsteady gait and the orange coat she wore when she left home that morning. From the moment Su Zian gave the order until Xia Qingqing appeared here, less than 10 minutes had passed. So Su Zian really did hide Xia Qingqing in the wine cellar of this villa? Lin Feng glanced at Su Zian with some surprise. He really couldn't see through her. Seeing that Xia Qingqing had been pushed into the living room, Su Zian raised her hand to signal all the bodyguards to leave, leaving only Xia Qingqing sitting on the sofa. She looked at Lin Feng. All right, you've seen your sister now, so can you behave? Although she was blindfolded, Xia Qingqing still understood what he said. That means she's in the same space as her brother right now. Xia Qingqing immediately struggled and shouted towards the direction of the sound. Brother, don't worry about me. Run away quickly. Su Zian didn't stop him, but glanced at Lin Feng with disdain. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately laughed. Idiot, how could I possibly abandon you and run away? This was the first time Lin Feng had said such warm words to Xia Qingqing, especially that way of addressing her. The moment those words came out, Xia Qingqing's tears welled up. Brother, you shouldn't have come. I don't want to be your weakness. If I could, I would rather not be your sister. Her voice trembled, choked with sobs. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart. He was about to offer some words of comfort when he heard Su Zian's cold laughter. What a touching display of brotherly and sisterly affection. So you think I'm the bad guy? Lin Feng looked over with disdain. He moved a few times, and the iron chains on his body jingled, as if to say to Su Zian, what else? You woman, my brother already said he doesn't like you. Why are you forcing him? Even if you get him through tricks, will you really be happy? Xia Qingqing's face flushed red as she yelled at Su Zian, but the moment her voice fell, she smelled the bloody scent in the air. Instantly, she panicked and struggled desperately. What did you do to my brother? Why is there a smell of blood here? Let me tell you, if you dare to hurt my brother, I will never let you get away with it. It was clear to the naked eye that Xia Qingqing was extremely anxious. Her desperate struggles caused the ropes binding her to tighten even more, leaving several red marks on her slender, fair wrists. Lin Feng realized that she must have been referring to Su Pan's blood and quickly reassured her. Qing Qing, don't be afraid. I'm fine. It's someone else's blood. Someone else's blood? Xia Qingqing was stunned for a moment and stopped struggling. Having witnessed this, Su Zian pulled up a chair and sat down next to Lin Feng, saying loudly, "All right, now you should be willing to eat something, right?" She picked up the cake again, her cold expression seeming to say this was the last time. Lin Feng seemed not to have seen her warning and looked up at Xia Qingqing. "I've eaten, but what about her? My sister hasn't eaten either. Since you're treating everyone and everyone's here, why don't you untie us and we eat together?" For a fleeting moment, Su Zian genuinely believed that Lin Feng had compromised. Of course, it would be fine if we ignored the hint of mockery that flashed unintentionally in Lin Feng's eyes. With a loud bang, she slammed the plate on the table and met Lin Feng's amused smile. She had reached her limit. "It seems you still don't want to listen." She murmured something, waved her hand, and a man in black rushed into the living room. Without hesitation, Su Zian gave him the order, "Beat him. Use a whip. Beat him until Lin Feng is willing to eat." "Yes." The man in black obeyed the order and immediately took a long whip from his waist. Under Lin Feng's watchful gaze, he raised his hand and lashed it out at Xia Qingqing. Smack! With one lash, Xia Qingqing screamed in pain and fell sideways onto the sofa, her arm covered in bloody welts, a shocking sight. But the pain couldn't overshadow Su Zian's words just now. "That woman wanted my brother to eat something." Remembering how she tricked herself and Li Hao into eating, Xia Qingqing ignored her pain and shouted at Lin Feng, "Brother, don't eat. You absolutely mustn't eat. If she's so capable, let them beat me to death. If they beat me to death, then I won't be your weakness." To his utter surprise, even now, Xia Qingqing is still on his side. Seeing the ferocious smile on Su Zian's face, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, turned his head slightly to look at her, and said in a cold voice, "Su Zian, do you know what hitting her means?" "Of course I know." Her eyes were stained with the shocking crimson, and Su Zian had completely lost her mind. She laughed wildly. "What I want is you. I don't care how I got you. As long as I can keep you, I don't care who I kill." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded, his eyes darkening. He stopped looking at Xia Qingqing, who was being whipped, and instead looked at the food on the table. "Didn't you want me to eat? Bring it here." Finally, Lin Feng relented, and Su Zian was overjoyed. She quickly raised her hand to signal the man in black to stop. Xia Qingqing collapsed onto the sofa, blood seeping from 4 or 5 whip marks on her arm. The red liquid dripped down the leather sofa, one drop after another, onto the plush carpet, and then seeped into the cotton yarn along the carpet fibers. Once something gets spilled on a plush carpet, it's extremely difficult to clean. Just like those few lashes, the relationship between Lin Feng and Su Zian can never go back to what it was before. Su Zian excitedly picked up the food and brought it to Lin Feng's mouth. Lin Feng's expression was calm, and he opened his mouth like an emotionless robot. But Su Zian didn't care about any of that. As soon as she saw him open his mouth, she excitedly stuffed food into it. They ate one bite after another until all the food on the plate was gone. She picked up the damp towel on the table and wiped Lin Feng's mouth. "Is it tasty?" As he swallowed the last bite, a smile appeared on Su Zian's face. Lin Feng nodded silently. "Are you full? Would you like something else? Just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll have someone make it for you right now," she asked again. Lin Feng shook his head, his expression blank. Su Zian didn't mind at all. Seeing that Lin Feng had eaten and drunk his fill, she said contentedly, "Now that you're full, let's get ready and begin the next activity." Chapter 337. Insult me a few more times. Lin Feng frowned, looking at her blankly. "Next?" "Yes, next." Su Zian nodded, her excitement barely concealed. "It's been so long since I've slept with you. Now that everyone's here, we should do some fun things together." Before Lin Feng could even respond, Xia Qingqing's panicked voice rang out. "You're despicable. You actually used me to force my brother. Why don't you have someone beat me to death?" "Brother, please have her beat me to death." Even though she couldn't see, Xia Qingqing could still imagine the scene in front of her. This woman is probably riding roughshod over her brother. All of this is because of her. If it weren't for her, How could my brother have endured to this extent? Shut up. Gag her. Su Zian's eyes darkened, and she rebuked sharply. The man in black who had been waiting outside stepped forward, took out a wet towel, and stuffed it into Xia Qingqing's mouth, then wrapped the two handles around from behind and tied a slipknot at the back of Xia Qingqing's head. With her mouth gagged, Xia Qingqing couldn't utter a single word, only able to stammer and silently protest. Glancing at this scene, Lin Feng's face remained expressionless. He simply looked at Su Zian, then glanced at the large living room, and asked, Su Zian, are you sure you want to do that kind of thing here? With just one sentence, Su Zian understood Lin Feng's meaning. She immediately laughed and said, What? Is this place really that big? Don't worry, there's a plush carpet under you. Even if you fall on it, I guarantee you won't feel any pain. As she spoke, her gaze slid downwards, and she grinned in an extremely lewd manner, continuing with a sigh. It's fine no matter how much I roll around. Isn't that comfortable? Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a surge of disgust, but he hid it well, looking only at Su Zian. What about my sister? And your men? Are you just going to let them listen to your howling? If he doesn't treat her like a human being, then he doesn't need to treat her like one either. His words were vulgar and offensive, and his eyes even held a hint of mockery. Su Zian, who was already on the verge of madness, felt that Lin Feng's behavior was incredibly contrasting. He had the face of a well-mannered student, yet the words that came out of his mouth were so vile, especially since he was chained up. Seeing this scene made Su Zian's heart race. She had never seen Lin Feng show such an expression before, as if the obedient and well-behaved child from her memory had grown up and was punishing and possessing her in his own way. In a sudden surge of emotion, Su Zian couldn't control herself. She couldn't help but cup Lin Feng's face in her hands. That's it. That's the feeling. What? Lin Feng frowned. Wait, what did this woman sense this time? Insult me. Insult me a few more times. Lin Feng, you're sick. Sure enough, a madman's thought process is beyond the comprehension of normal people. He went to great lengths to understand Chu Ling Shuang, and now another madman, Su Ziyan, has appeared. Su Ziyan raised her hand, her tiger's mouth gripping Lin Feng's chin, gently tightening it while her index fingertip brushed against his lips. She was somewhat obsessed with this prey that was so easily within her grasp, while he angrily cursed her. Meeting Lin Feng's dark eyes, she suddenly felt a strong urge to loosen his ties a little, then act shamelessly and provocatively in front of him, watching him struggle to break free before pouncing on him and demanding. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. It's been 10 minutes since I ate. If there was anything in that food, I'm afraid it will start acting up. But so far, Lin Feng has not noticed anything unusual, so it seems that there is nothing wrong with the food that Su Ziyan prepared. Lin Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but looking at her smiling face, he frowned. How much longer are you going to watch? I could look at your face for a lifetime and never get tired of it. Without even thinking, Lin Feng sneered. Is that so? Of course, Su Ziyan replied, already eagerly reaching out to unbutton Lin Feng's collar. The timing is perfect. Come on, from now until tomorrow, until the day after tomorrow, all the time after that is ours. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, his gaze sliding downwards. I don't like being passive. Upon hearing this, Su Ziyan's hand froze, and she said blankly, but I won't help you untie it. You can play without untying it. Lin Feng sneered and glanced at the sofa next to him. Following his gaze, Su Ziyan instantly understood, and she immediately smiled and said, That's right. It's not convenient for you to sit on the chair. It's safer for you to go to the sofa. As she spoke, she took the initiative to support Lin Feng's arm, but after taking 2 steps, she realized that Lin Feng's ankle was still locked, and he could not walk. At that moment, she seemed to forget her current situation and subconsciously bent down to untie it. Lin Feng remained seated in his chair, looking down at Su Ziyan's head with disdain. The moment he untied her, he kicked her with his back leg, and before Su Ziyan could react, his foot landed directly on her body. Surprisingly, Su Ziyan wasn't angry. She just looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression, then at his legs. She tilted her head and asked, full of confusion, Do you like playing like this? Lin Feng fell silent instantly. At this moment, It seemed that nothing else was on this woman's mind but to have fun. He shifted upwards a few times, his toes gripping Su Xian's throat, and leaned down to ask, "Do you think this kick of mine can kill you?" He added a bit more force. It felt like it was filled with lead, slamming heavily onto Su Xian. If she were a normal person, she probably would have already started struggling. However, Su Xian did not consider struggling. She simply looked up at Lin Feng and smiled tenderly. "To die at your feet would be my good fortune. Lin Feng, it can't be more affectionate than a little bit." Thinking about his current situation and Chu Ling Shuang, who was still waiting for him to come home, he felt like he couldn't breathe. He coldly glanced at Su Xian, speaking indifferently and without any emotion. "Then you can just die." As soon as he finished speaking, he increased the force. A feeling of suffocation rushed to her head. Su Xian didn't expect him to be serious. She instinctively tried to struggle, but the next second, the men in black guarding the door rushed in. "Miss." The man in black had just opened his mouth when he caught sight of the scene in the living room, and his words froze. He stared blankly at the reversed heavenly order of the scene, his mouth agape in shock, unable to utter a word. Hearing this, Lin Feng loosened his grip slightly, and Su Xian, having gotten a chance to catch her breath, took a few deep breaths. But instead of directly blaming Lin Feng, she angrily turned to look at the man in black, and said furiously, "Did I say you could come in? Get out." The man in black trembled, quickly lowered his head, and forced a smile, saying, "No, miss, there's a convoy coming from 10 kilometers away." Chapter 338, How could Lin Feng possibly kill someone? A convoy. Su Xian suddenly opened her eyes wide. Lin Feng squinted and withdrew his foot. "Yes, miss, that convoy seems to be heading towards us. They should be here in about 10 minutes, the man in black said hurriedly, keeping track of the time. Su Xian sat up abruptly, glancing instinctively at Lin Feng. "Is he one of yours?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng shrugged, adopting a nonchalant attitude. "Do you think I have a way to contact anyone?" As he spoke, he deliberately shook the iron chains binding him. The clanging and banging sounds echoed in the living room, and Su Xian froze instantly. Yes, Lin Feng's every move was under her surveillance. How could he possibly have had a chance to tamper with things? "That was before you came." She narrowed her eyes, becoming resolute. To be honest, Lin Feng didn't know if the convoy was sent by the royal family, but judging from the timing and the fact that the people at the gate said they were coming this way, it was highly likely that it was them. But if Su Xian knew that he was the one who notified her in advance, who knows what crazy things this crazy woman might do? Lin Feng curled his lips and laughed. "Su Xian, do you want to listen to what you're saying? I was blindfolded by your people when I came here. How could I have known they would bring me here?" He is indeed very eloquent. After a few words, Su Xian couldn't find any fault with Lin Feng. But those people wouldn't come over for no reason. The only possibility is that Lin Feng notified them in advance. She stood up, patted the footprints in front of her, and sneered, "Whether you notified me or not, don't think I dared to kidnap you without a backup plan." As she spoke, she ordered her servants, "Go and lift Lin Feng and Xia Qingqing into the carriage, take the back road, and get out of there." "Yes." The man in black responded and ordered the bodyguards at the door to come in and lift Xia Qingqing up. As they were about to lift him up, Lin Feng's eyes darkened. He had just tried to move, and the chains binding him had loosened. If he struggled hard, there was a chance he could break free. Xia Qingqing is still in their hands. Lin Feng's gaze fell on Xia Qingqing, who was being lifted up with a pale face. In the end, he gripped the chains tightly and did not struggle. His compliant manner didn't seem like he had notified anyone in advance. There was no time to worry about anything else now. After looking around the room, Su Xian ordered, "Take the boxes from my dressing table drawer and leave everything else behind." "Yes." A large group of people got into their cars and left through a back door of the villa via a side road. Shortly after they left, Aled arrived at the villa compound with a large convoy. After searching the entire villa and staring at Su Pansy being carried out, Aled immediately reported the scene to King Charles. "What? Su Pansy is dead." Charles paused for a moment, then tensed up, shouting anxiously into the phone, "Where's Lin Feng?" Aled hurriedly said, "We didn't see Lin Feng at the scene." We only found fresh tire tracks at the back door of the villa, so he must have escaped through the back door before we arrived. Chase. Without hesitation, Charles gave the order directly. At the royal villa, Natalie looked at her father, whose face was filled with panic, and asked in bewilderment, "Father, why are you so worried? Maybe this is just a show put on by Lin Feng and others, just to kill Nian Dong's good friend." Her voice was so loud that Charles almost threw his phone away. Coming to his senses, Charles shouted angrily, "Shut up! How could Lin Feng possibly kill someone?" "Father!" Natalie's eyes widened instantly, staring at her father in disbelief. Her father and Lin Feng had only met once, yet he trusted Lin Feng so much. She cried out in shock, "Father, don't be fooled by that kid. His resume clearly states that he's incredibly skilled in esoteric arts, and now that a body has been found in the place he was in, he should be a suspect." Natalie couldn't understand why her usually strict father would favor a young man he had only met once in such an important matter, but her words had no effect whatsoever, and even provoked Charles's anger. "Get out! Father, go out!" Faced with Charles's impending outburst of anger, Natalie could only swallow her anger and bite her lip before finally leaving. Seeing Natalie leave, Charles frowned and ordered into the phone, "This matter must be kept secret. Seal off the scene. Not even a fly is allowed to get in." Back in her room, Natalie looked at Yi Niandong in silence and slowly said, "Niandong, tell me honestly, what is your relationship with that Su Pansy?" Yi Niandong tensed up and quickly looked up. "She is my investor. We only have financial dealings, nothing else." Natalie's eyes widened. "Then why were you protecting Su Pansy in that leaked video?" "Because..." Yi Niandong was about to make up an excuse to brush it off, but seeing his mother's serious expression, he knew that this matter was not as simple as he thought. He said in a deep voice, "Mom, why are you asking this? Don't worry about what you're doing, just tell me." Natalie looked directly at Yi Niandong, her tone firm. After a long silence, Yi Niandong finally spoke, "Because of Chu Yunren." "Chu Yunren?" Natalie was taken aback and subconsciously said, "Is that the girl standing with Lin Feng in the video?" Yi Niandong nodded silently. Natalie immediately understood. "I understand." Without a doubt, her son Niandong liked the girl named Chu Yunren, but that girl liked Lin Feng, which is why Niandong stood on Su Pan's side and opposed Lin Feng. Chu Yunren is the daughter of the Chu family. The Chu family is a top family in China, with the most powerful and wealthy. China's strength is growing day by day, and it is still a force to be reckoned with. No wonder the father favors Lin Feng. The royal family has the most business dealings with the Chu family, so it would be best to form a connection with them in this way. It all connects. Natalie suddenly understood. Seeing his mother's knowing look, Yi Niandong couldn't suppress his doubts and asked, "Mom, what exactly happened?" Upon hearing this, Natalie glanced deeply at her son and sighed. "Su Pansy is dead. She's dead." Yi Niandong's eyes widened instantly. "Right." Natalie nodded, but a smile appeared on her face. "However, Niandong, you don't need to worry. Lin Feng was at the scene of Su Pan's death. Don't you like Chu Yunren? If she finds out that Lin Feng killed someone, she will definitely come back to you." Chapter 339, Chu Ling Xuan's Pressure. Putting everything else aside, after watching the video, although Natalie was biased towards her son, she knew in her heart that Su Pansy was no good either. Now that she's dead, that's a perfect death. Isn't this creating an opportunity for them? Yi Niandong seemed to understand a little, but not entirely. He looked at Natalie with confusion. What mother means is, make this a big deal. Let everyone know that Lin Feng killed someone. Doesn't Chu Yunren like Lin Feng? If she finds out that the person she likes most has killed someone, she will be heartbroken. Then you can go and help her in her time of need. I'll also talk to your father about arranging a marriage between you and the Chu family. In Chinese terms, wouldn't that be a natural progression? Natalie smiled and said that thanks to her Chinese husband, she had also developed the habit of reading Chinese military strategy books over the years. I never thought it would actually come in handy one day. Now it's obvious that her father is going to protect Lin Feng. Although she doesn't know why, she absolutely will not allow this to happen. Yi Niandong suddenly realized what was going on and looked at his mother with deep admiration. It's time to put your friends to use. Perfect timing. Let's take advantage of this video. Lin Feng and Su Pansy have become enemies, haven't they? Let's make this a big deal. I understand. I'll do it right away. Yin Yindong nodded and quickly took out his phone. St. Don Manor. Miss, it's getting dark soon. Isn't Mr. Lin not coming back today? You should get some rest. Looking at Chu Ling Shuang, who was sitting on the living room sofa reading a book, Yu Xuan became a little anxious. Beside them, Lu Tianhan and Chu Yunren, who was holding a large teddy bear, also looked worried. Starting from noon, Chu Ling Shuang sat on the sofa without moving. She only ate a little for lunch and didn't even touch her chopsticks for dinner. The young lady is currently pregnant and absolutely cannot withstand such hunger, but all they can do is try to persuade her. During a break from reading, Chu Ling Shuang looked up at the darkening sky outside the window. Under the expectant gazes of the three, she closed the book and said, "Let's go back to the bedroom." As if they had received a release order, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. As she got up, Chu Ling Shuang's gaze swept over Yu Shuiyan. "Shuiyan, come and help me make the bed." Yu Shuiyan nodded quickly, waved to Lu Tianhan and Chu Yunren from a corner where Chu Ling Shuang couldn't see her, and followed Chu Ling Shuang into the room. Phew! Seeing her sister walk into the bedroom, Chu Yunren breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Sister Han, I'm going to sleep too. I'm exhausted after watching all day." As she spoke, she put one arm around the teddy bear and rubbed her lower back with her other hand. Lu Tianhan nodded, but her furrowed brows remained furrowed as she stared at the tightly closed bedroom door. Bedroom. Glancing at Yu Xuan, who was diligently making the bed, Chu Ling Shuang, sitting on the sofa, suddenly spoke up. "Xuan, I have a question to ask you." Yu Xuan, with her back bent and her hands busy, quickly replied, "Miss, please just say what you want to say." She was completely unaware that the eyes gazing at her from behind were gradually darkening. "Xuan, how can there be such a species as an ingrate in this world?" Her sudden remark caught Yu Xuan completely off guard. As she paused, Yu Xuan quickly turned around. When she met Chu Ling Shuang's icy gaze, her heart skipped a beat. She forced a smile and said, "Miss, there are so many people in this world, all kinds of species. If any one of them were missing, the world wouldn't be so diverse." "Yeah," Chu Ling Shuang retorted coldly, her eyes darkening completely, just as cold and fierce as before. Just meeting such a sharp gaze made Yu Xuan's knees buckle, and she almost knelt down in front of him. Since Lin Feng's appearance, she had never seen her young mistress show such an expression. If it were before, a dark look on her mistress's face would have been a sign that someone was doomed, but now, she instinctively scratched her head and chuckled awkwardly. "Miss, the bed is already made. If there's nothing else, I'll—" She didn't have time to finish her sentence. Not because she was interrupted, Chu Ling Shuang didn't say anything. She just sat calmly on the sofa, but her eyes were like a swamp, so dark that they almost swallowed Yu Shuiyan. "Miss." Yu Xuan was so nervous that she couldn't speak. She opened her mouth, but only 2 words came out. Chu Ling Shuang suddenly curled her lips into a smile, as if looking at a dead person, her voice icy. "I never knew that this species would appear in my life." This is clearly a veiled meaning. Who is the young lady referring to? The people around her. The first option is Lin Feng. But Lin Feng isn't here right now. And if it really were Lin Feng, why would Miss look at her with such a sharp gaze? She forced herself to stand still and continued with an awkward laugh. "Miss, you mean Mr. Lin." Mr. Lin wasn't, by the master. Before she could finish speaking, Chu Ling Shuang's all-seeing eyes remained fixed on her, making her feel uneasy. Could it be that the young lady is referring to? As soon as she realized what was happening, Yu Xuan felt the hairs on her body stand on end, as if she had been doused with a bucket of cold water. With a plop, the powerful pressure made her kneel down in fright. She dared not look directly at him again, and spoke tremblingly. "Miss, you've misunderstood. I would rather die than betray you. We grew up together, you should know me best. Apart from my usual habit of slacking off, I have absolutely no ulterior motives." If she continues to be firm in her convictions, Chu Ling Shuang will have no doubts. But Yu Xuan suddenly became anxious. She immediately panicked at the slightest probing, which only made it clear that something was amiss. Chu Ling Shuang narrowed her eyes and sneered. "Is that so? Absolutely true. Yu Xuan quickly raised 4 fingers and swore an oath to the heavens. However, the oath had no effect. Chu Lingshuang's face remained icy cold as she stared at Yu Shuiyan. She spoke softly. Then let me ask you, why did you lie to me about my pregnancy? Miss, we were worried about you at that time. Tianhan, Ran, and I were afraid something might happen to you, so we made up a lie. We never expected Mr. Lin to still be alive. Without even thinking, Yu Xuan subconsciously began to explain. The next second, Chu Lingshuang's voice rang out again, like a barrage of deadly attacks. Then let me ask you again, where did Lin Feng go? Chapter 340, I believe in him. I don't know. Yu Xuan's face was flushed red from holding her breath. Under such intense pressure, she had completely lost the ability to think. So it seems she really didn't know. Chu Lingshuang narrowed her eyes and continued. What about Xia Qingqing and Li Hao? Why didn't they come back today? Because Xia Qingqing has gone missing. Li Hao said he was going to look for her. Yu Xuan was halfway through her casual remark when she suddenly felt a chill in her heart. When she met Chu Lingshuang's eyes, she instantly realized what was happening. Miss is trying to trick her into revealing information. Before she could turn around, Chu Lingshuang's voice rang out again. Very good. It seems you really are hiding something from me. It's too late to realize now that we've been tricked. Yu Xuan took a deep breath. The only person who could make her stumble was Chu Lingshuang. At this moment, she could only honestly confess. Miss, you are pregnant now and cannot hear such news. As for Xia Qingqing's disappearance, I think she probably went out with Li Hao. Chu Lingshuang didn't speak, but stared coldly at Yu Shuiyan, her eyes seeming to say, listen to what you're saying. Do you even believe it yourself? Yu Xuan knew that this explanation was too far-fetched, so she shut her mouth and didn't say anything more. After a long silence, Chu Lingshuang suddenly spoke. You should get up first. Yes. Yu Xuan nodded, knowing that she had passed her young mistress's test. She stood silently in front of Chu Lingshuang, her head bowed low. The atmosphere in the bedroom instantly plummeted to freezing point. When did this happen? Suddenly, Chu Lingshuang's voice rang out. It was just past noon, around 2 p.m., when Tianhan went there she didn't find Xia Qingqing and Li Hao. In other words, Lin Feng lost contact at 2 p.m. This was no longer a question. Chu Lingshuang's tone was one of absolute certainty. After all, Miss is currently pregnant. If she gets angry or her emotions fluctuate too much, it will have a very bad impact on her health. Yu Xuan hurriedly said, Mr. Lin has not disappeared. Didn't Master say that he sent Mr. Lin to discuss business? Chu Lingshuang glanced at her and said coldly, You believe that? My father has long been allied with Lin Feng, so given my current situation, he'll naturally side with Lin Feng. That's absolutely true, and there's no arguing about it. Yu Xuan fell silent. Chu Lingshuang's tone was icy as she gave the order. Go and investigate privately to see if you can find any trace of Lin Feng. After calming down for most of the day, Yu Xuan finally managed to suppress her panic and said, Miss, given your current physical condition, you shouldn't worry about this. You can't afford to have such emotional fluctuations. Do I look like an idiot to you? Chu Lingshuang retorted sharply. How could I not know this? Now that my father already knows, he should be helping me in secret, so I don't need to bother with anything. And you don't need to keep everything from me. Chu Lingshuang had wanted to say this for a long time. What she hates most is when people use the guise of doing it for her own good to deceive her with all sorts of lies. As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Xuan's eyes widened in surprise. Chu Lingshuang's voice continued. And Yu Shuiyan, have you ever thought about how angry I would be if Lin Feng really hadn't shown up, and the day came when your long-suppressed pregnancy lie had to be exposed? If emotions are not released and are forced to be suppressed, it will only lead to more intense rage. Especially in a hopeless situation, if the joyous news of pregnancy is exposed as fake, her life will only fall into an abyss of despair. She knew that Lin Feng had probably told her father about Xia Qingqing's disappearance, and that they were both doing it for her own good, which was why they kept it from her. She knew they were protecting her, but she didn't need it. She has never been a hothouse flower that needs to be protected by others. Instead of hiding it, let's talk it out and think together about how to deal with it. Hearing Chu Lingshuang's words, Yu Shui-yin was greatly shocked. She suddenly realized that this was how the young lady was before she met Lin Feng. She never needed anyone's protection. However, she hadn't seen such a fierce scene in a long time, and only when Lin Feng was away would the young lady return to her former self. But that's what the young lady said. "Miss, if we can't find out when Mr. Lin will return." "I believe him." Chu Lingshuang responded without hesitation, even decisively. Since he dared to go alone, he must have made arrangements for his escape route. What I need to do is protect myself and wait for him to return safely. Yu Suiyan was shocked. She always thought her young lady was love-struck, that she would inexplicably lose her mind when she was with Lin Feng, so much so that after being together for so long, she had almost forgotten what her young lady was like when she wasn't love-struck. Since that's the case, let's make this statement clearer. But last time, Mr. Lin didn't come back to see you. Undeniably, a hint of sadness crossed Chu Lingshuang's face when she heard these words, but she quickly rallied. That was in the past. We had many misunderstandings before, but they've all been resolved. Shui-yin, you should be able to see clearly, right? He likes me, and I like him too. Since I like him, I have to trust him. It was as if they had attended a class, and their sweet past vividly resurfaced. Yu Suiyan took a deep breath and nodded vigorously, saying, "Okay, miss, I understand." "Good, go investigate. Don't worry about me. I know when to get angry and when not to." As she spoke, Chu Lingshuang glanced at the coffee table and rubbed her acupoints, looking somewhat tired. "Go heat up dinner and bring it over. I'm hungry after staying up so long." "Yes." Upon hearing her mistress say that she wanted to eat, Yu Suiyan shuddered and immediately rushed out to instruct people to prepare. As Yu Suiyan left, Chu Lingshuang's slightly relaxed expression immediately tightened, her face turning cold and fierce as she stared at the dark sky outside the window. To say I'm not nervous, to say I believe, that's all a lie. The person she loved most has gone missing. How could she not be nervous? Lin Feng had gone alone, without a single soldier. Thinking of this, she felt a lump in her throat and her eyes reddened. Realizing that tears were about to well up, she instinctively closed her eyes. I don't know when it started, but she's become prone to crying. It's all Lin Feng's fault. If he comes back safely, she'll definitely beat him up to vent her anger. Realizing her own awkwardness, Chu Lingshuang pursed her lips, but a sense of anticipation welled up inside her. "Lin Feng, you absolutely mustn't let me down this time." Chapter 341, Then let's take them down. "Miss, those people are still behind us, and it seems they're coming for us." Inside the truck, the man in black stared at the computer for a long time before nervously reporting to Su Zian. Looking around the cargo container, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Had the Su family really fallen to such a state? Still driving this kind of large cargo truck. However, these trucks are quite well concealed. Once the doors are closed, no one will know they're on board. "It was someone you brought." Su Zian suddenly looked at Lin Feng, her tone no longer questioning, but affirmative. Lin Feng shrugged and didn't say anything. Seeing his silence, which was tantamount to admitting it, Su Zian's eyes flashed, and she pressed. "So, the person following behind is that bitch Chu Lingshuang?" Lin Feng frowned, somewhat displeased, and said, "Watch your words." Upon hearing Lin Feng's protective tone, Su Zian immediately exploded. "Why should I watch my words? It's just that bitch, isn't it? Lin Feng, you can't hide it from me. She's like a gas cylinder. She'll explode at the mere mention of Chu Lingshuang's name. At this moment, it's best not to provoke her. If she goes berserk and tries to take us all down with her, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Lingshuang and the baby are waiting at home. He must return safely." Lin Feng's eyes darkened, and he said truthfully, "I really don't know who is following me. However, Su Zian, I was already being followed before I came here. Before I could investigate, I received a call from Su Pansy." Seeing the sincerity in Lin Feng's eyes, which didn't seem like he was lying, Su Zian frowned immediately. "Following you?" "Yes." Lin Feng nodded and said frankly, "I originally wanted to investigate who was following us, but Su Pansy's call came too quickly, and I didn't have time to deal with them. The people following us now are probably that group." Su Zian stared straight at Lin Feng, as if trying to discern whether what he said was true or false. "This is the United States. and the Chu family's reach isn't that far. If they want to investigate, there certainly isn't enough time. That means what Lin Feng said was true, and it really was someone else. Su Zian bit her lip and looked at Lin Feng. Have you made an enemy? Her expression was unreadable, as if she were testing him, yet also genuinely asking him. Lin Feng didn't bother to guess. He shook his head. I don't know. Didn't you see it all? I just attend classes and don't do anything else. If I really have a grudge, I can't imagine who it is. It's rare to see Lin Feng so sincere. What he said must not be false. Su Zian temporarily lowered her guard. After thinking for a moment, she said, that should be the video you made a fuss about a few days ago. What was the name of that person who defended Su Pansy again? Yin Yandong. Right. Su Zian nodded. It might just be this Yin Yandong. The events suddenly connected. They escaped without taking Su Pan's body with them, and the body must have already been discovered. The fact that the pursuers were still hot on their heels meant that the person who came was Yin Yandong. Seeing Su Zian deep in thought without speaking, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. He had a rough guess. The royal family must have arrived. The Chu family was unaware of these events and likely hadn't been involved. He wants revenge on you. After staring for a long time, Su Zian suddenly said something. This sound startled Lin Feng from his reverie, and he looked over in surprise. Su Zian's lips curled slightly, and she suddenly ordered the man in black beside her. Make them stop the car. Oh. The man in black was taken aback, then hurriedly said, But miss, they're only 8 kilometers away from us. If we stop, they'll catch up within 5 minutes. Stop talking nonsense. I told you to stop the car. Su Zian rebuked sharply. I'm going to make them catch up. Going against Lin Feng is going against me. Can't you understand human language? I wouldn't dare. The man in black nodded quickly and took out his phone to send a message to the driver in the driver's seat. The car stopped quickly. Lin Feng was stunned for a long time after hearing these words. He looked at Su Zian and hurriedly asked, Could it be that you want to? Since they've delivered themselves to our doorstep, let's kill them. Without hesitation, Su Zian stood up and ordered, Go and disperse everyone behind you. Set up an ambush nearby. As for Lin Feng, her gaze fell on Lin Feng. They're looking for you. I'll help you take them down. Of course, you'll have to help with this too. Lin Feng was taken aback. Glancing at the wide-open carriage, he instantly understood Su Zian's meaning. He said in shock, Do you want to use me as bait? I just like that you're smart. Su Zian smiled, took a towel out of her pocket, raised her hand to grab Lin Feng's chin, forcing him to open his mouth. The next second, she stuffed the towel into Lin Feng's mouth and tied a knot around the back of his head with both sides of the towel. After everything was done, she and her men jumped off the train. Gazing at the wide-open rear door of the carriage, in the only light, Lin Feng could see that he was surrounded by a forest. I don't know where this forest area is. He hadn't expected Su Zian to stop the car, which meant the truck following behind was actually carrying a lot of weapons. As an ordinary person, Lin Feng knew he rarely saw such a scene. Apart from the exquisite gold pistol in Chu Ling Shuang's hand when he first met her, he had almost never seen any weapons. And now, a major battle is about to erupt, right under his nose. He subconsciously glanced at Xia Qingqing, who was pale-faced beside him. Xia Qingqing had been unconscious since the whipping, and she had been lying on a blanket the whole way here. Lin Feng struggled a few times, and fortunately, the chain that had bound his feet was untied. Su Zian hadn't had time to tie it back on for him. If he struggled a few more times, the chain would open. Time ticked by, and while they lay in ambush outside, Lin Feng struggled in his chair. Lin Feng finally managed to break free of the chains when a piercing car horn sounded outside. These tire tracks belonged to this truck. After getting out of the car, the professional forensic investigator identified the vehicle at a glance. Allard narrowed his eyes. His keen intuition told him that something was amiss with the car parked there. He glanced around and immediately gave the order. You few, keep watch. You come with me. Yes. The team of 6 was split into 2 groups. Aled led 2 men past the front of a truck behind them. When he turned around, he saw Lin Feng squatting beside Xia Qingqing in the wide, open back of the truck. Xia Qingqing was lying on the ground, already unconscious. Seeing this, and recalling the corpse from before, Aled immediately raised his pistol and pointed it at Lin Feng, shouting, "Don't move." Chapter 342, Don't Move. Lin Feng was taken aback. Looking around, he saw that the people who had just been following him were the same ones. He immediately shouted, "You guys, get out of here." After all, a murder had occurred, and now there was an unconscious woman lying next to Lin Feng. Aled was very vigilant, holding his pistol, and still warned Lin Feng, "Don't move. Put your hands up." This left Lin Feng speechless. He quickly shouted, "You idiot, someone's lying in ambush nearby." Before he could finish speaking, a clinking sound rang out, and on instinct, Aled turned around abruptly. At the same time, a sharp cry rang out from behind, "There's a bomb." His voice had barely faded when a massive explosion rang out. The scene became chaotic for a moment, but Aled reacted quickly and immediately crouched down in front of the car. Lin Feng was completely stunned. Could it be that Su Zian brought all her possessions with her? She even has bombs. Could it be that she's planning a desperate, all-or-nothing attack this time? Lin Feng realized what was happening and quickly shouted to Aled, "Don't hide there. They can hit you. Come up here first." The area was surrounded by woods, making it an excellent ambush site. Hearing the roar, Aled glanced at Lin Feng, gritted his teeth, and stepped on the spot. He moved quickly, but those behind him were not so lucky. 3 people were injured in the ambush set up by Su Zian's men, and 2 were shot. Seeing his men dead or wounded, Aled flew into a rage, grabbing Lin Feng by the collar. "You brat, we came to rescue you, and you deliberately tried to murder us? Are you an idiot?" Lin Feng couldn't help but swear. "Didn't your king say I came here to rescue Qingqing? The person lying next to me is Xia Qingqing." Xia Qingqing. Aled was taken aback. He looked at Lin Feng's feet and remained silent for a moment before letting go of his hand. "The king only said that this matter should be kept secret and that as long as you are brought back safely, that's all that matters." He didn't give any other instructions. Lin Feng never imagined that this king was out of his mind and liked to only say half of what he meant. Seeing that the commotion outside had subsided, he quickly asked, "Besides this gun, do you have any other weapons?" Aled shook his head. "After all, it's a confidential matter, and I didn't want to make a big fuss about it. This is probably the closest we've come to escaping." But Lin Feng knew that Xia Qingqing was injured and unconscious, and Su Zian's men were all armed. It would be almost impossible for him and Aled to escape from this encirclement on their own. This is going to be difficult. Seeing Lin Feng deep in thought with his chin in his hand, Aled reached into his pocket and suddenly slapped his forehead. "Oh right, I still have a smoke bomb." Lin Feng suddenly looked up and slapped him, saying, "Why didn't you say so earlier, you brat?" As he spoke, he urged, "Quickly, throw out the smoke bomb. I'll hold them off for a bit, and you can take Qingqing away while it's dark. They won't notice. And what about you? The king's orders are for me to take you back. I don't care whether this woman lives or dies." Even the usually composed Lin Feng was completely taken aback by Aled's words. "You really are stupid. As long as she's safe, I'll find a way to escape." Aled froze for a moment. Hearing footsteps in the bushes outside, he didn't have time to think and quickly said, "Okay, I'll go first. I'll notify the troops to come when we get to a safe place." "Stop talking nonsense and get going," Lin Feng urged, then scooped Xia Qingqing up and placed her in Aled's arms. Before the smoke cleared, Aled jumped out of the car. "Ahem, get in the car. What are you standing there for? If Lin Feng runs away, you won't get any money." Su Zian's voice rang out from outside. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then spoke up. "Su Zian, are you crazy? You even dare to bring a bomb?" Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Su Zian's tense heart instantly settled down. She glanced around and ordered the crowd, "Go, spread out and check, then prepare to continue on our way." At the command, she rushed into the dissipating smoke and stepped onto the vehicle. Inside the cargo container, smoke billowed up, and in the airtight container, the smoke accumulated, taking several minutes to dissipate. Fearing that Lin Feng might take the opportunity to escape, Su Zian held a flashlight and shouted into the car, "Lin Feng, where are you?" Cough, cough. Lin Feng pretended to stick his head out of the trunk and coughed a few times. "You still have the nerve to say that? I almost choked to death by your smoke bomb." Seeing that Lin Feng was still there, Su Zian quickly reached out and groped towards the direction from which the sound came. After a few moments, she grabbed Lin Feng's arm and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I don't know who threw it. Please get out of the car with me, and we'll get another car." "Where are there any other cars?" Lin Feng didn't stand on ceremony and did whatever he could to stall for time. Su Zian quickly replied, "Don't worry, I'm prepared." As she spoke, she forcefully grabbed Lin Feng's arm and pulled him off the car. Lin Feng stumbled and jumped down after Su Zian. His view finally opened up, and beyond the crowd, he didn't see a lead. He only saw a police car behind him that had been blown to smithereens, with flames still burning on the vehicle. Before he could even stand up straight, Su Zian grabbed his arm and pulled him toward the back. Lin Feng then noticed that there was a small SUV parked in the large truck following behind. Su Zian has made several preparations, hasn't she? He was stunned. However, since Aled was nowhere to be seen, he must have already escaped. Staring at the busy crowd around him, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Just as Su Zian anxiously opened the car door, he didn't hesitate and grabbed Su Zian's neck. "Don't move." He spoke softly, his calm voice ringing in Su Zian's ear. Su Zian trembled, only then realizing that the chains on Lin Feng's body had disappeared at some point. Her throat was firmly gripped by Lin Feng's 2 fingers. Clearly, her life or death depended on how much force he applied. "What are you going to do? Aren't you afraid I'll have Xia Qingqing killed?" Su Zian's cold and harsh voice rang out, and as she was taken hostage, the people around her instantly stopped what they were doing. However, before Lin Feng could respond, Su Zian realized what was happening. Since he was able to break free of the chains, he could have threatened her long ago, yet he only acted now. Doesn't that mean Xia Qingqing has already? "Looks like you're not completely stupid." Lin Feng sneered, grabbed Su Zian by the neck, and walked towards the blind spot behind the car. He looked around at the people warily, then hid his head behind Su Zian's head. Flames were shooting into the sky all around. A car explosion caused by a bomb ignited flames that burned continuously, setting the night ablaze. In this dense forest, the flames, if left unchecked, could easily spread into a wildfire. Chapter 343 Strangled You. That would only give you pleasure, right? In China, such an incident would be detected immediately and a rescue would be launched. But this is the United States, where the population is not dense, let alone at night when there are the fewest people. Even if it really catches fire, no one will notice for a while. It's possible that no one will notice until Aled runs out to call for help. However, in such an emergency, Su Zian showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, she lowered her head and sneered. "As expected of the man I've set my sights on, you've been waiting for this moment all along, haven't you?" Lin Feng remained silent, which was tantamount to indirect acquiescence. "Nonsense, what are we waiting for if not now? To wait to die? Xia Qingqing has already been rescued, and they still want to kidnap him? What a joke." Seeing the restless people around him, Lin Feng cautiously tightened his fingers and coldly ordered, "Give me the car keys." "Car keys?" Su Zian was stunned. She glanced at the only drivable small SUV and her eyes widened in disbelief. "You're planning to drive away?" she exclaimed in shock. "So you're planning to drive away in the only car, regardless of whether I live or die? Don't try to morally blackmail me." Lin Feng used great force, quickly leaving red marks on Su Zian's throat. His voice was icy cold and devoid of any emotion as he said, "From the moment you attacked Qingqing, we became enemies. Why should I care about your life or death?" What a joke. The one who threatened him is now ordering him to care about her life or death. Is Su Zian out of her mind? Moral blackmail? Su Zian murmured these words repeatedly. Facing the ever-growing flames, she roared with all her might. "You actually said I was morally blackmailing you? Lin Feng, don't forget, I stopped the car for you. I helped you get rid of your enemy, and you actually said I was morally blackmailing you. Did I ask you for help?" Without hesitation, Lin Feng grabbed Su Zian's chin, and with a raised hand, he almost strangled her to death. A tremendous feeling of suffocation instantly enveloped her. Su Zian seemed to have no intention of resisting at all. Her face turned red, her brain was congested with blood, and within a few seconds, she was already struggling to breathe. Just as Su Zian's vision blurred, Lin Feng suddenly loosened his grip. Cough, cough, cough. Su Zian coughed a few times instinctively. As she regained her senses, she looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Why didn't you strangle me? Strangle you? Lin Feng looked at her mockingly. Strangled you would only give you pleasure, wouldn't it? That was a very direct statement, but undeniably, Lin Feng was telling the truth. In her dying moments, Su Zian truly felt that dying at Lin Feng's hands would be worthwhile. But now that she's alive, their relationship isn't going to end so easily. Seeing that the flames were already spreading, Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, and he repeated, "Give me the car keys now. Don't even think about it." Su Zian retorted without hesitation, grabbing Lin Feng's arm. "Either you strangle me to death today, or we'll both be burned to death. Don't even think about going back to that bitch." Smack! A crisp slap resounded instantly. Lin Feng never hits women, but this time he really couldn't hold back. What sins did he commit to be liked by a woman like that? It's worse than stepping in dog poop. Su Zian covered her cheek in disbelief, the pain in her heart surpassing the agonizing tear in her face. She couldn't accept that Lin Feng had actually hit her. He slapped her. All she wanted was to be with the person she liked. What did she do wrong? Didn't all that she gave deserve even a glance from Lin Feng? Staring at Su Zian, Lin Feng's eyes were full of disgust. "Su Zian, look at what you've become. I told you long ago, I don't like you. I won't like you in this life, or the next. You've resorted to any means for that obsession. I ask you, you keep saying it's all for me. But did you ask for my opinion? Did I ask you to do those things?" His voice echoed in Su Zian's ears, intertwined with the crackling sound of tree branches exploding. Su Zian could no longer hear anything. She felt she had lost hearing in her left ear. She stared blankly at Lin Feng, only seeing his lips moving. "Hurry up, give me the car keys." Seeing the fire getting bigger, Lin Feng became anxious. Regardless of whether Su Zian had heard what he just said, he hurriedly urged, "You still have a truck that you can drive. Get away from here first. I'll get someone over there right away. This fire can still be put out. Give it to him. He's probably in a hurry to go back and see Chuling Shuang, isn't he?" Blood seeped from the corner of Su Zian's mouth, and a clear, swollen handprint marked her left cheek. In the towering flames, her face gradually became contorted in agony. "Don't even think about it. Don't even think about going back to see Chuling Shuang. She's gone mad." She roared at Lin Feng like a mad woman. "If I die, even if I become a vengeful ghost, I will haunt Chuling Shuang and your children forever." Mentioning Chuling Shuang was normal, but the phrase, "your child," completely stunned Lin Feng. His heart stopped, and he blurted out, "You know Ling Shuang is pregnant?" These words acted like a tranquilizer, instantly bringing Su Zian back to her senses. "Of course I know." She laughed immediately, as if she had found something else to manipulate Lin Feng, and said smugly, "I not only know that Chuling Shuang is pregnant, I also know that she is currently living in St. Dunsville, taking care of her pregnancy, right? Lin Feng, I even brought a bomb with me. Do you think I didn't have a backup plan?" When Lin Feng heard that Xia Qingqing had been kidnapped, he wasn't so anxious. But now she's using Chuling Shuang to threaten him. Lin Feng couldn't stand it any longer. He grabbed Su Zian by the neck and shouted angrily, "If you dare to hurt them, I will kill you with my own hands." He was clearly panicking and had completely ignored the fact that this person was a madman. "Kill me? Fine." Su Zian met Lin Feng's eyes without fear. The clenched hand at her throat did not frighten her at all. She just smiled faintly, an exaggerated smile. "Then kill me. I've said it before, I'm willing to die by your hand." Gazing at that calm face that had already accepted its death sentence, Lin Feng fell silent. Even if Su Zian was deceiving him at this moment, he absolutely could not take the risk until he could contact Chuling Shuang. He eventually let go. As Su Zian coughed, his silent eyes reflected the escalating flames. "Drive quickly. Hopefully someone will find us soon, and we still have a chance to live." It was clear that he had compromised. After coughing, Su Zian rubbed her sore throat and, in a hoarse voice, ordered the people around her, "What are you standing there for? Get in the car. Get ready to go into the mountains." Chapter 344 Split Operations. At the royal villa, Charles, who was anxiously waiting, received a phone call from Allard. The moment the call connected, Aled coughed a few times, gripping the steering wheel, his voice hoarse. Your Majesty, Lin Feng said he was kidnapped. Glancing at Xia Qingqing, Aled was eager to confirm Lin Feng's words. Charles frowned, mistakenly thinking that Lin Feng was right next to Aled, and hurriedly said, "Give him the phone. I have something to tell him." Unable to get any information from Charles, Aled truthfully replied, "No, Your Majesty, the people who kidnapped Lin Feng set the car on fire, and now a wildfire has broken out in the Mon Mountains." Wildfire? Charles slammed his hand on the table, stood up abruptly, and roared, "Where's Lin Feng? Has Lin Feng been rescued? My squad was ambushed while chasing after them. Lin Feng told me to bring Xia Qingqing out first. So he's still in the mountains." Charles was shocked, and his anger flared instantly. "What kind of work have you done? Didn't I tell you to bring Lin Feng out under any circumstances? I didn't expect the people who kidnapped Lin Feng to be armed." Aled was devastated. He hadn't expected these people to be so ruthless, even preparing weapons. And it was a secret operation. He hadn't brought many men, and those he did bring were all wiped out. Upon hearing this, Charles calmed down. Indeed, when Chu Tianli called him, he also thought the other party was just an ordinary kidnapper. If anyone's to blame, it's Chu Tianli for not explaining things clearly. He immediately gave the order, "Bring that Xia Qingqing back first, and you don't need to worry about anything else." "Yes," Aled replied. After hanging up the phone, Charles immediately summoned the royal guard to head to the Mon Mountains. As soon as the order was given, he immediately called Chu Tianli. Chu Tianli, who had been waiting for news, immediately answered the phone, but the moment he answered, he was met with Charles's accusations. "Chu Tianli, this is not a fair thing to do." Chu Tianli was taken aback and asked in surprise, "King Louis, what do you mean by that? The people who kidnapped Lin Feng were carrying bombs and weapons. They have already started wildfires in the Mon Mountains. Why didn't you say so earlier?" If he had said so earlier, he could have made more preparations. Now, Lin Feng not only failed to be rescued, but also started a wildfire. Even if they rushed there as quickly as possible, it would take at least an hour. In an hour, the wildfire would have spread. Bomb! Chu Tianli was stunned for a moment. He had seen this word many times, but in this era, such a thing was not common. Upon realizing that Lin Feng had gone alone, Chu Tianli immediately became anxious. "Where's Lin Feng? Has he been rescued? If I've already rescued you, why would I need to call you?" Charles was furious, his beard bristling and eyes wide with anger. In contrast, Chu Tianli was relatively calm. He narrowed his eyes and asked in a cold voice, "Have you found out who kidnapped him? If it's the owner of that villa, then we've found out." Charles took a deep breath, knowing that now was not the time to pursue accountability, and his voice calmed down. "Su Zian, that's the name of the owner of that villa." The Su family. Chu Tianli was stunned again. He knew better than anyone that since Lin Feng faked his death last time, his daughter Ling Shuang had managed to make the Su family worse off than before, and their annual income had decreased by more than half. However, Ling Shuang remembered that they had been kind to Lin Feng, so she did not have the intention to kill them. However, even if a family with a long history in medicine like the Su family is purged, they will still retain their financial power. Bringing so many weapons just to kidnap Lin Feng. It seems the Su family has really gone all out this time. Hearing Chu Tianli's silence, Charles instantly understood. He didn't say anything more, only coldly saying, "I don't care about your entanglements with the Su family, but I want you to put pressure on the Su family to release Lin Feng." "I know that." Chu Tianli nodded, having completely calmed down. "The most urgent task now is to rescue Lin Feng. I will put pressure on the Su family. Let's split up." After hanging up the phone, Chu Tianli immediately dialed Su Zian's parents' number. The phone rang a few times before being answered. Su Zian's father, Su Qian, spoke up. "Mr. Chu, is there something you need to call so late?" Judging from the sound, Su Qian seemed to have been woken up from his sleep. Chu Tianli was stunned. Could it be that Su Zian had caused such a big commotion, and her parents still didn't know? At this moment, he couldn't care less about formalities and called out by name. "Su Qian, where is your daughter, Su Zian?" Purple smoke. Su Qian paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "She said she was in a bad mood and wanted to go out for a walk. She's probably traveling around somewhere right now." Hearing Su Qian's gentle voice, Chu Tianli instantly realized that they were unaware of how outrageous their daughter had been. After Chu Tianli fell silent for a moment, Su Qian asked in confusion, "Mr. Chu, what's wrong? Why are you looking for my daughter so late?" Su Qian. Chu Tianli sighed and said bluntly, "Your daughter carried weapons and bombs, kidnapped my son-in-law, and has now fled to the Moan Mountains in the United States, where she has even started a wildfire." What? Su Qian was stunned for a moment, subconsciously rubbed his eyes, and said in disbelief, "Mr. Chu, what did you just say? Do I need to repeat myself? The Eagle Kingdom's royal family has already mobilized a large force. Your daughter is doomed." With a thud, Su Qian's hand trembled, and the phone fell directly onto the bedsheet. He grabbed it quickly, exclaiming incredulously, "Impossible! Xian has already come out. How could she? It seems you don't know your own daughter very well." Chu Tianli sighed. If Su Qian had known earlier, he might have been angry, but now, as a parent himself, being kept in the dark by his child, he couldn't muster any anger towards Su Qian. "Su Qian, you need to quickly find a way to contact Su Xian with your wife, and tell her to stop this absurd behavior immediately." "Okay, I'll contact her now," Su Qian responded, and immediately hung up the phone to dial Su Xian's number. In the Moan Mountains, two cars are driving one after the other toward the mountaintop. In the back seat, Lin Feng lowered his head, glancing out the window from time to time, his eyes gloomy, lost in thought. Su Xian crossed her arms, her sharp gaze lingering on Lin Feng. This time, she didn't lock Lin Feng's hands and feet. Because she already knew Lin Feng's weakness, there was no need to keep him trapped any longer. Chapter 345. Love is not a formula. The car was unusually quiet. No one spoke. In the midst of the silence, a telephone suddenly rang. Lin Feng glanced at Su Xian subconsciously, and saw her take out her phone, look at it, and then hang up hastily with a face full of anger. "Why aren't you answering? Did your backup plan fail you?" Lin Feng made a sarcastic remark without hesitation, while also testing Su Xian's reaction. "How could that be?" Su Xian sneered. "It's just an unimportant phone call. Why would I answer it?" "Yeah." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. "Since it's an unimportant call, why are you so angry?" Unexpectedly, Su Xian was pleasantly surprised and turned her head to ask, "You could tell I was angry?" Lin Feng. He genuinely didn't know what to say. Once a person's imagination runs wild, reality will seem increasingly distant. The phone rang again. Lin Feng glanced at Su Xian's phone screen and saw the word "Dad" clearly displayed at the top. He instantly understood. Seeing that Su Xian was about to hang up again, he quickly said, "Answer it. Aren't you going to answer your dad's call?" "What's so great about answering that?" Su Xian cursed angrily and turned off her phone in frustration. Seeing this, Lin Feng suddenly said, "No way, Su Xian. You didn't do all this behind your parents' backs, did you?" Just like mentioning the name Chu Ling Shuang, Su Xian's expression changed from calm to anger. "It's all for you. I'm willing to pay any price to have you." She has gone completely mad. Lin Feng's eyes darkened. He remembered Su Xian's parents. He had that memory in his recovered recollections. Su Xian's parents were both very gentle people. Although he was young at the time and didn't remember many things clearly, he did remember that once when he had a fever and his whole body was burning hot, Su Xian's mother, Wu Qinyi, stayed by his side all night. Considering their age, they should be enjoying the joy of their children's weddings and family reunions. But now, although Lin Feng disliked Su Xian somewhat, her family was very kind to him. At least in his memory, they had never done anything to harm him, and had even been kind to him. He looked at Su Xian's face, which was distorted by her obsession, and remained silent for a long time. "Su Xian." He suddenly spoke, and in the quiet atmosphere, his voice seemed particularly abrupt. Su Xian turned her head, her cold and ruthless face revealing no emotion whatsoever. Lin Feng frowned slightly, his voice low. "It might not be too late for you to stop now." As if she had heard a great joke, Su Xian's face turned ferocious. "Not too late." She suddenly sneered, counting on her fingers. "Murder, arson, kidnapping. Lin Feng, don't play dumb with me. You know best what I did. Now you're telling me it's not too late. So you knew that after all." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. His feelings were complicated. Because of that phone call from Su Zian's father, he suddenly couldn't muster any hatred anymore. He felt sorry for Su Zian's parents. All of this is the result of Su Zian's own actions. Xia Qingqing was kidnapped and whipped twice, and threatened with Chu Ling Shuang and the child. Her parents were completely unaware of all this, and while they were kept in the dark, they are about to be burdened with all sorts of infamy. A mixture of hatred and pity lingered in his eyes as he looked out the window, his voice flat. You knew all this, yet you still did it. You've gone mad. Yes, I'm crazy. I must be crazy to fall for you. It sounded like a roar, or perhaps it was because the phone call had stirred up the guilt in Su Zian's heart. She yelled at Lin Feng, completely losing her composure. Lin Feng calmly turned his head, looking at her ferocious face with indifference. I'll say it again, your liking me has nothing to do with me. I didn't ask you to like me. Look at yourself now, hiding all this from your parents and doing so many things. And you still keep telling me to kill you. Have you thought about how heartbroken your parents will be after you die? They raised you all these years, only to watch you walk step by step toward your death. Next year, Mingji will be so old, and they'll still have to clean up your mess. Don't you feel ashamed? Before he could finish speaking, Su Zian was already in tears. Her eyes were red, but she still stubbornly said, Do you think I want this? I can't have you. The thought of you being with other women makes me insanely jealous. I was the one who pursued you for so long. We were the perfect match. I grew up with you. Why did Chu Ling Shuang come out on top of me? So you're just going to disregard everything? Su Zian, how are you any different from Su Pansy, whom you killed? Lin Feng's voice rang out. Su Zian was stunned. She stared blankly at Lin Feng, finding it hard to believe that these words would come from his mouth. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. Ha ha. Lin Feng frowned. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you, Lin Feng. You're the least qualified person in the world to say such things to me. Su Zian shook her head repeatedly, staring intently at Lin Feng. When Linda took you home, you were still wary of everything. Our family raised you for so many years, and now you've only met my parents briefly, yet you're lecturing me from my parents' perspective. Her chaotic thought process almost broke my composure. Lin Feng could no longer contain himself. How can you make a comparison like this? Don't you know my past? Of course I know. Su Zian's eyes suddenly softened. She raised her hand to stroke Lin Feng's cheek, completely different from her previous madness. Her voice was gentle. I am the person who understands you best in this world. Understand? Don't joke around. We only spent some time together during our childhood. Our experiences afterward were completely different, and our lives have long been parallel lines. Two parallel lines will only extend in sync, but will never intersect. Su Zian completely rejected this explanation and stubbornly argued. That's just a plane. In parallel vectors, two parallel lines can completely coincide. Is that so? Lin Feng smiled. But Su Zian, love isn't a formula. Su Zian was taken aback, suddenly realizing that she seemed unable to argue with Lin Feng. She didn't even think about arguing, and silently picked up the box beside her. Lin Feng had seen that wooden box before. It was something Su Zian always carried with her. Even when he kidnapped her, she held it tightly in her hands and never let go. It must be something very important. Given Su Zian's actions, Lin Feng watched her movements cautiously. What are you going to do? Chapter 346 perhaps. Su Zian didn't say anything, but calmly opened the wooden box. Lin Feng's gaze remained fixed on her hand. As the box was opened, an envelope appeared inside. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, watching Su Zian take out the envelope and carefully open it. The next moment, a beautiful diamond necklace appeared on her hand. Look at the chain. It already has mottled rust marks, so it's not pure silver. Several of the larger diamonds have scratches that are visible to the naked eye, indicating that it's definitely quite old. This was a gift from you when I was little. Su Zian's voice suddenly rang out. She clutched the pendant of the necklace, her gaze gradually drifting away. I remember when my aunt got married, I kept staring at the necklace around her neck. You secretly saved up your allowance and bought me this. She spoke softly, then suddenly laughed. I remember I even laughed at you for buying a fake, and you said you'd buy me a real one when you started making money. Did I say that? Lin Feng was taken aback. He didn't remember being so good at making empty promises when he was a child. Looking back at Lin Feng, Su Zian smiled sadly. It seems you've regained your memories, but you've forgotten all our past. Lin Feng was taken aback, then said softly, Of course I remember the past, but Su Zian, we were just children back then. How could we distinguish between love and affection at that time? Besides, you weren't in the world I truly remember. Then why do I remember? Then why do I like you? Su Zian was on the verge of a breakdown. Lin Feng waved his hand. How would I know? I'm not a mind reader. Seeing Su Zian's stunned expression after being rebuked, Lin Feng's lips twitched. I think you just see me as an emotional crutch. What kind of love is this? From Su Zian's perspective, it was nothing more than a boy suddenly appearing in her childhood. They played together every day and gradually became close friends. Later, the boy disappeared, and she went from being heartbroken at first to being eager to find him. They were only 8 or 9 years old at the time, and their life experiences afterward were completely different. They hadn't gotten to know each other again, so how could they possibly talk about marriage? An emotional anchor. Su Zian murmured, her eyes vacant. So you're saying I'm no worse than Chu Ling Shuang? Lin Feng shook his head. Su Zian, there's no comparison in this matter, and there's no need to make a comparison. In a relationship, it's not about who's better who gets noticed. Everyone is an independent individual with different ways of thinking. Just like some people like thin people, some like fat people, some like tall people, and some like short people. Even if you go to the ends of the earth, you will always be yourself. You don't need to change yourself to please anyone. Lin Feng rarely spoke such a long conversation with Su Zian, especially now that everything was calm. Everything seemed to have returned to the time before their feud, when she and Lin Feng could still be considered friends. But now it was all too late. Su Zian felt a lump in her throat. She seemed to have accepted this idea and stared blankly at Lin Feng. Even if what you said makes sense, let me ask you, if you had regained your memories first, or if I had appeared in front of you first, wouldn't the ending be different now? Her voice gradually softened, carrying a hint of anticipation and probing. She looked directly at Lin Feng, eager to get a positive answer from him. Lin Feng didn't speak. Chu Ling Shuang's face flashed through his mind, and he turned his head to look at Su Zian. At that moment, he seemed to understand. Su Zian only considered him a good friend, and she couldn't accept that when she finally found him as a good friend, he already had someone closer to him. To be honest, if it were him, and he had regained his memories before Chu Ling Shuang appeared, perhaps he would have taken the initiative to seek out Su Zian. Perhaps. Lin Feng said calmly. He never denied any possibility. Even if Chu Ling Shuang raised the question, he would still answer in the same way as before. He was still telling the truth. But isn't that impossible? There is no such thing as rebirth in this world. All rebirths are nothing but a fleeting dream, a dream in which one can start over and make up for past regrets. Everyone walks their own path step by step. There is no going back in this world. The only thing you can do is accept reality and embrace the future, or choose to let go of the past. Now, he and Chu Ling Shuang have registered their marriage, and his wife is waiting for him at home. He has made his choice in life, so from that moment on, every step he has taken is over and in the past. Lin Feng had already chosen to let go of his past. He was always outspoken, but Su Zian heard his words differently. Maybe. Perhaps. Silently repeating these 3 words, Su Zian's eyes flickered slightly. So, if she were the first to appear before Lin Feng, he would fall in love with her. As the car gradually made its way up the mountain, the only passage down the mountain was blocked by fire, and the fire spread even further. The car stopped. Glancing at the pitch-black sky around her, with only moonlight streaming in, Su Zian silently closed the wooden box, her face somewhat pale, and said, "Let's get off the bus." Unsure of what she was going to do, Lin Feng obediently got out of the car. The mountaintop was surrounded by a dense forest, with only a large open field at the cliff edge. Lin Feng hadn't noticed this when he arrived, but now that he got out of the car and caught a glimpse of the precipice at the mountain peak, he suddenly realized what was going on. "Why did you bring me here?" He held onto the car door, turned his head to look at Su Zian, his face full of caution. Su Zian didn't speak, silently got off the car from the other end, and gazed at the cliff in front of her. She silently walked to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng watched as she walked around the front of the car, her hand gripping the back door handle tightly. Seeing his cautious movements, Su Zian smiled instantly. Lin Feng, let's make a bet, just like you said. What are we betting on? Su Zian gripped the box tightly and said with focused eyes, let's bet that if I appear first this time, you will fall in love with me. Are you kidding me? It's already happened, hasn't it? Lin Feng retorted, then sighed. You should just accept reality. So what if it happened? As long as you really have amnesia this time, that's all that matters, isn't it? Su Zian blinked, then suddenly laughed. She pointed to the cliff not far away. So, if you jump off from there and you don't lose your memory, I'll let you go. I accept my fate. But if you're lucky enough to lose your memory, I'll be by your side. This time, I'll be the one who appears first. Chapter 347, Push Him Off the Mountain. Lin Feng never expected that Su Zian would say something like that. His lips twitched violently a few times, and he said in shock, Are you kidding me? You want me to risk my life to play with you? You don't need to rush to refute me. The cliffs here aren't that high. Su Zian calmly said. Anyway, I have a place to stay for Chu Lingshuang. If I die, Chu Lingshuang won't be able to live either. The most terrifying threats are often those that come out of nowhere. Lin Feng did not deny that what she said was true, but, do you think someone from the Su family can infiltrate the Chu family? That's hard to say. Su Zian instantly became smug and said, I, Su Zian, still have some friends over the years. I have already told them that if I die, no matter what, they will come after Chu Lingshuang. So what if the Chu family is powerful? You still have to live your lives. Besides, how can you be sure that my friends haven't infiltrated St. Dun Manor at this moment? They've already infiltrated? Lin Feng was stunned. Su Zian smiled and continued. Large manors are most short of manpower, such as gardeners. There must be some job that requires people, right? This is already an explicit statement. Previously, when they needed to find a gardener, Lin Fengtong refused to do it himself and indeed delegated the task to Xia Qingqing. It's not Xia Qingqing's fault. If Su Zian said that, it must have been arranged in advance. Even if he personally selected them, they would still be mixed in. She's right. So what if Su Zian is dead? He and Chu Lingshuang still have to live their lives. Are they going to live in constant fear for the rest of their lives? Seeing Lin Feng remain silent, Su Zian continued. Actually, Lin Feng, if you think about it carefully, the conditions I offered are very favorable to you. I only want that one exception, and besides, who can say for sure about amnesia? Yeah. Who can say for sure? If jumping off a mountain or into the sea would cause amnesia, wouldn't everyone in the world be jumping off? Lin Feng's lips twitched. As expected of a madman, he really couldn't understand this kind of thought process. I've reached a dead end, Lin Feng. Don't you understand? Su Zian suddenly laughed. She stared straight at Lin Feng and roared wildly. I only want that one possibility. I only want that one exception. Lin Feng remained unmoved and calmly said, What if even this exception doesn't exist? If not, Su Zian murmured, then suddenly roared at Lin Feng like a madwoman. No matter what, our family has been kind to you, so it's not too much to grant me such a small request, is it? It's not excessive. You'd be happy if you jumped off a mountain and accidentally became a cripple, right? Lin Feng had no intention of agreeing to her unreasonable request. He twitched his lips and looked at the deranged Su Zian, saying bluntly, What if I lose my memory, and you appear first, but I still don't like you? Also, if I just jump down like this, and you're right next to me, the first one to find me, what if I pass out? Who knows what strange things you might do to me while I'm unconscious? You come from a family of doctors. Who knows what kind of trouble you might cause? There are many ways to repay a debt of gratitude, but he won't accept this extreme approach. At this moment, he cherishes his life more than ever. Impossible. After remaining calm for half a day, Su Zian exploded. There's no way that's possible. If I had appeared first, you would definitely have fallen in love with me. Is that so? Lin Feng smiled and didn't say anything more. Seeing that Lin Feng refused to cooperate, Su Zian's patience was running out. She stared intently at Lin Feng and asked, Are you going to jump or not? No jumping. Without a second thought, did he think he was stupid? Jumping off a mountain? What a joke. If he weren't worried about Chu Lingshuang's safety, He wouldn't bother playing such a pointless game with this kind of person. Okay, you said it. Su Zian said this and suddenly moved closer. Lin Feng was taken aback and immediately became alert. What are you going to do? Su Zian didn't speak, just stared straight at Lin Feng, then took a step and slowly approached. Lin Feng subconsciously took 2 steps back, but his ankle kicked the tire. Realizing he couldn't back down any further, Lin Feng immediately grabbed Su Zian by the throat. If you dare to do anything reckless, I'll strangle you. Threatening someone who can't do that? Lin Feng's voice was sharp, but Su Zian was not afraid at all. She looked up at Lin Feng with her eyes straight ahead, and out of his sight, she suddenly raised her hand. Lin Feng was taken aback, only then noticing that she had pulled out a syringe from somewhere. Holding the syringe, Su Zian moved swiftly and plunged it into Lin Feng's wrist. What is that? Lin Feng winced in pain and instinctively flung the syringe away, but some of the liquid had already been injected. He looked at Su Zian in alarm. What did you stick in my arm? Don't worry, it's just a little tranquilizer, Su Zian said with a smile. How could I possibly harm you? A tingling, aching sensation spread from his wrists. Lin Feng gripped the car door, fighting off the dizziness, and stared straight at this hypocritical woman. You disgust me. Disgusting. Su Zian smiled and walked over slowly. It's okay, you won't find me disgusting in a little while, never again. As she spoke, she raised her hand, and several bodyguards behind her quickly stepped forward and grabbed Lin Feng's shoulders. Even with just a small amount of the drug injected, its effects spread rapidly. Within seconds, Lin Feng felt his hands and feet go numb. At this moment, he was facing more than a dozen strong and powerful men. Even if he fought to the death, his chances of winning were pitifully small. Push him off the mountain. Without hesitation, Su Zian gave orders to her subordinates. Lin Feng was furious. With his last bit of strength, he broke free from the grip of the 2 people beside him, but the others guarding him quickly pinned him down again. I didn't expect him to still have the strength to struggle, but so what? Su Zian laughed. Lin Feng, that tube of mine contains 10 times the normal dosage. Even if it's just a little bit, you won't be able to resist it. She stepped forward, gently stroking Lin Feng's cheek with one hand, her gaze softening in an instant. Feng, give up struggling. Don't worry, if you unfortunately die, I'll immediately go down to join you. I will never let you go alone. Madman. Lin Feng was too weak to struggle anymore. After a few moments, he felt dizzy and disoriented. In his dazed state, he was forced to be dragged to the mountaintop. The next moment, he was suddenly shoved in the back, lost his balance, and fell straight into the valley. You guys go down over there. If he's dead, give me his body. Before Su Zian could finish giving her order, a flute whistle suddenly sounded from behind her on the path leading up the mountain. Chapter 348, His Childhood and Theirs. Why are you always following me around? The road is so wide. How can you be so sure I'm following you? I was just walking properly. Really? Little sister, do you think I'm stupid enough to be fooled? There are only the 2 of us on this path, and you're still saying you didn't follow me? So what if I'm following you? Then don't you dare leave. You. Intermittent sounds overlapped and repeated endlessly. Lin Feng felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, and in the hazy vision, a glimmer of light gradually grew larger. Amidst the interplay of white light, a narrow alley was illuminated. The alley was deep, and various traditional Chinese characters hung on the low walls all around. These signs were crooked and varied in color. Go ahead and leave if you dare. I can follow whoever I want. A childish voice rang out instantly. As the field of vision zoomed in, Lin Feng's gaze locked onto the person who spoke. In his parallel field of vision, a face that was remarkably similar to a miniature version of Chu Ling Shuang suddenly appeared. She was wearing a white lace tulle dress, hands on her hips. It was an extremely cute outfit, but her face had an arrogant and haughty look on it. Lin Feng froze. He subconsciously tried to walk over, but his body seemed to be glued on, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch. Then you can come with me. I'm going home. Across from her, another childish voice rang out, a voice that sounded strangely familiar. He glanced to the side, and, unsurprisingly, saw a miniature version of himself. He was carrying a small gray school bag, wearing a blue baseball cap, shorts, and a short-sleeved t-shirt. and capable elementary school student outfit. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand to adjust his hat and turned to leave without hesitation. Seeing that he had really left, Xiaoling Shuang was clearly angry. She clenched her hands, made small fists, and stared angrily at his back. They met when they were kids. Lin Feng froze, his vision blurred, and a cacophony of noise, like a jumbled disc, came through his ears. His vision flickered and then suddenly shifted to the corner of the alley. Around the corner stood a high, white-gray wall. Behind the unpainted, rusty iron fence, an old-fashioned villa suddenly appeared. "Feng, why are you so late today? I was already out of 6th grade." Lin Feng saw a girl with pigtails opening the door behind the villa's iron fence, accusing him as she did so. "That's Su Zian." Kobayashi Kaed glanced back and made up a story. "It's nothing. I saw some food stalls on the way and bought some with my classmates." "You glutton." Xiao Zian smiled and tapped Lin Feng's forehead, then opened the door. "Come in quickly. Mom and Dad went out today, so I'll be in charge of testing your homework." Kobayashi Kaed snorted and tilted his head back. "TCH, can you even do 3rd grade problems?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Zian punched Xiao Linfen without hesitation. "Your tongue has gotten thicker in just a few days. You even dare to mock your own sister." I'm sorry. Where did Uncle and Aunt go?" "Mom and Dad said they're planning to have a little brother for us," Xiao Zian said thoughtfully, tapping her chin with her finger. It was obvious to the naked eye that upon hearing this, Lin Feng tightened his grip on his backpack strap, lowered his head, and the brim of his baseball cap covered his eyes. Unaware of his subtle change, Xiao Zian looked at Xiao Linfen and asked, "Hey, do you know how adults pinch and shape children?" "Oh." Little Purple Smoke pouted. "I know you were picked up from outside, but when I asked my mom how I was born, they wouldn't tell me." "I don't know either." Lin Feng scratched his head. "But I heard from the teacher that boys and girls will have this when they sleep together. Sister Zian, you shouldn't come to my room at night anymore." Xiao Zian clearly wanted to say something more, but upon hearing this, she stopped. She stared wide-eyed at Xiao Linfen, opened her mouth, her face full of helplessness, and finally said, "Forget it. You're only in 3rd grade. I won't stoop to your level." Lin Feng scratched his head in confusion, watching Xiao Zian leave. He glanced back at the alley outside the fence, but finally turned and went back inside. The scene shifts again to late at night. Lin Feng saw himself sitting at the study desk, with Xiao Zian dozing off next to him. The room was brightly lit, and he was reading a book. Urged on by the voices outside the door, Xiao Zian slowly woke up, yawned, and said, "I'm going to sleep now. I was exhausted from the big cleaning in class today." After Xiao Zian left, Lin Feng saw himself cautiously check the bedroom door, then take out a locked diary from the drawer and lie on the table writing earnestly. Lin Feng was extremely curious. If he hadn't seen this scene now, he would have almost forgotten about that diary. He was so curious about what he had written when he was a child. But before his gaze could shift, the screen jolted, and the entire room swayed precariously. The ceiling lights swayed haphazardly, and the bookshelves in the corner of the room tilted precariously, their books falling haphazardly as the shaking began. Earthquake! As a scream erupted outside, Xiao Linfen hurriedly stuffed his diary into the drawer and instinctively tried to run out. The house was in chaos. It was the middle of the night, and several servants, barely clothed, were running outside. "Young master, go outside first and find an open space to hide." The maid shouted at him. The scene before me was chaotic. The earthquake came too fast. The houses were shaking, large amounts of plaster were falling off the walls, and the air was full of dust. Seeing a middle-aged man heading straight for Xiao Zian's bedroom, Xiao Linfen clenched his fists and ran outside. The scene shifts again, and the streets are filled with people fleeing the disaster. Lin Feng wandered aimlessly down the street, the aftershocks of the earthquake still lingering. At the corner of the alley, Xiaoling Shuang stood by the wall with a blank stare, fear emanating from her pupils. "The wall is about to collapse. Why are you still standing here?" Lin Feng called out and suddenly grabbed Xiaoling Shuang's wrist, pulling her towards the main road. After finally squeezing into the crowd, Xiao Linfen took a deep breath, ready to turn around and scold them. But the moment they met eyes, he fell silent. Xiao Ling Shuang stood behind him, tightly gripping his wrist, her eyes slightly red, biting her lip, and a layer of mist covering her stubborn face. Never mind. Lin Feng sighed. Seeing Xiao Ziyan being carried out of the villa not far away, he breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Xiao Ling Shuang. Where are your parents? Xiao Ling Shuang didn't speak, still biting her lip, her bright red eyes staring at Xiao Lin Feng with a pitiful expression. Adhering to the principle of giving way to girls, Lin Feng scratched his head. Why don't you come with me first? My sister is over there. Chapter 349 anyway, you can't leave today? Don't want. Xiao Ling Shuang stubbornly shook her head, angrily pointing to the other side of the main road. You come with me to find them. I want you to be my bodyguard. Oh. Without hesitation, Xiao Ling Shuang pulled the bracelet off her wrist. My mom said this is very valuable. Consider it payment for hiring you. Come with me to find it. As she spoke, she suddenly exerted force, but the resistance to push the opening was too great. Her small hands twisted out of shape, but she still couldn't push it down. Stop picking them. Your hands are all red from squeezing them. Xiao Linfen quickly intervened, pointing to the Su family's servants not far away and saying, My sister is over there. Let me take you to find her first. With the adults there, they will help you find your father and mother. No. Xiao Ling Shuang gripped Xiao Lin Feng's wrist tightly, looking like she was determined to resist at all costs. Who knows if he's a liar or not? I just want you to stay with me. I was worried you were a scammer, Xiao Linfen retorted, glancing at the spot she had pointed to. Are you sure your parents are over there? Isn't that the ferry crossing? We came by boat, and we got off the boat at that place. Okay, but I'll only go with you. If you take me to some weird place, I won't come with you. Xiao Ling Shuang didn't say anything, but grabbed Xiao Lin Feng's arm and pulled him toward the ferry with an air of dominance that brooked no argument. So that's why you were lounging around near my house all by yourself. You got separated from your parents, huh? As they walked, Xiao Linfen chatted with her warily. But why did you come to me? Wouldn't it be more reliable to call the police or find an adult for this? All strange adults are liars. Didn't your mother tell you that? Xiao Ling Shuang rolled her eyes at him. Even Lin Feng, who was just observing at the moment, could feel that the instant those words were spoken, his own eyes darkened considerably. Xiao Ling Shuang didn't say anything more. Her gaze fell on Xiao Lin Feng's backpack strap. Following her gaze downwards, Xiao Linfen hugged his school bag in confusion. Why are you staring at my school bag? My dad also gave me the same backpack. Xiao Ling Shuang gave a hasty explanation and didn't say anything more. Perhaps Lin Feng didn't understand the meaning of those words back then, but now, he suddenly understood. The backpack had a small logo printed on it, with the 4 large characters, Su's Pharmaceutical Enterprise, written on it. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly understood why she had come to him. It must be that the Chu family had come to participate in an event hosted by the Su family, but on the way, young Chu Ling Shuang had gotten separated from her family. Thinking of Chu Ling Shuang's mother, Chun Wanqing, with her playful and carefree demeanor, it's indeed possible that she could let her child get lost. Lin Feng had no idea that he and Chu Ling Shuang had such a past connection. Aftershocks continue. The scene shifts again to an empty coastline. No adult would run to the beach during an earthquake. The waves that rise with the aftershocks are too powerful for even adults to resist, but unsupervised children are unaware of this. Lin Feng watched them run to the beach, panting, and little Lin Feng complained, "There's nobody here. We came from this place. They definitely won't be able to find me. You stay here with me and wait." The tone remained unyielding. Didn't you see the tide is coming in? What if we get swept away by the flood? I'm not going to stay here and wait to die with you. I'm going back. If you want to find your parents, you should come back with me first. At least it's safer there. Xiao Ling Shuang didn't speak, but stared intently at Xiao Lin Feng, her little hands clenched tightly, pulling him and forcing him to turn around. What does high tide mean? Even the kindergarten kids here know this, and you don't. Lin Feng was stunned. Are you a terrible swimmer? I don't live by the sea. I don't care. I came from here. You have to wait here with me. The tide will come in, and people will drown. Unable to contain himself any longer, Kobayashi Kued uttered a complaint and was about to leave, but his hand was gripped tightly, rendering him unable to move. Lin Feng was getting anxious just looking at the scene. As the seawater slowly rose and began to spread, and the aftershocks of the earthquake continued, the two of them were still on the beach. Lin Feng was extremely anxious. At that moment, he finally understood that Chu Ling Shuang had never been afraid of death since she was a child. Xiao Ling Shuang's eyes were slightly red. She gripped Xiao Lin Feng's wrist tightly and declared arrogantly, "If you're so capable, let the sea drown me. My dad said that the Chu family has nothing to fear." "Are you crazy?" Xiao Linfen exclaimed. "Didn't your teacher teach you what a natural disaster is?" "I don't care, you're not leaving today." The scene before him was so realistic that Lin Feng's heart nearly clenched. Fortunately, amidst the noise, an adult voice suddenly rang out. "What are you two kids doing? Can't you see the tide's coming in? Come here right now." It didn't matter if he didn't look, but when the scene switched, Lin Feng saw someone he knew all too well. Jason, one of Lin's men. Jason is leading the large group and is rushing towards the beach. "Are they your parents?" Lin Feng asked hastily. Xiao Ling Shuang's expression turned serious. She grabbed Xiao Lin Feng's hand and pulled him towards the port. "They're bad guys. My dad showed me pictures of people wearing these kinds of clothes. They definitely want to kidnap me." "Oh, let's hide behind the containers. If they catch us, they'll definitely threaten your parents too." Kobayashi Kued didn't say anything, but his steps became less resistant. Lin Feng could only watch helplessly as they huddled behind the containers, the seawater half covering their bodies. He and Chu Ling Shuang, as children, clung precariously to the railing, while Jason's large group rushed ahead. The screen suddenly went black, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Feng saw that he was being held in Jason's arms. Jason, with a gloomy expression, ordered the people behind him, "Carry the young master onto the boat. As for this girl, ignore her." "Well," Lin Feng murmured something and slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was a white wall and various medical equipment. Pain permeated all parts of my body. He looked around blankly, only to hear a piercing machine noise. He was stunned. Had he transmigrated into his younger self? Do I have to relive the experience after being picked up by Jason? Wrong. Jason was not among the doctors and nurses who burst through the door. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, only to see several bodyguards make way for Charles, the white-haired king of the United Kingdom, walking nervously into the room. Chapter 350, If she doesn't save her now, she'll die? Charles opened his mouth and said something anxiously, but Lin Feng couldn't hear a word he said. It was like the incessant chirping of cicadas in summer, a piercing tinnitus that never stopped. He saw Charles call out to him a few times, then anxiously raise his hand. The next moment, more than a dozen medical staff rushed in and fiddled with various instruments in front of him. It felt as if my body no longer belonged to me. Lin Feng could no longer feel his body. He felt incredibly heavy, as if filled with lead, so heavy he couldn't even lift his elbows. "Oh, whoa." In the darkness, a gnawing sound suddenly rang out, and Lin Feng returned to that port once again. He saw Xiao Linfen bite Jason's arm, and Jason let go in pain. The next second, Xiao Ling Shuang rushed over, grabbed his arm, and pulled him towards the sea. "Don't let them catch you. Dad said those people are international mercenaries, and if you get caught by them, you'll die a horrible death." Little Ling Shuang's innocent voice rang out. It seems that this crossroads was opened right after the earthquake. He and Xiao Ling Shuang ran along the beach, hiding behind various shipping containers. In the deserted harbor, Jason's furious voice rang out. "A bunch of useless trash. You can't even find two kids. If you don't bring Lin Feng back today, I'll kill you all." "Your name is Lin Feng?" Behind the dark blue container, Xiao Ling Shuang leaned closer and muttered something under her breath. Kobayashi didn't speak, but looked over the side of the container and saw several men in black searching the vicinity in a flurry. His name is indeed Lin Feng, but he didn't know when he had provoked these people. Seeing that Lin Feng remained silent, Ling Shuang quickly said, "Even if I'm in a good mood today, don't worry, when my parents arrive, they'll all be finished." She patted her chest, her clothes already soaked by the seawater, her wet hair clinging to her youthful face, which made her seem less aloof. "When will they arrive?" Xiao Linfen asked, feeling very uncomfortable being all wet. His little school bag was probably completely soaked by now. "I don't know, let's just wait and see. Anyway, once they arrive, we'll be safe. Xiaoling Shuang raised an eyebrow, blinked, and said generously, "Then, I'll allow you to stay at my house for a few days." As if she had received a great favor, she acted as if it were her due. Kobayashi Koed pouted. "That's easy for you to say. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have come to the beach." "What do you mean? I've treated you so well, and you dare to mock me." Xiaoling Shuang was immediately enraged, pointing her little finger at Lin Feng and shouting angrily. Before Xiao Linfen could reply, a grown man's voice rang out from the side. "Over here. I can hear their voices. They're over here." Instantly, several men swarmed over. Xiao Linfen's heart skipped a beat. He immediately grabbed Xiaoling Shuang's arm and pressed his other hand against her shoulder. "Quick, take a deep breath. Why are you inhaling?" In the emergency, Lin Feng didn't have time to explain and directly pushed Xiaoling Shuang into the water. He also quickly squatted down. The water only reached their bellies. When the two children squatted down, it just covered their heads. In the water, Xiaoling Shuang closed her eyes tightly and covered her mouth and nose. Before she could even take a breath, she couldn't withstand the water pressure as soon as she squatted down. She couldn't hold on for more than a few seconds before she opened her mouth wide, trying to escape. On the water's surface above, dark shadows rippled, and Xiao Linfen pressed down on Xiaoling Shuang's head with all his might. Xiaoling Shuang's hands floated and struggled in the water. She was clearly a non-swimmer, especially in this situation. She passed out in just a few dozen seconds. Unaware that she had fainted, Kobayashi Koed stared intently at the sea. "Boss Sho, come here right now." Several men in black who had come to search approached and quietly waved to Jason. Jason frowned, and as he walked over, he looked in the direction his subordinate had pointed, and a mocking smile immediately appeared on his face. "There's nothing else to it. This is the coast, and the water isn't deep. You can see it clearly, not just two little kids, but even fish swimming by." "How interesting." Jason snorted, glancing at the small teeth marks on his palm. A mischievous glint instantly welled up in his eyes, and he ordered his men, "Retreat." "Yes." Although the group was puzzled, they still left. As the dark figure on the water's surface disappeared, Xiao Linfen suddenly stood up, surfaced, spat out a few mouthfuls of water, and took deep breaths of fresh air. But Xiaoling Shuang remained completely still beside him. Broken. He panicked and quickly reached into the water, grabbed Xiaoling Shuang by the collar, and used all his strength to pull her head out. However, Xiaoling Shuang had already inhaled too much water and fallen into a coma. Seeing this, Lin Feng hurriedly untied the backpack straps, wrapped them around Ling Shuang's arm, and pulled her towards the seaside. As a third grader, his strength was limited. He was exhausted after only dragging Xiaoling Shuang to the beach. He knelt on the ground, panting heavily, while Xiaoling Shuang's face was deathly pale. "She's going to die if we don't save her." Lin Feng stood up in a panic, wanting to find an adult for help, but looking at Xiaoling Shuang's bloodless lips, he knew that by the time someone arrived, she would be beyond saving. Fortunately, growing up by the sea, my teachers taught me some water first aid from a young age. Huff, huff. He took a few breaths, remembered the first aid methods written in the textbook, pinched Xiaoling Shuang's nose, and leaned down to press his nose against it. After a few breaths, he was about to perform CPR on Xiaoling Shuang when a mocking voice rang out behind him. "Oh, at your age, you can even do first aid? No wonder the old man is wary of you. You really have good genes." Xiao Linfen was stunned. He turned around blankly and saw the men in black who had just arrested him walking out from behind the container. "But your technique is so bad. How could you possibly save someone like that?" Jason scoffed and gestured with his hand. The next second, several people behind him rushed up and grabbed Xiao Linfen's arm. "Let me go? What are you doing? I don't even know you." Xiao Linfen struggled desperately, but Jason sneered. "It doesn't matter if you don't know me. You shouldn't know me in the first place." As he spoke, he magically pulled a white towel from his pocket and covered Xiao Linfen's mouth and nose. As darkness fell, Kobayashi Koed heard his cruel voice. "Throw this little girl into the water." "Yes." And then, he knew absolutely nothing more. Chapter 351 Dreams and Reality. Memories flooded my mind like a tidal wave, and my brain felt like it was about to explode. Chu Ling Shuang. Chu Ling Shuang is about to drown. Lin Feng muttered to himself, opening his mouth wide and shouting desperately. In the ward, Charles stared nervously at Lin Feng on the hospital bed, watching the doctor adjust the instruments. His gaze fell on Lin Feng's face, only noticing his slightly moving lips. He looked at the doctor urgently. Aiden, what did he say? Aiden paused, then quickly leaned down, pressing the oxygen mask close to his ear. After a moment, he shook his head at Charles. I can't hear clearly. It sounded like some kind of frost. Frost? Charles frowned, staring intently at Lin Feng, and said nothing more. When Xylin Feng woke up again, he only saw white lights shining all around him. He looked around and realized that he was in a room without windows. His hands and feet were all tied up, and he could not move. Beside him was a middle-aged woman with disheveled hair. Judging from her eyebrows and eyes, one could see the noble air about her, but she was wearing a white, gray hospital gown, with an iron chain hanging from her ankle, tied to the foot of the bed. With a hoarse voice, Xiao Linfen met the woman's gaze cautiously. He didn't know where he was, but he had to hurry back to save his friend. I'd say we're friends. He and the girl whose name he didn't even know. He wanted to wake her up and tell her that he didn't mean to drown her. However, in the instant their eyes met, the woman in the hospital gown suddenly had a flash in her eyes and jumped off the bed with a somersault. Little friend, what's your name? She gripped the iron chain at the foot of the bed tightly, watching Lin Feng nervously. Lin Feng was taken aback and subconsciously moved back a little, then mustered his courage and said, Hello, Auntie, my name is Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, the woman suddenly became excited and exclaimed, Lin Feng? Your name is Lin Feng. Is your father named Lin Jinyong? My dad. Lin Feng was stunned, clearly startled. He looked blank and said, No, I don't know who my dad is. I was adopted by an uncle and aunt. Adoption, the woman murmured, her eyes momentarily glazed over. As if on the verge of a mental breakdown, she stared at the tightly closed iron gate, then suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, Lind, is this how you get revenge on me? You've got some nerve. She's like a madwoman. Xiao Linfen subconsciously shrank back, looking at the crazy woman with a nervous expression, and didn't dare to say anything more. After her maniacal laughter subsided, the woman suddenly turned around and stared intently at Lin Feng. Child, remember this. My name is Mu Huiya, and I am your grandmother. There is a man named Linda who is your enemy. You must not believe anything he says. Lin Feng swallowed hard, a wave of doubt washing over him. But at this moment, he had to save his friend. Auntie, could you help me untie this? My friend. He opened his mouth timidly, but before he could finish speaking, the large iron gate was pushed open. Xiao Linfen saw a middle-aged man sitting in a wheelchair with a strange smile on his face, and behind him stood the culprit who had kidnapped him. Linda, if you have a grudge, come at me. Spare my grandson. Upon seeing the newcomer, Mu Huiya seemed to go mad, struggling desperately, the iron chains binding her making a clanging and rattling sound throughout the room. Mu Huiya, are you still dreaming? Linda burst into laughter as Jason pushed him in. I've already brought him here tied up. Do you think I'd let him go? His provocation was obvious. Xiao Linfen stared at the two crazy adults, but his attention was not on them, but on Jason. He didn't care at all what grudges they had, or whether they were his family. All he wanted to know at that moment was how his friend was doing. Did they really drown? Amidst this mockery, Mu Huiya suddenly calmed down. She stared intently at Lin Feng and burst into laughter without hesitation. Linda, so what if you're impotent? You're retaliating against me like this because you're afraid I'll make it public, aren't you? You've got my parents wrapped around your little finger, using my pregnancy as leverage, just because you're afraid I'll tell them about your impotent slap. Before Mu Huiya could finish speaking, Linda, as if possessed, struggled to move the wheelchair tires in front of Mu Huiya and slapped her across the face. So what? The Mu family is already mine. What difference does it make if you, Mu Huiya, know? Nobody knows whose child is in your belly. Linda's face contorted as he gripped the armrests of his wheelchair, smugly proclaiming, Do you know what? Now everyone in the world praises me, Linda, for marrying a madwoman and remaining devoted to her, while you'll be trapped here forever. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Lin Feng, and a cold smile suddenly appeared on his face. Let me tell you, Mu Huiya, I will make sure your grandson lives under someone else's roof forever. When the time is right, I will arrange for him to marry into the Su family. He will only ever be a pawn in my game. You're crazy. Mu Huiya shook her head repeatedly, as if she could already see the tragic scene to come. She looked at Linda in disbelief. This madman. Ha! Linda suddenly burst into laughter, pointing at Lin Feng and saying, Don't worry, from now on, your good grandson will have to call me Grandpa. As he spoke, he raised his hand in a gesture. Jason immediately obeyed the order, stepped forward and grabbed Xiao Linfen by the throat. With a sudden burst of strength, Xiao Linfen had difficulty breathing and was choked unconscious a few seconds later. Grandfather. Lin Feng opened his eyes blankly, feeling only a dry throat and a hoarse voice. Oh, my dear grandson, Grandpa's here. Grandpa's here. Charles, who had been intently watching Lin Feng, suddenly moved closer, and the doctor beside him immediately understood and left the ward. Lin Feng struggled to lift his eyelids, only to see Charles, with a full head of white hair, looking at him with tears in his eyes. You recognized me, didn't you? Xiao Fengyu. He didn't finish his sentence, as if he was too excited to speak, and just stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng shifted a few times, stared at him, and said with difficulty, What? What advantage did you gain? Who's your grandson? Charles was stunned, a complex look appearing in his eyes. Unable to distinguish between dream and reality, Lin Feng felt a surge of anxiety and hurriedly asked, Where is Chu Ling Shuang? Was she dead? In his dream, just now, wasn't she going to drown? Charles was taken aback, his thoughts interrupted. Was the name you called out when you were unconscious just now Chu Ling Shuang? Chapter 352 Royal Illegitimate Child. Unconscious. Dreaming. What, then, is truly real? Lin Feng felt as if his memory was being messed up. He was clearly in a hospital room, but the images in front of him kept flashing. The scene constantly shifts between the enclosed electric shock room and the white hospital ward. Has a welfare home been found yet? Yes, the dean has agreed. He will create memory points for Lin Feng. Take a few more surprises, so he won't remember. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Various sounds filled the air, seemingly lingering in my mind. Even though he was safe now, Lin Feng still felt as if he had been electrocuted, his entire body aching all over, as if his body was being torn apart. Where am I? Lin Feng blinked, desperately trying to distinguish between dream and reality, but the intense pain in his leg woke him up. You've been unconscious for several days. Charles's voice sounded from beside me, extremely kind. Child, don't be afraid. The person who threatened you has been apprehended. Just focus on recovering, and you'll be back in a few days. Injury. Lin Feng was stunned. He looked up blankly and saw a white thing hanging in midair. He stared at it closely and realized that it looked like his leg. My leg. He moved a few times, but couldn't feel his legs at all. Seeing Lin Feng try to get up, Charles said anxiously, Don't move. You broke your leg and had steel pins in it. You can't move around right now. It broke. Lin Feng was stunned. So he was pushed off the cliff by Su Xian's people and then rescued. At this very moment, is Charles, sitting in front of him, in the hospital room before him, the real person? Charles nodded, a look of relief on his face. Luckily, Mornhill House isn't on high ground. There's a farm below the cliff, and there are plenty of trees planted there. As he spoke, his expression darkened. I've already taken control of the people who kidnapped you. Once you're feeling a bit better, you can decide what to do with them. Lin Feng wasn't really concerned about that. He just wanted to know about his leg. Will my legs ever grow back to normal? He's about to become a father. It's good that he survived, but if he loses a leg, how will he take care of his child in the future? Especially Chu Ling Shuang. If he knew he had become like this, Chu Ling Shuang would be heartbroken, and he couldn't bear to see her suffer anymore. No problem. I've hired an orthopedic specialist. It can heal properly, but you must get plenty of rest. Charles assured him repeatedly. That's good. Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. The image of Xiao Ling Shuang's innocent face flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips. He had no idea that he and Chu Ling Shuang had such a story. Su Xian pushed him off the mountain, intending to make him lose his memory, but unexpectedly, not only did he not lose his memory, he also remembered the deepest things in his memory. This might be a case of turning misfortune into blessing. However, he's now quite curious about how Chu Ling Shuang was rescued after he was kidnapped, and why she doesn't seem to recognize him after all this time. He moved his fingers, his pupils shifting to the side as he looked at Charles. "Where's my phone?" "It's right here." Charles picked up a sterile bag from the table next to him, inside which lay Lin Feng's phone, which had been smashed to pieces. Lin Feng fell silent. Charles quickly replied, "Is there anything else you need? I'll have someone buy it for you right now." He was too good to him, especially his eyes, which always seemed to hold a tender affection. Lin Feng was puzzled, but his mind was sluggish at the moment, and he couldn't think too much about it. That makes sense, considering it was Chu Tianli who personally communicated with him. Charles was probably worried about him making a mistake. As he was thinking this, Lin Feng had exhausted all his strength and fell into a deep sleep again. Seeing that he had fallen asleep again, Charles sighed and opened the ward door. If he wakes up, prepare whatever he needs, take good care of him, and make sure nothing else goes wrong. Yes. The servants at the door nodded hurriedly. Charles gave Lin Feng a deep look before closing the ward door. He returned to his car, took out his phone, and dialed Chu Tianli's number. #fire at Moan Hill Estate in the UK hashtag. After the trending topic was pinned to the top, Chu Tianli, who had been waiting for news, quickly answered the phone. "Your Majesty, how is Lin Feng?" The moment the call connected, Chu Tianli hurriedly asked. "He's been saved?" Charles took a deep breath, his voice filled with joy. "Tianli, I really have to thank you. If you hadn't told me this in time, my grandson would be dead." Chu Tianli, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, immediately frowned. "Your grandson? What do you mean?" Charles said with a beaming smile. "Lin Feng is my grandson. Tianli, you and your wife should pack your things and come over as soon as possible. Once Xiao Feng is discharged from the hospital, I want to prepare a ceremony for his entry into the family." These words completely shocked Chu Tianli. He held the phone, shocked, and said, "You mean Xiao Feng is your grandson? Wait a minute, let me sort this out." Charles did not speak. A few seconds later, Chu Tianli exclaimed in surprise, "So, Zhenyong is your son?" Zhenyong. Charles raised an eyebrow. Wyman had actually given their son a Chinese name. He quickly said, "Is Zhenyong in China now? Bring him along." "Zhenyong passed away many years ago," Chu Tianli murmured in shock. "Passed away?" Charles exclaimed in surprise. "So what Xiaofeng said before was all true? What do you mean by real or fake? All I know is that this was all the work of that old bastard Linda." Chu Tianli, who knew everything, sneered, his tone icy. "Linda." Charles murmured the name, his expression instantly hardening. "Where is he?" Chu Tianli replied, "I've already locked him up. Bring him here, and bring this man named Lind here too." Charles ordered without hesitation, his voice sharp and ruthless. There are some scores to settle. Although it's unclear what Charles is talking about, when everything is considered in the context of Lin Feng being Charles's grandson, the story seems to make sense. After a moment's thought, Chu Tianli finally spoke up. "Let's not make the news public yet. If you take Xiaofeng back, he'll be considered an illegitimate child of the royal family, which isn't a good reputation." Chapter 353, I want to see him with my own eyes. Charles was stunned. He was so excited that he completely forgot about that. Indeed, he already has a wife. Even if their marriage was a business arrangement, if he were to forcibly bring Lin Feng back now, he would be labeled as the illegitimate son of the royal family. This reputation doesn't seem very good. Seeing Charles remain silent, Chu Tianli knew he understood and said again, "I think we should wait until Xiaofeng's injuries have healed a bit before discussing this matter." "Yes, I was indeed presumptuous," Charles nodded. "The most important thing now is to take good care of Lin Feng's health. Once Lin Feng recovers, everything else can be resolved." After hanging up the phone, Charles opened his phone's photo album, scrolled to the top, and a picture suddenly appeared. In the picture, a girl in a white dress smiled brightly, the sunlight shining on her and illuminating her whole body. The Eiffel Tower behind her was made to lose its color by her light. Charles stroked his phone screen with lingering affection, scrolling through the photos as if the girl had come back to life. "So you didn't leave without saying goodbye that year?" So it was Lind who ruined you, Charles murmured, closing his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He coldly ordered, "Send more men to ensure Lin Feng's safety. Also, after Chu Tianli brings Linda here, lock him in room 1. Yes. How long are you going to keep the wildfires in the Moan Mountains a secret from me?" At St. John's Manor, Chu Lingshuang's eyes were filled with malice as she gripped her phone and stared directly at Yu Shuiyan. These days, Yu Shuiyan has been using various excuses, such as being pregnant and unable to use electronic devices, to prevent her from going online. She also said that she would tell her if she found any clues. However, 2 whole days have passed, and it's impossible for Yu Shuiyan to have no information at all. Despite her doubts, Chu Lingshuang checked the trending topics on her phone, and the wildfire that had caused such a stir continued to be on the trending list. She couldn't rest easy if anything unexpected happened at a time like this. Yu Shuiyan said tremblingly, "Miss, I just heard the news myself." You're still hiding it from me?" Chu Lingshuang raised an eyebrow, her eyes filled with rage, as if she was about to tear Yu Shuiyan to shreds at any moment. Yu Shuiyan's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately knelt down in front of Chu Lingshuang. "Miss, you can't have too many emotional fluctuations right now," Master said. "Say what?" The Master said. Yu Shuiyan had already come up with all sorts of excuses in her mind, but she knew that Chu Lingshuang's trust in her was zero, and anything she said now would be a futile explanation. She now hates Su Zian terribly. If Su Zian hadn't caused this mess, she wouldn't be living in such fear. Yu Shuiyan trembled. Seeing Chu Lingshuang's ashen face, she swallowed hard and was about to speak in her defense when a shrill cell phone ring suddenly sounded. The sound startled Yu Shuiyan so much that she trembled all over. She quickly took out her phone and fumbled for a while before finally managing to hold it in her hand. But when she saw the caller ID, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss, it's the Master on the phone." She quickly held up her phone in front of Chu Lingshuang. Chu Lingshuang narrowed her eyes slightly and said coldly, "Answer it. Turn on speakerphone." "Yes." Yu Shuiyan didn't dare to say anything more and quickly answered the phone, turning on speakerphone. On the other end of the phone, Chu Tianli's voice quickly came through. "Shuiyan, how is Lingshuang now?" "Miss, she..." Yu Shuiyan glanced at Chu Lingshuang subconsciously, then hurriedly said, "She's in the study, saying she's reviewing some documents." "Oh." Chu Tianli breathed a sigh of relief, not noticing anything amiss, and said directly, "Go to the royal villa now." Lin Feng fell off the mountain, and the royal family has taken him back to recuperate. Go check on him first, and if things are all right, then take Lingshuang over. Their starting point was all for Chu Lingshuang's good. After all, everyone witnessed Chu Lingshuang's breakdown after Lin Feng fell into the sea last time, especially since she was still going to marry Lin Feng under those circumstances. So this time, everyone is more cautious. But it was too late. Chu Lingshuang, who was standing right next to her, heard all of this clearly. Lin Feng fell off the mountain. He fell down. Chu Lingshuang's eyes widened suddenly. Her heart pounded in her chest, as if it were about to explode, and she held her breath, struggling to breathe. Seeing Chu Lingshuang's pale face, Yu Shuiyan quickly replied, "Yes, sir, I understand." She quickly hung up the phone, stood up, and ran to Chu Lingshuang's side. "Miss, don't worry, Mr. Lin will be all right. Call." Chu Lingshuang took a few deep breaths, but it felt like her trachea was blocked by something, and she couldn't breathe. Her face suddenly turned bluish-purple, which startled Yu Shuiyan. Yu Shuiyan reacted quickly, grabbing an oxygen mask from the side and placing it over Chu Lingshuang's mouth and nose. Miss, please don't panic. Take a deep breath, calm your breathing, and inhale." She was sweating profusely with anxiety. Seeing that Chu Lingshuang was indeed taking deep breaths, and her complexion was calming down, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss, I'll be right there. I'll go check on Mr. Lin. Please wait here. I'll be back as soon as I have any news." Before she could finish speaking, Chu Lingshuang gripped her wrist tightly. Her eyes were bloodshot as she stared at Yu Shuiyan, her voice muffled through the oxygen mask. "Drive." I could vaguely hear those 2 words. Just hearing the news of Lin Feng falling off the mountain has already made Miss so nervous. If she were to see Lin Feng lying in a hospital bed, wouldn't she be? How could Yu Suan agree? She quickly said, Miss, since Master has said so, Mr. Lin must be all right. I'll go check on him first. You mustn't get too excited right now. You need to take care of yourself. Her persuasion was unlikely to work. Chu Ling Shuang hadn't seen Lin Feng for several days. Without Lin Feng, Chu Ling Shuang felt that each day was like an eternity, and she had no interest in living. Now that she finally had news of Lin Feng, how could she not rush over immediately? She was too hasty, eager to tell Lin Feng that if something like this happened again, he could tell her, and they could discuss it together, because they were now one, a family. Miss, no matter how Yu Suan tried to persuade her, the hand that Chu Ling Shuang was holding could not be released. Chu Ling Shuang remained stubborn, saying, Drive. I want to see him with my own eyes. Chapter 350, for I'm here to persuade you. Royal Villa. Your grandfather brought that Lin Feng back. Natalie's face was rather grim. The news about Lin Feng killing someone at the villa had just started to gain traction a few days ago, and now he had been brought back. Why did Grandpa bring him here? Yin Yindong asked, puzzled. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Natalie gritted her teeth and said, Your grandfather arranged a VIP ward for him and even invited the famous orthopedic surgeon Aiden. There's still a small team guarding the ward, and I can't even get close. Who is Lin Feng to deserve this kind of treatment? Yin Yindong stared wide-eyed in disbelief. No way. Has Grandpa gone mad? Shut up, Natalie snapped. As the door opened, a middle-aged woman with golden-brown curly hair walked in. Yin Yindong immediately fell silent and obediently greeted her. Annie. The visitor was none other than Charles's eldest daughter, Princess Anna. Natalie forced a stiff smile. Sister, what brings you here? Anna glanced around, then, in her high heels, sat down on the sofa with an air of arrogance, her voice cold. What? Can I come? Of course not. Natalie quickly shook her head and said, I was chatting with Nian Dong. I just didn't expect you to come. Anna gave a cold snort, stared at Natalie for a long time, and said, Have you seen the boy that father brought back? Natalie raised an eyebrow and quickly said, Of course I saw him. I was just talking about it with Nian Dong. We don't know what kind of background that child has, but my father seems to care about him a lot. She spoke cautiously, glancing nervously at Anna, as if testing Anna's reaction. Anna narrowed her eyes slightly, staring intently at Natalie and Yin Yindong. After surveying them for a long time, she slowly said, Natalie, you don't need to look at me like that. I'm here to tell you that whatever decision father makes, you'd better not interfere. If you anger father, none of you will have a good ending. As the heir to the throne, Anna immediately saw through her sister's intentions, especially since Yin Yindong was now under house arrest. She was offering a well-intentioned reminder. However, Natalie immediately exploded. Sister, what do you mean by that? Father is getting old now. Who knows if that Lin Feng kid is good or bad? Besides, he was with Nian Dong before. Natalie. Before Natalie could finish speaking, Anna interrupted sharply, saying, Whatever choice father makes, it's his decision. I've seen what's going on online these past few days, so I came here specifically to remind you not to cause any trouble that you'll regret later. Although this wasn't the first time Anna had spoken ill of her, in the past, it had always been a family matter. But this time, it was because of a complete stranger. Moreover, that person was the same age as her son. According to Natalie's recollection, Anna and Lin Feng were complete strangers. The last time Lin Feng came to visit, the two didn't even see each other. But now she's already starting to defend Lin Feng. Natalie felt instantly resentful that her own son had been wronged, and that her father was now showing favoritism towards Lin Feng. Sister, why are you trying to persuade me like this? You're not married, so you don't have to worry about anything, but I have Nian Dong, and I have to think about my son. Natalie couldn't hold back any longer and yelled at Anna, and don't think I don't know what you've been doing behind my back. You've got your eye on Lin Feng, haven't you? Upon hearing this, Yin Yindong's eyes widened in shock, as if he had heard something he shouldn't have, and he stared at Anna in disbelief. Anna hadn't expected that her kind words would cause Natalie to break down so easily. Her gaze sharpened, and she coldly rebuked, Nian Dong, you get out now. Knowing he was about to hear something he shouldn't, Yin Yindong immediately understood and hurriedly went out, closing the door behind him and dismissing the guards at the entrance. Upon seeing her son being sent away, Natalie immediately guessed what she had been thinking. However, she didn't want to fall out with her older sister, so she simply said, "Sis, I know you like hanging out with young men, but this Lin Feng won't do." After all, he had a grudge against Niandong. There are plenty of good-looking guys out there. What nonsense are you spouting? Anna's face turned ashen. As a princess who had never married and was currently the most controversial candidate for the throne, she was indeed embroiled in many scandals, but she never expected that her own sister would distrust her. She felt anger rising in her throat. "Natalie, are you blinded by hatred? What father does is none of our business. Why have I never seen you so considerate of father before? Now you're criticizing me." Natalie was completely deaf to reason. They were all family, and not only were two of them not on her side, but they were also siding with an outsider. She couldn't hold back anymore. "Don't ask me what I'm going to do anymore, sister. Since you're on father's side, don't try to persuade me anymore." What exactly is Lin Feng's ability to bewitch his father and sister like a magic potion? Seeing this, Anna didn't say anything more. She gave Natalie a deep look and sighed. "All right, I've given you my advice. Whether you listen or not is up to you. I won't say anything more." She got up and left. As Anna came out of the room, she saw Yin Yindong standing in the corridor. She didn't say anything more and went straight to the elevator. Natalie has always been emotionally unstable, but she never expected that this Lin Feng could break her sister's spirits. Anna also began to wonder what kind of young man he was. Instead of returning to her room, she instructed someone to drive her to the VIP ward. Sure enough, there were many people guarding outside the ward. When they saw Anna appear, these well-trained people saluted her. "Princess Anna." "Yes." Anna nodded, her gaze falling on the closed hospital room door. "Is that young man named Lin Feng in this room?" The entire top floor of the hospital was now surrounded by members of the royal family. This was clearly a pointless question, but Anna still asked it anyway, and also took the opportunity to explain her purpose. The guard at the gate nodded hurriedly. "Yes, Your Highness, but Mr. Lin has not yet awakened, and the king has ordered that no one is allowed to approach." "Oh." Anna nodded, abandoning her idea of going in to take a look. She instructed, "Then let me know when he wakes up." "Yes." The guard nodded repeatedly. Anna, who was about to leave, turned around and saw a beautiful girl, pale-faced, being helped and shakily walking towards her from the other side of the corridor. Chapter 355. They are lovers. She was a little confused, but as they approached, she heard the woman wearing glasses next to her ask the guard outside the ward, "Hello, is Lin Feng here?" The guard stared intently at the two men, but did not respond. In her anxiety, Anna couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" She was dressed exquisitely and elegantly, and one look at her was enough to tell that she was no ordinary person. Yu Xuan's eyes flashed, and she quickly said, "We are from the Chu family. This is Miss Chu. I am her assistant." Upon hearing the words, "Chu family," Anna's eyes flickered, and her gaze fell on Chu Lingshuang. She could clearly sense that this girl named Chu Lingshuang seemed very anxious. Out of curiosity, Anna wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, she patiently said, "Lin Feng is indeed inside, but he hasn't woken up yet. You should go back first." "Go back." Chu Lingshuang's long eyelashes trembled a few times, and a flash of anger appeared in her dull eyes. "Get out of here." As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Xuan's heart skipped a beat. On the other side, the person who came with Anna couldn't stand such words. "Miss, do you know who you're talking to?" "I don't care who you are. No one can stop me from seeing Lin Feng today." Chu Lingshuang's tone was firm, and her previously dazed eyes shone with unwavering determination. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Knowing that the noblewoman in front of her was no ordinary person, Yu Xuan was about to say something to explain, but the next second, Anna suddenly laughed. She wasn't angry. Instead, she softly ordered the guards, "Make way and let them in." "But the king's order is—" The guard looked troubled. Anna smiled and waved her hand, saying, "I'll explain to father. Let them go." "Yes." Seeing this, the guard said nothing more and simply stepped aside. The door opened, and Chu Lingshuang rushed inside, followed closely by Yu Xuan. When Chu Lingshuang saw Lin Feng's legs dangling in midair, and him still unconscious with an oxygen mask on, she completely lost control of her emotions. Lin Feng, she murmured to herself and moved with some difficulty to the bedside. Lin Feng lay on the hospital bed, his eyes closed, his face pale. If it weren't for the occasional mist rising from the oxygen mask, Chu Lingshuang would have thought she was about to lose him again. Yu Suan immediately stepped forward and moved a stool over for Chu Lingshuang. Chu Lingshuang sat down beside the hospital bed, and with difficulty raised her hand to gently stroke Lin Feng's palm. Like a final moment of life and death, Anna, who followed in, took in the whole scene. Glancing at Chu Lingshuang's retreating figure, she looked at Yu Shuiyin and asked, "Are your young lady and this Mr. Lin lovers?" Just as Yu Suan was about to say that they were already married, she remembered Lin Feng and Chu Lingshuang's previous instructions and knew that the noblewoman in front of her was no ordinary person. She didn't dare to tell the truth and could only make up a story. Yes, they are lovers. Oh, Anna nodded. She could tell too. After all, she had witnessed this scene with her own eyes and felt quite nostalgic. Her gaze fell on Lin Feng on the hospital bed. In an instant, she felt that his face was somewhat familiar, but she couldn't quite put her finger on why. The reason why father protects Lin Feng so much isn't just because of the Chu family, right? Perhaps this sense of familiarity is the key reason why his father wanted to protect him. Anna's eyes flickered, and she said, "Then I won't disturb their reminiscing." Okay. Yu Suan nodded, and seeing Anna leave, she followed her out. This moment belongs to Miss and Lin Feng. The presence of anyone else is superfluous. Yu Suan silently closed the ward door and stared at the guards at the door. On the way back, as expected, Anna received a call from Charles. "Anna, you went to Xiaofeng's hospital room." Charles's voice came through as soon as the call connected. "Xiaofeng." Anna murmured those two words to herself, never expecting that her father would address Lin Feng so affectionately. She replied, "Yes, I went over and took a look." She didn't mention the Chu family's past. She was simply curious about the relationship between Lin Feng and her father. "You can go see it yourself. I happen to have something to discuss with you." Unexpectedly, Charles did not blame him. Instead, his tone became somber. Anna's eyes darkened, and she quickly said, "Okay, father, I'll go right now." "Yes, come to my study." After hanging up the phone, Anna arrived at Charles's room after a 10-minute drive. As soon as the door opened, Charles raised his hand to signal to close it, and Anna understood, raising her hand to close the study door. She walked straight to the sofa and waited for her father to begin his story. Charles sighed, and after the servants served him tea, he said, "Anna, your father is getting old, and there are some things I can tell you now." Anna didn't speak, but quietly looked at Charles. Charles gripped his phone tightly and said slowly, "This story is quite old. When I was young, I had a first love. We met at Rhodes College. She was Chinese, and later." Charles didn't continue speaking, his face showing an expression as if he had been abandoned by the whole world. Anna understood in just a few words. "So, is this young man named Lin Feng your illegitimate son from your previous marriage, father?" Charles took a deep breath and nodded silently. Although it's common for members of the royal family to be involved in various arranged marriages, and for every noble family to have illegitimate children, Anna's eyes still widened slightly. "It's my fault. It's really my fault. There was no other way back then, but we had to arrange a marriage." Charles closed his eyes in deep sorrow, waiting for his daughter's questioning. But Anna quickly calmed down. "Father, it's not your fault." She didn't know how to comfort her, but Anna, whose mother had passed away early and who had received an aristocratic education but was not close to her family, still took the initiative to say, "Your father is already very enlightened to allow me to choose not to marry. I can understand you very well." At that moment, the grief and fear seemed to find their meaning. Charles suddenly opened his eyes wide. "Anna, are you telling the truth?" "Of course it's true." Anna nodded. Charles visibly breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. That's good." Anna forced a smile. "So, father, are you planning to bring Lin Feng back now?" Charles nodded, a hint of embarrassment appearing on his usually serious face. He desperately wanted to bring Lin Feng back to make up for what he owed his first love, but the fact that Lin Feng was an illegitimate child was a stalemate, which was very awkward for the royal family. Chapter 356. Lin Feng awakens. I see. Anna nodded, waiting for Charles to speak. For her father had already said so much, so he must have thought of the next steps. Now she was just waiting for him to speak. Charles looked somewhat embarrassed and said, Anna, if possible, how about we announce to the public that Lin Feng is your adopted son? This was the best compromise he could think of. Princess Anna is currently the sole heir to the royal family. Although she is unmarried and has been involved in numerous scandals over the years, it would be perfectly reasonable for her to announce to the media now that she has an adopted son. Anna seemed to have anticipated Charles's decision. She had no objection and nodded, saying, That's fine, but I think I should talk to Lin Feng after I wake up, since I haven't spoken to him yet. Although Charles was in a hurry, he did need to give them a chance to meet, so he called Dr. Aiden and inquired about Lin Feng's condition. Lin Feng will be able to be discharged from the hospital in 3 days. The scene shifts, and Lin Feng feels like he's slept for eternity. He had no idea that his life was being decided in this very farce. When he opened his eyes again, Chu Ling Shuang was lying on the bedside, holding his hand tightly. She was wearing a coat and was crawling beside him. It seemed she had just fallen asleep not long ago. Somewhat disoriented between reality and dream, Lin Feng softly called out, Ling Shuang. He hadn't had water in so long that when he spoke, he realized his voice was extremely hoarse, his throat was dry and coughing, and his lips, in particular, felt like parched land that had been dry for a long time, almost cracking. But Chu Ling Shuang, who had been on high alert, was still awakened by his murmur. She subconsciously looked up and saw Lin Feng, pale-faced, smiling at her. She raised her hand to cover her mouth, and tears welled up in her eyes. Although his throat was very sore, Lin Feng's heart still skipped a beat when he saw Chu Ling Shuang's expression. He forced a smile through his parched throat and said, Why are you crying? I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Like a landlubber, it uttered hoarse and discordant sounds. The moment the voice came out, Chu Ling Shuang couldn't help but laugh. She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, pouted, and said, Stop talking. Your voice is awful. Cough, cough. Lin Feng almost choked on his own saliva. He coughed a few times and looked at Chu Ling Shuang with difficulty. Then, Miss, why don't you hurry up and get me some water? It sounded like pulling a large saw, with uneven pitch and a sharp, hoarse quality. Chu Ling Shuang snorted, stood up and took the water glass and cotton swabs from the table, and called out towards the door, Shui Yin, go and call the doctor. Lin Feng is awake. Outside the ward, Yu Suiyan's voice came. Okay. Seeing Chu Ling Shuang bring over a water glass, Lin Feng eagerly wanted to scoop up the water and take a big gulp, but his body was too weak to move, especially his legs. After the anesthesia wore off, the pain was so intense it felt like it was tearing him apart. You can't drink water right now. Let me use a cotton swab to dab it on for you first, and we'll do more once the doctor comes and confirms. Chu Ling Shuang picked up a cotton swab, dipped it in the water, and then gently removed the oxygen mask from Lin Feng's face, using the tip of the cotton swab to touch his lips. With the water source in place, the feeling of thirst lessened considerably. Lin Feng couldn't help but lick his lips, and the discomfort of being thirsty subsided a lot. He was about to say something when he heard the ward door being opened. A doctor with short brown hair walked in, followed by several nurses. Yu Suiyan also walked in, and when she saw them holding professional medical equipment and the doctor with short brown hair, her eyes lit up. Lin Feng squinted as he watched them examine him one by one. After the examination, Chu Ling Shuang asked anxiously, How is he? It's nothing serious, but your leg needs to rest. I suggest you don't put any weight on it for the next 3 months. I'll bring a wheelchair over tomorrow. Dr. Aiden also showed a relieved smile. Although I don't know who these 2 girls are, the person in the hospital bed is someone the king personally ordered to be cured. Fortunately, it was just a fall that caused the injury. That's good. Chu Ling Shuang visibly breathed a sigh of relief. She instructed, Shui Yin, go over and talk to this doctor about the precautions. Yu Suiyan had been waiting impatiently. She never expected that the doctor who would come to treat Lin Feng would be the famous orthopedic surgeon Ai Dan, a doctor known as a top-notch healer. She certainly couldn't let such a rare opportunity slip by. She immediately nodded and said, "Okay, Dr. Aiden, shall we go outside and talk?" Aiden was taken aback, staring intently at Yu Swayan, and asked in surprise, "You know me?" How could I not recognize him? Yu Swayan's eyes were practically sparkling with hearts. Seeing Chu Ling Shuang and Lin Feng looking at her with suspicion, she quickly explained, "I studied at a university in Scotland in my younger years and have heard of your name. As one of the top medical schools in the United Kingdom, Aiden's name has been inducted into the Hall of Fame of the Scottish University." She had heard of Aiden's legendary experience when she was in school years ago, and she never expected to meet him here today. "I see." Aiden smiled. "Then she looks like a junior student?" "Yes. I admire you so much, Yu Swayan was just getting excited when she caught a glimpse of her young mistress's unfriendly gaze. She immediately trembled and hurriedly said, "Dr. Aiden, why don't we go outside and talk first?" "Sure." Aiden nodded and offered. "You can give the patient something to eat, preferably something like porridge or a liquid. His leg is injured, so you can get him a colostomy later." "I understand. You can leave now." Before Aiden could finish speaking, Lin Feng rushed ahead to shoo him away. No wonder he's a doctor. He's already thinking about his bowel movement in front of so many people. If he could move his legs, he could have carved out a 3-bedroom apartment from the bed by now. Seeing this, Aiden didn't say anything more and went out with Yu Swayan. The ward door closed, and Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Chu Ling Shuang, who was next to him, crossed her arms and laughed. "Oh, I never thought some people could be shy." Anyone with common sense would understand the word chamber pot in Aiden's sentence. Lin Feng was so embarrassed that he shrank back under the covers. "Hey miss, please stop making fun of me. I'm a patient. You know how hard it is for me. You know it's not easy. Have you ever thought about how I've gotten through these past few days?" Not to mention Lin Feng, Chu Ling Shuang was also angry at this moment. She was angry that Lin Feng didn't tell her anything, or even discuss it with her beforehand. How could he have broken his leg? Chapter 357. My Miss and Mr. Lin often bicker. "I haven't dared to sleep these past few days, and you're still lying to me, colluding with my dad to lie to me. I was very worried when Xia Qingqing got into trouble. We're family now, and she's my sister too. How come you're the only one who can go and save her? Do you think I won't help you?" She had been holding these words in for a long time. She had intended to tell Lin Feng the moment he woke up, but when he truly awoke, she couldn't say anything. If the topic hadn't been diverted, she wouldn't have remembered it yet. Lin Feng clearly sensed the anger and dissatisfaction in Chu Ling Shuang's words. He turned his head and quickly said, "I'm afraid. I know you're considering my feelings, but Lin Feng, I'm thinking about you too. I worry about you and can't sleep at night. I can have an emotional breakdown because of something you say, like these past few days when you're not by my side. I've barely been able to eat." As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. If you had told me your plans in advance, I would have believed you and supported you. We're family." Her voice was already choked with sobs, and every word she uttered struck Lin Feng's heart like a stone. Yes, weren't he and Chu Ling Shuang already bound together? Since they were one, they would share life and death. He no longer needed to hide everything from her. She had never been a flower that needed his protection. "Feel sorry." After a long silence, Lin Feng finally spoke. He looked at Chu Ling Shuang with sincere eyes and said frankly, "I'm sorry, this time it was my fault. I should have discussed it with you. I was impulsive." Chu Ling Shuang didn't expect Lin Feng to apologize so suddenly. She didn't mean to blame him. At most, she was just complaining. But when she heard Lin Feng apologize, she panicked a little. She quickly explained, No, I'm just angry that you kept it from me. You did a great job this time, didn't you tell Dad?" This sudden apology caught Chu Ling Shuang off guard. As Lin Feng watched her hasty and clumsy explanation, the image of her unruly face from her childhood flashed through his mind. She stood on the shore and said to him, "If you're so capable, let the sea drown me." These are indeed words that Chu Ling Shuang would say. At that age, she was fearless. But comparing it to now, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha. She was explaining very seriously, but the person she was explaining to laughed right in front of her. How could he be distracted at such a crucial moment? Chu Ling Shuang was speechless with anger. "What are you laughing at?" "Oh, it's nothing. Lin Feng quickly changed his words, but the smile in his eyes never faded. He looked at Chu Ling Shuang quietly, and at that moment, he suddenly felt Chu Ling Shuang's love. She wasn't lying. She truly loved him to the extreme. One's nature doesn't change suddenly, but it can be deliberately suppressed because of certain people or events. He was the one who changed Chu Ling Shuang. You're definitely laughing at me, aren't you? Laughing at me for just explaining to you. Chu Ling Shuang said angrily, pointing at Lin Feng with a stern face. You still have the nerve to laugh? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have explained. How dare you laugh at me? I didn't. Realizing she had misunderstood, Lin Feng quickly said, I was just laughing at something you said to me before. What did I say? Chu Ling Shuang was taken aback and asked in confusion, which sentence? Judging from her appearance, she doesn't seem to remember their meeting when they were children. Lin Feng was unsure, but he still tried to probe. I remember someone once told me that if the tide came in, she should just let the seawater drown her, because she's not afraid of anything. High tide. Chu Ling Shuang froze, silently repeating those two words, her beautiful eyebrows furrowing. She suddenly realized, how do you know I was flooded when I was a child? Lin Feng didn't speak, he just looked at her quietly. After staring for a while, Chu Ling Shuang suddenly realized something. She pointed at Lin Feng, an incredulous expression on her face, and exclaimed in shock, could it be that you were the one who held me underwater when I was little? Judging from her reaction, it didn't seem fake, meaning she genuinely didn't remember him. That's true. They were only in elementary school back then. Apart from certain deliberately created memory points, it would be good enough if a normal person could remember them. Moreover, at that time, technology was not so advanced, mobile phones were not yet widespread, and most people used telephones and fax machines. How could she remember so clearly? However, Lin Feng still said somewhat evasively, didn't I tell you my name back then? Mentioning this, Chu Ling Shuang's face immediately filled with anger. Who could remember that? I only remember that after I was rescued, my parents beat me up. She blurted it out instinctively, but the next second, she hurriedly looked at Lin Feng. You're not allowed to tell anyone about this. This is my most embarrassing moment. If you dare tell anyone, I'll. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. So what? Chu Ling Shuang snorted coldly, put her hands on her hips, and said, I'll lock you up and whip you every day. Lin Feng was stunned, then immediately shouted, no way, miss. I'm still a patient. How can you be so cruel? Cruel? I can be even crueler. Chu Ling Shuang bared her teeth, waved her fist menacingly, and stared at Lin Feng's leg that was hanging up. Then wait until you're healed. Anyway, I don't care. You're not allowed to tell anyone about this. Okay. Lin Feng immediately begged for mercy. The atmosphere instantly fell silent, and it was this silence that made Chu Ling Shuang realize. Wait, that's not the point. Lin Feng was stunned, feeling sweat pouring down his back. This is it. No, isn't the point that you pushed me underwater? As if her mind had returned to normal, Chu Ling Shuang persisted relentlessly. Lin Feng quickly said, well, you almost drowned me before, so we're even. What do you mean we're even? You drowned on your own that time. It wasn't me who forced you into the water. How can that be considered even? Isn't that because you starved me for 4 days first, miss? Well, why did you have to run away? You should have just listened to me. Young miss, do you even want to listen to whether you're speaking human language? Outside the ward, Aiden, who hadn't left yet, pointed to the room and said, it sounds like there's a commotion inside. Mr. Lin just woke up and is still quite weak. Your young lady. He looked at Yu Suan meaningfully. Don't mind them. My young lady and Mr. Lin often bicker. Let them argue. Yu Suan calmly raised her hand and waved, smiling at Aiden. Dr. Aiden, may I have your autograph? Aiden. Chapter 358. What else is there to be afraid of? There's a patient here who just came back from the operating table. How can you argue with a patient like this and not care? Aiden remained silent for a moment, realizing that no ordinary person could walk in under royal surveillance. It's not worth getting into a conflict with someone like that, and besides, the person in front of me is a junior. He smiled and nodded. Okay. Yu Suan became excited instantly, rummaging through her pockets for a long time, but still couldn't find paper and pen. Seeing her growing embarrassment, Aiden smiled, took out a medical record book, tore off a page, and signed his name on it. Is this okay? Yu Suan blushed slightly, nodded, and accepted the gift with both hands. Let's go to the office. I'll tell you about the things I need to pay attention to. Aiden smiled and gestured towards the corridor. Yu Suan nodded quickly and followed Aiden. The noise in the ward gradually subsided. Lin Feng, who had just woken up, was still very weak. After talking so much, his physical strength had been exhausted. However, he had enough sleep, so he was not sleepy at the moment, but his body was a little tired. Chu Ling Shuang didn't say anything more, her eyes fixed on Lin Feng. It felt as if they had finally met after a long time. Her emotions had completely calmed down, and all the tension dissipated in their eye contact. The atmosphere in the ward gradually quieted down. The two looked at each other without saying a word, but both had smiles on their faces. After a long silence, Chu Ling Shuang suddenly frowned. She stared at Lin Feng, and a certain sentence Lin Feng had just said seemed to flash through her mind. Something's not right. She felt that something was not quite right. Seeing her furrowed brows, Lin Feng asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Something's not right." Chu Ling Shuang frowned, staring intently at Lin Feng. You seem to have said something." "What?" This time, it was Lin Feng's turn to be confused. He really didn't know what Chu Ling Shuang was talking about. What had he just said? "You said I starved you for 4 days." Chu Ling Shuang finally realized what was going on. Her gaze sharpened as she looked directly at Lin Feng. "So, you remember everything from before?" Instantly, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. "You remember everything, don't you? You've regained your memories?" Whether she was nervous or excited, Chu Ling Shuang stared at him with wide eyes. When their gazes met, it was clear that she was eagerly searching for an answer. Lin Feng fell silent. He could indeed say that the accidental fall off the cliff caused him to regain his memories, and if he explained it that way, Chu Ling Shuang wouldn't be angry, and it wouldn't be considered that he was hiding something from her, but he didn't want to say that. Now that we've exchanged our true feelings, there's no need to continue lying. One lie requires many more to cover it up, just like when Yu Suan and her accomplices conspired to deceive Chu Ling Shuang into believing she was pregnant. If she hadn't actually been pregnant, this game would have been unsolvable. He felt there was no need to continue lying. "Did you hurt your head because of this fall? Why did the doctor only say you hurt your leg? Did he not examine you properly?" Chu Ling Shuang suddenly became anxious, her worry evident on her face. Even at this point, she didn't doubt his deception. Rather, she worried about him. Lin Feng felt a warm feeling in his heart. Even though he was in a hospital room and the bed wasn't by the window, the sunlight outside was shining on him, making him feel very warm all over. Ling Shuang. He murmured her name, a tenderness he had never shown before on his face. Chu Ling Shuang, who was anxiously about to call the doctor in again, trembled and stared blankly at him. "I'm here." Lin Feng looked at her gently and said softly, "Actually, I've never lost my memory." Chu Ling Shuang was taken aback. "No amnesia?" Lin Feng nodded and smiled. "At first, I wanted to use amnesia as an excuse to escape from everyone, but..." He paused, turned his head with some difficulty, and didn't continue speaking. Presumably, Chu Ling Shuang understood what he meant next. He knew she could understand. Chu Ling Shuang understood, and she gave an awkward smile. "So, you didn't expect me to keep bothering you, did you?" Lin Feng did not deny it. It was indeed the truth. No wonder I always felt you remembered everything. Sometimes I really didn't think you had amnesia at all, but I thought you wouldn't lie to me anymore. But I never expected this." Noticing the fleeting awkwardness in her eyes, Lin Feng grew anxious and hastily explained, "I did lie to you on purpose, but I didn't expect things to turn out this way." There's no way he can lie to people or friends he's already considered friends. Sometimes when watching TV dramas, especially those romance films, two people who are truly in love will have all sorts of misunderstandings for various reasons. Things that could be resolved with just a few words always end up going on for a long time, which he doesn't understand. He always felt there was no need to lie. Wouldn't it be better to speak frankly? Besides, he has already made up his mind about his heart. Seeing Lin Feng's anxious explanation, Chu Ling Shuang bit her lip. "You don't need to explain to me. I didn't mean to blame you. Just what? Chu Ling Shuang murmured, but she couldn't bring herself to say the rest. Lin Feng sighed and said bluntly, "Just say what you have to say. We've been through so much already. What are you still afraid of?" "Yes, we've already been through so much, and we even have a child. What is there to be afraid of?" Chu Ling Shuang took a deep breath, closed her eyes briefly, then opened them again. "Actually, I'm afraid you'll regain your memories because I always feel that all of this happened too fast and too well. I'm afraid that one day you'll suddenly remember how I treated you before and you'll leave me again." She couldn't continue speaking and left again. This terrified her. These past few days, Lin Feng has been completely out of contact. Every night, as she sits alone in her bed, she's going crazy. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes widened slightly. He never imagined that those nightmarish experiences for him would now become a nightmare for Chu Ling Shuang as well. Wasn't the knot in my heart untied a long time ago? From the little things they did together over the years, from her unwavering decision to marry him who faked his death, from her repeated acts of compromise and concession. She used to be such a proud person. Now, because of him, I've become so timid and submissive. Chapter 359 this time. He chose to walk right into the trap. For no apparent reason, Lin Feng felt a sharp pain in his heart, and his breathing became somewhat labored. He unconsciously coughed a few times, which caused Chu Ling Shuang to become flustered. Lin Feng forced a smile that was both sarcastic and encouraging. "Be confident, Mississippi. If I run away again, just catch me. Where's your old drive? Have you been captivated by my good looks?" He really has a sharp tongue. What was meant to be an inspiring encouragement came out sounding like sarcasm to him. Chu Ling Shuang panicked instantly. She pointed at Lin Feng and stammered, You, how could you be so shameless?" He could always easily manipulate Chu Ling Shuang's emotions. If he weren't so physically weak, Lin Feng would have really wanted to shrug at this moment. However, Chu Ling Shuang quickly calmed down and regained her rationality. She snorted coldly and said with an arrogant expression, "Then it's as you said. If you dare to run away again in the future, I will chase you to the ends of the earth and lock you up." She rubbed her hands together and bared her teeth at Lin Feng, threatening him. This time, Lin Feng felt no aversion. He only found her extremely cute. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth and looked directly at her. There was no need for her to chase after him. This time, he chose to walk right into her trap. Under tight arrangements, Chu Tianli and Chun Wangqing boarded a private jet, with Zhang Peng following closely behind, leading the Chu family's guards to escort Linda and Jason onto the plane. After a short flight of just a few hours, the Chu family arrived at the royal villa. Charles had arranged for people to greet them at the door early in the morning. Lind and Jason were put in black masks and escorted into room 1. Adjacent to her, Su Zian was taken into secret room number 2. The 2 secret rooms were connected but airtight, with more than a dozen royal guards guarding the door. Charles's password was required to enter or leave. Anna was already preparing a generous gift to welcome Lin Feng back. Time flew by, and 3 days later, it was Lin Feng's discharge day from the hospital. More than a dozen luxury cars were parked at the back gate of the Royal Hospital. The hospital was under strict security that day. In order not to attract attention, Lin Feng came out of the hospital through the back gate in a wheelchair. Chu Ling Shuang stood beside him, while Yu Shuiyin pushed the wheelchair handle. At the back door, Chu Yunren, Lu Tianhan, Li Hao, and Xia Qingqing, whose colorful gauze bandages were still on, held flowers and celebrated Lin Feng's discharge from the hospital with joyful expressions. "Qingqing, your injuries haven't healed yet. Why did you come out?" Upon meeting, Lin Feng couldn't help but grumble, and beside him, Chu Ling Shuang also had a disapproving expression on her face. "I can't persuade her, Brother Feng," Li Hao said with a bitter expression. "Qingqing insisted on coming out. I told her to come after she recovered, but she insisted on seeing you." Before he could finish speaking, Xia Qingqing said with a face full of dissatisfaction, "My sister-in-law came out with her big belly. What are my little injuries? Besides, if it weren't for my brother and the Chu family's help, I would have been dead long ago." Putting everything else aside, Xia Qingqing is really good at talking. The simple phrase sister-in-law made Chu Ling Shuang's face flush red. With so many people in front of him, everything seemed to fall into place naturally. Noticing Chu Ling Shuang's somewhat shy expression, Lin Feng smiled and took her hand, squeezing it tighter in return. Hey you two, can't you see me? Hugging and kissing in public. Do you even consider me a human being? Chu Yunren, wearing an orange-yellow coat and jeans, rushed forward energetically, looking at her sister and brother-in-law with full dissatisfaction. This isn't hugging or kissing, it's just holding hands. It's my wife's hand. Why can't I hold it? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, and as if on purpose, raised the hand that was holding Chu Ling Shuang's hand, and even waved it in the air as if showing off. Yu Xuan was already used to seeing couples showing affection in public. She stood behind like a pillar and secretly rolled her eyes. Lu Tianhan smacked her lips, watching with great interest, looking like she was enjoying a melon. Li Hao's gaze shifted downwards, landing on Xia Qingqing's wrist, which was resting to one side. He hesitated for a long time, but couldn't muster the courage to take her hand. Xia Qingqing's attention was always on her brother and sister-in-law. She looked at them with envy and then glanced down at the greeting card on the flowers in her hand. The greeting card contained messages of blessing they wrote together to welcome Lin Feng home from the hospital, and also included Li Hao's handwriting. Everyone was different, except for Chu Yunren, who stood with her hands on her hips, speaking sarcastically. I wonder who was it that used to say they couldn't live without freedom, that they wanted freedom but not feelings. Lin Feng's smile instantly froze on his face. Once Chu Yunren started talking, she couldn't stop, her face full of sarcasm. And some other people. How could I like Lin Feng? How could I possibly change because of Lin Feng? Oh. Chu Ling Shuang, who had been in a great mood, suddenly turned gloomy. Noticing the subtle shift in the atmosphere, Lu Tianhan smacked her lips, subconsciously tugged at Chu Yunren's sleeve, and said awkwardly, Miss Ran, please stop talking. So what? Chu Yunren said nonchalantly. It's my brother-in-law's big day of being discharged from the hospital. What? Is my sister going to eat me up? She only dared to be so unrestrained on such a good day. Under normal circumstances, how could she have the guts to be so sarcastic and unsettling? I wouldn't go so far as to eat you. I'm not so heartless as to turn sisters against each other. Chu Ling Shuang's voice suddenly rang out, with a hint of gritted teeth. She stared straight at Chu Yunren, her voice dropping a few degrees. However, I can organize a team-building trip to Indonesia. Tianhan and Shuiyan, you can both go and have some fun. I'll reimburse the expenses. Yu Xuan paused, staring at Chu Ling Shuang in shock, her mouth agape. Wait, what does this have to do with me? Lu Tianhan quickly lowered her head and slapped herself a few times on the mouth, saying, Serves you right for being so foul-mouthed. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunren became anxious. Sister, how can you do this? Today is the joyous day of your husband's discharge from the hospital, and you're pregnant. How can you witness this violence? As she spoke, she hurriedly looked at the savior, right? Brother-in-law. Lin Feng sneered, gripped Chu Ling Shuang's hand tightly, and without any hesitation, said, I think what Madam said makes sense. Ran really needs to experience the harsh realities of society. In a flash, Chu Yunren's face turned deathly pale. Chu Ling Shuang was in a great mood. She looked at her sister teasingly and said, I also think that we should transfer her to the company archives. Being too active is not good. It's time for her to learn to calm down and look at the documents. That's a good idea. Looking at the materials is good. It helps you concentrate and study, right? Lin Feng smiled and chimed in, adding casually, Have her memorize all the information from these 3 months. That will be considered a passing test. Chu Ling Shuang nodded. I think it's a good idea. Shuiyan, you make the arrangements. Chapter 360, Could it be that they want to adopt him as their son? Chu Yunren was instantly on the verge of tears. Sister, brother-in-law, please. I was wrong. I repent. I apologize. I shouldn't have been so sharp-tongued. Chu Ling Shuang snorted coldly, ignoring her, and turned to look at Yu Shuiyan. What are the arrangements later? Yu Xuan hurriedly said, Master and Madam are already at the royal villa. The king said he needs to speak with Mr. Lin. Let's go together then. Chu Ling Shuang didn't think much of it, and immediately agreed to take a step. Lin Feng also nodded. However, Yu Xuan said awkwardly, No. The king said he wants to see Mr. Lin alone, saying he has something to discuss with him privately. As she said this, Yu Xuan could almost feel the gazes of the two people in front of her killing her. When will she finally be spared these drudge tasks? Chu Ling Shuang paused, looked at Lin Feng, and prepared to hear his opinion. But Lin Feng replied quickly, no need. Ling Shuang and I will go together. There's no need to separate. What girls really want is just an attitude. Just now, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Chu Ling Shuang felt inexplicably happy. If he wants to see you, then let him see you. I won't go over. If he wants to see you alone, it must be something very important. I didn't expect Chu Ling Shuang to let him go alone, but isn't this way of getting along very comfortable? Lin Feng didn't refuse any longer and nodded, saying, all right, I'll go first, you take them back first. The word them was self-explanatory. Chu Ling Shuang knew he was referring to their younger sister. Like a family with their children, the two of them were undoubtedly the backbone of the event. Fearing punishment, Chu Yunren hurriedly squeezed into a car amidst the chaos, while Chu Ling Shuang, with one hand on her waist, followed Xia Qingqing and the others into the car. Yu Xuan personally escorted Lin Feng to the royal villa. Lin Feng wasn't really concerned about what Charles wanted to talk to him about. What he cared about was Su Zian, the one who pushed him off the cliff. This enemy must be dealt with. Lin Feng hadn't figured out how to resolve the situation yet. After all, he had now regained all his memories, and he had indeed grown up in the Su family during his childhood. These relationships were complicated and difficult to handle. Soon, the car arrived at the royal villa. Charles had been waiting for Lin Feng in his study since early morning. When he saw Yu Xuan pushing Lin Feng in, Charles's face lit up with undisguised excitement. Charles wasn't alone in the study. A woman of noble bearing sat on the sofa near the window. Judging from her appearance, she was no more than 30 years old. The moment Lin Feng was pushed through the door, the woman turned her head and stared at him thoughtfully. Seeing Charles gesturing to her, Yu Xuan nodded in understanding and left first. The study door closed, and Charles stared intently at Lin Feng, slowly asking, how's your leg? Knowing it was a casual question, Lin Feng smiled and said, it's nothing serious now. I just need to rest and recover. As he spoke, he bowed to Charles from his wheelchair, saying, thank you for your help, Your Majesty. Seeing his distant manner, a hint of sadness flashed in Charles's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He pointed to the lady next to him and said, it's all right now. This is my daughter, Anna. Daughter. Lin Feng was stunned, then suddenly realized that this was a princess. Judging from Charles's age, Anna should be around 40 years old. He didn't expect her to be so young. He quickly turned to look at Anna, smiling as he greeted her. Hello, princess. Anna nodded with a smile. She hadn't paid much attention to him in the ward before, but now that Lin Feng appeared in front of her, dressed neatly and smartly, he caught her eye. Just like in the photo, Lin Feng is exceptionally handsome, possessing 1/4 of the royal blood of the Eagle Kingdom, and his eyebrows and eyes are particularly deep. Cough, cough. Charles cleared his throat and got straight to the point. Lin Feng, I have an idea I'd like to share with you. After all, Charles had helped him a lot, especially taking good care of him from beginning to end, so Lin Feng naturally wouldn't say no. But he was a little curious, and he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he always felt that Charles was speaking to him very politely, and there was even a different emotion mixed in his tone. Your Majesty, please say so, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Charles cleared his throat somewhat awkwardly, his eyes flickering as he looked at Lin Feng. Oh, it's like this. My daughter Anna is still unmarried, and I've recently been thinking of finding her an adopted son. Coincidentally, Anna has the same idea. He stopped speaking there, his gaze lingering on Lin Feng. Having heard this, Lin Feng had a rough idea, but the reason behind it shocked him. An adopted son? Saying this to his face, does she mean she wants to adopt him? Lin Feng's eyes flickered. No, how could this be? The other party was of royal blood from the United Kingdom, while he was Chinese. He only knew the other party because of the Chu family. How could someone of his status be noticed by the royal family of the United Kingdom? Lin Feng had that much self-awareness. He quickly corrected himself, saying, then we should find a better one. We could usually adopt from an orphanage. If the princess wants to find one, the paperwork should be easier to handle. He was genuinely offering advice to Charles, especially regarding the adoption of children from orphanages. He was familiar with it, and orphanages were the only option he could think of. However, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, a hint of heartache appeared in Charles's eyes. Lin Feng was right in front of him, crippled and confined to a wheelchair, yet his attitude remained neither humble nor arrogant. Especially since she had already made her point so clearly, yet Lin Feng's reply was so formal. The more understanding he was, the more distressed Charles felt. Seeing the sorrow on her father's face, Anna couldn't bear it any longer and spoke up. Lin Feng, actually. Anna. Before she could finish speaking, Charles interrupted her. Under Anna's questioning gaze, Charles shook his head and turned to Lin Feng, saying, I accept your idea. Anna and I will go and choose for ourselves. His tone trailed off, and he didn't continue speaking. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and quickly changed his words. Your Majesty, I would like to ask, where is the woman who kidnapped me now? Still having feelings for each other? Anna, puzzled, raised her eyebrows upon hearing Lin Feng's words. She had personally witnessed Chu Ling Shuang's feelings for Lin Feng, and now that Lin Feng was so eager to see another girl, it inevitably made her a little prejudiced against him. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng smiled and said, It's not that serious. I just need to talk to her about some things. Chapter 361. How could he possibly be alone with Su Ziyan? The relationship between him and Su Ziyan cannot be explained in a few words. In his heart, Su Ziyan was only a friend, although now she is not even a friend anymore. But Charles and Anna were truly outsiders to him, and he didn't need to explain. Anna didn't say anything more. Charles waved his hand and said, I've locked him in room 2. If you want to go, I'll have someone take you there later. No need to wait any longer. Let's do it now. Lin Feng didn't stand on ceremony and added his thanks. Thank you for the king's help. This gesture forcefully shut Charles down from speaking. Charles sighed, summoned 2 guards, and led Lin Feng out. Seeing Lin Feng leave, Anna couldn't help but ask, Father, why didn't you just tell Lin Feng about his background? Why not just say it directly? Why keep it a secret like this? Charles hasn't relaxed his brow these past few days, and it breaks her heart to see him like this. Charles sighed and said bluntly, Can't you tell? Xiao Feng doesn't seem very willing to listen to my story, and if I tell him directly, what's the difference between that and forcing him to acknowledge me as his grandfather? After speaking, Charles remained silent for a long time, then sighed and said, Those things happened too long ago. Now, I just don't want to force him. Anna nodded in understanding as she listened to her father's words. But father, this stalemate isn't a solution. Are you planning to keep your distance from Lin Feng for the rest of your life? Anna asked. Since there are regrets, try to find a way to resolve them. If you can't resolve them, then let them go. But how could the father let it go? Charles raised his arms, covered his face with his hands, and said with some difficulty, I don't know what to do either. The atmosphere in the study instantly became quiet. Anna's eyes flickered, and she had an idea. Father, I have a plan, but I don't know if it will work. What? Tell me. Charles became excited instantly and hurriedly looked at Anna. Anna pondered for a moment and said, I think Lin Feng and Chu Ling Shuang, the daughter of the Chu family, have a good relationship. Why don't we start with the Chu family? Charles's eyes widened instantly. Really? Yes. Anna nodded and said, I saw Chu Ling Shuang at the hospital a few days ago. She is in love with Lin Feng. Her subordinates told me that they are lovers. Lovers? Are they already dating? Yes. Didn't Mr. Chu also say that Lin Feng is his prospective son-in-law? I think it would be better to hold an engagement banquet for them, with our royal family in charge. Anna's voice gradually faded. It was just a sudden idea, and she didn't know if it would work. However, Charles's eyes suddenly lit up. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, That's right. The 2 from the Chu family are also on vacation here. It would be perfectly logical for me to get them all together and have them adopt Lin Feng as their grandson on the spot. As if realizing something, Charles stood up excitedly. Then let's do it this way, Anna. You'll handle things these days. I'll take a few days off and tell everyone I'm sick. Anna nodded. Okay. In front of the door to secret room number 2, Lin Feng met Aled, whom he had encountered while fleeing from Mon Manor. Aled wasn't injured and was currently on guard duty in the underground passage. When he saw Lin Feng coming over, his eyes flashed. Did you break your leg? Aled stepped forward and pointed to Lin Feng's leg. Oh, I accidentally fell down the mountain. Lin Feng smiled and said gratefully, but I still have to thank you for saving Qing Qing. Just a mission, Aled replied, narrowing his eyes as he stared at Lin Feng. Accidentally fell down the mountain? Nobody believes that. However, he didn't expose her and only asked, You've come to see Su Zian? Lin Feng nodded. Yes, there are some things I need to make clear to her. All right. Aled nodded, waved for the guards behind Lin Feng to leave, and then went around to Lin Feng's back and pushed the wheelchair armrests. As the large iron door of secret chamber number 2 was pulled open, a woman covered in black cloth and bound with iron chains appeared before Lin Feng. The room was very clean. The bed, toilet, and dining table were all covered with foam in every corner, even on the walls. The iron chain ran from the corner to the foot of the bed, giving Su Zian some room to move around, except for her bound hands. Of course, she no longer had the right to commit suicide. Her hair was disheveled and hanging loosely over her shoulders. She huddled in the corner of the bed, her back pressed against the sponge on the wall. Hearing the sound of the iron gate being opened, Su Zian visibly trembled, muttering as if she were going crazy. Why are you arresting me? Let me go? I need to find Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained silent for a moment before looking at Aled. Aled leaned close to Lin Feng's ear and whispered, After you were pushed down the mountain, she was brought back after being knocked unconscious. Before she fainted, she kept saying this. She wanted to commit suicide for love. She's gone mad. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, gripped the wheelchair with both hands, looked at the large group of people following behind him, and said, Tell them all to leave. I have something to talk to her about. Seemingly hearing a familiar voice, Su Zian moved her head through the black mask, looking blankly at the location from which the voice came. Aled understood, raised his hand to disperse the guards behind him, and then said to Lin Feng, Then I'll head out first. No need. Lin Feng shook his head. You can stay here and be a witness. How could he possibly be alone with Su Zian? If it weren't for the fact that Chu Lingshuang was pregnant, and he was afraid she would get emotional, he would have even brought Chu Lingshuang along. Aled had seen many such private meetings, but this was the first time he had been asked to be present. He couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng a few more times, then nodded silently. Okay, that works too. I'll stay here while you two chat. Lin Feng responded and pushed the wheelchair into the secret room. After a few tentative words, Su Zian seemed to have confirmed that the person in front of her was Lin Feng. She became excited and shouted blankly towards the door, Lin Feng. It's you, Feng. Did you come to save me? Even at a time like this, she wouldn't still think he fell off the mountain and lost his memory, would she? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly and quietly looked at Su Zian. He remembered the first time he met her. Back then, she was still rational. Apart from him, she was definitely a goddess-level figure. But now she had become so crazy. What exactly is love? It's like poison. Not hearing Lin Feng's response, Su Zian murmured to herself, Feng, we grew up together. Our parents even arranged a marriage for us when we were little, do you remember? We were already engaged. Chapter 362, A Failed Bet. As a witness to this scene, Aled couldn't help but look at Lin Feng with newfound respect. He never expected that there was more to this than he thought. Lin Feng didn't show any expression. He just quietly looked at Su Zian. Even through the mask, he could feel the expectant look in Su Zian's eyes. She was hoping that he had amnesia and had come to rescue her. But such a thing is destined not to happen. Su Zian. He hesitated for a moment before finally speaking, but the words that came out were extremely cruel. Your bet has failed. It failed. He did not lose his memory. How could such a cruel bet possibly be fulfilled? Su Zian was stunned. She huddled in the corner, as if struck by lightning, and remained there for a long time, unable to recover. Lin Feng didn't say anything more. He just looked at her and found it somewhat ridiculous. How could she possibly believe that time could go backwards? There is no going back in this world. In the secret room, the atmosphere suddenly froze, and Su Zian, who had been acting erratically, suddenly calmed down. She looked up, and in the darkness before her, a smile played on her lips. Is that so? She murmured something, then suddenly laughed, a desolate laugh. So it was a failure after all. She kept talking to herself, seemingly lost in her own world, unable to turn back. Lin Feng didn't know how to describe his feelings at that moment. It's very complicated. He didn't dislike Su Zian, nor did he hate her. He just felt that she was pathetic, living in her own world, and completely oblivious to the outside world. But the things she had done made it impossible for him to forgive her. Oh no, it's not about whether to forgive or not now. If we're talking about forgiveness, it should be Xia Qingqing who brings it up. He has no right to forgive her on Xia Qingqing's behalf. His silence seemed to indicate that their relationship had come to an end. Su Zian was still unwilling to give up. Lin Feng, answer me truthfully. If I had appeared first, would the outcome have been different? Lin Feng hadn't expected that even at this point, she was still thinking about this. He couldn't hold back any longer. Why are you always dwelling on the past? Is it possible to go back to the past? Or is it that time can flow backward in this world? And how can something that has already happened be undone? Besides, even if I really lost my memory this time and ended up with you, what if I regained my memory? What if I remembered the past, remembered all of this? Do you think I would forgive you? He said a lot, which was unusual for him, perhaps because he felt that he would never see Su Zian again in this lifetime, and some things needed to be made clear. I don't need your forgiveness. I just want you to remember me. Even if it's with hatred, I still want to be the most special person in your heart. It seemed as if she was gritting her teeth as she spoke, and if it weren't for the mask, Lin Feng could even see the distortion on her face. Yeah. Lin Feng smiled, looking at Su Zian with a smile, but the words he spoke were extremely cruel. Su Zian, I've thought a lot about this obsession of yours since I woke up, and I think I can give you the answer now. He looked at her calmly. Her head was covered, but he saw her suddenly crawl forward, as if she were filled with extreme anticipation. He spoke. You remember Linda, right? The Grandpa Lin you mentioned. If you appeared first, it means I've regained my memories, and we would indeed get engaged. Under Linda's influence, we would live a respectful life together. But do you think Linda really wants me to be happy? Linda. It seemed like it had been a long time since she had heard this name. Su Zian had almost forgotten that such a person even existed. She murmured something and asked Lin Feng. I really didn't know that Linda lied to me, but I believe that if we were together, I would definitely find out about his plan. Did you notice it last time? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Su Zian fell silent. Indeed, there were too many uncertainties at that time. She had no idea that Linda had made such a big move. But why did Linda do those things? Aren't you a member of the Lin family? Why would he be jealous of your success? Why would he cause you trouble? Su Zian blurted out that this was not only a question that had been in her mind for a long time, but also a question that Lin Feng had. Who knows? Lin Feng shrugged, saying indifferently. I'm not even familiar with him. Why should I care what he wants to do? Who asked him? Who cares? Why bother with so much about a complete stranger? If he had to control everything and ask about everything, wouldn't his brain explode? Just focus on doing your own thing. We're all adults. Who has the time or inclination to listen to someone else's tragic story? I don't have time, okay? Hearing his straightforward answer, Su Zian was shocked. You don't care at all. Don't you want to know what Linda's purpose is, what he wants to do? In no mood. His straightforward answer still showed that he was the same selfish person he always was, but now, the scope of his selfishness included Chu Ling Shuang, Xia Qingqing, Li Hao, and everyone in the Chu family. Besides that, nothing else could rouse his energy. Because it's unnecessary, and also because I don't have the time. Everyone is the same. There's no need to belittle yourself over a few rumors. There's a saying that goes, if you're angry and hold a grudge for a long time because someone insulted you, then for as long as you hold a grudge, that insult has been insulting you for just as long. Why waste time and energy on someone like that? It's not worth it. Beside him, Aled slightly raised his eyes. The Linda the two men were talking about was in the adjacent secret room number 1. He couldn't help but lean close to Lin Feng's ear. Mr. Lin, Linda is being held in the next room. He assumed Lin Feng was unaware, and what he meant was that if Linda needed to appear, he could go and arrest him right now. However, Lin Feng turned his head and said, then keep it locked up. Aled was stunned. If he hadn't misheard, they were implying that Lin was hiding a secret, yet the answer could be revealed in just a few steps. Why wasn't Lin Feng interested at all? This answer suddenly piqued Aled's interest in Lin Feng. Lin Feng is indeed extraordinary. Like his legendary experiences, he remains elusive. No wonder, in those records, two wealthy young ladies are still infatuated with him. Ignoring Aled, Lin Feng looked directly at Su Ziyan and said, Su Ziyan, I will not take revenge on you, but I don't know about Qing Qing. After all, you hit her. I will tell her that you are imprisoned here. I don't care about her revenge against you. As for the things you have done, the royal family will make the judgment. His words were ruthless. With just that one simple sentence, he had already declared that his relationship with Su Ziyan was over. However, Su Ziyan still hasn't been able to see Lin Feng. Through the mask, she can only hear his voice, but she can't see his face clearly at all. As the noise subsided, Su Ziyan's eyes flickered, and she slightly opened her mouth. She looked in Lin Feng's direction, as if she already knew the answer. "Au fond." She murmured something softly, as if pouring out her thoughts from childhood. It was that same address again. Her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. Lin Feng frowned, looked at her calmly, and didn't say anything. She said, "Could you help me get this down? I want to see you one last time. Take one last look. After today, there will be no more chances." She seemed to have accepted her fate. She was anxious, swinging her arms wildly, causing the iron chains on her wrists to clang. She seemed to be looking for something. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, staring intently at her, without saying another word. After searching for a long time, Su Ziyan seemed to be getting anxious. She grabbed her clothes, opened the collar, and a large expanse of snow-white skin was instantly revealed. He's not the only one here. Lin Feng looked at Aled, who simply raised his head and pretended not to see anything. The next second, Su Ziyan's voice rang out again. "Where's my box? Where's the wooden box I always carry with me? Where did you put my wooden box?" "What wooden box?" Lin Feng asked Aled. Aled shook his head. "I don't know. I didn't lead the arrest." He responded, and then looked at the cabinet by the door of the secret room. The next second, his eyes flashed, and he pointed at the cabinet and said, "Is it that wooden box?" Lin Feng's gaze shifted, and he saw the carved wooden box. He recognized the box. It was the box Su Ziyan had carried with her during their escape from Mon Manor. Her anesthetic was hidden inside that box, along with an envelope. "Bring it here, so I can take a look," Lin Feng said softly, pointing to the wooden box. Aled nodded and took the wooden box down. This thing had been held tightly in Su Ziyan's hands the whole time, and it was the first time Lin Feng had ever touched it. He took the box, opened it, and glanced inside. Inside the carved wooden box, there was nothing but syringes and envelopes. "What do you want this for?" Lin Feng asked Su Ziyan. "Give me the envelope," Su Ziyan called out. Lin Feng was taken aback, then took out the envelope. Unexpectedly, he clearly felt a bulge at the bottom of the envelope. Confused, he reached his hand into the envelope. It was a necklace. A pendant was attached to the middle of the necklace. Su Ziyan had shown him the necklace, but he hadn't paid attention to what was inside the pendant. "Is this the necklace you're looking for?" Lin Feng frowned. "Yes, those were given to me by you, along with a photo of you and me." Su Ziyan suddenly smiled, as if she had accepted her fate. Opening the pendant, he found a childhood photo of himself and Su Ziyan. Lin Feng's heart sank. He was filled with mixed emotions and didn't know what to say. However, this matter was finally coming to an end. "Give her the necklace." He held the necklace in his hand and handed it to Aled. "Yes." Aled nodded, took the necklace with both hands, walked up to Su Ziyan, and placed the necklace in her palm. As if she had obtained some precious treasure, Su Ziyan clutched the necklace tightly and refused to let go. "The matter has come to an end, so there's no need to say anything more." Lin Feng gave Su Ziyan a deep look, then said to Aled, "Send me out." "Yes, Mr. Lin." Aled responded and was about to go forward to push Lin Feng's wheelchair. However, Su Ziyan's voice, filled with a mixture of despair and hope, rang out once more. "Au fond, are you really not even going to let me see you one last time?" Aled's hand froze, and he stared blankly at Lin Feng. Indeed, even he knew what fate awaited Su Ziyan after all the arson, murder, and other such acts piled up. Seeing each other again wouldn't be too much to ask. However, Lin Feng laughed and said, "There's nothing to see. Our relationship ended a long time ago, didn't it? When you repeatedly used my friends to hurt and threaten me, our relationship could never go back to what it was before. We can never go back to the way things were. What's this talk of a final meeting? It's just leaving the other person with more hope. What's the point of having such an unfulfilled expectation? Allard, get me out of here. Before Suzanne could respond, Lin Feng gave the order. Aled dared not refuse again, nodded repeatedly, and, holding onto the armrests of the wheelchair, pushed Lin Feng out of room 2. Behind them, until the very last moment the door closed, Suzanne's incredulous voice still echoed. Just one last time, and you really didn't even want to see me one last time. Ah Feng, you're truly heartless. You've always been so heartless towards me. The door to the secret room was closed, cutting off Suzanne's voice. From this moment on, they had no further relationship. When he came out, Lin Feng subconsciously glanced at the number 1 secret room next to him. He had just heard Aled say that Linda was imprisoned there. He remembered that Qing Qing had told him that after he fell into the sea, the Chu family dealt with the Lin family. It seems that Linda was imprisoned in the Chu family, and I don't know why he has now been transferred to the royal family. Perhaps there's some business entanglement between them. Lin Feng really didn't want to think about anything else. His only thought now was to heal his legs and do some exercise when he could stand up again, so he could have one in each hand. Now, there's nothing that can concern him anymore. After leaving the royal villa, Aled had already arranged a nanny car to take Lin Feng back to St. John's estate. Chu Ling Shuang was waiting at the manor early in the morning. When Lin Feng returned home, the dining table was already set with all kinds of delicious food. Lin Feng's return time was just right. You're back pretty early. Chu Ling Shuang chuckled and sat up straight from her slumped position on the sofa. Lin Feng glanced at them and laughed. So you just lay on the sofa all afternoon? What else can I do? Chu Ling Shuang rolled her eyes. I don't have anything else to do, so I'll just wait for you to come back on the sofa. Although she spoke in a reproachful tone, she did say it with a smile. As she spoke, she sat up straight and said to Yu Swan, Swan, go and tell the chef to heat up the food and call Ran Ran and Qing Qing down for dinner. Chapter 363. He's my husband, so of course I have to live with him. Okay, Yu Swan replied. 2 hours had passed since they left the hospital, and it was getting dark. Everyone was starving. She busied herself preparing, while Lin Feng, with his hands on the wheelchair tires, chuckled at the doorway. You've sent everyone away. Who's going to push me now? Chu Ling Shuang's lips twitched, and she gracefully stood up, walked forward, and said, How about I push you? Sure, but I'm afraid you'll push me face first into the shit, miss. Lin Feng chuckled and made a joke. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Ling Shuang slapped him on the head. You're so glib. Do I look like that kind of person? Lin Feng shamelessly added. I think it looks quite similar. You. Chu Ling Shuang was so angry that she snorted coldly. She didn't bother to argue with Lin Feng. She just pushed him into the restaurant with a cold face and then sat down opposite him. Tell me, what did you do this afternoon? Meeting Lin Feng's gaze, Chu Ling Shuang chose to be direct. Lin Feng didn't hide anything and asked directly. I was just about to ask you that. Why is Linda being locked up in the royal villa? Is it Uncle Chu's doing? Upon hearing this, Chu Ling Shuang rested her chin on her hand, pondering for a moment. Is that so? Dad didn't tell me anything. Lin Feng was taken aback. You don't know either? How could I possibly know? Now, I'm not involved in any of the Chu family's affairs, big or small. They're afraid I'll get tired, so they always find all sorts of excuses to keep me out of it. Chu Ling Shuang replied, sounding somewhat annoyed. Having been used to being a queen, she's still a little unaccustomed to having all her power taken away. However, considering that she really needed to take care of her health, Chu Ling Shuang didn't say anything more. Seeing Lin Feng deep in thought, she offered, Your parents will be staying here tonight. If you're really curious, you can ask them later. Lin Feng was about to nod when he saw Yu Swan walk in excitedly, followed by Dr. Aiden. Miss Sir, Dr. Aiden has arrived. Yu Swan's face was flushed, and she was out of breath, clearly very happy. Chu Ling Shuang was taken aback, then became anxious. Dr. Aiden? Is there something wrong with Lin Feng's leg? Lin Feng's heart sank, and he subconsciously looked over as well. No, no, no. Aiden quickly raised his hand and shook it, smiling as he said, It was the king who ordered me to stay with Mr. Lin recently. The king is worried about complications and hopes I can stay here. His words made it clear that he hoped Chu Ling Shuang could provide him with accommodation. St. John's Hill Lodge doesn't lack rooms. They can just clean one up, so it's not difficult to do. Chu Ling Shuang immediately understood. She nodded and said, Shui Yin, I'll leave this to you. Go and prepare a room for Dr. A.I. Dan that's close to our bedroom. Yu Xuan was naturally delighted and immediately nodded. Okay, I'll go prepare right now. Just as she was about to turn and leave, Aiden hurriedly called out to her. Miss Chu, if I may ask, are you and Mr. Lin sharing a room? The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Chu Ling Shuang raised an eyebrow. He's my husband, so of course I have to live with him. Aiden hesitated for a moment, then said, I suggest that you two not sleep together for the next week. Mr. Lin's leg injury has not yet healed, so it would be better if you stayed separately. Chu Ling Shuang was clearly somewhat unwilling. However, Lin Feng agreed. Putting everything else aside, he knew Chu Ling Shuang's bad sleeping habits best. She might just roll over on him in the middle of the night. His legs were already like this. If she rolled over on him again, wouldn't that be the death of him? I think Dr. Aiden makes a good point, Lin Feng quickly added. Chu Ling Shuang immediately straightened her face. What do you mean? You've grown bold now, huh? You dare not sleep with me anymore. I didn't. Miss, I think Dr. Aiden is right. Given our current situation, what if things accidentally escalate? Then I'll help you solve it. You can bear with it for a bit. I haven't seen you for days. Are you willing to let me sleep alone? These are two different things. Seeing the two of them arguing again across the dining table, Aiden scratched his head awkwardly. This was the first time he'd ever seen two adults disobey medical advice, but looking at Yu Xuan beside him, she seemed quite used to it. Aiden was silent for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, Miss you? Do the two of them often do this? I'm used to it, Yu Xuan said, hooking her arm around Aiden's and pulling him outside. Don't worry, they're both all bark and no bite. They may argue, but they'll listen to each other at night. I see. Aiden scratched his head and didn't say anything more. Following Yu Xuan to the guest room, Yu Xuan opened the door and instructed the maid to clean the room. Dr. Aiden, you can stay in this room for now. Mr. Lin is across the street. I live upstairs. You can come to me if you need anything. Good. Aiden smiled and looked down at Yu Xuan, who was holding his arm tightly. Seemingly realizing what she had just said, Yu Xuan scratched her head and said, Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly. After all, he was a senior who was older and more outstanding than her. She quickly coughed a few times to clear her throat. Then I'll head out now. Please just tell the servants what you need. After saying that, Yu Xuan hurriedly left. Watching her flee as if her life depended on it, Aiden couldn't help but chuckle. He always felt that the people here weren't very serious. The banquet started promptly at 7 p.m. Chu Ling Shuang's parents are still at the royal villa and haven't returned yet. St. Dunsham Manor is only inhabited by young people like them, without those cumbersome rules. Chu Ling Shuang, Lin Feng, Chu Yun Ran, Xia Qingqing, Li Hao, Yu Shuiyan, and Lu Tianhan. It's rare to see everyone here, and there's even an extra Dr. A.I. Dan. It was also a celebration banquet for Lin Feng's discharge from the hospital, and the banquet was very lively. Not long after the meal began, Li Hao raised his glass and made a request to Lin Feng. Brother Feng, I need your and Miss Chu's help with something. For Lin Feng, Li Hao was a long-time friend, and their relationship had long surpassed that of ordinary friendship. As for Chu Ling Shuang, Lin Feng's friends were her own people, and there was nothing she could refuse. Huzzy, go ahead and say it. Lin Feng replied readily. Seeing everyone's attention turned to him, Li Hao scratched his head awkwardly and forced himself to speak. Chapter 360, For These Two Demons. I want to learn some kung fu, like fighting techniques. Li Hao's voice was muffled. In the face of such a lively atmosphere, his voice was somewhat soft and clearly weak. But the moment his voice fell, everyone present was stunned. Lin Feng stared blankly at Li Hao, then his gaze unconsciously shifted to Xia Qingqing. In that one glance, he seemed to understand something. Chu Ling Shuang raised her eyebrows, looking at Li Hao with some surprise, seemingly not expecting him to make such a request. Brother Hao, why are you learning all this? If you want someone to protect you, Just tell Brother Peng and ask him to send 2 people, right? Yu Xuan was a little confused and stared blankly at Li Hao. Lu Tianhan nodded in agreement. Learning fighting skills naturally requires starting from a young age. Li Hao is not young anymore, and his body has already reached maturity. Learning those skills at this age is much more difficult than starting from a young age. Dr. Aiden was puzzled, but seeing that everyone had put down their chopsticks, he, as a guest, also put down his chopsticks. Li Hao glanced at Xia Qingqing out of the corner of his eye, and his cheeks flushed instantly, as if he had been drinking. He staggered and explained, "No, I know this request might be a bit. Brother Feng, you've helped me before and given me a lot of money. I know I shouldn't make such a request, but..." He stammered as he spoke. Then his gaze fell on Xia Qingqing, as if a new layer of determination had been added to it. He composed himself and said, "But I don't want to see the people around me get into trouble again, and I'm powerless to help." He gritted his teeth and said heavily, "Like Brother Feng, you have a smart brain and always know what to do in any situation. Miss Chu is capable and has a family. Xuan knows medicine. Tianhan can drive. Miss Ranran can liven up the atmosphere. Compared to you all, I seem useless. When important people are in trouble, I can only stand by and worry helplessly. I don't want to continue like this." This time, he spoke at length, and his gaze pointed out many people. Aside from Dr. Aiden, he called in almost everyone present. Aiden raised an eyebrow. He had seen wealthy neighborhoods before. As a top-notch doctor, he had frequented high society quite a bit, but he had always encountered its share of intrigue and backstabbing. The oppression was even more severe within the family, and he did indeed have a special skill. However, the circle before him was not the same as what he had seen before. Here, just over this meal, he saw harmony. It's a harmonious place, like home. This Lin Feng and Chu Ling Shuang are the heads of this family. Somewhat unexpectedly, he suddenly felt that the atmosphere here was very nice. It cannot be denied that what Li Hao said is indeed true. Lin Feng silently picked up his teacup and took a sip. He didn't say anything, but he could see through Li Hao's little scheme. If it had been Chu Ling Shuang who had the accident that day, he would have been even more anxious than Li Hao. After being lectured by Lin Feng last time, Chu Ling Shuang seemed to have come to understand Li Hao's thoughts. Indeed, she deeply understands the feeling of helplessness of watching someone you love or who is most important to you get into trouble and being unable to do anything about it. However, Xia Qingqing seized on the only blind spot in the room. "Brother Hao, you've praised them all, but what about me? What can I do?" "Well..." The silence instantly turned awkward, and Li Hao stammered for a long time without being able to utter a single word. Lin Feng covered his forehead and shielded his eyes with his hands. He couldn't bear to look anymore. Chu Ling Shuang glanced at Xia Qingqing with interest, then looked at Lin Feng. They really were siblings. They spoke and acted exactly like they were cut from the same mold. Fortunately, Lin Feng had higher emotional intelligence than Xia Qingqing, otherwise she would have been chasing him forever. Chu Yunren shook her head, poked her head out, and said with her hands on her hips, "Brotherly, what you're saying makes it sound like I'm only good at livening up the atmosphere, right? Is that supposed to be a compliment?" Lu Tianhan added abruptly, "I can do more than just drive, okay? Why don't you praise me for being shrewd and capable?" Well, the 3 women kept talking back and forth, leaving Li Hao with nowhere to vent his pent-up emotions. Seeing this chaotic scene, Aiden couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips. The people here seemed quite interesting. Yu Xuan covered her head, catching a glimpse of AI Dan's smile. She immediately wanted to disappear into the ground. In broad daylight, she was just making a fool of herself. "Lin Feng, you decide." Chu Ling Shuang smiled and spoke, calming the atmosphere with a single sentence. "What decision? I think this is a good thing." Without hesitation, Lin Feng laughed and said, "I did want Huzi to protect Qingqing back then, but time was tight, and there wasn't time for him to learn martial arts. Now that there's time, of course he can learn." Li Hao immediately became excited. "Really? Brother Feng, you really agree to let me practice martial arts?" Lin Feng smiled and nodded, then looked at Chu Ling Shuang. "However, it's up to Ling Shuang to choose the teacher for you." He couldn't think of anyone more suitable than Chu Ling Shuang for this. Chu Ling Shuang understood immediately and nodded with a smile. Then let Zhang Peng take you under his wing for the next few days. Start with the basics, but think it over carefully. It will be very tough at the beginning, and you'll need to be physically fit. No problem. I'll run 5 kilometers tomorrow with 2 sandbags on my back. Li Hao immediately became excited. He stood up abruptly and said with great enthusiasm, 5 kilometers won't do. That's barely enough to fill a gap between your teeth. You'll need a week or 2 of grueling training. Chu Ling Shuang added casually, as if watching a good show. Understanding Chu Ling Shuang's quirky sense of humor, Lin Feng chuckled and added, it should be at least 10 kilometers, right? Let's run around the manor. If you get exhausted, there are 2 doctors here to help. Aiden, glad to help. Yu Xuan, it's okay, brotherly. I'll prepare a few injections of adrenaline for you. You can go run with peace of mind. Li Hao, who had just stood up, immediately deflated and said awkwardly, really? 10 kilometers right from the start. He touched the fat he had gained over the past few months, and his face instantly fell. Seeing this, Chu Yunren patted Li Hao's shoulder with a look of sympathy. Brotherly, you really have courage. I didn't even dare to tell my sister that I wanted to practice martial arts. The Devil Week plan she set for me almost cost me my life. Li Hao's eyes widened, a shiver ran through him, and he muttered, is it too late for me to take back what I said? Clearly, it was too late. As the elegant classical music began, he saw Chu Ling Shuang and Lin Feng smiling at each other, and his legs trembled. Those 2 devils. Chapter 365, I want to have memories with you in the future. The banquet lasted until 9 p.m., and it was only after Yu Xuan urged her that Chu Ling Shuang finally agreed to go to bed. I finally got to see you back, and now I have to sleep alone. At the bedroom door, Chu Ling Shuang pouted somewhat reluctantly, holding on to Lin Feng's wrist and refusing to let go. Having just gone through so many thrilling experiences, how could she possibly feel at ease? Lin Feng chuckled and patted the back of her hand. Then I'll stay with you. I'll go back to my room after you fall asleep, okay? Seeing his doting expression, the sweetness in the air almost overflowing, Yu Xuan sighed silently. Noticing Aiden's slightly disapproving look, she quickly shook her head at Aiden. Really? Chu Ling Shuang's eyes flashed, radiating light. Of course it's true. My leg injury is just an external injury. Your pregnancy is the real problem. He said, looking at Aiden. It's just a little late night. Is it all right? Aiden was about to say that it would be best to get some rest when Yu Xuan interrupted. It's okay to stay up a little longer, but it's best not to stay up past midnight. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Overjoyed to receive a satisfactory reply, Chu Ling Shuang pushed Lin Feng towards the bedroom. It's rare for them to have time together. Today, she only chatted with Lin Feng for a while during dinner. How could she possibly be satisfied with such a short time? However, she also knew that Lin Feng's leg was uncomfortable and he needed to sleep with her first, so she naturally couldn't go too far. I'm going to take a shower first. You can stay by my side with me. I'm sure I'll fall asleep quickly with you here. She excitedly slammed the door shut and rushed into the bathroom. Hearing the sound of running water in the bathroom, Lin Feng smiled and pushed his wheelchair to the bedside. The decor was exactly the same as when he left. There were books that Chu Ling Shuang would read before bed, and a bronze carved table lamp on the bedside table, creating a slightly antique atmosphere. Next to the books was Chu Ling Shuang's cell phone. At 9:10 a.m. sharp, her phone alarm went off automatically. From inside the bathroom, Chu Ling Shuang's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, came out. Lin Feng, turn off my alarm clock. Good. Lin Feng responded and picked up her phone. Alarm clock note, time to sleep. After switching off the closed screen, Lin Feng saw her phone's home screen. It's the same picture taken when he participated in a dating reality show. His profile is magnified and placed in the phone's background, connecting to the sea. He couldn't remember the last time he had seen this scene. Unexpectedly, Chu Ling Shuang had been using this photo as her background image all along. A feeling of nostalgia welled up in his heart, and in a daze, Lin Feng suddenly remembered that he and Chu Ling Shuang didn't seem to have taken a photo together. There are very few photos of Chu Ling Shuang in his phone's photo album. If they are old and lying in wheelchairs together, wouldn't they only be able to hear each other reminiscing about the past? The moment the thought crossed her mind, Chu Ling Shuang had already finished washing up and come out. She was wrapped in a white bathrobe, the snow-white color blending seamlessly with the robe, like a lotus emerging from clear water. She wasn't quite far along in her pregnancy yet, and the change in her lower abdomen wasn't visible under the cover of her bathrobe. At that moment, she was using a light pink towel to dry her wet long hair. "What are you looking at?" Chu Ling Shuang slowly stepped forward. The steam from the bathroom seeped out from inside the door, carrying with it the scent of her shower gel and shampoo. "I'm looking at your phone." Lin Feng smiled and waved the phone she had placed on the bedside table. The screen had already been turned off. Chu Ling Shuang snorted and said arrogantly, "What's so interesting about my phone? Shuayan won't let me play with it anymore." Because of her pregnancy, Chu Ling Shuang's health was originally good, but this pregnancy was caused by drinking alcohol several times. For the sake of the fetus's health, she tried to minimize her use of electronic devices. Therefore, for Chu Ling Shuang, her mobile phone only served as an alarm clock. Most of the time, she would read books before going to bed. Knowing this was the outcome, Lin Feng didn't expose him, but just jokingly said, "Let's see if you have any secrets you're hiding from me." "What secrets could I possibly have?" Chu Ling Shuang said sternly, twisting a towel in one hand and extending her other hand towards Lin Feng. "Now it's your turn." Looking at her slender, white hands, Lin Feng asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" "Hand over your phone." "You've checked mine, so of course I should check if you're hiding anything from me," Chu Ling Shuang said matter-of-factly. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, took out his phone from his pocket, and obediently handed it over. "Here you go, Mississippi. If you can find anything, I'll have to praise you for being so clever." "Really?" Chu Ling Shuang muttered something, took the phone without hesitation, and sat down on the edge of the bed to look through Lin Feng's phone. As soon as she turned on the screen, she frowned. "Terrible. The wallpaper isn't me." Lin Feng shrugged. "Miss, why don't you take another look at my photo album? There aren't any pictures of you in my album, okay?" Chu Ling Shuang glanced at it, her lips pouting. She seemed to have indeed checked the photo album, finding only a few screenshots of unknown content. She murmured, "All right." As she spoke, she tossed her phone aside, saying, "Forget it. I'm not looking at it anymore. It hurts my eyes if I look at it too much." "Huh? You're not going to watch it anymore?" "Yeah. What's so interesting about this? Now that I'm with you, of course I have to respect your privacy." It's rare to hear her say that. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. This was truly a rare occurrence. Chu Ling Shuang really did do better in his world. She always believed in him. This warmed Lin Feng's heart. He picked up his phone, put it back in his pocket, and said casually, "I was just thinking, how about we go take some photos together in a few days?" Chu Ling Shuang was taken aback. "Take a picture?" "Okay," Lin Feng responded with a smile. "Anyway, I can't go to school right now, and I don't have anything to do at home. So why don't we take this opportunity to take some photos? I want to create memories with you in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly heated up. It's not just about taking pictures, but about who you're taking them with, and for what reason. Suddenly, Chu Ling Shuang felt a slight sting in her nose. She gave Lin Feng a deep look, then, still wiping her hair, said in a muffled voice, "Okay. Let's go take pictures together. We can not only take photos, but also shoot some videos, whatever you want to shoot." Chu Ling Shuang gave a soft her eyes darting around. "Then let Tian Han make the arrangements. She took photography as an elective in college, so have her arrange for a few more professional photographers to come over." "Perfect timing, the weather's been nice these days. Let's go take some photos." Chapter 366, I think you're right. After I dried her hair, Chu Ling Shuang obediently got into bed. Lin Feng sat by the bed, holding her hand tightly, and coaxed her to sleep. As she said, Chu Ling Shuang did indeed fall asleep after a short while. It seemed that she hadn't had a good night's sleep in a long time. Now, holding Lin Feng's hand, she began to snore softly and steadily. Looking at her sleeping face, Lin Feng reached out to tuck her in, and waited a little while before pushing her wheelchair away. As soon as the door was opened, Yu Suan and Aiden were chatting at the entrance. Seeing Lin Feng come out, Yu Suan quickly shushed him and rushed inside to turn off the lamp. After closing the door, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss hasn't gone to bed this early these past few days." "It's true. Mr. Lin's presence is always helpful." Looking at Lin Feng, Yu Suan made a comment. Looking at the time, it was just past 10 o'clock. Lin Feng couldn't help but say, "Actually, you guys can go and rest. There's no need to wait for me." "No, the king's orders are to keep you under strict protection," Aiden said firmly, shaking his head. This surprised Lin Feng, who subconsciously asked, "Dr. Aiden, with your status, there must be quite a few patients waiting for your treatment outside, right?" The implication was that I had a doctor here, and it was for post-operative recovery, so there was no need for him to stay here. Upon hearing this, Yu Swain subconsciously looked at Aiden. They all share the same idea. Aiden was somewhat surprised that Lin Feng would say such a thing. If it were an ordinary person, even a member of the royal family or nobility, no matter what the illness was, as long as they were not cured, they would wish to have a famous doctor by their side. But Lin Feng didn't seem to really want it. This made Aiden open his eyes slightly. Seeing that Aiden didn't respond, and the surprise on her face clearly said everything, Lin Feng said knowingly, "Actually, I don't really need you to stay here to take care of me. Swain is also a very good doctor. It's just a matter of postoperative recovery. You should go back to your post as soon as possible. He knows his own body well. His leg is broken, and he just needs to recover properly. There's no need to keep a top doctor by his side." Aiden and Yu Swain are different. One is a family doctor, and the other is everyone's doctor. He's not some precious mascot, and the royal family doesn't need to care about him so much. Although Yu Swain was somewhat reluctant, she did not deny that what Lin Feng said was correct. At this moment, Yu Swain couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng a few more times, not expecting him to have such awareness. Aiden smiled and shook his head. "No need. Come to think of it, I haven't had a vacation in a long time. The reason I agreed to take care of you this time is indeed because the king gave me the order. However, on the other hand, I also took this opportunity to take a vacation." He could feel the great atmosphere at the dinner just now. Taking care of a patient in such a manner is tantamount to taking a vacation. He said that to give Lin Feng plenty of face. For no other reason than that Aiden felt a deep respect for Lin Feng, who could say such things. "I see." Lin Feng nodded and didn't say anything more. However, he still had some questions. "Dr. Aiden, I have another question I'd like to ask you." "Mr. Lin, please speak. I want to know why the king sent you to guard me." This was a question that Lin Feng couldn't understand. After being discharged from the hospital, he had the same question during his conversation with the king and princess at the royal villa. People of their status would never bring up such a private topic as adopted son in front of him. He felt that the possibility of it being solely due to the Chu family was too small. No matter how powerful the Chu family was, the royal family was not weak either. No one could gain an advantage in a war between the two sides, but there was no need to go to such lengths to curry favor. These are all business dealings. If a dispute arises, it will only be the subordinates who suffer. He felt things weren't that simple. As his voice faded, Yu Swain instinctively tried to find an excuse to avoid the conversation. Having been by Chu Ling Shuang's side for many years, she was very adept at reading people's expressions and knew that this was not a topic she should be listening to. However, just as she was about to make an excuse to slip away, she heard Dr. Aiden chuckle and say, "Mr. Lin, I think you'd be better off asking the king directly. How would I know what the king is thinking?" Lin Feng stared at him intently, knowing he wasn't lying, and nodded. "Indeed, I think you're right." This tongue twister almost stumped Aiden. It took him a while to finally figure it out. Beside him, Yu Swain glanced at the time and hurriedly said, "Mr. Lin, you should go back to your room to rest. It's getting late." Lin Feng nodded, glancing at the large garden outside the door. "Has Uncle Chu and the others not returned yet?" Yu Swain replied. "Master and Madam are resting in the rooms prepared by the royal family tonight. They will not return until noon tomorrow." "Okay, I understand," Lin Feng replied, pushing his wheelchair. "Then I'll go back to my room to rest. But, Dr. Aiden, could you please come and help me for a moment?" "Okay." Aiden nodded, stepped forward, and pushed the wheelchair into the room with Lin Feng. After helping Lin Feng into bed, Aiden slowly said, "Mr. Lin, if you need to use the restroom tonight, just press the bell next to you, and I'll come and help you." "No need. No need. You should get some rest too." Lin Feng, who had almost forgotten that he needed to use the restroom, was reminded by Aiden's words. He was, after all, an adult. He could control when he needed to use the restroom, not like he was half paralyzed. Thankfully, it wasn't a case of half-body paralysis. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, fate was still looking out for him. Time quickly moved to the next day. With Aiden's help, Lin Feng was able to complete his daily routine of going to the toilet in the morning. As soon as he stepped out of the bedroom, he heard Zhang Peng's voice coming from the loudspeaker outside. At that moment, Zhang Peng was playing uplifting DJ music through a loudspeaker for Li Hao. Xia Qingqing, still sleepy-eyed, forced herself to stand at the front door, yawning as she greeted Lin Feng. "Good morning, brother." Lin Feng's eyes flickered slightly. Not bad. Qingqing actually managed to get up and watch Li Hao being tortured. It seems there's something going on between these two. However, this is not the time to talk about these things. He moved his wheelchair over to Xia Qingqing's side. "Qingqing, I have something to tell you." Xia Qingqing rubbed her eyes and turned her head in confusion. "Brother, what's wrong?" "It's Su Ziyan." Lin Feng's eyes darkened as he looked outside. "She's currently being held in a secret underground chamber by the royal family. I visited her yesterday and explained things to her. However, I think you should make the decision about her hitting you." Instantly, the atmosphere fell silent. Chapter 367, Accepting the Past. Xia Qingqing froze. Her brows furrowed slightly, and she subconsciously touched her arm. Her arm was still bandaged, the bandage wrapped around her entire arm. As if the terrifying images were replaying in her mind, her lips moved a few times. Seeing that Xia Qingqing didn't speak, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Don't feel bad. You can retaliate in any way she bullied you. The choice is always in your own hands." He won't stand up for Xia Qingqing, given his obvious intention to retaliate against Su Ziyan. She knew she could never have him, which was already a huge despair for Su Ziyan. Xia Qingqing's eyes flickered, her gaze falling outside. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly spoke. "Brother, there's something I want to ask you." "What? Did the Su family adopt you before?" Xia Qingqing gritted her teeth and finally asked the question. She looked at Lin Feng solemnly, as if she had already made up her mind. Now that things had come to this point, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't hide anything. He nodded and said frankly, "Well, when I was a child, it was quite a coincidence." "Oh." Xia Qingqing nodded, bit her lip, and thought for a moment. "Actually, brother, before you were rescued, the Su family called me." "Oh." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "There's such a thing?" "Yes." Xia Qingqing responded slowly. "It was Su Qian, the patriarch of the Su family. After I was rescued, I don't know how he found my contact information, but he begged me to plead for Su Ziyan in front of you and your sister-in-law." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng remained silent for a long time. He has changed his phone number countless times, so it's understandable that the Su family can't find him. Moreover, he has been in a coma since being rescued, so the Su family probably can't contact him even if they want to. No wonder they came to Xia Qingqing. Seeing Lin Feng remain silent, Xia Qingqing said anxiously, "But brother, I didn't agree to them back then because you weren't saved yet. Besides, it's all Su Ziyan's fault. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't have suffered so much. It's happened twice already. She's gone too far." As she spoke, Xia Qingqing raised her little fist, her face full of anger. She was blindfolded at the time, and smelling the blood in the air, she thought she would never see Lin Feng again. "I'm fine now, aren't I?" Lin Feng smiled, then looked at Xia Qingqing. "So? What's your decision now?" This question stumped Xia Qingqing again. She hesitated for a moment, then said somewhat angrily, "I definitely don't want to let her go. That woman is too ruthless." As she spoke, she changed the subject, her tone becoming calmer. "But, brother, the Su family did save your life after all. My injuries are minor, so I don't want to dwell on this anymore. Consider it as repaying your kindness on your behalf." Hearing her words, Lin Feng stared in shock. He thought Xia Qingqing would retaliate in kind, whipping Su Ziyan a few times, but she didn't. She kept saying that she was repaying his kindness by getting injured herself. They weren't siblings who grew up together, and they had been separated for many years. To be honest, when Lin Feng first learned that Xia Qingqing was his biological sister, he didn't want to acknowledge her. But as he got to know Xia Qingqing, he discovered that his sister was truly innocent and that everything she thought about was for him. For no apparent reason, Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart. It turns out that true feelings really do exist in this world. Whether it's romantic love or familial love, they always flow into his heart like a warm current without him even realizing it. Good. Lin Feng smiled, a sincere smile. Then let's make things clear with the Su family. We won't pursue Su Zian's actions. Xia Qingqing nodded, then sighed. I still think it's too easy on that woman. She went too far. Cheap. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. That's not necessarily true. Arson, hostage-taking, indiscriminate killing with all those charges combined. She'll be in serious trouble, if not dead. He only said that he and Xia Qingqing wouldn't hold it against him, but that doesn't mean the royal family wouldn't. After being overthrown by the Chu family last time, the Su family can no longer cause any trouble in the mainland. More importantly, this is the royal family's territory, and he doesn't think the royal family will tolerate Su Zian's survival. Moreover, hasn't the public opinion campaign already begun? He has seen quite a few news articles about Su Zian these days. Each of these points is enough to make her a pariah, hated by everyone, and she has no chance of ever turning her life around. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xia Qingqing suddenly laughed. Brother, you really are. Really what? How cunning. Xia Qingqing made a face and teased her with a grin. Lin Feng suddenly straightened his face. How can you mock your own brother like that? If I'm cunning, your genes aren't much better. You. Xia Qingqing was momentarily speechless with anger, but then, as if in disbelief, she widened her eyes in astonishment. What did Lin Feng just say? My older brother. He admitted it. This was the first time Lin Feng had said those 4 words to her. Although it was meant as a joke, the protective intent in his words was all too obvious. Xia Qingqing opened her mouth, then felt a stinging sensation in her nose, and her eyes immediately reddened. She instinctively covered her mouth. Seeing her excited and happy expression, almost to the point of tears, Lin Feng quickly said, All right, you're an adult now. Why are you crying so easily? Who said that? I didn't. Xia Qingqing snorted, blinked hard, and forced back her tears. She quickly changed the subject, saying, Then, brother, when can we go home together? Grandpa and Grandma will be so happy to know you're back, and Mom, maybe she'll even get better if she knows you're here. This was the thing Xia Qingqing had been looking forward to the most since she was a child. She had known since she was a child that she had an older brother, but she had never met him. She had suffered a lot, and her only wish was to see her brother. Now, her brother had finally appeared, and just as she remembered, he would tease her. She no longer had to rely on herself like before. Speaking of this, Lin Feng also felt it was time to go back and take a look. Now that he has chosen to accept Xia Qingqing, it means he also has to accept the past. Chapter 368, I showed you favor. What are you talking about? Chu Ling Shuang's voice rang out untimely, tinged with displeasure. The two turned around at the same time and saw Chu Ling Shuang walking slowly towards them with a gloomy look in her eyes. Lin Feng was taken aback. He was so engrossed in his conversation with Xia Qingqing that he didn't realize when Chu Ling Shuang had appeared behind him. She had heard the entire conversation. It's nothing. Xia Qingqing reacted quickly, running to Chu Ling Shuang's side with a smile and saying, Sister-in-law, I was talking to my brother about going home to visit. My grandparents and mother are all back home, and I haven't seen them in a long time. I really miss them. Hearing this, Chu Ling Shuang's brows relaxed slightly. She glanced at Lin Feng and said in a cold voice, Go back if you want. It's perfect timing. I have nothing to do these days, so we can go back and visit together. Xia Qingqing was taken aback. Huh? Sister-in-law, are you coming with us too? What? You're not welcome. Chu Ling Shuang said coquettishly, giving Lin Feng a cold look. How could that be? Xia Qingqing quickly changed her tune. I'm overjoyed. If my sister-in-law could come along, that would be even better. My grandparents would be so happy. Snort. Chu Ling Shuang raised her face, her gaze falling on Lin Feng, and said with a hint of reproach, Why didn't you come to wake me up after you got up? You're pregnant. Of course you need to rest more. Why should I wake you up? Wouldn't it be better to let you sleep until you naturally wake up? Lin Feng replied with a smile. Hearing him say that, Chu Ling Shuang's brows relaxed a little. She yawned and said, Then let Shui Yin make the arrangements. We'll set off tomorrow. Tomorrow? So soon. Not only Xia Qingqing, But Lin Feng was also stunned. Yes, I should go back and visit as soon as possible. It will put my mind at ease. Chu Ling Shuang responded, having settled everyone's worries. She didn't need to say anything more. Okay, Qing, you and Li Hao asked the school for leave, and we'll go back together tomorrow. I haven't been back to China in a long time. Knowing that Chu Ling Shuang was an impatient person who always acted decisively and didn't like to procrastinate, Lin Feng agreed quickly. Xia Qingqing nodded. Okay, then it's the weekend in a couple of days. Hao Ji and I can ask for 2 days off. That's settled then. Seeing that Chu Ling Shuang's hand was already on Lin Feng's shoulder, Xia Qingqing's eyes flashed, and she quickly said, Then brother and sister-in-law, you two chat. I'll go out and bring brother Hao a bottle of water first. She's not going to be a third wheel here. Go. Chu Ling Shuang responded, bent down, and rested her chin on Lin Feng's head. His hair was very fluffy, and a few stray strands brushed against her lips, making her feel a ticklish sensation. Lin Feng didn't speak, watching Xia Qingqing's stumbling figure with amusement. After she walked away, he couldn't help but ask, Ling Shuang, when do you think Qing will finally realize what Huzi is thinking? How should I know? I'm not a mind reader. Chu Ling Shuang made a sarcastic remark, her eyes darkening, before she changed the subject. However, before she realizes the truth, I'd like to talk to you about something else. What other? Su Zian. Without hesitation, Chu Ling Shuang blurted out. She had wanted to talk to Lin Feng for a long time. Yesterday, Lin Feng went to the royal palace alone. Needless to say, he must have seen Su Zian there. Although he hadn't mentioned it since he came back, she was waiting. She was waiting for him to tell her in person. But it's already the second day, and she's getting impatient. Lin Feng was taken aback and subconsciously looked up. He only saw Chu Ling Shuang's dark hair brushing against his face. He smiled and said calmly, her matter is over. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to be angry with her anymore. Why am I angry? Chu Ling Shuang raised an eyebrow. When we got married, I also invited the Su family. I gave the Su family face for you. Is that so? Lin Feng was stunned. He had never heard anyone else mention this before. I thought she would give up, but I didn't expect her to turn out like this. However, you don't need to repay the debt for this. I have already done so for you. Chu Ling Shuang spoke truthfully. She was telling the truth. Anyone who dared to touch her would be the first to suffer. The fate of the Lin family is now clear. The reason she didn't harm the Su family was simply because Lin Feng had received their kindness and they had a past relationship. She was willing to consider Lin Feng's feelings. Lin Feng was somewhat shocked by the words coming from above. Aside from her marriage to him, who had faked his death, this was the first time he knew about it. She had done so much for him behind his back. First Xia Qingqing, then Chu Ling Shuang, and outside there's Li Hao running hard. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He wanted to laugh at himself for what he had done to deserve so many people willingly doing things for him. At this moment, he finally felt protected, trusted by someone he trusted, a double repetition. He smiled. Thank you, Ling Shuang. Lin Feng's voice was a little hoarse, but that didn't stop him from saying what he wanted to say. He said, You helped me pay it back once. Qingqing paid it back once, and I paid it back once too. The Su family is a thing of the past. From this moment on, the story is over. Su Zian will no longer be an obstacle between them. His relationship with the Su family is now severed. Chu Ling Shuang responded lazily, stood up, yawned, and said, Let's go have breakfast. Mom and Dad should be back later. Lin Feng smiled and replied, Okay. Around noon, Chu Tianli and Chen Wanqing, who had been there for more than a day, finally appeared at St. Don Manor. Just like before, Chen Wanqing wore a luxurious light green cheongsam, exuding elegance from a wealthy family with every gesture, while Chu Tianli wore a dark blue suit. The two stood together, dressed in matching outfits, showing no signs of aging. As soon as they met, Chen Wanqing rushed over and knelt down in front of Lin Feng with concern. Xiaofeng, how's your leg? You have no idea. Annie was so worried when she heard about your accident. Upon hearing the word auntie, Chu Ling Shuang's eyes flickered, and she sat down on the sofa without saying a word. Seeing Chu Ling Shuang's calm demeanor, Lin Feng understood and replied with a smile, She's fine now. She just needs some rest. It's all right. That's Su family kid. How could she push someone down the mountain? If your Uncle Chu hadn't stopped her, I would have slapped her. Chun Wonking was filled with anger, then looked at Chu Ling Shuang. Ling Shuang, how are you? I've missed you so much. Seeing her mother's abrupt remarks, Chu Ling Shuang snorted coldly, about to retort, when she saw Chu Yun ran running down the stairs, full of energy. Mommy, you haven't seen me in so long. Don't you miss me? Let's talk about it separately in chapter 369. Chu Yunren stood with her hands on her hips, pouting, and glared fiercely at Chun Wonking. Unexpectedly, she suddenly came down. Chun Wonking was stunned for a moment, then quickly said with an awkward smile, "What are you talking about? You're my daughter. How could I not miss you? I just didn't see you come down." Snort. Chu Yunren snorted coldly and raised her head arrogantly. The next second, Chu Tianli slapped Chu Yunren on the back of the head. "You brat! How dare you talk to your mother like that?" It was just a joke, but it turned out to be a huge mistake. Chu Yunren's face immediately contorted in pain, and she looked at Chun Wonking with teary eyes. "Mommy, why is Daddy so mean?" Chun Wonking frowned in displeasure. "Tianli, what are you doing? Why are you hitting your daughter?" Upon hearing his wife blaming him, Chu Tianli quickly raised his hands to beg for forgiveness. "I'm innocent. I only lightly patted her. How could I bear to really hit my daughter?" Standing behind Chun Wonking, Chu Yunren made a face at her father. "Good heavens, this is all a joke." Lin Feng looked at Chu Yunren helplessly. This little girl was really clever and mischievous. Knowing that Chu Yunren did it on purpose, Chun Wonking didn't blame her. Instead, she grabbed Chu Yunren's hand and said, "Let Mom take a look. Have you been neglecting your skincare routine lately? Look, you've got pimples all over your face." "Where? Is it? Chu Yunren panicked and quickly took out her phone from her pocket, opened the front camera, and stared at her face for a long time. She muttered, "It's all because of my sister. She never lets me go out. I can't even get any sun. And she eats so much meat and fish every day. No wonder I get pimples." Seemingly used to this scene of acting spoiled and throwing a tantrum, Chu Ling Shuang raised an eyebrow, picked up a teacup from the coffee table, and took a sip of tea. Chun Wonking cupped Chu Yunren's face with a look of heartache. "You can't blame your sister. It's not the same outside as at home. She was worried about you getting into trouble." As she spoke, she took Chu Yunren's hand and said, "Come on, Mommy will take you to a spa today and give your face a good pampering." Seeing that the two had started chatting, Chu Tianli walked straight to Lin Feng and said, "Xiao Feng, Uncle has something to talk to you about alone." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng subconsciously glanced at Chu Ling Shuang. She didn't react much, seemingly indicating her consent. Lin Feng then nodded and said, "Okay, shall we go to the bedroom?" "Okay." Chu Tianli nodded and walked behind Lin Feng. "Let's go, Uncle will push you." With no reason to refuse, Lin Feng followed Chu Tianli into the bedroom. After closing the bedroom door, Chu Tianli's gaze finally fell on Lin Feng, and he asked with some self-reproach, "Xiao Feng, is your leg really all right?" "It's all right. The king has invited the famous orthopedic surgeon Aiden, who is staying here now. He just broke his leg and will recover after some time." Lin Feng smiled and responded, and also reported on the current situation. Chu Tianli visibly breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Lin Feng with a slightly apologetic expression and sat down on the sofa opposite Lin Feng. "It's all my fault. You trusted me so much, and I failed to protect you properly, causing you to get hurt. It's all my fault." Lin Feng didn't expect Chu Tianli to take the blame on him, but this precisely showed that Chu Tianli valued him highly and truly considered him family. Lin Feng quickly said, "It's all right, Uncle. This matter actually has nothing to do with you. I really didn't expect Su Zian to be so ruthless. But it's all in the past now. I just need to heal my leg. I don't blame anyone for this." Chu Tianli was very grateful to Lin Feng for saying such a thing. After all, because of what happened to the Chu family in the past, Ling Shuang didn't trust the couple much anymore. Now that such a big thing had happened, Lin Feng, as her prospective son-in-law, only told him about it, but he failed to protect Lin Feng and even deceived Ling Shuang. These past few days, he had been thinking about how to make amends, but now, hearing these words, he felt that he hadn't misjudged the person. Lin Feng's character speaks for itself. Chu Tianli said with relief, "Indeed, no one can be blamed for this." He looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Little Feng, have you decided when to have another wedding with Ling Shuang? Oh. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. The topic jumped so quickly, he almost didn't react in time. Last time, Ling Shuang insisted on having a wedding with you. We invited Wan Qing's parents, but they thought it was unlucky and refused to come. Now that you two are together, the wedding should naturally be held properly. Chu Tianli stroked his chin, his eyes fixed on Lin Feng. He had already decided that as Janiyang's son, as long as Lin Feng married his daughter, he would completely relinquish power and hand over the entire family business to Lin Feng. He had previously thought that Lin Feng was too young and needed more experience, but after these few times, he had a clear understanding of Lin Feng's conduct and character, and he felt very reassured in trusting his daughter to Lin Feng. As for compensation for Lin Feng, what would be more appropriate than handing over the entire Chu family fortune? Lin Feng was completely unaware of Chu Tianli's idea. However, when the topic of holding another wedding came up, Lin Feng expressed his agreement. But not now. He had already made an appointment with Chu Ling Shuang, so no matter what, it wasn't now. Glancing at his leg, Lin Feng said, "Let's wait until my leg is healed. I've already spoken to Ling Shuang privately, and I'll take charge of the wedding this time. I'll definitely give Ling Shuang a satisfactory result." Chu Tianli was naturally very satisfied to receive such affirmation. He nodded and said, "Okay, then you two kids can discuss it and let us know in advance. We'll be waiting to participate." Lin Feng nodded and exchanged a smile with Chu Tianli. Chu Tianli picked up the cup on the table, took a sip, and changed the subject. "By the way, Xiao Feng, the royal family is going to hold a banquet in a few days. They say there will be celebrities from all walks of life. Charles has asked me to invite you to attend." "A royal banquet?" Lin Feng was stunned. He had no connection with the royal family whatsoever. His only link was with Chu Tianli. Why was he being invited to participate now? "Charles seems to value you highly. He spoke to me privately at the banquet yesterday and said he absolutely had to have you attend. I don't know much else about him." Chu Tianli looked calmly at Lin Feng, took a sip of tea, and the meaning was clear. Even a renowned orthopedic surgeon was assigned to stand beside Lin Feng. Such high regard was something he had never imagined. But putting everything else aside, judging from Charles's current attitude, he simply values it. He doesn't seem to intend to target it. Chapter 370, Taking You to Meet My Family. "I see." Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then asked, "When does the banquet begin?" 5 days later. Chu Tianli replied. 5 days later is just in time for our Mid-Autumn Festival. Charles thinks that the Mid-Autumn Festival has a good meaning, so he wants to hold the banquet on that day. The Eagle Kingdom has never celebrated the Mid-Autumn Festival, but they're holding a separate banquet for him, with the royal family leading the way. I wonder what the meaning behind this is. Lin Feng recalled that Charles had invited him to a banquet last time, but he had declined. Unexpectedly, he invited him a second time. After all, Charles had just helped him, and this time he really couldn't refuse. However, if it's the Mid-Autumn Festival, after visiting my maternal grandparents, they would probably prefer me to stay there to spend the holiday. For Lin Feng, this was the first time he had met his family. It happened to be the Mid-Autumn Festival, and he didn't want to spoil the two elderly people's mood for the holiday. Therefore, he could only say, "I'm not sure if it's the Mid-Autumn Festival, because I'm going home with Ling Shuang tomorrow. I want to visit Qingqing's grandparents." They were also his maternal grandparents. Chu Tianli was taken aback by this. If Lin Feng hadn't spoken up, he would have forgotten that Lin Feng had a family. This was his oversight. As Janiyang's comrade in arms, he failed in his duty as a comrade. After Lin Feng returned, he devoted himself entirely to Lin Feng, completely forgetting that Jinyong still had his parents-in-law. A hint of sadness flashed across Chu Tianli's eyes. "I understand." His voice was deep and muffled, as if it had stirred up memories of his youth. He pondered for a moment, then took out a gold card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Feng. "Here's what we'll do, Xiao Feng. Take this card. When you go there, see if there's anything you need to buy for the two elders. Consider it a token of our Chu family's goodwill." These words did not mention Lin Feng. They were simply expressions of affection from the Shan Chu family. Lin Feng understood that this was Chu Tianli's own gesture, so he didn't refuse and accepted it. "Okay, then I'll thank Uncle Chu on behalf of my grandparents." "Oh, don't be so polite. Once you marry Ling Shuang, We'll all be family. In a few years, you and Ling Shuang can have a few more kids for Wan Qing and me, and then we can just relax and enjoy our retirement. Chu Tianli waved his hand, stared at Lin Feng, and smiled ambiguously. The first few sentences were fine, but when the last sentence came down, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Look at Chu Tianli's mischievous grin. Luckily, they don't know Ling Shuang is pregnant yet. Otherwise, given Chen Wanqing's personality, she'd be going on and on shopping sprees, causing all sorts of trouble. The following day, under Chu Tianli's arrangement, Lin Feng, Chu Ling Shuang, Xia Qingqing, and Lu Tianhan boarded a private plane back to China. After crossing the Atlantic Ocean, the plane landed at Lakeview Villa. The familiar scene reappeared before Lin Feng's eyes. Having learned in advance that the young lady was coming back, Wang Ma had already instructed a large group of servants to clean the entire villa and prepare a variety of sumptuous meals. Seeing this familiar scene again, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel emotional. Things are really different now. I remember when he first came to Lakeview Villa, he was full of hostility towards Chu Ling Shuang. And now, she is his wife. Fate is so coincidental. He and Chu Ling Shuang eventually came together. After being helped off the plane, Lu Tianhan pushed the wheelchair while Chu Ling Shuang stood beside Lin Feng, the two holding hands intimately. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Ma, who hadn't seen Chu Ling Shuang for a long time, instinctively covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. Wang Ma, it's been a long time. Chu Ling Shuang seemed to be in a good mood, and greeted Wang Ma with a smile as soon as they met. Compared to her previous decisive and efficient manner, Chu Ling Shuang now handles matters with more gentleness. Upon hearing this greeting, Wang Ma felt a chill run down her spine. She stared blankly at her young mistress, her expression as if she had seen a ghost. Seeing that Wang Ma was speechless with surprise, Lu Tianhan smiled and said, "Wang Ma, what's wrong? Miss is back, aren't you happy?" "Happy? Of course I'm happy. I haven't seen Miss for so long, Wang Ma mumbled for a long time, too excited to speak. She then looked at Chu Ling Shuang and Lin Feng's intertwined hands, and cried tears of joy. "They've gotten together. That's wonderful. I knew our young lady would win them over." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's lips twitched, and he looked embarrassed. Chu Ling Shuang raised her eyebrows smugly, as if she had been flattered. She looked around the villa and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. You've worked hard these past few days, Aunt Wang. Tian Han, give Aunt Wang a red envelope for the Mid-Autumn Festival in a few days. The Chu family has always treated its servants well, providing them with red envelopes and gifts on various holidays. However, this is the first time that Chu Ling Shuang has personally uttered the words, "Give a red envelope." This is clearly a case of wanting to book a large package. Lu Tianhan felt a pang of jealousy. She turned her head and saw that Chu Ling Shuang was in a good mood, and a sudden idea struck her. "Miss, can I also get a big red envelope?" Chu Ling Shuang raised an eyebrow and uttered two simple words, "Granted." Lu Tianhan's heart tightened, and she became excited. She hurriedly pushed Lin Feng into the house. Behind her, Xia Qingqing was also quite emotional. Ever since the Lin family's accident, she and Li Hao had lived here for a while. During that time, this place was practically their second home. Now that she was back, a sense of familiarity welled up inside her. "Sister-in-law, am I still staying in my old room?" Xia Qingqing asked curiously as she followed behind Chu Ling Shuang. "Whatever, just tell Wang Ma if you need anything." Chu Ling Shuang stretched and looked at Lin Feng. "When are you planning to go back? Have you had lunch? Or, Qingqing, did you contact your grandparents beforehand?" Lin Feng asked Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing hurriedly said, "I haven't told them yet. I wanted to give them a surprise." Lin Feng nodded and arranged, "Let's go now. We don't have enough time to get together anyway, so let's rest here for a bit and then set off." "Okay." Seeing Lin Feng's eagerness, Chu Ling Shuang didn't say much. She just looked at Lin Feng and said, "Then you guys go ahead first today. I need to go back to my room to rest later. I'm a little tired from the journey." Although she and Lin Feng were already together, this was Lin Feng's first time meeting his family, and he must have a lot to say to them. She didn't want to disturb their family meeting. Her sudden words stunned Lin Feng. He stared blankly at Chu Ling Shuang and instantly understood the meaning behind her words. He smiled and patted Chu Ling Shuang's hand. Okay, Qing Qing, and I will go ahead today. I'll come back to pick you up tomorrow and introduce you to my family. I'll take you with me to meet my family. This was more vivid than any sweet talk. Staring at Lin Feng's serious face, Chu Ling Shuang's heart trembled. She crossed her arms haughtily, snorted coldly, and said coquettishly, "Then I'll wait for you at home." Chapter 371. What else could this be but liking you? Under Wang Ma's arrangement, they only ate some desserts. Chu Ling Shuang, who wasn't hungry to begin with, ate a few bites and went back to her room to rest. Lu Tianhan drove a van, taking Lin Feng and Xia Qingqing to High City. Along the way, Xia Qingqing's feelings were somewhat complicated. Besides excitement, she was also deeply moved. She had experienced far too much along the way. No one spoke in the car, and the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Looking at Xia Qingqing, who was constantly glancing out the window, Lin Feng asked softly, "What are you thinking about?" Xia Qingqing was taken aback, turned around blankly, and sighed. "I was thinking about what happened when I came out." As she spoke, her gaze drifted out the car window, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. "I've thought about what identity I would have when I came back. Ever since I graduated from university, I've always thought that I would become a female boss or entrepreneur, the shrewd and capable kind, and then come back in style to meet my in-laws, bring them to live in the city with my mom. Oh no, I mean our mom. And then our whole family would be happy every day." As she spoke, she felt a lump in her throat, and her eyes involuntarily welled up with tears. Listening to her story, Lin Feng was deeply moved. Indeed, this was the most ordinary wish of most people, including himself back then. Unfortunately, time flies, and he witnessed many things he never imagined. He could understand Xia Qingqing's feelings. As an ordinary person, all she wanted was praise from her family. His eyes flashed, and he smiled. "You can do it too." "Oh." Xia Qingqing turned her head, puzzled. "What I mean is, if you want that kind of thing, how about Tianhan arranges for a few people to come and make a fuss, banging drums and gongs?" Lin Feng suggested. No. Xia Qingqing quickly waved her hands and said, "You can't do that. I only have this opportunity because of my brother and sister-in-law. Besides, the main topic of this trip home is my brother. How can I steal your thunder? We're all on the same side. There's no need to fight over anything." Lin Feng smiled. How could this be considered as one stealing the spotlight from the other? In the hearts of their parents and family, both he and Xia Qingqing would be the main characters, just like everyone else in the world. That won't do either. No matter what, you've been away from home for so long. They'll definitely be very excited to see you. Besides, you're Qingqing's pillar of support, and you're irreplaceable. No one is irreplaceable, and there will always be someone who considers you the most important person. Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and the image of Chu Ling Shuang flashed before his eyes. He glanced out the window and said deliberately, "It's a bit of a pity that Huzi didn't come." Mentioning Li Hao, Xia Qingqing's eyes darkened, and her voice became somber. "Actually, I did tell Brother Hao about going home, but Brother Hao, what's wrong with him?" Xia Qingqing complained. "I don't know what's wrong with him. He said he's not suitable to meet my family right now, and that he'll come back to me when he's more successful." Seeing Xia Qingqing's confused expression, Lin Feng fell silent. Do all lovers lose themselves in a relationship? Huzi made this so clear. How could Qingqing not understand? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, looking at Xia Qingqing's face, and vaguely felt that Huzi's path would probably be longer than his own. Since that's the case, he, as a friend and elder brother, should help him. "Qingqing, are you really not clear, or are you pretending? Huzi's words are so obvious. Don't you understand?" he said bluntly. Xia Qingqing was taken aback and asked blankly, "Huh? What do you mean, obvious? Brother, what are you talking about?" Lin Feng sighed, shaking his head in despair. In the driver's seat, the talkative Lu Tianhan had already overheard their conversation. She hadn't said anything before, but now she couldn't hold it in any longer. "Qingqing, brotherly likes you, can't you tell?" She couldn't hold back any longer. Xia Qingqing was completely stunned. She glanced blankly at the rearview mirror, where Lu Tianhan's helpless face was reflected. She said with some difficulty, "Wait, like, Sister Tianhan, you mean, Brother Hao, likes me?" She was trembling, clearly unable to accept it at all. Lu Tianhen couldn't help but say, "Yes, we can all see that Brother Li has been in love with you for a long time. Otherwise, why do you think he would have asked Miss and Mr. Lin to let him learn martial arts? Last time you were kidnapped, Mr. Lin wouldn't let him return to the villa, so he was so anxious that he kept pacing downstairs at the hotel every day and kept calling me to ask about your situation. He almost called me non-stop." As if making a complaint, Lu Tianhen finally said what she had been holding back for a long time. Throughout this long conversation, Lin Feng remained silent, calmly observing Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. "This?" she stammered, too shocked to speak for a long time. Then her voice gradually faded as she weakly said, "This? How is this possible?" Lu Tianhen said speechlessly, "Why is it impossible? Analyze what Brother Li said yourself. He's more nervous than you about meeting your parents. What else could that be but liking you?" Xia Qingqing was stunned and couldn't utter a single word for a long time. Unlike Lu Tianhen, Lin Feng was not as forceful. His tone was gentle as he smiled and asked Xia Qingqing, "Qingqing, you don't actually have any feelings for Huzzy, do you? That's okay. It's Huzzy's business if he likes you. If you really don't like him, there's no need to force yourself to make a decision. It's best to let things take their course." Hearing this, Xia Qingqing turned her head hastily. Her voice hurried. No, I don't dislike it." As she spoke, she suddenly lowered her head, her cheeks flushing red, like ripe red apples, the blush rising to her ears. Seeing this, Lin Feng understood perfectly, and Lu Tianhen also realized what was going on, so she lowered her head and chuckled to herself. Lin Feng didn't say anything more, and the rest of the journey was quite peaceful. Xia Qingqing kept staring out the car window, her thoughts drifting off somewhere else. The only thing was that the blush on her face never faded. It was as if it were imprinted on. The blush stuck to her face, making her exceptionally cute. After driving for about 2 hours, we finally arrived at Angzhen Village in Pingyang County. Such nanny vans are rarely seen on the only asphalt road leading to the national highway in the village, so as soon as their car entered the village, it attracted a lot of attention. Many elderly people who had just finished lunch and were chatting at the entrance of the village were discussing whose child had made it back after their afternoon nap. Lu Tianhen drove and parked the car in front of a self-built house, following the location given by Xia Qingqing. Chapter 372: A Rare Return to the Village. Opening the large iron gate at the entrance of the courtyard, the entire courtyard was very tidy, unlike the last time I came. This time, there was a large yellow dog and 3 large roosters in a corner next to the courtyard. Seeing someone approaching, the big yellow dog kept barking, but no one came out. As soon as she entered the courtyard, Xia Qingqing walked in with ease. Then, with her hands on her hips, she scolded the big yellow dog. "You brat! What are you barking for? I'm your little master. If you're not polite to me, I'll have Grandpa and Grandma punish you by not letting you eat anything good for a day." The big yellow dog didn't stop barking loudly at Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing bared her teeth and threatened in a pretentious manner. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just like before, Qingqing was still full of childishness. "Mr. Lin, shall I wait for you in the car?" Lu Tianhen rolled down the car window and called out to the 2 people in the yard. Lin Feng nodded. "Okay, you stay in the car for now. Come over when we eat later. We'll eat together." Lu Tianhen nodded and rolled the car window up again, leaving only a crack. Looking around the house and not seeing anyone come out, Lin Feng looked at Xia Qingqing and asked, "Where are Grandpa and Grandma?" Xia Qingqing, who was arguing with the big yellow dog, turned around, glanced at her phone, and thought, "He should be at the factory at this time. The factory isn't far. Why don't we walk there and take a look?" "Wait a minute." Lin Feng called out to Xia Qingqing, who was about to move the electric scooter. "Let's go buy some groceries first. It's almost time for dinner. Let's cook at home and wait for them to come back." "Okay, we eat earlier here." Xia Qingqing nodded, and for convenience, she still pushed the electric scooter onto the scooter. "Sister Tianhan, what do you want to eat?" "I'm going out to buy groceries." Xia Qingqing called out to the nanny van before leaving. Lu Tianhan, who was slacking off, tensed up and hurriedly rolled down the car window. He glanced at Xia Qingqing pushing her electric scooter, and his lips twitched. Qingqing, why don't you drive? Your scooter can't carry much stuff. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, and it seemed to make sense. Since he rarely comes back, and it's such a rare opportunity to meet, how could he not prepare a generous gift? I haven't ridden an electric scooter in ages. You guys don't understand. I want to ride this. Xia Qingqing shook her head and insisted on getting into the car seat. To be honest, Lin Feng, who hadn't ridden an electric scooter in a long time, was also envious. There's no way around it. Once people have enjoyed the glitz and glamour, all they want to do is reminisce. But now, with his legs in this state, he simply can't do anything about it. Okay then, Tianhan, you drive, and Qingqing rides this. We'll meet at the Pingyang County Vegetable Market. Lu Tianhan didn't understand, but she didn't refuse. She nodded and said, okay. The two groups set off separately. Xia Qingqing's cycling skills were very steady. Even on a muddy section, she kept a firm grip on the bike, which was noticed by many villagers. As a factory heiress who grew up in the village, Xia Qingqing's appearance caused a stir in the village, and the news quickly spread to the factory. Just as Xia Ziqiang sat down to take a sip of tea, he heard the village children run over and say with smiles, Grandpa Xia, Sister Qingqing is back. Qingqing is back. Xia Ziqiang was taken aback and quickly put down his teacup. Zhao Hong, who was busy cooking in the kitchen, also rushed over upon hearing the news. Old man, Qingqing is back. Sister Qingqing just rode her electric bike out, and there was a big nanny van following behind her. It looks like there was an older brother sitting inside. The child grinned, his face full of joy. Big brother. Zhao Hong was stunned, and quickly said, Old man, could it be the boy Qingqing mentioned last time who helped her at work? That's possible. Xia Ziqiang exclaimed happily, busily tidying up the coffee table. Hey, Ahong, let's hurry up today. This child has probably gone out to buy groceries to cook our wedding meal. In rural areas, Shid Fun, Xifen, literally means a feast held when a happy event occurs. Adding to what Xia Qingqing mentioned last time, Xia Ziqiang and Zhao Hong have been keeping it in mind. Now, it's obvious that the two children are about to get married. The two elders were incredibly excited. Zhao Hong rubbed her hands together. All right, I haven't cooked the rice yet. I won't cook today. I'll eat when I get back. Okay, you should also tell everyone to come over for a feast tomorrow. Xia Ziqiang was extremely excited. Xia Qingqing's marriage had always been a major concern for his parents, and now that it was about to be resolved, how could they not be happy? Thinking this, Xia Ziqiang took a lollipop out of his pocket and handed it to the child who had brought the news. Pingyang County Vegetable Market. Just in time for the Mid-Autumn Festival, various Mid-Autumn Festival gift boxes have been displayed in front of the shops in front of the vegetable market, full of festive red decorations. Seeing such a familiar scene for the first time filled Lin Feng with emotion. He recalled that when he was in college, he would see these things displayed in front of supermarkets during holidays, with owners using loudspeakers to hawk their wares. This is a unique kind of excitement for the Chinese people. Fortunately, it wasn't the weekend, so there weren't many people shopping. What are you buying? Seeing Xia Qingqing approach, Lu Tianhan jumped out of the car, opened the back door, and took off her sunglasses as she did so. After being pushed out of the car, Lin Feng looked around and said slowly, We definitely need to buy Mid-Autumn Festival gift boxes, and we also need to buy some vegetables. We can't do without chicken, duck, and fish. Hey, Qingqing, is the big refrigerator I bought for you guys last time still at home? It's at home, in the living room. I just came out in a hurry, so I don't know if it's full yet, Xia Qingqing replied. If that doesn't work, we'll just buy another refrigerator. See if there's anything else we need at home, or anything the two elders need, and buy it all. Today is a day for big spending. As for taking my grandparents to stay elsewhere, we'll have to ask for their opinions after we meet them. After all, many elderly people are used to living in one place and don't want to move easily. Okay. Xia Qingqing nodded and began to carefully select items. I didn't buy any gifts with high sugar content. Most of the people living in the village are middle-aged or older, so besides mooncakes, I bought more milk powder, health products, and various fruits and melon seeds. A little of everything arrived, and soon the van was more than half full. The prices here are so much cheaper. If this were in Beijing, all this stuff would cost at least 3,000 or 4,000. Lu Tianhan said, carrying her bags as she looked at Lin Feng, who had just finished scanning the QR code to pay. It's all right. It's even more expensive than when I was a kid. This box of apples sells for 80 yuan now, but before, nobody wanted it even for 50 yuan. Xia Qingqing replied. Lin Feng smiled and pointed to the market, saying, here's what we'll do. Tianhan and I will pick out some meat and vegetables and buy some eggs. Qingqing, you go to the clothing store over there and buy some new clothes for Grandpa and Grandma, a complete set, and buy a lot. Chapter 373, so he was the driver. Okay, but brother, there are so many things. Can you and Sister Tianhan carry them all? Xia Qingqing was a little worried, so she lowered her gaze and landed on Lin Feng's legs. Lin Feng was amused by this remark. I'm a man, after all. Besides, if I can't lift it, I can just hire a few people to help me carry it. If you buy too much, you can negotiate with the seller, and they might even offer free delivery. As for buying clothes, only Xia Qingqing is suitable to do it. Since time is tight, it is more prudent to split up into 2 groups. Don't worry, I'm here with you, Lu Tianhan said with a smile, waving her arm. Xia Qingqing was relieved and said, okay, I'll go buy clothes first. See you here later. They split into 2 groups, and just like last time, Lin Feng indulged in another extravagant meal. As he said, they spent a lot at each store, so there was no need to worry about carrying their things. Lu Tianhan helped them carry everything directly to the car. Before long, the car was filled with all sorts of gifts and dishes. As Xia Qingqing came out of the market, she also came from the clothing store, carrying large and small bags, which she stuffed into the car. Luckily, Sister Tianhan drove a big car today, otherwise there wouldn't have been enough room to put all the things. As she boarded the bus, Xia Qingqing said with a smile, Miss knows you're going to buy a lot of things, so she told me to drive this car last night. Lu Tianhan replied and got into the driver's seat. Lin Feng was stunned. Yesterday, that is to say, when they were still in the United States, Chu Lingshuang was already thinking about today. Brother, your wife really thinks of you. She even considered this. Beside her, Xia Qingqing couldn't help but sigh. Lin Feng smiled, but didn't reply. In Angzhen village, the news that Xia Qingqing had brought her boyfriend back had spread throughout the entire village. Xia Ziqiang and Zhao Hong also returned home early in the morning. When they saw their electric scooter being driven away, the 2 elderly people smiled at each other, and Zhao Hong went straight to the kitchen in the yard to prepare the meal. Lin Feng and Lu Tianhan arrived by car, so they got there before Xia Qingqing. The nanny van stopped in front of the self-built house. Inside the wide-open gate, Lin Feng saw a woman in a floral long-sleeved shirt busy carrying a winnowing basket. Seeing their car stop at the door, the woman quickly went inside and called her husband out. Lu Tianhan opened the car door, set up the iron plate, and helped Lin Feng out of the car. In the courtyard, Xia Ziqiang and Zhao Hong, who had rushed out, were both stunned when they saw the boy sitting in the wheelchair and the woman with extraordinary temperament next to him. Everything else was fine, but the 2 old people felt that Lin Feng's eyebrows and eyes looked somewhat familiar, as if they had seen him somewhere before. The 2 exchanged a glance, and in surprise, Xia Ziqiang stammered, You are? The nanny van, the one that's been talked about in the village, must be the one right in front of us. But shouldn't it have been the boy driving Qingqing back? How did it turn into there being a girl next to him? Zhao Hong was clearly a little confused. The 2 elderly people in front of her were clearly Xia Qingqing's maternal grandparents. Instead of rushing to acknowledge their kinship, Lin Feng introduced himself. Sir, Madam, my name is Lin Feng, and I'm Qingqing's colleague. Since Xia Qingqing hadn't returned yet, he figured this identity was more suitable, and it would be easier to explain later. Zhao Hong immediately understood and quietly nudged Xia Ziqiang with her elbow, whispering, What did I tell you? Old man, this is the boy Qingqing was talking about last time. But the woman standing next to Lin Feng definitely had a superior aura, causing Xia Ziqiang to frown slightly. What does this mean? The 2 children came back to share the good news, but the man still wanted to bring a girl along? And this boy's legs. Everything else was secondary. He could hear an explanation later. So Xia Ziqiang simply asked directly, Child, your leg is he disabled? Their granddaughter, whom they had raised with great care, was naturally exceptionally beautiful. Although Lin Feng was handsome and talented, it was a bit unreasonable for her to marry a disabled man. They were worried about this, and Lin Feng, who rarely received attention from his family, was stunned when he suddenly heard the word child. He had always known that he had to rely on himself in everything, but now, the simple word child broke his defenses. Lin Feng's eyes reddened slightly, and he was about to explain when he heard Xia Qingqing's loud voice rang out from not far away. "What are you all doing gathered at my doorstep? Hurry up and go home for dinner. We have a very happy occasion tonight." Xia Qingqing rode her electric scooter, her eyes brimming with excitement, shouting to the villagers who were watching from not far away on the street. Seeing that Xia Qingqing had finally returned, Zhao Hong and Xia Ziqiang exchanged a glance and looked at each other in bewilderment. Xia Qingqing approached and saw the whole family standing at the door. She quickly said, "Grandma and Grandpa, what are you doing at the door?" She got out of the car, met Lin Feng's gaze, and instantly realized, "Oh right, Grandma and Grandpa, this is Lin Feng, and the other is Lu Tianhan, who drove me and Brother Feng here. Oh, he's the driver." These words relieved the two elderly people. "You child, you came back without saying a word." Having not seen Xia Qingqing for a long time, Zhao Hong's eyes reddened slightly. After scolding her, she turned to Lu Tianhan and said, "I'm so sorry to have troubled you, Mississippi. These two children have taken such a long time to care for you." She encompassed Lin Feng in one sentence. Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart, completely oblivious to Lu Tianhan's embarrassed expression. "No need, no need. Well, Mr. Lin, I'll get in the car and wait there. Please call me later." Lu Tianhan left the scene as if fleeing and got into her car. Hearing this, Xia Ziqiang frowned repeatedly. This man in front of him had clearly risen to the level of a boss, even having a driver in charge. Could it be that his daughter was doing this on purpose? Xia Ziqiang did not want to think about this outcome until the matter was explained. "I just wanted to give you a surprise." Xia Qingqing smiled and quickly added, "Oh right, we bought a lot of things, and I even bought you several outfits." "Why buy so much? Your grandfather and I are at home, and we haven't even finished the things you bought last time." Zhao Hong's eyes were full of Xia Qingqing, and she smiled indulgently. Xia Qingqing wanted to say something more, but Xia Ziqiang, who was eager to hear an explanation, glanced at the villagers watching not far away and hurriedly said, "Let's go inside and talk. There are too many people watching outside." As he spoke, he looked at Lin Feng again, seemingly pondering how Lin Feng would get in. Xia Qingqing nodded, "Right. I almost forgot, Brother Xiaofeng. Let me push you inside. Let's go inside first and talk." As she spoke, she held onto the armrest of Lin Feng's wheelchair and pushed him into the yard. Chapter 374 He, Lin Feng, is my own brother. The courtyard gate was closed, and the group went into the living room. As soon as Zhao Hong pulled the stool over, she hurriedly said, "You guys chat first. I have some rice heating up in the pot. I'll go check on it." Before Xia Qingqing and Lin Feng could even call her back, Zhao Hong dashed out of the living room. Originally, Lin Feng was worried and thought that taking this opportunity to take the two elderly people for a physical examination would put his mind at ease. But now, seeing how energetic the two elderly people were, his worries were relieved. Xia Ziqiang sat on the sofa, but his gaze kept lingering on Lin Feng. Just outside, he had suddenly felt that Lin Feng's appearance was quite familiar, but now that he was inside, with Lin Feng sitting opposite him, the familiarity only intensified, especially his eyebrows and eyes. But my biggest concern is the relationship between the two children. So he started by talking about Lin Feng's leg. While Xia Qingqing was pouring water and drinking tea, he looked at Lin Feng and said, "Child, what's wrong with your leg?" "I accidentally broke my leg before, so I have to use a wheelchair to recover," Lin Feng answered vaguely. After all, this matter involved too much, and saying too much would make the elders worry too much. "Oh." Xia Ziqiang visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lin Feng wasn't a cripple. If he really was, he would have had to put Lin Feng to a much greater test. That worry has been put to rest. Xia Ziqiang naturally brought up the previous matter. "Qingqing told us about you before. This child has grown up and can't hide her feelings anymore, but I think you feel pretty good. Of course, my brother Xiaofeng is the best person in the world." Xia Qingqing, who was drinking water nearby, quickly echoed, completely unaware of the other meaning behind those words. However, these words made Lin Feng's lips twitch. Could it be that his grandfather had misunderstood something? He was about to explain when Xia Ziqiang's next words made Lin Feng lose his composure. Today is considered meeting the parents. Qingqing had a tough childhood, but things are better now. Lin Feng, I think you're a good kid too. When can we invite your parents over so we can meet and discuss your marriage? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Xia Qingqing, who had just gulped down a large mouthful of water and put down her cup to look over, exclaimed, "Pfft." She couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of water, which landed on Xia Ziqiang's clothes. Xia Ziqiang frowned, patted the water stains off his clothes, but didn't scold him. Instead, he laughed and said, "You silly child, your grandparents aren't old-fashioned. Your mother is in a sanatorium, so naturally we'll handle this. But don't worry, we won't embarrass you. Your grandfather is a factory director, after all." Naturally, he said this to support his granddaughter. After all, she's a girl, and her family isn't very well off. He was worried that Qingqing would be bullied after she got married. But is that the crux of the problem? Lin Feng looked at Xia Qingqing in disbelief, his eyes seeming to say, "What did you say to them?" Xia Qingqing's expression froze. She swallowed hard, her eyes full of apology. "Grandpa, she stammered, unable to utter another sentence. Thinking his granddaughter was just shy, Xia Ziqiang laughed and said, "What's there to be shy about? You've already brought her back." "No." Xia Qingqing opened her mouth a few times, but couldn't hold back any longer. She said seriously, "Grandpa, he is my brother. Don't be shy. No matter what, our family has already prepared your dowry. Didn't Grandpa tell you last time that the money the Lin family sent you, What did you say?" Xia Ziqiang was still talking to himself, but before he could finish speaking, he suddenly realized what he was saying and stared blankly at Xia Qingqing. Lin Feng was speechless. At this moment, all he could do was remain silent. Xia Qingqing couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, her face flushed, Lin Feng. He's my own brother. His surname is Lin." As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Ziqiang was completely stunned. With a bang, outside, there was the sound of pots and pans being smashed. Lin Feng subconsciously looked into the courtyard and saw Zhao Hong standing blankly outside, with a pile of broken ceramic tiles at her feet. "His surname is Lin. Lin Feng," Xia Ziqiang murmured, looking at Lin Feng in disbelief. Xia Qingqing continued to explain, "I only found out later. I told Brother Xiaofeng about my experience, and he said that his experience happened to coincide with mine, so we did a DNA test. The test results prove that he is my long-lost brother, and I am his biological sister." Her words were like thunder, each syllable landing on the ground. For a moment, Xia Ziqiang was completely stunned. He muttered, No wonder he looked familiar just now, no wonder." Zhao Hong, who was the first to react, rushed in, squatted down in front of Lin Feng, and looked at him carefully. Her eyes were already red. "Child, are you really Qingqing's brother?" The tone was clearly 100 times warmer than before. Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart, and he nodded gently. "Yes, Grandpa and Grandma. Qingqing and I are indeed siblings." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Hong suddenly raised her hand and touched Lin Feng's cheek. The face was so similar to Xia Kalian's, their own daughter's face, and Zhao Hong's eyes filled with tears. "My child, you've suffered so much all these years away from home." Xia Ziqiang also realized that such a coincidence really existed in this world. Children who had been separated for many years had actually met again. What a wonderful coincidence. His usually stern eyes reddened. "That's great. We thought you. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. I was studying abroad, but after the test results came out, my brother said we should come back together, and I thought so too, so we came back together today." Xia Qingqing explained from the side. This was the script they had agreed upon. Don't share too many experiences with your elders, because the generation gap can lead to arguments. The primary purpose of family is happiness, so avoid arguing. Xia Qingqing took out the prepared DNA test report and placed it on the coffee table. The two elderly people leaned over to look at it for a long time, and then burst into tears of joy. Xia Ziqiang was so excited that he waved his hand and shouted, "I'll call the hotel in the county right now, and we'll book a table for tomorrow and have a feast back in the village." How could such a wonderful thing not be known to the villagers? The Xia family's grandson has finally returned. Yes, yes, yes. Call right now. Zhao Hong nodded repeatedly, then looked at Lin Feng's leg with concern in her eyes. Child, what happened to your leg? Were you bullied outside? Lin Feng felt a lump in his throat and quickly explained. It's all right, Grandma. It's just a broken bone. It'll be fine after some rest. Chapter 375, Eating Together. That's good. That's good. Zhao Hong breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, Child, don't be afraid. With your grandparents around, if anyone dares to bully you, just tell us. Your grandpa is the factory director, after all, and people will have to give him some face. Although he was the factory manager of the village factory, in those days, it was already quite an achievement to be able to set up a business and have dealings with the outside world. Even though business was declining now, the protective tone in his words still brought tears to Lin Feng's eyes. Looking at the unfamiliar yet familiar face in front of him, Lin Feng felt like he was about to burst into tears. Fortunately, Ling Shuang didn't come back with him. Otherwise, if she saw him like this, she would definitely make a fuss about it. Ahong, I think we shouldn't eat at home tonight. The child is finally back. Let's go to a private room. Yes, 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 such great news. We absolutely have to throw a feast tomorrow. Our Xia family's children should never be wrong. The two elders chatted back and forth, and Xia Ziqiang even took out his old-fashioned mobile phone to start flipping through the phone book. Lin Feng quickly replied, No rush, Qing and I bought a lot of things today. We'll eat at home later. Hey, that won't do. Eating at home. We've finally met after all these years. That's not proper. Xia Ziqiang immediately became assertive and refused to compromise on the matter of eating. Zhao Hong waved her hand, saying that this was against the rules. The child rarely comes back. This is a joyous occasion, so naturally a private room should be reserved. Lin Feng wanted to say something more, but Xia Qingqing grabbed his arm. Brother, don't try to persuade them. Grandpa and Grandma have been frugal all their lives. They're happy that you're back today. Let's go out to eat. Her voice was soft, and her eyes were red. She was clearly moved by the warm atmosphere before her and couldn't help but shed tears. Hearing this, Lin Feng didn't say anything more. They had bought quite a lot of things today, partly to make their parents happy. They would eat out today and also let them know about his wife, Chu Ling Shuang, so they could bring her over before the banquet tomorrow. Thinking of this, Lin Feng suddenly felt like laughing. As a young lady from a wealthy family, I wonder how Chu Ling Shuang would react upon seeing this rural banquet. Thinking of the young lady's embarrassed expression, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Before long, Xia Ziqiang had contacted a restaurant at the entrance of the village. It's close to home, so the village usually holds banquets at this restaurant. Let's go. Let's have a good meal today. To welcome the child back. Xia Ziqiang was overjoyed, his face was flushed, and even his voice was much more confident. Zhao Hong grabbed the keys, but as she was about to leave, she turned back, pulled Xia Qingqing aside with some concern, and whispered, Qingqing, have you told Xiaofeng about your mother's situation? She was worried that Lin Feng wouldn't know or be able to accept it, since their mother was still in a nursing home and her mental state had never been quite right. Seeing her grandmother's worry, Xia Qingqing deliberately raised her voice. Brother knows. When we first confirmed our sibling relationship, I told him that he's not the kind of person who looks down on others. Hearing her suddenly amplified voice, Zhao Hong's face turned pale, and she subconsciously looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally knew what they were talking about. He smiled and said, It's all right, Grandma. Qingqing and I have already decided that we will go to the city tomorrow to bring Mother over, and we will take care of her from now on. Of course, that includes maternal grandparents as well. Zhao Hong visibly breathed a sigh of relief and stroked Lin Feng's head with a look of satisfaction. That's good. The child hasn't gone astray, unlike those people in the Lin family. Let's not talk about that today. Hurry up and grab your things. The restaurant is all ready. Xia Ziqiang urged. Lin Feng responded. It was a rare occasion for the whole family to go to the restaurant in harmony. The restaurants in the village have fewer dishes, but the taste is not much different from those outside. The vans are also big, and everyone can sit comfortably inside. When they arrived at the restaurant, Xia Ziqiang was overjoyed. He boasted to the restaurant staff that his grandson had returned, and at the same time, he made arrangements to get a few bottles of good wine. Upon hearing about the alcohol, Zhao Hong immediately slapped Xia Ziqiang, saying, "The child isn't well yet. Why would he drink alcohol? You old man, are you trying to kill my grandson?" I forgot. Xia Ziqiang scratched his head and hurriedly said, "I'm just too happy. No need to bring any wine. Just bring out all the signature dishes." All right. The restaurant owner was genuinely happy for the Xia family, and even glanced at Lin Feng a few more times, praising, "Brother Xia, this child really looks just like you." "Of course. My grandson looks just like me." Xia Ziqiang was so flattered that his smile never faded. "Congratulations," the boss shouted, then called out to the kitchen, "Old woman, make a few more dishes. It's on me for Brother Xia." "Hey, don't be so polite. Everyone's struggling." Xia Ziqiang waved his hand. "It's nothing. We're very grateful to Brother Xia for taking care of our family over the years. It's a small token of our appreciation since the child is back home." Xia Ziqiang couldn't refuse, so he had no choice but to accept. Seeing this, Lin Feng realized that Xia Qingqing was not lying. His grandfather was indeed very capable and had a high reputation in the village. Fortunately, her maternal grandfather was capable, so Xia Qingqing's childhood was not so miserable. Thinking about this, Lin Feng felt that he should do something now that he had returned. After everyone was seated at the table, the owner thoughtfully closed the door to the private room. Lin Feng raised his glass and toasted the two elders 3 times with tea instead of wine. "Grandpa and Grandma, although I grew up away from home, I know that was not your intention. Today I am back. I am very grateful that you have never stopped looking for me all these years. I am very grateful for your concern." Xia Ziqiang and Zhao Hong, who had just calmed down, burst into tears again because of Lin Feng's words. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Zhao Hong wiped away her tears, her eyes still brimming with tears. Xia Ziqiang's eyes also reddened, and he began to inquire about Lin Feng's work. "Son, what are you doing out there now?" Seemingly afraid that Lin Feng would misunderstand, Xia Ziqiang quickly added, "If things aren't going well for you outside, your grandfather's factory is still running. If all else fails, you can come and work for your grandfather. It's time for your grandfather to retire, and then you can take over the factory. Putting everything else aside, this is all the assets the Xia family has left, and now they're about to give them away." Lin Feng was also deeply moved. In the eyes of others, he was a pawn, used for more than 10 years, but to his true family, he was a precious and beloved treasure. Lin Feng wiped his eyes and smiled. No need. Qingqing and I are both studying abroad right now." Great. I'll come back from my studies and contribute to our country," Xia Ziqiang said with pride. Making contributions? Lin Feng rarely heard such words. In his self-centered world, his life was always just about exchanging benefits. Chapter 376 Lin Feng is back?